When I was born, my mother thought I was a well-behaved baby because I didn't cry or make a fuss. Besides breastfeeding, my favorite thing to do every day is to stare at the ceiling and daydream. At first, my mother thought I was just shy and introverted. Little did she know, I daydream because there is a moment in my mind reminding me to evolve. After finishing a meal of milk, the energy gauge displayed on the panel is already full, but the prompt messages that appeared in the panel next made me excited. The first evolution is about to start. Please choose a direction. The 3 options all look good, which made me think. Option 1 allows for rapid growth. Although it has a 10% increase in development speed, it is not attractive enough to me. Both option 2 and option 3 increase basic attributes, and it is not easy to judge which one is more suitable for me for a while. But looking at the names of these 2 options, you can tell that they are evolving in 2 different directions. After struggling for 3 seconds, I thought about being urged by fans to update as a tweet blogger in the previous life. Often staying up until 3 a.m., I ended up with a weak and sickly body. At that time, I realized that a healthy body is the foundation for my existence. So I realized that I entered the panel and chose the direction of evolution of the humanoid beast. Then my physical attributes became 2, and I felt the changes in my body. First, my breathing became longer and stronger. Then my mind became much clearer and no longer sleepy. And then my stomach became even hungrier than usual. But what surprised me was my own vision. Now I can actually see the news footage playing on the LCD TV clearly. I widened my eyes and watched the news on the TV, then instinctively put my paw into my mouth and gnawed on it with relish. But just when I was watching attentively, the TV suddenly went black. Mom Yishan turned off the TV, and then she pulled my wet fingers out of my mouth. At this moment, she was filled with doubts. Could her newborn baby, who was only a week old, really watch TV? After carefully observing her child, she noticed that the little one's eyes were indeed exceptionally bright. She held the baby and left the TV, saying at the same time, "Babies should not watch TV. It can harm their eyes." At this moment, I shouted in my heart, "I want to see. My eyes are very good." Yishan thought that the child would cry if he couldn't understand the TV, but he didn't expect the child to just pout in dissatisfaction. She happily lowered her head and kissed my little face hard. I turned my face away speechlessly. As a 17-year-old with a mental age, I am not accustomed to this way of expressing emotions. Little did Yishan know that she became even happier when she saw me turn my head. Does baby want mommy to kiss the left side first and then the right side? So she leaned in again and gave me another kiss on my little face. Feeling a strong sense of hunger, I opened my mouth and cried symbolically twice. Then I regained my calmness and patiently waited for my mom to prepare the milk powder. These days, I have developed a tacit understanding with Yishan. Crying means I'm hungry and want to eat. If I want to go to the bathroom, I cry while grabbing my diaper. So babies who can accurately express their needs can not only avoid many misunderstandings, but also make moms more worry-free. At this moment, Yishan was preparing milk powder while feeling emotional. If only I had such a worry-free experience when taking care of Dodo back then. When I heard the name Dodo, my cheeks twitched and my expression was somewhat unnatural. Yishan handed over the bottle and smiled. Why does the little guy pout when he hears his sister's name? I silently bit on the pacifier, and soon the bottle of milk was empty. But I still felt unsatisfied, touched my mouth and cried again, until I finished the second bottle of milk in one breath. Then I burped satisfactorily. With the increase of my appetite, the energy bar grows at a rate of 2% per day. It is estimated that I will have the second evolution in a month. Just at this moment, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old bounced in. Her school uniform was wrinkled, her white long socks were dirty, and she was wearing a pair of red leather shoes that made a clattering sound on the floor. Yishan stared at the little girl angrily, thinking she must have gotten into a fight with another classmate again. The little girl proudly raised her head and said, "I made progress today. I fought with 2 people in total." So Yishan was busy in the kitchen while scolding her daughter. Dodo pouted and refused to speak. Her eyes were wandering around, and suddenly she noticed her younger brother staring at her with a smirk on his face, which seemed a bit mocking. She chuckled, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and then waved her fist to signal her brother not to provoke her. At this time, Dad Song Qingshi walked in. He originally wanted to hug his son, but he was rejected by his wife because of the smell of smoke on him. Helplessly, he rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to help. After a while, the family gathered together to enjoy dinner. However, when they were halfway through the meal, Dad Song Qingshi opened the refrigerator and took out several candy-like things from the freezer. He thought they were just snacks for the pet cat, but unexpectedly, Dad put one in Mom's, sister's, the pet cat's, and his own bowl. At this time, Sister Dodo put down her chopsticks and protested loudly. "I won't eat this thing. It tastes like shit. Baby, you only eat it once a week, and you still complain. Can you win fights with your classmates without it?" listening to Dad's explanation. Dodo paused for a moment, with a very tangled expression on his wrinkled nose. In the end, he closed his eyes and swallowed the candy. I was curious about what kind of candy everyone was eating. It wasn't until later when Mom and Dad were chatting that I found out that thing was called mystery bug gum. Listening to them talk about some words I didn't understand, I held the bottle high, hiding the shock in my heart. It seems that the secrets of this world are far more than I imagined. After a month, when I saw the energy bar was full, I chose the second evolution again. There were still 3 options, but this time I chose the direction of the evolution of the mind. At the moment when the spiritual attribute increased by 1, I felt as if time had slowed down. No, to be precise, my thinking speed suddenly increased. Even the experiences of the past month flashed through my mind quickly. Just when I was still thinking about experiencing any new changes, my mother held me and placed me on a floor covered with a large red cloth. On the red cloth, there were various small objects placed. According to the custom, the full moon of a baby is a time for the grabbing the future ceremony, where whatever the baby grabs symbolizes their future occupation. At this moment, I was kneeling on the red cloth, about to randomly grab something to go along with the tradition. However, the information panel activated the career module at this time. When I looked at the objects on the red cloth again, the corresponding career names appeared before my eyes. First of all, it is a keyboard. The corresponding profession displayed on the panel information is a microblogger, who earns less and has a high sudden death rate. They also have to endure the constant urging from fans. As I push the keyboard, my gaze sweeps around, looking at various messy professions, and even some high-risk ones. While climbing and searching, my gaze finally falls on 3 items. When the sniper, explorer, and fighter professions come into my sight, considering the evolution direction of my humanoid beast, I can only become a fighter and practice martial arts to maximize the advantage of physical fitness improvement. So I crawled to the side of the boxing gloves and picked them up, with a bright smile on my face. At this moment, the career panel opened and displayed a message: First career, fighter, loaded successfully. Although the career panel was still blank at this time, I felt very excited in my heart. Previously, I could only evolve by eating a lot, but I was limited by my appetite and could only evolve once a month. Now, with the career panel, I can learn skills while spending money and grinding. It feels great to think about it. After the ceremony, I started researching how to obtain career skills. The learning of skills for a fighter definitely has to wait until I can run and jump. As for the burst coefficient and agility coefficient in the career panel, they should only be effective based on physical fitness. In short, the primary goal at the moment is to increase physical fitness. So for the next month, I will be dedicatedly drinking milk. Every day, I drink either breast milk or a large amount of cow's milk. Soon, with the continuous increase in energy reserves, I welcomed my 3rd evolution. This time, I decisively chose the humanoid beast. When my physical fitness becomes stronger, I will have the body of a baby that is comparable to a tiger or leopard, capable of self-defense and deception. No one would have thought that a baby still wearing diapers is actually a fighter. After my physical attributes became 3, I felt my legs filled with strength. I pushed my hands against the crib railings and slowly stood up. Just then, my mom, Yi Shan, walked into the bedroom. Oh my, the baby stood up by himself. She was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect her 2-month-old child to learn how to stand. Baby is amazing, she praised while reaching out to protect me, preventing me from falling off the bed. With Yi Shan's protection, I became even more energetic, so the spacious bed at home became my training ground. At first, I tried to stand without using my hands, relying only on my legs. After only a dozen falls, I could surprisingly stand unsteadily. Once I stood firmly, I tried to take steps and walk. At the beginning, I couldn't balance well. I would fall down as soon as I took a step, but after falling, I quickly got up on my own, looking energetic and lively. Yi Shan smiled and watched her child learn to walk. I was exhausted after struggling for half an hour. When my energy level dropped to 45%, I fell onto the bed and fell asleep. The 3rd evolution has basically developed my vocal cords. Now I can finally learn to speak. At this moment, Yi Shan is in the study holding a book and asking me, "Baby, what is this?" Book. By the way, the baby is really smart. Although she didn't take the child for testing, it can be seen that the child learns things quickly. It is very likely that the son is a genius baby. Taking care of him by herself is both worry-free and fulfilling. Thinking about it, she feels very happy. Little did she know that I was even happier when I was brought to the study. Due to the limited things I am exposed to now, self-study is the only way to solve professional skills. All the phones, computers, and TVs that can be accessed are closely monitored by my mother. Currently, I can only go to the study and find a relevant book to study on my own. At this moment, in the study, I stare at the bookshelf with wide eyes, and finally find a suitable one. I point my finger at the basic Sanso tutorial. One word at a time. I want a book. Does the baby want this book? Although I don't know why my son wants a basic tutorial on Sanda. Yishan still smiled and handed me the book. After receiving the book, I couldn't wait to open it and read it carefully. Looking at the introduction of basic Sanda skills and techniques in the book, I felt a bit confident. Looking at the illustrations in the textbook, I feel like I can imitate them to some extent, so I nodded secretly and decided to try the effect first. After every punch, I would correct the details of my movements according to the description in the textbook. After punching for a full half hour, the professional panel finally changed. I was very excited to see that I only had 1 point of basic boxing experience because it proved that I could really learn skills on my own. So I waved my fists even more excitedly until my stamina reached 35%. Suddenly, everything went black and I fell asleep on the bed. When I woke up hungry, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Because I trained too hard today, I drank 3 bottles of milk before feeling satisfied and let out a burp. Because her son has a large appetite. At first Yishan thought it was a good thing that the child could eat, but later, he would finish a can of milk powder every 2 days, which made her worry about the household expenses. After all, even though both she and her husband are stable income public high school teachers, they are still struggling a bit. Listening to Yishan muttering in the kitchen about going back to school to teach more classes and earn extra income to subsidize the family, I could only pretend not to understand on the surface. But secretly I had some doubts in my heart. With his continuous evolution, he will definitely need more and more food to eat. What should we do if the family can't afford it? We need to find a way to earn more money at home. A baby who is less than 3 months old thinking about this question is indeed a bit too early. Well, I'll just wait until next month to go to school with my mom. Maybe I'll have some ideas by then. The next evening, our family gathered together for dinner, and my dad, Song Qingshi, brought good news that he was transferred to teach in the key class of the school. As long as he became the teacher of the key class, his income would increase significantly, and his personal future would also be better. At this time, Song Qingshi opened a can of beer at the table, raised his glass happily, and drank it. This is indeed something that the whole family can be happy about. Just then, Yishan also said that she wanted to return to school early to attend classes, in order to lighten the burden on the family. After seeing the record of living expenses made by his wife, Song Qingshi reluctantly agreed to his wife's idea. Then he continued, saying that he would also apply to the Geological Survey Bureau to see if he was lucky enough to draw another pass to the old days. Old days, pass. This is the second time I have heard these two names. With the intuition of a 3-month-old baby, I realized that it must be a very dangerous place. The sister Dodo at this time pulled a small face and silently listened to the conversation between adults. She roughly summarized that it was because her brother ate too much, which led to her not having pocket money in the future. Then she angrily looked up at me and said, "What's the use of drinking so much milk? In the end, it will still be urinated out. Don't you know to drink more water?" Still pretending not to understand, Song Chi giggled at his sister and wiped the drool from the corners of his mouth. Daodu. Yishan gave her a blank look without any good humor. "You still have the nerve to talk about your brother? Which meal you are not just eating meat. Let you eat some vegetables and fruits. Balanced nutrition. Every time you do not listen, because it's useful for me to eat meat." Daodu tilted his little face up and explained seriously, "If you don't eat meat, where will you get the strength to beat up your classmates?" At the dining table, the family was bickering and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. In front of the large bowl filled with cat food, Master Orange raised his head and looked at the crowd suspiciously, perhaps not understanding why this group of two-legged beasts had a whole lot to say over a meal. The three-flowered cat, Shi, quietly appeared above the kitchen cabinet and also swept the crowd. And finally, her gaze landed on Song Chi, like a jewel-like amber eyes. Suddenly flashed a trace of confusion. The next day, a package was sent to the house. The courier boy delivered it to the door, not only to Yishan to sign, but also to take pictures to keep evidence. The process is very strict. After receiving the goods, Yishan took the scissors and began to open the package. Song Chi had been in the bedroom to learn to walk. See the situation, climbed out of bed, hand on the wall, wobbly walked to the living room, curiously surveyed the package. Aya, the baby can actually walk this far. Yishan was surprised at the speed at which the child learned to walk. From the first time he stood up to now, it seemed like only a few days, right? Song Chi came closer and saw what was in the package. It's the same kind of unpalatable candy from the refrigerator. The handwriting on the candy paper was finally clear, and it was indeed the secret insect gel that Song Qingshi had mentioned. A food that could only be eaten once a week and was very beneficial to the physique. The price would never be low. If not for Song Qingshi's recent trip to the old days, the family might not be able to afford it. What kind of material was used to make the secret insect glue? Could it really be worms? But ordinary worms shouldn't have such powerful effects either. What? You want to eat it too? Seeing Song-chi staring straight at the secret worm gum, Yi-shan smiled and shook her head. Secret worm gum is not well digested. You have to wait until you're at least 8 years old. She paused, remembering that her own son was only 3 months old, and the physique he displayed was already similar to that of a 1-year-old baby. Perhaps you'll be able to eat it when you're 4 or 5, but certainly not now. She finished counting the number of secret insect gel and stuffed it all into the refrigerator freezer. Song-chi was a bit regretful and smashed his mouth. 4 or 5 years old? No. At his current rate of evolution, maybe in a few more months. In the past 2 days, he insisted on practicing left and right straight punches for half an hour every day. Any more and his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Half an hour of dedicated training could add 1 point of experience value to the Sanso basic fist technique, while at the same time hammering the body and increasing the amount of food. The results were all very obvious. In the past few days, he hadn't filled the evolutionary energy slot yet, but his physique had increased by 0.1, which should be the effect of the training. Yi-shan was unaware of these circumstances. Every time Song-chi trained, he chose the time period when she went into the kitchen to cook. A baby that was only 3 months old and still couldn't walk well was able to meticulously rehearse boxing moves against the Sanso textbook, a scene that was too shocking for Song-chi to expose. Naturally, when practicing boxing, the only onlooker in the bedroom was Master Orange. For Master Orange, Song-chi was still very assured. That silly demeanor was a guarantee. But the other cat may not be. In the past 2 days, there seems to be something strange about the way Cece looks at me. Song-chi secretly pondered. It wouldn't have seen me training, would it? The most mysterious and also the most magical member of the family is Yuki, the three-flower cat. The fact that she can use a flush toilet can be explained as the result of her parents' training. But the way Cece communicates with people and the rich expressions on her face prove that she has a high level of intelligence. In addition, Cece had always been a ghost, and when it didn't actively show itself, Song-chi didn't know where it was hiding. The bedroom door was open during the training these days. Maybe, in which dark corner, there was a pair of cat eyes watching himself. Song-chi thought about it and was a little uneasy. Don't let Cece suddenly open her mouth to speak human words one day and stab his parents with a secret. Although it was a bit magical, it wasn't completely impossible. He decided that he would get along with the three-flower cat in advance. Waiting patiently, by the time dinner arrived, Yi-shan was cooking in the kitchen. The range hood turned on, making a considerable amount of noise. Taking this opportunity, Song-chi stood at the bedroom door and whispered, "Cece, Cece." After several consecutive shouts, Cece's head emerged from underneath the sofa and surveyed him suspiciously. Song-chi grinned, pointed to his special large-sized bottle, and asked, "Want some, too?" Sharing one's food was an easy way to show kindness. Yuki ran into the bedroom, sniffed the bottle, and shook his head slightly, indicating that he was not interested. Its meals at home weren't bad, a precious piece of secret worm gum every week, fish and meat on weekdays, and yogurt. Song-chi wasn't compelled to feed it some milk, and feeling that the relationship with this cat was still quite cordial, he laughed. "All right, in the future, if there's something delicious, I'll call out to you again. I'm going to practice boxing." He had just learned to speak, and was just popping out one word at a time. Yuki narrowed her eyes and meowed twice. The tone of the voice was upward, as if it was issuing a question. Song-chi carefully observed its eyes and expression, and in this instant, surprisingly, he had a flash of insight and comprehended its meaning. "Why are you practicing boxing?" He reacted and explained with a gesture. "Practicing fist, powerful, can protect yourself, protect your family." Yuki understood, nodded, and sized up Song-chi twice more. Spinning around, she turned around and left the bedroom, her figure disappearing outside the door. Song-chi secretly sighed in relief. The intelligence of this three flowers was indeed not low, and this exchange was more trouble-free than expected. With this close proximity and a little more explanation, it felt a lot more assured. However, it was no longer strange that Yuki could understand human language, but himself just now. Why was he able to understand the cat's purr? Was it Yuki's ability, or his own? Could it be an effect brought about by Spirit +1? Song-chi pondered, and his gaze went to Master Orange, who was napping in the bedroom. Master Orange? Napping? Master Orange squinted his eyes and didn't move. Only the end of his tail flicked up. This behavior of a cat was well understood. It indicated that it had heard but was too lazy to reply. Song-chi shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, there's nothing to say to this orange cat, it just knows how to sleep every day. When you go out in the future, you can try it with the animals outside. Yishan was in the kitchen and didn't find this conversation between the baby and the cat, but she did hear some movement. She wiped her hands with a rag and walked to the bedroom door to take a look. Her own child was honestly lying on the bed, flipping through the basic techniques of Scattergory's tutorial, staring at the illustrations on it and letting out a babbling laugh. She also laughed. At such a young age, you can read a book? Awesome, awesome. Saying that, she refilled the bottle and turned around to go back to cooking. After mom left, Songchi leapt up from the bed and threw a standard straight left punch, continuing with the liver experience. 10 minutes later. Sanso basic fist technique, 6/100. The rate of experience increase wasn't fast, but Songchi's progress was acceptable as a 3-month-old baby. When his physique became stronger, the time and efficiency of brushing experience would also slowly increase. Wiping off his sweat, he sat down for a short rest. It was then that Songchi noticed that on the closet by the wall, the head of a 3-flower cat poked out, its large eyes looking down at itself. Question mark. When did it run up here? Meow. Meow meow. Yuki purred a few times, and Songchi actually heard it again. Compare? Come on. Songchi was excited. After practicing boxing for almost a week, he finally had actual combat training. He got up and stood on the bed, his feet one in front of the other, doing a standard sparring stance. Shishi also jumped onto the bed and stood across from him. Songchi looked at it, then looked down at himself, because he didn't order rapid growth. He wasn't too tall and was only 70 centimeters today. Cici was petite and was also around 70 centimeters in length. Both sides were of similar size, and their weight should be similar as well. It's the same weight class opponent. Songchi leaped forward. The next moment, Shishi jumped and pounced. Songchi couldn't stand still and was directly pounced on by it. Shishi stood on top of him, her 2 small paws pressing against his chest, with 4 eyes facing each other. Both sides were a little embarrassed. Meow? The voice was a bit disgusted, as if to say, practicing this fist can protect you? The 3-flower cat jumped off the bed and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The first battle of the fighter's career was a miserable KO, but Songchi didn't care and wobbled to his feet. Nowadays, his physique was 3-1, and the strength of his legs could fully support his body. It was his balance and coordination that couldn't keep up. An infant's torso proportions, unlike an adult's, were head-heavy. It will take a while to get used to it, and falling is normal. As for the sparring technique, he was just starting out, and didn't expect to be able to fight right away. If I want to spar with Shishi, I still need to liver some more experience. Moreover, usually, looking at Cici's running speed, she was by no means an ordinary cat, and her combat power should not be underestimated. Songchi thought for a moment, and then turned his gaze to another cat. Master Orange, if we have the chance in the future, we can also have a fight. I should have no problem beating you. Master Orange has long since hidden in the corner, quietly lying down, face like a flat lake, heart like still water, ignoring any provocation. At dinner time, at the dining table, today's atmosphere, however, was slightly tense. Why don't you rest for a while longer, wife, and go back to school later? Song Qingshi spoke in a deep voice, his expression looking a little worried. During this period of time, it's best for the baby not to go out. It's too dangerous. He opened his cell phone and searched for news videos. Recently, the influenza A virus swept through Lu City. 12 children have died after being infected. Experts remind. 12 children died? Yi Shan was shocked. How is this A flu so powerful? Who knows? Spring is the high epidemic season. Song Qingshi shook her head. It's too easy for babies to get infected if they go to school with us. And Daodu needs to be careful too. Daodu chewed on red meat in her mouth and said vaguely, I'm in great health. Then you need to be careful too. Influenza A is contagious. In case your brother gets infected, the trouble will be big. Yi Shan spoke to her daughter twice, took over the cell phone and watched the news carefully. In the video, the host was interviewing on the ground at the hospital. Yi Shan recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Rouching Second Hospital, just near our home? Thank you for the reward vote of the big brother of Wei Wenweida. There is one more chapter. Sent at night. The host of the interview. Many children in critical condition. A pair of parents outside the hospital room. Full of sadness. This scene, see Song Qingshi, Yi Shan couple heart. Song Qi sat next to him, vaguely hearing some of the cries in the video, was also numb. The world outside was too dangerous. Previously, he was still tempted to go to his parents' school for a while, but now he has completely dismissed this idea, and it is better to continue to stay at home, waiting for the achievement of the real juvenile humanoid beast, and then go out is not too late. Yi Shan's finger slid on the cell phone screen. After the news video, a personal account is live. Families, I'm now at the entrance of the second hospital, and as you can see, The atmosphere over here is very depressing dash. As he spoke, the screen suddenly went half black. I'll go. Where did such a big fly come from? It's all flying on the camera. The video blogger complained. One could only see a huge green-headed fly that was lying on the camera. Its golden green shell glowing with a metallic luster, and several black legs clearly visible. The video blogger waved his hand, chased the fly away, and continued to live stream. Yishan flipped through several videos and understood that the situation was more serious. Nodding her head, I'd better stay home and take care of the child. Ask the school tomorrow. If there are online classes it's better. If not, forget it. Song Qingshi also planned. Tomorrow I'll go to the pharmacy and buy some alcohol sanitizer and antibiotics. The couple discussed in low voices, while Song Qi pondered in silence. In the living room, the atmosphere was a bit depressing for a while. However, Daodu remained calm, her face not changing color. She had almost never been sick since she was a child, and she never cared about this. At the moment, she took advantage of her mother's inattention and brought a large plate of braised pork, pouring rice on top to make a covered meat. Then she smothered her head and devoured it. Daodu, what are you doing? Yishan came back to her senses and glanced at her daughter. I'm eating rice. Daodu lifted her chopsticks, pointing at the thin layer of rice on the braised pork, revealing a smile that said, look how smart I am. Yishan had a stern face and wanted to reprimand a few times, but she couldn't help herself and laughed. Song Qingshi also laughed out loud and patted Daodu's little head. Older sister grew up like this, no wonder she grew up with a look of not being very smart. Song Qi silently lamented in his heart. For the next few days, Song Qi dived into his mind and focused on practicing sparring liver experience. His parents turned on the TV every night and watched the news. Soon after, the A flu problem received widespread attention. The province sent experts to the nearby second hospital to help guide them. After a week, the situation stabilized and no more patients died. The family was relieved. Gulp, gulp. Song Qi finished the last bottle of milk and then looked at the evolution panel. Evolution energy tank, 100%. The fourth evolution opened, and he still firmly chose to add physique. Name, Song Qi. Age, 0 years old. Biomorph, human infant. Juvenile humanoid beast, unformed. Primary idea body, unformed. Physique, 4. 2. Spirit, 2. With a constitution of 4. 2. He felt a tickle in his mouth. Reaching into his mouth with his small hand, he felt around and found a row of hard things that slightly pinched his hand. Song Qi instantly wept with joy. The upper and lower rows of milk teeth had grown out. Finally, he could get rid of the days when he could only drink milk. In the past few months, Song Qi drank milk until his heart was in a panic, and he was incredibly eager for a small barbecue with hot pot. At dinner that day, he pointed to a bowl of rib soup on the table and said, eat, want to eat. Baby wants to eat vegetables, but you have no teeth yet. You can only drink milk. Yishan smiled and said, eat, eat. Song Qi firmly repeated, mimicking the chewing action again. His mouth closing, his upper and lower teeth beds knocking, making a soft rattling sound. Song Qingshi heard that the sound was not right and walked over to inspect the child's mouth, only to see 2 rows of tiny baby teeth. The couple looked at each other, momentarily shocked and speechless. Teething in just over 3 months. This speed was too fast. However, thinking that this little guy could already walk and talk, teething seemed reasonable. Yishan found a small bowl with pumpkin, potatoes, tofu and other fluffy food, stirred it up and fed it to the child. Song Qi chewed on it, and although it wasn't the little hot pot barbecue of his dreams, as long as it wasn't milk, he ate it with gusto. Yishan took another bit of fresh fish, picked out all the spines, mashed it up and put it in a bowl. Meat is opened. Song Qi was so happy that he ate all the fish in one bite. As Daodu witnessed this scene, her eyes were instantly filled with alarm, and her expression was also a bit sad and angry. This stinky brother, not to mention robbing her of her pocket money, now he was going to steal meat from himself. Good heavens, why did mom have a younger brother? 3 months later. Ha, ha. In the bedroom, Song Qi stood with both feet open and clenched his fist forward. His right arm slightly rotated inward and swung in an arc, striking a beautiful swinging fist. At the same time, his left foot stomped on the ground, and his footwork matched the punch as he advanced forward. And finally a whip kick to complete the smooth streak. Tick-tock. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks and dripped onto the floor. Song Qi panted slightly. After every intense training session, there was a comfortable feeling of heat and smooth blood circulation all over his body. Looking at the occupation panel again. Fighter, level 0, 46/100. Skills. Sanso Basic Fist Technique, level 0, 99/100. Sanso Basic Kick, 0 level, 45 out of 100. Sanso Basic Kick, 0 level, 45/100. Sanso Basic Footwork, level 0, 32/100. Sanda Basic Wrestling, Level 0, 10/100, Sanda Basic Wrestling, Level 0, 10/100. Attribute Point Bonus, 0. Explosive Coefficient, 1. 2 times 1. 5 times. Explosive Coefficient, 1. 2 times 1. 5 times. Agility Coefficient, 1. 1 times 1. 3 times. Agility Coefficient, 1. 1 times 1. 3 times. Song-chi observed and realized that for every 4 points of experience added to a skill, the Yi fighter's professional experience would be +1. Calculating like this, when he levered all the experience in fist, leg, footwork, and wrestling to 100, he would become a level 1 fighter. In addition, the explosive coefficient and agility coefficient grew slowly as the fighting skills improved. This meant that with the same level of physical fitness, he was able to utilize greater strength and more responsive speed in battle. Song-chi, who had just turned 6 months old, was very satisfied with this progress. At this rate, by the age of 1, he would be a rank 1 fighter himself. Today, I'll practice a little more and lever the experience value of boxing to 100 after the skill upgrade. There should be a reward as well, right? He was somewhat looking forward to it. As his physique continued to grow, Song-chi's training time was greatly extended nowadays. An hour or 2 was not a problem. At this moment, the bedroom door was open. Diagonally opposite was the study, and Yi Shan's voice lecturing came out from the study. In the middle of Jin Taiyuan, the people of Wuling fished for their business. Lucheng 45 Middle School was still very humane, arranging for Yi Shan to work as an online tutor for the students who were lagging behind in language. This way Yi Shan can stay at home and take care of the children while earning some class fees. She had to take online classes, and Song-chi had more personal time to train in his bedroom without worry. The best of both worlds. Extra practice. After resting for a while, Song-chi took a sip of water and got up to continue his liver experience. This time, there was no legwork footwork mixed in, so he concentrated on boxing techniques. Straight punches, crisp and unrelenting in their power. Jab, as fast as a bee needle. A dip in the retreat. Hook punch, tricky angle, swift and fierce. There are also swinging fists, whip fists. After 3 months of closed-door training, Song-chi had familiarized himself with the 5 basic punching strokes, and his skills were constantly improving. At first, he was just pursuing the standard posture, but now, he had finally hit the characteristics and power of the punches. The fact that the results were so remarkable was due to the professional panel. Self-study without a teacher. The panel experience value becomes a reference indicator. If one trained for a period of time and the experience value was slow to increase, it meant that the practice was wrong. If the experience value increases rapidly, it means that it is on the right path. In this way, you can make timely adjustments each time and basically do not take a detour. After a compact and consecutive round of airstrikes, Song-chi concentrated on a powerful swinging fist that struck with a faint sound of wind. The fist stopped steadily in front of his body, not moving at all. The 5 basic fist moves were mastered to the best of his ability. The profession panel instantly popped up with a message. Occupational skill upgrade. Sanso Basic Fist Technique, Level 0 Level 1, 0/100. Acquired attribute reward. Free attribute points +3. Explosive coefficient +0. 1. Ooh, this reward is quite generous. Song-chi was in a happy mood when he saw these entries. With the amount of food he had nowadays, it would take half a month to fill up the evolution energy slot. This skill upgrade reward, giving 3 attribute points in one breath, was equal to saving more than a month's time, which was still quite good. The explosive coefficient was equally important, enhancing the explosive power in battle. 0.1 times didn't look like much, but the later it got, the more obvious the effect became. 3 attribute points, directly added to physique. The attribute panel unfolded. Name, Song-chi. Age, 0 years old. Physique, 8.511. 5. Spirit, 2. Explosive coefficient, 1. 5 times 1. 6 times. Agility coefficient, 1. 3 times. Agility coefficient, 1. 3 times. Nowadays, Song-chi's appearance looked quite normal, with a height of 80 centimeters, which was just slightly taller than boys of the same age group, and a chubby figure. However, underneath the fleshy appearance, the core of his torso was described as robust, with a muscle bulk that wasn't exaggerated, but was also very sturdy. Because he ate a lot, his body fat percentage was on the high side, and he didn't have chocolate-like six-pack abs, but the body of fat pack muscle, in fact, contains more powerful strength, already has a little humanoid beast appearance. The 2 directions of evolution have finally been indicated. Biomorph, Juvenile Humanoid Beast, 11. May 30th. Elementary Idea Body, 2/30. Among them, the progress of Juvenile Humanoid Mastodon was already close to half. The speed was pleasing. just waiting for the physique to add up to 30. Then this achievement would be officially unlocked. How much worse is my physique now, compared to an average adult male? This was a question he was more curious about lately, and he planned to take the time to test it. After the extra training was over and the skill upgrades were completed, Song-chi was also a bit tired, and his real-time status dropped to 55%. He wiped his sweat with a towel, and with a cup of water in his hand, he quietly walked to the door of the study to listen to Yishan's online class. Both out, get its boat, then help to the road. Everywhere ambition. The governor immediately sent someone to follow him, looking to the desired, and then lost, no longer get the road. That popular tale of Peach Blossom Garden. The original text has been explained, and Yishan talked about the subsequent backstory. The Peach Blossom Garden is one of the few documented heavenly market entrances in ancient China. With the cognitive level of the ancients, naturally, they could not understand that the Peach Blossom Garden was not actually on Earth, but in an incredibly distant place, connected to the Peach Blossom Forest in Wuling County through a time-space bridge. Without understanding the characteristics of the time-space bridge, the ancients were never able to find the Peach Blossom Garden. It wasn't until decades ago that a group of experts from the Ministry of Geology arrived in Wuling City and detected the fluctuations of the time-space bridge using specialized instrumentation. The entrance to China's No. 3 Heavenly Market, Wuling Peach Blossom Garden. Only then did it see the light of day. As a language teacher, Yishan naturally does not understand what spacetime bridge, but her eloquence is very good. Narrated, the endless mystery of the sky market in front of the students. Leaning against the doorway, Song-chi quietly listened, his heart also extraordinarily fascinated. The heavenly market. In these few months, he had not stopped searching for information about the outside world outside of his training, especially about the heavenly market and the old days. One day, the family was watching TV while eating dinner when they saw a news report about the heavenly market expedition. Song-chi, whose vocal cords were already fully developed and had learned to speak in a decent manner, simply asked directly, "Dad, what is the heavenly market?" Song Qingshi frowned and thought for half a day before barely giving an answer. The heavenly market. It's a chaotic place where time and space are confused. Sometimes, when you take a step forward, you're already in another world. Sometimes, if you stand in place for a few seconds, 100 years may have passed in time. After Pitt spoke a few sentences, he stared at his half-year-old son and scratched his head. Can you understand it when you put it that way? Song-chi seemed to understand and nodded. Words he could understand. The concept was indeed a bit abstract, and then asked, "Then what is the old days? You still know about the old days?" Song Qingshi glanced at him and explained. An old day is a special existence in the heavenly ruins, a copy of a certain period of time and space. Let's say you stayed at home for a day, and that day was copied into many copies by the heavenly ruins, making it many identical old days. Although it is copied, everything in the house on that day, including you, is real. People from the outside world, through certain passages in the heavenly ruins, can enter the various old days to obtain some resources, just like copies in a game. Yi Shan, listening from the side, lost her smile and said, "Where does the baby know what a game copy is?" Also, Song Qingshi smiled helplessly. "I can only explain it to this extent, and I'm afraid that if you want to accurately define the heavenly ruins, only those scientists will be able to do so." Song Chi tried to smile in agreement, but his cheeks had stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he pursued the question. "Then, here we are, could it be replicated as well?" The couple glanced at each other, quite surprised, not expecting this child to not only understand, but also to be able to sight and think deeply. "Don't worry, the old days and the real world seem to be the same, but there are limitations," Song Qingshi replied. "Replicated lifeforms, once they leave the old day they belong to, their life structure will immediately collapse. In other words, only dead things can leave the old day, and the people of our world, who can travel back and forth through the heavenly ruins, naturally cannot be replicas." Song Chi listened intently, and in the end, certain that he was not a replicant, he couldn't help but still breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing this look on his son's face, Song Qingshi understood perfectly. Back then, when he first learned about the heavenly market, he was just as shocked. The situation of the heavenly market, an ordinary teacher like me only knows a little bit about it, and I haven't been there a few times in the old days. Song Qingshi sighed quietly, and gazed at his own precocious genius son again, a look of expectation in his eyes. "With your talent, in the future, you might be able to enter the National Geology Department and come into contact with the real core secrets. Of course, it's too early to talk about this. Come, first eat today's baby supplement." Song Qingshi's short few words had already set off shockwaves in Song Chi's heart. That night, as a half-year-old baby, he unexpectedly lost sleep and was slow to fall asleep. It was as if there was a picture scroll of a cloud-covered landscape that slowly unfolded before his eyes. In the half-year since he was reborn, many of the strange things that Song-chi had discovered finally had an explanation at this moment. The super-intelligent three-flower cat CC, the candy secret insect glue that can strengthen the body, they may have the same origin. In the TV news, those expedition members who have strong abilities also share the same goal. A mysterious place where time and space are in disarray, the Sky Market. The Heavenly Market. What's it really like? In there? 6:30 in the afternoon. With a creak, the gate opened. I'm home. Douda rushed into the living room with a big stride, carrying her pink school bag. Throwing her book bag on the floor, she then threw herself into the couch. She hugged the cushion and let out a muffled mumble. I'm exhausted. It was April, 2 months before the end-of-term placement test, and Douda's daily study tasks were very heavy. Through the daily gossip of parents, Song-chi has found that the world, whether primary or secondary school, the education model is particularly important to the selection of the elite. The standard for evaluating the elites not only includes test scores, but also intelligence, physical strength, will and mentality, etc., are all in the scope of the assessment. Therefore, if you want to enter the elite class or key class, you need to put in several times more effort than ordinary students. This is the case with Douda. Before, when he came home from school every day, he was still lively and vigorous, but now he has become a mud monster, paralyzed on the sofa, unable to get up. Song-chi was in the bedroom, listening to his elder sister's muttering, laughing, happily flipping through the basic techniques of spread sparring tutorial. It's good to be tired. If you're as tired as a dog every day, you won't have time to find trouble with your younger brother. After a few minutes, Song-chi finished smoking at the entrance of the building and slowly walked into the house. He was now leading a key class in middle school, and every day wasn't easy. Faithfully walking to the bedroom door, as usual, he looked at the progress of his genius son's training. Song-chi was practicing his kicks, steps, and combos against the textbook, and he was practicing openly and without hiding. In the beginning, he secretly trained because he was just too young, and it was too outrageous to start practicing boxing when he couldn't even walk steadily. Now he was 6 months old, about the height of a 1-year-old, able to walk and talk. A frightening rate of growth that his parents had gotten used to, and the level of intelligence he displayed was no less than Douda in the 2nd grade of elementary school. Learning a bit of sparring at this time wouldn't seem so sudden. At this time, Song-chi leaned against the doorway of the room, smilingly observing Song-chi's training. The basic techniques of Sanso tutorial was originally his book, so naturally, he had practiced it a long time ago. When he watched his son train a while ago, Song-chi could tell that he was just drawing from a gourd, simply imitating the movements, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, my son has created too many miracles, compared to the self-taught sparring is really nothing. Today, after taking a few glances at Song-chi's slightly raw footwork, Song-chi's face was as normal as ever, and he was planning to leave. In the next moment, Song-chi practiced a set of continuous moves, which contained several hook punches and whip punches, with smooth movements and swift power, striking quite beautifully. Level 1's Sanso basic fist technique. The effect was indeed different. Song-chi, who was about to turn around, had his body lurched and his eyes were dead set on Song-chi's movements. This was practiced? Thinking back to when he was young, practicing the Sanso boxing moves to this level should have taken him half a year, right? And still, there was a coach guiding him from the side. In contrast, Song-chi's mood was suddenly extraordinarily complex, as if he had lived half his life in vain. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing his strange expression, Song-chi stopped and asked. Nothing. Song-chi smiled stiffly. The speed at which you're progressing in your boxing skills is still quite fast. Back then, when I practiced these moves, it took me 2 months. I didn't expect you to be no slower. Quit being arrogant and keep up the good work. Song-chi nodded. His dad, as a physical education teacher, was considered half a sparring professional. After practicing boxing for so long, it was the first time he had been recognized by a professional, and he was still quite happy in his heart. After Song-chi finished, he turned his head and left. As a result, when she passed by the sofa, she noticed Douda who was lying down, and the school bag that was kicked away by her, and suddenly how she looked at it was not pleasing to her eyes. Ugh, as soon as I get home, I'm lying down. Look at your younger brother, unsupervised, practicing sparring on his own initiative. Douda sniffed, unconvinced. He doesn't go to school and doesn't take exams. Of course he has the strength to practice blindly there. Hearing the word practicing blindly, Song-chi's mood got worse and she glared at her daughter. I think you're not pressurized enough. Since you decided to take the key class, you have to give it your all. Starting tomorrow, when you come back from school, I'll take you for extra physical fitness training. Dodo looked puzzled, ? Is Dad on the wrong medication? She muttered a few times, pretended to agree, and then kept her mouth shut, waiting for her dad to forget about it. But Song Qingshi didn't just mention it casually. After dinner, he cleaned out the house's utility room. Dusty barbell pieces, barbell rods, and dumbbells. He also turned out and wiped them clean one by one. Solid iron barbell pieces, already rusty, but the weight is still there, can still be used normally. The next day, he borrowed some old equipment from the school storehouse and brought it home in a car. After some assembly, a simple home gym took shape. Dodo's face was ashen, staring at the barbell pieces that were bigger than her head, feeling like her soul was trembling. Dad, after practicing this, I won't have the strength to fight with my classmates tomorrow, she said weakly. Isn't that just right? Song Qingshi laughed. Song Qi stomped to the door of the utility room and saw this room of training equipment and lit up. He himself was wondering how much of a difference there was between an 11.5 physique level and an ordinary adult. Now with these instruments, it was easy to test it out. Bean deflated and reluctantly picked up a dumbbell, weighing 10 kilograms, one-handed at his dad's urging. He did a set of 2 head curls for 8 reps, right hand for left hand, 8 more reps. Hiss. Old sister, this arm strength can be no wonder it hurt so much when you hit me in the past. Song Qi sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then remembered that in this life, Dodo ate secret worm gel every week, and it was normal for her to have a good physique. The next moment, Dodo threw down the dumbbells and directly foamed at the mouth. His body staggered, with a look that he was about to die of exhaustion. I can't. Song Qingshi laughed. The strength you usually use in a fight can be much more than this. Don't pretend. Continue. Dodo was forced, again, to do a set of push-ups, while still fighting with his dad. There's so much homework today it's going to explode. If I don't write it, the teacher is going to scold me tomorrow. You didn't have much homework today. I saw it all in the class group. Song Qingshi stated that everything was under control. Dodo froze, and in a hurry, Teacher Chiu said that I have a weak foundation and gave me extra homework. Really? Then I'll ask Mr. Chiu. Song Qingshi pulled out his cell phone. Dodo hurriedly covered her stomach. Goo. No, my stomach hurts. Saying that, she stifled her head and rushed towards the toilet. Song Qingshi yanked on her collar with one hand and easily lifted her back. Dodo's body was hanging in mid-air, her limbs flopping around, like an octopus with teeth and claws. Mommy, help, I'm going to poop in my pants. Yishan poked her head out of the kitchen and dealt her a fatal blow. If you don't behave, you won't have any meat to eat tonight. Dodo immediately deflated. In the end, the little girl cried and whimpered, laying down on the bench press bench in resignation, grasping the barbell bar with both hands and starting to do bench presses. Turning grief into strength, she did 7 hard bench presses of 25 kilograms, with a standard posture, which seemed to have been practiced in school. Next is the 40 kilograms weighted squat. Dodo completed 5 with a whimper. Lastly, barbell pull-up, also 40 kilograms for 5. Bench press, deep squat, hard pull. These 3 major strength training items are a challenge for many adults, but Dodo did it steadily. For the first time at home training, Song Qingshi did not go on too much intensity. See the good. Song Qi estimated that his sister's strength level was close to that of an average adult male. Even many high school and college students who lacked exercise weren't as strong as this 8-year-old girl. Scary as hell. This wasn't a surprise. Dodo's physical talent was among the top among her peers. Her parents had said that if this girl hadn't been too naughty and her test scores had been too poor, she would have been able to hit the top of the grade just with her horrible physical qualities. This time the placement test, the whole grade only selected 30 people to form the elite class. Dodo still has great hope. Seeing his old sister practicing in a decent manner, Song Qi also jumped at the chance to see his current level. What? You want to practice too? Song Qingshi saw his mind and shook his head with a smile. Your little hands. I'm afraid you can't even grip a barbell bar. Wait until you grow up a bit. Song Qi was speechless. It seems that he can only find the opportunity to practice on his own. Song Qingshi added, however, you do have talent in sparring. I'll teach you some fighting techniques at night. Finally, someone was instructing. Song Qi looked forward to it. Dad was a physical education teacher and had returned safely from the old days, so he must have some skills in him. In the utility room, Dodo was sweating profusely, lying on the bench press bench and rolling his eyes, feeling like he was going to burp in the next moment. Song Qingshi changed his clothes and came back, and when he saw this, he helplessly pointed at her. All right, go rest for a while. Dinner will be served soon. When Dodo heard the word rest, she immediately came back to life, jumped up and rushed to the TV set in the living room. The swiftness of the action almost knocked Song Qi, who was standing by the door, down. At dinner time, Yishan yanked the remote control from Daodu's hand and tuned the TV to the news channel. Recently, it was discovered that Song-chi's language and thinking levels were growing rapidly, so the couple kept up the habit of watching the news at dinner, so that their child could learn more about the outside world. Song-chi watched it with great interest every time. According to the news from the Civil Exploration Association, the remains of the 5 expedition members who disappeared in the Morning Mountains a week ago have all been recovered, and there are no injuries on the members' bodies, and their clothes are intact. Song Qingshir's movement stopped for a moment, looking at the TV screen and smacking his lips in regret. Seeing this, Song-chi asked, "Dad, is this Morning Mountain also the entrance to the heavenly market?" "Of course." Song Qingshir nodded and sighed softly. "There are no mediocre explorers who dare to enter Morning Firmament Mountain. It's a pity." Song-chi was puzzled. "If it's so dangerous, why don't you send more people, or simply have the army drive in? In a place like that, a large number of people may not work. Strong personal strength is fundamental," Song Qingshir said, and then remembered a saying he had once heard, but did not tell his son. "Under transcendent mortal, all are mole crickets." What was the use of having more mole crickets? Song Qingshir smiled to himself, some regrets hidden in his gaze. When he was young, he had also dreamed of becoming an explorer, traveling to unknown places and exploring the treasures and mysteries of the chaotic time and space. Only later, slowly accepting the mediocrity of his talent, he chose to be an ordinary person, start a family, marry and have children. Retrieving his thoughts, Song Qingshir didn't feel too much sadness, but only sized up Song-chi and smiled slightly. Perhaps, one's own child, in the future, would be able to see more of the scenery outside that wouldn't be bad. Well, there was actually hope for the daughter as well. Song Qingshir turned his head to look at Daodu again. As a result, he saw that Daodu secretly stuffed a chicken leg into the plate containing the green vegetables, then peeled the plate over and pretended that he was eating the vegetables. The smile on Song Qingshir's face froze. "This daughter, just don't piss them off in the future." 9 o'clock in the evening. Shotokan is a concise fighting art that discards superfluous gimmicks and routines, and pursues flexible combinations of different techniques. Song Qingshir resumed into his classroom state and explained to Song-chi the basic Sanso. Although it doesn't practice killing moves that specialize in vitals, it's still practical. The 4 methods of boxing, kicking, stepping, and wrestling, when practiced correctly, ring combat and street fighting are no big deal. Your boxing has been initiated, but your leg and footwork are still a bit short, and your wrestling should not have been practiced much, Song Qingshir commented, while standing with both feet open and in a ready position. "Next, I'll show you the basic leg techniques." Ho! With a low shout, his right leg had kicked out sideways, bringing up a slight strong wind, and his entire body stood firmly on the ground by relying on a single leg for support. Song-chi jumped into action, imitating his dad's posture, and also delivered a side kick. "The power is not consistent enough," Song Qingshir immediately commented. Afterward, he demonstrated one move after another and explained the main points. Song-chi concentrated, following the imitation of one move after another, constantly improving the details of his movements, gradually feeling comfortable with it. Suddenly there was a moment when some strange feeling appeared in his mind, as if there was something that was just about to break out of the ground. A panel message surfaced in front of his eyes. Talent panel opens, loading the first talent, mimicry state. Mimicry status, level 0, 0 out of 100. Effects, entering the state. You can learn the skills of the imitation object faster. Current speed increase, 1 times. Remarks, the duration of imitation depends on the physical condition, and the effect of imitation depends on the spirit. Remarks, imitation is the most important form of learning for children. Remarks, imitation is the most important form of learning for children. Song-chi froze for a moment, and then his heart was ecstatic. After being reborn for half a year, the last panel module, talent, was finally activated, and it directly activated a learning talent with extremely strong growth. No, it was strong right now. The 1x speed bonus was equal to saving half of his learning time. When he brushed up his level, the speed of learning mimicry would be unimaginably fast. With the talent in hand, Song-chi immediately tested the effect. Operating the panel, he entered the imitation state. In a flash, his pupils slightly shrunk and his gaze became incomparably sharp. Attention was highly focused, as if it was a video recorder, memorizing every detail of Song Qingshir's movements in his heart. When he himself made another move, which parts were different from what his father had demonstrated, he would soon be able to notice, observe, imitate, correct. As he watched his movements become more and more standardized and his moves more and more fluid, Song-chi also had a feeling of being in a state of euphoria. As Song Qingshir taught, he gradually realized that his son's state was somewhat abnormal. That focused eyes, meticulous expression, as if in a battle of life and death, making him a little uncomfortable. Moreover, his son was learning a bit fast. A backspin kick. Song Chunshur repeatedly demonstrated. Song Chi learned it over and over again. The first time there are still some flaws. 3 or 4 times has been like a model. 7 or 8 times after. Being a physical education teacher, Song Chunshur, surprisingly, cannot pick faults. Sanso basic leg technique. The movements were not difficult, but it was not something that could be learned by just practicing a few times. No wonder it's possible to get an introduction to boxing by self-study. Our family baby's martial enlightenment is definitely of first-class caliber. Song Chunshur was still trying to be stern, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but hook up slightly. His child was an unquestionable martial arts genius. During this half hour, Song Chi had learned all 10 or so leg techniques under the imitation state. On the fighter career panel, the experience rose rapidly. Previously, training alone for half an hour resulted in +1 skill experience. This time, with the addition of the imitation state, along with his father's professional guidance, the Sanso basic leg technique directly rose by 5 points of experience. The harvest was full. This felt fulfilling and joyful. Song Chi couldn't help but reveal a smile. Suddenly, a panel message surfaced. Current status, 34%, heavy fatigue. Song Chi's eyes went black and he was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, now that his physique was much stronger, he forced himself to hold on for a moment and shouted, "Dad, I'm going to sleep first." With that, his body fell onto the bed and didn't move. Song Chunshur hadn't yet recovered from his excitement, and was confused at the sight. Halfway through practicing, and suddenly fall asleep? He hurriedly went forward to check, and only put his heart down when he saw that the child was breathing evilly and making light snoring noises. It was also at this time that Song Chunshur realized that his own child hadn't even turned a year old yet, and was still at the age where he couldn't move without falling asleep in seconds. Physical, intellectual, martial enlightenment, talent in all aspects is outstanding. There are those 1 or 2 year old prodigies on the internet, but compared to our baby, it's still a little less interesting. Song Chunshur carried Song Chi to the crib in the bedroom, covered him with a quilt, and gently turned off the light. He was in a somewhat agitated mood at the moment, and without any sleepiness, he sat down in front of the computer and opened some of the web pages in his collection. The information on the web pages, on the other hand, were various policy documents. The Ministry of Geology of the State of China Future Explorer Program, the Ministry of Education of the State of China Supernova Cultivation Program, the United Nations Preparatory Transcendent Sequence. A long time ago, the couple knew that their child was superbly gifted, but had never carefully planned for the future. When Song Chi was 1 month old, his eyesight was fully developed, and he could crawl and stand, but these can only mean that he is physically gifted. Daoda's physical talent is not bad, but nowadays writing a homework or worried face, not moving, the teacher will be punished, so the couple is still calm. Just hope that their son will not become the second Daodu. But 2 months later, Song Chi was already able to speak and learn languages at a surprisingly fast pace, which made a big difference. Physically and intellectually superior, he was an undoubted genius, the kind that could make the news. Since then, Song Chunshur had taken the time to collect some official cultivation programs, but was in no hurry. After all, the child couldn't even walk steadily, and his speech was just 1 word at a time. One could continue to observe. As a result, after only 3 months, the situation changed again. Song Chi could run and jump, and even began to teach himself sparring, and his language and thinking skills were only higher than Daodu. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't grown taller yet, it would be believable to say that he was an elementary school student. This outrageous growth rate has exceeded the couple's imagination range. Nowadays, what should be done to plan for the child's future? Under the glow of the orange desk lamp, Song Chunshur flipped the web page over and over again, hesitant to make up his mind. The standards of geniuses listed in these official top-tier genius cultivation programs were extremely high, so high that Song Chunshur always felt that it was selecting Superman. His own son was not necessarily qualified now. It was hard to say about age, as the requirements were all recommended for ages 2 and above. If he is 6 months old, he may not even be able to enroll. In addition, the father also has selfishness. The child is only half a year old, too early to leave his parents to receive official training. After a few years, will still remember his parents? Song Chunshur naturally wanted his son to stay by his side, but he also understood that his own family's conditions would definitely delay the child's development. After hesitating for half a day, he finally got up and went to find his wife to discuss. Yi Shan's gaze was haunted, as if she knew that there would be such a day, and she sighed softly. Half a year old? It's still too young, but the baby is so smart. He might have his own ideas too. Let's ask him first. Song Chunshur nodded. This matter also had to respect the child's wishes. The two of them analyzed some of the possibilities. and the best outcome would be to get official support while the child could still stay at home. But what if the officials insisted on taking away their child? The couple looked at each other. After a long period of silence, Yishan had a complex expression that seemed to sigh and laugh. Is this considered a happy worry? Song Qingshi also smiled. Both of them remembered the past. When Yishan was pregnant for the first time, the couple were quite fond of reading the news of those prodigies on the internet, hoping that the family could also produce a prodigy. The result was the birth of Daodu. The daughter's physical talent is indeed not bad, but before the age of 2 cannot learn to speak. The latter situation is not necessary to mention. With the second pregnancy, the couple just hoped that the child could be better behaved, not so disturbing, and just be around as a good baby. As a result, they gave birth to a real prodigy. Good is good, but it seems to be difficult to stay around. In this life, how can everything be as it should be? After chatting for a few moments, Song Qingshi also looked away, her tone quite relaxed. It's better for the child to stay at home, but if you really want to go. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Yishan's waist. Then consider it a dedication to the country. Let's both have another one. A training grant of $10 million or more per person. Employ transcendentalists as mentors. Apply the protection law for gifted children in China. On the weekend, Song Qingshi sat in front of the computer, explaining the various perks of the Genius program. Song Qi, on the other hand, sat on the mobile crib and listened patiently, pretending for the time being that he was not very literate even though he could read the web page himself. His usual style was that he could display his talent, but there had to be a learning process, even if it was short. The miracle of knowing without learning could not be explained by talent. It couldn't be treated as a parasitic monster coming out of the heavenly ruins, to be captured and sliced up by the authorities. The Gifted Child Protection Act stipulates that once a gifted person encounters a security threat, it will trigger the Skynet alert system, and all local government departments must fully cooperate with the security efforts. Song Qingshi marveled as he read it. It was also the first time he had learned about the relevant law, which made him realize how much importance the officials attached to gifted children. $10 million. Song Qi's eyes were already glowing when he heard this. The second one was also very attractive. Dad, what exactly is a transcendent? He asked. Transcendentals. You can understand as the Superman in animated stories, the existence that breaks the limits of human beings, known as the top of evolution, the potential of the gods. Song Qingshi slowly organized his language, fearing that Song Qi wouldn't be able to understand, but seeing that the child was listening intently, he continued. Most of the information about transcendence is classified, and ordinary people can't access it. It is only known that transcendents have different abilities, but their strength is incomparably terrifying, and they can even fight against an army by themselves. Therefore their social status is extremely high. In the future, if you meet one, you must show respect. Song Qi nodded. The power of the transcendence was expected. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable heavenly ruins, it was estimated that only such an existence could take control of the situation. It was just that he didn't know the ability of the transcendent, and what it was like. After having the panel, Song Qi's physique and martial arts experience had improved by leaps and bounds, but these were still within the range of an ordinary person's abilities. It was just that he had started earlier. There was probably still a long way to go before the realm of the transcendent. This also fueled Song Qi's fighting spirit, and he wanted to see what kind of scenery it was like to stand at the top of evolution. To be able to hire a transcendent as a mentor. It seems like it's still free. This treatment is indeed coveted. For this type of genius cultivation program in China, Song Qi expressed his great heartfelt interest and asked his dad to continue reading the entry requirements. Enrollment conditions: age under 7 years old, 2 years old or above recommended. Physical fitness: bench press, deep squat, hard pull, 3 total weights of 200 kilograms or more, 100-meter run within 13 seconds, standing long jump 2-3 meters or more. Intelligence: memorize 30 irregular characters in 1 second, 130 points or more on the general intelligence test. If you fulfill all the conditions, you can enter the trial base and take the official test. This was the Future Explorer program of the Ministry of Geology of China, and then the Supernova training program of the Ministry of Education was the same. After reading it, Song Qingshi couldn't help but shake his head. These requirements are too harsh, so let's forget about them for now. Baby, you're not even a year old yet. I feel like just enroll directly. They should lower the standards. Too harsh? Song Qi didn't feel that way. The requirements sounded outrageous, but to him, it was nothing more than stacking attributes. Stacking the physique and spirit attributes to a high enough level would be easy to accomplish, especially with the awakening of the mimicry state yesterday. The rate of progress would become faster and faster. With daily liver experience upgrades, it wouldn't take long to meet the enrollment requirements for the Genius program. After being reborn for so long, Song-chi finally found a goal that was attractive enough, and his heart was full of motivation. Dad, let's sign up and try first. It's fine if I fail, I'll keep trying. After determining his son's intentions, Song-chi opened the form that he had filled out last night. Song-chi's personal information. In the talent column, he even entered thousands of words, praising his son to the skies. Afterwards, Song-chi jumped out of his crib and performed a sparring streak, did a few fun math problems, and memorized a large section of the 300 Tang poems to prove his talent. The videos were uploaded together as an attachment. The web pages were left with registration emails to send the files to. The next step was to wait. Song-chi was a little apprehensive, while Song-chi was calm, estimating that with that video just now, the odds were that it wouldn't work. The conditions listed on the webpage were actually thresholds, specifically used to sift through people, sifting out those who tried to take their chances with the applicants. If you can't even reach the threshold, you can't be called a genius at all, and there's no need for further assessment. Sure enough, just after noon, the reply email arrived. Sorry, the enrollment conditions are not met. Your child is very talented. Please continue to cultivate and come back to enroll when the conditions are met. Reminder, in order to protect your child's safety and physical and mental health, please do not publicize yourself through the media or the internet before receiving official certification. Song-chi shook his head helplessly, saying that the staff didn't know how to be flexible. Song-chi didn't care. Next, he would just slowly brush his own attributes. It wouldn't really take long. A year should be about right. He estimated the rate of evolution. Regarding the reminder in the email, Song-chi was afraid that the child wouldn't understand it, so he explained it as well. There was a case more than 10 years ago, where a couple raised a 5-year-old prodigy, who was said to have the potential to become a transcendent, and so they got carried away and bragged about it on the internet. The authorities got the news and rushed to the couple's home as fast as they could, but they were a step too late. The house was empty, and there was only a pool of blood on the ground. All 3 members of the family had evaporated and were never heard from again. Later, the relevant laws have been improved. Without official permission, any regular media cannot report the news of the child prodigy. On the internet, when the system detects risky parenting content, it will directly delete it. Song-chi listened to all of this and was secretly alarmed. The outside world was still too dangerous. Song-chi and his wife, who had previously been interested in the news about the child prodigy, had long heard about that case. Therefore, they had always kept a low profile and never bragged about it. Occasionally, when they took Song-chi out, they also instructed the child to try not to talk. Under their protection, Song-chi has always been in a very safe state, and friends and relatives only know that this little baby has a good physique, just like Daodu. As for Daodu's side, there was no risk of leaks because so far, she had not admitted that she had a nasty little brother. The brother is my family's puppy. Whenever an outsider asked, she would answer like this in all seriousness. One more chapter in the evening. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This kind of national-level genius program has the highest requirements. It's normal to not be able to meet them. Song-chi comforted his son. He didn't know about the existence of the panel. His heart was naturally bottomless, and he had already prepared himself mentally for not being able to meet the 10 million provinces, cities and localities, although there is no such program, but the policies are given to the schools. First-class middle schools and universities will set up elite classes and youth classes, specializing in recruiting gifted children. And the treatment is not bad, Song-chi said, intending to teach a bit of elementary school when the child could recognize words, and the textbook would be used directly from Daodu's. If Song-chi could learn the elementary school curriculum quickly, when he was 3 or 4 years old, he could directly apply for junior high school and enter the elite class, maybe even a term with Daodu. Siblings can also take care of each other. Song-chi naturally had no pressure, but just asked Song-chi to help him download some online classes for sparring. If you can enter the imitation state while watching the online class video, it will be much more convenient, and you don't have to wait for your dad to come home every night. During the day at home, while watching online lessons and imitating, the speed of brushing experience could also be doubled. Song-chi also did not ink, in one breath, downloaded 500 GB of learning materials, from introductory to advanced level, plus some athletes' competition videos. If your son wants to see, just find Yishan to turn on the computer. Song-chi estimated that after a while like this, he would be able to obtain the computer's boot password. In the evening, it was time for the once-a-week extra meal. Yishan took out 4 pieces of secret insect gelatin from the refrigerator, and was about to call Shishi over. Mom, can I have some to try? Song-chi opened his mouth and asked. During this period of time, his teeth had grown in, his digestion had improved quite a bit, and he could eat fish and meat without any problem. It was time for some high-quality nutrition. Dowdu was deflating his little mouth, not wanting to eat this shit-like stuff. When he heard his brother's words, his eyes lit up. "You can have my piece." She was very happy. She had heard from her classmates before that the dishes they didn't like to eat were secretly thrown to the family puppy to eat. Could it be that her brother could really be taken for the family puppy? She took a look at the greens in her bowl and was a bit tempted. But before the beautiful dream was finished, her head received a chestnut. "Finish eating honestly," Yi Shan said, putting a piece of secret insect gel into Dowdu's bowl. There was a soft clang in the bedroom. The closet door opened a crack, and the three-flower cat, Cici, came out of it, smelling the secret insect gel and running over. Song-chi saw the scene and smiled slightly. Cici was getting more and more capable of hiding, and he didn't know where the habit came from, always hiding in all sorts of unexpected places. The origin of this little three flowers, Song-chi had also learned a bit about it through chatting with his parents. She was born on Earth, but part of its bloodline came from the Peach Blossom Garden, a heavenly market world similar to Earth. Decades ago, the first expedition team that entered the Peach Blossom Garden brought back several precious spirit pets. Spirit pets are physically gifted, with an intelligence level close to that of humans, a gentle temperament, and a loyal nature, and soon became highly sought after in various countries on Earth. After the rise of the spiritual pet market, gradually appeared localized breeding varieties, although not as good as the pure spiritual pets, but the price is lower. Many ordinary families can afford to buy. There were also many spiritual pets that predicted earthquakes, fires, gas leaks and other accidents and saved their owners, thus making the news and attracting attention. Today, the market for spirit pets is in short supply, and ordinary people can only buy them by lottery or through special channels. Cici is a hybrid of a Peach Blossom Garden spirit pet and an ordinary three-flower cat. Song-chi's grandparents, who had gotten a chance to buy one during his lifetime, bought the cub Shishi and gave it to Song-ching-shir and Yi Shan, who were preparing to get married. Cici was a year older than Dowdu, and in a sense, was the witness and guardian of the family. When Song-ching-shir wasn't at home, it was also the warhorse. Therefore, the secret insect gel that was eaten once a week had always had a share of Cici. Scampering to Yi Shan's feet, Shishi took a piece of secret worm gelatin, tilted her head back to look at Song-chi, and gave a soft grunt. It seemed to be saying, "You also eat a little more." It was probably because Song-chi's previous bed fight with it did not satisfy it enough. Song-chi vaguely guessed a little meaning, grinning. A few months ago, he couldn't even walk steadily, and the result was that he could only be pounced upon. After several sparring techniques were upgraded and promoted to level 1, fighter, he planned to try his moves with Shishi again. The last piece of secret insect glue, Yi Shan cut off a small bit, mashed it, soaked it in hot water, and then served it to Song-chi. This stuff, the flavor was already punchy, and when it was soaked in hot water, the taste was unforgettable. Song-chi's face, like drinking Chinese medicine, raised his cup and drank it all. The odor of worms filled his mouth, making him want to vomit a little. At the same time, there was a hot flow down his throat and into his stomach, which felt very comfortable. The heat flow was dense for a moment, then flowed from the stomach to the limbs, and soon, his whole body was warm and his skin had a slight tingling sensation, like a spring breeze. Evolutionary energy tank, 81% 83%, a candy-sized piece of secret insect gel, with a net weight of 10 grams. Song-chi estimated that he had eaten just 1 gram of it, and the energy slot had actually risen by 2% directly. This 1 gram of nutrition was equivalent to drinking a day's worth of milk, and it gave him a significant boost in all aspects of his status. One could only say that it was worthy of being food from the heavenly market. Song-ching-shir introduced on the side. The effects of secret bug gum are many, not only strengthening the body, but also enhancing immunity, boosting children's physical potential, and accelerating recovery from injuries. A 10 grams of secret bug gum, the price is always above 300 yuan, and there is a price without a market. There is no open source in the private market. Song-ching-shir all went to the old days to do the quests and used the points to order it in the base store. If one didn't go to the heavenly market or the old days for a few years in a row, they would lose their eligibility to purchase it. Knowing that this was so precious, even if it tasted bad, Song-chi could still swallow it. After finishing it in one gulp, he asked his mom to pour some fresh water and swish the cup before drinking this water as well with a sullen face. Yi Shan was very pleased to see her son being so understanding, and turned her head to look at Dowdu. "Look at your brother." Got it. Dowdu covered his ears, and his expression was even more painful than Song-chi on the opposite side. During this period of time, "You look at your brother," this 5 words almost became a spell. Mom read, "The little girl will have a headache." Yi Shan helplessly shook his head, supervised Dowdu to eat the secret insect gel. As for her own piece, she only cut off a little bit, there are still a lot left. Yi Shan, however, didn't eat it, and wrapped it up again, sealed it, and put it back in the refrigerator. Why don't you eat it? Song Qingshi said suspiciously. I'll just be at home taking online classes. There's not much to consume. It's too wasteful to eat this. Yi Shan shook her head. I'll leave my share for the baby from now on. Song Qingshi thought about it. In the future, we'll both have half a piece each. You have to lead training, and your body consumes a lot. Yi Shan advised. It's fine. In a while I'll go back to the old days and buy some more, so I'll have enough to eat by then. Song Qingshi was unimpressed. As a result, the couple argued again. Yi Shan wanted her husband to stay at the school and teach all the time. Safety was guaranteed and she was relieved. As for her, after giving birth to a child, she had taken the secret worm gum for a few months and her body had fully recovered, so she said she refused to take it again. The couple's income was not high, more than enough to eat, but want to provide for 2 children to go on the path of transcendence. It was indeed a bit of a struggle, and they had to be a bit more careful with their budgeting. Song Qi bored and began to eat meat, calculating in his mind. Must get the qualification of the genius program as soon as possible. Will be 10 million in the bag. The couple's conversation, Daodu heard seemingly understand, but see her brother began to eat meat. She spirit, hurriedly lifted the chopsticks began to grab. Meow. Only Master Orange, unhurriedly pacing out of the bedroom, walked toward the large bowl of cat food that was exclusively for it. Half a month later, sunlight poured down on the bedroom. Tiny figures shifted, and the orange cat hid in the corner and yawned. Swish, swish, swish. This soft sound was the sound of sleeves and pants legs shaking violently. In the computer screen, a square-faced man in a white practicing uniform, with a serious expression, was saying with a flourish, I'm Sanso 5 Dan Coach Yu Gaofeng. In this lesson, we learn the basic whip leg. First of all, the low whip. Song Qi has entered the imitation state, pupils slightly narrowed, staring at the coach's movements, imitating the power out of the leg, watching the video to learn, compared with following dad to practice, the feeling to be slightly worse. Observation cannot do so detailed, and the clarity of this video is also general. However, this 5th Dan coach's level is quite high, and his explanation is also meticulous, which is still very beneficial. Sweat slid down from his forehead. Song Qi's breathing was a little short, but his movements were as smooth as ever. A low whip leg, just like a real iron whip, sweeping low in the air, stern and decisive. Sanso basic leg technique, experience +1. Who, after a dozen rounds of low whip kicks, Song Qi wiped his sweat, enjoying this feeling. Every training session, even if it only increased his experience by 1 point, it was clearly reflected on the panel, and the progress was tangibly felt. This filled him with vigor, just like playing a game. He couldn't stop once he had a liver. It wasn't until the end that, real-time status, 39%, moderate fatigue, bubbled up and his legs went a little weak. Only then did he stop his movements with fondness and began to rest, gulping down a small half bottle of milk. Checking the occupation panel, again. Fighter, level 0, 78 out of 100. Boxing, level 1, 0 out of 100. Kick, 0 level 1 level, 0/100. Footwork, 0 level 1 level, 0/100. Wrestling, 0 level, 20 to 100. Wrestling, 0 level, 20 to 100. Explosive coefficient, 1. 6 times 1. 7 times, explosive coefficient, 1. 6 times 1. 7 times. Agility coefficient, 1. 3 times 1. 4 times, agility coefficient, 1. 3 times 1. 4 times. Bonus attribute points, 6. The half month of dedicated training, focusing on legwork and footwork, was remarkably effective under the imitation status, enchantment. These 2 basic skills were finally upgraded to level 1, officially introductory. The upgrade reward was the same as the previous one for fist technique. 3 attribute points, as well as 0.1 times the coefficient. Leg technique increased the explosive coefficient, and footwork increased the agility coefficient. Song Qi had saved up 6 attribute points in this one go. Quite a feeling of getting rich overnight. Last week, when the energy evolution slot was filled up once, he still stuck to the juvenile humanoid beast route and increased his physical fitness to 12.7. But this time, he pondered over how to use his attribute points. Clicking on the talent panel, he carefully pondered over the note. First talent. Mimicry status, level 0, 14 out of 100. Remarks, mimicry duration depends on constitution. Mimicry effect depends on spirit. Watching videos and practicing with them, it was hard to observe the details, and Song Qi had never been too satisfied with the mimicry effect. Adding the spirit attribute should be able to make up for this flaw. Moreover, those genius cultivation programs all had requirements for intelligence and memory, and the spiritual attribute was something that would need to be added sooner or later. Making up his mind, he began to operate the panel. Select evolution direction, elementary idea body, physique, 12, 7, spirit, 2-8, in an instant, like a bucket of ice water poured down from the top of his head, cold to the bone, Song-chi stood up with a start. Immediately after that, his scalp went numb, his eyes closed tightly, veins popped up on his forehead, and his brain had a painful feeling of being torn apart. The sudden increase of 6 points of spirit caused this discomfort. Fortunately, Song-chi's physique was far stronger than his spirit, and with a physique attribute of 12, 7, he quickly adapted and gradually recovered as normal. When he opened his eyes again, the entire world seemed to be much clearer. It wasn't that the eyesight had been enhanced, but rather the brain's ability to process visual information had increased dramatically. Song-chi swept a glance at the computer in front of him. The screen's aspect size, color, material distance, all kinds of information and details, flashed through his mind one by one. Then he looked at the 5-dan Kochu Gaofeng in the screen. The exposed teeth were slightly burnt, and when he reached out, the end knuckles of his left index and middle fingers were also yellow. It means that this person likes to smoke and is probably a left-handed person. Not only vision, the brain is analyzing and processing sensory information such as hearing, smell and touch, trying to get some useful intelligence. Temperatures are higher than the same time period yesterday and the air is more humid, indicating that summer is almost here. The Orange Master made a slight purring sound before, indicating that it was in a happy mood, but the purring sound suddenly stopped, so it should be observing itself. This feeling of having all the information at one's fingertips with a single thought was mesmerizing. Song-chi still wanted to analyze the coach's movements in the video, but in time, he noticed that the value of current status began to rapidly decline again. He immediately judged that the high-speed operation of his brain needed physical strength to support it, and he had just finished training and hadn't rested well, so he decisively closed his eyes, sat down, thought of nothing, relaxed, and slowly withdrew from this state. The mental attribute is beyond imagination. He secretly sighed in admiration, his mood a little excited. Last time when he chose the spiritual attribute, he only added 1 point, and the feeling wasn't obvious enough. But this time, he was thoroughly experiencing the wonders of it. In the corner, Master Orange saw Song-chi fidgeting, eyes opening and closing, and finally grinning and giggling. A strange appearance. A little puzzled, it came over to the two-legged beast's leg and sniffed, then looked up again. Meow? Master Orange's expression and eyes had always been stupid and cute. Unlike Shishi's spirituality, that was why the barks had made. Song-chi often couldn't guess the exact meaning, but this time, looking down, as if Master Orange had opened its mouth to speak, it was clearly asking, "Are you alright?" Song-chi was delighted in his heart, actually understanding Master Orange's call. His previous guess was correct. The increase in spiritual attributes helped with cross-species communication with cats. So, how should he reply? He could understand cat calls, but Master Orange couldn't understand human speech. After thinking about it, Song-chi had a bright idea and directly opened the imitation state. Effect, entering the state, can acquire the skills of the imitation object faster. Current speed bonus, 1x. Then he mimicked Master Orange's screen just now and also came up with, "Meow, are you alright?" Master Orange cocked his head. Meow dash. What could I possibly be doing? Song-chi followed suit. Meow dash. Master Orange's reaction was slow, and it went back and forth like this several times before it realized that the little two-legged beast was mimicking its own call. Its fat face collapsed, feeling that the other party was bored. So it turned around, aimed its big butt at Song-chi, flicked its tail, and was about to leave. At this moment, a line of panel information surfaced in front of Song-chi's eyes. Activate skill, cat language, level 0. Good lord, it really mimicked a skill. Song-chi was very excited, and hastened to stay. Master Orange, don't go, let's chat. Master Orange couldn't understand, and didn't bother to pay attention to him, returning to his own cat's nest, tucking in his paws and lying down. There will be another chapter in the evening. Master Orange was too lazy to open his mouth. Song-chi had his own way. He knew this big orange too well. Find a cat strip, take it to the front of the cat's nest, and tear open the seal with a stabbing sound. The cat strip is mixed with catnip. The odor can make the cat smell more and more on the head. The mixture of minced meat and fruit particles. The taste is also excellent. Master Orange had sat up when he heard the sound of tearing the package, shaking his whiskers, tangled, and even sighed. Damn it, this kind of food only available to two-legged beasts could always corrupt a cat. It decided that it forgave the little two-legged beast for its rude behavior just now. Then it climbed out of the cat's nest in a sharp manner and rubbed its head against Song-chi's leg. Meow. Song-chi revealed a triumphant smile and immediately imitated meow a few times to brush up on his cat language experience. Squeezing out a bit of cat strip, he let Master Orange lick it clean, and signaled for it to say a few more words. After some interactions, Master Orange finally discovered the pattern. As long as he called out, the little two-legged beast would babble with excitement and then obediently offer up its food. Under the temptation of the cat strip, it became very cooperative, meowing endlessly. "Baby, what do you want to eat for lunch today?" Yishan finished her online class and walked to the bedroom doorway, and saw this scene. Her own child was sitting in front of the cat's nest, and when Master Orange meowed, he followed suit. As if he was learning to talk like a cat, Yishan couldn't help but smile, quietly took out her cell phone and took a picture. Under the sunlight, in the bedroom, the chubby orange cat, the little baby that was about the same size as the orange cat, the rising and falling catcalls, everything looked extraordinarily beautiful. Yishan did not disturb Song-chi, having the intention to let him play a little longer. Since the child learned to speak, thinking ability rapidly improved. One word in action, more and more like a teenager. So that as a mother there is always a sense of unreality. Only at this moment, Song-chi playing with the orange master, looks like a child less than a year old. After interacting for half an hour, Song-chi looked at the panel again, and the skill, Cat Whisper, had gotten 2 experience points. Unfortunately, Master Orange flip-flopped around with just those few sentences, which were very perfunctory, and the two sides still couldn't communicate effectively. It would be nice if I could use my mind to transfer information. I don't need to learn any more languages to communicate directly with animals. Song-chi pondered about the direction of evolution. Primary idea body. When the evolution was successful, would it have a similar ability? In the following days, after training, he had a recreational activity looking for cats to chat with. The most suitable person to chat with was naturally Shishi, as it understood human language and could understand Song-chi's needs. However, Cece was the hardest to find, never knowing where to hide, and calling its name might not be replied to. Most of the time, Song-chi could only take a cat strip and tease Master Orange. As time approached summer, the furor over the raging flu in the spring had subsided, and parents with small children breathed a sigh of relief. When Yishan didn't have online classes, she would push the stroller and take Song-chi around the neighborhood. Before going out, she always advised Song-chi not to talk outside and try to keep a low profile, so as to avoid being treated as a child prodigy too early, which would lead to danger and trouble. But she also hopes that the child can play more with his peers, not always stay at home every day to practice sparring. In the same neighborhood, there are several children under the age of 3, are not yet old enough to go to kindergarten. Mothers add each other WeChat, bring their children out to walk together. By the flower bed in the neighborhood, Song-chi sat on the stroller, looking at the other strollers on the same age, silently sighed. Pee, pee. A little girl suddenly howled. A little boy heard the crying and followed suit, crying without any reason. There was another child, hell-bent on climbing out of the stroller, but he couldn't walk, and crawling on the ground was too dirty, so the child's mother had to shove him back into the stroller over and over again. Eventually, the kid got so grief-stricken that he made a scene and tried to break the stroller with his butt. Ugh! The children's grief wasn't connected, and all Song-chi could think was that they were noisy. The moms noticed this and praised in unison. Mama Ye's baby is so good. Yes, he doesn't cry, doesn't make a fuss, and doesn't gnaw on his fingers. If my child was half as worry-free as he is, I would be able to sleep more peacefully. Yishan smiled happily. Everyone likes their children to be praised by outsiders. Suddenly, a mom said, "This baby, just by looking at his eyes, feels very smart. Have you gone to the hospital to test his intelligence? Maybe it's a prodigy." Oh. The moms sized up Song-chi and nodded their heads. That's right. I read on the internet that many prodigies, 1 or 2 years old, look different. Hearing everyone say that, Yishan was a little nervous, waving her hands repeatedly, thinking about how to put it off. A mom had already walked over to the stroller and stretched out a finger, smilingly asking Song-chi, "Dao, baby, how many is this? There's candy to eat if you answer correctly." The crowd looked over in unison, waiting to see what would happen. A half-year-old child who could understand simple words from adults and could still say a few words would indicate a high level of intelligence. Song-chi was naturally lazy and turned his face to the other side. As a result, he found that there was a stray cat squatting across the flower bed, basking in the sun. He was delighted and immediately stretched his neck and shouted at the stray cat, "Meow meow meow." Mums. Yishan was relieved to see this and hurriedly changed the subject. The stray cat was very wary, and hearing the cat's call, he suspiciously turned his head to look over, then ran away. Next time, tell mom to go out and bring me 2 cat strips, Song-chi thought secretly. In the neighborhood, there were quite a few stray cats, enough to be the object of learning the cat language skill. In May, the placement test for elementary school was getting closer and closer, and Dodo was stressed out every day. Song Qingshi also reduced his sparring instruction to Song Qi, and concentrated on bringing Dodo to practice physical fitness at night. Song Qi does not care about this. After the Spirit Plus 6, he watched the teaching video on the computer. As usual, he can capture many details of the movements, and the speed of learning is not slow. Fist, legs, footwork are introduced. The next is the wrestling method. Wrestling was a technique that was very characteristic of Sanda, especially fast wrestling, quickly destroying the opponent's center of gravity, which was not emphasized by many ring fighting techniques, and the practicality was actually very strong. As a result, Song Qi found a rather embarrassing problem. Couldn't find a suitable partner to train with. Fists, legs, and steps could all be practiced on their own, except for wrestling, which required someone to feed the moves, preferably someone of similar size. Dad Song Qingshi of course willing to accompany the practice, but his height 180, Song Qi is now 81, the size difference is too big, simply cannot fall. Song Qi tried to let the Orange Master with him to practice. The results of the Orange Master lazily lying on the bed, let him how to fiddle, are not moved. CC was a good companion to practice with, but it was recently out of sight and out of mind, and wouldn't even come out when tempted with a cat strip. Song Qi thought about countermeasures while walking to the door of the utility room to see Dodo lying on the bench press bench, lifting a barbell and sweating. That said, the closest body type to his own within the family would be his oldest sister, right? At the thought of this, Song Qi sank his face like an enemy. If he wanted his old sister to be a chaperone, then he had to first determine the difference in strength between the two. Otherwise, the fiasco of being beaten by his sister every day would have to be repeated early in this life. At today's extra practice at home, Dodo no longer sneaked around like she did before. This was because Song Qingshi promised to take her to eat KFC for a week if she made it into the elite class. So Song Qi was able to see his old sister's true strength. Bench press 40 kilograms, squat 55 kilograms, and hard pull 65 kilograms, all of which could be done 3 or 4 times. The 3 major items of strength training, the total weight reached 160, the limit level can be higher. In a previous life, this exceeded many adults who lacked exercise, and it was hard to imagine that it was accomplished by an 8-year-old girl. In this life, the registration threshold of the National Genius Program, the 3 major requirements are only 200 kilograms. Dodo was already close to this level. The physical talent is indeed superb, but Song Qingshi was still not satisfied. Dodo's cultural lessons were too poor, and her physical fitness level had to be raised again in order to securely enter the elite class. Before the placement test, the 3 major events are over 180. The 100-meter run is in 14 seconds, and all the fighting techniques I taught are learned. The extra training will not be considered finished. Song Qingshi said. Dodo gripped the barbell and gritted her teeth. For the sake of KFC, she endured. Song Qi had been standing in the doorway, waiting for Dodo to finish practicing, saying, "Dad, let me try too." This time the tone was very resolute. He had wanted to practice strength for a long time, but his parents had always refused to let him, thinking it was too dangerous. Coincidentally, recently there was a news story about someone who went to the gym alone at night to train, and ended up being suffocated to death by a 100-kilogram barbell pressed against his neck. Yi Shan No directly let her husband to lock the door of the utility room. Want to steal training cannot. A few kilograms of solid iron smashed into the foot, that's not good? She always said so. Song Qi had no choice but to start from Song Qingshi's side. Dad, inside the threshold of the Genius Program, the 3 major requirements aren't low. They definitely need to be practiced. Song Qingshi was still hesitant. You're too young after all. I'm afraid you can't even grip the barbell bar. Let's try it first. Recently I've been eating secret insect gelatin every day, and I feel a lot stronger. Song Qi insisted. If you really can't grip the bar, you won't practice first. Dodo ran over, breaking the rules to show her support for her brother. Let him practice. Her idea was simple. If her brother practiced a little more every day, she might be able to practice a little less. In the end, Yi Shan was also convinced, and the couple stood behind the bench press rack, watching nervously. Song Qi rubbed some magnesium powder on his hands and lay down on the bench press bench, holding the cold and hard barbell bar. There is actually a feeling of reunion after a long time. In his previous life, because he was weak and sickly, when he went to school, he did an annual card in the neighborhood gym. Practice is not good, but also managed to grow some muscle, no longer a thin dog. In this life, to take the evolutionary route of humanoid beast, the first thing Song Qi thought of was the posters of bodybuilders in the gym. Schwarzenegger, Ronnie Coolman, and Carter. are all top competitors and Olympic champions in traditional bodybuilding programs. The big arms thicker than his head, double open door pecs, and armor like abs. This kind of muscle monster at the peak level of mankind left a deep impression on him. At that time, Song-chi was thinking that this muscle was so big that it was disgusting if only it could grow on his own body. Lift your chest. Imagine breaking the barbell bar with your hands. Song Chang-sure carefully instructed, and was surprised to find that his own son was extremely quick to catch on, and his posture was a little bit easier to understand. Song-chi laughed, watching my sister train every day. I know all this. Song Chang-sure was silent for a moment, blowing away Daodu, who was watching from the doorway ahead of time, telling her to go do her homework. He had a premonition that what happened next had to be kept secret for a while so that Song-chi could prepare for the genius program at ease. The preparation is complete. There is no barbell piece on, but a single Olympic barbell bar, heavy and heavy. The weight is 20 kilograms. Song Chang-sure stood behind, both hands gently resting on the bar, ready to protect. Song-chi took a deep breath, tensed his core, and slowly lowered the bar down, touching his chest, and then powering up. A complete barbell bench press, completed smoothly, not even feeling any pressure. Yi Shan and Song Chang-sure glanced at each other with complex expressions. Both of them had been shocked countless times at their son's various genius-level performances, and they were almost numb. To be selected for a national-level genius training program, one probably had to be this perverted. Song-chi was in perfect condition, pushing the 20-kilogram barbell bar 8 times in one breath. Song Chang-sure, who was in charge of protection, was a bit nervous at the sight of the situation, and hurriedly reminded, "Don't hold on. End the training when you're tired. Force exhaustion is the most prone to accidents." Song-chi, isn't it warming up now? Song Chang-sure. For the first time strength training, Song-chi didn't hit the limit weight, and ended it as he saw it, mainly because he was afraid of scaring his parents. Wiping his sweat with a towel, he secretly assessed it. His own current strength limit is probably 30 kilograms for bench press, 40 for squat, and 40 for hard pull, totaling 110 kilograms. Small stature, on the contrary, became an advantage here. Short arms and legs, short stroke of movement. His physique wasn't bad in the first place, and with a 1.7x burst factor, this level of strength wasn't a surprise. Of course, if this matter was spread to the outside world, it would definitely be sensational news, and might attract the attention of the higher-ups. However, Song-chi was not willing to gamble. Since there was a ready-made genius cultivation program, it was fine for him to concentrate on preparing. As long as he passed, he didn't have to worry about his treatment, and his safety was also guaranteed. Advance publicity and hype. Who knows whether it is the official or various cowboys and devils that will be approached first. Si-sun can smoothly complete the training action. Yi Shan put down the heart, but still require. Cannot be a person alone to practice? Must have parents present accompanied by protection. Song-chi agreed. Strength training to impact the limit weight. It is easy to accident. There is a protector should be. Being able to train. He was satisfied. The only pity is that his current strength level, compared with Daodu, is still short of a cut. If he let Daodu be a sparring partner, he could easily get beaten up for nothing. Moreover, Daodu would never show any mercy and let go of such a good opportunity to beat his brother to death. If he couldn't find a sparring partner for the time being, how to advance to level 1 fighter would become a problem. After the spirit +6, Song-chi's head is much more lively. When resting and thinking, suddenly broke through the limitations of thinking. The basic techniques of fighting, besides punching, kicking, stepping, and wrestling, there should be others, right? By learning a new one, the professional experience could continue to be brushed upwards. Dad, are there other basic techniques in sparring? Song-chi asked. There are. Knee and elbow techniques. Song Chang-sure said. Knees and elbows, the hardest parts of the human body, are highly offensive and dangerous, and some ring competitions would even ban them. So many textbooks just don't incorporate knee and elbow techniques. Song-chi, then can I learn it now? Of course. Song Chang-sure stood up. It's not like you're learning sparring just for the ring competitions. For self-defense and self-protection, knees and elbows are very important. That night, the knee technique and elbow technique went into the career panel and started accumulating skill experience. Just like the fist technique, with +4 skill experience, +1 career experience followed. The fighter's career experience, at this point, had levered to 79/100, not far from upgrading. Song-chi was very excited and also wanted to see what kind of effects and rewards would come from career upgrades. Everyone good New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve should be just 1 chapter. After that or 2 chapters of updates. For the next 2 weeks, Song-chi maintained his habit of practicing 3 times a day. In the morning and afternoon, he practiced sparring, and in the evening, He practiced strength for 40 minutes each. Looking at the training time is not long, but this intensity is considered high. When learning sparring he also had to turn on the mimicry state. Physical exertion is very high, so he insisted on eating a little bit of secret insect gel every day, an amount of about 1 gram, to ensure the body's recovery speed. At the same time pay attention to the real-time status. If the state is too poor, there is no rush to train. Wait for a good rest. Under this regular and scientific training rhythm, the experience value of the knee technique and elbow technique skills climbed steadily. It could go up by at least 6 experience points a day. Song-chi was also enjoying this life more and more. In the infant stage, there were no complicated relationships, no messy and annoying things, and he just focused on training himself every day. The only goal was the country's genius cultivation program. Every day when you look at the panel data, you can know that you are getting closer and closer to this goal. 2 weeks later, a total of 80 points of skill experience growth brought 20 points of career experience. With excitement, Song-chi opened the occupation panel. Fighter, level 0, 100/100. Fist technique, level 1. Leg technique, level 1. Footwork, level 1. Wrestling, level 0, 20 out of 100. Elbow technique, level 0, 45/100. Knee technique, level 0, 35/100. A message popped up immediately afterward. Profession advancement conditions have been met, profession experience 100 out of 100. Whether or not to advance, the strategy that Song-chi had adopted worked. Learning 2 more techniques and forcing him to brush up on his vocational experience was not taken as cheating. Advance, he mumbled in his mind. Fighter, level 0 level 1, 0/100. Activate first level fighting specialization, breaking slam. Level 1, 0/100. Breakdown strike, level 1 there is a certain probability of discovering the enemy's breakthrough. Attacking the breakthrough. Killing power plus 50%. Bonus free attribute points, 10. Reward free factor points, 0. 4. The reward for the first career advancement was very generous, and even a bit unexpected. I thought it was just giving some more attribute points, but I didn't expect to gain a brand new ability, fighting specialization. Striking a breakthrough and getting a bludgeon? It feels very practical. A percentage kill bonus. Useful in the early and late stages, and it can continue to be upgraded as well. The triggering conditions are also flexible, as long as it's an attack. Fists, legs, knees, elbows. What part doesn't make the requirement? Maybe using a weapon is fine? Song-chi pondered over the word introduction of breaking slam and couldn't help but jump into action. It feels like I can have a couple sparring matches with Cece. Of course, before the sparring session, one had to distribute the attribute points and raise the status to the peak. 10 attribute points was a considerable amount of wealth, and one needed to consider how to allocate them between physical and spiritual. Song-chi compared the benefits that the 2 attributes could bring him. Physique improves the all-round quality of the body and combat strength, increases the amount of food, and extends the training time and the duration of the mimicry state. Spirit enhances thinking, memory and perception, enhances the effect of mimicry state, and speeds up the learning of cat language. Physique can slowly grow through exercise and diet, but the spirit attribute is much worse. Currently only the panel can provide. Have not yet found an effective exercise method. The natural growth rate is also very slow. Subsequently, he could consider adding spirit primarily and physique secondarily, or adopting a balanced addition strategy. This time, he still allocated 5 attribute points to physique to boost his combat power a bit and get closer to Douta's level as soon as possible. When elementary school was out for summer vacation, he could ask Douta to be his chaperone and continue to deliver the wrestling skill experience. 0. For coefficient points, half each for explosion and agility, both of which are important in combat. Then look at the attribute panel. Physique, 12. 717. 7. Spirit, 813. Explosive coefficient, 1. 7 times 1. 9 times. Agility coefficient, 1. 4 times 1. 6 times. After both mental and physical qualities were raised, the progress of the 2 evolutionary directions also scurried forward by a large margin. Biomorph, juvenile humanoid raptor, 17. July 30th. Primary idea body, 13/30. When these 2 evolutionary achievements were completed, it was estimated that there would be another generous reward. Taking a deep breath, Song-chi slowly stood up. Physique plus 5 gave him an inflated sense of strength. Looking down at his arms, they seemed to have gotten thicker, and when he exerted a little bit of force, his triceps and biceps immediately bulged out. Spirit plus 5 also caused the brain to become clear and transparent. The results of these months of learning flashed through his mind one by one. The perfect state brought with it a burning desire to fight, and Song-chi was eager to try out his current level. Walking into the living room, he scanned around and found no trace of the 3-flower cat. CC. After calling out softly a few times, no response was heard. Ever since the last sparring session, when CC pounced on him in one go, it seemed to have lost interest in him, presumably because it felt that this child was too weak. Sometimes when Song-chi called out its name, it didn't bother to come out if it didn't think it was anything important. Of course, there were also times when it just fell asleep or went out to play. Once Song-chi couldn't find it, but ended up waiting until mealtime and actually saw Shishi climbing in from outside the balcony window, and their house was on the 7th floor. CC High Art Cat Bold. Go out to play, never go to the front door. R from the balcony to climb down. Go home is also along the outer wall to climb back to the 7th floor. This time Song-chi shouted a few times. Did not see Shishi, but also used to it. He has another countermeasure. Turning his head to look at the big orange lying on the end of the bed, he cast the skill, cat language. Master Orange, do you know where CC is? These days he often communicated with Master Orange and with the neighborhood stray cats, but cat language skill experience brushed up quite fast, and now had 30 experience points. At this time, with spirit plus 5, his communication ability also rose. He made a gesture and learned to purr like a cat for a few times, and Master Orange then managed to comprehend his meaning. Find Shishi, and give you a cat strip. Under the temptation of the cat strip, Master Orange frankly became a cat trader, jumped out of bed and sniffed around. Looking at him, Song-chi felt that there was a chance. Perhaps only a cat can find another hidden cat. Master Orange wandered around the house a few times and suddenly meowed in the direction of the TV cabinet. Song-chi lay on the floor and took a look under the TV cabinet. A 3-flowered cat was lying down on its back with all 4 paws spread out, exposing its little belly and purring. Good. Song-chi didn't go back on his word and immediately flipped out a cat strip, ripped open the mouth, and fed it to Master Orange. Originally, he had planned to wait for Shishi to wake up from her nap before discussing the matter of cutting. I don't know if it was because the sound of Master Orange smashing his mouth was too loud, or the catnip flavor in the cat strip, but Shishi suddenly woke up, opened her sleepy eyes, crawled out from underneath the TV cabinet, and yawned. Meow? The tone wasn't very friendly. It was a question. You brat. Why are you disturbing my lord's sleep? As soon as Master Orange heard that something was wrong, he ran away with the cat strip in his mouth, mercilessly abandoning his little master. Song-chi stood in place, smiling somewhat awkwardly. She, come to spar? At night or cannot help but more a chapter. Tomorrow 11 o'clock will first not more. Sleep a lazy. 2 chapters at night more. Cutting? She shook her fur, and then the corners of her mouth hooked up slightly. This was the first time Song-chi had seen the expression of a smile on a cat's face. Only, it was kind of like a sneer. Hiss. It's not getting up, is it? Song-chi vaguely felt bad. In the next moment, he heard CC purr, which was saying, start. At the same time, a black, white, and orange intertwined figure flashed on the floor and had rushed to his feet. Too fast. Song-chi did not expect the youngest 3 flowers who had just woken up to be so violent, and was directly lifted onto the sofa. But he was no longer the little baby he was a few months ago. A beautiful roll. Unloading the impact, tumbling down from the sofa, standing steadily, and pulling away from his opponent. Yuki had thought that the fight was over, but then she saw this scene and blinked, her amber eyes glowing with surprise. Progressing quite fast? Song-chi smirked, his legs opening back and forth, both fists protecting his face in front of him in a sparring combat stance. Continue? The figure in front of his eyes shifted. She had already attacked. A set of meow fists, striking out like a storm. It closed its nails and used the meat pads of its claws as fists, and began to strike in a crazy streak. Song-chi raised his arm to block, not much pressure at first, and tried to interfere with the opponent with his whip leg. Seeing this, Shishi immediately increased its force, and the heavy meow fist was like a hammerhead, smashing down non-stop with a lot of noise. As an adult spirit pet, CC had been praised by Song-chi more than once, and was considered the guardian of the house, so its fighting strength was naturally strong. Song-chi didn't fight it hard either, performing footwork and wandering up and down the living room, looking for a chance to counterattack. Yishan was surfing the internet class in the study. When she heard the commotion, she hurriedly ran out to have a look. Seeing her son fighting with the cat, she smiled and shook her head. Her own child did not like to play with his peers. Yishan always felt that he was a bit lonely, and when she saw that it was not easy to have a chance to play, she could not bear to stop it. She also had great trust in CC, knowing that spirit pets had high intelligence and combat power, and could definitely protect the child. So she only shouted, "Be careful of bumping into the coffee table," and went back to the study to continue her lesson. Who? Song-chi gasped for breath. The exertion of battle was obviously greater than training, and after only a few minutes, he was breathing heavily. Shishi's attacks were extremely fast-paced, and seemed to be taking the absolute initiative. But Song-chi wasn't in a hurry. His gaze remained sharp, carefully observing his opponent's movements. His brain was running at high speed, searching for the breaks in Cece's attack. Find the cracks. Strike the cracks. When the opponent's strength was stronger than his own, breaking strike became the greatest hope of turning the game around. After circling around for another 2 minutes, when Song-chi retreated and retreated, he realized that Cece jumped and seemed to be ready to directly pounce on him, ending this one-sided battle. There was a flash of light in his mind, as if his brain was stimulated by an electric current, or as if he finally had an idea for a half-day math problem he had been studying. When the enemy jumps in midair, the bottom of the body feels like the easiest point to attack. Song-chi quickly reacted with a high kick that violently attacked Shishi's abdomen. As an infant, the ligaments weren't as stiff as an adult's, and it was easy to pull away, and the kick was even higher than the head. Yuki hadn't cared, intending to pounce against the kick and end this boring fight. The boy's level of physical fitness was far inferior to its, and it was logical that it could do no damage. But all of a sudden, it actually detected a dangerous aura, as if it was a silky cold wind, coming from below. Meow. With a twist of its body in mid-air, Shishi forcefully changed its direction and flew to the sofa next to it. Its head bobbed, its small eyes filled with shock. It was actually forced back. Song-chi, in a highly focused state, captured the break and instantly struck an explosive blow, and his physical strength was completely exhausted as a result. Sweating like a pig in a moment, he took a few steps back and sat down on the sofa, panting heavily. Despite his exhaustion, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. Although Yuki hadn't used his full strength at all, in a battle filled with pressure, he was able to successfully execute, breaking slam, and force back his powerful opponent, which was already a victory. It seems that his combat talent is not bad, Song-chi thought secretly as he wiped the sweat from his face. Of course, it was also possible that he had a higher mental attribute and was able to make sensible, swift judgments even in the midst of a fierce battle. In any case, this serious cutthroat battle had a happy ending. His harvest was also very good. The fighter panel, which had only just been upgraded, had changed again. Fighter, level 1 plus 1 experience. Breaking slam, level 1 plus 1 experience. Legwork, level 1 experience plus 2. Footwork, level 1 experience plus 2. Song-chi took a look at the wall clock. This battle had lasted less than 7 minutes in total. The experience brought to him was actually no less than an hour of intense training. For fighters, real combat is the best training. He realized this deeply. He then looked at Yuki with a hopeful look on his face. How about it? Can we continue sparring in the future? Seemingly recognizing this little master's potential, Cece's attitude appeared much more patient, gently purring a few times in reply. Let's do it once a week. Great. Song-chi was very happy and ran to Shishi, arching his hand to it in gratitude. After getting up and venting his anger, Cece returned to its high-flying demeanor, lying on the top of the sofa and licking its paws to itself. Master Orange also finally dared to show his head. The round head poked out from the side of the door with a cat strip in its mouth, whimpering for Song-chi to come and help. It doesn't know how to eat the minced meat in the cat strips, so it can only let people come to feed it. At 6:30 in the evening, it was time to watch the news again while eating dinner. Song-chi had always watched carefully, and Daodu used to only be interested in cartoons. But now that he was under pressure to prepare for the exams, he had also begun to watch the news. As long as it was something that had nothing to do with studying, she was now willing to watch it. In recent days, a number of expedition teams have gathered in the Morning Mountain to mourn the 5 expedition members who died last month, and to prepare for a joint exploration. The Security Bureau of Yun Province has reminded that Morning Mountain, as the entrance to China's Nine Heavenly Ruins, has a complex terrain and changeable climate, lurking with many dangers, and is forbidden to be approached by ordinary people. The Security Bureau has designated a blockade area, and those who trespass in violation of the law will be penalized with administrative detention. After the host's introduction, the camera gave a drone shot of the actual scene of Morning Mountain. Behind a long blockade line was a vast mountain range with high and low undulations, and dense primitive forests covered the mountain range. The sky is overcast, a fog rises in the dense forest, the curved path leads to nowhere in the dimness, and the mournful cries of birds can be heard vaguely. This eerie atmosphere, full of unknown horror, can shoot a ghost movie. At the edge of the camera, some people in field training uniforms could be seen, with their faces blurred. In the next second, a black shadow suddenly swept over the top of the screen, extremely fast, and instantly entered the depths of the Morning Mountain. Just now, was there a person flying? Song-chi blinked his eyes. There's one more chapter for the night. In a world where transcendent powers existed, it seemed reasonable that someone could fly. but the first time Song Chi saw it, it felt novel. It was just a pity that he couldn't see it clearly. If not for his spiritual attribute being brushed up to 13, he wouldn't have even noticed the flickering residual shadow. Someone just flew past on TV? Hearing his brother's words, Daodu was still distracted, gnawing on a chicken wing and saying vaguely, I think it was a little bird. I heard that the faster a bird flies, the more flavorful the meat tastes. She never cared about anything transcendent, and only had two important things in her eyes, eating meat and fighting. Song Qingshi, on the other hand, put down his bowl and analyzed it seriously. Morning Mountain just had an accident. Those who dare to go in now should all be transcendentals. And below transcendentals, I guess most of them are watching. Song Chi couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he heard this. Even the transcendents, watching the news introduction, are preparing for joint exploration. The degree of danger of Morning Mountain is evident. This in turn caused him to have a new worry. If there is some powerful existence on the other side of the heavenly ruins, will it also cross the passage and come to Earth? Of course, this kind of thing has happened from time to time in history. As soon as this was mentioned, Song Qingshi was energized and opened his box, counting the various suspected heavenly market invasions he knew of. From the collapsed Buzhou Mountain in the classic of mountains and seas, to the giant bronze standing figure at the Sangsingui, to the apocalypse explosion in the Ming Dynasty, from the Tower of Babel, the Gate of God in the Old Testament, to the lost continent of Atlantis, to the Tunguska explosion in Siberia in 1908. The historical trend of this world is very similar to that of the previous world, except that a large number of unanswered questions are related to the heavenly market. Song Chi was dumbfounded by what he heard. Lao Zi left the Hangga Pass in the east, and actually entered an unknown world of heavenly ruins? Qin Shi Huang's southern tour was also to seal the entrance to the heavenly market? As a result, he was attacked and killed by a foreign powerhouse? Shocked, he almost forgot that he hadn't started learning history and couldn't help but want to discuss the details of Qin Shi Huang's murder with his dad. Beside him, Yi Shan couldn't stand hearing it anymore, rolled her eyes and hurriedly interrupted. Stop. The wild history from the internet. Don't take it out to mislead the baby. The baby has not yet gone to school, and you have brought it askew. Wild history may not be false. Authentic history may not be true. Song Qingshi shook his head to retort. What I said are all reasonable inferences, and even have evidence pointing to them. It's just that the officials haven't confirmed it yet. Many of the mysterious regions that wild history has recorded have now detected the entrance to the heavenly market. Isn't it the same situation with the tale of Peach Blossom Garden that you taught in your language class? It's just that the Peach Blossom Garden entrance is less dangerous and has long been officially publicized. Yi Shan didn't have the good sense to say, that should also be based on the officially confirmed information. What Qin Shi Huang was assassinated by a foreign powerhouse. You were right next to him at that time? How else would you know so clearly? Song Qingshi didn't argue any further, but only sighed. It's indeed controversial. If the ancients were in frequent contact with the heavenly ruins, why was the transcendent system not established until recent times? There are also a lot of doubts that online history enthusiasts can't explain. Saying this, he patted Song Qingxi's small shoulders and encouraged, if you are really curious, if you become a transcendent in the future and enter a core department like the geology department, you will naturally be able to see the truth of history. The truth of history? Song Qi scratched his head. Curiosity. He did have some, but it was not that strong. Not to the extent that he would pay with his life to explore the truth like those famous explorers. In contrast, he wished to live peacefully, so he was more thirsty for power. Powerful power that could ignore those unknown risks. Otherwise, he was afraid that one day, while eating hot pot and singing, he would suddenly be killed by the heavenly market monster. When he thought of the heavenly market monster, Song Chi couldn't help but twist his body again. Last month, inadvertently, he glanced at the movie channel and remembered the image of the sky market monster inside so vividly that he almost had a nightmare. In his previous life, when he watched aliens and zombies, he was incredibly calm, because it was clear that it was fake. But in this life, there might really be a cool alien-like sky market monster. The world outside is too dangerous. Song Chi lamented this for the nth time. I'm going to practice extra hard tonight. More than a month later, Daoda's placement test results came out. 10th in the grade. Yi Shan was very happy. And in a rare moment, she picked up Daodu and kissed him again and again. Daodu looked disgusted, flailing his teeth and claws, trying to break free of his mother's love. Dirty, Mom, you go kiss your brother. Unfortunately, resistance is useless. Yi Shan kissed finished. Song Qingshi came to take over again. A few minutes before Daodu out of the sea of suffering. After wiping her face with the back of her hand, the little girl touched her stomach again and said with an expectant face, Dad, since I got into the elite class, then KFC dash. Arrange it. Song Qingshi waved his hand. Although this year's economic pressure was a bit heavy, He had given his daughter a promise, and he wouldn't go back on his word. The family made a rare group outing to KFC for a big meal. Song-chi is 9 months old, growing fast, 87 centimeters tall, close to the size of a 2-year-old child, and looks as chubby as many children. Of course, if we're talking about physical fitness, he's long since reached the level of a teenager. The fat pack muscle hidden under his clothes was even more robust and sturdy. In this world, parents paid equal attention to the cultivation of their children, and with food like secret worm gel, many children developed at a fast rate. It wasn't uncommon for a child around 1-year-old to be able to walk and eat, so Song-chi just needed to talk less, and usually went out to walk a few steps, and wouldn't attract much attention. Today, thanks to Daodu, he stepped through the doors of KFC for the first time, smelling the unique aroma of fried food. Actually a little want to cry. Fries, burger, happy water. Still familiar formula. Still familiar flavor. It's back. Everything is back. After eating their fill, the family walked back, laughing and talking. Daodu ate the most. 3 burgers and 2 fried chicken. Still not yet finished. At this moment walking in the forefront, looking around, seems to want to find some more food. Song-chi walked in the back, holding Yishan's hand, his heart calculating, today my sister is happy. Should we take the opportunity to ask her to be his sparring partner? Suddenly, he heard Daodu shout, "Dad, I want to eat roasted bird." Song-chi was puzzled. Where is the roasted bird store in this neighborhood? But saw Daodu pointed to the ground, the side of the street tree, lying a motionless gray turtle dove. Several people walked forward and found that this gray turtle dove had long been dead. No wounds could be seen, but the feathers were messy, and there was a vague stench. Get away from it. The cleaners will come to clean it later. Song Qingshi hurriedly dragged Daodu back and educated again. Animals that have died must be kept away. And even more so, they must not be touched. So be careful of contracting germs. Oh, Daodu smacked his lips, feeling pity for this gray turtle dove. Songchi gazed at the gray turtle dove and felt as if its feathers moved slightly. This makes people a little puzzled. Obviously dead. Immediately, a green-headed fly was seen drilling out from underneath the wings of the turtle dove and flying into the air, making a buzzing noise, its fat golden-green body shining brightly in the sun. The fly circled around the crowd twice, seemingly wanting to lean towards the side of Song-chi, who was the smallest in size. Song Qingshi waved his hand and chased it away. Now that it was summer, it was normal for animal corpses to attract flies, but Song-chi felt something strange, a similar situation that he seemed to have encountered before. But what exactly was it? He couldn't think of for a moment. Seeing that there were no outsiders nearby, he opened his mouth and asked, "Dad, this fly looks a bit odd. It won't be some kind of heavenly market monster, right?" Odd. Song Qingshi looked up and looked. The fly had long since flown away. There was no trace of it. Yi Shan heard sky market monsters, remembered the previous movie, smiled and rushed to his son. "I watched a little bit of horror movie last month, and I haven't forgotten it yet," then explained to her husband. That time she was watching the movie channel, found that it was the sky market monster theme of the horror movie. Feel uninteresting, and soon changed the channel. When she turned around, she realized that her son was standing in the bedroom doorway, quietly staring at the TV screen, his face white. Daodu heard, complacent. This brother performance is too perfect. Bring her a lot of pressure. Today finally found her brother is not as good as her place. Gutsy. Song Qingshi also laughed, touching his son's head. What are you afraid of? If there really is a day market monster, Dad will help you drive them away. The family didn't care, and Song-chi didn't mention it again, not wanting to ruin the joyful atmosphere of the day. However, the source of the strange feeling in his heart still had to be figured out, just in case there really was some danger around. What exactly was wrong? He first checked the panel. Current status, 80%, normal. There was no problem with the status. And then he looked at the attribute values below, which had changed over the past month or so. Physique, 17. 722. 7. Spirit, 1318. Explosive coefficient, 1. 9 times 2. 1 times. Agility coefficient, 1. 6 times 1. 7 times. Free attribute points, 1. Some time ago, a total of 10 attribute points were gained, of which 4 were provided by evolutionary energy slot and 6 were rewarded by the upgrades of knee technique and elbow technique. Currently, a balanced strategy of adding points is being adopted, with 5 points each added to physique and spirit. This morning, the evolution energy slot had just filled up, and the 1 attribute point gained, where to add it was still undecided. Now that he came across this slot, Song-chi stopped inking and directly chose spirit. Spirit, 1819. Adding points to spirit can easily stimulate the brain to enter that super state where the mind is running at high speed. Song-chi smoothly entered the state, guiding his thoughts, reviewing every single drop since his rebirth, looking for information related to flies. A huge amount of images and sounds flashed by, like a walking lantern. 9 months was not a long time to start from the beginning, and the discovery soon came. It was just over a month after he was born, when there was an outbreak of influenza A in Lu City, and several children died. At dinner that day, Yishan was watching short videos and searching for relevant information. A blogger who introduced local news ran to the entrance of the second hospital and conducted a live interview. Song-chi couldn't see the live feed at the time, but heard the blogger complaining. "I'll go. Where did such a big fly come from? They are flying on my camera. It's almost winter and there are still flies." The thought came to a screeching halt. The root of the feeling of alienation came from here. On the street, Song-chi held Yishan's hand as he continued to walk forward, and then turned back to look at the corpse of the gray turtle dove under the street tree. There were no wounds, no bloodstains, and it was indeed possible that it had died of disease. Flies are, after all, common pests, and the odds are that this is all still a coincidence. At least there is no unusual condition in the house at the moment. Thinking things through, Song-chi was no longer paranoid, just secretly careful. Seeing that his son was somewhat distracted, Song-chi sure comforted him. "Don't worry, in a second-tier city like Lu City, there will definitely be transcendents guarding in the shadows. If there really was a problem, the transcendents would have already stepped in." Song-chi nodded. There were transcendents guarding. This was reassuring news. Song-chi sure also took out his cell phone and searched. There were no transcendent events related to flies in China. The family returned to the neighborhood. Song-chi glimpsed a few stray cats wandering between the flower beds, then touched his pocket and there were 3 cat strips. "Mom, I want to play in the neighborhood for a while." Yishan nodded. "That's fine. I'll take a walk too. I'm eating a bit greasy as it is." Daodu wasn't full yet, pestering Song-chi to make her roast beef with potatoes. The two of them went straight upstairs. Song-chi walked over to the flower bed and let out a whistle while no one was nearby. 4 or 5 stray cats immediately leaned over. These days, he often played in the neighborhood, and relying on his cat strips and cat language skill, he managed to get on good terms with these stray cats. Meow-a cow cat was the first to come up, rubbing its head down against Song-chi's small shoes. This was a male cat that usually always liked to raise its tail, revealing a pair of rounded balls that adorned the buttocks and wiggled around. When Song-chi looked at it, he always wanted to flick his finger twice, so he simply called it balls. Petting this cow cat, he stretched his neck again and took a look down. "Egg, why do you feel like you're getting bigger again?" Egg tilted his head, a picture of pride. Song-chi pulled out a cat strip, and several cats swarmed up and meowed pleasingly. They had long since learned the rule of opening their mouths and purring a few times in order to get good food. Song-chi smiled as he squeezed the cat strip and turned on the mimicry state, first learning to meow a few times to brush up on his cat language experience. Then he asked them if they had seen many green-headed flies recently, especially inside the neighborhood. After the stray cats understood the question, they looked at each other and said that they hadn't seen any. There were some small flies, but they were all eaten by them. After Song-chi heard and understood, he hurriedly checked the state of a few stray cats. Finding that they were all healthy, he let go of his heart. Even if there really is something wrong and it didn't affect my side of the house, then there's no need to care. After feeding them for a while, Song-chi stood up, waved an unopened cat strip, and issued a task to the stray cats. "If you find a lot of green-headed flies in the neighborhood, or any sick or dead animals, don't eat them and report them to him or she immediately. Those who have made significant discoveries will be rewarded with 3 cat strips." Looking at the glittering cat strips under the sun, the stray cats transformed into cat detectives and gladly accepted the order. After setting up everything, Song-chi accompanied the stray cats to play for a while. Occasionally, some neighbors passed by, but they were not surprised. They all know that the children do not like to play with their peers, and mix with cats every day. Half an hour later, Yishan brought the children home. As soon as he entered the house, Song-chi didn't rest, changed his shoes and started sparring training. With today's experience, his motivation to train was even stronger. As long as he entered the genius training program, he believed that the government would have protective measures for himself and his family, so he didn't have to worry about those strange risks. "Hello everyone, I'm Peppa Pig. This is my mom, this is my dad, and this is my brother George. Oh, George has pooped so much in one night. The sound of my tummy rumbling is one of nature's most melodious sounds, which means it's time for dinner." A couple of pink hairdryers were making chirping noises on the TV screen. Bean was enjoying a nice summer vacation, lying on the couch, sipping sparkling water and tuning in the TV station. After watching a movie and not finding anything interesting to watch, she started watching Peppa Pig. I actually enjoyed watching it, sitting motionless with a straw in my mouth. When she finished drinking the sparkling water, She didn't want to take her eyes off it and got up to get another can. Song-chi stood in the bedroom door. See the situation, someone to laugh. Older sister. Should be almost 9 years old, right? But now cannot laugh. There is a mission in the body. Song-chi ran to the refrigerator. Tiptoe. Took out a can of sparkling water. And took the initiative to send to Daodu in front of him. When she noticed her brother approaching, Daodu first shoved the remote control under her buttocks and then looked over warily. What for? Here. Song-chi took the initiative to hand over the water. The smelly younger brother who snatched meat from himself every day was actually so attentive today, which made Daodu a little uncomfortable, glancing suspiciously at Song-chi for a few moments. You don't want pocket money, do you? You're looking for the wrong person. Looking for a sister for pocket money? I can't do such a thing. Song-chi said righteously. Older sister, do me a favor. No. How about being my sparring partner? Play on the side to go. What did you say? Daodu stared at her brother in surprise, and thought she had heard wrong. This little dot in front of her actually dared to ask herself to be her chaperone? Song-chi's head scampered quite fast, now 87 centimeters tall, but Daodu has 122 centimeters, directly a head higher. Age gap, size gap, strength gap. Is completely not in a class? Daodu do not know. How can this accompany coaching? However, she was a little moved, and had a feeling of itching hands. Class. The textbook turns to page 73. Yishan's voice of the lesson came out from the study. The little girl suddenly sobered up a bit and shook her head like a rattle. No, in case I make you cry, Mom will scold me again. Song-chi immediately swore to the heavens that he would never cry. He also promised that he would never grab meat from his sister again. The opportunity to personally beat up his younger brother was full of temptation. Plus this promise, after all, Daodu did not hold back. And seeing that Yishan did not pay attention to this side, she pulled Song-chi and slipped into the bedroom. As soon as the bedroom door was closed, she rubbed her fists and revealed an evil smile. Say it, how do you want to die dash? Song-chi let out a huff, stomped on the ground with his left foot, and had rushed up. Daodu didn't take it seriously at all and stomped out, ready to kick the man back. Song-chi quickly sidestepped, dodging the stomp kick while reaching out to hold Daodu's leg in place. Bending down, his body leaned forward, his head resting heavily on the small of Daodu's back. Sanso posterior quick slam, holding legs forward top, the wrestling method that had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. The first time he used it, the effect was not bad, especially against opponents taller than himself. By surprise, ouch! Daodu instantly lost her balance and fell heavily onto the bed, causing Master Orange to jump up in fright. You dash! After climbing up in a single bound, Daodu stared at her brother across the room with wide eyes of disbelief. She had thick skin and flesh, so a fall like that didn't hurt, but the shock to her heart was too great. The strength and speed that Song-chi had displayed just now was actually comparable to her. Was this still a human being? Daodu carefully recalled that this younger brother was born, as if it hadn't even been a year, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shocked, she thought as hard as she could, trying to explain this unconscionable scene, suddenly realized that her mother just carried her brother back home, and no one saw the process of his birth. Then there was only one truth. She turned and stormed out of the bedroom, ran to the door of the den and wailed, Mom, you've been lied to. You didn't give birth to your brother. He's an alien sent by aliens to destroy the earth. Song-chi stood still with a wide smile. It turns out that the old sister thriller has not seen less. Half an hour later, Yishan ended her online class and came out to first grab Daodu by the ears and give her a hard lecture. She warned Daodu, in the future, if she makes such a fuss and interferes with her class, there will be no meat for dinner. Daodu rubbed her ears, her eyes full of sadness and anger. In the movie, those stupid supporting characters ended up being eaten by the aliens one by one just because they didn't believe the protagonist's words. After figuring out the ins and outs, Yishan was also a bit surprised, and when Song Qingshi came back, he immediately talked about it. Song Qingshi understood his son's rate of progress and was relatively calm, but hearing that Song Qi was able to fight Daodu, he was equally curious. He cleared out a space in the living room and laid down a thick carpet, which he used as a ring, and it was fine even if he fell on it. Song Qi and Daodu stood up and began their second sparring session. This time, Daodu didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all her might, determined to force out the original form of this alien. Song Qi didn't panic, seeing the moves and looking for the cracks in Daodu's movements. Nowadays, his physique was only slightly worse than Daodu's, and he could completely cope with simple fighting encounters. In this kind of chess match, the experience brushed up quickly. Wrestling, experience +1. Footwork, experience +1. Sanso attack and defense techniques, experience +1. The Sanso attack and defense technique, a new skill he learned after advancing to level 1, fighter, contained a lot of content. How to dodge, how to block, how to counterattack, how to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. This was the learning of ring combat, the experience that countless fighters had summarized in their matches, and it was quite practical. Song Qingshi said in his instruction that many traditional martial arts enthusiasts, a person who has practiced 10 years of sets diligently, are not bad. However, once they fight, they easily lose the rules, and end up striking out on instinct, throwing punches all over the place. It is because of the lack of ring attack and defense systematic training. Song Qi attaches great importance to this. Watched a lot of professional competition video, just like a picture of experienced fighters look. Daodu also systematically learn a few years of sparring, but too lazy to carefully study technology instead of some rough. At this moment, seeing his sister out of the leg too hard, revealing a crack, Song Qi immediately leaned down and rushed up, and hit another beautiful straddling leg fast fall. Combined with the killing power of breaking strike, even though it was on the carpet, Daodu was still being dropped and grimaced. The little girl gasped for air, staring blankly at the ceiling with a look of despair. It's over. The aliens are going to rule the earth. Song Qingshi looked happy. His son's rate of progress was once again beyond imagination, which also meant that it was very close to the threshold of the genius cultivation program. In the evening, he and Yishan purposely made 2 extra hard dishes to replenish the 2 children's nutrition. Song Qi was so hungry that he lifted his own little chopsticks and tried to fish for a piece of beef. Instead, he saw that Daodu was staring at him, a warning in his gaze. Song Qi remembered the promise he had made to his oldest sister and withdrew his chopsticks. Yishan was puzzled. Why don't you eat? Song Qi tilted his head and revealed an innocent smile. Mom, I can't steal meat from my sister. Thank you to the big brothers from the past tomorrow and other big brothers for their rewarding votes. I can't steal meat from my sister. Hearing this, Daodu nodded her head vigorously one by one, expressing satisfaction at her brother's keeping his word. Yishan froze, and then looking at her daughter's expression, she immediately had a guess. Her willow eyebrows raised, and asked, Daodu, what did you say to your brother? Daodu looked confused. I didn't say anything. Yishan didn't believe her at all, glared at her, and then turned her head to look at her son, with a gentle brow, with a few moments of relief. Learn from your brother. At such a young age you know how to be humble and know how to take care of your sister. Daodu felt something was wrong. Humility? Isn't this the condition of asking yourself to be a chaperone? Mom listened to my explanation just as she opened her mouth. Yishan had already lifted her chopsticks, chucked a few pieces of braised pork, and a large chicken leg, and put them into Song Qi's bowl, piling it full. Baby, eat slowly. No one will grab it from you. Song Qi's small hands hugged the bowl, revealing a sweet smile. Thank you, Mom. Yishan smiled from ear to ear. It's true that it's still the children who know how to be grateful that are the most adorable. ! Daodu almost stood up and said sharply, this is my payment. Agreed. I'll take him to practice sparring. He won't grab meat from me. Yishan heard this and instead educated. We are all family. We should help each other. Practicing sparring with your brother. And you still want payment? Daodu was speechless and could only turn her gaze for help to her dad. Song Qingshi put down his chopsticks and smiled as he finished his filler. You brought your younger brother to practice sparring? Why do I get the feeling that it's the younger brother taking you to practice? Daodu completely shut himself off, his head lowered, venting all his grief and anger on top of the food. Song Qi also joyfully nibbled on a chicken leg, occasionally glancing at his older sister's puffed-up appearance. It was estimated that in the future, when Daodu practiced against him, not only would she not be lazy, but she would also pull out all the stops. This is good. The pressure pulls full, and the speed of liver experience can be faster. Thus, throughout July and August, Daodu's summer vacation life had one more daunting task: defeat his younger brother, force him to reveal his prototype, the alien, and save the planet. Gold Medal Chaperone. Officially online. Daodu behaved extraordinarily positively, and every time, he took the initiative to find his brother and ask for a sparring session. Song Qi was very happy. The high frequency of actual sparring allowed him to improve his sparring level by leaps and bounds. Originally, the speed of gaining experience was significantly slower after each skill was leveled up. However, the growth of the spiritual attribute made the mimicry state effect better and better, and coupled with the stimulation of actual battles, the speed of liver experience gradually caught up with the previous level. Song Qi's endurance had also grown. At the beginning, he was panting badly after fighting Daodu for 5 minutes, but now he was able to hold out for 10 minutes without any problems. After a while more like this, not only have I met the genius program's intellectual and physical requirements, I also have a level 1 fighter career level, and my fighting strength is no less than that of an adult male. It shouldn't be difficult to pass the official selection test. However, being in the transcendent world, Song-chi didn't dare to be proud and continued to dive into his liver experience. At the stage of preparation, there was no most stable, only more stable. Song Qingshur and Yishan were both quite busy lately, and although the two were teachers, they didn't have much free time during the summer vacation. In addition to attending various trainings at school, they also have to go to tutoring classes to earn some extra money to subsidize their families. With the couple working outside, the burden of looking after the house was left to the three-flower cat. Cece is still very reliable. The time to go out of sight is much less, and every day patrols the home territory a few times to check the safety of the two small two-legged beasts. Occasionally, she would also flip down from the balcony and look around the neighborhood to see the condition of those stray cats. Song-chi had already told Cece about the green-headed fly. Cece is also very cautious, from time to time, to ask those cat detectives to make sure that there is no abnormal situation in the neighborhood. The good thing is that everything is normal at the moment. In the news, there is no spread of disease in Lu City recently. Time passed by. By October, Song-chi ushered in his first birthday after being reborn. Happy birthday to you. At the dining table, the parents applauded while singing a birthday song to their son. Dodo still thought his brother was an alien, and was currently sitting across the table with a wary look on his face, only to be pulled by Yishan's ear, so he had to sing along. Song-chi sat on a high baby chair, wearing a birthday crown from the cake store on his head, and holding a huge milk bottle in both hands. In his mind, he silently said, "I'm dry. You guys feel free." Using milk as a substitute for wine, he drank it all in one go. The baby is 1 year old. Yishan smiled happily, remembering how nervous she was when she first got pregnant. Song Qingshur served the cake and lit one of the candles on top. Song-chi closed his eyes and made a wish. First wish. Let's start with a small goal, get the 10 million from the Genius program. Opening his eyes, he blew. Now that his physique was up to 29 points, his lung capacity wasn't small, and with one breath across the distance, he easily blew out the candle. Next came the gift session. Dodo painstakingly used his pocket money to buy a movie picture book of Alien V and put it in front of Song-chi. Turning to one of the pages, he pointed to the landscape painting of the alien's lair and asked tentatively, "The cannibal flowers in your hometown are in bloom. Aren't you going back to take a look?" Song Qingshur cried and laughed, lifting Dodo to the side and then handing up a small glass bottle. Song-chi took it and looked at it. It looked a bit like the kind of calcium gluconate oral solution in the advertisements. On the label of the bottle, it was written as First Stage Evolutionary Nutrient Liquid. Inside was a light blue clear liquid that rippled when shaken slightly. Song Qingshur smiled and said, "Drink it directly. The effect is better than Secret Insect Gel. It strengthens the body and is easy to absorb." The biggest drawback of the Secret Insect Gel was not that it was difficult to eat, but that it was not easy to digest. With Song-chi's current digestive ability, eating about 1 gram a day would be the limit, and eating more would be uncomfortable for the stomach and intestines. This also limited the speed at which the evolution energy slot could be filled. Song-chi knew that there were better nutritional supplements, but those were not only expensive. Ordinary people who wanted to buy them didn't have the means to do so. Not wanting to add unnecessary stress to his parents, he never opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshur actually found a channel to get such a precious bottle of evolutionary nutrient liquid as a birthday gift for his child. The tiny bottle, 10 milliliters, was estimated to be worth over 3,000 yuan. After thanking him, Song-chi opened the cork of the bottle and tilted his head back to finish the nutrient solution. A cool and soothing sensation spread from the throat all the way to the soles of the feet. An oceanic warmth flowed through the veins. The evolutionary energy slot directly provided 2 attribute points, adding 1 point each to physique and spirit. The panel information changed rapidly. Physique, 2930. Spirit, 2627. Immediately after, several notifications popped up. Congratulations! You have gained 30 points of physique in your juvenile stage, and have successfully unlocked the achievement Juvenile Humanoid Beast. Bonus form, Beast form. Reward talent, Carnivore. Unlock the next evolutionary goal, Terrifying Upright Ape, Extreme Body. There's one more chapter in the evening. Thanks for reading, voting and rewarding. After a whole year of experience, the first achievement goal, Juvenile Humanoid Beast, was finally unlocked. 30 points of physical fitness, equivalent to the level of an ordinary adult male and the kind that is good at sports, not a crunchy college student who stays up all night every day. This physique, when placed on a 1-year-old child, was indeed called a miracle. Finally done. Song-chi felt quite a sense of accomplishment in his heart, like he had accomplished a great thing. He then clicked on the detailed reward introduction and studied it while eating his birthday cake. Fierce Beast Form, Level 1. Upon entering the form, muscle size, strength, and resistance to blows plus 100%. and physical strength consumption plus 100%. This reward feels even more practical than broken slam. Song-chi pondered for a moment, extraordinarily surprised. The fighting specialization, breaking slam, required finding a break first and successfully hitting it before triggering the killing power bonus. On the other hand, there was no limit to the opening of the beast form. As long as the physical strength was sufficient, it could be opened at any time. Although the physical strength consumption was doubled and could not last long in a battle, opening it at a critical moment was enough to turn the tide of battle in 1 second. Currently, within all of my talents, skills, and specializations, Fierce Beast Form has the greatest increase in combat power. Song-chi secretly nodded his head. The unlocked rewards of this evolution achievement were of unexpectedly high quality. Taking another look at the rewarded passive talent, Meat Eater. For every 100 grams of meat consumed, the body's growth rate for that day will be plus 1%, and the recovery speed will be plus 1%. A non-combat talent that couldn't be upgraded, but could be stacked infinitely as long as the stomach could eat. Song-chi already had a large appetite now, and if he only ate meat, a kilogram a day was no big deal. Combined with the Meat Eater talent, it was still quite good to train every day in the future, so that the body could recover from fatigue and damage more quickly. However, old sister is probably going to have a hard time again. Song-chi mourned for Dodo in advance. After looking at the rewards, his gaze went to the next evolutionary target. Terror Upright Ape, Inquisitive Body 30 out of 100. Terrorizing Upright Ape. Speaks as if it's a human. Song-chi was a bit puzzled, then noticed the small print in the notes. Pedant Body. Pedant. It means a human who has reached the limit in every aspect of his body? 30 points of physique is equivalent to the level of a healthy adult. Then 100 points of physique should be the limit of the human body. The peak level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's an inquisitive body. Song-chi couldn't help but make the connection. If this speculation was true, what about the next evolutionary goal after the inquisitive body? An existence that breaks through the limits of the human body. Two words couldn't help but appear in his mind. Transcendent. It was currently impossible to determine whether this evolutionary direction provided by the panel pointed directly to transcendence, but the first goal had been successfully accomplished. Could the second one be far behind? First liver for a few years, become an inquisitive body, and then we'll see how else the human body can evolve after its peak. New goal, new journey. Song-chi was energized. That night, he walked into the fitness area in the utility room, ready to measure his ultimate strength. In the past few months, because of the daytime to practice sparring, night strength training intensity is not great, rarely impact limit. However, with the increase in physical attributes, the strength had also increased, and the rate of progress was still amazing. Song Qingshi was in charge of protection on the side, and when he looked at his own son's movements, he was instantly nonplussed. The 15-kilogram barbell piece, with a diameter of 40 centimeters, if it was standing on the ground, it would be able to reach Song-chi's stomach. As a result, Song-chi lifted the barbell piece over his head with both hands. Afterwards, he walked to the bench press rack and steadily hung the barbell piece on the pole without any help from others. The visual impact of that small person lifting a barbell piece half the size of his body was extremely strong. As Song Qingshi watched from the side, he actually had a feeling of dizziness. Song-chi started with the 50 kilograms bench press, letting his dad slowly add more pieces and raise the weight. Finally completed 2 reps of 65 kilograms bench press. A bit strained, presumably close to the limit. To avoid injury, he took it as it came. Deep squat and hard pull were also tested, and the limit weight was 80 kilograms and 90 kilograms respectively. The total weight of the 3 major items, after all, reached 235 kilograms, which is a great deal higher than the 200 kilogram threshold of the Genius program. In addition to strength, there are 2 other items, long jump and 100-meter run. The standing long jump, which could be done in the living room. Song-chi didn't practice much and easily jumped 2-3 meters to meet the requirements. The last was the 100-meter run. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the neighborhood at night, he ran briefly in the promenade. 12 seconds 90. If he ran on a regular field, it would definitely be faster. The requirements in the Genius program regarding physical fitness were all met. Song Qingshi held up his cell phone and recorded his son's test, preparing it as enrollment material. When he was recording, his fingers had been shaking slightly. How could he not control it well? And finally he could only set his cell phone on the windowsill. Physical fitness is completely fine. It is left to the intelligence test. Intelligence standard, 130 points or more on the general intelligence test. Memorize 30 irregular characters in 1 second. The official website gave a direct link to the test, and it was very convenient to click in and self-test. Song-chi first clicked on the universal intelligence test and simply scanned it. feeling that it was similar to the IQ questions in his previous life. However, in order to take care of younger children, the words and phrases of the questions are very simple, with pictures, animations, and even voiceover explanations. Those who could not read much could still do it. He also didn't need to prepare, and directly began to answer the questions, adding mental attributes. Does it raise IQ? It was hard to say. Anyway, Song-chi didn't feel like he had become that much smarter. However, the speed of thinking did become much faster. When he encountered a question he didn't know, he could quickly give 7 or 8 different thoughts, and then try them one by one. This was the stupid way. The amount of thinking was huge, and it would take an ordinary person 5 minutes to finish, but Song-chi could do it in 1 minute. After the test questions were done, click to hand in the paper, and the system directly awarded the score, 136 points. The rating division of the general intelligence test, more than 140 points belonged to a high IQ genius. The genius cultivation program's requirement was only 130 points. After all, it wasn't specialized in selecting scientists, so Song-chi naturally passed steadily. TSK, there are a few questions that are too late to think about. When the mental attributes add a few more points, maybe I can rush up to 140. The last item, memorizing 30 irregular characters in 1 second. The mental addition points had the most obvious effect on the improvement of memory. Previously, when Song-chi saw a green-headed fly on the street, he was able to recall a section of the live broadcast he heard when he was just born. So naturally, this memory wasn't something to be ashamed of. Sweeping through the jumbled strings and directly mimeographing them, the system awarded full marks. At this point, the enrollment requirements for the Genius Cultivation Program were all met. Song-chi gently breathed a sigh of relief and left his seat, still calm. This large list of requirements. At first, there was a little pressure, thinking that it would take some work, but did not expect, only need to be at ease at home liver experience. Just turned 1 year old and all completed. Song-chi looked extraordinarily excited. A big hand clap, laughed, beautiful, then sat down in front of the computer. Fingers quickly struck the keyboard. Fill out the registration form. As a result, under the excitement, he mistyped several words in a row and kept pressing the return button. Regardless of whether it was the Ministry of Geology's Future Explorer program or the Ministry of Education's Supernova Cultivation program, the requirements were all the same, so he simply signed up for both. The information uploaded this time completely met the requirements, so I guess it passed the system's automatic review, and the reply was fast. 10 minutes later, Song-chi's mailbox received a confirmation letter. The Genius Cultivation program is of great significance as a key government project that involves national security. Enrollment needs to be factual, and guardians should be held legally responsible for any falsehoods. Below that was a letter of commitment that required the guardian to fill in his name, ID number, and attach an electronic signature. Falsification? Ha! Song-chi smiled smugly, as if he saw the dumbfounded expression of the government staff when they came to confirm. The commitment form was filled out and sent over. Father and son called Yi-shan over to tell her the good news that her enrollment was successful. The family waited with anticipation for the official reply. When the registration was successful, it was already evening. The couple waited for an hour. The phone never moved. Yi-shan looked at the wall clock. It was already 10 o'clock. It's too late. I guess people have been off work for a long time. Before the words fell, a knock sounded outside. May I ask if Mr. Song-chi is home? I'm a staff member at the enrollment office. At the same time, a letter was received in the mailbox, signaling that the staff had arrived. It actually came straight to the door. So fast. The couple looked at each other with some excitement, but remembering the cases in the news where thugs kidnapped prodigies, they decided to be careful. The two had Song-chi hide in the bedroom first, calling out to Shishi to come out for protection. Only then did they run to the door and look out through the cat's eye. Outside the door stood a man with glasses, wearing an executive jacket and carrying a black suitcase in one hand. The man flashed his work ID and placed it in front of the cat's eye, showing it to the couple. Hello Mr. Song, I'm Gu Weijun from the Provincial Department of Education. I'm responsible for docking the enrollment plan. Your enrollment number is AH202502123. There's no mistake, right? Gu Weijun looked professional, standing outside the door, never mentioning the child. If the neighbors heard it, they would only think it was Song-chi who was registering. Song-chi looked at the document. Written on it, Provincial Department of Education, Cutting Edge Talent Cultivation Department, Deputy Director. A few lines. There is an official seal. There is a photo. The document should be real. He was cautious, and asked Yi-shan to check the internet. The Department of Education did have this department, and there was also an information page for this Deputy Director. Director Gu. I'm sorry, I was afraid that something would go wrong and delayed a little. Song Qingshi hurriedly invited the person in. No harm done. It's only right to be careful. After closing the door, Gu Weijun confirmed the enrollment information with the couple before asking, "Where is little friend Song Qi?" Song Qingshi took a deep breath and opened the bedroom door. His own child had kept a low profile for so long, and it was time to show off his talent. A small figure shifted, and Qishi's head poked out from the door first, glancing at Gu Weijun. "Meow, it's okay, Cici," Song Qi said, walking out from behind the door. Gu Weijun took a look at this child who walked briskly and spoke fluently, paused, and then took a look at the words 1-year-old on the information. Although I had been mentally prepared, at this moment I still feel that the world is too ridiculous. This deputy director is very professional. From the beginning to the end, the expression remains serious. However, in Song Qi's eyes, this person's slightly trembling gaze still revealed an inner unrest. After his spiritual attribute reached 27, even if he didn't enter a state of total concentration, he could usually observe many such details. This director Gu should have seen quite a few children who have successfully enrolled. Song Qi secretly pondered. It seems that even among those quasi-geniuses, I'm considered special. Gu Weijun squatted down and asked Song Qi some questions to confirm the child's identity, as well as his willingness to enroll. Then he dialed the password disk and opened the suitcase. A slender metal cylinder popped out, and a pale blue shimmering light shot out from it. "Scan the retina first," Gu Weijun explained, asking Song Qi to cooperate with his guidelines and enter his identity information. Daodu had just finished her homework and came out of her room with a yawn. Seeing this scene, cool as a scene from a movie, the little girl was instantly beaming with joy. "Great! Brother Alien's identity has finally been exposed." After scanning the retina, it was time to enter fingerprints and take pictures. Gu Weijun took out a cotton swab, scraped on top of Song Qi's oral mucosa, and pulled out a piece of his hair, put it in a transparent plastic bag, sealed it, and included it in the suitcase. Wow! So professional. This uncle with glasses must be a scientist who studies aliens. Daodu, with a curious face, ran over to watch the scientist dissect the alien. However, the dissection ended there. Gu Weijun took out his cell phone and tinkered with it for a while, and 2 soft beeps came from the suitcase. "Identity entry complete," he said, taking out a watch with an electronic screen from the suitcase and letting Song Qi put it on. This watch is drop-proof and waterproof, and needs to be worn for 24 hours. And there is an alarm button on the lower edge of the watch body. Rotating it 2 times will send out an alarm signal. The watch will also monitor the enrollee's heart rate. An alarm will be triggered if the heart rate is too high or too low. As for the other functions, it's pretty much the same as an ordinary children's phone watch. Song Qi put on the watch and realized that he wouldn't be able to take it off, and was directly forced to wear it for 24 hours. "Don't worry, this is just to prevent unforeseen circumstances," Gu Weijun laughed. "When the selection is over, the watch will be automatically unwound, and we will also recycle it." Daodu listened from the side and finally realized that something was wrong. What selection? Wasn't it an autopsy? But the next moment, her eyes were drawn to the watch, and she froze, almost jumping up. Why did her brother get to have a little prodigy watch? Many of the children in her elementary school had little prodigy watches, and even formed a circle. Only those who wore this watch played together and used the watch to add friends with each other. Even those who wore little prodigy watches that cost more than 1,000 yuan, and those who wore watches that cost less than 1,000 yuan, were in different circles again. Daodu once also wanted it, but Yishan felt that the brand was too expensive and the price was inflated, and only bought her daughter an ordinary phone watch. At the moment, Daodu saw the phone watch on her brother's hand, as if she was the little prodigy. Children are born with the psychology of comparison. She saw the scene, the alien thing directly forget. The heart only left aggrieved. Eyes red, twitching began to fall tears. This scene, a few people are confused. Yishan hugged Daodu for a while to comfort, asked clearly the original reason, suddenly cried and laughed. "This is not a watch for my brother. It's just for temporary use. That uncle will have to take it back later. I also want to use it temporarily," Daodu cried. Song Qi forced himself to hold back his laughter, and on second thought, his old sister had accompanied him to practice sparring for 2 months. And the credit was not small, so he had to repay. He waved his hand and rushed Daodu. "Don't cry. When I get into the genius training program and get the grant, I'll buy you a piece of little prodigy, the highest end kind." Daodu stared wide-eyed. What kind of cultivation program can give so much pocket money? Can I go too? Song Qi, you're too stupid. No. Driving Daodu back to his room, the couple discussed the next schedule with Gu Weijun. The base for the selection test, located in the capital city of Jingzhou, requires at least one guardian to accompany you. Gu Weijun said, "I'll go." Yi Shan said. She hadn't gone back to school yet this semester. She was still taking online classes at home, and going to Jingzhou wouldn't affect her work. Song Qingsher also wanted to go to see the world, but unfortunately, he had just become the PE teacher of a key class and was in the middle of a critical period of his career, so he couldn't get away, and he even called out his regrets. Gu Weijun suddenly glanced at the shoe cabinet at the door. The three-flowered cat Cici was hiding behind the shoe cabinet, quietly observing, and was very surprised to see that the guest could actually discover his position. Gu Weijun reminded again, "Didn't you say that Song Qi has the ability to communicate with cats? This spirit pet at home can actually be brought along. It might be used during the selection." "Cici, are you going to go to Beijing State with me?" Song Qi asked. She also quite wanted to go out and play, and was heartened by what he heard, but she pretended to be calm as she licked her paws and meowed a few times. This was saying, "Since you guys want me to go, then I'll just run." Quite arrogant. Song Qi laughed and turned around to pack his things. "Director Gu, roughly how long will the selection take?" Song Qingsher asked. "As short as 2 or 3 days. As long as 2 or 3 months. Everyone is different," Gu Weijun replied. Song Qingsher froze and reacted. If they were eliminated as soon as they went, they would naturally come back in 2 or 3 days. "Then I still hope the child can stay for a few more months." He nodded. "What number do we leave for Beijing State?" "Gu Weijun, you guys pack up and leave tonight." "Tonight?" Song Qingsher looked at the wall clock in surprise. "There are no more cars at this hour." "Right. And we didn't buy high-speed rail tickets." "I'll drive you to the airport." Gu Weijun looked at his cell phone. "The special plane is already ready at the city's north airport. Ready to take off at any time. Specialized aircraft." The couple secretly staggered. This specification is high enough. The fire quickly packed up the luggage. The family all went out and went downstairs. In the hallway, a man stood quietly, wearing an ordinary leather jacket, with a sharp gaze, scanning around. Seeing Gu Weijun come out, the man nodded and followed the family down the stairs. Song Qi noticed that the location of the man's pants pockets bulging. "Look at this shape, a little like a pistol." When they walked out of the unit door, a few more similarly dressed men came over nearby and nodded at Gu Weijun. "So many plainclothes bodyguards? This security effort, it feels pretty good." Song Qi was very satisfied. He had taken the initiative to disclose a portion of his talent, and it was precisely this kind of protection that he wanted to avoid being taken captive by some strange and mysterious force. The group arrived at the district parking lot. "Nah, let's say goodbye first, so let's get in the car." What Gu Weijun was pointing at was actually a Wuling Hongguang, with an old appearance, completely a car used by ordinary people to make deliveries. This disguise, it's quite reassuring. Song Qi grinned. "Make a call when you get to Beijing State." Song Qingsher brought his daughter with him and instructed Yishan a few words. Daodo had always wanted to go to Beijing State to see the Great Wall, and was about to sneak into the car at the moment, only to be yanked back by Song Qingsher. She had to look at her brother with a look of anticipation and asked, "You're really buying me the little prodigy watch? You can pick whichever model you want at that time." Song Qi waved his small hand in a bold tone. Daodo was very happy, and for the first time, she looked at this younger brother with an incomparably good eye. She quietly attached herself to Song Qi's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't divulge the secret that you're an alien." Song Qi tugged at the corner of his mouth. "That's really appreciated. Good luck with everything. You'll definitely be chosen." Song Qingsher picked up his son and gave him a hard kiss. After saying goodbye, Yishan took the child and the cat to the car. Once inside, Song Qi couldn't help but look around. Looking at the layout of the compartment, it actually looked like the kind of combat command vehicle in anti-terrorist movies. A world away from its humble appearance, there was a workbench with several screens hanging above it, with surveillance and maps. A staff member is holding a walkie-talkie, whispering to confirm the security situation. Next to the workbench, there was a row of long iron boxes, the lids of which were open, and the black stocks of rifles could be vaguely seen. Several plainclothes security guards sat on either side, not saying a word, watching the scene outside the car window. Song Qi touched the inner wall of the carriage. This hard and thick feel, it should be bulletproof. Gu Weijun noticed the child's small action and laughed. "Don't worry, you are absolutely safe now. This car, even if you encounter a transcendentalist attack, you can still hold out for a while until help arrives." This flag set up. Song Qi was speechless. Looking out the car window, the vehicle had already driven away from the neighborhood and sped off in the direction of the airport. Gu Weijun intentionally observed Song Qi, picking up the topic from time to time and exchanging a few sentences, and as a result, his heart became more and more surprised. This child, in addition to the physical size, other which is not like the state of a year-old, speech and demeanor, the feeling is already very mature, no less than a teenager in his teens. It's really a big world. There's nothing strange about it. He could only sigh so. The few security personnel beside him, who had duties to perform, didn't interject, but they all glanced at Song-chi from time to time, their gazes filled with astonishment. Yishan spoke up at this time, asking the question she was most concerned about. Commissioner Gu, do you think my child can pass the selection? Gu Weijun shook his head slightly. The criteria for the selection is set by that group of experts. I'm not sure about the specifics, but dash. He smiled and looked at Song-chi, then handed Yishan a business card. Even if you are not selected for the national program, a genius like little friend Song-chi, the province will not let go of him. We, the Department of Education, can arrange special enrollment exams for key high schools, or even teenage class exams for prestigious universities in the province. As long as you can pass the exam, all kinds of subsidies and rewards are absolutely unavoidable. That's great. Yishan was overjoyed and carefully received the business card. Once Song-chi heard this, he also came energized and asked, how much money can the reward be? The national level is 10 million. Do you have 5 million there? Gu Weijun smiled and snorted. It depends on what grade of scholarship you apply for. It must be very generous. Yishan was a little embarrassed and hurriedly gave her son a wink, signaling him not to be so direct. But in this way, Gu Weijun instead had some sense of truth. If a 1-year-old child speaks as smoothly as an adult, it would really be a ghost. The group arrived at the city's northern airport without incident, and there was indeed a special plane waiting there, which received Song-chi and took off immediately. After 2 hours, it had arrived at the border of Beijing state, and the airplane slowly landed. That was fast. Yishan sighed. If it was a normal airplane ride, the boarding procedures alone would take quite a bit of time. This special plane was indeed convenient. She picked up the child and kissed him. This is the first time in my life that I've sat on a special airplane, and it's still in the baby's favor. Just after getting off the airplane, Song-chi froze for a moment. This was not a civilian airport in Beijing, but a military base. Parked next to it were several military green helicopter gunships. It was already nighttime, but there was still a team of soldiers with loaded guns, patrolling back and forth. Seeing this scene, Song-chi suddenly remembered those words that Daodu had babbled and couldn't help but think wildly. I'm not really going to be sent to be sliced up, am I? Fortunately, this worry didn't last long. A soldier drove a jeep and waited in front, sending Gu Weijun and the mother and son to a dormitory building. The upstairs windows were all dark, and even if there were people, they were probably sleeping with their lights out. But stepped into the first floor, but found 2 children are still hiding inside the hall. Is confronting. The atmosphere is tense. Both were 6 or 7 years old, slightly younger than Daodu. One of them jumped onto the table, waist and hips up, smugly saying, I can pee 5 meters away. Can you? The kid standing next to him, 2 long slugs running out of his nostrils. He reaches out and wipes them, stuffs them straight into his mouth, chewing as he says, I can eat snot. Can you? Pee-wee's face sank as if he was facing an enemy. The 2 little geniuses each demonstrated their talent. Who could not help who? Kanzan wore a tie. Thank you for your votes and rewards and catch-up reading. Pee-wee and Snotty. The 2 major teenage geniuses were confronting each other when they suddenly realized that several people had come in on the first floor. The atmosphere was instantly awkward. The 2 men wiped their feet, and were about to leave. Gu Weijun hurriedly shouted, Wait, where is your teacher Shen? Seems to have gone out. The 2 children's footsteps do not stop. The speed is very fast. A few seconds on the stairs. Look at this speed. 100 meters running into 12 seconds is not a problem. It is indeed the physique of a genius. Song-chi looked around curiously and noticed the sign erected at the entrance of the first floor. China Genius Selection Base, Dormitory Area. There was also a line of small letters that stated that the base belonged to the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Geology of the state of China. It seems that it's the outer perimeter of this place that is the military base, and I didn't see a few soldiers inside, so they should all belong to the Genius Selection Base, living in the depths of the military base, isolated from all external risks. Still quite a sense of security. Song-chi felt quite good. Gu Weijun took out his cell phone and was about to make a call when another SUV appeared outside the dormitory and slowly stopped at the door. A young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses jumped out of the vehicle, allowing the soldiers to carry large packages of express boxes and send them towards the dormitory. Seeing Gu Weijun, the young woman greeted him. Commissioner Gu, Yuan Province brought a surprise to the base this time. Gu Weijun shook her hand. Dr. Shen, still picking up the courier at this late hour? It happened suddenly, so I could only procure some supplies temporarily. Dr. Shen's gaze fell on Song-chi and explained with a smile. The Genius Cultivation Program has a history of 15 years, and today, it's the first time that there are enrollees who have just turned 1 year old. Song-chi scratched his head, understanding that Dr. Shin was buying something to go. Over here, the soldiers began to unpack the express delivery. Strollers, cribs, small bathtubs, talcum powder. Mother Yi, are these diapers the right size? Dr. Shin was very careful and bought several sets of different sizes. Song-chi tilted her head and proudly said, I don't need them anymore. When he looked up, he noticed the name tag hanging on Dr. Shin's chest. Transcendent Trait Institute. Shun Wenjun. Transcendent trait? Song-chi saw this term for the first time and secretly pondered over it. Dr. Shin exchanged pleasantries with Yi Shan and then turned his head to ask, Little friend Song-chi, is there anything you need? After a pause, seeing Song-chi staring blankly at her chest, she joked again. Hungry for milk? Sorry, oh, I don't have any here. Song-chi, I can eat now, but you are still at the age to drink milk, aren't you? There's no need to repress your nature. Dr. Shin said, picked Song-chi up, pinched his little face, found a good touch, surprised, so cute, can I have a kiss? Of course. Yi Shan also smiled and said, this child just loves to kiss people. ? Before Song-chi could defend himself, he was kissed several times by Dr. Shin, making his face full of saliva. Gu Weijun completed the task of escorting him and stood at the entrance of the dormitory, bidding farewell to several people. The Genius Cultivation Program. The competition is extremely fierce, and it's been several years since anyone was selected in province. He gazed at Song-chi, some expectation in his gaze. I think you have a lot of hope. Go for it. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back to Lu City. He heard the child behind him ask, if I'm selected, will your provincial government give a reward? Can there be 5 million? The corner of Gu Weijun's mouth twitched, hurriedly speeding up his pace. His heart puzzled, a 1-year-old child. How is his head full of money? After dealing with a bunch of couriers, Dr. Shen led the mother and son and Shishi up the stairs. It was said to be a dormitory, but it was not the 8-person dormitory of the school in Song-chi's imagination, but a family living in a small apartment with all the facilities, similar to home. Rest well and start the assessment process tomorrow. Dr. Shen handed Yi Shan an access card, then turned around in the corridor to make sure the children were asleep, and quietly left. Mother and son cleaned up in the house, and Cece also came to help, running to the corner with her own cat's nest in her mouth. Not 10 minutes later, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. Is there anything else for Dr. Shen? Yi Shan opened the door and was instantly dumbfounded, only to see 20 to 30 children gathered around the door, each sticking their necks out and looking curiously into the room. I heard there's a 1-year-old little monster here? Yi Shan cried and laughed, stepping aside and gesturing for his son to come and meet his competitors. Song-chi came over to take a look and said breathlessly, don't you guys sleep? Sleeping, just woken up by the two of them yelling. The children pointed to the two at the head, the very same PP children and snot-nosed children who had just confronted each other. Seeing that Song-chi was really young, the children all got excited and asked, do you use diapers or diapers? Do you cry out immediately when you're hungry? Do you fight? If I hit you, will you cry for mommy? The last question finally gave Song-chi some interest, and he gazed at the boy who asked the question, memorizing his looks. A meaningful smile followed. You'll know the answer. The next morning, Song-chi Xian went to the base hospital and had a tube of blood drawn. Some parents are so lucrative that they will give their children forbidden drugs to forcefully accelerate their development to meet the conditions for enrollment. Dr. Shen explained. Of course, I'm completely at ease with you. There's currently no such technological means that can give a 1-year-old child the physical and intellectual capacity of an adult. Blood test, urine test, hair test, all kinds of process came once. It's a pity that Daodu isn't here, or she'd have to make a fuss again. Song-chi carried a small bottle of urine and handed it to the doctor. Then, according to Dr. Shen's guidance, he operated the electronic watch on his wrist. A message box popped up on the watch's screen. A 268, Song-chi. Potential score, 0. Reference ranking, 126 to 126. The potential score is the core indicator that determines whether you can pass the selection. Dr. Shen introduced. From this moment onwards, everything you experience is a test, and every performance may earn you a potential score. Children older than you may perform better, but have a lower potential score, so direct comparison is meaningless. Everything is based on the potential score. Song-chi nodded. Just looking at the scores on the table was fine. It was still quite economical. Dr. Shen, because there are constantly people joining and dropping out, the reference ranking isn't very useful, so there's no need to pay too much attention to it. Song-chi looked at the 126 ranking, but was puzzled. There were currently 126 people who were participating in the selection, that many of them? Earlier, Gu Weijun had mentioned in the chat that there were very few children in Ontario who could successfully enroll. No more than 5 per year. Sometimes not even 1. And there is no time limit for the selection. From January to December. You can enter the base at any time. In that case, there shouldn't be too many children staying in the base at the same time. He told Dr. Shin about this doubt. Dr. Shin held up his glasses, not expecting Song-chi to notice this detail, and with some surprise, he replied, "There are some people who can participate in the selection as long as they detect transcendent traits. As for what transcendent traits are, I believe you will have the opportunity to learn about them." Again, transcendent trait. Song-chi nodded, pondering. Meanwhile, somewhere in the base, Song-chi's words and actions were being displayed in the large screen. At the age of 1, you have this level of thinking ability? The dozen or so staff members discussed a bit, then operated their keyboards. No. A 268, Song-chi. Potential score +1. Song-chi had just stepped out of the hospital's front door when he heard his watch tick. Raising his hand, he took a look. Potential score, 1. Reference ranking, 126 to 126. How did I suddenly add a point? Looking back at the hospital, he wasn't sure if it was because of the passing of the physical examination, or because of the words he had just said. The evaluation of potential points is handled exclusively by a team, and I have no right to ask about it. Dr. Shin explained when he saw this. You also don't need to think too much. Just follow your usual habits. Live and study here, and you'll be fine. Understood. Song-chi nodded, having a number in his heart. His usual habits were simple. Eat, sleep, liver experience, and tease his cat and sister when he had nothing else to do. Then next, slowly show off his liver experience routine. The watch rang again, this time sending a schedule. Song-chi originally thought that the selection was just a test, physical fitness, and at most a fight in the ring. But unexpectedly, it started with a lesson. Introduction to Spiritual Cultivation Method? Seeing the name of the course, he instantly became excited. From birth until now, the natural growth of spiritual attributes was almost imperceptible, and could only be improved by the attribute points given by the panel, which was too inefficient. Unexpectedly, just after participating in the selection, the base gave him a big gift. Let's get started then. Song-chi rubbed his fists in extra anticipation. The world we live in is 3-dimensional space, and if we add time, it's 4-dimensional spacetime. No matter how strong a person's physical body is, it can't break through the boundaries of 4-dimensional spacetime, but the spirit can. Under the pull of the spirit, the human body hooks up with the laws of higher dimensional space, and only then can it hope to break through the limits and obtain all sorts of transcendent abilities. Therefore, the cultivation of the spirit is the foundation of mankind's journey towards transcendence. In the small classroom, an old teacher with gray sideburns was explaining the introductory knowledge of the spiritual cultivation method. There were only 4 students below, all of whom had just arrived in the last few days. Among them were 2 familiar faces, PP Baby and Snotlout. There was also a boy in a backpack, who I heard had come quite early, but had been injured while playing basketball and had only healed today. The 3 of them listened and deserted, and then turned their heads sideways and scowled at Song-chi. Because Song-chi was so small, sitting on a chair with his chin just reaching the desk, the scene made them feel a little funny. Only this big. Can you understand? Snotlout mumbled softly. The old teacher swept him a glance and continued. The basic cultivation method of the spirit is meditation. Combined with a special potion, the spirit can detach itself from its physical body during meditation and enter the world of higher dimensions to roam. Of course, this kind of roaming is different from tourists visiting scenic spots. The spirit itself has no vision, and everything relies on the perception of the consciousness. At first, all you can perceive is a darkness that is the most eternal color of the universe. The old teacher explained the meditation method, and took out 4 vials of potion, 1 for each person. Song-chi glanced at the name of the potion. 3rd generation meditation original liquid. Opening the cap, he slowly drank it. Well, it was quite sweet. The next moment, he felt like he was floating. The whole person seemed to fly, and his perceptions began to blur. Concentrate and control your breathing, following the old teacher's instructions. Soon, Song-chi's consciousness went into a trance, entering a dark and deep unknown realm. Meditation roaming is when the consciousness moves forward without stopping. It sounded simple, but after a while, he felt the pressure. It was like a person who closed his eyes and walked forward. Even if he knew that there was nothing in front of him, it was difficult to hold on for too many steps. After walking a short distance, one wouldn't be able to resist reopening their eyes. At this moment, Song-chi was in a meditative state, and he couldn't even open his eyes. He was in the middle of endless darkness, moving forward with his senses. The only thing he could do was to keep his mind stable, not sinking and not giving up. In this state, Every second of meditation was a huge drain on the spirit, and the mental pressure was increasing. The longer you meditate, the stronger the spirit and the better the exercise, but you can't force it too much in case your consciousness is damaged, the old teacher reminded. After 8 minutes, Pee-wee and Snuffles were sweating on their foreheads, breathing heavily, and obviously couldn't hold on any longer, so they voluntarily withdrew from the meditative state. Backstrap Pants held on a bit longer, 10 minutes, and when he opened his eyes again, he looked at his two competitors with a weak but smug smile. Afterwards, the three of them looked at Song-chi in unison, their complexions suddenly changing, as if they all had large question marks written on their faces. A 1-year-old little dot. Why was his spirit stronger than theirs? The old teacher remained calm and pointed to the door, signaling the students to go out and rest once their meditation was over. The three of them had strange expressions, and just after leaving the classroom, they couldn't help but shout and call out to the other partners in the building, "Come see the monster." It wasn't long before a group of children ran over one after another, lying outside the classroom windowsill and observing the motionless Song-chi. He can't be asleep. I heard my parents say that a 1-year-old can sleep anytime, anywhere. Bullshit. Drinking that original liquid. You can sleep? Rip your balls off? Why would I rip my own eggs? While the children were discussing passionately outside, in the classroom, Song-chi slowly opened his eyes and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Looking at his watch first, only 14 minutes had passed. It feels as long as 3 days and 3 nights. He sighed and opened the attribute panel again. Spirit, 2727. 1. Seeing the data change, Song-chi was happy again. This was the first time that the spirit attribute had gained an increase by training. This was the right place to come. The feeling of meditation was not pleasant, but as long as it was something that could be livered, he didn't bring fear. Immediately, he closed his eyes and prepared to enter the meditative state again. The old teacher, who had been very calm, froze at the sight. People who had just learned to meditate, for the first time feeling the bewilderment and helplessness in the boundless darkness, would inevitably be intimidated, and would have to slow down a bit. This little guy actually wanted to do it again? He hurriedly stopped it. Meditation training is the same as physical training. You can't be greedy. You need to have sufficient rest. Song-chi let out an "oh" sound, opening his eyes with an unfulfilled desire. Moving his stiff neck, he turned his head, but was startled. On the windowsill, dozens of small heads were stacked together, their eyes all staring round, like a group of owls piled on top of each other. Song-chi understood and smiled. It seemed that his performance in this meditation was quite good inside the base. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed in his mind, with a lot less constriction. Previously, when he was at home, he was still a bit tied up, afraid of acting too exaggeratedly and scaring his parents. Now in this base, since everyone was a genius, everyone was someone who could create miracles, then there was nothing to worry about. He could let go and have a great time. Also let these geniuses feel the strength of the hanging. Go back, all of you. The old teacher went out and blew away the children who were lying on the windowsill. The PP kids, snot-nosed kids, and backpackers returned to the classroom and waited for Song-chi to rest for a few minutes before continuing the lesson. Song-chi looked at his watch first. Potential score, 1-5. Reference ranking, 107 to 126. That's an increase of 4 points? It feels like it's pretty quick to brush up your score. The other three were envious when they learned that Song-chi already had 5 points and exchanged their scores as well. The backstrap pants had just added 1 point, while PP and Snotlout didn't add any points. No extra points? Song-chi was a bit surprised. These two children had persisted in meditation for 8 minutes, so it was reasonably okay and not grainy. Alas, 1 point won't be given without a genius-level performance. Pee-wee shook his head. I've been here for 3 days, and I've only added 2 points for physical training. Snotlout nodded in agreement, and he did the same. Backstrap Pants, however, had the same 5 points as Song-chi, and a few people wondered where he got his points from. I broke my leg playing basketball and it healed in a month, and was evaluated as having amazing recovery abilities. Backstrap Pants said smugly. The remaining 3, the stronger the spirit, the farther it travels in the higher dimensional world, the more likely it is that it will come into contact with the laws of the higher dimensions. The higher dimensional laws are mapped into reality, i.e., they are displayed as incredible transcendent powers. This theory was somewhat abstract, and seeing that the students were at a loss, the old teacher took out a piece of white paper and pressed it onto the blackboard. 2 points A and B were drawn on the white paper. Between 2 points, the line segment is the shortest. This is what you have learned in elementary school, the old teacher said and looked at Song-chi again. Sorry, you didn't go to elementary school. The corner of Song-chi's mouth twitched. Continue, teacher. I can probably understand. The old teacher nodded. Now between the 2 points AB, The shortest distance is 10 centimeters, but what about after raising the dimension? He picked up the white paper and folded it in half so that the 2 points AB were reunited. The shortest distance between these 2 points could then become 0. At this point, from point A to point B, an ordinary person would have to walk 10 centimeters away, whereas a transcendentalist would be able to reach it in an instant by utilizing the higher dimensional laws. This kind of transcendental ability is called spatial shuttling, and some people also call it instantaneous transfer. Song-chi's gaze trembled slightly, listening to the shock. The basic math axioms that he had learned in his previous life, he did not expect to derive the concept of transcendence. Snotty wiped his nose and suddenly became inspired, raising his hand to ask, "Teacher, isn't the heavenly market a similar principle?" The old teacher nodded. The formation of the heavenly ruins is more complicated, but part of the principle is like this: utilizing a space bridge, or wormhole, to connect 2 planets that are billions of light years apart. When the lecture was over, the old teacher left another after-school assignment. First, each of the 4 people was given a tablet computer. The mailbox had been successfully bound, and as soon as they turned on the computer, they automatically received an email. Song-chi clicked on the email and saw the video inside. In the room with closed doors and windows, a woman with a blurred face had a cup of water in front of her. With a wave of her hand, the water instantly froze, and with another wave, the ice melted into water. The liquid water gradually disappears again, presumably into water vapor. Finally the woman flexed her fingers and flicked. Above the empty cup, drops of water appeared and fell out of nowhere, just like rain, although the room's doors and windows were closed. At this moment it seemed as if a strong wind had struck, blowing the raindrops from side to side, calling out the wind and summoning rain. This is a transcendent ability that has been recorded in ancient China, and the Tao sect and Art sect are especially good at it. These 2 transcendent abilities, how are they formed? By utilizing high-dimensional laws. You guys can try to explain it. Halfway through his speech, the old teacher glanced at Song-chi again. This involves some simple knowledge from middle school physics, but that's okay. Inside the tablet, the basic textbook for the entire subject is downloaded, and a true genius can completely teach himself. Well, this is letting me skip kindergarten and elementary school and directly teach myself middle school physics. Song-chi secretly spat in his heart, but he wasn't afraid. He had learned it all in his previous life, and although he had forgotten almost all of it, with his 27 points of spiritual attributes, it was easy to review it back. Answering the after-school questions correctly would naturally add points, so he definitely had to give it a try. The morning's lessons finally ended, and Song-chi jumped out of his chair, feeling giddy in the head. After only 2 lessons and learning a little bit of skin, his worldview had been strongly impacted. Heavenly ruins, transcendent abilities, higher dimensional laws. This world, it's truly marvelous, Song-chi lamented as he did. At lunchtime, all the selectors were eating in the base cafeteria. There was no need for a meal card, and you could receive food for free by swiping your face. The parents weren't in this cafeteria, and it was up to the children to choose what they wanted to eat. A long line formed in front of the window for Coke, burgers, and fried chicken. Oh, if old sister was here, it wouldn't be a blast. Seeing this, Song-chi took a picture of the boxes of fried chicken with his watch and sent it to Daodu's smartwatch. At this time, Daodu was at home, eating green vegetables with a bitter face. Seeing the photo on the watch, he was instantly nonplussed. Exclamation point. Such a good place. Sending the watch and fried chicken. Why can't I go? She fell into a deep envy and jealousy that was hard to extricate herself. After showing off to her old sister, Song-chi carried her plate and picked around. Pan-fried steak, cassoulet lamb, and sweet and sour carp each came with a portion. The afternoon was physical training. He had to brush up on the passive of his meat-eater talent more. The more meat he ate, the faster he would develop and recover. Afterwards, following the familiar yet disgusting smell of bugs, he found the window for secret bug gel again. It was actually free as well, but it was limited, so take as much as you can eat. Song-chi was naturally nonchalant, and had the cafeteria mom cut 2 grams for him. After obtaining the juvenile humanoid beast achievement, he felt that his food quantity had grown again, and with 2 grams a day, he could almost digest it. There were quite a few kids standing outside this window as well, but all of them had a torn face, hesitating to receive a portion. They all knew that the secret insect gel was good, but it was just too hard to eat. Isn't there any evolutionary nutrient liquid? I usually drink orange-flavored ones, a child demanded. The head of the cafeteria came out and explained. I'm sorry, evolutionary nutrient liquid can only be exchanged with the points gained after completing certain tests. The children who had just entered the base didn't have any points, so they could only eat the secret insect gel for a few days first. This caused them to have a strong desire for points. Song-chi was contented and took the free secret insect gel, joyfully finding a seat to sit down. Seeing that there were only 2 grams on his plate, Pee-wee said in disbelief, "How come you're only eating so little? Eating a little bit every day is easier to absorb than eating the whole piece at once." Song-chi said, "I've always been like this." "What? Eat a little every day?" Pee-wee stared in shock. "Do you have no sense of taste? No sense of taste?" Song-chi laughed, received a cup of boiling water, stirred the secret insect blue and put it in, brewed and melted. A strong smell of worms wafted out, attracting people around them to look sideways. Peeing babies sitting across the table, almost all vomited. "Actually, just get used to it." Song-chi added some more cool water into it, stirred it with a spoon, raised the cup and drank it all in one go. His expression was frank and confident. Evolution Energy Tank, 23% 27%. A 2-gram piece of secret insect gel filled the energy tank by 4%. Coupled with eating to replenish it, Song-chi now filled the energy slots at least 3 times a month, and was able to gain 3 free attribute points, and was not far from 4. Liver experience required a lot of time and energy. Eating couldn't take much work and was much more cost-effective. Therefore, as long as he looks at the changes in the evolutionary energy slot, even if it's hard to eat, he can still swallow it. Dr. Shin also came to eat, and seeing the difficult faces of some children, he smiled and said, "Everyone, you are the future explorers." Evolutionary nutrient liquid. This kind of advanced food, although the raw materials come from the heavenly market, but after factory processing, put all kinds of additives. Of course the taste is good. When you guys go to the old days and explore the heavenly ruins, you may not have such good stuff. It's all about eating what you have. An explorer often needs to eat worms raw that tastes even worse than secret worm blue. The ability to eat anything is also a necessary ability. The children in the base were all very smart, and once they heard this, they understood that this was also an exercise, and Song-chi's cloudy stance irritated quite a few people. Everyone didn't believe that they weren't as tolerant as a 1-year-old. Spell it out. They followed suit and let the cafeteria mom cut down 2 grams of secret worm gum and stuffed it into their mouths. A mouthful of swallowed, and then pour some water pressure, smooth into the belly. But there are also people who first pour a mouthful of Coke, trying to use Coke to suppress the strange taste of worms. The results are mixed together. The taste is even more strange. After eating, Song-chi went back to the dormitory. Just as he reached the first floor, Shishi stepped on the cat's footsteps and slowly and methodically came over, rubbing his little master's pants to show his welcome. Perhaps because she had been sparring a lot lately and had gotten acquainted with Song-chi, Cece acted less high-strung. "How's it been staying here? Have you been bullied by the other spirit pets?" Song-chi stroked its head. Shishi meowed a few times and spoke about the situation on the dormitory side. There were quite a few spirit pets in this building, both cats and dogs, and Dr. Shin had specially arranged an activity room as a place for the spirit pets to play. Song-chi was curious to hear this and asked Shishi to take him over to take a look. When he walked to the door of the activity room on the 2nd floor, he saw that there were hairs floating in the air and noisy voices inside. Spirit pet cats and spirit pet dogs were facing each other, ganging up and fighting. It wasn't a life and death situation. The cats were more adept at using their claws and being able to fly over the walls. Their fighting power appeared to be stronger, but the dogs are more united, gathering together to rampage and be unstoppable. Ragdoll Cat Squad. Cut their rear. Dog Squad 1. Hold it for me. The spirit pets were in the middle of their battle when they suddenly realized that someone was coming and immediately dispersed. The cats quickly returned to their cat nests and cat climbing frames, pretending that nothing had happened and started licking each other's fur. The dogs puckered their tongues and wagged their tails, coming to lick Song-chi's hand curtly. The 2 parrots, on the other hand, spoke in unison. "We've all been good today." Song-chi's eyes lit up, and in front of them, he meowed twice first. The spirit pets were instantly confused. After playing like this for a while, Song-chi not only brushed up 2 points of cat language experience, but also gained the skill dog language. "It feels like I'm going further and further down the road of being inappropriate." He closed the panel and went upstairs contentedly, telling his mom about today's gains, and was ready to take a nap and rest. There was a flash of light on the tablet, and a new email was received. When he clicked on it, it wasn't actually from a teacher, but a ranking applet made by the selectors themselves. "Just a few years old and you can make your own applet? There are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the base," Song-chi lamented, browsing through the introduction of the small program. It turned out that the reference ranking on the watch did not have a high reference value, and children who came early were often ranked higher, making it difficult to compare the real potential. This self-proclaimed Magic City Small Peichi selector. Redo a ranking. Compare everyone's average daily score, dividing the total potential score by the number of days in the base. The higher the average daily score, the higher the potential. Everyone's potential score is not public, so Peachy sent out a mass email asking people to fill in their own scores to automatically generate a ranking. There's also a comment section below the applet where people leave messages and share what they know. The average daily score, the closest indicator of base selection. The lower the average score, the earlier it goes. Those with a high average score not only have a high pass rate, but are also more likely to receive additional rewards and trials from the base. After reading the comments, Song-chi also became interested. On this side of the base, there had been no clear selection criteria given, and Dr. Shin had just told everyone to behave as they normally would. Perhaps it was because he didn't want to create too tense a competitive atmosphere, but Song-chi wasn't up for it. In his previous life, he had fought his way through the brutal test-based education, competing with his classmates every day, and had long gotten used to it. Now that he has the panel in hand, he is even more unafraid of any competition. Immediately opened the small program and filled in the date of entering the base, as well as the current potential score. Everyone wrote nicknames. Song-chi also gave himself one, called 1-Year-Old Superman. Currently, his average daily score was 5 points. Of course it was only halfway through the day, and there was still an afternoon of physical training. The reference rankings are generated immediately 45/98. There were a total of 98 people participating in the private ranking, and Song-chi occupied a middle-of-the-pack position in it based on only half a day's score. He was quite satisfied with this result, and would come back to update the data when the day was over. Finally, he scanned the top of the ranking list. First place, One Punch Superman, with a daily average score of 11.7 points, had been in the base for 2 full months. The top 3 had daily averages of over 10 points, and fourth place was just under 10 points. Hiss. My nickname is actually so similar to the first place. Song-chi couldn't help but smile. It wouldn't end up in a battle of nickname belonging, would it? The ranking table was updated, and the names of the new members still had bolded markings. Soon, someone in the comments section noticed 1-Year-Old Superman. Is this the 1-year-old monster? Only half a day and he's already got 5 points? Pervert. I feel like I'm out of luck. This base is full of monsters. I want to go back to my Yutsai elementary school. Everyone there is stupid. No one can beat me. Suggest slicing. I have a hospital at home. Study this little bitty thing for the benefit of all mankind. Song-chi was very vindictive, laughed and remembered the nickname of the person who suggested slicing. Afternoon physical fitness class. See if I can find you. In the afternoon, the base bus uniformly sent the children to the physical training hall. The sheer size of this physical training hall impressed Song-chi. The open-air venue alone was the size of 3 or 4 soccer fields, and there were dozens of indoor halls with different functions. Dr. Shin drove a sightseeing car and took Song-chi on a tour of the entire grounds. This area is the sports hall area, with all the athletics and mainstream ball sports, and we've also hired some Olympic champions as coaches. That area is the strength training gym. There are more than 1,000 strength training machines. The head coach has participated in the WNBF World Natural Bodybuilding Championships many times, and has taken the world's 2nd place. Here is the martial arts fighting hall. Sansho, Muay Thai, boxing, Bujeo, Kendo, mixed martial arts. Each program has a professional coach to lead the training, and there is no shortage of professional fighters. This is the shooting and archery hall. For firearms, bow and crossbow, darts and concealed weapons training. This is the rehabilitation center. There are professional masseurs and rehabilitators. It is recommended to go there at the end of the training every day. The sightseeing car ran for half an hour, taking a walk, before strolling through the physical training hall. Dr. Shin stopped the car and saw Song-chi's picture of an itchy appearance and laughed. These arenas are shared by all bases, and during physical training sessions, the arenas belong exclusively to you selectors. If you come at any other time and will run into people from other bases, it's best to notify me first and be safe. Song-chi was already glowing with both eyes. Such a good training ground, how could it be possible to come only a few times a week for classes? It couldn't be wasted. At home, he practiced 3 times a day, but here, it would be more or less. Even just looking at this wide field and rich equipment, he already felt his blood boiling. Alright, just find a random arena to practice. If you're hungry, there's a bus at the entrance that will take you directly to the cafeteria. Dr. Shin handed him a few sets of training clothes. Song-chi froze and took the clothes. Is there no unified physical fitness class? Of course not. This is not a school. Dr. Shin laughed. You can go to the corresponding arena for whatever you want to practice. And if you don't understand, you can find a coach. How long to practice? How intense? These are your own words, or even not to practice. Dr. Shin also pointed to a corner on the side. In front of the vending machine, a few children are playing dragon sucking, throwing Mentos inflatable candies into the Coke, an instant release of a large number of bubbles, spraying everywhere. The children rushed to pour the coke into their mouths, and soon their nostrils were full of foam, burping constantly. Song-chi. Okay, I understand. Such a free training mode felt good too. After bidding farewell to Dr. Shin, he was alone and stepped into the martial arts combat hall, changed into his practice clothes, and went to the unarmed fighting area. Inside the wide fighting arena, the shadows of the road were interlaced, the sound of shouting and shouting rose up, and the thumping sound of hitting the sandbags was unceasing. There were already 30 to 40 children training here, all very serious. The atmosphere was quite good. Among them, there were those who practiced any kind of fighting arts. Song-chi swept a glance and found that Muay Thai, wrestling, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and mixed martial arts were the main ones. The sparring area was in the corner, and a coach was explaining the attack and defense techniques of sparring, with two children sitting below. Song-chi did not disturb them, and first listened on the side. At a closer look, the man who was explaining the techniques was the coach of the video class that he had watched before, Yu Gaofeng, the 5th Dan of Sanda. 5th Dan. It's completely at a professional level, able to participate in various official fighting competitions, quite a bit stronger than Dad. Song-chi was delighted, sitting cross-legged and listening carefully. As the youngest being in the room in terms of age and physique, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Why did that 1-year-old little monster come here? Only 1-year-old and actually wants to practice fighting? It's too dangerous. What if he gets seriously injured? At this age, it's too early to practice physical fitness. Just practice meditation. Anyone you know, take him to the athletic field for a run. He's wandering around here. I'm afraid of getting hurt by mistake. The children discussed a few words and wanted Song-chi to go to another field, afraid that he would accidentally hurt someone and affect the selection. The peeing child was also in this arena, and was chatting with someone. Go to the toilet later. Let you see how far I pee. Then he heard a noise and realized that everyone was talking about Song-chi. The peeing child looked at the tiny figure in the corner and immediately remembered something and retorted, "Don't jump to conclusions first. This little monster." But he walked formally and rolled in. Formal enrollment? The children froze in unison, ran out of words, and couldn't help but start doubting life again. Formal enrollment standards. Strength training 3 major 200 kilograms or more. 100-meter run within 13 seconds. Standing long jump 2-3 meters. Is this something that can be accomplished at the age of 1? They were half believing it, but they stopped talking about it and continued training, glancing at Song-chi's side from time to time, curious about what would happen next. Song-chi didn't care about the others, and listened to Coach Yu Gaofeng's lecture with full attention. When he heard the excitement, he simply stood up, turned on the imitation state, and imitated the technical movements demonstrated by the coach on the spot. Yu Gaofeng also didn't think that such a small child could learn any sparring, and had planned to take the little guy away after finishing this part of the lecture. After clapping block, there are several ways to counterattack as follows. Halfway through the lecture, he suddenly got stuck. He stared at Song-chi, who was imitating across the room, with amazement in his eyes. This child imitated a set of counterattacking strikes, with standardized movements and a smooth rhythm, completely at an introductory level. How could it be? Upholding his professionalism, Yu Gaofeng took a deep breath and insisted on explaining the course content. Then he couldn't wait to ask, "This young student, how old are you? How long have you been practicing sparring?" "Coach Yu, I just turned 1-year-old, and I have been practicing sparring for a few months now." Song-chi didn't say too precisely. To be strictly speaking, he had slowly begun training after he gained his first profession, fighter, after his full moon catching week. If he answered like that, he would probably really be sliced up as a monster. The two children sitting next to Song-chi had originally been in the way of classroom discipline and had honestly not said anything. At this moment, when they heard this, they finally couldn't help themselves and exclaimed, "Starting to practice sparring at less than a year old? Am I crazy? Or is this world crazy?" Song-chi smiled shyly. "Just born. Nothing to do. Just looking for something to do." Crowd. Practicing to this level in a few months. Even for an adult, the talent is quite good. Yu Gaofeng didn't want to look like a picture of himself making a fuss, pretending to nod calmly as he commented as such. Then he reacted, "You know that my surname is Yu?" "Of course," Song-chi replied. "I usually learn your video lessons often." "Learning video lessons?" Yu Gaofeng frowned slightly. "That's for people who have already learned it to review. You didn't hire a coach to learn sparring?" "Usually it's just self-study. Occasionally Dad will teach me when he gets home. He's a physical education teacher and his level is okay." Yu Gaofeng listened to the corner of his mouth straight draw. "Physical education teacher. Your father a few paragraphs level? Amateur 3 paragraphs it." Song-chi recalled. "That means You basically relied on self-taught? A few months and you practiced like this? Yu Gaofeng's voice trembled a little. Song-chi once again smiled shyly. Just born. Nothing to do. So I just watched videos and practiced blindly after. Crowd. Yu Gaofeng took a deep look at Song-chi, turned around and rummaged in his bag, took out a business card and handed it over. Song-chi took the card and looked at it. The front side was printed with the name of Chinese Martial Arts Sanshou Association, and the address was in Beijing. On the reverse side was Yu Gaofeng's name and phone number. Regardless of whether you pass the selection or not, if you want to follow the career path of a fighter, you can contact me at any time, Yu Gaofeng said, and then introduced the Chinese Martial Arts Sanshou Association. Sanshou is an attempt to transform traditional martial arts into modern ring combat, and the main work is handled by our association. Objectively speaking, this attempt can't be considered a success. The commercial value of Sanda is still not comparable to popular programs like Taekwondo and boxing, and the international influence is also small. However, inside our association, there are many innovative experts in traditional martial arts, and there are even several transcendentalists in attendance, making us extremely strong. If you are willing to join, you will be able to enjoy the top treatment, and several sects can even jointly accept disciples, holding you up as a front figure in the Sanshou fighting art. In the future, you can participate in competitions, challenge major foreign martial arts schools, and make appointments to fight the world's top fighters. We can arrange all of these. Once successful, not only fame and fortune, you may also become a national hero like Hui Yuanjia, admired by 10,000 people. Yu Gaofeng's level of lecturing was good, and his ability to draw a pie was quite good, and Song-chi was almost moved by what he said. From the memory of his previous life, the commercial value of top fighters was extremely high, and a match even had hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, which was indeed good. But in this life, considering the existence of the heavenly ruins and the transcendence, he still had to learn more about the situation and was in no hurry to make a decision. The two children next to him, both listened with glowing eyes, staring blearily at the business card in Song-chi's hand. Seeing this, Yu Gaofeng pulled out two more business cards and handed them both. Smiling, the children who can enter this base are all one in a million geniuses, and the Sanshou Association certainly welcomes you to join. The lesson then continued. Song-chi was still learning the coach's movements from the side. Yu Gaofeng didn't stop it either. Instead, he intentionally slowed down some of the difficult movements, explaining the details of them, so that the imitation would become better. Sanshou attack and defense techniques, experience +1. Imitation status, experience +1. Frequent imitation and learning could also raise the imitation state's natural experience. Although the rate of increase was slow, Song-chi persisted every day, and without realizing it, the experience had levered to 72/100, not far from upgrading. After upgrading, the efficiency of mimicry would become higher, and he was looking forward to this. The other kids in the unarmed fighting area had been paying attention to the corner of sparring. At this moment, after watching Song-chi gesticulate for a while, they could tell what level they were probably at. The kids couldn't stand it all at once and wailed. This level of movement. It doesn't feel much worse than me. I've been practicing for 2.5 years. Later on, in the actual combat sparring, I'm not going to be beaten up by a 1-year-old kid, am I? Children of this age, and the star-crossed geniuses, naturally are mostly of a defiant nature. And one by one, they began to sullenly and painstakingly practice, hitting the sandbags at a much faster pace. After 20 minutes of training, it was time for a break, and Song-chi went to the restroom. According to the habits of the previous life, urination is directly to the urinal. As a result, Song-chi stood in front of the urinal and suddenly realized sadly that the pool was too high for him to reach. He shook his head helplessly and could only go to the squatting pit side. Anyway, with the meat-eater talent, there is a bonus to the speed of physical development, and I should be able to grow taller soon. As soon as he turned around, he found Pee-wee standing in the aisle, looking towards the squatting pit's compartment. The guy stood on his tiptoes and reached out to compare the height of the partition, estimating about 2 meters tall. Guess, if I stand outside, can I pee inside the partition? The two kids next to me were interested and tried it on their own, and ended up peeing their pants. The peeing child laughed proudly. You can't do it. Let's see what I can do. Unzip his pants, bared a sound. A long thin column of water violently up, successfully over the partition, peeing in, listening to the sound of the water splash. It seems to have peed into the squatting pit's drain. A successful blind shot. The accuracy is quite high. Song-chi, this is my talent. There is no enemy in all of China. The peeing baby's little hand shook as he looked up to the sky. However, in the next moment, his face changed and he hurriedly flashed back. Song-chi also reacted quickly, carrying his pants and running towards the door. On the other side of the partition behind, actually rose another column of water, higher than the diaper baby, almost close to the ceiling over, and then fall in a parabola. Even if Pee-wee was quick to dodge, he was still nearly drenched all over, and was suddenly shocked and angry. Who's doing a sneak attack here? The door to the cubicle opened, and a child with no hair and a head as bare as a halogen egg walked out with a flourish. Halogen egg glanced at Pissy Baby, his gaze arrogant. You're at this level. You still have the nerve to come out and embarrass people. Pissingwa was furious. I drank less water just now. I'll fight again later. Halogen egg, however, no longer looked at him, only sizing up Song-chi for a second, then silently walked out of the restroom. Seeing the image of this person, Song-chi vaguely guessed, is this guy the same one-punch Superman who is number 1 on the daily scoring list? What's so great about being number 1 on the scoring list? The peeing baby had an indignant look on his face and accused, peeing anywhere? No sense of public morality at all. Song-chi pointed at him helplessly. You're standing here. Aren't you also pissing anywhere? Of course not. The peeing child earnestly defended. Sensei, no matter where I stand, I can pee where I need to. The children in the base were not very old. Their physical strength was not much stronger than Song-chi's, and some of them practiced for a while before taking a break. Song-chi practiced almost the most actively. It was not easy to have a professional coach to guide him. This excellent opportunity he cherished beyond measure. Yu Gaofeng was also very patient. One-on-one guidance, pointing out the shortcomings of the movement. Taking this opportunity, Song-chi practiced all the basic techniques of fists, legs, steps, knees, elbows, and so on, checking for gaps. Immediately, he gained 5 points of skill experience and 1 point of fighter career experience. After the training was over, he then looked at the occupation panel. Fighter, level 1, 15/100. Fist technique, level 1, 10/100. Kickboxing, level 1, 12/100. Sanso attack and defense techniques, level 1, 15/100. Sanso attack and defense techniques, level 1, 15/100. Fighting specialization, breaking strike, level 1, 3 out of 100. Fighting specialization, breaking strike, level 1, 3 out of 100. Except for breaking blow slam, where it was more difficult to brush experience. All the other skills were on track, and the rate of experience increase was getting faster and faster. Song-chi was satisfied and closed the panel, continuing to listen to Yu Gaofeng's lecture. Half an hour later, the kids in the unarmed combat area ended their lessons one after another and gathered together. It was finally time for their favorite sparring session. In the center of the arena, there were 3 rings, and several coaches stood at the edges of the rings, acting as protectors. No eye insertions, no crotch kicks, no attacks to the back of the head. The rules were set very strictly, and the coaches were afraid that these kids would get hurt. The sparring began, and the young geniuses of different martial arts schools competed on the same stage and fought feverishly. Song-chi didn't rush onto the stage and sat down, watching the battle carefully. After the kids had fought a few rounds, he gradually saw the pattern. Those who practiced wrestling, judo, and basho fighting arts tended to perform better in the ring. As soon as they managed to get close, they slammed the person to the ground, utilizing the gravity of the opponent's body as a weapon, which was not bad. When lying on the ground in a tangle, it is also easy to perform techniques such as the crosshold, naked choke, etc., a hammer blow. As for those practicing mixed martial arts, they combine both standing and ground techniques and perform equally well in the ring. The kids who only practiced stand-up fighting techniques, on the other hand, had many dangerous moves disabled and struggled to fend off wrestlers in close quarters, and thus suffered frequent losses. For the first time, Song-chi was excited to watch competitors of various schools compete on the same stage, feeling that every glance was rewarding. When he was excited, he simply got up and opened the imitation state, and when he saw a good move, he practiced it now, under the imitation state. The concentration, the speed of learning is very fast. The career panel kept refreshing the data. Wrestling, +1 experience. Leg technique, +1 experience. Sanso attack and defense techniques, experience +1. This scene attracted the attention of quite a few children, who also stood up and followed suit, imitating the moves in the ring. However, the vast majority of them didn't have high spiritual attributes, much less a divine skill like imitation status, imitating on the spot, drawing a tiger, any kind of messed up moves. There was a coach who scanned around, shaking his head repeatedly as he witnessed a scene like a swarm of demons. What's the hurry? Watch the battle first. It's not that easy to imitate. The crowd also realized it wouldn't work, and could only sit back in their seats, eyeing some little 1-year-old monster, where they were livering their experience to their heart's content. After a few more rounds, the kids practicing boxing and other stand-up fighting techniques were losing their minds. You guys can't do it. Watch me. Pee-wee debuted. assumed a boxing stance, and took it upon himself to challenge one of the wrestlers. The wrestler hemmed and hawed and lunged. Pee-wee actually took the initiative to lean upward. While close, a twisted waist, a crotch, buttocks flung up, hardtop wrestler flew out. After the victory, he patted his small waist, smiled proudly. I can pee 5 meters away. This waist strength, still afraid of you getting close? The whole field is quiet. Song-chi watched the corner of his mouth twitch. This peeing child, although the spiritual attributes of the general, but the physical body does have a superiority. Those who could enter this base were not to be underestimated. He also remembered the snot-nosed kid and the backpack pants who were in class together, and looked around, but didn't find these two people. The strap pants are probably playing basketball, and the slugs don't know what they're doing. Song-chi took a sip of electrolyte water and continued to watch the next game. Although the peeing baby had performed amazingly well, overall, it was hard for kids who practice stand-up fighting to beat wrestlers. 10 punches are better than 1 fall. It feels like there's some truth to it. Song-chi pondered. In terms of standing combat, just continue practicing sparring. In addition, he also had to learn wrestling betting techniques to strengthen his ability in ground entanglements. Anyway, they all belong to the fighter's career category. So if he learned them, he would be able to increase his career experience. Say, after watching for so long, it's my turn, right? Actual battles, even if it was just a ring sparring session, could quickly raise a fighter's experience. Song-chi naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and got up to walk onto the ring. Please teach me more. His small mouth grinned, revealing an innocent smile. The arena was silent, and no one was actually willing to go up to the stage. Although Song-chi had practiced his moves well before fighting in the ring, the influence of size and weight was too great. The kids here were all over 1 meter 1 in height, and fighting against the 87 centimeter Song-chi would be bullying even if they won. In case you didn't fight, that face is even more humiliating. Song-chi waited for a long time, and looking at everyone's expressions, he roughly guessed the reason. It's indeed not cost-effective to fight me. Come all the way here. Returning empty-handed is not an option. Thinking for a moment, Song-chi changed his words and laughed. How about this? Whoever comes up and fights me for 3 moves, I'll see if I can hold on. Consider it as a chaperone and thank you all for your help. With these words, someone was finally moved. Just 3 moves. It shouldn't be too much of a gutter. Moreover, helping out as a chaperone would be considered a friendship with this little monster. No loss. I'll do it. An inch-haired boy who had learned sparring with Song-chi got up at this moment and signaled. Great. Song-chi smiled extraordinarily brightly. The two of them took up positions and stood opposite each other. The kids were whispering. Naturally no one was optimistic about Song-chi, but Pee-wee shouted enthusiastically for the sake of being in the same batch. Little Dot, try to carry 3 moves. The duel began. In the first move, Song-chi took the initiative to attack. His short legs stomped on the ground a few times, and instantly rushed up. With a small weight, it was all the more important to utilize the advantage of speed. The inch-headed boy's style was moderate, and he retaliated with a jab. Song-chi, however, rolled again, circled around to the boy's side, and reached out to wrap his arm around his supporting leg. This time, it was to abandon the sparring style and mimic the technique of the previous wrestlers. Unperturbed, the inch-headed boy bent his legs and bowed, sinking his weight. Nice idea, but the weight difference is too big. You can't wrestle me, is that so? Song-chi's cheeks suddenly turned a deep red, as if he was a guangong. In an instant, his entire body's muscle volume skyrocketed, and his originally loose practice clothes were stretched out tightly, tensing up his sinewy lines as if they contained explosive power. From a seemingly harmless little doll, he instantly turned into a juvenile humanoid fierce beast. First evolutionary form, mastodon form, doubling his strength, coupled with a 2.1x explosive coefficient. The sudden force was unstoppable, head-butting his opponent's knee socket, then holding his leg in a slam, triggering the fighting specialization, breaking slam. The inch-haired boy was so shocked that he couldn't withstand the force, and was sent flying, rolling several times in the ring, unable to stand up for a while. One move, the winner was decided. The whole arena was silent. Whether it was the kids or the coaches, all of them were filled with shock. This flexible fighting skill of Song-chi, this amazing explosive power, most of the kids present couldn't do it. What a monster! The peeing child also looked confused and silently pondered. Why don't we compete with him as well to see who can pee farther? Song-chi cancelled his fierce beast form and got up to help the inch-haired boy up, smiling. Thank you for your company. The inch-haired boy was at a loss, staring at the baby fat, fleshy, cute little face in front of him, and suddenly his lips trembled a little, his gaze a little sad and angry. Damn, it seems like I've been cheated. Having successfully completed the first battle at the base and proved his combat talent, Song-chi was very satisfied. He was about to take a look at his smartwatch and see how many potential points he had added. Suddenly a panel message popped up. Real-time status, 35%. Moderate fatigue. Coach Yu, remember to call me when it's time for dinner. After saying that, Song-chi's eyes went black, and he fell straight down, sleeping extraordinarily sweetly. Baird. In his sleep, Song-chi's cheeks were a little itchy. It seemed like there was something that was licking his face non-stop. There were a few distant calls. Meow, meow. Ah, who's calling me? Song-chi finally woke up and opened his eyes to find Shishi licking his face. Looking around, he was not in the physical training center, but back in the dormitory, lying on the bed. How did I get back? Yishan was writing a lesson and smiled. Coach Yu saw you sleeping soundly, so he sent you back directly, and took dinner for you. Eat quickly, put it in the pot and heat it up. Song-chi took a look at the wide array of food on the table. There was even a bottle of evolutionary nutrient liquid. Nodding his head, this nutrient liquid is not cheap. Coach Yu was still very enthusiastic. It's not because of the baby's talent. Yishan nailed the truth with a single word and laughed again. He took the initiative to ask for your father's WeChat, to help your father to apply for the Sansho segment promotion, said that the selection of senior teachers will help. Song-chi froze. Good guy, curved to save the country. For joining the Sanda Association, he wasn't very interested. As long as he could pass the selection for the Genius program, he shouldn't lack the association's little resources. But Coach Yu was pulling the strings so much, in case he became close friends with his dad, it would be a different story. Even if Song-chi didn't join, for the sake of his dad, he would still maintain some dealings with the association. Don't worry, I'll tell your dad not to rush to agree. It all depends on you, Yishan said. Song-chi nodded. That's fine, wait until the selection is over. Then he remembered about the potential score and looked down at his watch screen. Potential score, 514. Reference ranking, 79/126. First physical training class, directly added 9 points. Not bad. Song-chi was quite satisfied with this. His performance in the physical training class, whether it was his mimicry ability, explosive power, or combat awareness, all of them could be called genius level. So it wasn't a surprise that he had added so many points. Meow. At this moment, Yuki tilted her head and called out a few more times, saying that a guest had come to visit. Technically speaking, it was a guest cat. At the same time, the sound of the doorbell rang outside. Song-chi went to the door, looked out through the cat's eye, and was instantly delighted, only to see a dark Siamese cat, 2 hind legs on the ground, jumping up and pressing the doorbell with its front paws. Next to it were also several spirit pet cats of various colors, and when they heard Song-chi's footsteps, they tilted their heads and meowed. Why are you guys here? Song-chi opened the door and suddenly tapped his head and thought. Cat Stripe. At noon in the spirit pet activity room, he had exchanged words with the cats for a while and asked them what they usually ate. The treatment of these spirit pets was much better than Cece's, and their daily diet was secret worm gel and nutrient solution in addition to top quality cat food. Cat strips belonged to snacks, tasty but not nutritious, and a few cats had never eaten them. Song-chi said on the spot that he would treat them, and they would have enough cat strips. So these few cats came in the evening. Please come in. Song-chi welcomed them in. Opening his suitcase, he took out a few cat strips and fed them. The unique aroma of catnip mesmerized the cats, and one was so comfortable that their tails rose up and stood straight up like flagpoles. After eating, the Siamese cats were a little embarrassed and squirmed, saying that they would like to come back tomorrow. Feel free to come. Song-chi waved his small hand in a bold tone. A picture of a tycoon's temperament who was going to use cat strips to smash the kitten into unconsciousness. After sending away a few spirit pet cats, he stood in the doorway, pondering, feeding like this every day in the future, learning about various spirit pets, and brushing up on cat language experience. It feels pretty good. Gu Wei-jun letting bring spirit pets means that there will be a relevant assessment item in the future. This is also a kind of advanced preparation. Well, in that case, those puppies can't be spared either. Closing the door and turning around, he noticed Shishi's somewhat grudging gaze. Song-chi smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I brought quite a few cat strips, so you can buy more if you don't have enough. If the selectors had anything they needed, they could tell Dr. Shen and she would come and buy it online. As long as it meets the safety standards and selection rules, Dr. Shen will deliver the courier to the door, and the base will reimburse for inexpensive items. Pet cats like cat strips. What about pet dogs? Bones? Ham sausage? Song-chi pondered. There seems to be 2 parrots as well. Make another trip to the spirit pet activity room tomorrow and ask them what they want to snack on. After finishing dinner, He looked at his watch and saw that it had just reached 7 o'clock sharp. Calculating the time, Dad and Dowdy should all be home as well. Yishan turned on the computer and the family started a video call. In the screen, Song Qingshi's big face had just appeared when there was a sharp sound of slippers on the floor. "I'll go first. I miss my brother. I want to talk to him." Hearing this, Song Qi was almost touched. No matter in his past life or present life, his old sister had never been so attached to himself. Dowda's little face squeezed into the screen with an expression of incomparable anticipation. "Brother, did you pass the selection? Did you get the prize money? Why? What's the rush?" Director Gu said that it might take 2 or 3 months for the results to come out. Song Qi waved his hand, old-fashioned, and admonished, "Don't be in a hurry. Study hard in school. Perform well at home. Don't make Dad angry." Dowda was a picture of a well-behaved person, nodding as he listened, gradually feeling that something wasn't quite right again. Brother is teaching himself a lesson? Exclamation point. For the sake of the little prodigy's watch, the little girl chose to endure it and turned her face away. "This internet is too laggy. I can't hear what's being said. Dad, I'm going to do my homework." Ta-da-da-da. Stepping on her slippers, she ran back to her room again. The video call ended. Song Qi teased his old sister on a daily basis and felt refreshed. Just in time to start doing the after-school homework for the spiritual cultivation class. How to explain the extraordinary ability to call the wind and rain. Song Qi recalled the content of the old teacher's lecture, and gradually had infinite reveries in his mind. The laws of the high-dimensional world, the various transcendent abilities, the mysterious sky market, that connects different space and time, all of these are actually related to each other. As if in a trance, he seemed to have become a small explorer, standing before the endless mysteries of the universe, and began the first step of exploration. The teacher has already given a hint. To answer this after-school question, some basic knowledge of middle school physics is needed. Song Qi opened the tablet computer issued by the base and clicked on the database. Textbooks for various subjects came into view, from elementary school to graduate school level. Let's first teach ourselves a few of the elementary school's main subjects. Song Qi smiled faintly. "Watch my quantum reading spell." Stretching out his fingers, he kept scratching on the tablet. With one glance, he turned a page of the textbook in 2 seconds. Swish, 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 steady rhythm, all without stopping. At this time, in a corner of the base, a dozen staff members responsible for assessing potential scores were looking up at the large screen. This screen, consistent with the display on Song Qi's tablet, looking at the pages of teaching materials that kept flashing by, the staff members stared blankly and looked at each other. "He's reading a book? Language arts, grades 1, 2, math, grades 1, 2, 3. Naturally, there is no need to learn the simplest textbooks. Song Qi was just making a show to show the base staff his learning process. Under the divine speed of quantum reading, after 2 hours, the textbooks for each grade of elementary school had been browsed through. "I'm already a person with elementary school culture." Song Qi was very relieved. It was hard to be uneducated before. When he interacted with people and came across some terms he hadn't learned, he had to pretend he didn't understand and keep asking questions. After this most difficult first year, he would be much less constrained in the future. Song Qi clicked on the middle school physics textbook again, browsing through it while pondering over that video with the questions at the end of the class. A transcendent could make water in a cup instantly freeze, then instantly melt and evaporate, and can make a gale roll through a closed room. How should that be explained? After skimming through all the physics textbooks, Song Qi, with his 27.1 spiritual attribute, easily locked down the knowledge points in question. Temperature and heat. The rapid change in temperature allows water to shift between the 3 states of solid, liquid, and gas. The uneven heating and cooling of the air, thermal expansion and contraction, and pressure imbalance also create wind. Song Qi answered these on his email, but did not send them directly. These are just superficial knowledge. The teacher should want us to speculate further. How could the temperature of water and air, and how could it change dramatically out of nowhere? That heat, or energy, may not have disappeared outright, but was shifted in leaps and bounds. He continued to analyze. Then he remembered the demonstration in class, where a piece of paper was folded to make point A and point B coincide, and the distance between the 2 points was 0. If there is folding in high-dimensional space, the extraordinary ability of instantaneous transportation can also appear in the real 3-dimensional space. By analogy, if objects can travel, can't energy do the same? If the heat in the water quickly shuttles to a certain place and then shuttles back, the phenomenon of instant icing and instant melting would occur. Song Qi made his guess before summarizing. Transcendent abilities that seem to defy common sense don't break the physical rules of this world, there are just higher dimensional rules having an impact. Feeling that this was about right, he sent the email directly to the old teacher. The old teacher was very dedicated. and it was already evening, and still returned the email in seconds. Not bad. Your guess is in the right direction. The change of energy and matter under the higher dimensional laws is the root of many transcendent abilities. Having successfully explored a little bit of the truth of this world, Song-chi was very happy. Sneaking over to the side of the building, he swiped his face in front of the vending machine and rewarded himself with a can of bottled happy water. The happy water was also free, which made him even happier. For the rest of the evening, Song-chi laid leisurely on his bed, feeding Cece cat strips while flipping through the middle school textbook in his tablet. The room was quiet, with only the sound of Cece's slight chewing and the sound of Yishan's flipping pages as she organized the textbook. The soft orange-colored light that shone on the two people and the cat looked warm and serene. Song-chi stretched his waist, and suddenly heard the watch drop a light sound. Raising his hand, he saw that the new potential score had arrived again. Potential score, 1419. Reference ranking, 64/126. Quickly learning the elementary and middle school curriculum, and answering the after-school questions. Adding 5 points just like the physical training class is quite reasonable. The scores were swiped in waves. Song-chi had gotten used to it and lowered his head to continue looking at the tablet. Suddenly, he noticed that little program in the tablet again. Right. You can update the ranking of my average daily score. 1-year-old Superman. Average daily score of 19 points. 1 day in base. Reference ranking 1 of 98. The original leader of the list, One Punch Superman, was 7 points. And Song-chi naturally won by a crushing margin. As soon as this exaggerated score came out, the comments section of the small program exploded, many of which were questionable. I admit, this little bitty guy is a monster, but 19 points is too outrageous, right? I stayed for a month and didn't score 19. Based on Little Bit's performance in class, I think a score of around 10 is more reasonable and should be exaggerated. As a result, the next moment, One Punch Superman showed up in the comment section, leaving a message. First day here, just starting to show themselves. Strong selectors, will bring all kinds of surprises to the jury, can get a few more points. I also had 18 points on the first day. Scoring later won't be so easy. The comments section was instantly quiet. It was as if the children's silent shock could be felt through the screen. The 19 points were most likely true. Even as strong as One Punch Man, the first day's score was not as good as this 1-year-old little monster. This won't break the base record, will it? Then what's the point of auditioning? Just let him in. Quickly leave the base. Don't blow my confidence. A child wailed. You'll have to wait then. Someone bloated in reply, explaining, this isn't just a selection. It's also a test of quality in all aspects. The stronger the person, the longer they stay, and the better the treatment they get in the end. Song-chi swept the comment section without explaining anything. There was no need to respond to these queries. Time would naturally prove everything. On the contrary, it was One Punch Superman's message that made him pay attention. This guy has 18 points on his first day as well? Only 1 point less than me. Not simple nah. Song-chi smiled, just a little curious, with no pressure in his heart. Nowadays, it seemed that there wasn't much of a problem passing the selection, since the treatment of the cultivation program was still divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. It would be better to fight for the highest treatment again. There were such good resources in the base, such good venues, and they were all free. Staying one more day was all earned, so Song-chi was naturally in no hurry to go home. Opening the panel and looking at it, the next target had already been determined. The achievement of physical evolution, juvenile humanoid beast, is already there. Next is the first achievement of mental evolution, elementary idea body. Only 3 attribute points left to achieve. It's this month. Reaching the evolution achievement would have form rewards, talent rewards, all of which were of very high quality, and he was looking forward to it. During the first week of entering the base, the daily schedule was pretty much the same, with a spiritual cultivation class in the morning, a physical training class in the afternoon, and free time in the evening. Song-chi quickly adapted to this life. It felt the same as studying in the previous world. Every day like a little bee, tirelessly livering the experience. After fully grasping the meditation cultivation method, he and the 4 of them, the backpacks, the peeing baby, and the slugs, transferred to the big class, and every day, they attended classes and practiced together with dozens of selectors. He meditated once a day, and his spiritual attribute was +0.1, which was very stable. He was also getting closer and closer to the achievement of elementary idea body. Song-chi's meditation time was also getting longer. The first time it was 14 minutes, then it slowly progressed and after a week it reached 17 minutes. This achievement ranked in the upper middle of the large class, and if age was taken into account, Song-chi's spiritual potential was unquestionably number 1. However, Every time he entered the meditative state, what he saw was still darkness, desolate and dead, as if it was a marginal corner abandoned by the universe. For the time being, he hadn't sensed the so-called higher dimensional laws. Song-chi also wanted to speed up the progress, try to practice in the dormitory, but regrettably found that if you don't drink the third-generation meditation liquid provided by the base, you can't enter the state of meditation at all. This meditation liquid should be a more precious resource than the evolutionary nutrient liquid. Holding the mentality of trying, Song-chi shamelessly went to find the old teacher and asked if he could give himself one more bottle. The old teacher naturally refused, but was very patient with this little genius and gave a detailed explanation. Perceiving higher dimensional laws is a long process that requires strong mental and physical strength, as well as good luck. Your current physique is equivalent to that of an adult, and your spirit is outstanding, but it's still not enough. Above ordinary people and below transcendent, there is a transitional stage called elite. Elite-level experts have a physique that is close to the limit of human genetics, and their fighting strength is strong enough to physically fight lions and tigers. The mental level also belongs to the pinnacle of humanity, and the ability to forget is just a basic operation. Only when you reach this level will you be qualified to impact the transcendent realm and search for the laws of the higher dimensions through a great deal of meditation. The old teacher paused and added, if one is extremely lucky, it's also possible to blindly stumble upon a high-dimensional law during early meditation and perceive it, but there aren't many cases of this globally. If you're lucky, you can succeed in class tomorrow. If you're not lucky, it's useless to take an extra 100 bottles of meditation liquid. But if you meditate too much in the early stages, the mental loss will be too great, and it will definitely affect your growth, so I won't give you extra meditation liquid. Well, in fact, there is another exception, but you don't need it, and there's no need to say it. The old teacher shook his head. Song-chi did have a guess and took the initiative to ask. Someone is born with transcendent traits? Dr. Shin had said before that if someone detected a transcendent trait, they could enter the base directly and participate in the selection. Since transcendent abilities originated from high-dimensional laws, transcendent traits were presumably similar. You still know about this? The old teacher raised his eyebrows slightly and patted Song-chi's little head. Strictly speaking, it's not innate, it's genetic. I've checked. Your ancestors were all ordinary people for 3 generations, not a single transcendent, so you don't need to think much. The old teacher observed Song-chi's expression as he spoke, with a young child's mindset. Knowing this kind of thing, it was inevitable that he would feel lost. Unexpectedly, this little dot that had just turned 1-year-old had a disinterested look on his face. Song-chi, of course, did not feel that others were born with transcendent qualities, but he himself was directly open, even more unreasonable. The old teacher felt that this child had a good heart, and his eyebrows became even more kind, carefully admonishing. Regarding the specifics of transcendent traits and higher dimensional laws, they are currently confidential. When you qualify, you will naturally be able to understand them. Don't usually pry at will, just cultivate well. Song-chi nodded. Since he couldn't come into contact with the higher dimensional laws in the short term, he would continue to practice meditation and brush up on his attributes. According to the old teacher's description, the elite level of physical fitness might be the same as one's next evolutionary goal, terrifying upright ape, extreme body. With a few more years of experience in the liver, it would probably be a done deal. And with the meditation cultivation method, the spiritual attribute could also catch up quickly. Song-chi laughed. Don't worry, teacher. I'll still only meditate once a day. Not bad. Seeing that the child was so obedient, the old teacher was satisfied and couldn't help but sigh again. If my children and grandchildren were half as understanding as you, I wouldn't need to come to class at a great age. This tone of voice is quite a bit grudging, quite like the way the mom talks about Daodu. Song-chi was not in a good position to discuss other people's family matters, and was ready to say goodbye and go back to the dormitory to read the textbook. You're leaving? The old teacher seemed to still be a little reluctant to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he said with a smile, there's no need to be disappointed. Since you came over here specifically, I'll give you a special gift. Song-chi was overjoyed and asked expectantly, what kind of gift? The old teacher smiled mysteriously and pointed his finger somewhere in the front row of the classroom. A customized, baby version of the desks and chairs for you. The desk was still the same, while the chair was quite a bit taller and came with a small step. Stepping on it twice to sit on it. Very humanized. The corners of Song-chi's mouth twitched. This old man was a big old man, but he was actually making fun of children. The old teacher laughed softly a few times and waved his hand. As a teacher of the base, you have to treat the selectors equally. It's impossible to send anything individually. However, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. As a teacher, I have the obligation to help students with their questions. This was indeed a great gift. And Song-chi's small face turned serious as he bowed earnestly to thank him. A lot of information, because it involved transcendentals, could not be found on the internet, and having someone pointing it out could save a lot of work. Like the old teacher's words just now, they contained a lot of information and were of high value. Then I'll visit you often in the future. Song-chi waved his hand and grinned again, revealing an innocent baby smile. Good. The old teacher ate this up, smiling from ear to ear, his face full of wrinkles stretching out. When it came to the double holidays, a small number of children chose to go home or travel in Beijing state. But these were the ones who had hired experts to act as bodyguards. For security reasons, Song-chi naturally remained in the base. After spending a day's work, he finished reading all the middle school textbooks, and read a few high school textbooks as well. In addition to the main courses such as language, math, and English, politics, history, and geography were also carefully studied. The history of this world was much the same as the previous life. The heavenly ruins seemed to have existed in ancient times, but they were all passed down as myths and legends, making them extraordinarily mysterious. In modern times, technology developed rapidly, and mankind truly detected the existence of space bridges, identifying one heavenly market entrance after another. The modern transcendental system was formally established when researchers put forward the theory of high-dimensional spacetime law. The content of the textbook was rather general, and many details were ambiguous, but it was enough to give Song-chi a general understanding of the situation. What Dad told me before wasn't all wild history. Song-chi flipped through the history textbook, rereading one of the chapters on the history of the Ming Dynasty. During the Tianqi period of the Ming Dynasty, there was a big explosion at the Wanggong factory in the capital. There was a huge fireball rolling in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth fell, and all the chambers sank flat. More than 20,000 people were blown to pieces, and timber, stones, human bodies, and foul carcasses descended from the sky like rain. The great explosion of the apocalypse, which has been recognized in the textbook, is indeed related to the heavenly ruins, and again, it happened in the capital. Song-chi naturally came to a conclusion. In this area of the capital, there might exist a heavenly ruins entrance. There's another shift at midnight, so I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reads. Thank you for the moon seed. 7 traces of baby. From the past tomorrow. Only text, only virtue. Obsessed with chemistry. ZXMQ. Watch a leaf to know the world in autumn. The old bookworm every day to touch the fish. Sayana. In the front of the feelings, there is a set of ah. Yu Zai. Run Shirling. Yuan Soul Forever. The Final Alchemist. And other Big Brother's support. The name of a lot of people do not a list. More words on the shelves burst more. Song-chi clicked on the geography textbook again, comparing the locations of the capitals of the Ming Dynasty and the modern era. A slight offset could be clearly seen. The capital city is a key location, so it definitely doesn't dare to get too close to the heavenly market. And the core city has long since moved away from the Wanggong factory back then. In that case, it seems that the entrance to the heavenly market may be located in the suburban area of the capital state. Song-chi suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Beyond the high and low buildings, the reckless mountains could be vaguely seen. This base, where the courier arrived a bit slowly, was clearly far away from the urban area of Beijing state. Beyond the genius selection base, there was another circle of military bases surrounding it. Previously, listening to Dr. Shen, it seemed like there were several other bases that shared the large physical training hall. Such a bunch of bases coming together. What can it be for? Song-chi's face became a little stiff when he thought of this. I wouldn't be right at the entrance to the heavenly market. This conclusion was a bit scary. The terrifying destructive power of the apocalypse explosion was so impressive that no one would want to experience it once in person. But on second thought, if this entrance was really extremely dangerous, China would have long since moved its capital elsewhere, just to be on the safe side. Song-chi still sent an email to ask the old teacher. The reply received was, "You'll find out in next week's new class. And there's no harm in saying this in advance, this is the entrance to China's No. 2 heavenly ruins, the heavenly apocalypse. The apocalypse is one of the safest heavenly ruins entrances in our country, and there are many transcendents in attendance, so there's no need to worry." Indeed, Song-chi settled down. With safety guaranteed, what turned up in his heart was curiosity. The entrance to the heavenly market. What was it like? What was inside? Were there many old days? Or was it another real world? How exactly did the great explosion of the apocalypse arise? Later the Ming and Qing dynasties, and how to deal with this entrance. Various questions lingered in the mind for a while. Next week there was a course related to the heavenly ruins, and having the opportunity to learn about these secrets, Song-chi couldn't help but feel a little excited at the thought of it. Taking several deep breaths, he calmed his emotions. There was still some heart pounding, and this textbook couldn't be read anymore. He simply got up, said to his mother and Dr. Shin, shouted on the peeing baby and slugs, the three companions to go to the physical training gym fitness. Even if it's not class time, the gym has come up with a small training room, specifically for the children to practice extra, and taking a separate passage, entering and exiting through the back door. The secrecy was good. Those who were not afraid of exposing their identities could also go outside and practice with the people from other bases. But Song-chi has always kept a low profile, only going to the small training room. This time, when he entered the door, he saw a familiar face, a boy with no hair and a head like a halogen egg. He was also nicknamed One Punch Man. Halibut was lying on a bench pressing 100 kilograms, doing 5 reps, then sitting up and resting without changing his face. He was still timing himself with his watch, and it looked like he was going to start the next set after a 2-minute break. Although Halibut is only 6 or 7 years old, but the muscle lines are already quite obvious. Wearing an undershirt, you can see that the shoulder and arm muscles are close to the degree of pulling silk. If Song-chi didn't come, this person would undoubtedly be the first-day talent in the base. However, Song-chi was too young and only had a high potential score. Truly speaking of combat power, this fierce man should still be number 1 at the moment. There was also a child standing next to him. Seeing Halogen Egg easily complete such a large weight training, he was very envious and asked, "Why are you so strong?" Halogen Egg calmly replied, "I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 deep squats every day." Really? It didn't sound too hard, and the kid was a little surprised. Of course it's fake. That's just what they say in the anime. Halcyon was actually joking, but unfortunately had a long face, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up as if he was sneering. The only way to increase your power is to keep hitting the limits and breaking through them. The last time Pissing Boy demonstrated his talent in the toilet, he was overpowered by halogenated egg. And now, when enemies meet, they are all red in the eyes. He immediately took out a cup of water, gulped 2 mouths, viciously said, "You definitely didn't piss as high as me. Let's fight again." Halogen Egg ignored him, lay down and started doing bench presses again. Song-chi also found a squat rack and started practicing squatting. He agreed with Halogen Egg's idea that if he wanted to increase his strength, he had to challenge bigger weights. Now that he does not open the beast form, deep squatting can also load 90 kilograms. The title of strength juvenile humanoid beast is well deserved. Ha, ha, ha. Song-chi exhaled and powered up, squatting again and again before standing up carrying the barbell. Under the feeling of soreness, the muscle fibers continued to tear and recover, and his physique slowly grew. Physique, 30. 1302. You're a bit of a shame. Just after practicing a set, a ghostly sentence suddenly came from behind him. Song-chi turned around and realized that it was Halogen Egg, who was striking up a conversation with himself. "What am I pitying? You don't have the transcendent trait," Halogen Egg said and nudged his mouth, signaling Song-chi to look over at Piss Piss Wah. PP Wah wasn't serious about his workout, and after casually doing a few sets of equipment shoulder thrusts, he opened his tablet. A familiar voice followed. "Timmy." Song-chi smiled and immediately understood what Halogen Egg meant. There are many people in the base that are born with extraordinary traits, and as long as they show their talent, they can be rated A ranked or even S ranked without much effort. Halogen spoke in a calm tone. "And you can't. Don't look like you have a high potential score and enough self-discipline, but without transcendent traits, it's hard to get into the eyes of some stinking experts. You might end up with only an A. The geniuses after being selected would also be graded." This Song-chi had seen it mentioned in the comment section and wasn't surprised. At this moment, he just smiled and asked, "What about you?" Halogen Egg said seriously, "I have both extraordinary traits and superhuman willpower. The S grade is the base's limit, not mine." Song-chi held back his laughter and remained silent for a moment before asking again, "And why are you telling me this?" Halcyon Egg actually extended an invitation with a sincere face. "If the base doesn't rate you as an S rank, you can come and join me, and my side will give you S-rank treatment." Song-chi was a bit surprised. At the age of 6 or 7, he knew how to recruit his subordinates? "Thank you for your kindness." He didn't reply directly, but got up and started moving barbell pieces and hanging them on the ends of the barbell. Each piece was 10 kilograms, and the total weight was rapidly increasing. 90 kilograms, 110 kilograms, 130 kilograms, 150 kilograms. Song-chi didn't say anything. But Halogen Egg's face gradually changed, no longer as calm as before, staring at the increasingly heavy barbell, with suspicion and shock in his gaze. When he finished moving the barbell piece, Song-chi clapped his hands again and said smilingly at Halogen Egg, "Actually, S rank isn't my limit." There were several coaches on duty at the gym that had been around for protection. As a result, when they saw a little doll impacting a large weight deep squat, they were all scared to death and rushed up to stop it. but the headset rang the base staff's reminder. Let them feel at ease to protect, and pay attention to confidentiality regulations. On Song-chi's side, he had already turned on his fierce beast form. A block of muscle bulged up as if it was going to burst through the training suit, and a few veins even burst out on his neck, just like a small beast in a fighting state. Carrying a 150-kilogram barbell, he went straight to work. Click, 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 click. 3 times of standard deep squats, cleanly ended, then put the barbell bar toward the rack. Clang! There was a loud bang, as if reminding the crowd what an exaggerated weight it was. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. 150 kilograms 3 times deep squatting wasn't too difficult for fitness enthusiasts who had been training for a few years, but for a 1-year-old child, even if a small stature can shorten the stroke of the movement and make it easier to carry large weights, this performance is extremely scary. The peeing baby was originally playing a game. Attracted by this movement, looked up, and his gaze froze. Halogen Egg also froze in place, not saying a word. His expression became much more serious. In the training room, there was silence, and one could even hear the sound coming from the tablet. Ding, ding, ding. There was a gamer who was connected to the microphone and was shouting angrily. Why is Luban standing still? Fight the group. Luban. After a long time, Halogen Egg took a deep breath and nodded. I see. Song-chi purposely displayed extreme power, intending to show that the two of them were on equal footing, the same top geniuses, and that there was no such thing as a recruiting and being recruited relationship. Halogen Egg was also smart enough to turn around and leave in a sensible manner. The trainers in the gym silently glanced at each other, and one of them, who was older, began to shake his head and laugh bitterly. How many years has it been since we've had such an outrageous monster? Who? Song-chi relaxed and unwound his thighs. His face flushed red as he took a few breaths. The fierce beast form was more suitable for instantaneous outbursts during battle, and this time it was used for strength training, which was still quite a lot of pressure on the body. In order to avoid injuries, tonight's strength training would have to end early. After resting for a while, he greeted Pee-wee and prepared to go back to the dormitory together, when he suddenly froze again. Where did Snotlout go? At this moment, in another training room, the slug hand grasps the bar, is doing a 360-degree big loop. The body threw a few rounds, and then when it landed, it threw out a lot of snot. Snotlout wiped all the unknown liquid on his face into his mouth with a satisfied face and muttered, got stronger again. On Monday, a new course was about to start. Song-chi walked out of the dormitory building and found several children standing at the door, crying. Their parents, on the other hand, were carrying suitcases with a resigned look on their faces, trying to say a few more words to Dr. Shen. This is being eliminated, Pee-wee said as he walked over. Seeing this, Song-chi looked at the scores and rankings on his watch. Potential score, 60. Reference ranking, 40/112. So it was 126 people. This eliminated 14. Still quite ruthless. Recently, one's speed in rushing through the rankings wasn't exactly fast, as the potential score was getting lower and lower due to the highly repetitive nature of the first week's courses. It would have to wait until the start of the new course before the scores could have a second surge. Song-chi was filled with anticipation and walked onto the base's bus with his partners. Most of the courses in the second week were trainings for abilities related to wilderness survival and wilderness exploration. Song-chi learned quickly and managed to acquire a few good skills. Survival toolmaking, cross-country trekking, wilderness concealment, hunting, over the mountains, climbing trees, drilling wood for fire, drawing maps, laying traps. Song-chi darted back and forth between the mountains and fields, rolling around in the dirt, letting himself go, and having a good time. Every day to get all muddy, clothes are also dirty to death. Is a little bear childlike? You could say that this is what a future explorer looks like. He took a shower every day, and it took him an hour to get clean. Luckily, the base handled the dirty clothes, or else Yi-shan would have had a breakdown. The one thing that was lacking was that he had mastered a lot of exploration skills, but he hadn't been able to open that Explorer career panel. Song-chi recalled activating the first profession. It was during the catch week when the panel suddenly and automatically prompted that it had detected an opportunity to open the profession module. He then chose fist gloves, and he successfully obtained the first occupation, fighter. Opportunity. It seemed that it was necessary to experience some special events to obtain a new profession. There's no rush anyway. Let's first get the evolution achievement for elementary idea body. In the dormitory, Song-chi rummaged through a bottle of evolutionary nutrient liquid. Previously, when he fell asleep in the physical training hall, sparring coach Yu Gaofeng sent him back to the dormitory and secretly placed such a bottle of nutrient liquid in his dinner bag. As a gift, it was considered very expensive. Song-chi was not very interested in the Sandat Association, and after discussing with Yi-shan, He thought it would be more appropriate to return the nutrient solution, but Yu Gaofeng refused to take it back, saying that it was just a small token of appreciation, and that it didn't matter if Song Qi didn't join the association. Yi Shan went to say twice, "Can not persuade," and then 2 days you peak people are gone, directly left the base. Song Qi also no longer tossed, "Anyway, now really need nutrient fluid. Quickly brush up the attributes. When you have the ability in the future, then return the favor." Opened the cap of the bottle and shook the light blue liquid inside, the same as the one his dad gave him on his first birthday. I also let Dr. Shin take it for inspection a few days ago, and there was no problem. The advantages of evolutionary nutrient liquid were that it was easily absorbed, didn't affect gastrointestinal digestion, and could be taken together with secret worm gel. The disadvantage was that it added too many artificial ingredients. The first boosting effect would be the most obvious, and then it would get worse and worse, eventually stabilizing. Song Qi finished the vial in one gulp and lay on the bed, observing the changes in the evolutionary energy tank. On his first birthday, the nutrient solution directly filled the evolution slot 2 times, gaining 2 attribute points. This second time taking it, the evolution slot was already at 59% progress, and although the medicinal effect was worse, it also managed to fill it up 2 times, 2 attribute points, given directly to Spirit, in conjunction with the harvest from this period of meditation, launched towards the 30-point evolution goal. Spirit, 28. 1301. The panel flashed for a while, and a notification popped up. Congratulations! You have gained 30 points of spirit during your infancy, and have successfully unlocked the achievement Elementary Idea Body. Rewarded form, Super Brain Form. Reward talent, Carnivore, Merged Talent. Unlock the next stage of evolution goal, Intermediate Idea Body. Same reward as Juvenile Humanoid Mastodon. 1 form, 1 talent. Song Qi couldn't wait to click on the details. Super Brain Form, Level 1. Upon entering the form, brain thinking speed, memory, and information processing ability plus 200%, probability of inspiration triggering plus 100%, physical strength consumption doubled. This is the kind of state I experienced before. After reading the introduction, Song Qi immediately recalled his previous experience with Spirit Plus, a few times before when he added a bit of spirit. Song Qi's brain was stimulated and he would enter a similar state. Thoughts spun fast, but any information gathered by the senses could be analyzed and processed instantly. When recalling past events, every detail from birth would not be spared. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful ability. However, before today, it was difficult to actively enter the state, and one could only rely on the stimulation of the Spirit Plus points. Now that the Super Brain State had become a panel bonus, it could be opened at any time. Song Qi was very satisfied with this, and then looked at the rewarded merged talent. Meat Eater. For every 100 grams of meat consumed, that day's physical and spiritual growth rate will be plus 1%, and recovery speed will be plus 1%. Spirit also gained the same growth speed and recovery speed bonuses as physique. Song Qi took a general look at the panel once, counting the abilities he had gained so far. 2 major forms, Fierce Beast Form, and Super Brain Form. 2 major talents, Mimicry State, and Carnivore. First profession, Fighter. Fighting specialization, Breaking Blow. Taking another look at the dozen or so learned skills, there was quite a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Finally, the eyes gazed at the next evolutionary target, Terrifying Upright Ape, Extreme Body 30. 3 out of 100. Intermediate Idea Body, 30. 1/100. When the physique and spirit both reach 100 points, it should be what the old teacher called elite grade, with the qualifications to impact the transcendent. Song Qi was full of ambition, estimating the time for liver experience. Strive to become a human elite at the age of 3. At the other end of the Apocalypse Passage is an Earth-like planet called Fiery Rockstar, suspected to be located in the Vulcanian cluster of galaxies, about 650 million light-years away from Earth. Once the children had mastered the various skills of wilderness exploration, the lessons about the heavenly market began. It was still taught by the old teachers. Currently, our country's military and scientific research teams have all crossed the passageway and entered the blazing rock planet, and are searching for valuable resources. The specifics are of course classified, but the old teacher said, purposely glancing at Song Qi with a smile in his eyes. What I can tell you is that the Lion Star will certainly not threaten the safety of this side of the base. Just rest assured. Although you're young, you can be a bit more bold. No one here is harming you. Song Qi. The children guessed at the next course and excitedly raised their hands to ask, so are we going to explore the planet Blazing Rock? The old teacher shook his head. That's the work of a professional expedition team. You dolls aren't qualified. What we're going to next is an old day in the Apocalypse Passage. Tomorrow morning, bring your base-issued equipment, and bring your spirit pets if you have them, and set off with me to complete the expedition. He held up his glasses and encouraged. Those who perform well may be spotted by the geology department's ace expedition team. The children sniffed and cheered loudly. The next day, Song-chi stood at the door of the dormitory wearing a pocket-sized version of the wilderness adventure suit, his feet stepping on the mountaineering shoes and carrying a waterproof bag about the same size as his own. Shishi followed closely behind, tilting her tail and looking a little excited. After half a month of being bored in the dormitory, she could finally go out and play today. Yi-shan was at the door to say goodbye. Learning that her son was going to the old days, her heart was inevitably a little nervous, and she urged a lot of words. Song-chi's small hand waved. Don't worry, Mom. Where Dad dares to go. What else do I have to be afraid of? Yi-shan cried and laughed at this. Turn around and tell your dad this. With such an interruption, she was much more relaxed emotionally, and together with the child, she waited for the bus from the base. After getting on the bus, Song-chi kept picking at the window, looking out, trying to see what the entrance to the heavenly market actually looked like. In the field of vision, there was base after base, with buildings of all shapes and colors standing in a row, as if it was a small city. The bus ran for 20 minutes and finally slowly stopped in front of an underground passage. Get off the bus. All follow closely. The old teacher wore a sun hat and held a red flag in his hand, commanding the crowd like a tour guide. This batch of selectors who went to the old days totaled more than 30 children, with more than 30 cats and dogs, and 2 parrots. A line of hordes of people entered the underground passage. After passing through layers of security checks, the large group walked into a downward slope. Only a moment later, someone noticed an abnormality. It's clearly going down. Why do I feel like I'm climbing a slope? Song-chi looked back and forth, also having a feeling of disorientation. It was difficult to tell whether it was up or down. There's no need to panic. From here, we've entered the heavenly market passage, the old teacher explained. The space here will give people a sense of disorientation. Just follow me closely and don't run around. Song-chi took a look at the walls on both sides. Signs indicating the direction were posted everywhere, so it wasn't easy to go the wrong way. As an artificial passageway that was constructed and molded, the thick walls, floors and ceilings completely isolated the outside world, and there wasn't even a window. Song-chi couldn't tell what the environment outside the walls was like. The passageway was very quiet, and the sound of the crowd's footsteps echoed, sometimes far away and sometimes near, which was rather strange. The 2 parrots flew in the air, and suddenly, as if they were drunk, they became dizzy and couldn't fly anymore. A pair of twin sisters hurriedly took the parrots next. The magnetic field here is chaotic. Many birds of prey will not be able to adapt. It will be fine after entering the old days, the old teacher said. The passageway was originally one road straight ahead, but soon, fork after fork appeared on both sides. Each fork in the road was labeled with a different sequence number. As far as the eye could see, both sides of the main road were densely packed with such forks, each one black and cavernous, as if the eye sockets of monsters. The old teacher was familiar with the way, and found the fork with the serial number Apocalypse 2122, signaling everyone to turn in. Teacher, there's no road ahead. The child in the front row pointed at the dark wall at the end of the fork and reminded. It's okay, keep going forward. The crowd half-heartedly stepped forward, when suddenly there was a blur before their eyes. Intense light came into their eyes, and the spectacle of the dark passageway disappeared in an instant. The surroundings suddenly changed. Blue sky, white clouds, 3 suns of different sizes, gushing winds, purple grass. They had arrived on top of a prairie. Old day, Apocalypse 2122. Danger factor 1. Gravity ratio 0.8. The old teacher looked at the crowd and said aloud. Your mission is to survive here for a month. Explore the valuable resources of this place, and bring them back to the starting point. If you are seriously injured, or in danger of death, we will save you. But the mission is also considered a failure. Feel free to move around. You can team up, go solo, cooperate, or compete against each other. I'll be here to keep watch. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask, the old teacher said. Rummaging through his backpack, he pulled out a small machete and spread it out on the ground. Another took out an extended parasol, spread it out, and inserted it next to the matzah. Finally took out a glass cup with wolfberries. Look at this process of skillful, probably not the first time. The old teacher sat down on the matzah, looked at the children who had not yet slowed down, smilingly reminded. The old days are just a section of a replicated body of time and space, not a complete world. This place is limited in size and resources. First come, first served. So, what are you guys waiting for? Wow. The children heard this. They immediately dispersed and ran in all directions. With his 33 physique, Song-chi's pair of short legs ran as fast as he could, shaking off several competitors. In front of him, Cece opened the way, separating the weeds in the way, meowing a few times and asking where to go next. Song-chi swept his gaze and pointed diagonally ahead. There are woods there. Go check it out first. Thank you to the big brothers such as the fragrant pot slightly spicy for their rewards. Wait, big brother, wait for me. Song-chi was halfway through his run when a familiar shout rang out behind him. With a shy smile on his face, the peeing child darted all the way and slowly caught up. In the wilderness skills training class over the past few days, Song-chi utilized the super brain form and mimicry state, and his skills were learned so fast that he was at the top of the class. Pee-wee, on the other hand, was a bit of a klutz and couldn't do well with many tools, so as soon as he entered the old days, he was adamant that he wanted to hug his thighs. Song-chi did not refuse. The two have always had a good relationship, and PP's physical quality is amazing. The fighting strength is very strong, so they can try to work together first. Go to the woods first, there are more plant species there, he commanded. The two of them ran towards the woods, and as a result, after half a minute, Pee-wee was suddenly let out a low cry. I'm going. Pee-wee was running at the front, very alert, and when he suddenly heard the cry, he jumped in fear. Song-chi also thought that there was a situation, busy turning his head and asking, what's wrong? Only to see the peeing baby running while pulling out a tablet computer. Clicked a few times. A face of despair said, there's no internet in this place. Song-chi didn't have the good sense to say, come to the wilderness to explore. What do you need the net for? Pee-wee was a little embarrassed and stuffed the tablet back into his bag. Recently I've been playing positional matches. Song-chi. She also looked back. One person and one cat, both glaring at Pee-wee with annoyed eyes. Feeling that this teammate was somewhat unreliable, Song-chi said quietly, how about, the two of us still act alone? I'm only a year old. I'm afraid of dragging you down. Pissing baby heard anxious, rattling like shaking his head. Big brother, do not leave me. I can still help a lot of help. What can you help? I know how to fish, and I'm a great fisherman. Nesting, what does that mean? Song-chi asked, pretending not to understand. Nesting, is that you spread some bait in the water? The fish will be attracted to it. My bait works the best. Song-chi came interested. What bait do you use? Pee-wee he smiled. When I pee into the water, the fish will rush out as if they are crazy, pissing the nest. Song-chi felt a little unsteady in his mind and once again politely refused. I'm only a year old. I'll really drag you down. Really, we're not suitable. Don't. Pissing Waif hurriedly added, I also brought my spirit pet, Hound. It can definitely help. Only then did Song-chi notice that a little golden hare was following far behind, spitting out its tongue and running with a whimper. This little golden hare, it's not even an adult yet, right? It doesn't feel like it can run fast. Can it help with hunting? He was skeptical. It's a waterhound. It can swim fast, Pee-wee explained. Moreover, my brother said that this old day arranged by the base has an extremely low danger factor, so there's no need to worry too much about combat. Song-chi, your brother has been here too? Pee-wee, he came here last year, and he even got an A rank. Song-chi nodded. It seemed that Pissing Hwa knew quite a bit of information about this place, which was an advantage. He finally agreed to Pissing joining him, and the two of them ran into the woods together. After entering the forest, the speed of travel slowed down, first letting the two spirit pets explore the path in front. Song-chi observed the trees around him, and felt that they were very similar to earth plants, except for the purple color of their leaves, the basic structure of their roots, stems, branches, leaves, flowers and fruits were similar. This earth-like natural environment made it much less difficult to survive in the wild. Song-chi took out a small plastic bag, picked some berries from the bushes, and uprooted two uniquely shaped grasses. The berries could be used as food if they weren't poisonous, and in terms of diet, all of them only brought a jug of water, and food could only be found in the old days. As for those strange and weird little grasses, after drying them, they could be made into specimens and brought back to see if they had any value. Exploring here, specimens of various plants, animals, insects, and fungi were the main results that the children could obtain. Those who are lucky can find valuable ores, and the highest grade of results would be civilization relics. Any item that could show the level of civilization, even if it was just a broken jar with a pattern that was successfully brought back, would receive an extremely high rating. However, Song-chi wasn't in a hurry. Civilization relics could be encountered but not sought, and pulling weeds was just a matter of passing. The most important thing at the beginning was to solve the problem of food and lodging. If he starved and slept cold every day, he wouldn't last a month. He looked around. The surrounding trees were sky-high and lush. Judging the direction of the terrain's height, he planned to go to the high ground first and climb up the tree for a lookout. Without taking a few steps, Yuki suddenly huffed and let out a warning sound. Ho! Song-chi immediately stopped walking and gazed ahead, only to see the grass moving slightly. A small boar with purple and green fur, about the size of a small golden hare, grunted and burrowed out, turning and running. The unique color of its fur made it almost blend in with the grass, making it difficult to distinguish with the naked eye if one didn't pay attention. The little boar also relied on this and hid in the shadows to peep, but was unexpectedly discovered by Shishi. When Pee-wee saw this boar, he immediately exclaimed, "My brother said that this thing is the most sinister. We must catch it." Song-chi had already squatted down, copied a fist-sized stone, saw the target and smashed it hard. The little boar's hind legs took a hit. Its body lurched and grunted as it continued to run forward, its speed obviously slowing down a bit. The skin and flesh are still thick, but the fighting power is average. Song-chi instantly made a judgment. Wild hunting, judging the strength of the target is also a skill. Otherwise the identity of the prey and the hunter is easy to instantly reverse. Song-chi let Pee-wee and golden hair cover to prevent any other boars from sneaking in the dark. He himself took out a knife and chased up with Shishi to launch a pincer attack. This base-issued military knife. The sharpness is still good. After a few knives, and then a fierce kick, the small boar fell down. Hunting, experience +1. Today's meal is done. A big problem solved. Song-chi was in a good mood. Pee-wee was surprised. Did not expect Song-chi to start so dry. The average child's first time hunting cannot be so calm, but also recalled the training class. In order to exercise the children's psychological quality, the teacher let everyone slaughter live chickens and live fish. At that time, Song-chi's performance was quite calm, although his face was a little white, but he adapted quickly. What a monster! Ah! Pee-wee grunted and caught up, looking at the fallen boar and celebrating again. My brother said, "This beast is insidious. Favorite sneak attack. Specifically waiting for you to lay down and sleep when you do it. If you sleep with your legs apart, it will launch a charge and ram into the middle of your legs." The corner of Song-chi's mouth twitched, and just listening to it, he felt a chill in his lower body and asked, "Your sister?" "No. Is your brother okay now?" "It's okay. The base definitely won't let us get seriously injured." The peeing child scratched his head, but he used to compare peeing with me. Not so much anymore. Song-chi was silent for a moment. Is there any way to deal with this kind of boar? The peeing child recalled his brother's words, mimicked them, and said in a somber tone, "When you sleep, remember to clench your legs." Then he shook his head in disbelief. "But I'm not afraid. If a wild boar dares to bump into me, its brain will be cracked open." Pissing baby is very conscious of hugging the thigh. Take the initiative to undertake the dirty work. Dragging up the small boar. The gravity ratio of the old days here was 0.8, and the weight of all objects was only 80% of the Earth's weight, so with Pee-wee's physique, dragging it around wasn't tiring. Song-chi took the lead to the nearby high place and climbed up the tree in 3 or 2 moves. The small size of the body at the moment reflected the advantage. Flexible movements. Do not have to worry about stepping on broken branches. Standing at the top, he had a wide view and looked out in all directions. As far as the eye could see, the high and low canopy swayed slightly in the wind, forming a purple and green sea. The waves undulated, and the dense branches and leaves obscured the details of the ground environment, so it was hard to see what was going on for a while. Song-chi immediately turned on the super brain state, and his brain's ability to process information climbed rapidly. In the line of sight, every flickering detail was successfully captured. Through the gaps between the layers of branches and leaves, water could be seen sparkling, and there was a small stream that gurgled a kilometer away. On the other side, there were 5 or 6 hills connected together. The terrain was complicated, so it might be possible to explore valuable resources, but the danger factor was also high. With the brook, there's no need to worry about survival. First build shelters between the creeks and the hills and slowly explore the perimeter. When you're ready, then enter the hills, and if there's no harvest, you can always return to the shelter. Under the super brain state, Song-chi's thinking was very clear and he quickly formulated a reasonable strategy. He and Pee-wee came a few hundred meters from the creek, found a small dry dirt slope, leaned their backs against a big sky-high tree, and began to build the shelter. Pee-wee carried a small axe, and when he saw thicker branches, he chopped them down to use as building materials. Song-chi brought a flint with him, saving him the trouble of drilling wood for fire. He then collected a bunch of dry dead branches and leaves, piled them together, and successfully built a fire. As the embers rose, the heat brought a sense of security. Song-chi built a piece of stone on the side of the fire, making a low stove. He took out a small flat-bottomed iron skillet from his bag, and went to the stream to fetch a pot of fresh water, which he set on top of the stove to heat up. The berries picked along the way before, according to the method taught by the old teacher, to check once. The probability is not poisonous, then all thrown into the pot. Not long after, the pot of water boiling. can smell the faint sweet aroma. A pot of berry sweet soup is ready. Song-chi first tasted a little bit, always paying attention to the real-time status in the panel. After waiting for a while, did not find a poisoning prompt, completely put down the heart, greeting the peeing child. The two drink a few mouthfuls of sweet soup, replenish the energy, and then build a shelter together. Little golden hair guarded next to the boar carcass. While watching, drooling, Shishi passed by and glanced at it. The little golden hair happily tried to lick Shishi's fur as a sign of closeness. As a result, Shishi delivered a meow punch, knocking its doggy head crookedly, and ran off to patrol somewhere else. The little golden hair didn't feel any pain and shook its head with a blank expression. Song-chi shook his head when he saw this. See, this little cat was high and cold. Recently it was only after mixing well with himself that he appeared to be a bit closer. He was still very wary when interacting with other people and spirit pets. Of course, cats and dogs were also born with conflicting natures. For cats, licking fur was something that could only be done by the superior to the inferior, and little golden hair's move was tantamount to provocation. Song-chi shouted a few times, telling Shishi not to bully golden hair. Pee-wee was indifferent, and emphasized, "Don't worry, don't look at my puppy's stupidity. When it really encounters danger, it's not ambiguous at all." According to him, this little golden hair was still mixed blood. Its grandfather was a superior spirit pet imported from the Peach Blossom Garden Heavenly Market, and was even able to single-handedly pick off an adult northeastern tiger. By the time it reached its generation, its qualifications were a bit worse, but its fighting strength was still not bad. Song-chi sniffed and suspiciously glanced at little golden hair, seeing that it was still giggling and spitting its tongue and drooling, so he couldn't help but lament. It said that dogs follow their masters. I didn't expect that a dog with such good genes would be hard to be spared. Pissing baby. After half a day's work, the framework of a simple wooden house almost came out, although a little breathable, but make do for a night is not a big problem. Pee-wee also picked up a lot of dry grass and dry leaves. Can be used as a mattress, close to the fire bake a bake. Keep warm is not a problem. It is already afternoon. Song-chi no longer perfect the shelter, but with a knife to deal with the wild boar. Skinning, bleeding, cutting the meat, putting it in a pot and starting to cook it, and adding some of the cooking salt he brought, a big meal was ready. He did not skewer the meat with wooden sticks to make a barbecue. When surviving in the wild, barbecued meat might taste better, but cooking meat in an iron pot preserved the most food nutrients. A large pot of meat, with soup and oil, went into the two men's stomachs. There were still some uneaten red berries in the soup, which was sweet and flavorful, and it was extraordinarily fragrant to drink. Song-chi ate more than Pee-wee, and the meat-eater attribute brushed a lot. Little golden hair also shared a large piece of meat. Shishi is a little more frugal, caught a few small things similar to field mice, and solved the problem of food by himself. Calculating this way, a small wild boar weighs more than 40 pounds, and it is not something that can be eaten in 1 or 2 meals. The rest of the meat was hung on a high tree with a rope, waiting for it to air dry, also to prevent it from being stolen by small animals. Eating for 2 or 3 days is absolutely no problem, can free up more time to do other things. Pee-wee recalled the experience his brother had told him. The biggest wild boar in these old days, the size is just like this, not many, and good at hiding. The first day to hit ahead, the luck is considered very good. It was a smooth start, and both boys were very happy with it. On the first day, they didn't explore deeper into the jungle, they just went around the shelter, picked a few plants, laid some traps, and considered it done. As the sky grew dark, the two lay in front of the shelter and roasted the fire, and soon became sleepy, letting the two spirit pets take turns keeping watch, and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Song-chi suddenly felt his face itch. As soon as he opened his eyes, it was Cece licking herself and softly meowing a few times. The advantage of the skill, cat language, showed up. Song-chi understood it in seconds and immediately sat up. An animal is stealing our meat. Little golden hair also noticed something was wrong and ran into the shelter, about to wake up his master. Song-chi immediately signaled it to be quiet. The prey that was sent to the door on its own accord was naturally not too much, so it couldn't be scared away. He quietly called out to wake up Pee-wee and explained the situation. 2 people, a cat and a dog, in the swaying firelight, tiptoeing out of the shelter, toward the trees not far from the hanging meat. The firelight shone on this side of the tree, and it was already very dim. Vaguely, I could see that there was indeed something crawling up the tree, already close to the place where the meat was hanging. Pissingwa copied up the stone to smash, but Song-chi realized that something was not quite right and stopped him. Directly opened the flashlight to the tree, only to see a little girl, draped in grass, like a ghillie suit, hands and feet, noiselessly climbing the tree. Extraordinarily dexterous, the flashlight's light suddenly illuminated the tree trunk. The little girl stiffened and slowly looked down, squinting her eyes in an awkward, nonchalant smile. Discovered by you guys. The fire still burned, crackling softly in the night breeze. At the entrance of the shelter, Pee-wee patted the dirt all over his body, with an unkind face, glaring at the little girl who stole the meat. Fong, this little girl started to run away, jumping directly onto another tree, her movements light and agile, as if she was an ape. However, she and Song-chi were both good at climbing trees, chasing and whisking up the tree, and Pee-wee and Little Golden Hair were also chasing and intercepting under the tree. Although Pee-wee accidentally fell on his face, there were so many of them that they managed to catch the little girl and bring her back to the shelter. Say, why did you steal our meat? Seeing that the little girl had been smiling awkwardly, Pee-wee grew more and more dissatisfied and asked drily, because I don't have any meat myself. The little girl lowered her head in embarrassment. With such a frank answer, Pee-wee could only stare dryly when she heard it. Song-chi shook his head. The old teacher had said before that everyone was free to move around and could compete against each other, and stealing meat was naturally not considered a violation of the rules. However, since the meat theft failed and fell into their hands, with the light of the fire, Song-chi saw the little girl's face and recognized it. Her name was Xiao Dai, and her strength was quite good, with her daily score ranking often making it into the top 5. Looking at her grassy clothes, which were stained with many roots of animal hair, and vaguely a few spots of blood, it seemed that she had experienced a fierce battle right before. You stole meat at night, disturbing our rest and consuming the limited power of the flashlight. Song-chi wasn't angry either. His tone was calm, pointing out the damage she had caused to his side. Xiao Dai nodded and stretched out her hands, palms facing upwards, and closed her eyes. You guys hit me. Song-chi, we didn't have the good sense to say, why should we beat you? If you are caught stealing, you will be beaten. Xiao Dai opened her eyes and said rightfully. Song-chi and Pee-wee glanced at each other, both feeling that there was something strange about this person's speech. We won't beat you, but you have to compensate us for our losses, Song-chi said. If you find any valuable resources, you can take them out. If not, then this grass garment you wove, which has a good concealment effect, will compensate us. Xiao Dai sniffed and wrapped the grass clothes a little tighter, feeling around in the east and the west, seeming to touch nothing, and not being able to part with the grass clothes. She finally hesitated. Is intelligence okay? Song-chi nodded. Tell me. Little Butterfly opened her mouth and recounted her exploration experience today. Like Song-chi, she had noticed the 5 or 6 connected hills deep in the jungle and thought that there might be something good inside. However, she didn't set up camp or form a group, so she was alone and barged right in. Where the hills were connected, they formed deep little valleys, and Little Butterfly explored deeper, eventually discovering a cave in the depths. But just after entering the cave, she was attacked by several cool wolverine-like animals. This wolverine looks like a pocket version of a brown bear, with sharp teeth and claws, and strong fighting ability. Xiao Dai lost her backpack and fled in the valley, but not being familiar with the terrain, she was almost caught up. At the time of danger, she glimpsed a huge 2-meter-tall silhouette, which flickered in the depths of the valley, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Hearing this sound, the wolverines actually left their target behind and turned around to run away. Only then did Xiao Dai come out of the valley. Having lost her backpack and not having the strength to hunt, she found Song-chi's wild boar meat hanging on a tree, so she waited until night and came over to steal some meat to eat. A huge 2-meter-tall silhouette? The sound of rumbling? Song-chi was a bit surprised, having thought that this place was a purely wild environment, with civilization relics buried in the ground at best. But listening to Xiao Dai's narration, could it be that there is a civilization that has yet to be extinguished? In that case, the difficulty of the exploration mission would skyrocket. He told Shishi and Little Golden Hair to watch Little Butterfly, and turned around to discuss with Pee-wee. My brother said that the war ceiling in these old days was the wolverine. She wasn't bullshitting on that point, Pee-wee recalled. As for what 2-meter-tall silhouette, my brother didn't mention it. I don't know if she didn't find it, or if it involves the core mission and can't be leaked. Song-chi, then there's no way to tell if it's real or not. We can only go and see it for ourselves. I have a way to judge. Pee-wee volunteered and walked back to Xiao Dai, saying in a serious manner, can you take this experience of yours and say it again backwards? Starting from stealing the meat and working backwards. Xiao Dai was a little puzzled, but still did as she was told, and recounted it backwards. From end to end, Pee-wee pulled Song-chi aside again and whispered, it should all be true. People usually only make up lies in chronological order. Telling it backwards would be stumbling, and it would sound fake at first. Song-chi was surprised. You actually know this tactic? Pee-wee smiled smugly. I learned it from my dad. Once he came back from a business trip, I said I had been studying at home for the past few days, and he let me rewind what I had done. And then, Song-chi pursued. Pee-wee's smile faltered. Then he started spanking me. The two walked back to Xiao-dai and Song-chi said, "You can go now." Xiao-dai nodded, but she couldn't help but glance at the iron pot next to her, which had dozens of berries in it. She had long been hungry, and her stomach immediately rumbled. Pee-wee said with a wary face, "No more berry ideas." Song-chi had an idea. This little butterfly had circled around a group of wolverines for half a day, and came to steal wild fruits at night, and was still so agile, which meant that the fighting strength was very strong, and should be above pissing Hwa. In fact, the two sides can cooperate and explore that cave again, saving them from having to find it from scratch. Thinking like this, Song-chi grabbed a small handful of berries and put them into little butterfly's hands. "The information you provided is of high value. These are for you." Little butterfly's eyes lit up and she wolfed down the berries in 2 bites. Unfortunately, the berries didn't fill up the stomach, and this point was still not enough. Song-chi smiled and proposed, "Cooperation? Explore that valley together. Half of my berries can be given to you, plus a piece of meat that can be cooked and eaten tonight." Cooperation? Little butterfly, however, hesitated, glancing at the berries in the pot, actually resisting the temptation, standing up and whispering, "Thank you." With that, his figure flashed and darted into the depths of the jungle. Seeing this, Pee-wee couldn't help but lament, "This person can really run." Woof woof, little golden hair wagged its tail and barked twice in triumph. It was it that had grabbed the man by pulling on Xiao-dai's pants leg earlier. "Good job." Pee-wee would understand, patting little golden hair's head. "Some other day we'll catch fish and let you have a full meal." The moment he heard of catching fish, Song-chi remembered this guy's peeing and hitting the nest skill, disgustedly walked to the side, lay down and continued to sleep. The night wind gusts, blowing more and more. Pissing baby and little golden hair snored, one louder than the other. Pee-wee glanced at the two of them in disgust and went outside to keep watch. It circled around, not noticing anything unusual. This time, it failed to notice that there was a little girl in a grass cloak standing quietly in the woods. The little girl looked up, looked at the meat hanging in the tree, and chose to turn away. The next morning, Pee-wee woke up with a yawn, and Song-chi was already working on the smoked meat, looking radiant, without any fatigue. The benefits of the meat-eater talent were on display at the moment, with a faster recovery rate for the body and spirit. The two conferred and both decided to explore the valley as soon as possible. Song-chi looked at his watch, and although the internet had been disconnected, he was able to look at the previous scores and rankings. Potential score, 104. Reference ranking, 20 to 112. 1 point and 2 points aren't enough anymore. It's time to get a 10. And surge the rankings. If Halcyon's previous words were true, he didn't have a transcendent trait, which could become a disadvantage. If one wanted to secure an S rank, it would be best to rush to the top and use the best performance to shut the mouths of all the skeptics. The possible existence of a civilization in the valley was of great value, so naturally they couldn't miss it. The two of them neatly packed up their things. Last night, the wind was very strong. The meat hanging on the tree, a little dry. The weight is much lighter. Pissing baby chose a few pieces of good meat, cut into pieces and smoked into jerky. Carry with you. Other meat wrapped in waterproof cloth, buried, and so on back to deal with. 2 people, a cat and a dog, set off again, straight to the direction of the hills, all the way without stopping, trekking for 3 hours, finally arrived at the destination. These hills, from a distance, do not look high. Standing at the foot of the mountain only to realize that the height of 200 to 300 meters has made the terrain treacherous. The peaks and valleys were undulating and rolling, in which the jungle was densely covered. There was no ready-made mountain road, so they could only cut through the thorns and break into it with their heads. Little butterfly just wandered around this hellish place for half a day? Pee-wee marveled, his expression congealing. Be careful, in case you're judged to be in distress and the people from the base take the initiative to come to the rescue. The expedition will be considered a failure. Song-chi gave a reminder and brought Shi, taking the lead to walk into the mountain forest. As a result, without taking a few steps, both Cece and Little Golden Hair stopped. Shishi's spine arched and slightly blew up, while Little Golden Hair kept barking. A brownish-black figure appeared in front of them, like a small brown bear, with short and stout limbs, and claws and paws that resembled a bear's paw. It was the wolverine that Little Butterfly had mentioned. The size of this wolverine was a circle larger than the wild boar that had been hunted before, with a ferocious look, emitting an owl sound similar to that of a dog barking. As the old battle ceiling here, it was not to be messed with at a glance. This is an early start to brush the boss lair. Song-chi laughed, signaling Pee-wee to swat the line, and rushed up with his own small knife. The wolverine also didn't expect that such a small two-legged beast would actually dare to take the initiative to attack itself, roaring angrily and opening its mouth to show its fangs. This is a real life and death battle. such a ferocious beast swooping up. This sight, this movement, this pungent fishy smell, the psychological impact brought about was indeed much greater than a ring fight. Song-chi stabilized his mind and cooperated with Shishi, first circling the Wolverine and assessing the opponent's strength. The defense is about the same as a small boar. If it triggers the breaking slam, it should be killable. With a spirit pet cooperating, 2 against 1 was a lot more efficient. Shishi jumped up and down, constantly attracting the Wolverine's attention. 2 minutes later, Song-chi spotted the opportunity and instantly turned on the fierce beast form. Bursting into close proximity, his small knife stabbed the Wolverine's stomach viciously from the bottom up. Blood splattered everywhere. The knife blade successfully broke the defense, triggering the killing power bonus of Broken Slam. The Wolverine wailed and turned back to bite. Song-chi didn't get involved in the battle, drawing his blade and retreating sharply, dodging the opponent's counterattack in time. Taking 2 steps back, he calculated the distance and poked the Wolverine in the face, blinding his left eye. Blade technique, experience +1. Footwork, experience +1. This kind of real combat effect was better than ring fighting. Even if it was only for a short 2 minutes, it could still boost experience. Seeing that the Wolverine wanted to run, Song-chi greeted him, and Pee-wee and Little Golden Hair surrounded him, combining their efforts to complete the kill. With the victory, everyone was in a good mood, and after taking a break, they continued to move forward. According to Xiao Dai's narration, as long as you see an obvious depression in the valley, there is a cave hidden in the corner. Half an hour later, the depression was finally found, but the sight in front of one's eyes made one a bit dumbfounded. More than 30 Wolverines were gathered around, howling in unison as they rushed somewhere in the depression. It was a corner, overgrown with grass and trees, with a black hole inside, which should be the cave that Little Butterfly had mentioned. Song-chi shook his head. They were only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the cave, but separated by such a group of Wolverines, they had to think of another way. So many beasts. Pee-wee's legs were a little soft, whispering, "Retreat first, it'll be troublesome if we're discovered." Song-chi nodded his head and was about to slowly retreat backward. However, he saw that deep in the cave, a blue light suddenly flashed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Continuous and rhythmic sounds came out, like a heavy object stepping on the ground, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears clicking and turning, frightening the Wolverines into retreating in unison. Song-chi's gaze condensed, and he finally got a clear look at the huge figure that Xiao Dai was talking about. It was a badly rusted, iron-shelled robot that walked to the entrance of the cave with awkward steps, waving its long mechanical arms and making unintelligible sounds. And %UN hashtag. Translator. Song-chi hurriedly rummaged around in his backpack, pulling out an MP3-like object and putting the headphones on. This was the base-issued expedition equipment, and its database contained the words and languages of several exotic civilizations. Turning on the translator, a phrase that kept repeating came from the headset. Series 3 Nanny Robot, at your service. Series 3 Nanny Robot, at your service. In the sunlight, in the valley, in front of the cave, the rusty robot, its iron shell covered with claw marks, was waving its arms, facing directly at a group of leering Wolverines. It repeated in a voice full of enthusiasm. Series 3 Nanny Robot, at your service. Some Wolverines tried to rush into the cave from the side and were jerked out by its long mechanical arm, and a new claw mark was added to the mechanical arm. The Wolverines attacked for a few rounds and never managed to enter the cave, so they slowly retreated. The nanny robot also did not chase after them, and the rumbling and booming sound started again, and its figure disappeared into the depths of the cave. What to do? After retreating to safety, Pee-wee asked. The cave definitely needs to be entered, but we have to outsmart it. Song-chi pondered. After all, we are future explorers, not a death squad. After discussing for a while, he came up with a feasible solution. Lay traps, lure the Wolverines over alone, and kill them one by one. But the difficulty was still high. There were too many Wolverines. Even if there were only 4 or 5 of them acting together, they would not be able to make a good start. Our manpower is too small. It's best to get a few more people to help, Song-chi said, and wandered around outside of the valley with Pee-wee. While searching for materials to make traps, they looked for partners. After half a day of work, they heard the sound of an argument coming from a short distance away. I can at least use snot as bait to catch some fish and rabbits. What do you think you'll do? A voice grumbled. I can play basketball. Another voice seemed very confident. Oh, I must find Song-chi. I can't get on a team with you. The first voice looked increasingly grumpy. Song-chi smiled at his words. The helpers were coming. In the middle of the dense forest, dark shadows shifted, and suddenly there was a loud howl. A Wolverine fell into a trap, its body pierced by wooden thorns. The 4 Wolverines next to it were enraged. lighting up their fangs and searching everywhere for the originator. She, little golden hair, and other spirit pets appeared in the distance, in different directions, scattering them. The selectors hiding in the trees waited for the opportunity to attack with stones and arrows, or jumped to the ground to fight. Everything went according to plan, but occasionally accidents happened. On the tree, the slug exerted too much force, stepped on a branch and fell down, and was instantly discovered by the two wolverines. Snotlout's face turned white. A single wolverine was hard for him to deal with, and two basically meant that the mission had failed. With a sniffle, he copied his knife in desperation and shouted, "Come on!" The moment the wolverine pounced, another tiny figure leapt down violently from the tree. At the sound of several people's exclamations of surprise, Song-chi turned on both fierce beast form and super brain form at the same time. In mid-air, the muscles of his entire body swelled up, and his gaze became extraordinarily bright, as if he could see everything. The dual form enchantment was his current strongest battle state. Thoughts ran at high speed, instantly identifying the best route of attack. The tiny figure swept across the ground. Before the wolverine could react, the blade had already arrived in the awe-inspiring wind. Triggered by breaking strike, the military knife dug into the wolverine's abdomen, tearing open a wound. After hitting the target with a heavy blow, Song-chi quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the counterattack, and then attacked the wolverine's backyard with his second blade. For other selectors, it was very difficult for a small knife to pierce through the wolverine's thick fur. However, Song-chi could steadily break through the defense as long as he hit the vitals and triggered the 50% increase in lethality of breaking slam. After seriously injuring a wolverine with 2 slashes, his physical energy had dropped quite a bit, and with the double status on, it was 4 times the physical energy consumption. Song-chi stopped fighting and retreated back to the tree peacefully. The wolverines of old here were not good at climbing trees, giving the selectors a great advantage. Monster ah! Snotlout couldn't help but grimace when he saw the scene, but he was also relieved. Facing the one remaining wolverine, he raised his sword and slowly stalked it. Suddenly, a series of rocks flew down in the air, accurately smashing into the top of the wolverine's head, one after another. It smashed the wolverine senseless. Snotlout was overjoyed and knocked him down with a single blow. It then looked up, only to see the backstrap pants standing in a tree, holding a rock in his hand, proudly saying, "Told you, I'm a good shot." The 40 or so wolverine packs in the valley were supposed to be an invincible existence in this place, but unfortunately, their level of intelligence was limited, and when they encountered this kind of trap game, they were repeatedly hit and broken by each one of them. Song-chi and the others had been grinding for 5 or 6 days and were tired enough to kill nearly 30 wolverines one after another. The remaining wolverines finally realized that it was not good and did not dare to linger in the valley, rushing out and dispersing in a flurry. Done. Song-chi chewed on his jerky, and together with his companions, he slowly approached the cave and the depression. The rumbling sound resounded once again, and the rusty nanny robot stepped out, letting out an enthusiastic voice. Series 3 Nannybot, at your service. Careful. This thing can take on a pack of wolverines single-handedly. Pee-wee tensed. Fight? Snotlout asked. Song-chi surveyed the robot. The hard iron shell covered its entire body. It couldn't even tell where the vitals were. Moreover, it didn't come out of the cave and kept guarding it, so it was useless to set up traps or anything like that. Fighting can be too troublesome, and it may not be able to beat it. If you get smashed by its mechanical arm, there's a high probability that you'll have to break a bone, and there's also the risk of failing the mission. Song-chi pondered, recalling the words of the old teacher in class. When facing a foreign civilization, don't rush to show hostility, prioritize communication. At this moment, the robot was still repeating, Series 3 Nanny Robot, at your service. So Song-chi operated the translator, mimicking the pronunciation in the headset, and replied, I need service. The robot froze, and inside its 2 eyes, an eerie blue light flashed for a while. It scanned back and forth, its gaze finally locking onto Song-chi. Infant detected. A pair of mechanical arms then began to twitch. From time to time, it lifted up, as if trying to drive a few people away, and from time to time, it reached out, trying to pick up Song-chi. After a few minutes, there were 2 sudden zipping sounds, and the blue light went straight out. The robot completely froze in place, not moving at all. Is this down? Song-chi guessed and carefully took a few steps forward. The other party was unresponsive. Go go go, Pee-wee rejoiced, sidestepped, and slipped past the robot. The group turned on their flashlights and walked inside the dimly lit cave. There were no forks in the cave, and they could see to the end at a glance. Behind 2 cavernous metal doors was a small living base. A large battery was scattered on the ground, probably used by the robots to recharge themselves. Next to them were boxes of canned food, bottles of something similar to nutrient solution, all unopened. At the innermost part of the base, there were two corpses leaning under a table. Looking at the clothes, it looked like a man and a woman, close together, both hands clasped in death. It's actually humanoid creatures. Song-chi was a little surprised, having thought that exotic civilizations were all strange aliens. The male deceased had a camera-like instrument in his hand, and it seemed like he had been looking at this before he died. Song-chi gently took it out and checked that it was dead. Finding the intact charging cable and battery, he charged it on the spot. 10 minutes later, the camera slowly turned on. Inside, it recorded the footage of the man and the woman before they were born. This was a pair of young people. Met, fell in love, got married, honeymooned and traveled, just like ordinary people on Earth. It was also a pair of transcendentalists, with the ability to fly, as well as a physique far beyond that of normal people. On their final journey, the man photographed the magnificent view of the three suns sinking into the horizon, and the woman's beautiful body at sunset. Suddenly, the sky ripples with countless tiny black clouds. These black clouds are as fast as lightning and fly everywhere, releasing a destructive laser that blows the whole world upside down. The man and the woman rushed to the rescue. Strong as transcendence, there was nothing they could do with so many black clouds, and the two of them escaped with great difficulty, heavily injured. All the major urban areas had fallen, and everywhere was an inferno. They had nowhere to go but to hide in this living base. There were no medicines that could cure the transcendentalists, and only one nanny droid that took care of the simplest of security and service duties. In the last hours, the man and the woman gave up trying to survive, and together they looked at this camera and recalled the good old days. Eventually death comes calmly. As the images from the camera finished playing, the children looked at each other with horror in their eyes, because the world in the video was highly similar to human society. What happened to the man and the woman shook everyone with empathy. That black cloud, what exactly was it? A civilization that had destroyed a planet in almost a day, with a strength so terrifying that not even a transcendent could resist it. Song-chi was silent, staring at the camera in his hand. Perhaps, the base chose this old day as the target of the expedition to show this secret. At the entrance of the base, a figure suddenly flashed. Congratulations! It only took 8 days to find the most precious relics of civilization from the old days here. The old teacher slowly walked in, holding a goji berry thermos. The old teacher flipped through the document on his phone and raised an eyebrow in surprise. You guys also broke the fastest record since the establishment of the base, although there was an element of luck. The performance was still okay. Saying so, he pointed at Song-chi. You little guy, your luck is really good. In that robot's basic settings, there was a protection program for babies, and it turned out to be triggered by you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get past the robot. Song-chi wasn't polite and smiled shyly, as if to say that luck was also strength. These days, he looked for the old teacher from time to time to ask questions and get close, and the two of them had a good relationship and weren't so formal. Then he raised the camera again and asked, Teacher, what exactly are those black clouds? The rest of the children were also concerned about this question and looked over. They are suspected to be hunters, roaming around the universe, hunting civilizations for a living. The old teacher's expression turned serious. Whenever they find a mature civilization, the hunters will launch an attack and plunder the resources they need. Then the entire surface of the planet is blown up, leaving the civilization to start from scratch, like cutting leeks, finishing one crop and waiting for a new one. Answers like these made the children's joy fade quite a bit, and the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The atmosphere a bit depressing for a moment. Has Earth been targeted by hunters? Song-chi asked. We don't know, but we must be prepared, the old teacher said, gesturing to the crowd. This is why the selection base gathered you together. If an existence that can guard civilization emerges amongst you, the efforts of all of us will not have been in vain. Deep in the cave, the materials with research value in the living base were all divided by the children as the results of the expedition. The harvest from the exploration of the civilization's ruins was many times stronger than the plant and animal specimens, and it was expected that each person would receive a lot of potential points. Song-chi took away the video camera and a few books, image text materials, which tended to be of the highest value. At the same time, he also reported Xiao Dai's credit to the old teacher. On the first day of entering the old days, she was able to explore the valley alone, circling the wolverines for half a day and discovering the existence of robots. The strength that this little girl displayed, Song-chi thought that it was no less than the number 1 ranked halogen egg. Unfortunately, halogen egg wasn't in this batch of the old list. It should have been in the previous batch, so there was no way to make a direct comparison. Afterwards, the children dug a pit in the valley, buried the bones of the man and the woman, and erected a monument with the words Guardian. The rest of the adventure was much more peaceful. Song-chi brought Shishi, running back and forth in the grasslands and forests, hunting, and improving the experience of various skills. The peeing baby finally showed a handful of great skills. Standing at the edge of the creek, peeing 5 meters away, with a shake of his little hand, it was a curtain of rain. The yellowish urine splashed into the river, and a fish scrambled to the surface, opening its mouth and sucking excitedly. Little golden hair waited for the opportunity in the water, swam over quickly, bit the fish, and flung them to the shore one by one. One person and one dog work well together. I guess this is often done. Song-chi stood by the river, opened the photo function of his watch, and aimed at the peeing baby that was artificially raining. Tapping it lightly, he recorded a beautiful scene. TSK, it feels quite like that statue of the peeing child, he commented, nodding his head at Pee-wee again. The peeing child returned a smug smile, not knowing that his biggest handle has since fallen into the hands of others. A month later, dozens of children carrying bulging backpacks gathered around the old teacher. A total of 5 were eliminated, all having accidentally broken their legs or been injured in the hunt. The difficulty of survival in this olden day was, indeed, low and completely entry-level. Can't we play a few more days? A few children were still a bit unfulfilled. The old teacher just pointed to the distance. Look, the originally blue sky suddenly turned white. A strong explosion seemed to have occurred in the distance, and a strong light rendered away, rumbling and rapidly approaching this prairie. The ground began to tremble, birds scattered in all directions, and a gopher squeaked, crawling out of its hole and running around. The light grew brighter and brighter, and all anyone could do was close their eyes and listen to the world tremble and wail. In a wave of searing heat, the white light was like a sea tide, quickly flooding the place. This old day, it's over. An intense explosion that destroys everything on the surface of the planet. The energy aftermath rushes into the heavenly ruins, triggering a chain reaction. It is possible to form a segment of replicated spacetime. The old teacher slowly introduced. The old days are the last words of a world. Potential score, 104125. Reference ranking, 10/112. This old day exploration. Song-chi's score was the highest in the entire field, and he instantly rushed into the top 10 of the base. The ranking of the average daily score also squeezed out Halogen Egg once again, becoming number 1. However, what surprised him the most was an app that automatically updated in his tablet. Explorer Mall. After completing the exploration of the old days, the children's harvests were uniformly purchased by the base and converted into exploration points, which could be used to purchase various materials in the mall. Song Qingshir went to the old days before and came back to buy a box of secret insect glue, which was ordered in the mall with points. The value of the entry-level Old Sun's harvest naturally wouldn't be high, just a few points per child. But for Song-chi, this has a very special meaning. Tapping on the mall app, the personal information was already registered. Song-chi, 1-star amateur explorer, current exploration points, 5. At the same time, a message automatically popped up in the panel. Second profession loading opportunity detected. Whether to open the second occupation, explorer? Sure enough, special events bring new professions. Song-chi was overjoyed and said in his heart, open. Second profession, explorer, level 0, 20 out of 100. Skills. Survival toolmaking, level 0, 19/100, skill. Cross-country trekking, level 0, 20/100. Wilderness concealment, level 0, 14/100, skills. Hunting, level 0, 28/100. Hunting, level 0, 28/100. The longed-for explorer profession finally arrived. The skill experience that was brushed before was not wasted. It was automatically converted into career experience, still at a ratio of 4:1. This trip to the old days was full of rewards, and Song-chi was very satisfied. After his ranking rushed into the top 10 of the base, the selection gradually came to an end. After a few days, Halogen Egg came to say goodbye. This little boy with no hair had passed the selection, becoming the 27th S-ranked genius in the history of the base. He found Song-chi and handed over a business card. Still an invitation but no longer a solicitation. I underestimated you before. Your performance, even without the transcendent traits, is enough to be rated S-class. Halcyon apologized frankly, his voice calm and his tone like a young adult. When you have the opportunity in the future, you are welcome to exchange ideas at my family's company. Song-chi nodded, taking a look at the business card, writing the address of the headquarters of a large consortium in China, which he often heard about in the news. After Halogen Egg left, his ranking automatically rose to 9th. In the latter few days, in addition to meditation and physical training classes, Song-chi also took the time to go to the shooting and archery hall to learn the use of firearms, bows and crossbows. The skill, shooting, was successfully added to the panel. After a few more days, Xiao Dai came to say goodbye and expressed her gratitude to Song-chi. Her old exploration lesson bombed the opening, but ended up adding a lot of points, with Song-chi getting a share of the credit. In the end, she was graded as an A. But Song-chi had a vague feeling that this little girl was deliberately hiding her strength, and was quite a bit mysterious. After Little Butterfly left, Song-chi was already in the 6th place, and the reputation of one-year-old Superman had already spread in the base. The base had made special confidentiality arrangements for this. Afterwards, Song-chi basically taught and trained alone, so much so that the new kids could only hear his name but not see him. Song-chi didn't care. Training alone was more quiet, and if there were any problems during the day, they could just look directly to the old teachers. The old teacher knew everything, and moreover, seemed to have a high status in the base. "Are you a transcendent?" once Song-chi asked speculatively. The old teacher was not of an archaic temperament, and was also fond of teasing, taking a sip of goji berry water and smiling. "You guess?" "I won't guess." Song-chi turned around and walked away, steadily holding. The old man can only stare dryly at the back. Half a month later, the backpacker was leaving the base. He was so lost that his grade was rated as C+. This is a kind of euphemistic rejection of the base. The lowest grade of genius is B grade. Returning to the city where he was based, Backstrap Pants was able to obtain support from the local government by relying on this C+. Only, without national-level resources tilted. The future development, destined to be difficult to catch up with people like Song-chi and Ppwa. "I'm handsome, I can sing and dance, and I can also play basketball. If I debut as a trainee in the future, I might make it big." Backstrap Pants wasn't too pessimistic and was still full of expectations for the future. "I think you'll definitely be a hit." Song-chi raised a glass of Coke and drank it down, sending his partner off. After another week, the grades for both Ppwa and Snuffles came out. PP Baby was AB+, and Snotlout was AB. Both were good enough to be geniuses, and were able to enjoy all sorts of favorable treatment. Both of them were mad with joy, and didn't intend to take their time waiting for the final cultivation program, applying to go home early, to celebrate with their friends and family. Before the trip, Song-chi and the two of them gathered at the base cafeteria, to backpacking pants. With solemn faces, Pee-wee and Snotty held up their Coke to the empty seat next to them, as if Backstrap Pants had already sacrificed himself in a heroic manner. "Song-chi, what's your ranking?" the two asked again. "Number 1 already." Snotlout marveled and guessed. "Song-chi, your results are delayed, so I guess the staff is struggling with whether to give it an A+ or an S. Ha, if you don't even have an S here, the base staff should go eat shit." Pee-wee's little hand waved. After passing the selection, his speech was much harder. "Doesn't matter." Song-chi was rather calm. With the panel anyway, what he needed more than anything else was the country's protection of geniuses. "I have a premonition that in a few years, I'll have to come back to hug your thigh," Pee-wee said with a shy face. Snotlout, no talent, always thinking of relying on others. The two were wide-eyed and still tit for tat. Both of them left their contact information and home address, allowing Song-chi to play at their house in the future. The children said goodbye to each other without too much sadness, feeling that there was plenty of time in the future to get together again. Drinking and singing, happily left. Song-chi took a look at the address. The peeing baby lived quite close. In Chi Province, the slug was a little farther away. Since they have also been selected for the national program, they will definitely meet again in the future. Meanwhile, in the base's conference room, a group of experts were discussing. In 15 years, there hasn't been an S-class that doesn't possess transcendent traits. A conservative spoke. "I admit that Song-chi's potential is extremely high, but without transcendent traits, the future is too uncertain. He can become an elite level at a few years old, but it's also possible that he'll stop being an elite for the rest of his life." Several experts with conservative styles nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a sentence came from the doorway of the conference room. "You guys know shit." When several experts heard this, their faces reddened with some annoyance, and they turned their heads to look, but they saw an old man with gray hair, carrying a glass cup of soaked wolfberries, striding in. The people present hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Old minister, I know exactly what you are thinking." Holding a glass, the old man sat on the main seat of the conference room and swept his gaze over the experts listed. "In the earlier years, we were full of hope and judged many S-class geniuses. Unfortunately, most of them did not develop as expected. It's understandable that you guys, afraid of taking on subsequent responsibilities, have become more and more conservative in your judging. However, the old man's tone became a bit heavier as his words changed. "It can't be ruled out that there are a few people who want to use the limited number of S-rank slots as favors and sell them to the transcendent families, and so they're being extra harsh on selectors from ordinary origins." As soon as these words came out, the party's conservative experts' faces changed, and they all said that they in no way had that kind of small-mindedness. The old man nodded in satisfaction. "Then let's get back to the matter of ratings. Is the target of S-rank training an ordinary transcendent? Of course not. What we want are the best heavenly market explorers, the ultimate warriors who can guard civilization. Such potential. I see it in selector Song-chi. Chance and risk go hand in hand. You guys think that Song-chi has the risk of stopping at the elite level, but I, for one, would rather take 10 times the risk than give up this little chance. In a few sentences, he expressed an incomparably resolute intention. Many experts with ambiguous attitudes nodded slightly at this moment. The staff then signaled. The voting begins. Selector Song-chi, number AH202501123, has passed the Genius Program evaluation criteria with a rating of S. Do you agree? The old man was the first to raise his hand. Dr. Shin, who was sitting at the end of the conference table, raised his hand immediately after. Most of the experts flipped through Song-chi's selection performance report and found it impeccable. Since the old leader was willing to take the risk, they voiced their approval. I think that this little guy is a bit like the legendary hyper-evolved body that only advanced civilizations possess, and if he can break through the bottleneck of the elites, his future achievements will be unlimited. Fast-growing prodigies have always been considered by the academia as having the risk of overdrawing their potential too early. This conclusion is still on the conservative side. A true genius should have unlimited potential. Unfortunately, the last such little monster died prematurely before becoming a transcendent. The information provided was too little. We can't miss it this time. The experts discussed in a variety of ways. A handful of conservatives, seeing that the big picture had been decided but still hadn't raised their hands, deliberately reminded. Old leader. According to the standard, S-class geniuses, third-order transcendentals should be asked to serve as mentors. The number of third-order transcendents participating in our program is already small, and if we know that Song-chi doesn't have transcendent traits, maybe no one will be willing to serve as a mentor. The atmosphere of the conference room, which had just warmed up, instantly cooled down considerably. The experts' faces were odd. This kind of embarrassing situation seemed like it could really happen. The old leader, however, was not flustered. Sipping a mouthful of goji berry water and slowly said, "What's there to worry about? Song-chi's mentor candidates. There's no need to count on them. I'll do it." What? The crowd was shocked, and the conference room was in an uproar. You're going to reappear, old leader? This matter is significant. It should be reported to the Ministry of Education. The old leader waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. What reappearance? Haven't I been teaching inside the base? Said with a slight smile. The little one is too young. I don't feel comfortable with someone else bringing me. It's more appropriate for me to come in person. That's all. The crowd froze, quietly observing the old leader's expression. In that smile, why was there a bit of a conniving implication? Outside the conference room, the staff was organizing the rating report while whispering. Who exactly is this old leader? When I saw it every day in the base, I thought it was just an ordinary teacher. When this kind of topic came up, there was immediately someone who couldn't help but sell it. Have you never heard of this one? The old leader of the Ministry of Education who retired a few decades ago. His plums are all over the world, and it is said that nowadays in the state of China, many senior leading officials are his students. At the same time, a copy of the latest rating results was transmitted from the conference room and sent to the major departments, triggering close attention. Song-chi, the 28th S rank in China's Genius Program, was officially archived. It's an S rank. Having received the news from Dr. Shin, Song-chi wasn't surprised and let out a soft sigh of relief, having the feeling of finally accomplishing a great thing. In the next moment, his body was already hanging in midair, being picked up by his mom. The baby is too powerful. Mua mua mua. Song-chi suffered a sneak attack, was kissed small face deformation, rushed to escape the clutches of mom. Yishan was so excited that she immediately dialed the phone to share the good news with her husband. These days, she had communicated with the parents of the other selectors, and already knew that there was a world of difference in the difference in treatment between B rank, A rank, and S rank. There had only been about 20 S-class young geniuses since the base's inception, and the number had gotten even smaller in recent years. Each and every one of them was a small national treasure. Song Qingshi was probably in class and didn't answer the phone call. I don't care about him. Yishan threw her cell phone away, caught up with her son who fled to the corner, and picked him up again to spin around. Dr. Shen looked at the helpless Song-chi, covered his mouth and laughed softly, thinking that this child might not yet understand what S-class actually means. Dr. Shen, what should we do next? Can we go home? Song-chi in the base training for more than 2 months. The body law is not what it used to be. Once again from the arms of his mom to break free, hurriedly asked questions to divert the attention of his mom. Once Yishan heard this, she really subsided. She was a little afraid that Dr. Shen would not let the child go home, although she knew that it was unlikely, but still get a definite reply in order to feel at ease. Dr. Shin smiled. Now that you have become an S-class, there will be many people who want to see you. If you are willing to deal with characters from all sides, then you can stay at the base. If not, you can absolutely go home and wait for the cultivation program to be finalized. We will protect your privacy. Song-chi nodded. I'd better go home then. In the last few days, there had been quite a few people who had come to find themselves. All of them were selectees from the base who had come over to get close at the behest of their parents. He had been perfunctory a few times, and had become a bit impatient, even planning to hang a sign at the dormitory entrance that said, "No visitors." Now that the S-class has been decided, the purpose has been achieved. First go home to calm and quiet is also good. My sister is at home every day, without need to grab meat with her to eat. I do not know whether I have gained weight. For the sake of Daodu's figure management, Song-chi also felt that it was necessary to go back earlier. The Chinese gifted child protection law has come into effect for you. This is your protection serial number. Dr. Shin sent a string of characters to Song-chi's watch, gesturing for him to memorize it. When you run into any trouble, report the serial number to the local security department, and you'll receive the fastest possible assistance. Song-chi scanned the serial number, still a little uneasy. What if a transcendent tries to take me captive and it's too late to call for help? No wonder your teacher said that you're small in person and even smaller in guts. Dr. Shin laughed and shook his head. S-class geniuses. There will be transcendentals who will have close supervision 24 hours a day. Don't worry about it. 24-hour close supervision by a transcendent? Song-chi's spirit lifted and he nodded his head repeatedly. This is good. A sense of security. Then he looked around and wondered which transcendent had come to be his bodyguard. Dr. Shin, don't be in a hurry. The protection will only begin when you leave the base. Normally, the protectors are secretly accompanying you and will not actively disturb your daily life. Song-chi blinked his eyes and dreamed. Then the protector will guide me in my training? Dr. Shin laughed out loud. That's a different price. We won't reimburse you. Inviting a transcendentalist to protect him 24 hours a day naturally cost a lot. This expense was completely borne by the base. Song-chi felt that it was still very meaningful, and he no longer demanded anything else. Mentioning money, he naturally remembered the $10 million that he had been longing for. Dr. Shin, when will the 10 million cultivation grant arrive? One of the major benefits of children talking was that they didn't have to worry too much. Song-chi asked directly when he thought of it. Yishan was a little embarrassed to hear this and hurriedly pulled the child aside. Don't worry, it's yours. No one can deduct it. Dr. Shin took out a financial document and handed it to Yishan. The cultivation grant, in order to ensure that it is used for your personal cultivation, is mainly issued in the form of reimbursement, or in the form of exploration points, which are sent to your mall account. The quota for S rank is 5 million a year for 5 years, which is basically enough under normal circumstances. It wasn't a direct handout of money, and Song-chi could accept it, feeling that it didn't have much of an impact. Even if he did get rich, how could he enjoy it? Buy a dozen luxury strollers and park them in his own garage? Change one every day and drive it around the neighborhood? I'm still a long way from being at the age of spending money and drinking. Song-chi lamented as he did. The big head of expenses in the future would still be the purchase of cultivation resources such as secret insect gel, evolutionary nutrient liquid, and meditation original liquid. Usually, buying meat, milk powder, and clothes, as long as they were for one's own use, could also be reimbursed, saving the family a lot of burden. There was a $25 million subsidy for the S rank, which was more than expected, and Song-chi was satisfied. With the grant in place, and the Gifted Child Protection Act now in effect, of all the officially promised treats, there was one last one left. Dr. Shin, is there a transcendent as my mentor? Has this been finalized? He asked expectantly. Transcendents were mysterious and powerful, and so far he hadn't really come into contact with one. There might be some in the base's teachers and coaches, but they were all too low-key and looked no different from ordinary people. Well, Dr. Shin's face looked a little odd, remembering a certain old leader who had violated the process and taken the lead in seizing the mentor slot, and let out a bitter smile. It should be finalized. There will be a notification in the follow-up. After explaining the treatment, she finally took out a commitment letter, took out a signing pen, and said with a straight face, "The Genius Cultivation Program is not an unconditional support for you. Each genius needs to follow their mentor's requirements, carefully complete the cultivation program, and regularly participate in intensive training. If you intentionally fail to cooperate, the base may also deprive you of your genius treatment." Song-chi had no objections to this and swept a glance at the pledge to make sure it wasn't some kind of sellout contract. Holding a pen in his small hand, he wrote down his big name in a crooked manner. Done. As soon as the results of the S-class rating came out, there were several people waiting at the dormitory entrance. looking like the leading secretaries of various departments, specially coming over to pull strings. Dr. Shin was very resourceful, locking the dormitory door early in the morning, and then taking the mother and son and she to slip out the back door. A few people got into the military vehicle, all the way without stopping, drove out of this base. Song-chi turned back, looking at this place where he had lived for nearly 3 months, and then looked in the general direction of the entrance to the heavenly market. Well, it's quite a long trip. Although he hadn't really explored the heavenly ruins, he had only entered a low difficulty old day and simply experienced it. But the secrets learned were still very much there. On the other side of the Apocalypse Passage was a place called Lion Star. Somewhere in the universe, there was a group of strong hunters that specialized in using civilizations as prey. The Apocalypse explosion in Ming Dynasty. There are countless speculations on the internet, and the truth is given in the base. It was the Aborigines of the fiery rock planet who discovered the Apocalypse Passage hundreds of years ago, sneaked all the way into the capital of the Ming Dynasty, and ignited the explosives stored in the Weingong factory. All of this information is impossible to find out online. The more he learned about the world, the more he could feel his own insignificance. Song-chi decided that he would continue to keep a low profile for the rest of the day, utilize the resources of the S-class, and quietly develop a wave of going home. After bidding farewell to Dr. Shin, he still took a special plane and went straight to the city's North Airport in Lu City. Go Wei-jun greeted him at the airport, still driving the extremely well-camouflaged Wuling Hongguang, all the way to the mother and son to the door of the house. Open the door. The familiar figure immediately welcomed up. It is the Orange Master, perennial lying on the end of the bed to rest its eyes. Rare initiative to climb over. First in the Yishan pants leg rubbed half a day, to express the welcome of the hostess. Then fixedly looked at Song-chi. A pair of stupid big eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Song-chi was speechless. This guy seems to have forgotten himself. He activated the skill, cat language, and meowed a few times. Only then did Master Orange react. So it was that little two-legged beast. So he lowered his head and rubbed against Song-chi's leg as well. Master Orange is too stupid. It feels like it needs to be nurtured. After seeing the various spirit pets in the base, Song-chi's vision was much higher. Rubbing Master Orange's soft head, he prepared to give it a cultivation program as well. As the pet of an S-class genius, Master Orange deserved to get rid of his life as a cat waiting for death and become a good cat with ideals and aspirations. Compared to last time, Go Wei-jun was much more polite this time, and after warmly congratulating him, he whispered, "The province and the city of those few chief officials, after a while will come to visit. Let Yishan do not be nervous, as ordinary guests as reception can be." Yishan was a little surprised, but her expression was quite calm. When she was at the selection base, she had nothing to do but often chat with other children's parents, and those people's identities were often extraordinary, not even worse than these few chief officials, and her mental quality was quite honed. Seeing Yishan asking about some details with a calm demeanor, Go Wei-jun secretly lamented. Originally an ordinary family, the couple is ordinary secondary school teachers, because gave birth to such a genius son, directly across several classes. He looked envious, ready to go back to educate his own stupid son. After Go Wei-jun excused himself, it didn't take long for Song Qingshi to return home, not even arriving at the end of the school day, and directly returning from vacation. "I knew it, my baby can definitely do it." He was so happy that his face turned red, and he ordered takeout and asked for a case of beer, preparing to celebrate in the evening. By 5 o'clock or so, he went out again to pick up Dauda from school. Not long after, the door to the house opened and a little girl with a watermelon haircut and dirty school uniform bounced into the house. As soon as Daudu entered, she eagerly looked around, and with a meaty accent that Song-chi had never heard before in his previous life, she tenderly shouted, "Brother, are you thirsty?" Daudu took out a can of sparkling water from the refrigerator and attentively brought it to Song-chi. "Brother, are you hungry?" At dinner, Daudu picked up a large piece of chicken thigh and put it in Song-chi's bowl. "Brother, are you tired?" After training, Daudu brought towels and water, and also helped Song-chi pinch his shoulders. Song-chi squinted slightly, contentedly enjoying himself. The family disciple bit, for a while, reached an unprecedented height. "Brother, where's my watch?" Daudu pinched her shoulders for a while. Her patience was running out, and she finally charted her way out. "Watch?" Song-chi looked confused. "Isn't it worn on your hand? I mean the new watch." Daudu was so angry that her mouth was twisted and her eyes wanted to spit fire. After teasing his old sister for a while, before she transformed into a humanoid female Tyrannosaurus, Song-chi pulled out his tablet in time to show her the logistical progress inside the mall app. "Here, already bought it for you. The express should arrive the day after tomorrow." "Really?" Daudu took a suspicious look. Then her eyes glazed over and she exclaimed, Explorer series. This is the most expensive one for the little prodigy. It seems like it's still a limited edition. How did you get it? Song-chi smiled mysteriously. This is the goods inside the Explorer Mall. The base gave 5 points, and it only cost 1 point to buy this watch. Later, checking online, this multifunctional children's adventure watch had a market price of more than $10,000. 1 point is almost equal to 10,000 yuan? It seems that the base is still quite generous. In the past 2 days when the express didn't arrive, Dodo was all sorts of caring towards Song-chi, and looking at Yi-shan, she wanted to laugh. This dead girl, she hasn't even been this filial to her parents. Song-chi comfortably enjoyed himself, recalling the suffocation of being brutally beaten by his sister in his previous life. He couldn't help but lament. Raise your eyebrows, raise your eyebrows. Unfortunately, once the watch arrived, the sibling love experience card expired. Dodo returned to his original form, and at dinner, while grabbing meat with Song-chi, he proudly opened the watch call function and showed off to his classmates. See, the Explorer series, you can't even buy it if you want to now. Where did that come from? As soon as I said I wanted a new watch, my brother took the initiative to give it to me. Song-chi and music. Bragging are not avoiding the parties? This is floating chopsticks in his hand stretched out, like a thunderous strike, repelling Dodo's chopsticks and chucking up the last piece of beef in the bowl. Ignoring Dodo's angry eyes, he solemnly announced again, from today onwards, all the money for meat at home will be reimbursed from my account. Dodo hurriedly looked at Yi-shan, and after confirming that the news was true, his entire being was stunned. If she wanted to eat meat in the future, did she still have to ask her brother for it? Her heart was like a mess. Song-chi looked at his sister and revealed a triumphant smile, once again holding steady. The next days resumed calm. The secrecy of the base, or the protection of gifted children in China, was still quite in place. Currently, the news that Song-chi had been rated as an S-class was only spread amongst a handful of high-ranking officials. The chief official of Lu City's municipal government paid a low-key visit to congratulate the family, praising Song-chi and his wife for fighting for the country's glory by giving birth to such a genius baby. When the official asked what they needed, Song-chi Yi-shan was quite satisfied with the current situation and didn't have the heart to make any conditions. Song-chi, on the other hand, took the initiative to propose that he wished to consider the safety of his family. He himself had 24-hour protection from transcendence, and the security of his family should also be mentioned. The chief official agreed to this with alacrity, arranging for a special car and security personnel to transport the couple and Dodo to and from school, even provided a large flat in the city government's family neighborhood, suggesting that the family move over to live there without rent, and that they can obtain property rights after living there for 20 years. The couple listened to the giddy, which is deeply aware of the situation of their own family has not been the same as in the past. City Hall family neighborhood is not far away. After seeing the environment there, the family is very satisfied. The house looked ordinary, but it was adjacent to the Special J's garrison, and in case of danger, you didn't even need to call the police. Just shout a voice. The baby is so small, so he can buy a house for mom and dad. Yi-shan picked up her son, her face full of happiness. During the time of moving, Song-chi trained non-stop every day while waiting for the mentor candidate to be finalized. However, he didn't expect to wait for a full month. Is it that hard to find a mentor? Song-chi shook his head and sent an email to ask Dr. Shin, and the reply he got was just to wait patiently. He simply wasn't in a hurry and dived down to improve his attributes. With the Explorer Mall, there was no need to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Secret Bug Gel. 1 point can buy 20 pieces. Eating for half a year is not a problem. First order evolutionary nutrient solution. 1 points for 3 bottles. According to the recommended dosage, 10 days to drink once, can drink a month. In contrast, the meditation original liquid became the big head of expenses. 1 point could only buy 1 bottle of original liquid. If it was a daily meditation, it would be 365 points a year. S-class geniuses, with a yearly cultivation grant of 5 million, converted into points was only 500. Barely enough. Meditation is currently the only cultivation method that can enhance the spiritual attributes, more related to the promotion of transcendent in the future. It is of great significance. Even if the meditation liquid was more expensive, Song-chi had to bite the bullet and buy it. Applying down 100 points, he tapped in the shopping mall app to acquire the resources he needed for the last few months. 1 million is gone just like that? Looking at the emptied shopping cart, Song-chi felt a bit empty and heartbroken. No wonder watching the TV news, so many explorers were rushing to go to the heavenly ruins. Cultivation was too costly. Spending money was like running water, but the rate of progress had actually increased. With the double supplementation of secret insect gel plus nutrient liquid, and enough beef and mutton every day, the evolutionary energy slot can now steadily provide 5 attribute points a month. The effect of the nutrient solution is most obvious in the first few drinks, and will gradually become weaker later on. The good thing is that by looking at the changes in the evolution energy slot, you can accurately measure the potency of the nutrient solution. Song-chi estimated that when a bottle could only provide 0.2 attribute points, it would be too expensive to buy it again, and then he would have to buy a second-order nutrient solution. In addition to the evolutionary energy tank, he insisted on meditation training every day, raising his spirit by 3 points a month. Adhering to sparring, strength, and physical fitness training, he boosted his physique by 0.4 points a month. This month was a steady progress of 8.4 attribute points, and Song-chi was very satisfied with this. Every day, he was getting stronger. The upgrading of skills also rewarded with attribute points. However, the skills of explorer were not useful for the time being, and the progress of brushing experience was slightly stagnant. The experience of the fighter's skills continued to rise steadily, and the fighting techniques, such as boxing and kicking, were getting closer and closer to level 2, becoming an elite level at the age of 3. Steady as can be, Song-chi was hesitant, and then opened the tablet's mailbox to see a column full of read letters, his gaze a bit bewildered. Where's my transcendent mentor? I'm going to be Song-chi's mentor. It's useless for any of you to object. Pressuring me with the minister's seat? When I was a minister, your kid was still in the college entrance exams. In the base conference room, the old teacher held a wolfberry thermos. His eyes swept over his students. His expression was calm, while his tone did not allow for rejection. A staff member came over to pour tea, and realized that there were a few people here who looked extraordinarily familiar, like they often appeared in the news broadcasts. Frightened, they lowered their heads, not daring to look around, finished pouring the tea and hurriedly closed the door to leave. Teacher, with your current physical condition, you still need to take more rest, a student began to advise. Taking classes is nothing. Personally training students is too exhausting. How about we collect them on your behalf? That's right, we can collect on behalf of. All shut up. The old teacher interrupted them, taking out a stack of printed documents and distributing them. The crowd looked through them and found that they were all research materials about hyper-evolved bodies. Hyper-evolutionary bodies are said to be born from certain advanced civilizations. The old teacher spoke eloquently. From the moment they are born, they evolve at a rate 10 times that of their counterparts, and they don't overdraw their potential, as if they have no upper limit. They can digest all the resources the civilization can provide in the shortest possible time. When the hyper-evolved body reaches adulthood, a single individual, it gathers the essence of the entire civilization. At this point, if the hyper-evolved body further metamorphoses, it also means that the level of the civilization it is in will also be promoted. The crowd didn't say anything, and only objected when the old teacher got tired of speaking and started drinking water. There's no empirical evidence for the super-evolved body theory. There's only fragmented intelligence from the heavenly market's foreign civilizations, so it's hard to say whether it's true or not. Even if it's true, Earth barely belongs to a level 1 civilization, so how could it be possible for a hyper-evolved body to appear like an advanced civilization? There are cases of children without transcendent traits but with rapid development in every country, and in the end, all of them show that they are just pre-exploiting their potential, and many of them have difficulty in even advancing to transcendent. The students here were all of unusual status, and had read all kinds of classified files, and at this moment, they all questioned, and took out a lot of evidence. The old teacher did not refute, just shook his head and sighed. I and you guys, there is one big difference. Selling a story. Seeing the students' faces showing confusion, he then unhurriedly said, I have dreams. Crowd, if there's really that glimmer of a chance to cultivate a super-evolved body, so that the entire civilization can usher in an opportunity for advancement the old teacher said and stood up, a smile at the corner of his mouth and a longing in his eyes. As a teacher, I have no regrets in this life. Senior Professor Joe Minkai? Song-chi read the newly received email and recalled. That's the name of that old teacher in the base, right? I didn't expect that he's really a transcendent. It's not obvious at all on the outside. The mentor candidate was finally finalized. It was still an old acquaintance, and Song-chi let go of his heart. The old teacher was definitely responsible enough regardless of his strength. Previously in the base, Song-chi often approached him to ask questions, many of which were common sense, and the old teacher was never impatient. After reading the email, there was also a call notification on the watch. Song-chi was wearing the same watch that Go Wei-jun had given him before, but it was no longer locked and could be unlocked at any time, because this watch monitors the heart rate 24 hours a day, and also automatically triggers the alarm system when the heart rate changes too much. It's very practical, so it hasn't been taken off. Answering the phone, sure enough, it was the old teacher calling. little guy. Now I am your mentor. Surprised? Zhou Mingkai said smilingly. Great. Song Chi was very cuddly. Set a goal for you within 4 years. Advance to the elite level. Zhou Mingkai opened the door and started talking about the cultivation plan. Finish it, and there's an even bigger surprise. If you can't finish, I'll fly all the way to Lu City and beat your little ass. Song Chi's mouth twitched. This old man. It felt like he could really do something like this. Luckily, this goal was stress-free for him. Teacher Zhou, is there more? Any more what? Nurturing program what kindergarten? Elementary school? Middle school? Do I need to go? Zhou Mingkai was silent for a long time. Do you want to go to kindergarten? Don't want to. Song Chi answered dryly. Although he had long since adapted to the identity of a child, he didn't want to fit into the circle of his peers. Under the age of 5, it was an age that dogs disliked, and there was no need to mention how rowdy it was. The matter of going to school, let's talk about it after you've been promoted to the elite level. Zhou Mingkai admonished. Keep a low profile during this time. You're too weak now. Run out and flaunt it. Sooner or later you'll get killed. No problem. Song Chi also wanted to linger a little longer and agreed readily. What about the training? The various skills of a fighter. Relying solely on oneself to practice at home was still too slow. It was best to have an accompanying trainer. In addition to the basic skills within the realm of sparring, finger technique and palm technique should also be learned. After all, a real live battle wouldn't involve wearing gloves. Weapons, he only learned the knife law. If there is time, all kinds of weapons can be dabbled in, at least to be able to use. Shooting is also important, although it does not belong to the category of fighter, but it is definitely something to learn. The second career, explorer, of those skills, also cannot be put all the time into the sky market and then brush experience can be late. Thinking about it, Song Chi suddenly realized that there were too many things to learn. Time was limited, and if he wanted to speed up the speed of skill learning, he needed the most professional venues and coaches. Zhou Mingkai patiently listened to the student's request. Don't worry, I'll arrange all of these. Thank you, teacher. Having a mentor was a lot less worrying. Song Chi hung up the phone in a happy mood. In the past few days, Song Qingshi and his wife were busy with the move, and by the end of the week, the whole family went out together to the mall. The base's annual subsidy of $5 million, even if it can only be reimbursed, has made the couple much less stressed, and the days are no longer tight. Song Chi also had pocket money to buy something he wanted. So, he carefully selected the Superman series of genuine movie albums and gave it to his older sister Daodu as a gift. During the time he was waiting for news from his mentor, Daodu had been acting as a chaperone, practicing fighting with Song Chi every night. Before going to the base, if Song Chi wanted to defeat his elder sister, he still had to go all out and slowly maneuver around, looking for opportunities to break slam and win with weakness. After coming back from the base, it was already a 50-50 situation with her. Daodu's mentality was hit, and she started shouting alien and alien again. She even turned her eyelids in the mirror to see if there were any alien face-hugging bugs inside. In order to correct my sister's misconceptions, this set of Superman movie discs came in handy. If I were an alien, you'd be dead already, and in the movie, no one but the alien's mom can survive. Sung Kai said, following his lead. So there's only one truth, I'm actually Superman. In this life, because of the need for publicity, superhero movies were even hotter than in the previous life. There were even transcendents who loved to make a splash and personally walked onto the set and participated in the shooting. Some movie scenes, whether they were special effects or actual shots, the audience couldn't even be sure. When it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake, many children would take the movie as real. Over the weekend, Dean lay on the couch, watching the first Superman movie, and then looking at his brother. His eyes glazed over. Are you really Superman? How come I haven't seen you fly? Where are your laser eyes? The tiny head was full of questions. I'm too young. My genes haven't awakened yet. Song Chi replied in a serious manner. Daodu pondered. In the beginning, her younger brother was brought home by her mother, indicating that her younger brother was picked up from the outside. Looking like a human and growing so fast, it seemed that it could only be explained by aliens. She immediately found Yishan, tilted her face and asked, Mom, where did you hide your brother's spaceship? I want to take a look. Yishan directly knocked her on the head. Watching a movie and getting bewitched, right? Quickly go do your homework. Daodu covered her head and came back with a grumpy face to find Song Chi lying on the couch, grinning at himself, kind of like a mockery. Che, what's so great about Superman? Her small mouth pouted, and her eyes flickered as if she had an idea. It was only after a few more days that the mentor, Zhou Ming, came to call. The venue and coach for the training had been arranged. The Kinetic Special Training Hall, a private training venue located in the city. was closed to the public as of today. A notice was posted on the door, claiming that it was going to be redecorated and the equipment updated. In reality, everything was normal inside, and only Song-chi could go in to train. The price of housing in the city is very expensive. A training center, the annual rent is $1 million. Due to the closure of the loss of business income is even more. While Song-chi is excited, he is also a little frightened. Their own yearly subsidy of $5 million will not directly spend it, right? Joe Minkai, don't worry, how can I find you a small child to ask for money? This money is owed first, wait for you to return after you become an adult. Thank you teacher. Oh, Song-chi thought that this money teacher out, the result heard the end. Still is their own money? Of course, old man, I retired a long time ago, I can only teach part-time at the base, and with my monthly pension plus class fees, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Joe Minkai rightfully said, I can't give you all my coffin money, right? Song-chi black face, only 1 year old, he actually back a few million student loans? Luckily, the money was worth it. In the kinetic energy special training hall turned around, fitness area, swimming pool, fighting ring, rock climbing area, archery area. Sparrow is small, all the organs are complete. Song enabled the fixed equipment to do a few sets of shoulder push, and then hit the sandbags for a while, and was very satisfied. One person can enjoy the whole arena. No need to wait in line for the equipment. What you want to practice, what to practice. Close to home. Half an hour's drive. This feeling is cool enough. Soon, the coach arranged by Joe Minkai also arrived. It was a high ponytailed young woman, wearing camouflage uniforms, with a competent and valiant temperament, striding towards Song-chi. Hello, I'm your full-time coach Tai Chien. Hello, Coach Tai. Song-chi put the 100-kilogram barbell back on the deep squat rack and happily ran over. Although he had been mentally prepared, Tai Chien couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye when she saw this 100-kilogram barbell. This world, more and more crazy. The two shook hands very formally, and Tai Chien began to introduce himself. Former mixed martial arts professional, participated in the official UFC flyweight tournament. 5 fights, 4 wins and 2 KOs. Now the official exploration team member of the geology department. Explored 4 entrances to the heavenly market. Successfully completed 24 old days of exploration. This one, still a quasi-elite level expert, with qualities in all aspects close to the limits of human genetics. With such an outstanding resume, Song-chi naturally had no objections when he heard it. The two circled around the arena and finalized the subsequent training plan. Practice 5 days a week, 5 hours a day. First, they practiced wild survival skills such as swimming and diving and rock climbing, then shooting, and finally fighting and physical fitness. This arena, because it was in the city, couldn't have too much noise and couldn't practice live-fire shooting, which was considered the only drawback. However, Tai Chien brought a training gun with a laser-assisted sight, which shines a dot of light on the target paper when aiming, and can also conduct simulated training. Song-chi was satisfied with all aspects and finally asked, Coach Tai, how much does it cost for you to train me for a year? Tai Chien smiled faintly. The cost is not high. I'm kind of here to help. I only quoted a friendly price, $2 million a year. Well. Song-chi nodded repeatedly, feeling the preciousness of friendship for the first time. However, a quasi-elite level expert who had gone to the old days a few times was expected to earn even more, and a $2 million training fee wasn't an exaggeration. At the end of the day, he had already incurred a debt of $8 million. Fortunately, it was a low-interest debt, and he only used to pay it back at the age of 18, so it wasn't like he couldn't afford to pay it back with interest. After owing so much money, Song-chi went crazy into training, vowing to train back. Tai Chien also never nonsense. What students want to practice, she will teach. The experience value of each skill began to rise rapidly. Ground technique, experience +1. Wrestling, experience +1. Rock climbing, experience +1. Diving, +1 experience. Time flies, another 2 months have passed, and Daodu has already taken his winter vacation. Song-chi lives a regular life every day, transported by a special car during the day, to go to the kinetic energy special training hall to train, and at night to go home, but also with his sister to practice a while sparring. However, now that he was practicing against his sister, the growth rate of his skills and experience had been slower. It was difficult for Daodu to pose a real threat to Song-chi no matter how she made her moves. This way, it became Song-chi teaching his sister to practice sparring. On the thick carpet, the siblings stood opposite each other. Song-chi was clearly more nimble, and with a flash, he reached Daodu's side and back, and kicked her in the knee socket. Daodu snapped and fell down on one leg, but then received another kick, and her face came into close contact with the carpet. Again, Bean angrily climbed to her feet, not believing that Superman was truly invincible. Soon she fell again and got up again. She repeatedly lost and fought, displaying indomitable mental qualities that made even Song-chi a little surprised. It was said that older sister had fought several senior girls in school by herself. This will to fight was indeed good. Meow next to her, Cece couldn't even look at it anymore. Her tail flicked and she went to sleep. Doudou fell to the ground, and suddenly her eyes rolled, signaling a pause. You wait for me for a while. With that, he went into his room, closed the door, and furtively wondered what he was doing. A few minutes later, came out to fight again. Song-chi quickly noticed that Doudou's cuffs bulged up a small amount and felt hard when he smashed himself with his arm. With a sweeping kick, he flipped Doudou to the ground. Something hidden in his sleeve rolled out as well. It was a green plastic block. Song-chi fixed his eyes on it, and there were 2 words engraved on top of the plastic shell. Kryptonite. You're lying to me. You're not Superman at all. Doudou was a little unstable after repeated defeats, and at this moment, he shouted angrily, Kryptonite is of no use to you at all. Song-chi bent down and picked up the plastic block, forcing a smile and explaining with a serious face. Kryptonite, it must at least be a rock, right? You are clearly plastic. Doudou was a little unsure and scratched his head. The owner of the toy store said that the stones from the outer planets are just a little lighter, not the same as the stones from Earth. Song-chi was happy. Then how much did the owner screw you over? 20. Doudou's little mouth turned up, realizing that he had been duped, and his mood was instantly hard. Song-chi threw the plastic block to his old sister, smiling and comforting. Don't think too much about it. Real kryptonite. You can't afford it. Losing to Superman. No shame. ! Doudou snatched back the plastic block and huffed and puffed her way back to her room. Her brother despised people and actually thought she couldn't afford kryptonite? After the Superman movie series, kryptonite clearly sucked, and it looked cheap at first glance. Doudou decided that she must save up more pocket money, and sooner or later she would buy a real piece of kryptonite and beat the stinky brother to death. Time flew by, and Song-chi spent the second spring festival since his rebirth. He had a New Year's call with his mentor Jo Minkai, bullying him and then reporting on his training progress. He trained every day without any distractions, and with the mimicry state boost and the super brain form turned on from time to time, his progress naturally flew by. Even Tai Chien, who didn't like to compliment people, was surprised and said that he might not be able to teach for another 2 years. Jo Minkai was very happy, chatting with this young disciple for a few moments, and couldn't help but complain, saying that his own son and grandson were not as knowledgeable as Song-chi, and that he was still running around in the heavenly market on New Year's Day. It wasn't the first time the old man had complained. Song-chi was very skillful at comforting him with a few words, saying that going to the heavenly market was a contribution to the country. His little mouth was as sweet as smeared with honey, and he soon made Jo Minkai laugh out loud. Wah, snotlout, and backstrap pants. A few of the best friends also connected with each other. Wah excitedly said that he had drawn a pass for a low difficulty old day, and asked Song-chi if he wanted to draw a pass to try it as well. The lower the difficulty of the old days, the more people signed up to participate, and without special channels, they could only draw lots and try their luck, as Song-chi sure had done before. Before becoming an elite level, Song-chi did not intend to throw his weight around. Exploring the old days with a group of people whose identities were unknown was also too risky, so naturally, he politely declined. Snotlout, on the other hand, was complaining that his mentor required him to become an elite level at the age of 18, which was too strict. Someone's mouth moved without saying anything. Song-chi, what did your mentor require? Snotlout, however, took the initiative to come and ask. Song-chi paused and said truthfully, my mentor told me to become an elite level by the age of 5. The crowd fell silent in unison. Alas, why bother? Only Song-chi was left alone, looking at his phone watch and shaking his head helplessly. Halogen Egg and Xiao Dai also sent New Year's greetings, asking each other about their recent situation. Halogen Egg, as an S-class genius, hadn't been idle lately, and had already successfully explored an old place with a great harvest, and he claimed that within 5 years, he would be promoted to the elite level. I'll be waiting for you at the elite level. He said this to Song-chi. Song-chi smiled without saying anything, and when 2 more years passed, he could return this sentence to Halogen Egg. Xiao Dai's situation was a bit more special. Song-chi realized that she surprisingly didn't look for a mentor and only received a grant, still following her original master. What did your master teach you? Song-chi was a little curious. Xiao Dai transmitted a video, a boiling hot frying pan with a $1 coin, only to see a small hand, also did not wear gloves, actually directly into the frying pan. Instantly the 1 yuan coin fished out. The speed of the fast must be 0. 1 times slow playback. Can barely see. You practice this every day? Mustn't your hands be burned to death? Song-chi's scalp went numb as he watched. As long as it's fast enough, you won't get burned, Xiao Dai replied. Song-chi wasn't able to ask for too much information, but it was enough to determine that this little girl came from an extraordinary background, and before in the base, she had definitely hidden her strength. All can't be underestimated. Song-chi closed the phone watch. The heart is also full of fighting spirit. The new year. Continue to live or experience. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family came to the balcony to watch the fireworks. Yishan was holding Song-chi, Song Changshir was holding Daodu, and Master Orange and Cece each stood on one side. Everyone looked up at the rosy colors in the sky, and a pair of eyes flickered with streams of light. Without realizing it, through this reunion New Year, it was spring again, the season of the annual outbreak of infectious diseases. Song-chi did not forget about the green-headed fly, did not dare to be slow, took the cat strips, stood next to the iron fence of the neighborhood, and called out a few times in cat language. A cow cat ran over. It was Egg. The new home is not far from the original neighborhood. This smart stray cat has long remembered the route. The new neighborhood has stricter management and will not let stray cats run around. Egg is usually still in the old neighborhood and occasionally comes over to play. Song-chi according to the old rules. First look at the egg buttocks. Look at the pair of wobbly small bells. Not bad. It's gotten bigger again. Meow. Egg proudly barked. As a result, Song-chi stretched out his small hand and flicked the little bells with his fingers. Bayu bayu. Now that he was fast, Egg didn't flash in his carelessness and was miserably hit. Meow, meow, meow. It sadly jumped to the side and cursed a few times, to the effect that it still had to use this thing. What if it bounced and broke? Song-chi hemmed and hawed and tore open the cat strip. Meow. The egg was enraged. Am I such an unprincipled cat? It whooshed up and licked the cat strip fiercely. As long as there is food, touching anywhere is fine. This is the principle of a stray cat. After feeding Egg, several more stray cats came one after another to the side of the iron fence and waited obediently in line. During this period of time, the size of the cat detective team has further expanded, spreading to several nearby neighborhoods, and the number of cats has exceeded 10. Song-chi sat on the rockery, looking down at the group of cats surrounded by. Feel like he has become a cat king. The cat strip in his hand glittered in the setting sun, as if it was the king's scepter. Have you seen any green-headed flies lately? He asked. Two stray cats thought back for a moment and meowed a few times in the affirmative. Where? Song-chi was startled. The two cats even called and gestured, and he probably understood that he had seen it on the road, flying in the direction of the second hospital. It seems like the second hospital is the one that was in trouble before. Song-chi pondered. The second hospital was the best general hospital in this area, and people would usually send there if they had any emergencies, so it was hard to say if it was a coincidence or if there was a problem. Song-chi went home and searched with his tablet. There hadn't been any infectious diseases this year that were as serious as last year's. There were also no transcendent cases related to flies. Most of the information related to transcendence is classified, and it's hard to find out the truth online. Song-chi simply contacted his mentor and talked about this matter in general, asking what channels there were to learn about transcendence. Zhou Mingkai first sent a referral code, as well as a download link for an app, the Transcendent Database. Behind any irrational phenomenon, there may be a transcendental factor. It's better to believe it than not. It was only after sending the app link that Zhou Ming affirmed Song-chi's speculation about the green-headed fly and reminded again. However, you haven't reached transcendence yet. You mustn't personally go down to investigate. Just take a look at the database files. I'll have the investigation bureau follow up on the fly. Don't worry. Song-chi was a bit surprised and replied, Okay, teacher. The investigation bureau of extraordinary events that often appeared in movies was very mysterious in reality, and he didn't expect his teacher to be able to direct it. This mentor of his own. It seemed that his energy wasn't small, and he was still able to arrange all sorts of things even though he was far away in Beijing State. Song-chi downloaded the app, installed it, and clicked on several pages of confirmation and confidentiality agreements. The Transcendent Database were all confidential content, not to be screenshotted, not to be copied, and even when browsing, the camera would automatically turn on to prevent anyone else from peeking at the screen. Song-chi's authority is LV0, and all he can find is basic information, but it's still more reliable than a bunch of fake news on the internet. Entering the keyword green-headed fly, the database quickly retrieved some cases. It's really related to transcendent powers. Song-chi's spirit perked up as he read carefully, his face gradually becoming grave. Each of the cases, all of which occurred in foreign countries, were incidents of epidemics in large numbers to the point of death. Even the Black Death in medieval Europe, the 1918 Spanish pandemic, these famous plague disasters, in which the figure of the green-headed fly appeared, the The frequent appearance of these flies, involving a large number of death cases, gradually attracted the attention of foreign transcendentalists. After in-depth investigation, the spearhead was actually pointed at a special mythological being, the king of all ghosts who causes disease, the 7 deadly sins of overeating, the chancellor of hell, the lord of flies, Beelzebub. The span from a medical case to a mythological legend all of a sudden was really a bit large. Song-chi froze, recalling Zhou Mingsai's lectures in the base. Transcendent beings, which had existed since ancient times, were incomprehensible to the ancients, who then regarded them as gods. In reality, those inhuman mythological existences were either exotic beings on the other side of the heavenly ruins, or human transcendents whose evolution had gone awry and towards aberration. Mysterious and powerful were their common characteristics. In the database, there was Beelzebub's specialized file. When you clicked on it, it was a drawing of a black monster with 2 horns on its head and bat wings. Although it was a drawing, the image was hideous, and the black, deformed body, which fell into the inverted pentagram, looked particularly bizarre. Suspected ability: use flies to spread epidemics and devour them violently. Survival or not, suspected to have survived so far. Danger rating: extremely dangerous. After reading these 3 sentences, Song-chi was a bit unsettled. First turning off the tablet and taking a drink of water to suppress his shock. Reviewing his own words and actions, he had only asked the stray cats to keep an eye out for the green-headed fly, nothing else, and had only mentioned it to Zhou Mingsai once, not to the point of provoking this fallen angel. Besides, last year's contagious disease in Lu City, although it caused a lot of panic, the situation was quickly brought under control, and in the end, there were only a dozen or so deaths. If Beelzebub had taken action, the situation would probably have been much more serious. Settling his mind, Song-chi opened the tablet again, searching for information related to Beelzebub, and soon made another discovery. The Beelzebub Faith Society. This was a group that followed the fallen angels, regarded the fly as a holy relic, and worshipped Beelzebub, one of the strongest of the fallen angels. As a niche group operating in Europe, it has an average presence, but has created some cases of flies spreading disease. Searching some more, there had never been an incident record of Beelzebub's religion society's activities in China. These guys, they wouldn't have sneaked from Europe to Lu City, right? Song-chi rubbed his chin with his small hand. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Staring at the flat panel, without realizing it, it was dinner time. Snap! The tablet suddenly went black, detecting someone peeking at the screen, and the database automatically shut down. The next moment, Song-chi was hugged. What are you looking at? So mesmerized. You didn't even respond when I called you for dinner. Yi Shan's voice rang out. Song-chi was helpless. In his mom's eyes, his son and daughter eating was always the most important thing. Calling for dinner and not responding is undoubtedly the first of the 7 deadly sins of the family. Yi Shan held her son and swayed, and realized that her son's body is growing fast, and his weight is also much heavier. She was a little emotional, and decided to seize the opportunity to hug more, or else she wouldn't be able to hug him in the future. I'm reading the information sent by my mentor, Song-chi said crisply, and didn't go into detail so as not to worry her parents in vain. Read it after dinner. Yi Shan also knew that things at the base were mostly classified and didn't pursue the matter. This was the most absent-minded dinner Song-chi had ever had, his mind still thinking about the Lord of the Flies Beelzebub, and he wasn't even active in grabbing meat with Dowdu on the surface of the face, but the heart is secretly happy. Putting her small hand under the table, she dug into her pocket and took out a pebble coated in fluorescent green. This piece is real kryptonite. She let out a wild laugh in her mind and took the initiative to ask again. Brother, do you practice sparring at night? Not practicing tonight. Taking a break. Song-chi shook his head. He was going to continue reading the Transcendent database at night. Once Dowdu heard this, she completely let go of her heart. Sure enough, Stinky Brother was affected by the kryptonite and no longer had the strength to fight. She held back her smug smile and slowly nodded her head, pretending to say, "Oh, that's too bad." Beside her, Song Qingshe raised his eyebrows and looked over in surprise. When did his own daughter become so diligent? It's fine. My brother won't accompany you to practice. I will. He tapped the table and took the initiative to propose. Dowdu. Early the next morning. You're only 1 year old. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Yi Shan surveyed her son's face with a suspicious gaze. There are? Song Qi scratched his head, revealing an innocent and silly smile. Last night, he secretly opened his tablet computer under the covers and browsed through the files of various transcendental creatures. Similar to watching a ghost movie. The more he watched, the more exciting it became. Unconsciously until 3 in the morning. Sleepy before going to sleep. Are you secretly reading novels with the tablet? Yi Shan, as a teacher, is well aware of the various little tricks of the students, and with a discerning eye, she immediately found the anomaly. Look, the tablet is down to 5% battery. She confiscated the tablet and said seriously, in the future, if you want to use it, ask me for it. Daodu doesn't even have her own tablet. You're too young and have poor self-control. Even less. Song-chi. He didn't say anything. This kind of time can't be explained. An explanation is a cover-up. Wait a few days. The wind has passed. Let the mentor call to explain the situation. Zhou Mingsai's face. Mom will definitely give. Last night, I opened the super brain form. A glance. But also read a few hundred pages of transcendental files. At present, basically enough. It can be judged that the incident of the green-headed fly, if it's not an accidental coincidence, 80% of it is the Beelzebub religion society that's up to no good. Now it was just waiting for the people from the Transcendental Incident Investigation Bureau to step in. Daodu got up for breakfast and also noticed Song-chi's dark circles under his eyes, froze for a moment, and was once again ecstatic in his heart. The effects of the kryptonite are continuing to play out. Stinky brother won't last a few days. In this family, I'm the strongest. After finishing her meal, she thought about it and was a little worried. Her brother's Superman genes hadn't fully awakened yet, so he wouldn't be poisoned to death by the kryptonite. Would he? Compassionate Daodu. So she walked over to her brother and proudly said, don't be brave. If you can't hold on anymore, just tell me. No shame. In the future, don't snatch meat from me. Be your brother honestly. ? Song-chi looked up blankly. What are you talking about? Later that evening, the siblings gathered in the living room for another duel. Before the battle, Daodu patted his chest and said with confidence that he would definitely win this time. Song Changshur were all piqued with curiosity and watched the battle from the sidelines, wanting to see what his daughter had to rely on. Song-chi stood on the carpet, rubbing his fists. In the last 2 days, old sister had been extraordinarily arrogant, and was in need of sobriety. First look at the attribute panel. Physique, 54. 2. Spirit, 56. 7. Explosive coefficient, 2. 8 times. Agility coefficient, 2. 4 times. During these 4 months or so, he insisted on getting high on medicine and liver experience, and his attributes soared in waves. Without realizing it, both attributes broke through 50, and he was only halfway to his midterm goal of elite level. The ones that increased at a slower rate were instead the explosive coefficient and agility coefficient. These two were more like some sort of ability or skill, the ability to bring out physical qualities. Aside from the upgrade rewards of some skills, if you wanted to improve, you would need specialized training. When Tai Qian took Song-chi to practice his combat footwork, she specifically taught him bullet avoidance footwork. She used a training gun with a red ray of light to try to aim, and Song-chi had to move in a serpentine fashion to keep the light from falling on him. After half a month of training, his agility coefficient increased by 0.1. However, it was more stressful on the knees, and considering Song-chi's age, Tai Qian didn't arrange too much specialized training as he saw fit. The improvement of the coefficient was slower, but it couldn't hold up to the skyrocketing values of physical and mental attributes. Today's Song-chi, a small body, contains a terrifying strength, and will soon be able to challenge his father Song Chingshur. Against Daodu, he was naturally a handful. At this moment, in the living room, Daodu wearing strawberry bear pajamas, pants pockets hidden pebble kryptonite, also full of confidence. The one who wins is the one who gets to eat the meat. She rushed up, twisted her waist and hit Song-chi's forehead with a strawberry bear elbow strike, which was powerful and heavy. Song-chi didn't fight with her. Utilizing his flexible body, he rolled over and moved around, and quickly stumbled over his older sister. Daodu was about to get up when Song-chi was already standing behind her, raising his foot and kicking. War trample. Before Daodu could get up, she slumped to the ground again and hurriedly rolled, pulling away to take advantage of the opportunity to get up. Song-chi had already caught up, and once again kicked out. War trample *2. Tai Qian, as an experienced mixed martial arts fighter, had taught quite a few small tricks for ring entanglements that were very practical. This kick to the ass to make Daodu faceplant into the carpet was just the right amount of strength to riposte without hurting his brain. Song-chi utilized the advantage of speed and repeated the move war trample, and it controlled his old sister so much that she couldn't stand up and could only roll around on the carpet. Song Chingshur laughed his ass off, and feeling that Daodu was out of luck, he exited and called for a halt. Cheating! This is cheating! Daodu's face was covered in carpet lint, and he was so angry that he wailed. You can cheat like that too. I don't have a problem with it. Song-chi smirked. Daodu didn't say a word, gripping the kryptonite in his pants pocket and resolving to wait a little longer to continue weakening his brother's state. After 2 more days, Song-chi called Zhou Mingkai and asked the old man to step in and ask Ishan for the tablet back, even if only LV0 permissions. can access the database information is as vast as a sea of smoke. A day does not look at the heart itch. Of course, Yishan also has requirements. Every night before going to bed must be turned off and handed over. Cannot stay up to peak. Songqi naturally agreed to come down. He is now physically good, but still need enough sleep to ensure that the energy in the transcendent database, the information related to Beelzebub wasn't much. However, for groups that believed in fallen angels, there was far too much relevant information. Almost every slightly famous fallen angel had a group of followers. The ancient serpent, Satan, who infiltrated the Garden of Eden and tempted Eve to steal the apple. The original fallen angel, arrogance incarnate, Lucifer, the morning star, the symbol of wrath, the messenger of poisonous light, the angel of death Samuel. Among the worshippers of these fallen angels, there were many transcendentalists. Their powers, for the most part, come from the same source as the angels they follow. As a result, these groups are also most capable of wreaking havoc, and have caused quite a bit of turmoil in Europe, going toe-to-toe with the Holy See. The way to become a transcendent, besides meditating to perceive the higher dimensional laws, could it be that there is also religion? Songqi was secretly alarmed and sent an email to ask his mentor. Zhou Mingkai replied, "The human spirit has infinite potential. Not only can it perceive the laws of higher dimensional space, but it can also hook up with the transcendent laws of the real world, also known as the power of the gods. However, this is not cultivation, but like borrowing. The closer the spiritual connection, the stronger the ability that can be borrowed, but the followers will also become puppets of the gods, gradually losing their autonomy." Zhou Mingkai also introduced that this situation is not only found in Europe, but also in the history of China, like the Boxer rebellion fighters' invocation of the gods technique, which is also the borrowing of transcendental abilities. In this way, many of the miracles in history can be explained by transcendental theory. Songqi said eye-opening. At the same time, he also became even more confused. There were actually people who could borrow transcendent power, and this world was even more dangerous than expected. He gathered the stray cats once again and warned the cat detectives to be careful and not to act rashly when they saw a green-headed fly. Every day, he took a special car to go to the training center, and also paid more attention, hiding when he saw flies. "I'm still too weak. I must become a transcendent soon." During this period of time, Songqi continued to pay attention to the local news. It was already spring, but Lu City was calm and there had been no outbreak of infectious diseases. He felt that this matter should be considered in the past. With the Bureau of Investigation out of the way, it was not his turn to worry about it. One afternoon, just after training, suddenly received a phone call. "Hello you, protection serial number SQ354927. It was a middle-aged man's voice that came up and first reported Songqi's serial number. "Professor Zhou gave me this number. He should have notified you by mail. I'm a senior agent of the Ontario Bureau of Investigation of Extraordinary Events. My name is Humers, and my job number is, as of today, I am the deputy head of your security team." Wait. Songqi checked his email, and Zhou Mingkai had indeed sent an email, "Added a bodyguard to you." However, there was something strange about the person's name. Humers. Code name? Songqi wondered. "It's a real name." The man laughed, speaking in half-baked Mandarin. "My father likes to watch the great detective Humers, so he gave me this name." Songqi was happy. This was definitely not a local. Kinetic Special Training Center, second floor fighting area. Ho, ho! Songqi's small body, a jump of 1 meter high, jumped to Tai Qian's back, 2 arms tightly hooping her neck. Naked strangulation preliminary molding. Tai Qian's body leaned back and fell towards the ground in a smooth manner. This was the use of the body's gravity to slam the person behind her to the floor. Songqi quickly lowered his legs and stood steadily, relying on his 54.2 physique to withstand the impact of the smash. Both arms remained unrelaxed, maintaining a bare stranglehold. Tai Qian reached out and lightly patted his arm, signaling surrender. Both sides separated, and the maneuver ended. "Not bad." Tai Qian shook his neck and praised. Naked strangulation should be so sharp. It only takes a few seconds for the enemy's brain blood supply to be insufficient and he will faint. Even if you're an expert facing the already formed naked strangle, you only have a few seconds to counterattack. Hold on and you win. Wearing a white pocket-sized version of his martial arts training uniform, Songqi wiped his sweat and nodded his head earnestly as he continued to discuss the details of his movements with his coach. Suddenly, the panel data was updated. Mixed martial arts technique, level 0, level 1, 0 out of 100. The last level 0 fighting skill has been upgraded. During this time, he had learned 4 new fighting skills: finger technique, palm technique, ground technique, mixed martial arts technique. The first 3, all of which had delivered 100 experience last month, had been successfully upgraded, making up for the lack of fighting skills. The last one, integrated fighting techniques, but also the skills will be integrated. When to stand fighting, when to wrestle, when the ground entanglement, according to the timing, flexible use. Since then, Song-Chi's fighting foundation, it is comprehensively solid. There might still be some cold basic skills, but the experience of level 0 skills doesn't convert into level 1 fighter career experience. Therefore, learning too many low-level skills is very cost-effective. The 3 attribute points rewarded by skill upgrades could not make up for the precious time consumed. After today, in terms of fighting, Song-Chi started learning level 1 skills in full swing. Fist technique, leg technique, footwork, wrestling technique, elbow technique, knee technique. These 6 disciplines were based on sparring. Finger technique, palm technique, these 2 doors are the actual combat techniques taught by Tai Chien. Finger poking the eyes, split palm striking the arteries, cannot be used in the ring, but the practicality is extremely strong. Ground techniques, this is a mixed martial arts moves, off the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, cross-fixed, naked strangulation, guillotine, as long as the molding, are almost no solution. Sanso attack and defense techniques, mixed martial arts techniques, both of these are comprehensive techniques and tactics for ring fighting. Blade technique, this is a practical combat technique taught at the base, using a short military blade of about 40 centimeters. In total, there were 12 level 1 skills, which was completely enough, and even Song-Chi thought it was too much, as there were still a bunch of skills from explorer to learn. If it wasn't for the continuous improvement of the spiritual attribute, as well as the mimicry state and super brain form enchantments, if it were another person, they wouldn't have been able to digest so many new skills. Tai Chen was worried that the child was greedy and couldn't chew too much before, but now he has been completely numb. After sending the coach away, Song-Chi sat down at the ringside to rest and take another look at the occupation panel. Fighter, level 1, 36/100. Explorer, level 0, 52/100. Before, in learning a few level 0 skills, the fighter's experience rises slower, and it's going to be faster later. As for Explorer, the progress is moderate. I guess, after all, it's training in an artificial field. The effect is not as good as a real adventure. The speed of career advancement wasn't fast, but Song-Chi wasn't being picky under the premise of ensuring his own safety. This progress was already quite good. If he wanted to go faster, he'd have to take higher risks, and he wasn't going to do that. This year, first raise the Explorer profession to first rank. Next year, raise the Fighter to second rank. Then it'll almost be elite rank, so when the time comes, go out of the mountain and meet Halogen Egg and the others for a while. Song-Chi pondered silently and waited for a while when footsteps came from the doorway. A long-faced man wearing a trench coat with a suit shirt inside walked in with big strides, his leather shoes polished and stomping. Although it was an oriental face, this dress, this temperament, if he had a British-style bowler hat, he could go to a Sherlock Holmes movie. Song-Chi jumped out of the ring and greeted with a smile. Uncle Hu. Then he confirmed. Your last name is Hu, right? Actually, it could be Fu, but I couldn't tell anyway. Yes. A flash of surprise flashed in Holmes' eyes as he surveyed the object of his protection. This was the first time the two had met, and he squatted down and shook Song-Chi's small hand, not treating the other party as a child. Thanks to the constant addition of the meat eater, talent and physique, Song-Chi was not at all a year and a half old today, with a height of 100 centimeters and a weight of 26 kilograms. Many 3- and 4-year-olds only had this physique. When Song-Chi leapt down from the ring and came trotting over in a single bound, Humors even had the illusion the creature in front of him, instead of looking like a human cub, looked like a 1-year-old tiger cub. No wonder there's a team in charge of security, and multiple transcendents have to be hired for 24/7 guardianship. Looking at the personal file hadn't been much of a concept, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Humors realized the value of the other party. You are the future of China. He couldn't help but lament. Song-Chi smiled and went straight to the point, pointing to the purses the other party was carrying. Uncle Hu, are those the files from the Beelzebub case? The fact that Humors had taken the initiative to call before was not as simple as introducing himself. It was because he found the fly incident to be truly suspicious. In the last 10 years, in every city in Ontario, similar situations would appear in turn. Each time, the scope was small, limited to one city or county, because the number of S-people is not large enough to meet the criteria of a major accident, so the delay has not attracted the attention of the senior management. Until Song-Chi told his mentor about the incident. A letter of notification was sent from the top down to the Transcendent Incident Investigation Bureau in Ontario. The agents took a closer look and found something really fishy. Only then did Humors rush over and specifically remind Song-Chi, the followers of Beelzebub who came to Ontario. How many people? How many transcendents? None of this is clear to us. Even whether or not Beelzebub himself has come to China is unknown. During this period of time, one must be careful. Beelzebub the Honored. Song-chi's face turned white as he listened. Seeing this, Humor secretly wanted to laugh a little. There was only one weakness clearly written in this little genius's personal file: timidity. There's no need to worry too much. Beelzebub, these fallen angels. In Europe it's hard to tell them apart from the Holy See. Coming to China, they're not invincible either. As long as their whereabouts are exposed, they will definitely be thrown out. Fallen angels that had lived for thousands of years were not invincible existences. Humor's tone was quite confident when he said this, and this confidence infected Song-chi as well. That's right, if angels were truly invincible, the pattern of this world would have changed long ago. As for which powerful transcendents were sitting in the country of China, Humors didn't know much about them, and only cited as an example their Transcendent Event Investigation Bureau. The director of the Central General Administration, Li Feng, was an extremely powerful transcendent. This person had once flown high into the sky, holding a large airliner that had lost all its engines and power, causing it to make a successful forced landing. Listening to Humor's description, Song-chi naturally recalled the classic movie, Superman. Superman is at least an alien, but human beings have evolved step by step and cultivated into supermen, holding the airplane with their flesh and blood, which is even more exciting. As he introduced himself, Humors took a bunch of printed documents out of his briefcase. These are from Interpol, already declassified volume files. You can look at them, but you can't take them away. Song-chi thanked him and hurriedly flipped through them. The information from the Transcendent Database app was too general, so he asked the senior agent to bring in some of the dossiers to look for targeted defense methods. The dossiers were all foreign cases, translated into Chinese, detailing some of the attacks on civilians. These green-headed flies, they will prioritize attacking small-sized targets? Song-chi thought back to his previous encounter. The gray turtledove that died violently on the side of the road was naturally considered a small-sized animal. The green-headed fly crawled out from under the wings of the turtledove, circled around the family twice, and then tried to fly towards the smallest Song-chi. And the people who die of infectious diseases everywhere are also basically children. Turning to the next dossier, another discovery was made. Green-headed flies also transmit diseases to rats? Song-chi shook his head. This thing had enough trouble. We've notified the municipal health departments to clean up dirty neighborhoods and spread hygiene awareness. Humors said. It won't help much though. The green flies that are spreading the disease are being cultivated by Beelzebub's followers themselves. There's no defense against them. The only thing you can do is to stay away from the flies when you see them. Song-chi nodded and pondered, going back to politely remind his family to beware of flies as well. After browsing through the rest of the dossier, there was finally a slightly reassuring discovery. The stronger the physique, the less likely they were to be struck, and at most, they would be very sick. Being stung by a fly a few times is not a big problem, but I am afraid that the fly will fall into the food and be swallowed whole. The current strategy of the Bureau is to search and arrest in secret, and in order to avoid frightening the snakes, the truth is not publicized for the time being, Humors said, putting the dossier away. When another 2 weeks pass, if there's not much progress, I guess the media will be notified. Until then, you should also pay attention to secrecy to prevent being targeted by those crazy people. After the reminder, Humor's gaze deepened and raised his hand to straighten his hair, revealing a steely face. In short, please believe in the Bureau of Investigation, and believe in great Detective Humors. Song-chi tilted his head dumbfounded. This guy, if he could pronounce the words correctly, maybe he could be a little more convincing. Humors was deep in thought for a few seconds, and soon couldn't hold it in, shaking his head in confusion. Strange, this trick of mine. It all works especially well on small children. The corner of Song-chi's mouth twitched. I'm a child, not a fool. After returning home, Song-chi called out to Shishi and once again asked it to pay attention to the green-headed flies in the house. Although Shishi's character was a bit more high-strung, it was never ambiguous about these things, and immediately nodded its head and meowed a few times, saying that it had always patrolled the house. Afterwards, Song-chi's gaze fell back on Master Orange. Master Orange was lying on the end of the bed, tucking in his small paws, squinting to enjoy the ray of sunlight that shone through the window, a picture of a quiet age. A few of the smaller ones in the family, Shishi didn't have to worry about them, and Doubtoo was a fool with a fool's luck. Only Master Orange is an ordinary fat orange, eyes as clear as a college student. Flies come do not know to run. The situation is most dangerous. This won't work. Master Orange's cultivation program will have to be opened earlier. Master Orange, who was enjoying the warm sunshine, suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes. Opening his eyes, the little two-legged beast at home stood in front of him, blocking the light. Meow-Master Orange was too lazy to move his position and called out, signaling the little two-legged beast not to block the light. With a serious expression, Song-chi turned on the skill, cat language, and meowed a few times. Master Orange, you can't continue to fall like this. ? Master Orange looked puzzled and asked back, what is degeneration? To be degenerate is to eat and sleep every day. And sleep and eat, Song-chi explained. Master Orange thought with his little brain, then said that he wasn't depraved at all. Every day, he still has to poop, sunbathe, and lick his own fur. Obviously there were a lot of positive things to do, right? That's not even proper business. Song-chi ignored its sophistry and said grudgingly, anyway, from today onwards, you're going to start training, you're going to get stronger, and you're going to get smarter. Be a four good cats with ideals, aspirations, culture, and skills. Can you do that? Master Orange stared dumbly with his eyes open, he didn't understand. On top of the closet, a sudden hee sounded. When he looked up, it was she, the corners of his mouth rising, actually smiling. Song-chi boarded his little face and turned back to continue his education. Look, don't work hard, the other cats are laughing at you, Master Orange. In the end, under Song-chi's arrangement, Master Orange reluctantly climbed up and signed a promise. From today onwards, it will seriously participate in the Four Good Cats cultivation program, and if it fails to reach the goal every day, it will voluntarily not eat cat food. There is also a bright red paw print underneath, which is the signature of Master Orange's cat. Song-chi also did not rush into the program, and first took out the secret insect gel that he ate every day, cut off a small bit, and placed it in Master Orange's bowl. Eat it. Using secret bug gel to enhance his physique was the easiest way to do so. Nowadays, with Song-chi's 5 million subsidy a year, high-grade resources were still unaffordable, and the secret bug gel would definitely manage to be enough. Master Orange stretched his neck and sniffed the stuff in the bowl, then his tongue spat out and his eyes glared. A cat's sense of smell is inherently more sensitive than a human's, and this unpalatable and unpleasant secret insect gum, you sometimes couldn't even swallow it. Master Orange, who had enjoyed most of his life, naturally couldn't eat this. If you don't eat this, you won't have any cat food tonight. It's your voluntary. It's written inside the commitment, Song-chi said. Master Orange understood this time, staring wide-eyed and full of injustice. Seeing it resist so much, Song-chi could only call for outside help. She, how can you let it eat the secret insect gel? Cece was lying on the closet, sniffing and raising one paw, meowing shrilly. If you don't eat it, your head will be smashed. Shishi's aura is powerful, the claw is raised, and this side of the Orange Master obediently gripped the secret insect gel. Without chewing, he swallowed it in one gulp, then lied down on the bed, feeling the residual worm flavor in the mouth. A face of life and death. Song-chi was satisfied, and as a reward, hands unwrapped a cat strip. Master Orange smelled the odor of catnip. His spirit lifted, and came back to life, climbing up and meowing, begging for a cat strip. Looks like it's in pretty good shape. Song-chi nodded. The cat strip shook in his hand, but he didn't give it directly. Want to eat a cat strip? Do 2 high jumps first, Master Orange? Yishan finished her online class, heard the commotion, went to the bedroom, and was overjoyed, only to see Song-chi move out a plastic stool as an obstacle and command Master Orange to jump around. If you succeeded in flipping over the stool, you could lick a mouthful of cat strips. Master Orange's face shook with fat, and after jumping twice, he was already panting. The amount of exercise today is seriously excessive. Seeing the mistress come, it immediately ran over and meowed aggressively, accusing the little master of atrocities. Yi Shan, however, said, this is not bad. Master Orange is too fat. It's just time to lose weight. Song-chi smiled and translated his mom's words. After hearing this, Master Orange's eyes went black. While training his own cat, Song-chi pulled out his tablet again and opened the Explorer Mall app. Account, 1-year-old Superman. 1-star amateur explorer. Current points, 46. Originally, this account's authority was too low, and it could only purchase a few types of cultivation resources. Fortunately, Song-chi had an almighty mentor, and only then did Zhou Ming help upgrade the permissions. Then, based on Humor's recommendation, he searched for a special antidote to poison. Epidemic impediment, elementary. It could inhibit diseases and plagues caused by transcendent powers and stabilize the patient's physical state. If the transcendent power was relatively weak, one bottle would also be enough to repel viral germs and restore one's health. A small bottle like this, a 20 milliliters amount, cost 2 points, 20,000 yuan. More expensive than even the meditation original liquid. Explorer Mall? How about renaming it Kryptonite Mall? Song-chi clenched his teeth and ordered 5 bottles, hoarding them at home to be prepared. Suppressing the feeling of heartache, He scanned the mall list a few more times. After the privilege upgrade, there were a lot more items that could be ordered. In addition to various potions, there were also weapons, adventure equipment and knowledge skills. Looking at the light machine guns and man-portable rocket launchers on the list, Song-chi had a rather unreal feeling. This was something that could be bought with the click of a finger? For the knowledge goods, most of them were tips for the heavenly ruins and the old days, and there were also experiences for promoting elites in meditation and cultivation. These he could just ask his mentor. There was no need to purchase them for the time being. On the contrary, in the skills section, there were a wide variety of elite-level fighting techniques, as well as spiritual power utilization spells. Elite grade finger technique, able to poke through iron plates with 2 fingers? By practicing breathing techniques, you can dive for an hour with your breath closed? Fantasizing scenarios in one's mind and being able to engage in simulated sparring? The elite level, true to its name, was the extreme level of human genetics, and the various skills developed were truly eye-opening. Of course, the selling price of the skills was also high. Fighting skills were generally above 50 points, and mental spells cost at least 100 points. Elite level, even if it's a real expert, mastering multiple special skills and having a decent self-protection ability. Song-chi pondered, and recalled Humor's words. Beelzebub's ordinary followers, able to borrow some transcendent abilities, but lacking in their own qualities. Even if they cultivate green-headed flies, their threat to elite humans is limited. Mentor Joe Minkai had also promised that becoming an elite would give the student a big surprise. Thinking of this, Song-chi was already energized. Elite level, punch. With great excitement, he walked into the grocery room at home and went straight to the 100-kilogram barbell piece. Lying on the bench press bench, grabbing the barbell, clang clang clang, a fierce practice. Daodu was on the side, already looking stupid, quietly touching the pebbles in his pants pocket. This piece of kryptonite of hers, is it real or not? In April, in the pool of the Kinetic Special Training Center, Song-chi levered the experience value of the swimming and diving skill. 800 meters of freestyle, swam in 13 minutes. Holding his breath, he could swim underwater for 3 minutes, and was able to go through a couple moves with Tai Qian for a simple underwater fight. 3 attribute points arrived. Song-chi intended to speed up his liver experience, and the attribute points were all given to Spirit. Spirit, 57. 1601. After his spirit rushed up to 60, meditation became a bit easier, and nowadays, his single meditation could last for 30 minutes. Deep meditation, spiritual wandering, in the high-dimensional space traveled for a long time, also gradually have a different feeling. That abyssal darkness and dead silence seems to be hidden. What mystery? Spirit first impacts 100. Let's see what the intermediate idea body is capable of. Song-chi determined the next direction. At the same time, he paid attention to the news from the cities in Province A. On April 3rd, a fire broke out at the Wuhu City Health Y Hospital. The fire department arrived in time and no one was killed or injured. On April 15th, there was a brawl at the Shou City 3rd Y Hospital. A doctor was attacked and many people were injured. On April 24th, a sudden power outage occurred at the Huicheng Psychiatric Y Hospital, with several patients fleeing. Hospitals everywhere, one after another, had accidents. To outsiders, it might just be a coincidence, but Song-chi guessed that the probability was that the Bureau of Investigation had struck. Behind every accident was probably a battle. The second hospital near his neighborhood could not be approached for the time being, and God knows when something would happen as well. Humors, as the deputy head of the security team, was very dutiful and sent another family medical card. If the family had a headache or fever, they could go to another high-class private hospital that was specially prepared for the families of transcendentalists with high security specifications. The capture operation against Beelzebub's faction naturally belonged to the secret. Humors didn't say anything, but the grave expression on his face was enough to show that the difficulty of this mission was not small. Song-chi is smart enough not to ask more questions, so he usually watches the news and devotes the rest of his time to training. In May, the survival toolmaking skill experience liver was full. Tai Qian remodeled the small garden behind the training hall and made it into an adventure training ground, and also brought a large number of props. Song-chi learned to drill wood for fire in the garden, made stone axes and knives, wove fishing nets with plant fibers, and finally managed to make a set of bows and arrows. Maybe little kids are just handy. Tai Qian couldn't understand this speed of learning and could only explain it as such. With 3 attribute points in hand, Song-chi continued to add spirit as his main. Spirit, 67. 370. In comparison, physique was slightly behind, currently at 62 points, but it was enough. In the main news of Province A, the conditions out of Y Hospital gradually became less and less. Instead, there was a fall of the chief official of the place, the Bureau of Investigation still did not publicize information about Beelzebub's followers. The civilians in the cities of province lived their lives as usual, punching in and out of work every day. Unbeknownst to them, under the calm, there are undercurrents. Egg, do you want to be a good cat with ideals and ambitions? Next to the iron fence of the neighborhood, Songchi leaned against the wigwam and looked at the stray cat Egg. The left-handed cat strips and the right-handed secret worm blue represented different cat life choices. Difficult food can become stronger. Tasty food is not nutritious. Which one do you choose? As Master Orange's cultivation program began to be implemented, Songchi this again turned his attention to the cow cat Egg. As the deputy leader of the stray cat detective group, Egg has always done his duty. The other stray cats are lazy and forgetful, but it is Egg who is responsible for organizing and leading the group of cats to patrol around, looking for traces of flies. It was necessary to train such a great general, at least to be able to defend against the attacks of the green-headed flies. Of course, this also depended on Egg's own cat's opinion. To Songchi's relief, stray cats and kittens knew better, and Egg's awareness was much higher than Master Orange's. After hearing Songchi's words, it decisively chose the secret insect gel and meowed. I want to get stronger. Good. Songchi couldn't stop smiling. He really wanted to grab Master Orange over and show it what a role model was. Egg took a bite of half of the secret insect gel and swallowed it with its teeth showing. After a few minutes, it felt all warm and fuzzy, as if it was full of strength. Excitedly, it scurried over to the flower bed and threw its head back to meow. From today onwards, you have to train more, run more and jump more, in order to better utilize the medicinal effect. Songchi earnestly taught. Egg had a serious face, his long whiskers twitching as if he was nodding in response. At that moment, a small female cat came over to ask for cat strips to eat. Egg was full of energy and instantly perked up, jumping on top of the little she-cat. The cat's torso shook rapidly, and a pair of small bells behind the buttocks fluttered around rhythmically. Bad. Songchi's scalp went numb as he watched. His heart was torn. Should he grab the egg and send it to be sterilized? Without crunching the egg, under the effect of the secret insect gel, there would be countless more cat children and grandchildren in this neighborhood. Gar. Egg may not be able to lose the pursuit of cat life. From now on, like the Orange Master to lie flat. Songchi opened his tablet and searched for half a day, to no avail. Hesitating for a moment, he sent an email to his mentor. Teacher Zhou, please teach me a question. Say, is there a medicine that male cats eat and come into heat normally, but can't give birth to kittens? Zhou Mingkai, ? What's going on in the minds of kids nowadays? In June, Daodu began to prepare for the end of the semester, writing papers every day with a bitter face. What kryptonite? What Superman? All cannot care about. The sibling war has come to an end. Songchi is also happy to have a free time. Every day after training home, began to read the Transcendental Database. Ancient and modern, all sorts of transcendent creatures and mysterious events were covered in the app, and some of them were even more bizarre than novels. Many of the mummies in the Egyptian pyramids are dormant transcendental beings hoping to gain immortality with secret arts. Upon discovering this, transcendentalists in Europe ate tens of thousands of mummies, hoping to increase the transcendental qualities in their bodies. While reading novels, Songchi didn't forget about the green-headed fly, occasionally sending a voice. Daily torture humors. Uncle Who, have the Beelzebub followers been caught? Humors. There's progress, don't rush. Seeing this reply, Songchi smiled and was not surprised. In the recent Ontario news, the hotspot no longer had anything to do with hospitals, but rather involved another area. This topic was too sensitive for Songchi to dare to ask, so it was still the same sentence. Have the Beelzebub followers been caught? Humors was also very patient, and every time, he would say, don't panic or don't rush. Finally, he even swore, please believe in great detective Humors. Songchi, Uncle Who, you only need to say one sentence. I will believe you. Say, Humors replied cheerfully. Songchi then offered a long-prepared tongue twister. Huzhou people wear Western clothes and Fuzhou people play Westlake. The screen showed that Humors was offline. That's it? Songchi shook his head in disappointment, having thought that people would give it a try. In the case of Beelzebub, he naturally wouldn't count on the Bureau of Investigation all the way, and his own strength was the hard truth. Continue to liver experience. By June, the cross-country trekking, still experience was also full. Cross-country running, rock climbing, climbing trees, drilling holes, and going over obstacles, are all out of the question. Although training indoors and in the garden, the venue is limited, but Tai Qian can afford the $2 million a year salary. Busy, remodeled a lot of training facilities, so that Songchi training is much more convenient. 3 attribute points, still adding spirit. Spirit, 77. 680. 6. Recently, there had been a 10-point increase in the spirit attribute every month, and the effect was amazing. Song-chi felt that he was getting smarter every day and learning faster and faster. Before, when he looked at the dozen or so skills of the E-fighter, he thought that it was too much to learn and too time-consuming. Now it was easy, and he had gotten up to speed with 2 new skills, the stick technique and hammer technique, both of which were practical fighting self-defense techniques. Among them, hammering, with not the martial arts novels of the Golden Melon Hammer, but the Iron Hammer, hammering nails with. The family has even swung up extraordinarily ferocious. Vacation. At the end of June, Douda finished the final exams and went home happily. After entering the elementary school elite class, the pressure had increased greatly, and she was exhausted during this period of time. Now that she could finally relax and unwind, her mind came alive, remembering the unfinished business, subduing the aliens and protecting the Earth. Seeing that Song-chi had rummaged around the house for a hammer, Douda secretly brought it to her before placing the green pebble on the carpet. If it's real kryptonite, it definitely can't be hammered. With this thought, she slammed the hammer down. When the pebble was covered in cracks. Fake. This was the second time she had been lied to, and Douda, furious, slipped the hammer into her school bag and huffed out the door. What was that noise just now? Song-chi poked his head out of the bedroom and only saw Douda's back, followed by the door slamming shut. He looked around, a little puzzled. Where's my hammer? Half an hour later, Song Qingshi received a call from the toy store owner. Douda was wreaking havoc in the toy store. The couple rushed out the door, and Song-chi followed to join in the fun. He's selling fake kryptonite. Holding a hammer, Douda stood in the corner of the toy store, his face full of anger, his feet surrounded by crushed stones. The toy store owner was helpless, saying that this little girl carried a hammer and started smashing rocks as soon as she came in, and no one dared to approach. Luckily, there is a classmate next to her who knows her and helped to contact the teacher and asked for the parent's phone number. Song Qingshi, angry and funny, grabbed his daughter's ears. A reprimand. Fortunately, Douda only smashed the kryptonite, did not move anything else. Seeing as she is a regular customer, the boss just 100 yuan compensation, and released. In the evening, Song-chi himself, to correct his sister's misunderstanding of thinking. Sis, you're forgetting that my Superman gene hasn't awakened yet, and kryptonite doesn't work on me now. Yes, Douda slapped her thighs and came to a realization. Regretting, I've been working for nothing lately. Then he eagerly asked, then when will your genes awaken? Song-chi tilted his little face and smiled faintly. Soon. With Song-chi's guidance, Douda's heart is very stable, and he no longer dwells on the matter of kryptonite. Concentrate on dry rice. Eat well. Yishan are angry and laugh. This bare child obviously broke the trouble. Why still happy? After dinner, the couple began to criticize Douda. Why do you smash other people's things? That boss sells fake goods. All the kryptonite sold is fake. Douda perked up. How can a toy be real? You can grow a pair. Song Qingshi grabbed her by the ear. Douda grimaced. When I bought it, the boss assured me that it was real, saying that if I ran into Superman, I could use it, and it would definitely work. Song-chi was eating and watching from the side, and when he heard this, he nodded sympathetically. The boss was clearly playing a word game, use it despite running into Superman. But what if you never run into Superman? Older sister was not at fault. It was the toy store owner who was at fault. At this point, seeing that their daughter still could not recognize the mistake, the couple looked at each other and decided to conduct a more in-depth education. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, carried Douda into the room and closed the door behind them. Pia, pia, pia. The crisp ringing sound of spanking came out from the room. Song-chi sat outside and vaguely heard another sentence from inside. I'm not convinced. A born warrior. He couldn't help but lament. Suddenly, it was discovered that Master Orange had quietly burrowed into the living room, trying to sneak in some cat food while everyone wasn't looking. Recently, the amount of training had been too much, and it was so hungry that its fat was decreasing day by day, and it wanted to eat more every day. Song-chi pointed to the room and activated the skill, cat language. Master Orange, do you hear me? My sister is being severely beaten by mom and dad for not training hard enough. Master Orange's neck shrank, revealing a horrified expression. In July, there were no skills full of experience for the time being. The two remaining level 0 skills of the Explorer, Profession, Wilderness Concealment, and Hunting, training requires a real wilderness environment, and indoor simulation is ineffective. Song-chi did not force himself, and turned his main energy back to the fighter direction. Fist Technique, Level 1, 72/100. Kickboxing, Level 1, 70/100. Fist and Leg Techniques, always the foundation of fighting. He put in the most effort and was getting closer to Level 2. Evolution Energy Slot, as always. It was stable. providing 5 attribute points in July. This time, all of them were added to Spirit, and with the meditation cultivation, the progress continued to be rapid. Spirit, 80. 688. 6. With the Spirit attribute boost, the most obvious change was memory. Every day, Songchi read the information in the Transcendent database and was able to turn over more than 100 pages a night, without opening the Transcendental Brainform. He was already close to the level of unforgettable memory. During the summer vacation, Dodo celebrated her 9th birthday. 9 years old, soon to be in 4th grade, Yishan touched her daughter's head and recalled the past, only to realize that it had been a bumpy road. This daughter was too difficult to bring up. When will she turn 18? Mommy, I want to eat cake. Dodo was still yelling. Although their daughter had gotten into trouble a while ago, after all the beatings, the couple still ordered a big double-layer cake. After singing the birthday song, Yishan gave her daughter a set of fighting clothes, and Song Qingshi gave a thin and a thick pair of boxing gloves. Dodo is now in the elite class, and she is still not good at culture, but she is very good at sports, especially in fighting. Under the stimulation of Song Qi, she has improved rapidly, and has already fought all over the elementary school without an enemy. The couple saw Dodo's interest in this, and chose this aspect for her birthday gift. Song Qi also sent a gift, 2 bottles of evolutionary nutrient liquid. He revealed the news in advance, and Dodo was so excited to hear it that he began to frantically ingratiate himself with his brother. Sister-brother love experience card, renewed successfully, length 36 hours. Until the birthday banquet, Dodo collected the evolutionary nutrient solution. Satisfied, feeling that he is okay again, drinking the nutrient liquid. Still not hanging, brother? Facing the candles on the cake, she put her hands together and began to make a wish. Stealing a glance at Song Qi, she then said with a serious face, "May there be no aliens on Earth." Song Qingshi, Yi Shan. Song Qi froze, then said with a smile, "Wishes don't work if you say them out loud." Seems like it. Dodo slapped her thighs, catching up. The month of August passed by in a hurry. The old sister, who was lazy at home, was scolded by Yi Shan and rolled to school in disgrace. Song Qi has learned a new skill, concealed weapon. However, as a level 0 skill, it was currently a simple use of flying stones and knives, and was effective at hitting fixed targets. When hitting a moving object, the accuracy is a bit worse, and if you turn on the super brainform, the hit rate will be significantly improved. When I came back from training in the afternoon, I lay on the sofa and watched some TV. Without his older sister grabbing the remote control, Song Qi could finally watch the news in peace. The day before yesterday, 2 explorers accidentally disappeared in the Morning Mountains. The Ministry of Geology has issued a special mission to gather professional explorers with 3 stars or more to go to Morning Firmament Mountain for a second joint expedition. It was said to be a joint expedition, but in the TV screen, there was actually an armored car driving by. A not-so-small battle. It seems like the situation is grim. Song Qi stared carefully at the screen, his eyes unblinking. The news about Morning Mountain had never stopped, and this had become a hot topic again. Mentor Zhou Mingkai had spilled some insider information. On the other side of the Heavenly Ruins passage in Morning Mountain, there existed an extremely aggressive civilization. Now that the 2 sides were in contact, conflicts were frequent. A localized war could start at any time. Let's hope it doesn't come to blows. Luckily, Morning Mountain was far away from Yun Province, a full 2,000 kilometers away from Yun Province, so there was no sense of crisis on this side. What Song Qi was more concerned about was still what happened in this province. Making a daily call, he went to ask Humors, "Uncle Hu, have the Beelzebub followers been found?" As of yesterday, all the covert capture operations were successfully completed. Humors was in high spirits this time, raising his eyebrows and even a bit smug. All the counties and cities in province have been sifted through, and those outlaws who sneaked into the hospital to cause trouble, not a single one of them, all of them were arrested, and their protective umbrellas have all been knocked out. Congratulations. Song Qi was a little surprised. It seems that the Bureau of Investigation is still very strong, and without saying a word, it finished such a big case. A small group. It can't set off any big waves. Humors grinned, setting up a big flag. Don't worry, nowadays, Ontario Lu City is the safest place in all of China. Somewhere in Lu City, inside a hidden office, the gecko breaks its tail, the strong man breaks his wrist. Your Chinese country's vocabulary is all quite graphic. There is a strange voice ringing with a buzzing noise, and there is no need to be heartbroken. Lord Beelzebub will not forget what you have given. Now, you have a new task dash. Did you find out the identity information of the S-rank genius mentioned before? In the buzzing sound, a giant fly, the size of a basketball, was lying on the desk, and it was actually the one speaking. 2 large dark red eyes, which were covered with dense compound eyes, looked extraordinarily ominous. Sitting behind the desk, facing the giant fly, was a small old man in his 50s. This person had a blonde figure and an official look, but there was a deep fatigue in his eyes. Slowly opening his mouth, he replied, "This S-class genius lives in Loose City, suspected to be in the area of street, an ordinary person's family, name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, but according to the selection conditions of the genius program, the person should be 8 or 9 years old, no more than 10 years old." After saying that, the office was silent for a long time. "Is that all?" The giant fly flapped its wings, looking dissatisfied. "What do you do for food?" The little old man grumbled. "It's such a dangerous time right now, and I'm expected to pry into other departments' top secret information? Are you tired of me not dying fast enough?" The giant fly rubbed his claws together. "Fine, let's just do this for now and talk about it when we can't find it. TSK, an S-class out of an ordinary family. It's really rare. It's too wasteful to leave it to your country of China. It deserves to be personally nurtured by Lord Beelzebub, so that he can become an honored son of God," the little old man warned. "Don't you mess around. S-class geniuses, even if they don't have a family to protect them, they definitely have transcendence as bodyguards. That's not for you to worry about. You keep your position first." The giant fly sneered. In the next moment, its body shattered with a loud bang. Hundreds of small flies in its body flew out, following the open windows and leaving one after another. City Hall family neighborhood. At home, Song-chi commanded Master Orange to jump up and down while drinking evolutionary nutrient solution. A small bottle finished, smacking his lips, just 10 milliliters, drink with no drink. But the evolutionary energy tank wouldn't lie. The progress bar quickly changed. 99.9%, 100%, full. Song-chi got excited and opened the attribute panel. Spirit, 99. It was just this 1 foot short of the proverbial door. Toiling for half a year just for such a date system. Give me more points. Spirit, 99100. Immediately after, several notifications popped up. Congratulations! You have gained 100 points of spirit during your infancy, and have successfully unlocked the achievement Intermediate Idea Body. Rewarded form, Spirit Associated Form. Reward talent, Purification. Unlock next evolutionary goal, Advanced Idea Body, 100/1000. Just like before, both rewarded a form and a talent. Song-chi first looked at the introduction of the form. Mental correlation state, touching any medium, can peek into the desired relevant information. Reminder, chance of failure, risk of spiritual contamination, consumption of body energy and evolutionary energy. Song-chi repeatedly read this introduction in the panel a few times, feeling that it was a bit abstract and would have to be tested again. As for the talent, Purification, the introduction was much simpler. Consuming body energy and evolutionary energy, it can purify a certain degree of spiritual pollution. Determining that there was nothing wrong with it, he immediately began to test it. First, he opened the spiritual correlation state. Standing in the bedroom, looking around, everything was as normal. First we need to contact the medium. There were no special items on hand, just a freshly opened cat strip that Master Orange had only licked twice. Song-chi held the cat strip in his hand, closed his eyes and stared, still not noticing any changes. Once again, he studied the panel introduction. Relevant information needed for snooping. In that case, it seems that I have to have a need first, a need related to the medium. Nothing else related to this cat strip. I want to know about Master Orange eating the cat strip just now. Song-chi murmured in his mind. The next moment, a miracle appeared. In his mind, a scene actually appeared out of thin air. An open cat strip was right in front of him, and the rich aroma made people stupidly excited. There was a tongue sticking out, nibbling and licking the cat strip. This was Master Orange's perspective. Song-chi even felt the pleasurable emotions of the cat. After 2 seconds, a strong feeling of hunger followed. Current status, 20%. Extremely hungry, lacking evolutionary energy. Song-chi was so hungry and dizzy that he was forced to exit the spiritual correlation state, and hurriedly drank a bottle of nutrient liquid. Nowadays, the potency of the nutrient liquid wasn't as high, but it still provided quite a bit of energy, and the absorption efficiency was fast. And after half a minute, the hunger subsided. Experiencing 2 seconds cost several $1,000s. The magnitude of the new form's consumption was staggering, but what shocked Song-chi even more was the associated state as powerful ability. Touching a random object, the information related to it, I can perceive it. If I were to go to the Investigation Bureau of Transcendent Events and become an agent, Humors would have to lose his job on the spot. However, agent was not Song-chi's ideal. He was more interested in whether this ability could be used for cultivation. If one touched some transcendent items, Could one perceive the transcendent laws in question? This kind of behavior might be risky, but the newly rewarded purification talent was undoubtedly a guarantee of safety. If it was feasible, then his path to transcendence would surely be incomparably smooth. The next evolutionary goal requires 1,000 points of spirit. With such a high standard, it should be the transcendent realm. Originally, 1,000 points was a frightening number that seemed far out of reach. However, with a divine skill like spirit-associated state, Song-Chi remained confident. Spiritual attribute elite level. Goal accomplished. Next goal. Physical attribute elite level. The only disadvantage of spiritual correlation state was that it consumed a huge amount. First, it consumed physical energy, and when it was almost empty, it proceeded to consume the evolutionary energy tank. The cost of a 1-second experience was probably around $1,000, and that was just peeking at ordinary information. If it was related to transcendence, perhaps the consumption would be even greater. Even so, Song-Chi was still itching for a second chance to experiment. It was only a few $1,000s a time. He could afford to spend it now. Even if the $5 million a year was spent, he could still get credit from his mentor. Finally, the good opportunity came. I really didn't lie to you guys. The rolls were blown away by the wind. Dodo held up a crumpled stack of math papers and explained earnestly. I put the papers on the table and forgot to close the window, when suddenly a gust of wind blew over and blew away several papers. There were a few left, or I salvaged them. Really? Yishan went downstairs to look for, did not find the test papers, and then back to Daodu's room to rummage around. Again nothing. Long ago the wind blew away. Where can still find? Daodu shook his head and said, demeanor, language, action, cannot see half a crack. Make Yishan are not sure. Song-Chi also came to join in the fun and drank a bottle of evolutionary nutrient liquid first. Let me find it. Saying that, a small hand touched the remaining few rolls and opened the spiritual correlation state. Older sister's studies were the most important. As a younger brother, it was only right to help his sister find the rolls at all costs. With both eyes closed, in his mind, several images of hiding the papers instantly flashed. There was also Daodu's little whisper. They definitely won't be able to think of it. He. Song-Chi opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Not bad for a divine technique. Climbing onto Daodu's desk, he flipped out her old first-grade textbook. As soon as he opened it, the several papers that had been blown away by the wind were neatly sandwiched in the center. Daodu had a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes glazed over. How did you know? Forgot I'm Superman? Song-Chi smiled mysteriously. I have perspective eyes. Brother's Superman gene has awakened. When she heard the words see-through eyes, Daodu's scalp immediately went numb. During the summer vacation, she asked Song-Chi when he would awaken, and the reply she received was soon. At that time, she didn't care too much, thinking that there were still a few years to go. She didn't expect it to be so soon. Daodu subconsciously touched her pants pocket, wanting to pull out the kryptonite. It turned out to be a lonely touch, and sadly remembered that the pebble kryptonite had already been cracked by herself. Should have asked for some pocket money for my birthday. The little girl trailed off, taking 2 more steps back and staring cautiously at Song-Chi. You don't mess around. She was afraid that this younger brother would blacken once he woke up and open his laser eyes to massacre. The next moment, her ears were lifted up harshly. It's you who are messing around. Yishan gritted her teeth in anger and copied the straightedge on the table with her hand. Seeing this, Song-Chi wisely exited his old sister's room and took the initiative to close the door. Pia. Hearing the crisp ringing sound inside the door, he turned his head with a smile and looked at the probing orange cat on the other side. Master Orange, this is what happens when you don't train properly. Master Orange meowed in sympathy. After experimenting with the spirit-associated state twice, the basic usage Song-Chi had sort of figured out. There was also a surprise discovery. The spiritual attribute was added an additional 0.02. Experiencing the linked state could actually raise the spirit. Although it was small, a mosquito leg was still neat. The price of a bottle of meditation original liquid every day was as high as 10,000 RMB. So calculating like this, the cost-effectiveness of associative state was not bad. Song-Chi decided to practice more when he had the chance. This feeling of exploring unknown information was still quite exciting. In addition, he also confirmed a situation. The so-called 100-point human genetic limit was not his own limit. After insisting on meditation and cultivation for the past few days, his spiritual value had already exceeded 100 points. Regardless of how the other elite levels progressed, one could just continue to brush up on their attributes, and it would be no different from before. These past few days, Daodu was quite anxious. My brother has perspective eyes, so where will I hide my toys and novels from now on? The grand plan of purchasing kryptonite was once again on the agenda. However, she was a pauper right now. The last time she smashed the toy store owner's kryptonite, the 100 yuan that Song Qingshi compensated her with was deducted from her pocket money, and the little girl went straight to bankruptcy. Nowadays, let alone buying kryptonite, she couldn't even afford a pack of chili fries. Ugh, it's so hard to protect the earth. Life is not easy. Doubt aside. On this day, she left school after school and saw that the opposite side of the road was full of people. Many elementary school students gathered in a circle. The scene was very lively. Douda waved at Song Qingshi in the distance, and then squeezed in at a trot, discovering that it was a sneaker manufacturer doing an event. A long jump competition? And prizes? A large signboard read the rules. Standing long jump, 2 meters 3 get a pair of sneakers free, 2 meters 5 in addition to the free shoes. There is a bonus of 1,000 yuan, but the requirements are also very strict. It must be elementary school students. 1 chance per person. That's a standard that's hard to meet for the average elementary school student. But Daodu is gifted. From childhood to eat secret insect gel, and recently drank 2 bottles of evolutionary nutrient solution, plus adhere to exercise. It is not without hope. $1,000 it's okay to just take a pair of sneakers. Sell them to your classmates. There's a lot of money. Daodu looked at both eyes, observing the performance of the students on the field. Most had difficulty jumping 2 meters, and were just up for a fight, but the host was still very enthusiastic, smiling and chatting with the kids, asking for help in publicizing the event. There must be able to jump 2 meters 5 masters. You introduce a few too. The organizers also have a small gift to give. Oh. Daodu took a copy of the event flyer, turned around and squeezed out. First tried in the open space, feeling just a little more than 2 meters 3. Then look at the activity time on the flyer. There's still a few days left. Let's practice some more. By this time, Song Qingshi had already followed him over, shouting Daodu, coming. Daodu grabbed the flyer and darted off, followed by her dad lifting her ear and counting a few sentences. She is full of care. Recently the ear has been numb. Pulling also does not hurt. At night, Song Qi was surprised to find that his sister was actually taking the initiative to practice, and still boring standing long jump, over and over again. Daodu drew a line on the ground in advance, every time after jumping to see the results, and then waved their fists to cheer themselves up. A picture of a positive and upwardly mobile Jinky girl. The sun came out of the west? Song Qi was greatly shocked, ran to his parents and asked in a small voice, "What has stimulated my sister?" Yi Shan went over to take a look and was also surprised. Song Qingshi then told about the activity she saw across the school today. Upon hearing that there was a bonus, Yi Shan instantly realized, crying and laughing. This little girl. Yesterday she was still looking for me to ask for pocket money. Okay, if she can really earn a bonus, it's also counted as her ability. Doing activities in front of the school, this is not rare. But as soon as Song Qi heard the standing long jump of 2 meters 3, he was immediately alerted. This number he was too familiar with. Wasn't it the registration standard for the talent selection? Could there be a trick in it? If it's really spying on me? This approach is too obvious, right? How could I possibly expose myself for a pair of sneakers? Song Qi shook his head. No matter what, it was safest to check. Drinking a bottle of evolutionary nutrient liquid, he sneaked into his oldest sister's room while she was still practicing extra hard. The flyer was sitting on the desk. As soon as Song Qi touched the flyer, he turned on spiritual correlation state. At the same time, he meditated in his mind. Who planned this event? What is the real purpose? A cluttered scene flashed in his mind. It was the employees of the sneaker manufacturer designing the event program. Looking at it seemed normal, but Song Qi was now mentally powerful, sifting through a bunch of useless information and quickly locking onto a questionable sentence. The investor said to set the standard higher. Minimum 2 meters 3. The investors still care about this? Immediately an employee spat out. At this time, Song Qi had consumed most of his physical energy, and the evolutionary energy tank had also consumed 2% of its amount. Seeing that there were no other findings, he exited the associated state. There's really a problem. He didn't panic, having been mentally prepared for this. After all, after spending 3 months in the base, he had contact with quite a few people. Although the base had a strict confidentiality system, sooner or later the news would reach the outside world. It was just a matter of sooner or later. How could an S-class genius remain in obscurity? Song Qi walked out of his old sister's room and made 2 phone calls, one to his mentor and the other to Humors. There's such a thing? Humors was shocked and furious. I'm going to find out right now. Mentor Zhou Mingkai, however, was calm. Don't worry, little one. The Gifted Child Protection Act is not a vegetarian. Immediately you'll be able to truly experience the S-class treatment. Zhou Mingkai was full of confidence and punched his ticket on the phone. Songchi felt that the teacher should not be so bad as to trap himself. To be on the safe side, he still reminded his parents. Let's just say that it was Humors who had just called to remind this kind of price-jumping routine might be looking for S-class geniuses. When Yishan Song-Qingshi heard this, she immediately took it seriously, immediately calling off Daoda's training and telling her daughter that she couldn't participate in any activities outside of school recently. Exclamation point. Daoda was grief-stricken and angry, and then she saw Song-Chi laughing, and immediately understood. Just now, she had noticed that her brother was running around, sneaking around, a picture of ill intent. Sure enough, her brother didn't want her to earn pocket money, fearing that she would buy kryptonite. Daoda was unconvinced and wanted to question a few more times, but when she saw Song Qingshi's hand touch the straight edge, she immediately calmed down. A good man refuses to do anything beforehand. The next day, Song Qingshi picked up Daoda to school, the whole time with extra tight, afraid that his daughter ran to participate in the activities, and solemnly warned, if you have to go, even if you get a bonus, he will confiscate the money. The company's website is a great place to find out more about the company's products and services. In the morning, an office building in Lu City, the office area of the sneaker manufacturer. A few employees from the marketing department were preparing to go to school and continue their activities. Humors rushed in with a group of agents, signaling the crowd to stop working, and then checking the desk file materials, looking for information related to the investor. The employees, seeing such a big battle for the first time, were terrified and didn't know what had been committed. The boss walked out of the office, saw the situation and both legs went limp, fell to his knees and cried out in pain. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let someone mix black cotton in the shoes. I thought it was just a small matter. I didn't know the consequences were so serious. Agents. Across the street from this office building, a long-haired woman stood by the window, binoculars in hand, observing the movement across the street. 6th Primary School on Chungkong Road. The activity over there just took place, and the company is now being investigated. It seems that the S-class is at that school, or lives nearby. The corner of the long-haired woman's mouth hooked up in a smug smile. This tryst was undoubtedly a success. The next step is to lock down the specific identity information of the S-class. She put down the binoculars and was about to pull out her cell phone when she heard someone behind her snort coldly. You guys are really bold. The long-haired woman's body shook wildly, and she turned her head stiffly, having trouble believing the scene in front of her. Transcendent. In the middle of the city, between the base stations, an electronic signal traveled through the air, transmitting several messages. First sequence protection object, S-Class Genius SQ354927, encountered a threat. Applying Article 17 of the Chinese Child Genius Protection Law. Emergency protection measures, highest level. Immediate implementation. First District of Lu City. Enter first level state of alert. Mission sent to the First District Security Bureau, Transportation Bureau, Information Bureau. For ordinary people, it was an ordinary day. Except for the extra traffic jam on the way to work, there was nothing unusual. But for the staff of certain departments, today was extremely special, tense and busy, and as soon as they received the mission, they kicked into gear without stopping. They had to protect the local S-Class genius of Lu City, Changjiang Road 6th Primary School. At this moment, all the children were assembled on the playground in a chaotic manner, with music blaring on the radio. The nation's 8th set of broadcasting gymnastics, the times are calling. Daoda stood right at the end of the class line, arms flung out in a breathless muddle. What's the point of practicing this? Can you beat Superman practicing this? The students next to him scoffed as they listened. You still want to beat Superman? Dream on. Why not? Daoda got anxious at that, remembering the very beginning when he practiced against his brother. He always had the upper hand, only to be flipped over by accident. Me and Superman, we can go 50-50 sometimes. Daoda hadn't noticed that a small window in the school fence, a few dozen meters away from him, was quietly open. Behind the window is the snack store next door. The children often crowded outside the window to buy snacks, but at the moment, the owner of the snack store had fainted, and there were two people hiding under the window, discussing. Zoo, let's run away. Outside is now full of transcendence. These Chinese have gone crazy. The man who was talking looked up and saw a figure flashing in the air, scaring him so much that he retreated to a corner. Zoo, however, stood up and looked at the elementary school students who were doing their recess exercises with a frenzied expression on his face. S-rank, could be in there. We must find him and offer him to Lord Beelzebub. The man sniffed, was silent for a moment, and performed an odd ritual. The sect will remember your sacrifice. Saying this, he put on his mask and quietly left. As a result, just as he walked across a street, he felt a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain fall from the sky. he fell to his knees on the spot, his knees crashing to pieces. Azu stayed alone in the snack store and drank a bottle of red thick liquid, followed by a bout of dry heaving. A green-headed fly, which had gotten out of his mouth, went through the small window and into the school area. The flies didn't dare to make a scene and didn't attack the students, but quietly flew into a classroom. They were ready to burrow into the students' book bags, like a biological radar, lurking to find the real target. It's done. Azu's face was pale and he had just revealed a triumphant smile. Then a thunderous shock came. Humph! In an instant, the campus ground shook slightly, and all the flies instantly died. Azu's face was ashen. In the country of China, if you dare to hit an S-class, you will definitely suffer the joint retaliation of all the major departments. All the transcendents in the neighborhood will also receive relevant missions. If there are no ironclad means of retaliation, how can the geniuses in the country grow up in peace? Over the phone, Zhou Mingkai explained to Song Qi. A similar case happened over a decade ago, and the one who took action was a large family in Xia province. Now their entire family is squatting in jail, and the few that were executed should be in middle school by now. As a result, many people have heard that an S-class genius has come out of an province, but they are also very honest and won't pry freely. Now who is this one who is not afraid to die? Old man, I am also very curious, Zhou Mingkai said and suddenly laughed softly a few times. Song Qi scratched his head, always feeling that there was a murderous aura in this laughter. Looking at the watch, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Dad and Dodo happened to be home. Don't rush to watch TV. Didn't you say that there are a lot of dead flies popping up in the school? Song Qingshi's voice rang out. Go wash your hands, get an alcohol sanitizer spray, and I'll disinfect your school bag too. Dead flies. Song Qi's heart shook, finally realizing who was hitting on him. It was the Beelzebub sect again. So it's this bunch of foreign lunatics. Zhou Mingkai, who had excellent ears, actually heard that bit of noise, and then directly hung up the phone. The next day, Song Qi saw a piece of news from the television. China has sent a group of top crime experts to form a delegation to visit Europe to give technical guidance on difficult local cases. Yesterday's incident in Lucheng, and today the group of experts set off. That's really fast. Song Qi looked carefully at the news screen. In the airport, the Chinese experts who are ready to board the plane are all wearing formal clothes and gold glasses, and at a cursory glance, they feel that they are well-mannered and courteous. But if you look closely, you can see that each one of them is murderous, and the gold glasses can't block the cold light in their eyes. There are also people carrying a long flat box, like with knives. The stewardess stood next to her, squeezing out a stiff smile, her legs shivering. As for the female leader leading the team, she was facing a group of reporters with her eyes open. This visit, we will uphold the purpose of peace and friendship. Song Qi watched, also quite curious. I do not know this group of suits thugs went to Europe. Will make a hole. What kind of noise? DDT. Suddenly the watch rang and received a text message from his mentor. Everything is done. Train at ease. It's done? I haven't even made a move yet. Song Qi scratched his head. Originally, he had planned to let Egg catch a green-headed fly, and then use spiritual correlation state to reverse search the location of the striker. He would definitely be able to catch one. As a result, the official gathering of power was beyond imagination. I don't know how many transcendents came yesterday, turning the first district upside down. Under the descending strike, the lurking people didn't make a single wave, and they were directly wiped out. Completely. By the time the afternoon, Humors was busy and also called with a serious tone. There was a serious omission in the work. I want to apologize to you. The security team he led had focused their attention mainly on Song Qi, and had paid insufficient attention to Daodo's side. The commercial activity in front of the elementary school was fishy, and it was still Song Qi who discovered it first and alerted him. Later, the investigation revealed that the enemy was testing Song Qi's position. Events were held one after another in front of various streets and elementary schools in the first district of Lu City, and when they were checked, it meant that the probability of the S-class was in the vicinity. At that time, they will release a large number of green-headed flies to infiltrate the thousands of homes in the area and secretly lurk and probe. This method was indeed feasible. However, the enemy had seriously underestimated the strength of China's protection of the S-class. The night Song Qi reminded him, Humors broke out in a cold sweat and reported it while investigating. The emergency measures of the Chinese Gifted Child Protection Act were activated with the fastest speed possible. At 10 p.m., throughout Ontario, all official transcendents received an invitation to a mission to protect the province's S-class geniuses. The transcendents departed overnight and rushed to the provincial capital, Lu City. The law and order and information departments also worked overnight, investigating telecommunications and surveillance records to find suspicious targets. By the following morning, a large invisible net had been dropped. just waiting for the wrongdoers to venture out. After listening to Humors tell the general story, Song-chi is still relatively satisfied. At least people work efficiently. A night to shake all the helpers. On the phone, Humors said seriously, "I've already made a review to my superiors. If you don't accept it, you can apply for a replacement, and have another agent serve as the deputy head of your security team." Replacement? Song-chi thought about it and did not have this intention. Humors had learned a lesson after this incident, and would definitely increase the protection of his family. If he changed again, wouldn't it be a waste of this valuable experience? Let's put it this way, uncle who you continue to work. However Song-chi blinked. You have to try the tongue twister that you didn't say last time, right? What? Read it after me. People from Huzhou wear Western clothes and people from Fuzhou play Westlake. Good. Humors hesitated for a moment and spoke with difficulty, as if facing the greatest challenge of his life. Word by word, he said slowly. Huzhou people wear Westlake. During dinner time, Song Qingshi talked about yesterday's news. So many transcendents, and I don't know what's going on. The local social forums in Lushu City had long since exploded, with thousands of people taking photos of the transcendents flying. There were also people analyzing the photos one by one, and finally concluded that there were at least 10 transcendents in action over the first district that morning. A large number of transcendents gathered in one place, so something big must have happened. Netizens speculated that it was a new entrance to the heavenly market that had appeared locally in Lu City. Many people believed it, and there were those who were ready to move and those who were ready to speculate. Song Qingshi, however, remembered his son's reminder that night. That prize long jump. When I picked up Daodu just now, it was already gone. He paused and looked at Song-chi. It can't be related to this, right? Well, Uncle who said today that all similar activities should not be participated in the future, and this time it's already fine. Song-chi didn't go into detail, but the implication wasn't hard to understand. Yi Shan and Song Qingshi glanced at each other, their eyes showing astonishment. It really had something to do with their own son. To be able to induce so many transcendents to come out, things must not be simple. The couple was a bit scared and hurriedly cautioned Daodu. In the future, without the approval of the two of us, you are not allowed to participate in activities outside the school. Song Qingshi also scared. Be careful of a group of transcendents flying over to catch you. Daodu was also startled. So many transcendents flying over just to stop themselves from earning pocket money? Gosh, the earth is hopeless. The little head was lowered. Her eyes dimmed, and she lost hope in this world. Because of her excessive sadness, she ate a whole roasted chicken for dinner, plus a plate of beef, and ate her mouth full of oil. Spirit, 100. 4. Physique, 68. 7. After the evolution energy slot was filled up once again, Song-chi opened the attribute panel to take a look at today's values. In recent months, because he had been specializing in spirit, his physique value was relatively a bit behind. Next, 5 evolution points per month would be added to physique. In conjunction with the increase in exercise, at most half a year, the physique would reach the elite level. The progress would be even faster if there was a level 1 skill upgraded to level 2, which rewarded attribute points. Song-chi kept another 1 evolution point as spare energy for spirit-associated state and purification. These two abilities did not consume a lot. If the physical energy was depleted, the evolution energy slot was also empty and the skill would be forced to be interrupted. There was no risk by reserving 1 evolution point. Without the interference of the green-headed fly, he was once again fully focused on his training. The TV did occasionally broadcast international news. In several small countries in Europe, tens of thousands of dead flies appeared one after another, scattered on the streets, an exceptionally horrifying scene. Environmental experts are discussing the situation heatedly. Some think it is the effect of the El Niño phenomenon, while others think it is the secret emission of poisonous gases from chemical factories. Environmental protection girls then launched an initiative. Students from all over the world have gone on strike, took to the streets on Friday, calling on people to protect the environment. The time came to October. Dad, give me some pocket money. Daodu has been saving money for several months, and has finally settled the 100 yuan compensation from the toy store. When he found Song Chang, he tilted his head and said pitifully, "My brother's birthday is coming up. I want to buy my brother a birthday present. Older sister can't even afford to eat her chili fries anymore, but she still thinks about giving me a birthday." Song-chi had been touched. Stretching out his little hand, he wiped his eyes, but unfortunately there was only eye poop, not tears. Song Qingshi was also a bit surprised. It was rare to see his daughter so united and friendly, so he readily pulled out $50. Daodu was happy to see this. Dad popped gold coins. She smiled from ear to ear, took the money and turned around and ran. Looking at his sister's back disappearing out the door, Song-chi secretly shook his head. There was already mental preparation for what kind of gift he would receive. Outside the neighborhood, in the mall, in the toy section, Douda stood in front of the shelves, calling out to the clerk and pointing to the top shelf. Inside a clear plastic box was wrapped a beautiful dark green stone. With a serious look on her face, she asked, "This kryptonite of yours, is it fidelity?" The clerk, skilled in his trade, displays the box's logo and fluently describes it. Here, AOD double diamond. The old national product. Fake 1 for 10. Quality guaranteed. Fake 1 compensates 10. Douda listened happily and nodded her head repeatedly. It's true that the big shopping centers are still reliable. Putting the kryptonite into the cart, she continued to skate around the mall. This kryptonite wasn't a gift for her brother, such an important strategic weapon. Of course, she had to keep it for herself and bring it out for use at critical moments. As for what to give, she'd already had an idea of that, too. She came to the area where posters and picture books were sold. The last time she came was last October, on her brother's first birthday. At that time, she gave away the alien picture book, which contained pictures of the scenery of the alien's hometown, trying to evoke her brother's homesickness. "Is there a movie poster for Superman?" Douda turned around twice and asked the store clerk. She was trying to do two things this time. Kryptonite for self-preservation, and at the same time, if her brother was really like Superman in the movie, being proper and helpful, that would be nice too. So Bean decided to just give a poster of Superman, put it on the wall. It could always remind her brother to be a good person in this life. As it happened, there were two of Daudu's classmates over here, also looking through the picture book. After all, it was the world of Superman, and superhero movies were sought after by countless elementary school students. The two kids heard what Daudu had just said and looked up and laughed. Who watches Superman nowadays? The plot is too cliché. That's right, we all watch Motherlanders. Motherlanders? Daudu was energized at the sound of it. Is that the one the teacher won't let us watch? In the past 2 years, Yishan had confiscated several banned novels from her, and she lost a lot of money, but she was still happy to buy them and peek at them. For the prohibited TV series, the interest is also extraordinarily strong. Asked, "Where do you watch Motherlanders?" "Here." One of the kids, holding up an old MP4, waved it triumphantly. "Let me take a look." She rushed up to. 2 hours later, Daudu walked out of the mall, slapping a small face with a serious expression and gaze. "I may have been tricked by my brother again. Happy birthday to you." In the evening, in the candlelight, the birthday song played again. Song-chi was 2 weeks old. Today, he was 103 centimeters tall and weighed 30 kilograms, looking more like he was 4 or 5 years old. Yishan picked her son up, feeling a little strained, and marveled. "In 2 more years, I'm afraid I won't really be able to hold him." Song Qingshi laughed. "Hurry up and hug more while you can." "That's right." Yishan hugged the child and gave him a fierce kiss. Song-chi had wanted to escape his mother's clutches, but when he heard that he had no choice but to tie his hands, it was soon time for the gift-giving session. Daudu handed up 2 posters, then with a nervous look on her face, she observed her brother's expression. The first poster was opened. It was the signature image of Superman flying through the air, his red cape fluttering in the wind. It was quite handsome. Song-chi was very surprised that this was actually a normal gift. He couldn't help but touch the paper of the poster, wondering if his oldest sister had ground kryptonite into powder and coated it. "There's one more," Daudu immediately urged. Song-chi opened it suspiciously. A man dressed to resemble Superman was holding a thumbs up with a wide smile. Next to it were written the lines, "And you, my friend, are the true hero. Isn't this the Motherlander?" Song-chi almost laughed out loud and had to hold it in, pretending that he hadn't seen black road pickets and looking at his sister with a blank expression. "Which of these two do you like better?" Daudu asked cautiously. Having watched a few episodes of Black Road Pickets earlier, she was horrified to realize that the Zawuzi man and her brother had many similarities. The Motherlander liked to drink breast milk, and so did her brother. The Motherlander likes to fake smiles and look sunny. The younger brother also likes to fake smiles and looks innocent. The Motherlander is sinister and so is the younger brother. There are so many similarities. It's almost as if they were carved out of the same mold. Daudu was flustered, so she bought 2 posters, one of Superman and one of Zwerin, and brought them to test her brother. "Which one do you like?" Even with a mental value of 100, Song-chi froze for a moment before realizing his older sister's strange brain circuits, so smilingly said, "Thank you, sister, I like both of them." This answer, Daudu said she couldn't accept, and pressed again. "If you have to choose one to post on the wall, which one do you choose?" Song-chi pretended to look around and replied, "The wall in our house. It can fit 2. Daudu was unwilling and wanted to ask again, but he had already been lifted to the side by Song Qingshi. The birthday banquet continued. Song-chi sat on a stool, wearing a birthday crown on his head, and began to make a wish with his eyes closed. One more small goal, to become an elite level. Once he opened his eyes, he easily blew out the 2 candles on the cake. Song Qingshi and Yi Shan desperately applauded. In the evening, the phone watch rang nonstop and received quite a few messages. Zhou Mingkai called and asked first, "Little guy, how's the training going these days? How long until you reach the elite level?" "I reckon." Song Qi took a look at the panel. His physique had reached 73, and decided to be honest. There should still be a few dash. There's still a few years left, right? Zhou Mingkai, however, had already snatched the answer, uttering words of comfort that had already been prepared. "It's fine, don't be anxious, at your age and strength, you're already making history." Zhou Mingkai seemed to be a bit busy, and just after saying 2 sentences, someone on the other end called out to him, "Have a good birthday, the gift I sent you will arrive tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Song Qi was happy. He didn't expect his mentor to be so busy and still not forget his birthday. Pee-wee, snotlout, backpack pants, these few close friends all sent birthday wishes. The strap pants also sent a video of his talent display, dancing while playing basketball with a pretty good rhythm. "Awesome, I feel like you'll definitely be a hit," Song Qi encouraged. Halogen also sent a message, but it wasn't a birthday wish. "Departed for Peach Blossom Garden. I'll wait for you there." Peach Blossom Garden? Song Qi froze for a moment. Peach Blossom Garden, the entrance to the No. 3 Heavenly Market in China. This is the most famous entrance to the Heavenly Market, and the Tales of Peach Blossom Garden is still in junior high school textbooks. In the Extraordinary Database app, there are many related introductions, unlike other entrances that are all high-privilege secrets. Nowadays, Song Qi's memory is superb, and he can easily recall the contents of the app, as he can never forget general literature. The Peach Blossom Garden Aborigines and the people of China share the same roots. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, they discovered the Heavenly Market Passage, traveled to the other side to escape the war, and have been living in seclusion ever since. Later on, there were people who entered it by mistake, but the mouth of the passageway appeared and disappeared, and after the intruders left, they could never find the way they came. That's where the tale of the Peach Blossom Garden comes from. It wasn't until a few decades ago that modern people managed to detect the entrance to the passageway by technical means. Only then were the two worlds officially connected, and the two sides began to cooperate and trade with each other. Modern technological achievements entered the ancient Peach Blossom Garden, and the various resource endowments of the Peach Blossom Garden also benefited China endlessly. Among them, what Song Qi was most interested in was this sentence: Peach Blossom Garden. Not only is it a treasure land for spirit pet cultivation, it is also a holy land for physical body cultivation. The spiritual pet market was getting hotter and hotter every year, and it was already $1 trillion large market, affecting thousands of households. Needless to say, the Peach Blossom Source people practiced ancient martial arts, and over the past 2,000 years, they had persisted in studying the way of body hardening, and were able to break the genetic limits with their physical bodies, and had a deep martial arts background. Peach Blossom Garden is also rich in all kinds of rare resources. Medicinal baths to quench the body is a masterpiece. A large number of Chinese elites, and even transcendentalists, were eager to go there to cultivate and improve. However, the quota was limited and the competition was extremely fierce. Song Qi even saw a guide how to get a chance to go to the Peach Blossom Garden. It included: start a spirit pet business and become a Peach Blossom Garden licensed partner. Become a transcendent and join the officials to get one opportunity for closed-door cultivation. Obtaining a second-class merit at the national level and above. You can apply, marry to Peach Blossom Garden or join the family. In short, even transcendentals can't just go there if they want to. Looking at Halogen Egg's message again, Song Qi was a bit puzzled. Halogen Egg's family is a large consortium. It's not uncommon to get a chance, but why is he sure that I'll be there as well? Soon after, Pee-wee called over for a chat and gave the answer. The first round of intensive training at the Genius Selection Base would begin after the Spring Festival. The location is none other than Peach Blossom Garden. All the geniuses who passed the selection last year would have the opportunity to go, but how long they could stay and how many benefits they could obtain would depend on each person's performance. Learning that Halcyon Egg had already departed, Pissy Puppy's eyes reddened. Dog Dado, he was supposed to join us and ended up being 4 months ahead of schedule. I heard that this guy has progressed rapidly and went to the Peach Blossom Garden early, so I guess he'll be elite level next year. Pee-wee was under a lot of pressure. Being the same genius, the other party's S-rank performance made him feel desperate. When Halting Egg reached the elite level, Pissing Waif was definitely farther away than him, so how could he compare? Saying that, PP was suddenly reacted, wasn't the little bitty one who was on the phone with him also S-ranked? Tell me the exact words. How long before you can become an elite? Can you catch up with that briny egg? Song Chi fulfilled his wish and gave a precise word. It's not a big problem. There's still 5 months left. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Forget it. It's your birthday today. Bragging isn't a crime. Pee-wee grunted and hung up the phone of his own accord. But on second thought, he couldn't help but be suspicious. He can't be serious, right? In the evening, Song Chi spent 1 point and purchased a Raiders collection at the Explorers Mall. Browsing through it, he learned more details about the Peach Blossom Garden. Physical tempering aside, Peach Blossom Garden's martial arts techniques must not be missed. Now, the fighter profession was getting closer and closer to the second rank. Song Chi's eyesight had also risen, and he could already tell that the mass-marketed ring fighting techniques could only be used as a foundation, and the upper limit was not high. An elite-level physique also required stronger martial arts in order to be powerful. The Peach Blossom Garden martial arts had a great reputation and had been tested for thousands of years before being passed down to the present day. Those martial skills sold at the Explorer Mall were much inferior in comparison. In addition to martial arts, after going to the Peach Blossom Garden, I can also buy a top-grade spirit pet. Song Chi planned again. Although she was also a spirit pet, its true owner was Yi Shan Song Changshi. Spirit pets still had to be cultivated from a young age to have a deep emotional foundation and would be more obedient. Otherwise, Master Orange, want to eat cat strips? Come practice high jumping if you want to eat. Song Chi flung the cat strips in his hand and seduced. Master Orange still had a stable face, lying on the end of the bed with his hands tucked in, his tail not even bothering to move. No matter how delicious the cat strips were, they couldn't affect his determination to lie flat. Forget it. Song Chi had no choice but to withdraw his hand. Master Orange was not hungry, so there was no motivation to train. However, it was much stronger than before, able to run and jump, with a lot of spirit, and its fur color was shiny and oily. Song Chi was still satisfied with this. Bloodline limitations. Pet cats are ultimately not as good as spiritual pets. To be able to live a few more years in good health is a good thing. The night is late. Song Chi, lying on his own small bed, peacefully closed his eyes, spent the first night of 2 years old. In the next room, Daodu on the other hand quietly took out a black windbreaker that she had found from Song Qingshi's closet. The little girl draped herself in a large black trench coat, the hem of her clothes almost touching the ground, and spun around, feeling good about herself. With a wave of her fist, she cheered herself up. Black Robe Squad, strike! Mankind shall prevail. Dad, Mom, I want to practice martial arts. The next day, at the dinner table, Daoda suddenly brought up this idea. Why did you suddenly think of this? Song Qingshi was not surprised and asked with a smile. After all, her daughter fought every day. In a sense, she was always practicing martial arts. Moreover, Daoda's cultural lessons were poor, but she was a one-trick pony in terms of physical fitness. The couple had prepared themselves psychologically, knowing that their daughter might take the path of fighting in the future. If I don't practice martial arts, I'll soon be unable to beat my brother. Daoda replied seriously, looking worried. Song Chi blinked at the side. Wasn't she already unable to beat him? Seeing as his older sister was being aggressive for once in a while, he didn't poke holes in it, only quietly extending his chopsticks and taking a piece of beef away from Daoda's side. Daoda didn't realize that his side's position was lost, and was still eyeing his parents. Song Changshi and Yishan looked at each other and both nodded. Nowadays, the cultivation of their son had long since been unnecessary for them to worry about, and the cultivation of their daughter, it was time to put it on the agenda. Female martial artists, in this era, were not uncommon, and even if they didn't go to the heavenly ruins to explore, and went to fight in combat tournaments, or become coaches, they still had a good income and status. I do know a few sparring coaches, but unfortunately, they are all at the second or third stage level. Not too high, Song Qingshi said, feeling less than satisfied. Yi Shan, who was a language teacher and didn't have any relevant connections, proposed, why don't we first find a bigger training organization and sign up to try it out? Song Chi also pondered over it. Older sister still had talent and deserved better training. Moreover, she had been so abused by herself recently, it was time to strengthen her. A crushing victory every time is too boring. Song Chi sat on a tall stool with a ghostly gaze. It was like a villain in a novel who deliberately helped the protagonist grow. Dad, that coach you phone, didn't he add you on WeChat before? Seeing that the couple hadn't discussed a clue, he reminded. Yeah, Song Qingshi hadn't forgotten about it, but there was some hesitation. However, he is trying to get you to join the association. Song Chi shook his head. I don't have time for that, Dad. Just recommend your sister to go. Daoda's talent. Going to the Martial Arts Sanshou Association is quite suitable. Taking the path of formal fighting, it won't be too dangerous. that Yu Gaofeng was also good at managing relationships, and since the one who came was his own sister, he would definitely pay attention to it. Well, then give it a try. The on-province branch of their association just happens to be in Lu City. Song Qingshi agreed, smiling and looking at Daodu. How about it? Daodu nodded her head in confusion. The Chinese Martial Arts Sanshou Association. It sounded quite impressive. It was reasonable to be happy. However, it still seemed like she had dipped into her brother's light when she was able to go to this association. This made the little girl's feelings a little complicated. Forget it, if one day, the Earthlings rise up and defeat all the aliens and homelanders. At that time, I'll save my brother's life and personally put him on the spaceship back home. Daodu thought as such. Song Qingshi tried to contact Yu Gaofeng on WeChat. Yu Gaofeng had been in a bit of a mess lately. Earlier in the base, he had given Song Qi's business card from the Dispersal Association and also secretly sent a bottle of evolutionary nutrient solution. This was actually all against the regulations. The circumstances weren't serious, but he was still held accountable by the base and finally resigned and left, losing a good job. But Yu Gaofeng didn't regret it. A 1-year-old little monster was rare all over the world. Who wouldn't be touched by it? The base had the strictest requirements for secrecy. He couldn't tell outsiders about Song Qi, and he couldn't randomly run to Ontario to poke around. So the opportunity was only that one time in class. It was definitely something to try. And in case he succeeded in inviting someone to the association, it would definitely be a great achievement, and his own fate would change. Unfortunately, Song Qi is not really a 1-year-old child. After listening to Yu Gaofeng's pie, he still did not move. In this way, Yu Gaofeng's reckless invitation was a loss. Losing an official job for nothing had some repercussions for the Sanshou Association as well. Many of his brothers and sisters had been mocking explicitly and implicitly recently. While he was depressed, Yu Gaofeng suddenly received a text message from Song Qingshi. S-rank sister? Collect. Definitely collect. He stood up in a huff, patting his chest and excitedly assuring that he would personally go to Lu City and teach Daodu. Isn't Coach Yu at the selection base? Song Qingshi was taken aback by the other party's enthusiasm. The base there quit a long time ago. Yu Gaofeng said with a big grin. It's always bad in my heart to help others cultivate geniuses. I'm from the Dispersed Sparring Association, so naturally I have to net geniuses for the association. Daodu got what he wanted, and then followed Yu Gaofeng, practicing sparring at a nearby training institution. She went to practice for an hour every day after school, and a few more hours on her double days off. Yu Peek saw the potential of the little girl. Teach up also extra attentive, and even already in the application. Let Daodu become a training member of the association. Daodu was exhausted every day, and when she goes home, she lies down and has no energy to find her brother's trouble. Song Qi is also happy to be quiet. There were no more green-headed flies and no more kryptonite from his oldest sister. Life was so peaceful for the first time. Concentrating on training, the physical attributes steadily increased, rapidly approaching towards 100 points. 3 months passed swiftly. By the end of January, the year is approaching. The streets of Lu City are much colder, and people are going back home to celebrate the new year. Kinetic Energy Special Training Hall, 2nd floor, still brightly lit. On the ring, a large and a small two silhouettes standing opposite each other. It is Tai Qian and Song Qi. After majoring in physique, Song Qi's size began to soar again, and now has 114 centimeters, weighing 34 kilograms. He looks like a 4 or 5-year-old chubby little man. Meaty little face, white and red, smile naive and cute, as if harmless. But Tai Qian did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Coming, in a high shout, she took the initiative to launch an attack, rushing up with an arrow step, her right leg lifted up like an iron rod, viciously kicking at the other party's small head. The movement was vicious, not holding back in the slightest, because she knew very well the kick wouldn't hit. Sure enough, Song Qi dodged with a flash and easily avoided it. Being too small in weight made it difficult for him to land effective heavy blows, which was a disadvantage in the ring, but it also brought with it a clear advantage: flexibility. With level 2 footwork executed, Song Qi hopped around the ring, living like a rabbit. Slippery. Tai Qian let go and attacked furiously, a dozen moves down, panting, but even the opponent's clothes edge did not touch. After 10 minutes of wrestling, Song Qi's physical strength declined significantly. Tai Qian finally relied on the advantage of experience. Slowly walking block, forced him to a corner of the ring. It had to be a hard fight. Song Qi grinned and opened his fierce beast form. His body suddenly expanded, and his arm muscles were clearly defined, full of the beauty of power. At this moment, he was no longer a 2-year-old cub, but a 2-year-old tiger cub. Bang! Stepping forward on the ground, the hungry tiger pounced on him, and a fist was swung out violently, like a cannonball charging horizontally. Tai Qian put up a 12% spirit, flinging his arm into a whip and knocking it down hard. Fists and arms intersected, emitting a muffled sound. Song-chi's body shape retreated violently, rolled around in the air, landed steadily. Tai Qian also stomped back a few steps. The two separated. Song-chi landed outside the ring. Looking at the scene is lost. However, Tai Qian had no joy of victory, but instead laughed bitterly a few times. She was a quasi-elite level, ex-professional fighter, and she actually fought a kid into this situation. Right now, the only thing you're not as good as me is your body weight, and at most, you lack some more experience. Tai Qian's character is straightforward and honest. In terms of fighting, apart from life and death combat, there's not much I can teach you. Song-chi was not proud and politely said, "Thank you, Coach Tai." Over the past year, his own fighter experience had brushed up fast, all thanks to this coach's careful cultivation. Tai Qian was just an ordinary person, relying solely on her efforts to become a quasi-elite level, and it was naturally normal to catch up with her after opening himself up. Taking a short break, Song-chi looked at the panel again. The 100 points of experience for Fist Technique was finally liver full. Fist Technique, Level 1 Level 2, 0/100. At this point, after months of focused training, he had raised Fist Technique, Leg Technique, and Footwork, all to Level 2. A Level 1 skill raised to Level 2 was a reward of 4 attribute points, 12 in total, plus the 15 evolution points provided by the Evolution Energy slot. Physique, 73100. The Physique attribute, before going to the Peach Blossom Garden, was brushed to 100. A notification quickly popped up. Congratulations, you have gained 100 points of Physique at a young age, and have successfully unlocked the achievement Terrifying Upright Ape, Extreme Body. Rewarded form, Genetic Unlocked State. Reward talent, Gene Simulation, only available in unlocked state. Seeing these two lines, Song-chi's heart shook. Not a proper human. Genetic unlocking state, the body's genes are unlocked, entering an open state, and can be continuously transformed and changed. Genetic modification methods, swallowing, simulation, implantation, contamination, copying, exit unlocked, automatically restore human form. Song-chi couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was as if he saw that an unknown path of evolution was spread out in front of him, leading straight to the distant heavens. This new form, which did not directly enhance battle power, gave infinite possibilities for the future. This is going farther and farther down the path of impropriety. Looking at the rewarded abilities again. Gene simulation, obtain genetic information of other creatures, can be simulated and fused, consumes body energy and evolutionary energy. Reminder, too many genes simulated in a single session, exceeding the tolerance limit, may trigger the collapse of the gene chain, the variability that matches the gene unlocking state. By simulating only a small portion of genes at a time, it wouldn't collapse, and the safety was still fine. However, the conditions were a bit strange. Getting the genetic information of other organisms. How can I do that? Look at the DNA mapping? Song-chi was a bit puzzled, but nowadays, he had a fast brain rotor, and immediately associated himself with his other form. Spirit associated state, touch any medium, and you can peer into the desired relevant information. Reminder, chance of failure, risk of spiritual contamination, consumption of body energy and evolutionary energy. Genetic information is also information. Song-chi immediately became excited. That means that as long as I touch other creatures, I have a chance to simulate each other's genes. Gene unlocked state, plus gene simulation, plus spirit associated state. With the combined use of the three abilities, one could become an infinitely evolving super creature. The divine skill was in his hands, and the usage was figured out. Song-chi rubbed his hands together and was eager to try it out. He wanted to find a creature to try his hand at it first, to see how effective the gene simulation was. Who should he look for? Meow dash. In the living room, Master Orange was half hungry and didn't want to train with Song-chi, so he planned to steal some cat food. As a result, he was discovered by Shishi. Shishi had long since received Song-chi's order to supervise Master Orange, and at this moment, her claws raised, scaring the orange cat away. Seeing this, Song-chi laughed. Come on, Cece, it's been a long time since the two of us practiced against each other, right? When Cece heard sparring, she meowed a few times, in a way that said, I can't beat you now. This adult spirit pet's combat power was close to Tai Qian's, at the level of a human quasi-elite. However, it was small in size and only weighed 10 kilograms, which was a whole lot lighter than even Song-chi. When practicing against its little master, it didn't dare to use its sharp teeth and claws. It can only do a few meow punches, which are not very powerful. Faced with the elite level Song-chi, naturally no chance of victory. And every time after the fight, the hair of the whole body is messed up, but also have to slowly lick the hair. It's fine. Just practice your moves today. Don't go all out. Song-chi laughed. What flavor of cat strips do you want to eat? I'll buy them for you later. Still good at this. She nodded and readily agreed. Jumping down from the table, a set of meow fists struck out, like a swift wind and rain, so fast that it brought out residual shadows. This was already Shishi's strongest level. In last year's case, it could take away the little master in one set, but now the strength and weakness has reversed. This kind of empty speed, no killing power of boxing, Song-chi to cope with, easy as a leisurely stroll. Similarly throwing fast punches and not exerting any force, he practiced against Shishi. The fists and claws and palms were in constant contact, and currently, it was Shishi's reaction that was faster, and she was able to intercept every single one of them in advance. Song-chi secretly turned on the spiritual correlation state, obtained CC's genetic information, to be reaction speed related. There were many advantageous genes for cats: dynamic vision, night vision, sense of smell, sense of hearing, reaction speed, body coordination, sharp teeth and claws. Among them, what Song-chi was most interested in was the nerve reaction speed. With his own flexible stance, coupled with his super-fast reaction, no one would be able to touch him in a fight in the future. As soon as associative state opened, in his mind, a complex pattern quickly emerged. It was like two long chains, intertwining as they spun, forming the double helix structure of DNA from biology textbooks. At the same time, a brand new module appeared in the panel. Gene panel. A notification refreshed on it. Related gene acquisition level, 1%. Relevant gene acquisition, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. As the acquisition progress increased, the energy in his body was rapidly depleting. Song-chi took 2 breaks midway, drank 2 bottles of evolutionary nutrient liquid, and the spare 1 evolutionary point was also partially consumed. Finally, gene acquisition degree 20%, meets first simulation requirements. Is the simulation starting? Start simulation, Song-chi read silently in his heart. In the next moment, the body reacted as if electrocuted. A current swept through the entire body, and every cell began to tremble. Amidst the trembling, a magical metamorphosis quietly occurred. A new phrase appeared in the gene panel. Rapid nerve reaction, 1 plus 20% reaction speed. It's done. Song-chi grinned, and suddenly felt as if the opposite side of Shishi's speed had slowed down a bit. With each attack that hit him, he received it more calmly and gave an early block. The 20% increase in reaction speed had a very obvious effect. This was still only the first genetic simulation, and it looked like it could be followed up with 4 more. Shishi also noticed the change and meowed in surprise. The little master's defense had suddenly become much tighter, and no matter how fast it attacked, the meow punch would be intercepted in advance. I've come to my senses. CC. Song-chi tilted his little head and laughed out loud. The sparring session ended and he exited the E-gene unlocking state. Again, he was surprised to find that the 20% reaction speed bonus was still there. Exiting unlocked, the body will return to human form, and the non-human genes are temporarily hidden, but new genes that don't conflict with the human form can still be retained. The experiment with the new ability was quite successful, and Song-chi was so happy that he nibbled an extra roasted chicken for the evening meal. Looking at Dodo straight stared, wanting to grab the meat with his brother, but after practicing sparring already had no strength. In the past few days of the new year, Song-chi opened up his stomach and ate every day. After his physique reached 100, his digestive ability jumped up a big step. The evolution energy slot can now provide 8 evolution points per month, but it was still far from enough. Gene simulation consumed at least 1 evolution point at a time. Song-chi's heart was set on ordering a large box of evolutionary nutrient liquid, a few hundred bottles, and drinking it as a drink every day. But the 5 million genius grant for a year had already been spent. The New Year's grant hadn't come down yet. He then called for Joe Minkai. In a childish voice, he said in a milky voice, "Good New Year, teacher." Good. The student took the initiative to call to pay New Year's greetings, and the old teacher was very pleased. "Teacher, is there a red envelope?" Song-chi asked immediately afterward. Joe Minkai froze and laughed. "Good boy. So it's a call for money to come? How much do you want?" 3 million. $3 million? Joe Minkai thought the student was joking. "What are you doing with so much money? Saving it for a wife later?" Song-chi, buying cultivation resources. I spent all the genius grant. What did you cultivate this year that you could spend all 5 million? Joe Minkai was shocked. "I'm elite level." Song-chi said. "What?" There was a sound of miso on the other end of the phone, and it sounded like Joe Minkai stood up from his seat. Someone else nervously asked, "What's wrong with the old leader?" "Nothing. You guys are busy with yourselves." With that, the sound of footsteps rose, and Zhou Mingkai walked to a secluded spot before continuing to ask, elite level? Physical and spiritual both reached the limit of human genetics? Song Chi scratched his head. It should be. By the way, my fighting is already close to Coach Iron's level. Didn't she say so? Zhou Mingkai, every time I ask you about your situation, Tai Qian is all a bunch of compliments. More compliments. I've already seen numbness. Both ends of the phone were silent for a while. Immediately afterward, a bright laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Zhou Mingkai finally digested this shocking news and believed that his student would not lie, and could not help but let out a loud laugh. In a few days, you'll go to the Peach Blossom Garden for intensive training. There's professional equipment there, just take a measurement. Don't hide it at that time, let the people of Taoyuan see what you can do. TSK, an elite level of over 2 years old. That's unbelievable. Looks like your security needs to be strengthened even more. Under the excitement, Zhou Mingkai couldn't help but ramble on and start talking to himself. Song Chi coughed gently. Good New Year, teacher. Zhou Mingkai froze, reacted, and scolded with a laugh. Little fellow, just thinking about red envelopes. It's not just 3 million. This small amount I'll lend it to you. Thank you, teacher, eh? Song Chi's mouth twitched. There was still borrowing for New Year's red packets? When the spring festival vacation is over, I'll apply for a second grant for you, and you'll get another 10 million per year. Zhou Mingkai added. 10 million. Making a phone call and directly turning into a multi-millionaire. Song Chi then cheered up. Thank you, teacher. After chatting for a few moments, there was a message alert in the tablet computer. Explorer Mall app. Received 300 points. This 300 is my pension. Zhou Mingkai also barked a warning before hanging up the phone. Song Chi lost his smile and remembered the previous incident of hiring a coach and buying a venue. Sort of understood his own mentor's style. Public money could be spent at will, but the pension must be protected. This time, he can pay out of his own pocket and borrow 3 million first, which shows that he really loves his students. The New Year's vacation rushed by, and at the end of February, the spring cold was cold. The wet wind carries a little bit of earthy grass, an ordinary appearance of the Wuling Hongguang, down the highway, driving into the Xia province boundary. Finally stopped at the outskirts of Wuling City. Gu Weijun pulled open the car door, looked at the distant mountains and forests, and let out a sigh of emotion. Peach Blossom Garden. This is the place I've been dreaming of. Many people in China, who grew up reading the tale of Peach Blossom Garden and were influenced by literature, have placed their beautiful visions in such a utopia. Song Chi also sat in the car and laughed. If it's not classified, I'll take a few pictures of the scenery in the back and send them to Uncle Gu. That's good. Gu Weijun nodded smilingly. After you go in, listen to the arrangements of the bass. Don't mess with the other kids. Yishan sat next to him and repeatedly urged. This intensive training, because it was going to the other side of the heavenly market passage, involved a great deal of secrecy. Parents could not go in to accompany them. Yishan could only send it here as well. Although she understood the strength of the bass, but as a mother, she was always a little uneasy, nagging for a small half-day. It's okay, Mom, the other kids don't dare to mess with me. Song Chi grinned. That also low-key, don't bully others. Yishan couldn't help but laugh as well. Next to him, Gu Weijun stared straight at him as he listened. Your son is 2 years old, bullying others who are 8 or 9 years old? Seeing that the staff came to pick up the person, Yishan also stopped talking and reluctantly sent the child off. As soon as Song Chi came down, he saw Dr. Shen, felt extraordinarily cordial, and greeted him. Dr. Shen rubbed his eyes and almost didn't recognize him. Geez, you've grown too fast in size, said the man and picked him up, feeling extraordinarily strained. So heavy, here comes the little monster. Pee-wee and Snotty ran over in a frenzy. After not seeing them for a year, both of them had grown 7 or 8 centimeters taller and stronger, so it seemed that they hadn't exercised much at home. Song Chi chatted with the two while looking around. This was not yet the entrance to the heavenly market. It was the gathering place of the base. In all directions, a car was bringing people in one after another. Song Chi came late, and soon the people arrived. 35 in total, all the young geniuses who passed the selection last year. Among them, most of them were descendants of transcendents, inheriting transcendent traits, and could enter the base directly when they reached the age of 7 or 8. Those like Song Chi, who were gifted and met the requirements for enrollment in terms of intelligence and physical strength, were instead in the minority. Little Butterfly, who came from a mysterious background, also arrived and nodded at Song Chi. There was only one person missing from the field, Halogen Egg, who had entered the Peach Blossom Garden as early as last year. Everyone boarded the bus and headed towards the heavenly market passage. Song Chi picked at the bus window and looked out. The Tianqi passage that he went to before was surrounded by military bases. The atmosphere was solemn and cold. This side of Peach Blossom Garden was the opposite. Although it was far away from the city, along the way, there were more and more people, more and more lively, just like a fair. There were real estate agents doing activities with big banners. Those who hold a Taoyuan account, buy a house at 50% off, Taoyuan plate, beautiful landscape, sit and enjoy the luxury quality. There are stalls selling kittens and puppies, and the signboard reads, Taoyuan Spirit Pet Hybrid, Genetic Excellence, Spirit of Human Nature. There were also several young men, bare-chested, revealing six-pack abs, holding signs in their hands. Join the family, be the Peach Blossom Source's door-to-door son-in-law. Song-chi wanted to laugh as he watched. It seemed that the Peach Blossom Garden had enough attraction. Of course, he was also looking forward to this trip. In the Peach Blossom Garden world, there were not only human inhabitants, but also all kinds of powerful beasts. This was exactly why the spirit pet market was developed. For this intensive training, Song-chi planned to simulate the genes of some more fierce beasts and use them to strengthen himself. Pee-wee suddenly came up and whispered, "My mom told me that this time when we go to the Peach Blossom Garden, if we have the chance, we can hook up with a little sister and grow up to marry her as a wife." Song-chi, Snotloud, was also interested in hearing this. How do you hook up with a little sister? Do you know how? Pee-wee looked confused. I don't know how. Do you? Snotty shook his head. I wouldn't either. The two sighed at the same time, and couldn't help but think of their mutual best friend. Backstrap Pants. Backstrap Pants sure can. He once said that whenever he played basketball, the girls in his class would squeal with excitement. The two tried to contact Backstrap Pants, only to find that the signal was very poor and intermittent. It looks like we're almost at the entrance to the heavenly market. Dr. Shun stood out, holding up a megaphone, and introduced himself. The inhabitants of Peach Blossom Garden, although they have close exchanges with China, they still maintain many ancient traditions. After you go in, you must respect their habits, follow the customs of the countryside, and ask first if you don't understand. Without realizing it, the bus had already driven into a deserted path. On both sides of the road, there were dense peach blossom forests, clusters of peach blossoms in full bloom, with no miscellaneous trees, fresh grass, and colorful fallings. Passing through the peach blossom forest, the bus drove into a mountain tunnel. After 10 seconds or so, a cool breeze suddenly poured in through the bus window. The wind was like spring water, mesmerizing. In an instant, everyone took a big breath. What fresh air! Song-chi was a little surprised, and after taking a few deep breaths, he felt that his entire body was much more refreshed. It was as if he had entered the world of cultivation, and the air was filled with heaven and earth aura. The current status in the panel directly increased by 3%. With this air quality, even if you stay for a while and do nothing, your physique can be improved. The attraction of the Peach Blossom Garden was something Song-chi had initially experienced. Subsequently, the light in front of the vehicle brightened and the view opened up. The wildflowers on the mountain were as brilliant as fire, and at the foot of the mountain, between the green bamboo cover, an exquisite bamboo building and wooden building came into view. The Peach Blossom Garden has arrived. After the book of Peach Blossom Garden was introduced to this place, the locals also liked it and accepted the name Peach Garden. Dr. Shun introduced the more formal name for this place, however, is ancient Zhou because the locals' ancestors were remnants of the Zhou dynasty. The next place we're going to is the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, a sacred place of martial arts that has been passed down for 2,000 years. The bus slowly came to a stop, and there were already several people waiting in front. There were both men and women, uniformly attired, wearing martial arts practicing clothes on the inside, and draped in ancient large-sleeved broad robes on the outside. Each one of them had a bright gaze, temples slightly bulging, standing upright, with the posture of a green pine. When Song-chi looked at them, he felt that they had the demeanor of martial arts masters. Only, one of the warriors suddenly pulled out a cell phone from his sleeve and began to make a phone call, which seemed particularly incongruous. There was also a little girl child, 7 or 8 years old, wearing a high bun, white skin, with a little baby fat, like an ancient porcelain doll. Two big eyes fluttered, looking curiously at this side of the bus. Dr. Shun walked up and greeted them, then turned to introduce them. These are the instructors of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy. Your life during this period of time will be arranged by them. This is Instructor Liu. This is Instructor Zhang. This is, said slightly lowering his head, looking towards the ancient porcelain doll, smiling. What is the name of this little instructor? With a serious face, the porcelain doll folded his two hands, stretched forward flat, and performed a bowing salute. In somewhat raw Mandarin, he said, "My name is Ji Haoqian, the 207th generation disciple of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy. Please instruct me, all the geniuses of China." Seeing this, The children at the base followed suit and mimicked the bow. Pee-wee and Snotty stood at the back, whispering in whispers. That's the kind of pretty little sister my mom told me about. What do you think? Should I hook up and marry her later as a daughter-in-law? Me so. As soon as the words fell, the instructors 10 meters away instantly turned their heads and looked over in unison. One by one, their gazes were haunted, their eyes somewhat complicated. As Pissing Waif bowed his head and spoke, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his cold hairs standing on end, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Song-chi saw the situation is not good, also quietly moved his feet, retreated behind the crowd. Luckily, the instructors just glanced at the peeing child and didn't care, then smiled warmly. Under their leadership, the group walked inside, taking in the scenery of the peach blossom garden as if they were traveling. Song-chi felt fresh and looked around. This was an ancient town. On both sides of the street, there were exquisite bamboo buildings, elegantly shaped and ancient. However, wires and electric lights could be seen everywhere, having the kind of flavor of the ancient city attractions in China. Pedestrians traveled on the street, dressed in mixed styles. There were modern dresses, as well as the ancient civilian kind of coarse cloth and short brown. Occasionally, you can see men with wide robes and big sleeves, women, waist gold and jade, elegant and luxurious. Some rode horses, others rode electric bicycles. There are also 2 tobacco stores on the street, one selling old-fashioned dry cigarettes and the other selling new-fashioned electronic cigarettes. Tradition and modernity coexist, old-fashioned and innovative collision. This is a very interesting sense of mismatch. Looking at his watch and realizing that there was a net here, Song-chi sent a reminder to Pee-wee. These people are the remnants of the Zhou dynasty, and Ji is the king's surname of the Zhou dynasty, and the little girl you want to hook up with happens to have the surname Ji. So, what identity do you guess she has? Exclamation point. Pissing Hua was so scared that his hands shivered, and he hurriedly asked, they didn't hear what I just said, did they? Song-chi, these instructors are all martial arts experts, so guess if they can hear. Done. PP face was pale. It was not easy to come to Peach Blossom Garden to gather training. This has just begun. It feels like it's going to end. On this side, Song-chi was still scaring Pee-wee, when suddenly the porcelain doll's clear voice came from the front. Excuse me, which one is the 2-year-old prodigy? Song-chi looked up in bewilderment. He saw the porcelain doll bouncing over, a pen in one hand and a book in the other, curiously looking himself up and down. His mouth tisk 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 tisk. Gosh, you're actually only 2 years old. You're growing faster than even us Taoyuan people. 2.5 years old. Song-chi humbly corrected. The porcelain doll nodded vigorously. Excuse me, can I use you as a research subject? Song-chi was a little confused. These peach source people, did they also want to capture themselves for slicing? Just then, he saw the porcelain doll raise the book in his hand, on which was written, on how S-class geniuses are raised in China. With an expectant face, she explained, my master said that this subject is very meaningful, learning about the growth process of S-class geniuses, summarizing the experience, and promoting it can benefit all the children in Taoyuan. Song-chi scratched his head. He did have experience in opening up. How could this be promoted? He wanted to refuse, but it was not good to ask directly. After all, he had just arrived at someone else's place, so he raised his head and cast a look of help towards Dr. Shen, but he saw Dr. Shen was incomparably excited, nodding his head vigorously one by one, smiling and saying, great, Song-chi, haven't you always wanted a little companion? During this period of time, you'll communicate more with Ji Haoqian and strive to become good friends. Song-chi's eyes widened, and for a moment, he didn't even know how to spit it out. When did I ever want a little buddy? I just want to be alone to upgrade alone. Look at this kid, so happy that he can't even speak. Dr. Shen smiled and stroked his head. This child has a shy personality, and not speaking means agreeing. Student G, just take your time to study it. The porcelain doll smiled joyfully at this. Thanks, let's get started then. She took the book and flipped through 2 pages, which were filled with densely written questions. As she went, she asked, Song, may I ask how old you were weaned? What did you eat after weaning? Classmate Song, may I ask if you still wet the bed? The helpless 2-year-old prodigy, listening to the strange questions in his ears, with a numb, confused face, walking down the Peach Blossom Avenue. Suddenly it dawned on him. No wonder the man's name was Ji Haoqian. Pee-wee Waif and Snotlout followed behind, not yet understanding Song-chi's current situation, but seeing the porcelain dolls circling around Song-chi, the 2 of them were so jealous that their eyes glowed red. Drops. Song-chi's watch suddenly received a message, and at a glance, it was from P.P. Hua, asking sourly, are you going to join the family? just as the children were touring Taoyuan town. On the other side of the Heavenly Market Passage, in An Province, Lu City, inside the training hall, Daodu was wearing a sparring outfit and sitting cross-legged. Next to him sat several rows of children of the same age, all of which were the outstanding seedlings of the fighting community in Lesheng City. This exchange meeting officially begins. In the ring, the female coach announced, "Everyone first introduce themselves and tell us about their historical achievements." The children spoke enthusiastically. "I've won the Yutsai Elementary School Sparring Championship. I'm a 3rd Dan amateur. I've won the runner-up of Qi Province's Sansho Junior Division." One by one, the records were brilliant and sounded quite good. It was Daoda's turn. The little girl frowned. She had only been learning sparring for a few months and had yet to participate in an official competition. However, she did have some battle records from her previous experience as an accompanying trainer at home. She then stood up and said seriously, "I once beat Superman." Inside the arena, there was silence. Everyone froze. Then, the children burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you beat Superman? I've also beaten the Exterminator." Too funny. Daodu heard this and didn't get angry. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly as he swept his gaze over the crowd. "If I can't exterminate my brother, can't I still exterminate you guys?" She raised her small hand and pointed at a few of the ones who were laughing the most. You, and you," the little girl said, jumping onto the ring and proudly said, "You guys go on together." Songqi walked faithfully in the middle of Taoyuan town, stepping on the green stone boards and walking through a few streets. He saw a large courtyard. The walls of the courtyard were towering, and there was a 4-character plaque hanging on the door in elaborate seal script. Instructor Lu, who was at the head, stopped walking and turned around. "Welcome to the Ancient Zhou Martial Academy. Next, your training will be arranged by the Martial Academy, and your performance will be assessed by the Martial Academy's instructors. The more excellent the performance, the longer the time for further training in the Peach Blossom Garden, and those with average performance may leave in half a month." After saying that, he smiled and encouraged, "You have a genius who has already been here for 4 months. I hope you will learn from him." The children burst into an uproar. They could all guess that it was Halogen Egg who had never shown up that was being spoken of. The courtyard door slowly opened, and Instructor Lu led the crowd inside. Inside the gate, in the compound, there were already quite a few disciples gathered. They were all under 10 years old, with childish faces, practicing kung fu feverishly. Some practiced iron head kung fu, taking a 10-centimeter thick iron plate and slamming it on their heads. Duong duong duong. Some people practice iron crotchgon stance, hand holding a thick wooden stick, to his bottom pounding. Duong duong duong. There are disciples as light as a swallow, a jump of 3 meters high, jumping up and down on the side of the courtyard wall. There was also a disciple who, with his body covered in flesh, leaned his back against a small willow tree and was pulling up the willow upside down. The little geniuses from China, seeing this scene, have been dumbfounded. Pee-wee took a look at the one practicing iron crotch kung fu, and his face stared in disbelief. This is the level of a 7 or 8-year-old? Too brutal. Instructor Lu swept a glance at the crowd of disciples and snorted coldly. "This is where you practice? All get the hell back." That one who uprooted the tree. According to the rules of the academy, 10-fold compensation and sweeping the outhouse for 3 months. The disciples heard this and dispersed in a flurry. But before they left, they would all look at the Chinese geniuses, grinning with a provocative smile. Instructor Lu explained, "After entering the martial arts academy, you will be counted as the same group of disciples by age and will compete together." The crowd realized that these disciples were here to demonstrate. Pee-wee secretly tugged on Song-chi's sleeve and asked, "That iron crotch technique, how do you feel about it?" Song-chi's face was calm. "I'm not sure. Go ahead and try it." Pee-wee turned his head and asked Snotlout again, "Should you try it?" The snotty worm looked contemptuous. "Think I'm stupid? Why don't you try? I've been a bit tired lately, and I'm out of shape." Pee-wee snapped. While the two were fighting, Porcelain Doll came over again with a curious face. "Student Song, do you think you can beat these disciples? They're all the best in this age group." Song-chi casually perfunctorily said, "I'm young, afraid of violence, and not interested in fighting." The Porcelain Doll listened and took careful notes in her notebook. Peace-loving, afraid of school violence, not interested in fighting. At this moment, Instructor Lu led the crowd and was heading to a side hall. In order to set appropriate goals for each person, one has to test your levels first. The instruments are all imported from China, so you can ask me if you don't know how to use them. Song-chi understood that this was the quiz that his mentor had asked him to do. The mentor said to let himself go all out. Then, show it off? Glancing at the Porcelain Doll taking notes beside him, Song-chi sighed in his heart. "I guess I'm going to be bombarded by her 10,000 questions in turn." In the backyard of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, inside a certain secluded small wooden building, Between the ancient screens, there were actually a few huge surveillance screens displaying the figures of the base children. Opposite the surveillance was a row of seats. On the main seat was an old man with white hair and drooping eyebrows, wearing a wide robe with large sleeves. He looked over at the guest seat with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. "Old thing, why aren't you dead yet?" "No need to worry." Joe Minkai sat in the guest seat, holding a wolfberry thermos cup, also smilingly responded. "You old geezer, you still refuse to retire. I guess there are quite a few young people looking forward to your death." The middle-aged people standing around, listening to the face are a little strange. Two old men who were almost in the ground. Tit for tat. The flavor of gunpowder was instantly strong. The white-haired old man pointed at the monitor screen and was the first to start mocking. "This year, except for that bald kid, none of you people from China can do it. Well, that 2-year-old doll has potential, but unfortunately, he's too young and can't do it either." Saying this, he stroked his beard and laughed arrogantly. "All in all, the person you brought with you is going to be ravaged by us again. This kind of program really can't get tired of watching. Once a year so happy." The old man feels like he can still live for 100 more years. Behind the white-haired old man, there stood a row of martial arts academy instructors, and although each of them had a stern face, the smugness in their eyes was evident. The base experts on the opposite side were somewhat embarrassed. Joe Minkai was the only one, crossing his legs, not panicking at all, but instead looking forward to it somewhat. "Old devil, let's see if you can still laugh in a few days." With this thought, his eyes rolled. "Why don't we make a bet? The group of kids I brought with me can beat your students until they cry." The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes slightly. "What's the bet?" "Joe Minkai, that transcendent artifact of mine. Haven't you been coveting it for decades? Just bet on it." "Of course, your bet, too, has to be a transcendent artifact of the same grade." When these words came out, the base experts couldn't sit still and whispered to discourage them. There were a few martial academy instructors who seemed to know what that transcendent artifact was, and appeared heartbroken at the words. The white-haired old man froze, but glared and droned. "No gambling, no one is allowed to gamble." Facing the crowd's puzzled gazes, he pointed at Joe Minkai and explained. "This old thing, more stingy than anyone else. This time, he actually took his own treasure as a bet. There is definitely a fraud." Joe Minkai, damn, carelessness. The white-haired old man was already alert, striding to the monitor and carefully observing. In the screen, the children were testing their physical fitness levels. A group of martial arts academy instructors also gathered around, 20 to 30 of them, all staring at the screen tightly, with suspicion in their eyes. Inside this group of dolls, could there be a secret weapon of China hidden inside? It doesn't even look like it. Inside the martial arts academy's side hall, years ago, Zhang Jilei, the heavyweight champion of China, impacted the peak of human punching power, and was able to reach 420 kilograms in a single punch, which became the threshold for the quasi-elite level. Exceeding 500 kilograms is considered elite level, reaching the limit of human genetics. In front of a high-spec fist power machine, Instructor Liu smiled proudly after introducing the standards. In our ancient Zhou Martial Academy, among the young disciples under the age of 10 weeks, the best achievement is 480 kilograms. Those who exceeded 420 kilograms, there are 15 of them. The children from China, hearing this data, looked at each other and felt pressurized. They were geniuses, but practiced the modern transcendental system, majoring in meditation, using the spirit to perceive the higher dimensional laws and obtain transcendental abilities. But now that they didn't have transcendental abilities yet, facing the Peach Blossom Source disciples who hammered their bodies, it was indeed a bit overwhelming. Inside the side hall, it was quiet for a while. The children were in a complicated mood, and they were all out of the mind to whisper. One by one, they lined up on the field, wore boxing gloves, and hit the target with full force, and then looked at the numbers on the display. 220 kilograms, 360 kilograms, 160 kilograms. The crowd took turns, but unfortunately the results were poor. Even a few A-ranked geniuses only managed to score less than 400 kilograms. The peeing baby went up, hit 270 kilograms, and came back shaking his head straight. Why don't we compare who pees farther? If the competition wasn't about punching strength, but waist strength, he would have had the confidence to fight the Taoyuan people. The kids were all a bit lost now. Being a genius and being crushed by another group of geniuses was not a good feeling. Where's the little monster? What is the little monster doing? Pee-wee looked around. Song-chi didn't care about the others and was flipping through the pamphlet issued by the instructor. It was the introduction booklet of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, and among them, the chapter of Fey Beasts interested him a lot. The Peach Source people have only explored about 10% of this planet. Elsewhere, countless powerful foreign beasts live. The topmost existences among them can even threaten the lives of transcendents. The ancient Zhou Martial Academy, 2,000 years down the line, has explored all over the place, and has also captured quite a few foreign beasts with excellent bloodlines. Seeing this, Song-chi understood that this was the right place to come. With the ability of gene simulation, he was currently lacking excellent and diverse biological genes. All he had to do now was to make the ancient Zhou Martial Academy explode some resources out. With his mind made up, he put away the booklet and took the initiative to walk towards the fist power machine. A low murmur finally resounded within the quiet side hall. In the case of the poor performance of the A rank, the children can only hope that this S rank can give their side a long face. Seeing his best friend come forward, Pissing Child remembered the chat between the two last year. In 5 more months, it would be elite level, which was what Song-chi himself said. If it's true, there should be a quasi-elite by now. A 400-kilogram fight won't be a problem. Pee-wee rubbed his feet and yelled up to the sky. Cheer up, abuse those peach blossom yuan scum. These words immediately drew an unkind gaze. The instructors didn't bother with the child, but there were still quite a few disciples outside the side hall, and when they heard this, they couldn't help but start rubbing their fists together. The peeing child stalked his neck. Indifferent. A picture of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, when he just came, he had already offended the royal family of the Peach Blossom Garden. Song-chi lined up and quickly reached the first row, looking at the fist power machine in front of him. Here, the porcelain doll handed over the fist power machine, then stood next to it, her big eyes unblinking, looking at Song-chi a little bit hairy. Outside the windows of the side hall, there were a few other small heads, bouncing around and looking in. All disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. They were all disciples of the Martial Academy. Everyone was curious about the performance of the 2-year-old prodigy, but they didn't have too high expectations amidst the discussion. It won't exceed 150 kilograms. This was the mainstream guess. Don't have psychological pressure. Instructor Lu took great care of Song-chi, comforting him with warm words. Even in our Peach Blossom Garden, a child who can stand here at the age of 2 is a rare sight in 100 years. To hit 70 kilograms of punching power, exceeding the level of an ordinary adult, is already quite outstanding. Song-chi nodded and took a deep breath. With 100 points of physique, it represented the elite level, and 500 kilograms of punching power was naturally no pressure for him. However, in order to make the ancient Zhou Martial Academy take it seriously enough, and in order to obtain high-quality biological genes, he intended to be even stronger. Teacher it was you who told me to go all out. Under the attention of the crowd, Song-chi raised his head, and his whole body's muscles swelled up like an explosion, and his waist and arm circumference directly thickened by a circle. Click, 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 was the sound of muscles pressing on bone joints. Above the skin, the veins rippled, and the blood was like a rolling river, rushing and surging in the veins. The small body was already filled with infinite power. A humanoid beast, instantly taking shape. Mighty beast form, strength doubled. Swoosh, a simple and rough punch was swung out, bringing out a faint residual shadow, and violently bombarding the target. Bang! A loud sound, like a rock cracking and crumbling, echoed a buzzing and chirping sound in the side hall. The target shook violently, almost detaching itself from the fist power machine and almost flew out. The entire machine also shook slightly, its heavy body pressing down on the floor tiles with an astringent sound. The values on the display screen began to rise wildly. 100 kilograms, 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms. Amidst the reverberating hum, hundreds of people held their breaths and stared dead on at the bright red fist power values. Their gazes were horrified, wanting to exclaim in shock but holding back, eagerly waiting for the final result. The numerical value rose at a slower and slower pace, and finally slowly settled on 999, 2 times the human limit. The crowd's murmurs instantly disappeared. Inside and outside the side hall, a dead silence. Without a word, Song-chi took off his gloves and handed them over to the next person. The one in the back of the line was Snotlout, who subconsciously took the gloves, with a bewildered face, and without stepping forward, he froze in place, staring at the 999 on the display. Not only the kids, but even the instructor looked dumbfounded, slow to react, like a puppet. In the morning, there is a disciple lying on the windowsill for a long time. Wrist numbness, ouch, fell down. This movement only woke up everyone. At once the whole place clamored, like boiling general, clamoring in a chaotic manner. This is 2 years old? In front of the child, Instructor Lu endured half a day, finally did not say dirty words. This is human? Pissing Baby himself did not expect this scene, could not accept the reality, began to ghostly cry. My friend is not a human anymore. Outside the side hall, the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy all looked horrified and despaired. 2,000 years down the line, the humans over in China can already evolve to this level? Then what are we still playing in Peach Blossom Garden? Song-chi rubbed his sore wrists and retreated to his seat. Stomping over, the porcelain doll rushed over with a frenzied look on her face, holding up her little book. Before she could open her mouth to ask a question, Song-chi hurriedly raised his hand to stop it. Don't talk, I want to think. Before striking out, he had anticipated that this move would trigger a shock. Next, a reasonable explanation had to be prepared. This strength, it couldn't have fallen from the sky. Song-chi already had a thought and plan to organize his words a bit more. One had to let everyone know that he was a pure human, not some otherworldly monster. Just a little bit more talented and a little bit more lucky. That's all. The backyard of the Martial Academy, inside the small wooden building, was equally silent at this moment. The white-haired old man stared at the monitor screen and did not speak for a long time. Zhou Mingkai was holding a wolfberry thermos cup, walking leisurely, and was about to show off his bragging rights. Seeing this fist power value, he also froze for a moment. Didn't you just reach the elite level? This is hitting twice the limit power. What a fast progress. The elite level naturally had powerful explosive techniques as well. Zhou Mingkai had long since learned that his student had been promoted to elite, so he wasn't too shocked at the moment. After reacting, he then looked at the white-haired old man and coughed heavily. How was it? Now you know what it means to be a famous teacher, don't you? Old devil. You've been the dean for over 100 years. Have you ever had a student like this? A wave of 3 in a row, crazily thrashing the old opponent. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The white-haired old man shook his head repeatedly, as if he was somewhat disorganized, and guessed, this fist power machine, which has been in disrepair for a long time, occasionally malfunctions and the data goes haywire. You old thing, don't be in a hurry to be complacent. Wait here, I'll go and troubleshoot. Said a flash, disappeared outside the wooden building. Machine malfunction? Zhou Mingkai laughed out loud. What is my student's strength? Can I not know? This old geezer already can't accept reality. Just as well. Let him slow down a bit. Zhou Mingkai returned to his seat, crossing his legs and squinting his eyes, enjoying the joy of victory. After being suppressed for so many years, he finally got out a mouthful of bad anger. When that old ghost returned, there would be another blow to strike. After waiting for a while, the excitement passed. It was only then that Zhou Ming recalled the white-haired old man's flustered demeanor, and with a frown, he felt that something was wrong. Could it be faked? He hurriedly rushed to the surveillance screen and took a closer look, his lips trembling with anger. Shameless old thief, treacherous like a ghost. Inside the side hall, as soon as the white-haired old man appeared, the instructors and disciples saluted. Greetings, Dean. The children of China sniffed and didn't dare to be slow, mimicking the salute. Is this the top transcendent? Song-chi quietly glanced at the white-haired old man. There was an introduction in the pamphlet he had just read. This was the head of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, Ji Zhishuan, one of the top powerhouses of Peach Blossom Garden. He had once visited the Chinese mainland, and within a day, he had fought 7 transcendent mortals in a row without a single defeat. It should only be a friendly sparring match, but this battle record was astonishing enough. At this moment, in close contact, the other party did not display a terrifying aura of strength. Instead, his temperament was floating, a long robe that moved slightly without wind, his beard and hair as white as snow, quite a bit of immortal aura. Going to the streets to tell fortunes, one would definitely be treated as a half-immortal. Song-chi commented this in his mind. Ji Zhishuan didn't show courtesy to the others, and as soon as he came in, he walked straight to Song-chi. Lowering his head, he revealed an amiable smile. Little friend, how does it feel to come to Peach Blossom Garden? Song-chi nodded. It feels good. It wasn't a cudgel. Just by looking at the quality of the air, he knew that this was definitely a good place to raise people. Do you want to stay a little longer? The smile on Ji Zhishuan's face intensified, and he asked again. Song-chi continued to nod his head. He still wanted to get in touch with the genes of those foreign beasts. Good. Ji Zhishuan smiled broadly as he stroked his beard. A guest from afar. How can I not fulfill your request? Old Me is not only the dean of the Martial Academy, but also the grand secretary of the ancient Zhou dynasty, in charge of civil registry matters. Saying this, he pulled out a blank household registration page from his sleeve. Taking the pen from the porcelain doll, he brushed it and wrote down someone's name in duplicate. Ji Zhishuan collected 1 copy for himself, then handed 1 copy to Song-chi, and then announced aloud. From today, you are a Taoyuan person. Stay as long as you want. It's best to bring both your parents over. I'll arrange a residence for you, and you can definitely live a long life here by nourishing yourself and practicing. ? Song-chi was a little confused, staring at his big name on the household registration page. The household registration was changed just like that? Wasn't it a bit hasty? However, Ji Zhishuan's last sentence made him a little moved. Dad and mom are ordinary people. This life want to cultivate into a transcendent. It should be unlikely. Elite are enough. If you are willing, stay in the Peach Blossom Garden vacation. In such a good environment, physical and mental comfort, prolonged life, is also quite good. However, there seems to be a lot of foreign beasts here, and the safety issue still needs to be considered. Song Chi was pondering. At the entrance of the side hall, another silhouette flashed. Before he even came in, he broke out in curses. Shameless old thief. The voice sounded familiar, and Song Chi looked up to find that it was his mentor, Zhou Mingkai. Before he had time to greet him, Zhou Mingkai had already flashed in front of him, separating himself from Ji Zhishuan. The speed was so fast that even the naked eyes of the elite level couldn't see clearly at all. This transcendent teacher doesn't feel ordinary either. Song Chi secretly sighed. Old devil, don't hit on my student. Don't you have a disciple yourself? Zhou Mingkai angrily rebuked, spitting on the opposite face. To measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man, is the old man not that kind of shameless person? Ji Zhishuan laughed. Don't worry, didn't steal the student from you, you're still the tutor. Really? Zhou Mingkai froze, then noticed the household registration page in Song Chi's hand. Picking it up, he couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. This cheek of yours is really thick. Overpraise. Ji Zhishuan's demeanor was leisurely, and he flipped his big sleeve, looking graceful. The sea accepts all rivers, and there is tolerance. If I, ancient Zhou, want to be strong and unceasing, I must be unconventional and absorb geniuses from all sides. Zhou Mingkai sniffed and immediately warned. Song Chi is a Chinese national. Even if he has a Taoyuan household registration, it has nothing to do with any ancient Zhou regime. That will depend on his own wishes. Ji Zhishuan's gaze flickered as he looked at Song Chi again and smiled. Before discussing this issue, my little friend, could you let me know how exactly you cultivate? Zhou Mingkai was also curious about this. Obviously he had been paying attention to his students' movements, but every time he received the latest news, he would be shocked. The two brought Song Chi and went to a quiet room, indicating that they were ready to listen. Song Chi was prepared and unhurried, introducing how he had cultivated himself into an elite for 2 years. First this, then that, and finally this, and that's it. A few minutes later, the two old men, whose ages added up to who knows how many hundreds of years old, were each sitting on one side at the moment, pondering for a long time, digesting the amazing information. The incredible absorption ability has allowed you to eat several times more than normal people, and your physique and spirit have been able to rapidly improve. Zhou Mingkai had long studied Song Chi's situation and began to summarize at this moment. Easily reaching the elite level, you discovered again that you possess the ability to constantly evolve. The body has no limits, and it can also mimic the genes of other creatures. That's right, it's that simple. Song Chi nodded happily. The ability to simulate. Can you show it? Ji Zhishuan asked. Song Chi raised his right hand and opened the gene unlocking state. In the past few days of the new year, he had not only read the gene for Cece's quick reflexes, but also 20% of Cat's Claw's gene. At this moment, the fingers changed and thick pads of flesh appeared on the fingertips. The sharp nails were shrunk inside and immediately popped out with a thought. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Mingkai and Ji Finger Xian simultaneously opened their mouths in shock. Yet, they made different judgments. Hyper-evolved body. Divine tire. There are 3 more chapters in the evening. As soon as he heard his teacher say that, Song Chi knew that it was a sure thing. For the past year, he had been reading the Transcendent database for 2 hours a day as if it were a baby's book. He had long noticed the concept of hyper-evolved body, ultra-fast growth, infinite evolution. Wasn't this himself? A plausible identity was instantly created. Other people couldn't question it, but super-evolved body was a legendary existence that only existed in high-level civilizations, and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. The divine fetus that Ji Zhishuan talked about was probably a similar concept. Song Chi was secretly happy. From now on, he could be a decent human being. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the two old men suddenly quarreled. You Chinese people, you all count on meditation to awaken transcendent abilities, deluding yourselves into thinking that you can reach the sky in one step, just like the buying lottery tickets in your place, wasting countless people's time and energy. How ridiculous. Ji Zhishuan stroked his long beard, mocked a few words, and added, there are infinite variations in the divine fetus, and to become a god in the flesh, one should follow the ancient Zhou's body refining martial path. Ha! Zhou Mingkai first took a sip of wolfberry water to moisten his throat. Then he countered, bubbling out a few martial artists with medicine pots. Do you really think that my country of China can't do it? There are just too many people and not enough resources. and hammering the physical body. The upper limit is too low. They're all ordinary transcendence. If you want to impact above the third rank, you still have to rely on higher dimensional laws. Fallacy. Ji Zhixuan didn't wait for the other party to finish before he started to retort again. The quiet room became a debating ground, bickering non-stop. It looked like they were arguing about the merits of the cultivation systems. In reality, they were fighting for Song Chi's right to guide. The two old rivals became more and more agitated, and began to point at each other's noses and curse each other. The topic of conversation gradually drifted, pulling out a large number of old and rotten things. When Song Chi heard the story of Zhou Mingcai's first love, he felt something was wrong. If I keep listening, I won't be silenced, right? Moreover, as soon as these two got emotional, a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. He was beside them and even had the feeling of drowning. Is this a top-level transcendent? Terror like this? Song Chi hurriedly raised his hand, signaling the two to pause. Teacher, Dean Ji, I understand what you two mean. He tilted his small face, revealing a harmless human smile. Isn't it just to determine my cultivation route? A spiritual meditation and a physical martial Dao. That's easy, I want both. Zhou Mingcai, Ji Zhixuan. The originally noisy room was suddenly silent. With one sentence, Song Chi had managed to silence the two top transcendents. Only after 2 minutes did Zhou Ming hold a cup and laughingly said, Super evolutionary bodies, indeed, do not need to stick to traditional thinking. Although the two balances are dragging time, there's nothing for you to rush now. His face was full of complacency, his eyes looking straight across at Ji Zhixuan, as if saying, see, this is the student I taught. Ji Zhixuan slowly nodded his head. It's the old man who was rigid in his thinking. But this matter is important, and the specifics of how to proceed will have to be discussed again. Song Chi didn't have an opinion, and only raised one demand, more contact with foreign beasts. The two old men agreed and kicked him out of the quiet room, not knowing what else to discuss inside. Teacher, the quiz seems to have a few items left. Should I dash? Song Chi asked as he stood in the doorway. No need, no need. Ji Zhixuan snatched his hand up to stop it. This fist power is enough to prove your physical quality. Zhou Mingcai gloated and laughed. You are afraid of striking your disciple's mind, right? Then he instructed. The spiritual test is meditation. Go give it a try. The length of meditation is still important. Song Chi's eyes lit up when he heard this. There was free meditation liquid again. He nodded happily and turned around to head in the direction of the side hall. Along the way, a few martial academy disciples looked at themselves as if they had seen a ghost when they passed by. It's not that bad, right? It's not like I'm engaging in school violence. Song Chi stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. When he returned to the side hall, he understood. In the corner, the proud voice of a peeing baby came faintly. Does Song Chi know? It's that 2-year-old with 1,000 kilograms of punching power, my buddy. Back then, the two of us even went into the old days together and partnered together. Don't look at his age, but he never blinks when he kills. He kills in the front. I collect the corpses in the back. ? The corner of Song Chi's mouth twitched. Before he could stop it, he saw a few disciples of the martial academy, hearing the voice of the peeing child, walking over with an unkind face, abusing the dregs of the peach blossom garden. That's what you said, isn't it? What do you guys want? We immediately issued a stern warning. I'm Song Chi's good brother. A lifelong friendship. Hitting me is hitting him. Who of you dares to touch me? His words were full of vigor, and together with the propaganda just now, he managed to shock the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy into silence. The disciples glanced at each other and snorted coldly. No one is beating you now. Wait for a few days. Start the sparring session. Let's go through the moves again. When they left, PP was Todd. Little face collapsed. Shivering, he opened his phone watch. Mom, help me book a ticket home. Song Chi didn't care about this pitbull, having already drunk the meditation liquid, closed his eyes and sat still, entering his state. After the elite level, the experience of meditation was indeed different. The mental attributes improved, and the perception was more delicate. At the same time, the advancement in physical ability also allowed the length of meditation to increase greatly. The invisible consciousness roamed in the vast darkness. Vaguely, Song Chi saw a behemoth, as if it was a dimly lit galaxy, unable to see the boundary at a glance, quietly hanging at the edge of the universe. He tried to approach those behemoths, but after advancing for a long time, the distance didn't seem to change at all. A description could not help but come to mind. Looking at a mountain and running away from a horse. However, having a goal was better than pure darkness. After traveling in the void for a long time, Song Chi felt tired and took the initiative to exit the meditative state. Looking at his watch, 50 minutes had passed. The length of meditation was roughly half of the spiritual value. The spirit test, the Martial Arts Academy didn't pay much attention to it. It was the base experts who were in charge of it, and the Chinese kids were watching from the side. When Song-chi opened his eyes, he saw that his companions were all staring blankly and froze. The physique is already this strong, and the mental power is still perversely high. You have to leave us a path, right? Song-chi smiled shyly. It's fine. You guys are great too. Stomping around, the porcelain doll held up her little book and rushed up again. Student Song, I want to ask a question. May I ask, how did you cultivate to the elite level? What experience do you usually have that you can share? There were quite a few martial academy disciples following behind, all with expectant faces. Song-chi thought about it, and it seemed like there wasn't much to say other than being open. So he simply summarized his daily life. Drink more milk, eat more meat, eat, sleep, and play dao-do. The disciples listened carefully and nodded their heads in agreement. Eating more is important. And again, they wondered, but which kind of foreign beast is this dao-do? Can we fight it too? Sorry. Song-chi revealed a mysterious smile. It's a unique divine beast. And province, Lu City, Sanshou Training Center. Dao-do was wearing her sparring uniform, standing on the ring and looking around. The children under the stage had bruises and swollen noses and bowed their heads. No one dared to look at her. Is this what it feels like to be invincible? Dao-do let out a contented sigh. Recently, she had sparred with sparring students of her age and won 100 battles, getting stronger and stronger. Coach Yu Gaofeng was overjoyed, praising the young girl as a natural fighting talent. Wushu Sanda Association's training members' qualification also applied for. As a cultivation member, Dao-do could obtain free secret insect gel, evolutionary nutrient solution and other supplements every month, as well as all sorts of ointments for healing wounds and blood circulation. The only requirement was that when he participated in future competitions, he had to bear the name of Martial Arts Sanshou Association. Moreover, Yu Feng revealed that Dao-do has attracted the attention of the vice president of the association. Continue to work hard. May become a core training members. When the time comes, there will also be elite-level senior coaches who will come over to provide guidance. When Song Qingshi and Yishan heard about this, they were happy for their daughter and celebrated. Dao-do, however, didn't care about such trivial matters. The little girl only wanted to become stronger, and stronger again right now. When Stinky Brother came home, she would let him know, who can fight the most in this family? Bang! There was a shocking explosion. Rocks splattered, and sand and dust rose in all directions. Song-chi's rough punch went down, smashing a bull hard onto the ground. The bull's horns collided with the stones, crumbling cracks in the ground. This was the hunting ground of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, a barren gravel field. This bull across the street was a bit smaller than Earth's cows, with a tough and thick earth-gray epidermis, as if it was a thick layer of armor. The whole body's sinews and muscles were bulging, harboring a strength that could not be underestimated. Armored ox, peach blossom sourcebeast, with a combat strength equivalent to a human's quasi-elite level. This was Song-chi's specially selected opponent, or gene pool. Bull horns, armored skin, and muscle strength. These were the three most notable advantageous genes of the armored ox. The bull's horns were as hard as alloy and incredibly sharp, so if you poked them, they probably wouldn't even be able to stop a steel plate. However, Song-chi always felt a little awkward when he imagined himself with two horns on his head. A minotaur is still too ugly. The focus of gene simulation was then placed on muscle strength and skin armoring. At this moment, spiritual correlation state was turned on, and in the midst of the battle, the genetic information of the armored bull was quickly read. Related gene acquisition, 1%. Relevant gene acquisition, 2%. The ability of spiritual correlation state was to contact the medium and acquire information. There were many ways to make contact, and their effects varied. Currently, Song-chi found that fighting was the fastest way to acquire genetic information. The next was eating, but the more processed the food was, the more difficult it was to read the genes, and eating raw meat seemed to be the fastest. It was just unsanitary, and simple touching contact was the least efficient way. Song-chi had combed Shishi's fur during the Chinese New Year, and after combing for half a day, only 1% of the relevant genes were read, wasting a lot of energy. After circling around and trying it out, it was still combat that was the most suitable. Not only could the genes be read, the fighter experience would also go up. Song-chi then came to the hunting ground with great interest to fight this armored bull one-on-one. When he came, he brought a military short sword, but it was inserted on the ground as a backup, so he fought the armored bull with his bare hands. Bang, 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 fist hit on the cowhide armor, issued a drum-like muffled sound. Song-chi was sweating profusely. His wrists were numb from the shock, but he felt a lot of pain. Every now and then, he delivered a violent elbow strike, ruthlessly knocking the armored bull back. The armored bull was powerful, but had poor agility, and he had acquired part of Yuki's genes. With a plus 20% nerve reaction speed, facing the bull's horns, he dodged with ease. Gene acquisition degree 20%, meets first simulation requirements. Whether to start the simulation? Simulation, Song-chi said in his heart. In the next moment, the skin of his entire body glowed, and on top of the epidermal cells, it was covered with a thick layer of keratin, tough as leather armor. A new phrase also appeared in the gene panel. Skin armoring, one tough cuticle. Thickness and hardness can continue to increase. Let's continue, Song-chi grinned at the armored bull. The armored bull's eyes turned red and returned a wail. At this moment, outside the hunting ground, a group of martial academy disciples were watching the battle. Seeing Song-chi fighting the armored bull, they showed confused faces and disgust in low voices. Why doesn't the Chinese genius use a sword? What's the point of wasting time with an armored bull? This thing is stupid and hard. Although he was puzzled, the other party was a 2.5-year-old elite level, a genius among geniuses, and his farts smelled good. He must have his reasons for doing so. The disciples of the martial academy observed while meditating. Suddenly, someone shouted, taking a knife, the genius of China is going to use a knife. The crowd fixed their eyes and saw Song-chi pulling out his saber that was stuck in the ground. Is it going to be a quick battle? As they were speculating, the scene in front of them made them start to doubt their lives again, only to see Song-chi lifting his shirt off, the blade aimed at himself, and chopping up his chest one by one. Looking at the range of movements, the force was not small. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. Golden Bell Shield iron cloth shirt. Isn't it lost in China? Porcelain doll also ran over, and seeing this scene, speculated, borrowing the strength of an armored bull to train hard skills? The training of hard skills such as the Golden Bell Shield and the like required external force to slap, and the harder they hit, the better the effect. Normally, this group of martial arts academy disciples used iron plates and wooden sticks to slap. Witnessing Song-chi's behavior at this moment, it was as if they had seen the door to a new world. I'll go try. A disciple ran his ass into the hunting ground and asked the instructor to put another armored bull out. Within a few minutes, screams rang out. He was toppled into the sky by the armored bull, his body rotating at high speed in midair like an out-of-control propeller. Song-chi was very satisfied after testing the effect of skin armoring. The sharp saber had to be really hard to cut through the thick cuticle of the skin. This was still only the first genetic simulation. After 5 simulations, it was estimated that it was the level of a saber, a veritable skin armor. Fighting plus simulation. The energy consumption was huge. Song-chi pulled out a white pill, chewed and swallowed it, and the real-time status began to rapidly rebound. This was a pill sent by Ji Finger Xian to replenish energy, and the effect was a bit better than a first-order nutrient solution. Walking out of the hunting ground, he saw a group of martial arts academy disciples in the observation area, looking at themselves in unison, each with an odd face. Song-chi, what's wrong? The disciples made a bow and pleaded. We also want to be as powerful as you, but we can't imitate you. If we can become strong just by playing Dao Dash, honorable genius of China, can you tell us where Dao is? In the distant Lu city, a certain little girl stood in the ring and suddenly winced. One more chapter in the night. Song-chi just wanted to explain that playing Dao didn't make you stronger. It only made the mood pleasant. Suddenly a gust of wind blew. He went up into the sky. In the field of vision, the disciples of the martial academy on the ground were getting smaller and smaller, similar to a group of ants. High in the sky, the wind was so fierce that it blew people's eyes open. There were already white clouds around him, flocculent wisps of clouds seeming to brush against his cheeks as they floated by. How about it, little fellow? It feels great to be able to fly, doesn't it? Zhou Mingcai's laughing voice came from behind. Song-chi was speechless. He himself would have to be scared alive by his mentor if he was afraid of heights. Zhou Mingcai added, although Ji Zhishuan's kind of stupid martial artist can also fly, he has to consume a lot of martial qi. It's not long-lasting enough, and it's not ethereal enough. Like me, using spiritual power to counteract gravity, flying is only agile and free. If one then masters the ability of spatial shuttling, then one can really go wherever they want. Teacher, I understand. Song-chi secretly smiled. Mentor was still competing with Ji Jianxian Na. For Song-chi, the two main directions of physique and spirit, the panel had corresponding evolutionary goals that could reward powerful forms and talents. Naturally, neither could be left behind. On this side, Zhou Mingcai was hanging high above the sky, starting his first lecture as a mentor. Elite, the limit level of human genetics is only the first step in evolution. The next step is to break through the limit. The modern transcendental system, through meditation, constantly exercising the spirit, to perceive the higher dimensional laws. Once the existence of the law is perceived, one must begin to pull it, introducing the ethereal laws into reality. combining them with oneself, forming transcendental traits within the body and accumulating them. The more transcendent traits there are, the stronger the ability. When the complete pulling in of laws is complete, you will also be a transcendent. Song-chi nodded. Finally, he had seen the complete modern transcendent system, and it seemed that he was still at the beginning stage. The modern transcendent system has one major disadvantage. Before perceiving the higher dimensional laws, the spirit doesn't get enough stimulation, making it difficult to break through the limits. Many people meditate for decades and remain stuck at the elite level. Only when they start pulling on the laws and accumulating transcendent traits will the spirit progress rapidly and derive spiritual power, Zhou Mingkai said, deliberately glancing at Song-chi. However, you're a hyper-evolved body, so it seems that the impact isn't too great. Spiritual attributes still steadily growing? Song-chi smiled modestly. Not bad. The meditation training once a day had been boosting 0.1 points of spirit, and he was used to it. It seemed that it would remain at this rate until he perceived the higher dimensional laws. It was just that he didn't know how many points of value before spirituality would appear. Teacher, when I was meditating, I saw some huge objects, like galaxies in the universe, but they were dull and lightless, and they felt very far away. Song-chi asked, you can already see the laws? Zhou Mingkai was surprised, inquired and mused. This situation, it's neither good nor bad. The good news is that you have a target. The bad news is that the target is farther away from you. In the middle of saying this, he laughed to himself. Forgetting again. You're a hyper-evolved body. When your spiritual attributes go up, the speed at which your consciousness roams will naturally speed up. It's good to see more galaxies at a longer distance. Instead, the several galaxies in your field of vision are several different kinds of laws. Feel free to pick and choose, and find the one that fits best. Song-chi heard this and brightened up. Then can I have them all? Zhou Mingkai didn't say anything, staring at his student in a daze. If it were any other student, he would have already started to teach that you can't be too greedy. You can't chew too much greed. But this one in front of him was a hyper-evolved body. To have all of them, it didn't seem impossible. We'll see when the time comes. There's plenty of time to naturally perceive multiple laws, he replied cautiously. Historically, there have also been transcendents with multiple abilities, but they all lived extremely long lives before they had enough time and energy. Grading is based on the grams of mass of the transcendent trait. Transcendent qualities above 1 gram are called quasi-transcendent. From 1 gram to 9 grams, one is a quasi-transcendent of the 1st to the 9th order. At this point, they only possess residual transcendent abilities, and their spiritual power is gradually awakening. 10 grams of transcendent traits. Traction complete law. Spiritual power completely awakened, that is, the 1st order of transcendent. 20 grams, the 2nd order, and so on. Transcendent trait turns out to be so important. Song-chi was somewhat surprised. In this way, many of his previous doubts could be explained. Children like Halogen Egg and Pee-wee, who had inherited a small amount of transcendent traits, could directly enter the genius selection base as soon as they reached the age of 7 or 8 years old. Once they started meditating, with the ready-made transcendent traits in place, it would be easy to pull in the corresponding higher dimensional laws, as long as they worked hard. Promotion to transcendent was a high probability. Only after Song-chi finished reading the grading table did Zhou Ming continue his introduction. Transcendent trait is the manifestation of higher dimensional laws. For every extra 1 gram, there will be a significant increase in strength. With 10 grams more, it's even more of a world of difference. China lacks transcendentals, but what it lacks is not 1st order, but 2nd and 3rd order powerhouses. Your goal, too, is not to become a transcendent, but to impact the 3rd order and above. Zhou Mingcai's eyes gleamed, and he had high hopes for this student. The strongest transcendent in China is the peak of the 4th order, and I don't think you're any worse than him. Song-chi was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, how many orders is Beelzebub? Lord of the Flies Beelzebub, the fallen angel, the symbol of overeating. Wherever the flies passed, they left behind plague and death. The green-headed flies all flew into Daoda's school, 1 step away from his own family. This kind of thing would not be easily forgotten by Song-chi. Zhou Mingkai froze, then laughed. Good boy, quite the vindictive one. Not bad, daring to hit the fallen angel's idea. Ambitious. After laughing, he replied with a solemn face. According to the information provided by the Holy See, Beelzebub has at least 3 core abilities: longevity, plague, and overeating. For each of these abilities, they should be of the 3rd or 4th rank. If you want to deal with him, you should have at least one powerful 3rd order transcendent ability. 3rd order. Song-chi looked stoic, but a flame seemed to ignite in the depths of his gaze. This goal, it doesn't seem so far away. Just as Zhou Mingkai was lecturing, Europe, Romania. Inside an abandoned church, A man in a suit wearing gold glasses slowly walked in, clearly a member of the Chinese expert group. He holds a short knife, walking on the dusty floor. In front of him, tens of thousands of green-headed flies suddenly appeared, hovering in the air in clusters. They formed a huge silhouette. The silhouette lowered its head and gazed indifferently at the man in suit in the church. Chinese, had enough fun? Last year, a group of experts from China traveled to Europe in the name of exchanges and guidance. But in reality, they were searching for followers of Beelzebub. More than a dozen groups were eliminated before the experts returned home one after another. The man in the suit never left and continued his guidance work, until today, when the main man was finally revealed. Inside the church, the dark and gigantic silhouette was made up of countless tiny green flies. Just as it took shape, an ancient and evil aura emanated out, chilling and corrosive, cutting off the sunlight and creating a dim domain. Outside the church, countless birds suddenly wailed and fell straight to the ground. Chinese, have you had enough fun? This was Beelzebub's voice, with a gloomy tone that implied the anger of a fallen angel. Raising his hand to hold up his glasses, he suddenly laughed, just about to ask the teacher what's wrong with this island. Pointing to the figure of the whale, Zhou Mingkai was still setting goals for his students. But no one can guarantee that this horrible creature will not one day pass through the passageway and enter the earth. Zhou Mingkai faced Song Qi and said, creatures of this level must have genes that were countless times stronger than armored cows. With that, the two continued to fly high up. This high-altitude lesson was quite rewarding for Song Qi. Surrounding the land were sparkling waves and the vastness of the turquoise blue sea. The elite-level threshold that other people had heard of didn't exist for him at all. Zhou Mingkai was silent for a long time and said sincerely, although I'm not young anymore, I still want to live for a few more years. It then set off a gigantic wave that was 1,000 meters high. Back on the ground, Song Qi entered the hunting ground again. Swish! Song Qi took a glance from afar and didn't find anything special. The giant wave surged to the shore, like a tsunami, instantly flooding the vast forests and shaking the land like an extinction disaster. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. It was actually a whale-like creature, larger than a city, lying on the sea, lazily turning over. The cultivation route of the modern transcendence system was clear. There were still a few scattered towns around, but they were all small in size. This island moved. The man in the suit stood silently, facing the godlike presence directly, yet remaining calm. Look, Beelzebub and the others, hiding on Earth for thousands of years, have never really changed the world's pattern, proving that the upper limit is limited. Further out, there were vast and boundless forests and mountains that stretched all the way to the end of the land. Save one last cut to make you remember, don't touch our people in the future. Peach Blossom Garden, high up in the sky, by the clouds. In a light tone, the knife was abruptly drawn. Song Qi, however, was already glowing with both eyes, excitedly asking, teacher, can we get a bit of its body tissue? Next, just keep brushing the attributes. Zhou Mingkai reached out and pointed at an island near the land. The light of the sword appeared, blazing and dazzling, like lightning in the night, instantly flooding the church. As long as the spiritual attribute is high enough, the speed of meditative roaming will fly, and it will be very easy to pull the high-dimensional laws. Zhou Mingkai slowly said, Peach Blossom Garden. It's considered a relatively safe heavenly market entrance in China. With the ancient Zhou remnants guarding it, there hasn't been any major incidents. Estimating the size of the island, it was 10 times larger than Peach Blossom Source Town. The scale was quite okay. There's nothing interesting. We'll be returning tomorrow. The view gradually opened up. Song Qi looked down below, and Taoyuan town was only the size of a palm. Witnessing this spectacular and terrifying sight, Song Qi was shocked. Fallen angels, nor are they worthy of being your ultimate goal. As a hyper-evolved body, your goal should be to defeat such super creatures. Directly ordering 2 armored bulls, he continued to meet, while reading the genes, HEP experience. Using the spirit correlation state, you could also grow a small amount of spirit. 3 birds with 1 stone. Drink. A hard elbow, striking the armored bull's head, smashing its huge head to the side. Elbow technique, plus 1 experience. The 3 level 1 skills, elbow technique, knee technique, and palm technique, had also reached the 70+ stage of experience, and were getting closer to full level. The fighter's career experience also levered to 68/100. The next day, Zhou Ming sent an email. It was internal news from the top echelons of China. Li Feng, the director of the Transcendent Event Investigation General Administration, had severely injured a Beelzebub doppelganger in a church in Romania yesterday. Song Qi was shocked when he read it, and then he couldn't help but laugh. A transcendent who had practiced for decades could still fight against a fallen angel with a lifespan of several thousand years. This filled his heart with anticipation. In a few more years, I'll go to Europe to swat flies as well. North of Taoyuan town, 10 kilometers away, deep in the mountains, the dense grass shook, and a naked head suddenly emerged from within. There was no hair, no eyebrows, a firm gaze, and a calm expression. It was none other than the S-class genius Halogen Egg. He was in a sorry state, his clothes covered in blood and dust, and there were multiple wounds on his body. However, his spirit was uplifted, and with his head held high, he took large strides in the direction of Taoyuan town. 3 months of closed-door hard training, then going into the mountains alone, hunting foreign beasts alone, several times seriously injured, several times escaping death. All of this ordeal was worth it. I'm about to advance to the elite level. The progress is a full 2 years ahead of schedule. Whether it's in China or Peach Blossom Land, I'm the most powerful genius. A bare head, like a mirror, reflected a dazzling light under the sun. Halogen returned to Peach Blossom Town and stepped into the gate of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy with great strides. As soon as he entered, he heard someone whispering, "China's S-class genius." It's terrifying. Haltingly, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. He had only just returned, and he had already shaken the Martial Academy? This group of disciples were quite well informed. However, showing off and flaunting was not Halogen Egg's character. He didn't say anything. His expression was bland as he slowly stepped forward, quietly enjoying the thrill of pretending. It's actually already an elite level. Unbelievable. The voice of another disciple speaking came. Halcyon was slightly stunned. He was actually still a little bit short of elite level. However, there was no need to correct it. Immediately go back, drink a bottle of second-rank nutrient liquid and sleep on it. Almost there. Halogen Egg's footsteps accelerated slightly. Turning a corner, 2 disciples came up to him head-on, also discussing the Chinese S-class, a punch with twice the power of the human body's limit. All of our younger disciples under the age of 10 in the Martial Arts Academy have been crushed. Immediately, the pressure is going to be given to the older batch of disciples. Hearing this, Halogen Egg finally realized that something was wrong. 1 punch, twice the human body's limit strength. Was he that strong? Those 2 disciples looked up and also saw Halogen Egg, nodded their heads and sighed. You Chinese, it's too scary, to be an elite at the age of 2. Is this still human? Exclamation point. Halogen Egg's footsteps froze and his face stiffened. What did you just say? The 2 disciples were a bit puzzled. Becoming an elite at the age of 2. Ah, don't you know? It's you Chinese people. Ah. Song-chi? Halcyon thought of a bizarre possibility and spoke with difficulty. The 2 disciples nodded. Halcyon took a deep breath and suddenly looked down at himself. His body was full of wounds, and his arm was nearly broken after a month of crawling in the deep mountains. Before, his spirit was uplifted, and he didn't feel any of these small injuries. At this moment, pain and fatigue suddenly came like a tidal wave. He had 2 black eyes and fainted. Mr. Halogen? Classmate Halogen? A shout reached his ears, and Halogen Egg woke up leisurely. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the face of a 2-year-old child. After recognizing it, his pupils shrunk violently. What happened to you? Song-chi surveyed the other party with concern. He had just come out of the hunting ground and was about to return to the dormitory to rest when he saw his old acquaintance collapsed on the road. From a distance, the moment he saw that bald head, he recognized it straight away. Song-chi then hurriedly walked over, helped the person up, fed him a pill of peach blossom source, and instilled some water. Then he surveyed and measured Halogen's wretched appearance. This is going into the wilderness to explore? No wonder we haven't seen anyone in the past few days. Ka-ching! Song-chi couldn't help but feel some emotion. Of course, sometimes, you can't get your arm back when it's broken. Ji Jishuan added. The hand rose and fell. Can't even top an S rank? Fainting twice in a row, said the man, picking up the broken arm and attaching it to the broken wrist. The Peach Blossom Garden's wilderness adventure. Is the intensity this high? This time, Ji Jishuan threw the broken hand to the ground and signaled the instructor to pour oil on it. In the backyard of the Martial Academy, inside a small martial arts arena. With that, the left hand was placed on the tabletops again. Song-chi nodded repeatedly. This was indeed good. Click. A flash of white light. Blood spots splattered everywhere. Student Song, the dean is looking for. Halcyon opened his eyes, his consciousness just regaining its wakefulness. Song-chi was unsure. What was this to show? Killing a pig? However, he saw Ji Fingerxian place his left hand on the tabletops. His right hand lifted the knife and slashed down hard. Song-chi's eyes went straight as he watched. This scene was completely unexpected. Exclamation point. A transcendent who hammers his physique doesn't carry fear at all. With another bit of fire, the severed hand directly burned. Bared. The left hand, which had just been connected, was cut off again. Here it comes. Well, Ji Jishuan smiled as his wrist continued to bear blood. Song-chi's expression stared up. It seemed that he had to make more preparations. He couldn't be careless. Exclamation point. Song-chi handed over the halogen eggs to a few of his instructors and hurriedly went to Ji Zhishuan's residence. His lips wriggled a few times. Then his eyes went black and he fainted once again. Song. A few seconds later, his left hand had reconnected with his wrist, and moving around, his 5 fingers were as flexible as ever. Wrist sprayed with blood. Ji Zhishuan but did not care at all. Laughed. Going out to explore and train. Breaking arms and legs. It's all common. Song-chi walked over to observe instead. When you cultivate your physique to a profound realm, this is nothing to be afraid of. The porcelain doll bounced and ran over, shouting from afar. Everyone is working hard. I have to cheer too. I can't be left behind. I don't care what Zhou Mingkai said. Today I'll let you see how important it is to cultivate your physical body. Ji Zhishuan carried a large, brightly shining sword and signaled the 2 instructors to bring up a tablet and place it on the table. As a result, when he heard these words, for a split second, it felt like his heart stopped beating. He chopped off his left hand. It really burns. After the fire burned for a few minutes, the severed hand was still intact. Only the outer skin was a bit charred. No, the point is not this. Ji Zhishuan lifted the severed arm, and the blood was no longer spraying. With this amount of effort, not only did the wound heal, but the wrist even grew a few millimeters. Song-chi's eyesight nowadays could already see a slight trace of growth. Rebirth of a severed limb. He understood what this was demonstrating. The most tragic battle of my life. Both arms were completely lost. My knees were shattered. My heart was ruptured. And my intestines flowed all over the place. Ji Zhishuan leisurely recalled. But now you see, the old man is still good. Sound limbs. This is the use of the way of the body. Afterwards, the side instructor brought over another pistol. Song-chi had learned simple firearms knowledge before, and with a glance, he could tell that this was Earth's famous gun, the Desert Eagle, with a .44 caliber. It was known for its great power. An ordinary person who hadn't been trained to fire a single shot with it could shatter and fracture his wrist. A concealed weapon made over on Earth can indeed be powerful. Ji Zhishuan raised the gun, pressed it against his temple, and took a shot with a bang. Putting down the gun, he saw a battered and deflated slug embedded in his skin, gouged off by his fingers. Seems to think that this is not addictive. Ji Zhishuan again pointed the pistol at his eyes. Bang bang, come on, 2 shots. The most fragile part of the human body, the eyeball, could actually withstand the Desert Eagle's zero-range blast. Song-chi scratched his head. It was indeed quite a sense of security to have his body cultivated to this level. Of course, on your Earth, guns aren't the most powerful concealed weapons. Ji Fingerxian saw this expression on Song-chi's face, and knew that the display had an effect, and came even more energized. Taking his jacket off. Here at the Martial Arts Academy, there are a few stronger ones imported, called what's called the second batch of marks. I'll try them out as well. Just then, he saw an instructor walk up, carrying a single rocket launcher, and stood in front of Ji Fingerxian. Song-chi hurriedly dodged out of the way. With a roar, a small grenade exploded on Ji Zhenyuan's body. The white-haired old man remained upright, his body not even shaking. Waving his hand, he dispelled the thick charred smoke. Although the spiritual method is subtle, the physical body is the root of life. If the physical body dies, it's hard as hell for the spirit to survive. Ji Zhishuan's loud voice echoed in the martial arts arena. The instructors all nodded their heads as they listened. Seeing that the atmosphere had arrived, Ji Zhishuan finally asked with a smile, "Are you willing to learn this method of physical body hammering? Don't worry, your instructor is still old Ghost Joe. However, you are now a Taoyuan person. As a local to see too, the old man is also responsible for your safety." Song-chi was also very cuddly, following the porcelain doll's previous movements and made a bow. "I am willing." Ji Zhishuan laughed aloud, his face full of wrinkles stretching like a blooming chrysanthemum. Suddenly someone came to smash the scene. "Old ghost, PRG, you dare to take this one?" Zhou Mingkai appeared out of nowhere, carrying a string of high-explosive grenades. "This is what I specifically asked the military department for. It's not very powerful. At most it will blow up a few quasi-transcendentals. Do you dare to throw it into your pants?" Crowd. In the following days, the ancient Zhou Martial Academy gave Song-chi Fa several hundred pills one after another. Here in the Peach Blossom Garden, not only were there all sorts of exotic beasts, there were also many types of plants. The healthy body pills made from collecting rare plants had an effect close to that of a second-order nutrient solution. Song-chi directly took them as sugar beans. The replenishment speed of the evolution energy slot was once again accelerated, and it could produce 10 points a month. And there was still room for improvement. With free resources, Song-chi happily stayed. He was prepared to cultivate at ease for a few months before completing this set of adventure missions. However, during this period of time, some strange rumors began to spread around. Have you heard of the magic child of China? He's been killing people since he was born. And he's so fierce that he was able to tear apart a tiger and a leopard at the age of 2. Everyone in China is afraid of him. I saw with my own eyes that a young genius in China fainted from fear as soon as he saw the demon child. Ancient Zhou Martial Academy. Inside the hunting grounds, Porcelain Doll was talking about the gossip she had recently heard. Song-chi wrestled with the armored beef while listening with his side ears. A Chinese devil child? Tearing down tigers and leopards with his hands? Who's slandering my reputation? Am I that brutal? Song-chi was aggravated in his heart. And the strength of his punch was not controlled for a moment. And it was big. Bang! A swinging fist, like a warhammer swing, smashed into the armored bull's lower jaw, directly triggering, breaking slam. The 400 kilograms armored bull was struck by this punch. His eyes were starry, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body tumbled heavily to the ground. With a loud boom, smoke and dust flew, and the ground full of gravel kept trembling. Physique, 107. 5109. 5. The senior instructor coming out of the holy land of martial arts. The art is indeed exquisite. Even a simple basic palm technique can point out many doorways. More professional than Tai Chien. Porcelain Doll silently reached out and pointed outside the hunting ground. The force needs to start from the bottom of the ground. From the heel upwards. Section by section conduction. Section by section through. A senior instructor stood aside, ready to explain the essentials of the movement. Today's training was extraordinarily important. And Song-chi was very involved. Chinese devil child. This nickname is not as good as alien. When I'm done training, I have to go and see who's slandering me. Hiss. The rumors are right. It's really a devil child. Born with godly power. Raging beyond compare. Strength has also been significantly enhanced. And now the normal punching force has 700 kilograms, or 1,500 pounds. At this moment, I saw with my own eyes, a kid brother who was only 1 meter tall. Bare hands and empty fists, beat an armored bull to find the north. In the observation area, there were already quite a few disciples of the martial arts academy gathered, all of whom had come by reputation. The distance was a bit far, but Song-chi could guess what they were talking about by looking at their mouths and demeanor, and shook his head helplessly, waiting for another stronger armored bull. He continued the fist-to-flesh training. This was an expert personally assigned by Ji Fingerxian, well versed in various martial arts techniques. Once the gene unlocking state was turned on, Song-chi's entire body would be covered in a tough cuticle layer that was difficult to break with an alloy saber. After knocking down the second armored bull, skin armoring, and muscle strength enhancement, both completed the 5th gene reading. Prefer physical combat and enjoy ravaging your opponents. Those level 1 fighting skills of Song-chi, with the help of the instructor, rose in experience at a faster rate once again. Spirit, 110. 1112. 1. Palm technique, quickly leveled up, becoming the 4th level 2 skill. And also rewarded for attribute points. Split 50-50 between physique and spirit. If the fierce beast form was turned on again, and a blow was exploded, it would be 400 kilograms, close to 3 times the human body limit. An ordinary armored bull that weighed 400 kilograms, without a combat power that far exceeded that of an elite level, would naturally only take a beating. After a short rest, he chewed a few pills to restore his strength. A new gene pool had arrived. It was a bearded vulture with a white head and body, black feathers and claws, ugly in appearance, but not lacking in ferocity. The vultures on the other side of the earth are pure scavengers, waiting for their prey to die before they move out. The Hu vultures here in the Peach Blossom Garden were exotic birds with a much more ferocious disposition. Their sharp claws are no less than a golden eagle's, and they can easily grab their prey, carry it hundreds of meters into the air, and then throw it onto a rock block to break it. Without carrion, they made their own carrion. Before the Martial Arts Academy did not have Hu vulture. It is Song-chi looking through the atlas of exotic beasts, discovered this genetic treasure. When Ji Jianxian learned about it, he asked his instructors to catch a few without saying a word. On the hunting ground, the iron cage was opened, and a bearded vulture jumped out. It was 1 meter 8 in height, with a wingspan of close to 4 meters, and its 2 claws were slightly curved, with sharp tips like iron hooks. Even if it loved to eat carrion, this physique was enough to be called a ferocious bird. Hu vulture once out of the cage, immediately open wings. Want to fly away. The instructor raised his hand and flashed a few anesthetic needles in his hand. The vulture instantly lost its spirit and perfunctorily flapped its wings, resigning itself to its fate. The instructor pointed at Song-chi and rushed at it. Beat this man to death, and you'll be free. This foreign bird had a certain amount of intelligence, and after hearing and understanding, its eyes instantly widened as it stared at Song-chi wistfully. The size was only half the size of his own, this tiny human. With its tiny body, was only worthy of being used as food in the wild. It flapped its wings and leaped forward. One person, one bird, confronted each other in the hunting ground. Song-chi's fleshy little face was full of smiles, staring at this bearded vulture. His eyes were filled with anticipation. It was chosen because of one of its nicknames, the bone eater. Carrion-eating birds like vultures were all about eating only carrion. Vultures, however, were able to swallow bones as well, using their stomach juices to dissolve the bones and fully absorb them. The acidity of the gastric juice was so high that it could even dissolve metals. Extremely strong digestion. As soon as Song-chi read the introduction of the Fey Atlas, he instantly understood that this was the gene he needed the most. First, he would take the vulture to boost his digestion speed, then a python gene and a Komodo gargoyle gene to make his appetite bigger as well, eating more and digesting faster. The evolutionary energy slot filled up miserably. Attribute values brushed up fast. Could transcendence be far behind? Come on. Song-chi smiled faintly, stomped the ground and lunged, taking the initiative to rush towards the vulture. Smoke and dust rose again on the hunting ground, and blood spots splattered. In the observation area, the disciples of the martial academy watched with grimaces. These two sides. Who exactly is the ferocious beast? The other children from the genius selection base didn't train with Song-chi. The Peach Blossom Garden's foreign beasts had at least quasi-elite level combat power, and they had ferocious temperaments and vicious fighting styles. The kids would have to be exhausted just to deal with one, and it was impossible for them to soak in the hunting grounds every day like Song-chi. Most of the time, they were exchanging and sparring with the disciples of the martial arts academy. A certain person's miserable life had begun because he had called out Peach Blossom Garden scum. You guys don't come over. Looking at the several disciples walking towards him, Pissing Wave stepped back and dodged his gaze. His mouth began to babble in an attempt to scare off the other party. I'm Song-chi's brother. Have you guys heard of Song-chi? He was a quasi-elite all his life, and after he was weaned, he was elite level. He's unrivaled in battle and kills without blinking an eye. Anyone who offends him won't live to see the next day. The disciple of the martial academy said in a cold voice, We've heard you talk about the fierce reputation of the devil child of China many times, but he trains in the hunting grounds every day, and he still has time to care about your business? One of the young disciples, who was 7 or 8 years old, carried a thigh-thick wooden stick and proposed to Pee-wee, Since we don't dare to spar in actual combat, let's compare hard skills. Each person takes turns to knock a stick underneath himself. Whoever can't hold out first will admit defeat. How about it? This little disciple was clearly the one who demonstrated iron crotch kung fu on the first day. The peeing child covered his crotch and shook his head madly. If you guys compare this, then I'll go to the hunting grounds right now and find Song-chi to do justice. He's not one to be messed with. When he's angry, he likes to tear living people apart with his hands. Suddenly, someone from the back interjected, his tone a bit unkind. So, the one who defamed my reputation is you. Song-chi walked over and looked at his best friend, revealing an innocent smile again. They want to compare. Then you can compare. Dr. Shin has said to follow the customs of the country. Even if you're injured, the Peach Blossom Garden's medicinal pool can cure it. It won't affect your peeing. ! The peeing baby had a horrified face. Song-chi had finished his training and came over to take a look at his companions. As a result, he heard the words of the peeing child and found the culprit of the rumor. So he decided to be the referee for this sparring match. Pissing Wave took the wooden stick, and under the supervision of the crowd, gave himself a solid blow. Then covering his bottom, he hopped around like a frog, shouting in a distorted shrill voice, Be bad, be bad. The instructor next to him was prepared for this, shouldering the peeing baby and running towards the healing medicine pool. Martial Arts Academy disciples practicing hard kung fu. It was common to suffer this kind of injury. They had perfect treatment measures. Song-chi ignored Pee-Wee's grudging little eyes and stretched his back in satisfaction. Where there are many people, publicity is the best. Song-chi immediately walked over. It was necessary to prove to the Peach Source people outside he really wasn't a demon child. The store was swarming with people, with customers coming in and out. Then he rushed to explain to the disciples of the Martial Academy. A group of children were curious and squeezed in. The store was divided into 2 rooms, inside and outside, and the outer room was decorated with all sorts of tomes. Strangely enough, most of the customers covered their faces. The men wore bucket hats, the women wore veils, and hurriedly left with their heads lowered. The disciples, you call this hating violence? Do you think we believe it? The effect wasn't bad either. Song-chi, a bookstore, so attractive? The disciples, each with an odd gaze, pointed at Song-chi's clothes. Don't believe that guy's nonsense. I'm not brutal at all. Always loved peace and hated violence. There is no way to explain with this group of people. He changed into clean clothes, and again with porcelain dolls, slugs and other friends, to go to Taoyuan town to shop. The inner room was hung with a curtain, so it was hard to see inside. Today, he fought fiercely with the armored cow, and his whole body was covered with spots of blood. Of course, all the blood of the cow. Zhou, Shangshu, and the book of poetry, tilted his head and looked at the sign, Lilac Book and Image Store. The porcelain doll has a high status, and with her introduction on the side, the people of Taoyuan and then look at Song Chi's sunny and cute smiling face, have believed in it. Deliberately wearing the same style of strawberry bear jacket of the old sister. Looks innocent and cute, harmless. After strolling through 2 streets, Snotty pointed to a store in front. So many people. The store boy came over and tried to drive the group of kids away, but recognized the porcelain dolls and was in a dilemma. A customer lifted the curtain and came out. Song Chi's eyes were sharp, and he saw the inner room at a glance. On one row of bookshelves, there were flowery magazines, and the first one was Playboy. On the opposite bookshelf was a movie disc, and the cover was written in Fuso script. Matsushima Kid. Let's go. It's too noisy here. Nothing to see. Song Chi secretly laughed in his heart, pretending to know nothing on the surface. A few children were unsure and followed him outside. At this time, the sound of arguing suddenly rose in the inner room. Store fellow, sorry, you can't buy our store's video discs without a proof of adulthood. The other man said in a rough voice, I'm already an adult. Look at my height and physique. The store boy laughed. You are a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, aren't you? It's normal for you to be big dash. The man hurriedly interrupted. What nonsense. I am not a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy, said furiously lifted the curtain and walked out, also wearing a hat. Could not see his face. Everyone who saw this did not care. Only Song Chi, vaguely glimpsed this person in the moment of lifting the curtain. His left hand shook, as if disappearing in thin air. In the next moment, there was already an extra movie disc in his palm, which quietly popped into his wide sleeve. What a fast hand! Song Chi secretly lamented. The peach blossom garden was full of experts. The man in the bucket hat also glanced at Song Chi, then walked out quickly and disappeared into the crowd. Looking at the direction, it seemed to be heading towards the ancient Zhou Martial Arts Academy. Song Chi had circled the town several times, finally making the people of Taoyuan accept the positive image of China's prodigy. He returned to the Martial Arts Academy with great satisfaction and continued his training and experience. However, within the ancient Zhou Martial Arts Academy, the name Demon Child became more and more popular. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy were already under a lot of pressure. Every year, they had dueled with Chinese geniuses, and every year, they had the advantage, or at worst, a tie. But this year, they were overwhelmed by a 2-year-old devil child. The junior brothers and sisters under the age of 10 have all been wiped out, not to mention dealing with the devil child. Even that briny egg can't be taken down. Halogen Egg is going to faint in fear when he sees the demonic child, or even more hopeless. The disciples looked serious and disgusted. Who can carry the banner of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy's younger generation? Suddenly, someone said in anticipation, if it's senior brother Zhao Bailong, he'll definitely be able to thwart the demonic child. Upon hearing the name Zhao Bailong, the fire of hope was rekindled in the hearts of the crowd, and they all nodded in agreement. That's right, senior brother Zhao has the strength. Silver Spear Zhao Bailong, picking off horned eagles with his spear, punching down the tiger. This is a true genius. At 12 years old, with a second stage quasi-transcendent realm, senior brother White Dragon can definitely hold down the scene. Among the quasi-transcendent geniuses they knew, this was the youngest. The disciples went to Zhao Bailong's residence in droves to ask him to come out. The devil child has descended, and his ferocious flames are overwhelming. Please, senior brother, step in and suppress the devil child to raise the prestige of our martial academy. Creak. The door of the house opened. A tall teenager, carrying a silver spear on his shoulder, with an imposing demeanor, stepped out with great strides and asked with great emotion, where is the devil child? The crowd replied, the devil child is ravaging the foreign beasts in the hunting grounds. Zhao Bailong raised his eyebrows. I'll go take a look. Great. The disciples rejoiced and followed Zhao Bailong. The more people gathered, the more they swarmed and ran towards the hunting grounds. Ga. The call of the Hu vulture was a bit like a mixture of a duck and a cat, hoarse and unpleasant. It hovered at a low altitude, not daring to fly too high for fear of being shot by the instructor with an anesthetic needle. Song Chi happened to be practicing his ability to fight in the air. Both legs stomped on the ground and leapt up with a whoosh. The person was in mid-air, and both fists iterated, hitting a trail of residual shadows. The Hu vulture raised its sharp claws, trying to scratch its opponent. Song Chi's face remained unchanged as he slammed his fist down. The gene unlocking state had long since opened. The solid cuticle defense easily blocked the stabbing scratches of the claw tip, leaving only 2 red marks on the back of his hand. The other fist, had already heavily bombarded it. The Hu vulture was startled, and its figure retreated violently, leaving a few messy feathers in its place. It cried out strangely a few times, staring at Song Chi in fear. It simply couldn't understand why did this tiny human, still a juvenile, possess such terrifying combat power? Strong acidic stomach fluid, gene reading 8% 9%. As the gene reading steadily progressed, Song Chi's figure landed on the ground and ran away in large strides, looking for the next time to strike. The instructor at the side promptly reminded, hang in mid-air, use your body's center of gravity as the axis. Song Chi memorized it in his heart and looked at the fighter's professional experience. It had only been 10 days since he came to Peach Blossom Garden to train, and his experience bar had risen to 74 out of 100. In another month at most, we'll be able to promote to second-ranked fighter. This speed of brushing up his experience made him happy. The holy land of martial arts lived up to its name. At this moment, the outside of the hunting ground suddenly became noisy. A large group of disciples poured into the battle watching area, their mouths constantly shouting, "Go for it! Senior brother Bailong! Senior brother Zhao! Please let the demonic child know that my martial academy also has supreme geniuses." One more chapter at 12 o'clock. The instructor noticed the movement over the viewing platform and asked, "An expert has come to challenge you. Are you still continuing to train?" An expert? Song Chi became interested. How high? Second order quasi-transcendent. 12 years old. Although not as good as you, it's still considered a first-class genius. Second order quasi-transcendent. Song Chi was a little moved. The Peach Source people practiced ancient martial arts and followed a different cultivation system. However, the realm division was similar to this side of the earth, and the names had been unified. The standard for China's first-order quasi-transcendent is to accumulate 1 gram of transcendent traits. The standard for Peachland's first-order quasi-transcendent is to open an orifice. A tall young man with a silver spear on his shoulder leapt down from the stage and jumped into the hunting ground. Zhao Bailong put his left hand behind his back and only stretched out his right hand as he slowly stepped forward. He was facing a talented teenager who was a second-order quasi-transcendent and 10 years older than himself. "Let's start then. Begin," the instructor shouted. This was beautifully said, and the disciples on the viewing platform clamored. Senior brother Bailong, with the demeanor of a strong man. Zhao Bailong, the 206th generation disciple of the martial academy. Please instruct me. I exceed you in age and realm. This sparring session, only use your right hand. When he was only half a meter away, Song Chi flickered to the flank and tried to attack with a straight fist. Song Chi returned the favor with a clasped fist. With the crowd watching nervously, the two sides were getting closer and closer. Song Chi turned around and walked to the viewing platform. However, in terms of battle power, it was at least at the level of a first-order quasi-transcendent. Song Chi felt that he was perfectly capable of having a fight with a second-order quasi-transcendent. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of failure no matter who he sparred with. He was already invincible at the swing of 2 years old. There were various talents, forms, skills, and specializations. Both of these Song Chi did not have, and could be said to still be at the elite level. Song Chi, on the other hand, with the advantage of flexibility, circled around and slowly approached, plunging his silver spear into the ground. He cupped his fists and saluted, speaking in a deep voice. He naturally felt a hint of pressure, and at the same time felt, this person is somewhat familiar, not competing for victory or defeat, just to prove that the martial academy isn't unoccupied. It's just that the youngest generation isn't competitive enough. Zhao Bailong's right hand immediately sliced over, and afterward, his horizontal palm intercepted the straight fist. The next moment the palm turned into a claw again, and in a flash of lightning, it transformed into 5 steel hooks, about to hook Song Chi's wrist. What a fast hand speed! Understanding that this was a martial arts expert, Song Chi directly opened his fierce beast form. The 5 fingers of his right hand spread out, claw to claw, while the finger strength doubled. The gene unlocking state also quietly opened. The skin was armored, the cuticle was generated, and the nails turned into sharp cat claws. In a flash, the two fought hard. Relying on his non-human genes, Song Chi struck by surprise, leaving a few bloody marks on the back of his opponent's hand. But his own hand, too, had severe pain in the knuckles in the collision, nearly cracking the bones. Even if it's only a single hand, senior brother Zhao will win steadily. The difference in strength is too great. On the viewing platform, the disciples were full of confidence, and their shouts grew louder and louder. Song Chi was also lamenting. What a strong opponent. It's hard to win. But seeing Zhao Bailong's super fast hand speed, he also finally remembered. Could it be this person that he ran into at the book image store a few days ago? Open the spiritual correlation state to confirm. A line of information flashed in his mind. Song Shimakid. Song Chi laughed. So you're the one who stole yellow from the bookstore dash. No. Hearing this, Zhao Bailong was caught off guard and his mind instantly exploded. Hurrying to reach out his left hand, as fast as lightning, he covered Song Chi's mouth. Song Chi was startled and subconsciously counterattacked. His left fist was like a loaded cannon, pounding out straight and hitting his opponent's lower abdomen solidly. Triggered by Breaking Strike. Under Beast form, the force of one fist was over 1,400 kilograms, and with the 50% lethality bonus of Breaking Strike, it was really like a cannon blast, powerful and heavy. Zhao Bailong let out a muffled grunt and couldn't carry the fierce blow. His body arched up like a shrimp and flew backwards, smashing heavily on the iron fence at the edge of the hunting ground. Clang! The iron fence kept sending out vibrations, and the viewing platform behind it was already silent. The disciples had just seen the two exchanging blows for a moment and seemed to have said something. The next moment, Zhao Bailong's person had already flown out. A tragic defeat. The shouts of support came to an abrupt end, and the disciples' jaws dropped, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Why is this happening? How is it possible that a second-stage quasi-transcendent can't carry a single move from a demonic child? The only one who understood the truth was the instructor who acted as the referee. The instructor cried and laughed, looking at Zhao Bailong who was rubbing his stomach and asked, "Still continuing to fight?" Zhao Bailong hurriedly shook his head and stared at Song Chi with a supplicating gaze, his face tense as he whispered, "No more fighting. I admit defeat." Hiss. Song Chi rubbed his chin. This time, he seemed to have discovered an unbelievable secret. He also didn't reveal the other party. Smilingly said, "Understood. I'll spar with senior brother Zhao again when I have the chance." The corner of Zhao Bailong's mouth twitched, never wanting to see Song Chi again in his life. He pulled out the silver spear that was stuck in the ground and ran away in ashes. Only the disciples on the stands were left, each with faces like ashes. It's over. The devil child has no opponent. Zhao Bailong was 12 years old, already the maximum age they could accept. After all, Song Chi was only 2.5 years old. Finding an older disciple, even if that person was willing, the martial arts academy couldn't afford to lose this face. The crusade against the devil child that had attracted so much publicity had come to a hasty end. Song Chi swallowed an elixir pill and rested a little, not consuming much. The battle ended too quickly. He actually wanted to fight with Zhao Bailong a few more times. The other party's physique was strong enough and his martial arts skills were extremely skillful, making him a great enemy. It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Song Chi suddenly pondered. After all, he held Zhao Bailong's biggest secret. You won over that Zhao Bailong kid? The next day, Mentor Zhou Mingkai came to his door, an old face smiling. 3 years ago, I brought a group of students and came to Peach Blossom Garden to do an exchange. At that time, there were also 2 S ranks, and I was so confident that I put down harsh words as a result. Both of them lost to Zhao Bailong, and I was mocked by old Ghost Ji for half a year. Speaking of the painful past, Zhou Mingkai couldn't help but feel emotional. I didn't expect that after 3 years, you would be the one to avenge me. Song Chi laughed. Actually, there was an accident. Zhou Mingkai waved his hand. He's 10 years older than you. No matter what accident, losing is humiliating. Then he hemmed and hawed and laughed. Now, old Ghost Ji, his face is going green, right? The teacher-student duo chatted a few more words about training, and the situation over in China. Zhou Mingkai forwarded an email. Song Chi clicked on it to see that it was a diplomatic document. At the end of this year or next year, the strongest genius in southern Europe is preparing to visit China. Son of Zeus? Zhou Mingkai laughed. Our group of experts went to Europe to find Beelzebub's trouble, stirring up the world. Those foreigners wanted to find their way back even though they were in the wrong. God's bloodline. Son of Zeus. This is the S-class genius they unearthed in recent years and brought over to demonstrate mini plot at the end of the last chapter. Trimmed down a bit to introduce only the character of the son of Zeus. What happens to the main character is to be determined, and will slowly unfold later. A 4 or 5-year-old child with the bloodline of a god king, suspected to be the illegitimate son of Zeus. The matter of the son of Zeus. Song Chi was also very interested in hearing about it, and he couldn't help but reverie in his mind. Zeus genes, is there any possibility of simulation? This god king, and Beelzebub compared to the strength and how? He had known for a long time that the so-called gods were the transcendents, or transcendent beings. From the ancient and early times, most of them had already died, either killed by their enemies or their lifespan had come to an end. Teacher is afraid that this son of Zeus will come over to demonstrate and affect the morale of China? His body was invulnerable to swords and spears, and he was always full of energy and never tired. He is also a top fighter, specializing in boxing and wrestling, and a divine archer. Those who could survive until today were not simple. Song Chi had also heard of this name, and in the Transcendent Database app, there was a chapter dedicated to him. In the mythological records, Zeus and his 31 wives or lovers gave birth to a total of 46 transcendent existences. Again, he had an extremely strong recovery ability and was almost impossible to be killed. Hercules, Zeus, the king of the gods, was one of the very special ones with an extremely large number of offspring. The Hercules in Greek mythology, the bastard son of Zeus, a symbol of courage and strength. The specifics of the son of Zeus. The southern European side has also been kept secret, Zhou Mingkai said. Seeing Zhou Mingkai's somewhat anxious appearance, Song Qi asked, "This freshly baked son of Zeus in southern Europe even dared to take on Hercules, and his talent is estimated to be quite terrifying. Lying in his cradle, he defeated Hera's 2 vipers. Such a powerful transcendent." Song Qi was naturally impressed. When Hercules was just born, he accidentally drank the milk of the divine queen Hera and possessed infinite divine power in infancy. The richness of his emotional life was breathtaking. The only information that has been poked around is, this little guy is considered to be the second Hercules. Zhou Mingkai shook his head. It's only a few years old. It won't have much impact. So what about the second Hercules? What's even more amazing is that several thousand years have passed. This god king's sword has not aged, and actually gave birth to another son. Even the real Hercules was not invincible and died long ago. The myth recorded that Hercules was betrayed by his wife, wore a cloak stained with poisonous blood, and was tortured by the toxin to such an extent that he finally burned himself to death. Such a powerful transcendent was not an invincible god. There were weaknesses after all. Song Qi, then why does teacher not look too happy? Zhou Mingkai explained. This son of Zeus, the upper limit may not be as good as a super-evolved body, but the early growth rate is estimated to be extremely fast, and it is also a few years older than you. The words were not finished, but the implication could be guessed. The son of Zeus was visiting China, and since he was going to demonstrate, it was 80% likely that he would provoke geniuses from all walks of life. If Song Qi can't withstand the provocation and chooses to meet the battle, but hasn't fought, the United Nations sometimes provides some very important resources that require geniuses from various countries to compete. Zhou Mingkai added, you and the son of Zeus, sooner or later, will be in a competitive relationship, but make sure not to be in a hurry. In terms of potential, he is definitely inferior to you. Hearing all of this, Song Qi shook his head with a disinterested expression. Don't worry, teacher. This can't affect me. I can just train without worry. The resources provided by Peach Blossom Source alone will last me a long time. This was not a lie. Ji Zhishuan, the ancient Zhou Grandmaster, was much more generous than the old cadre Zhou Mingkai who had already retired. What Song Qi wanted, Ji Zhishuan gave. What reimbursement, what loan, all non-existent, is to send, from time to time also super doubled. As for the son of Zeus Song Qi had some thoughts about the God-King bloodline. Still, Zeus could live for thousands of years. Maybe he had some longevity gene. When the time is right, I might spar with him. There's no rush now. Seeing that his student was much more calm than he had imagined, it was only then that Zhou Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you can think like this. Top geniuses, most of them were high-minded and arrogant, with no one in sight. When they found one that was stronger than them, they would often lose their composure and rush forward to compete. And once they lost, their mindset would suffer a heavy setback and never recover. For example, Halogen Egg fainted and woke up and has been unhappy. Zhou Mingkai took it very seriously when he understood the reason. Has transferred a group of psychologists from China, forming a psychological counseling team, specializing in enlightening the child. There may also be transcendentalists coming over to help with hypnosis. S-class genius Halogen Egg, almost 10 years old, is still like this. Song Qi was even younger, so naturally Zhou Mingkai was even more worried, and was all set to do psychological counseling in advance. Don't worry, teacher. Song Qi's eyes rolled, remembering something. If you're afraid that I'll be overly psychologically pressurized, why don't you waive the millions you owed me before? That way I won't have any pressure at all. Zhou Mingkai couldn't help but laugh. Don't be anxious. I've already reported the matter of the hyper-evolved body. The above is still under discussion, but the resource tilting policy has already been determined. In a while you'll be watching, counting money until your hands cramp up, said waved his hand, and really put his heart down. He even felt that the son of Zeus in the eyes of this student, as if it was not as important as a few $1 million in arrears. At this moment, in Halogen Egg's dormitory, student, you have to believe in yourself. The counselor smiled and said, you can cheer yourself up more when you're fine. Repeat after me, I'm the best. Haltingly returned breathlessly, I'm not the best. There's someone much better than me. The counselor's smile on her face remained unchanged, and secretly, with a slight headache, she had to change her mind. Class, everyone is a unique leaf. Tossing and turning, the counselor returned to no avail and rushed her group leader. If you can't, Just hypnotize. Team leader, the old minister said. Try not to hypnotize. It's best to let the child overcome his or her demons on his or her own. It's hard to earn this salary. The counselors were all sad. Halcyon was muddled, silently walking out of the dormitory and wandering around the martial arts academy. When he saw disciples of about the same age practicing martial arts, he also lost interest. His gaze was empty and his eyes were lightless. It was as if life had lost its meaning. After training hard and having transcendent qualities in his body, he turned out to be no match for a 2-year-old. So what's the point of playing? At this time, a few disciples from the martial academy passed by and were discussing. Senior brother White Dragon lost too badly. Yeah, a second-ranked quasi-transcendent. And he was actually sent flying by a demonic child with a single punch. Although he didn't suffer any injuries. 12 years old beating 2 years old. With this result, it's already a miserable defeat. When Halcyon heard these words, he froze for a moment and thought that he had heard it wrong. A second-ranked quasi-transcendent, knocked away by Song Chi's punch? He suddenly came to life and asked around to confirm the news. It was true and correct, and this Xiao Bailong wasn't simple. As the top disciple of the martial academy, he had defeated 2S-ranked geniuses from China a few years ago. Such a character had actually lost miserably to Song Chi as well. In Halogen Egg's bewildered eyes, there was suddenly a glow. So, it's not just me who can't. His entire being was confident again. The others can't either. On Province, Lu City, inside the gymnasium, the 20th Youth Fighting Competition of An Province was underway. Douda tied her pill head into a small ponytail, dressed in a white sparring outfit, majestically, and got into the ring. As soon as the match bell rings, he rushes up and charges across the ring with a hard kick and then a spinning elbow strike. This is Douda's carefully prepared moves for his brother. The killing power is not bad. Before the opponent could react, his body swayed and he fainted. 2 seconds, ending the fight. I'm now strong as a thief. Douda shook his head, feeling good about himself. When my brother comes back and sees me again, he'll probably be shocked, right? Not bad. Into the top 16. Yu Gaofeng came over with gusto, praised a few words, and introduced a tang-suited old woman who came with him. This is the vice president of the Chinese Martial Arts Sanshou Association, Senior Yang Qiu Cicada Yang. The young geniuses of China were still trying to hold on in order to stay in the Peach Blossom Garden for a few more months. In his spare time, Song Chi would also go out with his friends, trekking in the wilderness around Peach Blossom Town, whispering again, "Good day, Grandma Yang. Good. Yang Qiu Cicada touched the little girl's head and couldn't help but praise her. Song Chi because directly on the account. Do not have to worry about this. Everyday peace of mind training on the line. Ancient Zhou Martial Academy. Ancient Zhou Martial Academy? Douda thought about it and had never heard of it. The fighting style has an aura, a natural seedling for practicing martial arts, and the physical talent is also good. The provincial tournament is just the first step. When you advance to the national tournament and win the championship, come to Beijing State and find me. However, she is willing to go. At home, her parents were in charge every day. It was too annoying. She also wanted to go out and make waves like her brother. Douda tilted her little face up and said in a good-natured manner, "Hunting, grilling meat, and brushing up on explorer experience. In the morning, fight with alien beasts, simulate genes, and boost fighter experience. In the evening, soak naked in the medicinal pool while practicing the pulse passing technique imparted by Ji Zhishuan, Ancient Zhou Martial Academy. In the afternoon, meditating and cultivating, the consciousness moved ever closer towards the higher dimensional laws. This Gong method, like the 8 Duan Brocade, Yi Jin Jing, and other health-improving martial arts, every time I practiced, my body would be warmed up, and my physique would increase by 0 or a few points." Said, stuffed 2 bottles of evolutionary nutrient solution to Doudu. "I have connections in the Peach Blossom Garden. I can recommend you to meet the holy land of martial arts there." Days flew by day by day. The 3 advantageous genes of the Hu vulture have all been read and simulated. Strong acidic stomach fluid, sharp claws, and long-distance vision. The digestive ability was significantly enhanced. The evolutionary energy slot was filled at a much faster rate, and with the high-quality elixir provided by Ji Zhishuan, 20 evolution points could now be produced in a month. The sharp claws gene was superimposed on the previous cat's claws, and Song Chi's changed claws were even harder and sharper, with a slightly hooked tip. When the claws hung onto the enemy, a tug was a few deep grooves of blood. The long-range vision, on the other hand, could easily lock onto targets 10 kilometers away. Song Chi also read the genes of wings, but realized that to carry his own weight, the wings would have to be quite large to do so. In order to grow huge wings, it would take a lot of evolutionary energy. Last time when Zhou Mingkai took flight, he had said that after the awakening of spiritual power, It was possible to counteract gravity, allowing transcendence to fly freely. Since there were other methods, Song-chi wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, the wing genes had already been read, so it wouldn't be too late to simulate them if needed. He continued to physically fight with various alien beasts. Digestive ability, sight, smell, hearing, reaction speed, muscle strength, skin armor, sharp claws. These were the main goals of the gene simulation. Even if the genes came from different fey beasts, the same type of effect could be stacked partially, allowing him to go further and further on the path of humanoid beasts. A month later, the V-Fighter's professional experience was successfully brushed up. Fighter, First Order, Second Order, 0/100. Activate Second Order Fighting Specialization. Combo Strike, short continuous non-stop attacks. When hitting the target, the killing power increases by 20% each time, with a cap of 200%. Reward free attribute points, 20. Reward free attribute points, 20. Finally, I become a second-rank fighter. Song-chi picked up a cup of peach blossom milk and drank it as a simple celebration. Continuous strike, this fighting specialization. The effect was very good. Even if it didn't stack up enough, there was still a considerable increase in killing power. 20 points of attributes, still split in half for mental constitution. Physique, 123. 5133. 5. Spirit, 128. 1138. 1. After another month or so, Song-chi's physique was full at 150 points, and the skill experience of the pulse passage technique was brushed up to 50 out of 100, which was quite skillful. Ji Zhixuan came over to check it out and was satisfied. Not bad, the foundation is solid enough. The next step is to open up the orifices and advance to quasi-transcendent. He hung a map of human orifices on the wall and laughed. The heavenly market passage, according to your country of China, connects to a planet in this universe. When you see more in the future, you'll realize a marvelous phenomenon. Many of the planets have humanoid life, and all of them stand at the top of the biological chain. Song-chi sniffed and immediately remembered the first old day he had visited the Apocalypse 2122. It was a distant planet with 3 suns, and before it was destroyed by the hunters, there was indeed a human civilization that was highly similar to the people of Earth. Humans, most likely, are one of the top races in this universe, with extremely high potential and countless secrets hidden in their bodies, Ji Zhixuan said. Mastering these secrets is no less than mastering a high-dimensional law. The orifices are part of the mysteries of the human body. Ji Zhixuan spent half a day introducing all the major orifices of the human body. Unlike the acupoint system of Chinese medicine, the orifices here had simpler names: eyes, ears, mouth and nose, heart, liver, spleen and lungs, bones and fascia. The vast majority of the body's organ parts have corresponding orifices. Activating the eye orifices, one can further refine the eyeballs and break the limits of human eyesight. Activate the arm bone orifices. The bones can also be further refined, harder than steel, swinging the arm down, like a steel whip. At the same time, the activated orifices can also store bioenergy. According to Ji Xingxian's words, it was called martial arts chi energy. Song-chi probably understood. The system of orifices was like a high-dimensional law that could help humans break through genetic limits and continue to evolve. The standard for a martial artist's quasi-transcendent realm was also very simple. Activating the first core orifices was the first stage of the quasi-transcendent realm. The activation of the orifices to penetrate is difficult in the first step of perception. Martial Academy disciples who want to perceive the location of the orifices have to practice at least half a month of Jingong, syncing their minds, sensing their own bodies internally, and re-examining their own bodies. Ji Zhixuan imparted a set of Jingong stances and laid out the task. The heart is the head of the 5 organs and the source of power. You have to perceive the location of the heart orifice within a month. Song-chi agreed. Going out, he found the senior instructor who instructed him, who was a 7th order quasi-transcendent. In the name of sparring, Song-chi touched the other's arm and opened the mental correlation state. Sensed the location of the heart orifice. 10 minutes later, he returned to Ji Fingerxian's courtyard. Dean, I'm better. You're better? What's better? Ji Zhixuan didn't understand, and looked doubtfully at Song-chi, who had gone and returned. The location of the heart orifice. Ah, I found it. Song-chi explained, and spoke a bit about his understanding. Orifices were like the core locations of the body's various organs, rather than any small holes that actually existed. Just like the concept of a center of gravity, the center of gravity of an object may not be in the object itself. For example, a hollow ball where the center of gravity is located is empty, but the concept of the center of gravity is still present and significant. The location of the center of gravity varies from object to object, and the location is naturally different for each person's heart orifice. As a matter of fact, one could only slowly grope for it on their own. There were no shortcuts to be had. However, the mental correlation state could provide comprehensive perception information. Equivalently, Song-chi gained a little bit of martial arts experience from his instructor. He personally experienced what it was like to have his heart opened. Suddenly there was a moment when his heart area shook slightly. Not bad. Positioning is only the first step. The subsequent opening of the orifices and embodiment still requires work. When continue to work hard, the sound of a strong and powerful heartbeat rang out, traveling upwards along the chest and clearly reaching his ears. Now but give someone a few minutes to get it done. Ji Jishuan pulled his beard several times and asked incredulously. Ji Jishuan was silent for a long time, shook his head, and let out an emotional sigh. Perhaps, this is the one in a million martial arts genius. Then he successfully determined the location of his heart orifice. In the medicinal pool, Song-chi's eyes were slightly closed, feeling the essence of the medicinal liquid enter his body, like a scorching magma, slowly flowing, and under the guidance of acupuncture, continuously stimulating his heart orifices. The opening of the orifices course, which was originally prepared to be conducted next month, had begun earlier this time. A martial artist with ordinary qualifications might have to fumble around for a year or two. With this valuable sense of orientation, and with his over 150 spiritual attributes, he was able to grope around for a few minutes. Song-chi smiled shyly. I went out for a walk and suddenly got inspired. Ji Finger Xian brought a set of silver needles and zapped Song-chi into a hedgehog, then threw him into the boiling hot medicine pool and sprinkled in various precious herbs. This process lasted for 2 whole hours. Ancient Zhou Martial Arts Academy disciples are gifted generation, but the matter of orifice positioning have to be drilled for months of time. Knock, knock, knock. 10 minutes and you're done? How did you do that? Ji Finger Xian has seen a lot of knowledge, but today is also considered a small shock. Slightly calmed down a bit, and encouragement. His chest felt relaxed, and soaking in the medicinal pool didn't feel dull at all. His skin also became extraordinarily rosy, and his blood was rushing at high speed in his veins, like a great river flowing unceasingly, as if it had brought about a surge of power. The heart pumped blood, providing oxygen and energy to the tissues of the entire body. The moment the heart orifices were opened, Song-chi's entire body was energized, and his status skyrocketed. Looking at the panel again. Physique, 152 to 172. 2. After 2 hours of work, he had directly gained a 20-point increase in his physique. The effect of the opening of the orifices was very good. From this moment onwards, he was a quasi-transcendent martial artist. There was still a lot of room for improvement as he continued to harbor his heart orifices in the aftermath. With a great success, Song-chi happily climbed out of the medicine pool and removed the silver needles from his body. Noticing the dozens of boxes containing medicinal herbs next to him, most of them were already empty. Looking at the names of the medicines written on the boxes, he was secretly staggered. The total value of the herbs consumed this time was estimated to be over $3 million. No wonder Zhou Mingkai said that the martial artists here were soaked in medicine pots. Countless Chinese people wanted to enter the Peach Blossom Garden to practice martial arts, but there were very few places, and most of those who came were only exchanging and learning, and very few could enjoy the resources. The reason was sort of understood this time: the consumption was too great and the cost was too high. Meditation original liquid is even more expensive. A bottle a day is only 65 million a year. Elite level experts can still afford it. Practicing martial arts enlightenment, 300 million but just an appetizer. What are you thinking about? Ji Jishuan saw Song-chi's eyes looking at the medicine box and immediately guessed a few things. Smiling, don't worry, you're now our Peach Blossom Garden's genius. This amount of medicinal herbs, old me can still afford it. With these grandiose words, Song-chi was so happy to hear them that he really wanted to record them and send them to his mentor, Zhou Mingkai, to listen to. After he succeeded in opening his aperture, he followed up by learning a new gong method, containing yuan gong. This was a quiet gong that specialized in cultivating the orifices, and could be practiced while meditating, or while standing on stakes. During the practicing period, a large amount of medicinal herbs had to be taken, but of course, all these expenses were covered by a certain large family. The gong method was not difficult, and Song-chi experienced it immediately, practicing for half an hour at a time. Physique plus 0. 2. Practicing once a day. He could also add 6 points in a month, which was pretty good. The panel came with a prompt message at this time, presumably because the Yam Yuan Gong had become a skill. When Song-chi checked, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the occupation phrase had also changed. It had changed from fighter to martial artist. The recently learned pulse passing gong and Yam Yuan Gong had all become skills in that occupation list. Martial Taoist, this concept is broader. There's fighting and killing, as well as nourishing and forging the body. Songqi had some expectations for the martial Taoist's career ascension, not knowing what kind of specialization would be rewarded. Over here, Ji Zhishuan was already planning for the future. Containing the orifices is a watery way to slowly fill the orifices with qi energy. With your qualifications, optimistically, in a year's time, you should be able to contain it. He stroked his beard lightly, his tone appearing expectant. This child would probably break through the ancient Zhou Martial Academy's all-time record all the way. Then, just continue to open new orifices and advance to the second stage of quasi-transcendent. 1 year? So slow. Songqi froze as he listened and shook his head, looking less than satisfied. It feels as long as most of my life. 1 year to ascend 1 rank, and you only became a transcendent martial artist at the age of 12? It was a bit hard to accept. Ji Zhishuan was silent when he heard this. In the large sleeves of a robe, his hands shook slightly. Somehow, suddenly, he kind of wanted to hit someone with his hands. A few minutes later, Songqi was driven out of Ji Zhishuan's small courtyard in a bit of a mess. Perhaps, when people get older, they're just a bit temperamental. He didn't care, and on his way back to the dormitory, he was still pondering in his mind, how can I practice my kung fu faster? In more than 2 years of rebirth, Songqi had one valuable life lesson. When you encounter a difficult problem and there is no way out, try to open up. He returned to his residence and sat down to run the embracing Yuan Gong. While gazing at the changes in his heart orifices, he opened the panel. Recently, he had saved 2 evolution points, and the stick technique had just risen to level 1, rewarding him with 3 attribute points, 5 points, all of which were added to physique. An instantaneous boost was felt very clearly. It really has an effect. Songqi was delighted to find that the heart orifice had become more stable. At the same time, a sense of burning airflow appeared within the orifice. By simulating more genes that accelerated digestion and opening the stomach orifice, the evolution points would naturally come out faster. At the same time, the mental attributes would not be left behind, and with the additional points from meditation practice, it would also approach 1,000 points. A year is 180 points, plus the rewards from skill upgrades and career advancement. This is the martial arts qi energy that Ji Jianxin talked about, which Songqi interpreted as bioenergy. After achieving the achievement, terrorizing upright ape, extreme body, in the direction of the physical body, the panel gave the goal for the next stage. Genetic hyperbody, 172, 2/1000. It can replenish physical energy, and also satisfy the energy consumption of spirit-associated state and gene simulation. And when the realm is high, the qi can also be externalized. The 2 paths together, double transcendence is not a dream. Together with the effect of the embracing Yuan Gong, it would be 15 points a month. In addition, the spiritual correlation state and gene simulation would consume some evolutionary energy. Calculate how much longer. Songqi cracked his pinky and began to estimate. When he opened his heart orifice today, his physique directly increased by 20 points, and the other orifices were estimated to be the same. With this addition and subtraction, it was estimated that the physique would be able to distribute an average of 9 evolution points per month. When you add points to your physique while practicing the embracing elemental technique, the orifices will also benefit. The path of a martial artist's transcendent cultivation was instantly clear. Continue brushing attributes. Songqi went back to look at the evolution goals. 1,000 points, the same as the requirements for advanced idea body, which was presumably the threshold for transcendent. The pills given by Ji Zhishuan were the same as the evolutionary nutrient liquid. The first few times they were eaten there were quite a few evolution points. After eating more, the effect got worse and worse, and nowadays they were mainly used as replenishment of stamina. Of course, this was still only the current level. This attempt was very successful. Doing the math this way, in 3 or 4 years' time, it would be easy to brush up to 1,000 points in physical fitness. Now that the digestive ability had improved, the evolution energy slot could provide 20 evolution points a month. Songqi was a little excited. When he was a few months old, he had heard his dad mention transcendence. And at that time, Songqi was filled with envy, and he also felt that transcendence was a lofty existence. 2 short years had passed. Now, the goal of transcendent mortal was very close. Continue to work hard, and become a dual transcendent in martial arts and psychic abilities at an early date. At that time, we won't have to worry about so many things. This world, although it was filled with many dangers, but when one reached transcendent, as long as one didn't make waves, self-preservation was not much of a problem. Especially for a martial artist transcendent, breaking an arm or a leg was nothing. Like Ji Finger Xian's level, cannons couldn't even bombard them to death. Songqi's fighting spirit was high, waving his small fists and setting a big goal for the next stage. Before the age of 6, Become a transcendent. Outside the dormitory door, in the corridor, Halogen Egg happened to pass by. He had recently finally conquered his demons, calmed his mind, and restarted his training. Already, he had steadily stepped onto the elite level. Looking around, no matter if it was Huagua or Peach Blossom Garden, there were very few people who had this realm before the age of 10. In the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, among the young disciples under the age of 10, there was just one person who was at the elite level, and he had also just recently broken through. As for the porcelain doll Ji Haoqian, his qualifications are also high. As a member of the ancient Zhou royal family, he has enjoyed countless resources since he was a child, and his progress has been rapid. But a little younger, 7 or 8 years old, currently still a quasi-elite. With this comparison, Halogen Egg became more confident. I am still the top genius, the heroes of the world. Give me up. Just then, he passed by the entrance to Song Chi's dormitory. Faintly, he heard a voice from the door. Before the age of 6, become a transcendent. Swish, Halcyon's face went off on the spot, blackening and turning green, directly turning into a leathery egg. The sky was also spinning in his head. He felt a bit stuffy in his chest, and reached out to touch his heart in a panic, took 2 steps and staggered. What's wrong with you? The passing martial arts academy disciple was startled and rushed over to assist him. I'll go shout for the instructor. No, the instructor can't save me. Halcyon's voice was weak and he said eagerly, where is Zhao Bailong? I'm going to find him. Zhao Bailong was 12 years old and lived in another dormitory area as a disciple of the older session. At this moment, he was conversing with his master. Oh White Dragon, how's your Big Dipper child's kung fu practiced? Master asked. Zhao Bailong's gaze was a bit averted, but he lowered his head and didn't let his master notice. Respectfully, he said, Master, it's been progressing well lately. That's good. Master nodded with satisfaction, very relieved with this talented disciple. He didn't ask more questions, but just instructed. The focus of practicing the Big Dipper's child's skill is to abstain from sex. You have already reached puberty, a teenager, and practicing martial arts. It is the norm to be bloodthirsty. Be sure to always refrain. Keep a clear mind. Don't let external objects disturb your mind. Zhao Bailong nodded like garlic. Don't worry, Master. I will pay attention. Aha. Master nodded, pleased with this disciple's good behavior and understanding. With your natural talent in practicing the finest Heavenly Dipper child's kung fu, you can definitely become the strongest genius in the martial academy in the past 300 years. After some encouragement, the master left. Zhao Bailong returned to his room, closed the door, and carefully unlocked it. Then he turned over his bedding. Hidden underneath were a dozen or so CDs, all genuine goods from the island nation of Fusan. All watched awe. Zhao Bailong flipped through them and sighed, feeling tasteless. Want to stop going to the store to drop off another one? I've been going there a little too often lately. That fellow might have noticed me. While pondering, a sudden sound of footsteps sounded outside the door. Senior brother Zhao, help save people, a disciple shouted. Zhao Bailong was stunned. He wasn't a doctor. How could he save people? However, seeing that his fellow disciple was in trouble, he hid the CD, put down the bedding, and after making sure there were no breaks, he quickly ran to open the door. As soon as the door opened, 2 disciples helped Halogen Egg in. Halogen Egg's face was disheveled, his gaze was lifeless, and his consciousness was in a bit of a trance as he opened his mouth. Senior brother Zhao, at the risk of asking, how did that demonic child Song Chi defeat you? When Zhao Bailong heard Song Chi's name, his heart tightened. Could it be that his secret was exposed? Observing Halogen Egg's expression again, it seemed to have nothing to do with this. Zhao Bailong put his heart down. The real reason why he lost to Song Chi could never be known by others. He organized his vocabulary. His expression was serious, and he said seriously, China's devil child. His name is true. His strength is extremely terrifying. Based on the metaphysical novels he had read, Zhao Bailong recounted the battle in detail. As soon as the Chinese demon child fought me, both his eyes burst out with red light, as if he was a god or a demon. His aura was ancient and vicissitudinous, like a certain supreme power who had changed his life against the heavens and lived a second life. His whole body's muscles are bulging high. His clothes are almost bursting through. He is an inhuman monster. I didn't get a good look at his fingers, but claw for claw, my own hand was scratched with a few deep claw marks. He really didn't seem to be human. I was caught off guard and pinned down, and could only watch as he blasted his fist as if it were a stone. By the time I reacted, I had already lost. Zhao Bailong spoke with a heavy tone and a serious expression. The few martial arts academy disciples beside him, all of them had pale faces, and they were listening with incomparable despair. A Chinese devil child, only 2 years old, was so terrifying. They, the disciples of the martial academy, were afraid that they would never be able to make it. Halogen Egg's face, however, was getting better and better, and finally became rosy. After all, he was only AB rank, and within a group of geniuses, he was at the bottom level. I won't be left behind by you guys. Looking at the medical miracle in front of him, Zhao Bailong was a bit flustered. This couldn't be a flashback, could it? Song Qi looked at him, somewhat curious. Cheer up. Song Qi toasted him with milk instead of wine. Snotlout was unfortunately eliminated in the second round and had to go home early. Song Qi livered another half a month of experience, and on this side of the base, 2 rounds of tests had already been arranged one after another. As his best friend left, Pee Wee also sighed. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated from the next assessment as well. No need. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Children who inherited transcendent traits would show something different from a young age. Although it wasn't clear what transcendent abilities would be in the future. Breathing was steady, eyes had light, and walking wasn't wobbly. With a firm mindset, Snotlout drank a small cup of Taoyuan's specialty medicinal wine and, dazed, returned to China from the heavenly market passage. He was a bit lost, but this ending was expected. Halcyon looked at the despairing expressions of these disciples, made a hugging salute, and smiled faintly. I'm good. Before the trip, a few close friends met, and the snotty little man rubbed his nose and laughed. I have transcendent trait. Turn back and concentrate on meditation. Train hard. Maybe become transcendent earlier than you guys. Snotty's transcendent trait. It's good to guess. The probability is in the nose piece. Why don't you go to the instructor and take a look? In our martial academy, there are many instructors who specialize in medical arts, he proposed. But those who could pass the base selection, there were no weaklings. As long as they grew up smoothly, they all had a great future. And that special place was where the transcendent trait was located. Your transcendent trait. Where is the location? Pee Wee heatedly smiled. This is usually a secret, but there's no harm in telling you mine is on the little bird. Song Qi marveled, then became puzzled. Then the last time you sparred with the one practicing iron crotch kung fu, it wasn't so bad that you couldn't even carry one stick. As soon as he heard iron crotch kung fu, Pissing Waif's expression grumbled and he said in dissatisfaction, it's inside the little bird, but not inside the little ball. After 2 rounds of elimination, those who stayed were all experts. In addition to practicing martial arts at the Martial Arts Academy, the crowd would also have to slowly start the wilderness adventure quest. Peach Blossom Garden didn't have a large population, and the town's surroundings were mostly an undeveloped state of nature. So when people were sparse, foreign beasts would roam around. The kids will have to patrol the outskirts of the village and town once a day, and try to take care of any roaming beasts on their own when they find them. The base experts would give scores as a basis for judging the next round of elimination. Song Qi was indifferent to this. Occasionally going out on patrol with his companions was just a way to take a break and brush up on his experience and wilderness skills. After another half a month, Ji Zhishuan suddenly called him over. You kid, don't you mind practicing at a slow pace? Here comes the good stuff. Saying this, he opened a medicinal herb atlas, flipped to the back, and pointed to a ginseng-like plant and said, Purple Polygonum Wild Ginseng, 500 years old. After taking it, it can significantly increase the effect of the Yang Yuan Gong, which can be worth half a year of hard work. Although the grade is not high, it is very rare. Old me had 2 plants in my hand before, but unfortunately you came late and gave them to other juniors. This new strain will soon be used as one of the rewards for the joint expedition. You look after yourself. 1 Purple Polygonum Wild Ginseng, against half a year of practicing effects. Song Qi's eyes lit up. Although he had hangings, no one could have too much of this kind of good stuff. Recently, practicing while adding points was extremely efficient, and 1 month's effect was equivalent to 3 or 4 months of normal practicing. Taking this wild ginseng again, he would soon be able to ascend to the second stage of quasi-transcendent. By then, if the stomach orifices were opened first, the digestive ability could be greatly increased. This joint expedition, how do we do it? Song Qi rubbed his fists and decided to take this precious medicine. Ji Zhishuan said, the ancient Zhou Martial Academy will send a group of outstanding disciples to compete fairly in the wilderness with those from your genius selection base, exploring the terrain, capturing exotic beasts, and searching for medicinal herbs. In previous years, it's all the same old stuff, but this year, it's even more dangerous. What danger? Upon hearing those 2 words, Song Qi was immediately on guard. Ji Zhishuan wanted to laugh as he watched. No wonder Zhou Mingkai said that this child was timid. He explained, near Changfeng town in the north, there have been quite a few sand wolves infesting the area recently, harassing the townspeople and attacking and killing livestock. This kind of sand wolves, individually, are of average strength, comparable to human quasi-elites, but they are highly organized and their intelligence level is not low. Old Ghost Joe and I have decided to let you guys try it out first, just as the main part of the expedition. Although there are people to take care of you and won't let you guys die. But if you are not careful and seriously injured once, missing an arm or leg, it's also a big injury. You have to think about it clearly. Song-chi thought about it and asked, inside the sandwolves, what is the strongest level? Finger Xian smiled, not sure, but it's not too strong. If it exceeds the level of a first-order quasi-transcendent, the instructor will directly strike. At most first-order quasi-transcendent battle power. Song-chi put down his heart. The second-order Zhao Bailong, he couldn't handle for the time being, but the first-order one was definitely not a problem. As long as he was careful and didn't let the wolves beat him by many, the purple polygon and wild ginseng should be a sure thing. 30 kilometers north of Taoyuan town, outside Changfeng town, to the west was a sandy area, and between the yellow sands, there were vaguely earth-colored animals moving about. It was a sand wolf, and their fur color, in this environment, became a good concealment color. The distribution of the sand wolves appeared to be chaotic, but they were in small groups, moving in an orderly manner. First, they attracted the attention of Changfeng town's guards and diverted them away from the mountain. Then they took the opportunity to sneak into a pharmacy and took away many high-value herbs and pills. By the time people realized it, it was already too late, and the two fellows of the pharmacy fainted with serious injuries. Deep in the sand, the wolves were excited to share the spoils. Suddenly, the wolves separated, and the tall wolf king stepped out. Looking in the direction of Changfeng town, it slowly opened its mouth, and with a twisted voice, imitating the accent of the townspeople of Longwen town, it said, humans. Ji Zhishuan individually informed Song-chi that the target to be dealt with on this expedition was the sandwolves. It was also considered to have leaked a bit of insider information in advance. Song-chi had planned to make a trip to the hunting grounds to find a few sandwolves to play with and familiarize himself with each other's habits. As a result, just after lunch, he received a notification on his watch. All gather. Ancient Zhou Martial Academy. On the martial arts field, the dozen or so young geniuses from China were still unclear about the situation and were talking to each other. I'm still playing in the grading tournament, Pee Wee muttered. Halogen Egg was standing right next to him, originally with a bland expression and an expert demeanor. When such a situation arose, it couldn't wait any longer and needed to be dealt with immediately. This expedition, the danger is on the high side. The possibility of injury is high. You can voluntarily withdraw and be automatically eliminated. More than 30 junior disciples of the Martial Academy also came to gather. All of them were the best of this generation. And Porcelain Doll was also in there. Zhou Mingkai reminded. These sand wolves, with their strong strength and high level of intelligence, specialize in teamwork. Song-chi was going to say hello, but when he saw this, he felt puzzled and shook his head and walked away. The children of China heard this and didn't say anything, standing in place and showing their attitude. Pee Wee said seriously, I heard from the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy that the foreign beasts here are capable of eating people. In Changfeng town to the north, there was a vicious incident of a foreign beast injuring someone, with a teacher behind them to protect them. If they are still afraid of danger, what would the base think? Even if the qualifications were high, the cultivation value would be greatly reduced, and not only would they be eliminated this time, but it would be difficult to obtain a tilt in resources in the future. Are you afraid? Simultaneously murmured in his mind. Song-chi gave him a puzzled look. What's there to be afraid of? Joint expedition. Start early. As soon as he saw a certain magic child coming over, he immediately tilted his head up again and gazed at the clouds in the sky. The children were not stupid. They knew this clearly, and no one was willing to give up. Pee Wee was a little weak and asked Song-chi Dao in a low voice. He doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. Now it has shown its ferocious side again, brazenly hurting people. Finger Xian and Zhou Mingkai then showed up to formally inform everyone. What's wrong with this person? Listening to their explanation, Song-chi realized that two of the pharmacy fellows had been bitten by the sandwolves in the morning and were seriously injured. There are some foreign beasts that will keep on eating people once they have bitten them and feel that the flavor is good. Tender-skinned ones like us, the fey beasts love it the most. Usually it will start with the stomach first and slowly eat the internal organs inside, during which the person is always awake. Although they were whispering, the scene was relatively quiet at the moment, and many people around them heard it. Originally, the children were all hesitant and ready to fight with the sandwolves. Hearing Pee Wee talk so horribly, their aura instantly wilted. On the contrary, next door, the disciples of the Martial Academy, after hearing Ji Zhishuan's lecture, raised their right fists high and shouted in unison, definitely win. The neat and powerful voices traveled this way. Zhou Mingcai's old face darkened, feeling humiliated, and he glared fiercely at Pissing Waif. Suddenly remembering something else, pointing his finger at Pee-Wee, he smiled and said, come over here little guy. Your parents sent you an exclusive weapon. Manhwa froze for a moment. Where did he have any exclusive weapon? But seeing the other people casting curious and envious gazes, he instantly became smug and didn't think much about it. Proudly puffing out his chest, he walked over with large strides. Only Zhou Mingkai rummaged through his bag and took out an old belt. Looking at the trademark of the belt buckle, it was still the old brand of China, 7 Pearly Wolves. As soon as he saw this, Pee-wee's face instantly turned green and he turned around to run. Zhou Mingkai waved his hand, creating a suction force through the air, yanking the person back hard. Your father said, if you misbehave, let me use this exclusive weapon to properly hone you. Saying that, the belt was swung in the air a few times for show. It hadn't touched anyone yet. Ah! Piss Baby had already let out a pig-killing howl of misery. His face twisted as if he was suffering great pain. Zhou Mingkai, ? Originally it was just a scare. Now he kind of wanted to really fight. The miserable screams of the peeing child echoed more than a few times in the martial arts arena. The children instantly got excited and were busy watching the fun. The fear of the party dissipated. The porcelain doll also came over, with a curious face, and asked Song Qi, the custom of your country of China, before going out to war, is it necessary to take a member of the team to sacrifice the flag? Changfeng Town, a little smaller than Taoyuan Town, a small town of 100,000 people. The internal core area was a small city, guarded by high walls, so that if they encountered a large-scale attack by foreign beasts, the people could enter the city to hide. The vast land outside the city is a variety of farmland, medicinal gardens, farms. There were no city walls, all of which were protected by simple earthen walls. Generally speaking, scattered foreign beasts that found large-scale human settlements would not dare to approach. There would also be a large number of martial artists on the outskirts of the town, patrolling non-stop day and night. The safety of ordinary people could be guaranteed. However, this time, a group of cunning sand wolves suddenly appeared, playing a game of East meets West, luring away the patrols and successfully stealing a pharmacy. Changfeng Town was in a state of panic for a while, and many ordinary people closed down their medicinal gardens and farms and retreated into the inner city to take refuge. The various local industries were naturally affected as well. After listening to Ji Finger Xian's introduction, the group had already arrived in Changfeng Town by land cruiser. After getting off the vehicle, Song Qi looked around to observe the environment. The long-distance vision, gene from birds such as the Hu vulture still functioned in human form. When he raised his eyes and looked around, the scene 10 kilometers away was also faintly visible. This was the Hu vulture's talent. As scavengers, suitable food could not be easy to find. They needed to search a large and vast area every day, and their vision had to be very open. Song Qi looked to the west and vaguely noticed that there seemed to be yellow things moving on the sand 7 or 8 kilometers away. As soon as the caravan arrived, they began to retreat backward and quickly disappeared into the depths of the sand. Are these the sand wolves? Song Qi memorized their location. Over here, Ji Zhishuan and Zhou Mingkai had already started grouping up. The disciples of the martial academy, who were good at close combat and were more familiar with the foreign beasts, had an advantage over the children of China. That's why this time, it was mandatory to split up the two sides of the team and mix them together to regroup. It was also to cultivate the feelings of the two sides. As for who exactly to group with, it would depend on everyone's social skills. As with the last time they entered Old Day, Pee-wee used the fastest speed to embrace Song Qi's thigh. Big brother begs to be brought. The porcelain doll also ran over and brought her younger brother with her younger sister. The second sister's name was Ji Ni, and the third brother's name was Ji Tai. Both were 6 years old and had just entered the martial arts academy. China's A-ranked genius, Xiao Dai, had extraordinary skills and unique methods. So Song Qi was impressed with her and called her over as well. The group was initially formed. Song Qi took a look at the members of the group. With the exception of Xiao Dai, the others felt like they were all dragging their feet. The Ji family's 3 siblings were talented, but unfortunately they were too young. The only thing Pee-wee could do was carry the luggage. His spirit pet, Little Golden Hair, didn't come. Otherwise he could still help everyone catch fish to eat. Song Qi wanted to drag Halogen Egg in as well, but after turning around for half a day, he didn't find anyone. Forget it, it's better for me to see. Knowing the enormity of the task, the children did not dawdle, and were divided into groups at speed. A group of 6 or 7 people, a total of 7 groups, of the geniuses under the age of 10 in Huagua and Peach Blossom Garden. These were the most talented group. Although they were young, they all had quasi-elite upper and lower strengths, and individuals were still at the elite level. Of course, the youngest someone, on the contrary, was the strongest one, already a first-ranked quasi-transcendent. The overall strength was good, and there was a powerful teaching group and expert group as backup. The kids were still quite confident, thinking that defeating the sandwolves would not be much of a problem. Alright, The joint expedition now begins, Ji Zhishuan announced. It's starting? Quite a few people were a bit confused. They had just gotten off the bus. They were still at the fringe of Changfeng town. The neighborhood was full of wasteland. Not a single townspeople were in sight. Pee-wee laughed nervously and began to play dumb. The disciples of the martial arts academy are quite afraid of this old dean. And when they heard this, they hurriedly acted, got on the main road, and went in the direction of the inner city. Where to start? I've already told you the situation. That pharmacy that was attacked. The general directions I've also said. Won't you guys find it yourselves? Ji Zhishuan grunted. Seeing the belt in his hand, Pee-wee hurriedly covered his buttocks and dodged away. Pee-wee also agreed. Song-chi was a bit speechless, glancing at the originator. Pee-wee, with a bit of a bad look in his eyes. Then you're lucky to have been born a year earlier. Only Xiaodai looked confused. What were they talking about? Porcelain Doll recalled. The names of several younger siblings were helped by a strong Chinese man who lived in seclusion here. When I was already born, Ji and I and Ji Tai were a bit coy, and had heard many more rumors about the magic children of the Hua kingdom. Ahem. Zhou Mingkai coughed and swept a glance at a few people. Still not departing. Having a tea party. Song-chi took the lead, but instead of taking the main road like the others, he headed in the direction of the sandy land to the west. At this moment, when they heard his voice, they shivered in fear and hid behind Porcelain Doll in fear. The Porcelain Doll, on the other hand, was a bit surprised and asked, "How did you know I have a sister?" The fourth sister has just turned 4 weeks old and is not yet old enough to go to school. Wait until you get to a crowded place and then ask for directions. Your name is Ji and I. Your name is Ji Tai? Song-chi asked with an odd face. Ji Haoqiao. This name was still good. Fortunately it wasn't ruined. Song-chi's group fell at the end. Still listening to the Porcelain Doll's younger siblings introduce themselves. Damn foreigners. Song-chi couldn't help but lament. Song-chi, not only do we know this, but we also know that the one who named your sibling is definitely not a Peach Blossom Garden local. Do you guys have another sister? Go. The group knew that Song-chi was the strongest, so they naturally followed him. Pee-wee was very conscious of hugging the thigh and took the initiative to take on most of the luggage, puffing and puffing as he followed behind. Porcelain Doll started the 100,000 reasons again, holding up her little book. Curious, student Song, why did you choose this side? Song-chi pointed in the direction of the distant sand. There seemed to be sand wolves there just now. Go and take a look first. There's actually a sand wolf hiding nearby? The guts aren't small. Pee-wee followed the direction of Song-chi's finger, and what he saw first was a patch of bushes a kilometer away. Thinking that this was the place, completely unanticipated that the actual location that the person was pointing at was 7 or 8 kilometers away. It's not far, so let's go. Pee-wee carried a large backpack weighing dozens of kilograms, full of concern. 1 hour later. Who? Still haven't arrived? Pee-wee panted heavily and began to doubt life. He asked Song-chi, where exactly did you see the sand wolves hiding? Right in front. Song-chi reached out and pointed. Almost there. Just a few kilometers left. ? Pee-wee was going crazy. You can see 10 kilometers away at a glance? Song-chi smiled and said, I'm young and have good eyesight. Another half hour passed. The crowd helped Pee-wee share some of the load, carrying large bags and sweating, and finally arrived at the place Song-chi had seen before. Bang! Pee-wee sat on his butt on the ground, not realizing that there were rocks under the sand, choking him and making him grimace, but didn't forget to ask, where's the sand wolf? Song-chi didn't care about him. Lying on the ground, his nose twitched and sniffed around. The sense of smell gene of the foreign beasts was still too much stronger than humans. Well, this gene was now his own. There wasn't much wind here either, so it was easy to smell a faint fishy and tawdry odor. Searching around, he picked up a dirt-colored animal hair. It's still there. Pee-wee was all set to return without any success, and his eyes widened in surprise at the sight. This person could really see a sand wolf from 10 kilometers away? Classmate Porcelain Doll held up her little notebook and was about to start the interview again. Song-chi hurriedly raised his hand to interrupt. Don't talk, I want to think. The spiritual correlation state quietly opened. He silently read in his mind, look at where these sand wolves came from. A scene flashed in his mind. Blazing sun, yellow sand, deep valley. A set of sand wolves resembled an army, raising their claws and darting in a well-organized manner, splitting into multiple groups and leaving in different directions. In the scorching wind, a voice with a strange accent was also faintly heard. Humans. The image came to an abrupt end, and Song-chi was a bit startled. How could he hear someone talking? The organizer of this group of sand wolves. Could it be a human? On second thought, it seemed that this possibility also existed. The intelligence level of many exotic beasts was not low, like the Hu vulture from before. Even if it came out of the cage, It would not try to escape because it knew that the instructor had an anesthetic needle in his hand. Even the Hu vulture could see that Song-chi wouldn't kill it, and was very cooperative, hovering at a low altitude all the time, fighting Song-chi physically. Such intelligent foreign beasts, gathered together, and then a leader with superb organizational skills. It could indeed form a small army. A little interesting. Song-chi raised a bit of interest. Originally, he thought that this mission would be all about killing and slaying, but he didn't expect that there would be an element of surprise. It was just that he didn't know if he would be able to obtain this ability to command foreign beasts. After opening the spiritual correlation state a few more times, he was basically sure that the few sandwolves that came to this place were specialized in looking out. The wolves seemed to know that this side was in the direction of Taoyuan town, and that there might be human reinforcements coming. Just now, they saw the vast caravan of the martial academy, so they probably returned the same way and went back to their lair to report the news. Then let's follow them all the way there, and try not to be discovered by the other side. Song-chi determined the direction and then observed the environment here. A vast area of sand. Although the environment wasn't as harsh as the Great Desert, it was also dry and lacking in water, with very few plants. He turned his head to ask a few members of the group, marching in the sand, can it be tolerated? When Pissing Wave sniffed, he immediately came to his feet and proudly crossed his thumbs, pointing at himself. I'm absolutely fine, I've practiced before. In terms of desert survival, UA ranks and S ranks are no match for me. Hearing him say this, the crowd was very curious and busily asked him what unique tips he had. Pee-wee smiled proudly. I don't need to drink water, just keep drinking my own urine. Halcyon's mood had gone up and down in the past 2 days, as if he was on a roller coaster. When grouping, many disciples of the Martial Arts Academy recognized the strength of this S-class of China, and have applied for a team. Halogen Egg carefully selected, formed a set of all quasi-elite lineup, led by him. This elite level, the overall strength in the groups is considered to be the strongest. When he looked at Song-chi's side, there were several dragons, and they were still chatting away. Halogen Egg immediately looked forward to it. Saying that, he looked around and pointed at the rocks all over the ground. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. Finally, he entered this valley and stepped into the ambush circle set up by the sandwolves. Halcyon was in a good mood and took off his hat to fan himself, smiling slightly. Steady. Yesterday, the 6 groups of children tracked non-stop, beating away and injuring several sandwolves. Riding high all the way, and beyond the valley, was a fast-moving yellow figure, accompanied by a rising and falling howl that was incredibly loud. Unfortunately, when the sound rang out, the 2 sandwolves seemed to be looking down at the ground, their vision filled with sand. A few people suggested sending a flare to the ancient Zhou Martial Academy for help. In the distance, there were 2 sandwolves walking silently, not yet noticing the humans on the opposite side. Secondly, it's better to ask for help. There are a lot of stones here. Why don't we use the tactic of long-distance throwing to deplete the wolves' strength first? The next day, the stones were thrown without any effect. While marching through the sand, Song-chi realized that he had scoped out farther than the sandwolves. There were only 2 exits from the narrow and deep valley, all of which were blocked by the sandwolves. The leaders of several groups once again gathered to discuss. Then it can't get out. Halogen Egg looked around, did not see the figure of Song-chi's group, and felt that this handle was stable. Tian, who opened the game and progressed at a rapid pace. Can one person be stronger than a pack of sandwolves? Arriving at the dispensary, the children received another warm reception from the local patrol. The sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky was high enough for birds to fly. The group of sandwolves they were facing were not brainless goods. There was a masterful commander behind them. Learning that the children were going to track down the sandwolves, the merchant was very happy, pulling them in a van and going directly to the pharmacy where the accident occurred. Touch the fur of the sand wolf and turn on the spiritual correlation state. With that said, the crowd inquired about Halcyon Egg. Classmate, you're better acquainted with Magic Child. Do you think he can salvage the situation? Instead, there were a few children who were so tired that their hands cramped. However, this also meant that the expedition had failed, voluntarily giving up various rewards. Gotta find it. Song-chi set his goal. Blow it up. He hid in the sand alone, and when the sand wolf approached, he turned on his fierce beast form and suddenly stormed up, carrying dozens of kilograms of luggage and walking slowly on 2 legs. By the time they find the sandwolves, we'll all be done fighting. These were all less than 10-year-olds, with good talent but too little real-world combat experience. Without Song-chi on this side, at the moment, he only felt. The faster he ran, the faster he was sent. Halogen Egg stood in a deep valley, his gaze confused and in a state of disarray. The sight of a pack of wolves besieging the valley came to mind. The children determined the direction, and to be on the safe side, the 6 groups didn't spread out completely, looking out for each other and following the footprints left by the sandwolves, tracking them all together. What to do? In the spiritual correlation state, Song-chi heard that oddly accented voice again. On the 3rd day, the water was finished. That tone. It doesn't feel human. There are a total of 4 head wolves, all elite level combatants, blocking all the exits on both sides. 38. 6. 166. 69. The wolves launched an attack, and multiple more people were injured. Staring at the pack of wolves eyeing the wolves in the distance, Halogen Egg recalled his own spiritedness yesterday, and his mood was extraordinarily complicated. After exchanging the situation, the crowd looked grave. 6 groups, all ambushed? Song-chi was a bit surprised and shook his head. Hitchhiking was much easier than walking. The figure of a child appeared in the valley and launched a raid, trying to break through the blockade, but unfortunately to no avail. A group of traders hauling goods passed by, and seeing that these children were wearing ancient Zhou Martial Academy costumes, they hurriedly stopped and asked where they were going. The true Wolf King has not appeared yet. Ordinary sand wolves. Their battle power was not as good as human quasi-elites, and they were smaller in size. Song-chi instructed the group to retreat to the back and take cover. The sand wolves were very smart. As soon as they saw that there were rocks in the air, they immediately used the mountain as a cover, and didn't suffer any harm. At the exit, there were even a few giant wolves bigger than adults blocking the way, spitting out their bright red tongues and showing greedy smiles. Halogen replied with a stern face. First of all, I don't know him well. The action began, and apart from Song-chi's group, the rest of them, including Halogen Egg, were heading in the direction of the inner city. Classmate. A few disciples of the Martial Academy came over and approached Halogen Egg for discussion. If they changed to a more eye-catching color, they could be seen from 10 kilometers away. At this moment, he finally deeply realized a truth. Bang bang 2 punches. 1 punch to dry out 1. It's finally my turn to win one. We can't deal with them anymore in our current state. Listening for the second time, he also worked out a different meaning. On a clear day, a moving yellow object could be detected in time even from a distance of 7 or 8 kilometers. Stupid human cubs. The patrol had also kindly loaned 6 horses to help the boys pack their bags so they could preserve their strength against the sandwolves. 1 day later, the patrol members answered all the questions and told the direction and path the sandwolves had left, saving them the time of slowly exploring again. With Song-chi's strength nowadays, hitting them was easier than hitting a beanpole. It wasn't clear what kind of creatures were actually able to mimic human language. The corners of Halcyon's mouth twitched slightly, closed his eyes, and tremblingly stretched out his right hand. Beside them were dozens of demoralized teammates. 6 teams, already seriously injured, and attrition 3 people, slightly injured many people. The rest are also exhausted. This is not a solo fight, but a team fight. In the end, a gaze was cast on Halogen Egg. That night, the quasi-elite level combatants, there are roughly 10 of them, in addition to more than 30 ordinary sandwolves. Calculating the time, magic. Song-chi's classmates are probably walking to this area as well. Another person suggested, isn't the 7th group, that is, the demon child's group, not with us? Why don't we send a flare and ask them for help? I thought it would take a lot of work to rush and ask for directions, but good luck suddenly came and couldn't be stopped. One slow step. Those who agree to ask him for help, raise your hands. The moment to prove himself came. Under the sun, a naked head, as if it was all shining. Haltingly, he immediately shook his head. It was not yet the point where the mountain was exhausted. Simply fighting a dozen foreign beasts was not much of a challenge. Even at the level of a first-order quasi-transcendent, he had dealt with a few of them in the hunting grounds. Only such a special existence could pique his interest, and when he found it, the expedition would also be able to obtain the highest score. Toward the valley, for 2 more days. At night, in mid-air, orange-colored flares rose high in the sky, releasing a dazzling light in the night. This color represented a call for help to other groups, and there was more than one. Flares of the same color were shot 6 times in a row. Oh my god. Something has happened to all 6 teams, Porcelain Doll exclaimed. Are we going to send a flare in response? The others didn't have the intelligence to go so far alone, but Song-chi had already grasped the distribution of the sandwolves by virtue of the spiritual correlation map. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. There was also a group of them, looking out in the direction of Taoyuan Town and Changfeng Town, guarding against human reinforcements. Song enabled the fog to cover his figure, and then managed to find the first sandwolf with his excellent eyesight gene. When he came to the mouth of the valley, he saw a scene that he would never forget. Suddenly his body sank, as if something jumped onto his back. After eating, he was tired and fell into a deep sleep. Standing at the top of the food chain, there was no natural enemy. and as far as the eye could see, it was all prey. Morning. The group of wolves even did not expect. There is a small team, through a special means predetermined their general location, in a silent circle to the back. During the handover, some people couldn't help but complain. In the fog, a flash of black shadows, the sound of a click is not audible. One after another fell to the ground of the sandwolves, howled twice and got no response. A monster that could defeat Xiao Bailong would still lose to this group of sandwolves? Just then, a cough gently sounded outside. The remaining 5 members of the group were still advancing cautiously. The children panicked a little and grabbed their weapons and rushed out. The force was already scattered. There's no way Song-chi will be eliminated. Song-chi gently lowered it to the ground and went on to find his next prey. Tiptoeing along, he traveled without making a sound, quietly approaching one end of the valley. The peeing baby was still heartless, knowing that there was a big brother leading the way and not worrying about anything. Trigger, breaking slam. The temperature gradually rose, and the morning fog gradually dispersed. Song-chi once again looked at the children in the valley, this time simply not smiling. He naturally wouldn't expose his position easily. Before the sandwolves could react, their necks were snapped with a click. The companions hurriedly covered the mouths of these people with vicious eyes, as if in warning. They wouldn't have been eliminated already, would they? In the next moment, Song-chi jumped down from the mountain rock and attacked. After thinking about it for a while, he took the group and set off for the night, quietly making a big detour around the road. Song-chi asked Xiao Dai to protect the rest of the group, and by the way, he was the rear guard, and if he had the chance, he could pick up a few straggling sandwolves to fight and show off. The next morning, just as the sky dawned, the group descended the mountain. With a grin, they revealed an innocent and cute smile, as if they were greeting each other normally. Good morning. Magic boy is something you can shout? Be careful that you lie on the ground as well. The few children who were still questioning Song-chi just now were already jittery, and looking at the ground full of corpses, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. By the afternoon of the second day, it had actually circled around to the big back of the wolves, behind them a kilometer away. Instead, Halogenegg was very confident, touching his bare head, a picture of wisdom. The fierce beast form was turned on, the heart orifice is activated, and chi energy flowed throughout the body, providing a strong explosive power. The children who had just gotten up came over to replace the night watch batch. Boom! The sound of rushing blood seemed like angry waves, resounding in the void. Outside, strewn about, the corpses of sandwolves were already lying all over the place. After taking care of these 2 elite-level head wolves, there was even more information that spirit correlation state could obtain. Muscle strength is strengthened, skin is armored, and sharp claws pop out from the tips of the 10 fingers. This joint expedition, how the rating would be, all depended on how this wave was handled. 38. 6. 166. 69. Holding out for one more day, waiting for no reinforcements. We'll have to give up. After many consecutive days of fighting, the sandwolves were also a bit tired, and had just woken up from a nap and were yawning. Song-chi could only sigh when he saw this sight. Is it that scary? I was smiling, alas. It's been 2 days and there's still no movement. Where's the demonic child? Could it be that in a few hundred years, a pack of wolves walking upright, wearing helmets and carrying submachine guns will appear and attack Taoyuan town in force? This wolf king must be captured and sliced for study. He then raised his head and looked at the crowd within the valley, secretly decided that in the future, when there is an opportunity, then give the peeing baby a stick. Outside the mountain, a sand wolf was moving, running and barking furiously in anticipation of the food that was about to enter its mouth. Sand wolves were originally hunters, but at this moment, their identities were quietly reversed. Song-chi had also rested for the whole night, refreshing himself and preparing for the big battle. It was as if a god of death had passed by, silently harvesting away their lives. The 2 head wolves were just about to signal the police. With the intelligence of this group of sand wolves, they must have known that the children in the valley were asking for help, and they must have been on guard. They were afraid that the demonic child would get carried away on a whim and do them in the process. Song-chi shook his head. Song-chi did not say a word, and his strikes did not stop. The crowd nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic, and instead, there was a sense of solidity in their hearts. Who? The 2 elite-level head wolves looked back and trembled in shock. The 3G family siblings looked at the scene and felt the pressure, their little faces turning a little white. Half an hour later, the 2 elite-level head wolves blocking the exit of the valley realized that something was wrong. In the middle of dozens of fallen sand wolves, stood a 1-meter-tall child. The child carried a saber in his hand and shook off the beads of blood on it. The sand wolves attacked again? The crowd, shocked and silent, froze for a moment and stammered in response. Xiao Dai was quite calm, rushing for so long and still not changing her face. Her physical fitness was very good. The sun showed its head slightly, the first rays of sunlight, illuminating the scene outside the valley. Pwa looked around, looking at the corpses of sand wolves on the ground one after another, with a bewildered face. Didn't we say that when we come across a single sand wolf, we'll leave it to us to solve it? At this time, in the valley, the peach blossom garden's fey beasts, have they evolved to this level? The pupils turned into thin lines like a cat's, clearly recognizing things as usual in the dim environment. Raising his sword in the air, he said in a milky, vicious voice, "Come with me to catch the Wolf King. Where's the lone one?" This discovery was really a bit shocking. It was like a small apex predator rampaging through the wild world. After 2 days of not drinking much water, the children were all mentally stressed and extraordinarily irritable. Cleanly, the 2 elite level head wolves were resolved. The few people who followed behind couldn't help but open their mouths in shock when they saw this horrifying scene. Demon. Songchi finally confirmed that the one who opened his mouth to speak human words was the Wolf King of this group of sandwolves. Based on yesterday's observation on the mountain peak, this group of sandwolves had split into 2 groups in order to block the 2 ends of the valley, each responsible for an exit. The one who commanded the wolves to attack the pharmacy and set up an ambush in the valley was also this guy. The blade light flashed continuously with 2 swishes. He, on the other hand, was alone, moving forward and deeper, silently turning on the gene unlocking state in the white morning mist, climbing up a small peak. He climbed up and could see the 2 steep mountains in front of him, as well as the narrow valley in the center. This is what a Chinese magic child looks like. Just now, that human and harmless fake smile, laughed so much that their hearts were hairy. Go, follow Song-chi to catch the Wolf King. At the mouth of the valley, dozens of children lined up behind Song-chi and quietly skipped off. Although they didn't say anything, each one of them had a smile on their face. Finally, they had left this damned place, and there was still hope for this expedition. Come have some water. Song-chi once again took a step forward, moving forward at an even speed of 30 kilometers per hour. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. That's you. An hour and a half later, Song-chi was close to the edge of the sand. In other words, someone had drunk a pot of urine for nothing. Good morale. 10 minutes later, back at the mouth of the valley, a freshly fledged cub? With this kind of speed? Chi-Chi cast their eyes to the magic child, ready to hug this big leg. Before I married my wife, I was faster than this little guy. But after I married my wife, I was slower. The wolves at the other end of the valley, noticing that there were never any silhouettes in the valley, quickly realized that something was wrong. The rest, Halogen and the others can completely deal with it. Pissing Waif was silent for a moment, then tilted his high and proud head. As a result, 2 hours later, they went up the mountain and found a shallow pool on one side. This physical ability, it's horrible, catching up to my 18-year-old level. Seeing this scene, many experts marveled. Arriving at a safe place, Song-chi beckoned, and Xiao Dai and other members of the group came over, carrying several heavy water bottles. The trace of chi energy contained in the heart orifices was also slowly passing into the limbs, replenishing the loss of physical energy. A bald man at the head, with no hair or eyebrows, had a calm gaze, but his tone could not hide his excitement. It's not polite to come but not to go. Somewhere in the distance, Zhou Mingkai heard these words and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Being passively beaten for days, now I can finally get my revenge. The children went up the trees one after another, towering over them, picking up rocks and smashing them against the sandwolves. Finally arriving at the mouth of the valley, they saw sand wolf corpses all over the ground. The 2 elite level leader wolves led the way, following the footprints on the sand and chasing after them frantically. The distance between the 2 sides closed a bit, and the Wolf King also discovered the pursuers behind him. Such a magical existence. If we can catch it and offer it to the gods. The instructors were a bit worried. Dean, I'm afraid that the Wolf King's origin is not simple. This kid is a bit melodious. How about deducting a point? Even so, Song-chi still traveled with ease, reserving enough physical energy for the battle. The fresh water that their group had brought with them was finished long ago on the road. Under the hot sun, between the yellow sand, the tiny body sped along, leaving a long string of footprints behind it. This was the benefit of opening the heart orifices. A strong blood supply and a significant increase in physical strength. Agility attribute pulled full, bouncing between the mountain rocks, more flexible than apes and monkeys. Entering the valley and searching, he found it empty. The marathon world champion in his previous life could only run 21 kilometers in an hour, and it was still a weightless state on the highway. Stones fall like rain. There is no place to hide this time. The group of wolves wail. Heavy casualties. Zhou Mingkai led a group of base experts, following from afar to protect, holding up binoculars to observe, following at a distance to protect. Then you guys are underestimating me too much. 10 minutes later, they tracked to a small hill. Song-chi's eyes lit up. Genetic unlocking state turned on, and his pair of short legs ran as fast as they could. The breathing was smooth and long, and the rhythm was organized. The pack of wolves became angry and howled to the sky. He was also very curious about this cunning foreign beast. A few long howls did not get a response from another group of sandwolves. 38. 6. 166. 69. It was first startled, then realized that the pursuer was very small, standing a meter tall, a bit smaller than the gang of human children. It had just entered the mountain and stepped into the rugged wild path. Even G-Finger Xian was a bit surprised and smiled. He planned to fight for the biggest battle result again, the Wolf King. The footprints were the largest and deepest, and the direction gradually deviated from the wolves, turning westward, away from the human towns. None of you can do it. This joint expedition, my survival ability is definitely a perfect score. A small person, but quite ambitious. Ahead, a giant wolf could be vaguely seen, also running. Because of its larger size, it was slightly slower than Song-chi, and was slowly going to be caught up. Dilly dilly dilly. If you can take down the Wolf King, the purple polygon and wild ginseng old me will find a way to get 2 of them. All of them will be given to you. When the Wolf King discovered the field of corpses at the mouth of the valley, he had the pack of wolves chase after him at a fiery pace, while he himself slowly fell behind. Song-chi was satisfied, and with the newly collected dozens of minions, he began a new plan. With that said, unloading the useless luggage and only taking a knife, a pot of water, and a small amount of nutritional supplements, he ran down the mountain in a puff of smoke. In any case, there are people to protect. Do not have to worry about the safety problem. In a joyful atmosphere, the only one who did not have a natural look on his face was Ppwa. There's actually so much water. The children were excited and surprised. The crowd drank a few mouthfuls of water, and then ate all the cookies and nutritional supplements left on their bodies, and their state recovered a lot. There were also instructors hiding in the distance to watch the battle, and when they found out which disciple was inadvertently seriously injured, they stepped in to save the person. On the sand, with water bottles and sabers, this long-distance running speed had far exceeded human limits. Stepping on the body of an elite-level head wolf, Song-chi opened the spiritual correlation state to check and was somewhat surprised. With his mind made up, Song-chi exhorted little butterfly and porcelain doll, "You guys be careful. I'll go after the Wolf King." From the mental association state can be found. This guy has a mysterious origin. Like this 2 years suddenly appeared. The dozen or so people who were more seriously injured were directly taken away by the Martial Academy's instructor. The remaining 30 or so people still have the power to fight. A mouthful of boredom finished, without changing his face, drawing applause from the group. The kid had a confused look on his face. If you're thirsty, just endure it. How else can you boil it? Just watch. Ji Zhishuan smiled as he stroked his beard, slightly opening his mouth. His voice actually rang in Song-chi's ears. The situation has been stabilized. The Wolf King's eyes were filled with astonishment and a hint of greed, as if he saw a chance to change his fate. The Wolf King isn't here? He actually went alone. The children were startled when they heard this. At that time, the peeing child had painfully drunk 300 milliliters of yellow unknown liquid on the spot to prove his ability. That guy, I guess he realized something was wrong and bailed out early. Behind the dead trees on both sides, a small round head suddenly emerged. The sand wolves were in the midst of their anger, and only focused on carrying out the Wolf King's orders, so they dove headfirst into the ambush circle. At this moment, Pee-wee's face was as yellow as that unknown liquid. He was upset and found one that looked thirsty and asked expectantly, "These people have just suffered a loss, and they know that the wolves are not easy to deal with, and they do not have the mind to compete with each other." It looked carefully and did not find any other humans, but it was likely that there would be. Song-chi frowned and swept the battlefield. There were 4 elite-level wolves in the pack. He had solved 2 of them at the mouth of the valley, and just now took out another one. "Classmate, how did you make it through these few days without water?" Among the messy footprints of the wolves, a distinctive string was distinguished. The Wolf King's gaze flickered, turning around and pretending to continue escaping. Sneak attack. Use the fastest speed and take this newborn cub. A man and a wolf, glancing at each other across the air, then continued to run and chase. With his inhuman long-range vision, Song-chi saw the flash of killing intent on the Wolf King's face. "Trying to kill me back?" He was delighted in his heart. It wasn't afraid that the other party would try to kill back. It was afraid that the other party would be bent on escaping. With a total of 200% killing power bonus, or 3 times the power, the already sharp alloy saber's defense-breaking effect jumped by a large margin. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to visit. The vastness of the scene instantly occupied the entire mind, as if they were there, then watching a 4D movie to have a sense of impact. it is reasonable to say that it is impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The two claws were cold and flashing, sharp as sharp knives, waving a few times with a whistling sound. The Wolf King, who went all out, lifted the barren grassland almost up, full of wolves, rubble and deep craters everywhere, as if it had been blown up by an artillery shell. The booming sound was as incessant as muffled thunder. 10 minutes later, the Wolf King sneered triumphantly. The Wolf King was the first to leave the sand and enter the grassy wilderness. Hundreds and hundreds of fey beasts advanced in this way, coming to the center of the forest in an eerie atmosphere. Finally the Wolf King took a look and missed. Put! The white light moved and suddenly focused on the Wolf King. 10 slashes a second, instantly stacking up the continuous strike specialization effect. Song-Chi dodged and stabbed as his hands flew up, teasing out a trail of residual shadows. Song-Chi felt something was wrong and hurriedly checked the current status. Seeing that there were no human reinforcements nearby yet, it quickly adjusted its strategy. The humans living in the east were a bunch of blasphemers. The bloody mouth opened, and gusts of fishy air wafted out, stinking to high heaven. Just like when a person gazes at the sun for a long time, they end up having bright hallucinations even when they close their eyes. White knives go in, red knives go out. Originally ferocious and cunning beast, at this moment, docile as a rabbit, obediently fell to the ground, let people caress, and did not move. Song-Chi dodged dangerously and narrowly, and stabbed another knife. Still not seeing blood. Better behaved than Master Orange, Song-Chi praised. How did this happen? Shaking his head, his consciousness remained white. A long trail of blood flowers bloomed brightly in the air. In the white haze of vision, a voice was heard, a series of odd syllables. The Wolf King didn't say anything, presumably acquiescing. Why is it so slippery? It was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood. While thinking this, suddenly he felt a flutter in his heart, knowing that it had to hurry. The Wolf King exploded with all its might, its majestic body lunging straight over with a sound like a small mountain collapsing. Song-Chi was startled, having used spirit-associated state dozens of times. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fierce beast form, plus full tier, continuous strike, plus breaking slam. The Wolf King was still enjoying the feeling of his saber scratching his itch when suddenly his waist went cold. The human cub across from him suddenly grinned. This harmless smile, in the eyes of the Wolf King, had become the most terrifying expression in the world. But a knife was stuck in the opponent's waist, but it was blocked by the thick fur. This is the perspective of the Wolf King. There were jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, as well as antelopes and elk, and some odd species in the other world that couldn't be named. It was as if there was an icy gaze that was watching itself. The light was like a tide, drowning the turquoise weeds. In the Wolf King's field of vision, a vertical eye also appeared out of thin air in the midst of the whiteness. The Wolf King snorted. Just this kind of small knife. Still want to break its defense? Backhand is a claw. 386. 166. 69. Song-Chi also didn't expect that in the Peach Blossom Garden world, which was dominated by exotic beasts, there was actually this kind of existence. There were no fighting techniques performed, nor did they use Peach Blossom Source's martial arts. They were all gazing silently ahead with frenzied gazes. A set of continuous moves was as fierce as a tiger. Song-Chi stroked the Wolf King's big furry head. Swish, 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 the wolf's claws swung without stopping, and black shadows streaked across the midair. Song-Chi first ate all the Dan pills and nutrient liquid on his body to replenish his physical energy. Then with a close of his eyes, he opened the spiritual correlation state. Die for me. The Wolf King's eyes were red, and he felt like he could hit this human cub with his next claw. The Wolf King's face changed drastically. Shock, fear, and disbelief in his gaze, poking with the saber. Small hand pressed on the hilt of the blade, gazing on guard, not caring about the position of the knife, and not exerting any force, like a messy knife, only pursuing a fast one. Then seeing the position of the target's waist, he exploded, beast form, and struck with all his might. Tearing, swinging claws, bumping, stomping. Song-Chi had jumped to 3 meters away, easily dodging the attack. Purple-black lines that simply outlined the pattern of the eyes were lifelike, as if they were actually staring at themselves. Song-Chi was startled. Just a glance. Was he about to explode? Luckily, he still remembered his various natural abilities. Exclamation point. Seeing that the Wolf King had used up his breath, he took the initiative to arrow up. It was only one step away from success, and with this kind of temptation, even the most cunning creatures could not avoid a wave of greed. Song-Chi substituted into the Wolf King's perception, and when he was illuminated by this light, he felt a wave of warmth surge into his body. He hurriedly observed. Song-Chi stepped in after him, followed by a flash. As God's people, the Wolf King needed to go there, test the reality of humans, explore valuable information, and then come back to offer it to God. I'll poke and prod. With his rapid nervous reaction and agile figure, Song-chi rolled around and didn't receive a single attack. Just using his body as bait, he lured this human cub to attack. He couldn't even break his skin even if he received dozens of knives. But this human cub would have to pass out of breath if he received just one claw. One person and one wolf began to hurt each other. Against this large beast with thick skin and flesh, Song-chi chose the most threatening means of attack. It was walking in a large forest, surrounded by all sorts of fey beasts, in the same direction as it was heading. The movement was like thunder. The ground crumbled and cracks spread out like a spider web. A blazing beam of light, dazzlingly white, as if it were the midday sun, suddenly descended from the sky and fell into the forest. The Wolf King was stabbed to tears, but kept his eyes strongly open and prostrated himself reverently, as if he was soaking in a hot bath. Not only was his body soothed, but his mind was also much more lucid. But then again, the intelligence level of the foreign beasts, not high or low, on average, slightly worse than humans, but also quite good to fool. This was naturally not the language of Earth, but Song-chi, through the Wolf King's perception, roughly understood the meaning. My turn. Bang! A wolf claw the size of a millstone suddenly emerged and smashed down high, creating a large crater on the ground. Song-chi was startled and hurriedly turned off spiritual correlation state. In addition to consuming most of his physical energy, a new phrase popped up in current state. Spiritual pollution, 5%. God. At first, when the panel rewarded the spiritual correlation state, it also rewarded the accompanying purification. Consuming body energy and evolutionary energy, it can purify a certain degree of spiritual pollution. Song-chi immediately turned on purification. In his consciousness, it seemed like a clear spring was gurgling through, washing away the restlessness and uneasiness in his heart. The dazzling halo in his mind also gradually dimmed. Mental pollution, 4%. Spiritual pollution, 3%. Song-chi thought about it and texted his mentor again. Teacher, for this joint expedition, are there any extra rewards on the base side? If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. Returning to the battlefield near the valley, Ji Jishuan and Zhou Mingkai, the two transcendent bigwigs, were present. Opposite Yi Shan, who was still adjusting her screen, Daodu's voice came from the stereo. I'm invincible. The experts immediately stepped forward and examined the Wolf King's corpse, preventing any transcendent existence from leaving any backstabbing behind. Song-chi breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hands in the distance again. There seems to be a god in this world. Song-chi told the secret he had discovered in general. Looking at the two very different styles of replies, Song-chi could only lament. Is this the difference between an active leader and a retired leader? Halogen Egg performed excellently, defeating an elite-level giant wolf, and was satisfied, returning victorious with everyone. There's nothing less for you. Your performance was very good this time. There's more to the reward. The big family spoke, as usual, with bravado. What's going on today? There's always a tendency to commit death. As it turned out, Song-chi had already killed the Wolf King single-handedly, and had rested for half a day, chatting with Ji Finger Shin there. At this time, the battle with the Sandwolves had also ended. Song-chi shook his head and suppressed the thought. Song-chi finally felt some sense of security. Zhou Mingkai laughed. Well, look at how scared you are. With me guarding here, who would dare to come over? It was good to be late. She had more time to prepare. That god indeed did not dare to come, but Zhou Mingkai also did not expect his own students but took the initiative to look at the same time, and the heart secretly added, if you're too weak, I'm afraid I'll accidentally beat you to death when I go home to practice. Zhou Mingkai, I'll apply for you. After she goes to Beijing State to play in the national tournament, she still has to go to some ancient Zhou martial arts academy for exchanges. Returning to Taoyuan town, the two people did not speak to anyone. The atmosphere was extraordinarily weird. Could the spiritual pollution that one was subjected to be used as a medium? Outside is still too dangerous. Using the spiritual pollution as a medium, opening the spiritual correlation state, again, perhaps one could peer into the target's transcendental abilities. Transcendent beings living nearby will naturally be wary and come over to test the waters from time to time. It was still necessary to advance to transcendent as soon as possible. Check your consciousness again. What's too risky? Wait until you become a transcendent. Ta-da-da. Once the weekend was over, the results of the joint expedition were announced. Then he asked, what are you laughing at? 2 days off to the weekend, but without revealing the ability of spirit-associated state. This Wolf King could speak human anyway, so just dump the pot directly on it. When faced with a threat that you can't handle, you have to rush to hug the big brother's thigh. This is a good example of a peeing baby. When the exchange is over and you've practiced a martial art that is out of this world, you'll be able to crush your brother. Daodo flashed a confident smile. determined to prove that Earthlings were no worse than Superman. The effect of purification was immediate, and the pollution level quickly returned to zero. Dean, have my 2 purple polygonum wild ginseng arrived? At the end of the expedition, a portion of the children stayed in Changfeng town to recuperate from their injuries. The parents were inexperienced at the time, and didn't hold their daughters to the strict standards of geniuses. As for the brain, it was probably hopeless. Stupidity was innate, and would only get slightly better when one grew up. 38. 6. 166. 69. Ji Zhishuan did not go back on his word and gave a very generous prize. It always felt like the other party was faking a smile, and there were a few hints of mockery in his smile. Daodu ran over in his slippers and lowered his head, suspiciously surveying his brother on the screen. Even some of the instructors started shouting like that. But on second thought, the little girl was happy again. It was Zhou Mingkai who brought a group of experts and rushed over to ask, "What's wrong?" There were a few sandwolves that took advantage of the chaos to escape, but the children wouldn't let them go easily and chased them hard for 10 miles in order to examine the scoring. "Congratulations, sister." Of course, it was entirely too late to start working on it. Several silhouettes appeared out of nowhere on the originally empty sand, rapidly approaching. Otherwise, in terms of physique alone, Daodu wouldn't be much worse than these little geniuses in the base. Songqi hugged her tablet and made a video call to her home. She tried to act friendly, but that subconsciously clenched little fist still revealed the true thoughts inside. It had only been a few months since she left home, and her old sister was so wild? Obviously New Year's Eve was quite low-key. What happened during this period of time? Yi Shan laughed. Your sister has been in the limelight lately. The fighting provincial tournament has won consecutively all the way to the national tournament, and will soon be going to Beijing State to fight. After entering the ancient Zhou Martial Academy and sitting in the quiet dormitory, Songqi was truly relieved. Songqi nodded his head, revealing a bright smile, and rushed to the little girl in the corner of the screen. Of course I'm happy that my sister won the match. Songqi's reply was impeccable. To be fair, Daodu's physical talent was still okay. It was just that she was too playful in the past and didn't cash in on her talent. Finally, one by one, the wolves that attacked Changfeng town were destroyed in a group. However, the vertical eyes that he had seen before still impressed him. As a result, Songqi alone, cut over half of the main force of the wolf pack, once again established the prestige of the magic child. Songqi heard a blank stare. Halogen egg touched his heart and felt it beating a bit fast. Over the past few decades, the Peachlanders have cooperated with China, and their sphere of influence has expanded rapidly. Halogen finished reading the list and turned his head to find Zhao Bailong again. Songqi had taken a full 200 points, and Halogen Egg, who was in second place, had 72 points. Daodu stared at his brother who was fuming in the screen, suddenly had some expectations and asked, "When will you go home?" This joint expedition was supposed to be a bitter battle, and the Martial Arts Academy was prepared for a failed rescue. Oh, Daodu was a little disappointed. This time it was a genuine outpouring. There was no faking. Knowing that there was a god of unknown strength outside, Songqi didn't want to stay more than a day. Hoofed it, and directly skipped. Current status, there is no problem. It just so happened that Halogen Egg was also in a hurry to go back. In Songqi's mind, a bold idea suddenly popped up. Zhou Mingkai was still calm and seemed to have expected it. Explaining, was this the transcendent ability of that god? Did the vertical eye detect itself or not? If it could reverse sense one's existence and cause mental pollution, this ability was too strong. We'll have to go back and have another chat with senior brother Zhao Bailong. Well, add a contact. Of course, we're also trying to find ways to pry into each other's intelligence. The two were traveling the same way, sitting in a car. One was still thinking about God, and the other was in a complicated mood, suspected of having PTSD again. Songqi grinned. Only winning a provincial tournament. This is planning to challenge Superman? It's going to be a little later this time. A few more months. However, it could be put in a nicer way, called bare heart. Songqi had a bit of a headache listening to this. You guys are testing each other. Can you not bring me along? Teacher, why don't we go back first? It might not be too safe here. In addition to the promised 2 purple polygonum wild ginseng, there was an additional reward, allowing Songqi to enter the ancient Zhou Martial Academy's beast taming ground and pick a young beast for free to use as a spirit pet. Spirit pet cultivation was the signature industry of Peach Blossom Garden, and Songqi had always been quite interested in it. Usually weekend break, follow the porcelain doll out shopping. Will also enter the spirit pet market to see, but has always been only to see not to buy. The most common spirit pets on the market, the upper limit of the bloodline will not be too high. Similar to CC, can have quasi-elite combat power after adulthood. The ones that were a little better, had elite-level battle power when they reached adulthood. Those with quasi-transcendent potential belonged to rare spirit pets. so rare that they were almost invisible on the market. The ground is full of palm-sized small milk cats and small milk dogs, and in the birds' nests lie finger-sized fledglings that can't fly yet. The taste was similar to eating tree roots, but it was mesmerizing. Upon hearing this, the children's eyes lit up. Song-chi didn't care. He was most familiar with raising cats, and there were 2 cats in the house already, but other animals were also acceptable. Extreme spiritual pet. Song-chi nodded and walked over to the fist power machine and casually took a bite. Just after eating it, his whole body was like soaking in boiling water, his skin rolling. There are a few extreme young beasts that might become transcendent beings, similarly mixed in. Not going for nothing. Student Song, the day after tomorrow, a few of me will go to the beast taming field together. The porcelain doll ran over. As for the transcendent potential, PFFFF, 2 nostrils began to spray blood. Well, we'll see then. 2 hours later, Song-chi lowered his head, and saw a small chicken walking on his face, just up to the height of his instep, tilting his head and grunting. The environment here was beautiful. Not all iron cages as one would expect, but an inky meadow with a group of small animals running around. This little monster. Bang! With a thunderous bang and roar, the fist power machine value directly soared to 1,400 kilograms. The potential of a spirit pet is related to bloodline, personality, birth constitution, and other aspects, but it's still the bloodline that's the main focus, and will all give professional evaluation results. The instructor briefly introduced a few sentences. The following day, at the gate of the Martial Academy's Beast Taming Stadium, in his mind, the rows of small buttons on the mother cat's stomach instantly appeared. Under Ji Jishuan's care, Song-chi experienced the fierce effects of this precious medicine for the first time. Song-chi scanned the circle, grabbed a wailing kitten, and attempted to turn on the spiritual correlation state. Song-chi took over the second purple polygonum wild ginseng, and didn't mind the unpalatable taste, directly stuffing it into his mouth and chewing it raw. Before and after, a total of 10 evolution points came out. The human stomach, the most important digestive organ, was also known as the foundation of the afterlife. On the panel, the evolution energy slot filled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after providing 1 evolution point, the progress bar continued to start rising again. With a strong backbone, let me con what you're thinking. The ones released are all treasures with at least quasi-transcendent potential. In addition without opening the fierce beast form or performing martial arts, it was already close to 3 times the human body's limit of punching power. That was why Song-chi had not been able to find a desired young beast. Soaking in the medicinal pool, Song-chi closed his eyes tightly and operated the yin yuan gong, allowing his limbs and bones to thoroughly absorb the medicinal power. The ones in the group with Song-chi didn't have low expedition scores, with little butterfly and porcelain doll scoring second only to halogen egg. I've always wanted a big dog, one that can be ridden as a horse. The porcelain doll was very happy. What do you want, Mr. Song? The major orifices of the human body, which are originally one, influence each other and complement each other. Ji Finger Xian said. Any one of them could be considered valuable. After practicing for another 2 or 3 months, it was estimated that one could impact the 3rd layer. It was completely free anyway. However, unlike Song-chi, the 4 of them couldn't pick one for free, and if the desired hatchling was more precious, they would still have to pay a portion of the price. 38. 6. 166. 211. Whether or not we can find them, and whether or not we can gain their approval, it's up to all of you. The next day, the longed-for purple polygonum wild ginseng finally arrived. Speed. Time is only 1 hour. The instructor began to pinch his watch. The next step was to activate the stomach orifices and impact the 2nd stage. 1 precious medicine was equal to half a year of hard work in harboring the orifices. Ji Jishuan did not exaggerate. Song-chi had prepared for this and had sought out the instructor in advance to cut a deal, utilizing the spiritual correlation state to determine the location of the gastric orifice. At the same time, he also felt that the newly opened stomach orifice echoed the heart orifice, and the 2 seemed to be related. Those that can be cultivated as spirit pets must have a friendly and kindred personality, but those that are the least bit dangerous stay in the hunting grounds, the instructor explained. It's only 1 step away from a 2nd-order quasi-transcendent. With his work done, Song-chi jumped out of the medicinal pool and patted his small stomach in satisfaction. It took another 2 hours to successfully open the stomach orifices with the help of the remaining medicinal power of the purple polygonum wild ginseng. Ji Finger Xian's expression management had always done a good job. No matter how perverted Song-chi behaved, he always had a cloudy and light-hearted expert demeanor. It had always been rumored that there were even extreme products with transcendent potential in there. However, the reward given this time was to pick a young beast in the Martial Academy's beast taming field. The best spirit pets in the Peach Blossom Garden almost all came from the ancient Zhou Martial Academy. the instructor said, revealing another expectant smile. The heart orifices were completely stabilized, and the orifices were almost filled with silky chi energy, as if they were kneaded into clouds. However, to be alive and kicking at only this size was enough to show how good they were. The four of them, halogen egg, little butterfly, porcelain doll, and an elite-level genius from the martial arts academy, also came. Who actually hurt who? All transcendent. Who would still want to be someone's pet? Such a superb spirit pet could only be subdued by a top transcendent, and it was naturally not in circulation on the market. In addition, there are also some highly skillful chi energy martial arts. The more the number of orifices, the power will increase exponentially. He was really afraid of trampling these little treasures to death with one foot. Once the stomach orifices were opened, the amount of food would increase and the digestive ability would increase dramatically. Song Chi's heart immediately stirred. Then shaking his head, he couldn't help but lament. The day when this little guy really comes out, God knows what kind of commotion it will be. When the stomach orifices are developed to the extreme, even many poisons can be eaten raw, and even deadly toxins can be digested by the strong acidic gastric juice. The top 5 of the joint expedition arrived and walked into the beast taming field under the leadership of the instructor. You guys can rest assured that you won't be harmed here. As the top 5, all were given the opportunity to go to the beast taming field. The second strain of wild ginseng provided 6 evolution points, and also made the heart orifice's containment directly complete. Good morning, Song Chi greeted. Raising it smoothly to adulthood would give it a high probability of becoming a transcendent creature. Opening 2 orifices is far greater than the effect of 1 + 1 = 2, but at this moment, he really couldn't tense up, and with a wave of his hand, he directly drove the people out. The children dispersed in a flurry, staring wide-eyed, searching for a viable talent within the group of cubs. It was the smell of getting stronger. The speed of their own progress was too fast. Even if they had a precious spirit pet, it wouldn't help them much in the future. The little milk cat seemed to be crying out, "I want milk." Song Chi wasn't surprised. Little kittens and puppies at this age were probably thinking about drinking milk in their heads. Pups that wanted liver experience all their lives. I'm afraid it was only himself, the traveler. He then changed his mindset. Utilizing the spirit correlation state, he went to probe the strength of the cub's parents. The high probability that the parents of an extremely rare spirit pet with transcendent talent were also transcendent. However, time was limited, and the energy in his body was also limited, so he couldn't use spiritual correlation state on every single one of them. Satisfied, Song Chi hugged little civet flower and prepared to go find the instructor. The amount that could be inherited from the offspring of transcendentals like Pee-wee was actually very small, and having 0.01 grams of transcendent traits in one's body was considered to be gifted. But the amount of transcendent trait in this little civet flower's head was quite a lot. Song Chi estimated that it was close to 0.1 grams. Quite spiritual. Is that this character is a bit of a death wish? Definitely a top talent. Seeing this, Song Chi didn't have anything to hesitate about. It's it. Then he used spiritual correlation state to probe its parents. How could it still open the back door like this? Song Chi said that it was an eye-opener. Of course, this cat only looked like a civet, but it was actually the offspring of a sand cat, also called a dune cat. Bang! When little civet flower heard this, its 2 front legs immediately pestled towards the ground and came to a sharp stop. Song Chi, on the other hand, did not panic and unleashed the skill, cat language, saying it couldn't gnaw on it, and looked up at Song Chi suspiciously, blinking. Meow, this one is good. A scene flashed through his mind. The little raven was held by the back of its neck, its body wobbling, but it was winded in mid-air, feeling the excitement of the strong wind on its face. First, he noticed a small raven that liked to quietly fly behind other spirit pets, shine a sudden bite on the tail, and then flutter his wings and fly away, his mouth rattling a few times in excitement. In the modern transcendent system, condensing 1 gram of transcendent traits was the realm of a first-order quasi-transcendent. Through little civet flower's perception, Song Chi vaguely smelled another bit of blood odor. Originally, according to the bloodline, it was enough to become an extreme spirit pet, but on balance, we still set it as a quasi-extreme with unknown potential. Follow me. Fish fillets are enough. The Martial Academy disciple had a crush on the little crow, and the little crow would have to have a crush on him as well. It seemed a bit difficult at the moment. Song Chi's side was much simpler. After wandering around for 10 minutes, he finally found one that felt good. Good. Song Chi couldn't stop smiling. At the age of drinking milk, you actually know how to eat meat. This kitten looks like me. Little civet flower was suddenly picked up just now, confused for a moment, and after reacting, she struggled violently for a bit, and her strength wasn't small. It suddenly swept several hundred meters away. easily jumping from one mountain to another. How understanding. Looking down, it was a small civet flower that noticed the yellow and white collar and gave it as a fillet, nibbling it with gusto. Another little fox was seen, a fluffy tail flicking out to whip two little tits that had come to fight. The instructor nodded and introduced himself. It is the offspring of a transcendent sand cat. That sand cat is not a spiritual pet of the martial arts academy, but a wild beast outside that was heavily injured by a strong enemy, and before dying, it escaped to the vicinity with a newborn child in its mouth. Unfortunately, the head was too heavy and did not break completely, and the face hit the ground and came back to the face break. It was a small milk cat, a bit like a civet, but with light fur color, for small short legs, and a small body topped with a big, round head. The big cat holding it. Is it injured? Injured and still have this speed? Not simple. Song-chi didn't exert himself for fear of hurting it. Let's see what you're thinking first. Song-chi froze, then felt his collar being tugged a few times. Song-chi's eyes lit up and he was about to step forward when he heard the little fox laughing with a sharp voice. Song-chi, it's my sister. Then he reacted and asked, is there something wrong with this little civet? So this kitten was born without being able to breastfeed, and it's going to be worse in terms of nutrition. In addition to that, there's a more serious problem. The little civet then got out of the way, and, taking his short little legs, was about to escape into the distance. 38. 6. 166. 211. This time, however, Song-chi saw a bit of golden substance located deep within the little pear flower's skull. The instructor lamented. After it was born, its brain was hit during its escape, so it's a bit stupid now. In the end, Song-chi still determined to accept little pearly flower as his spirit pet. The two ears were twice the size of an ordinary kitten, and there were circles of black lines on its legs and tail. Cluck cluck cluck. Checking and inspecting its body first, it was very healthy. Dean Ji said, let me make sure to give you an extreme spirit pet. This is finalized? The disciple of the martial arts academy who grabbed the crow gasped for breath, looked at the little civet flower, and didn't see anything special about it. Closing the door, the instructor whispered, despite its small size, it was a natural predator with an extremely strong hunting ability. Not only does he know what little civet flower is thinking, he also masters the skill, cat language, which allows for unhindered communication. A little stupid? Song-chi ended up probing its potential again. The instructor had reminded before that picking a spirit pet was a two-way street. The instructor looked down at this little civet. His face was a bit strange, and he quietly pulled Song-chi and went to the room next to him. Although this cat was small in age, it had a great sense of battle. And when it found a small bear grabbing its toy ball, it immediately topped its large head and launched a fearless charge. The concept of potential was related to the future, while the spirit correlation state detected established facts and could generally not provide much information. Generally, the more talented the spirit pet, the less easy it is to tame. Whoosh! The instructor sniffed with interest. What kind of spirit pet is it? A cat or a dog? This bit of golden substance, with a very unique scent, reminded him of the higher dimensional laws he perceived during meditation, and kindly reminded, a silly bit is a silly bit. After thinking about it, Song-chi felt that it didn't matter and that it would be quite fun. Bang! The small bear, which was several times its size, was hard toppled over and fled with its teeth showing. Transcendent trait? So Song-chi first visualized and searched for the amazing bones in the group of cubs. The professional instructor who was in charge of the beast taming field probably didn't even know how terrifying the potential of the little civet flower was. Trainer. On the other side, that martial academy elite level disciple also noticed the little raven and started jumping up and down, trying to catch the bird. So ethereal. It's almost as good as flying. The voice was like that of a female ghost. Song-chi's teeth sank as he listened to it and hurriedly walked away. Song-chi looked at it and liked it, picking up this little civet and turning on spirit associated state. I have an even dumber one at home. I got used to it a long time ago. It shook its big head and didn't feel any pain, turned around, and bumbled back. Song-chi laughed. Take your time then. The little crow flew around, constantly maneuvering and dodging, turning back every now and then and quacking and laughing as if it was mocking. The scene given by spirit associated state was just this one, but it was already enough. The young beasts here all had no names, waiting for their masters to name them. This kitten, all it could think about was eating fish and chips, so Song-chi named it Fish and Chips. Song-chi picked up the fish fillet, and a moment later, the panel suddenly popped up with a line of information. Bound spirit pet, fish flake, level, ordinary pup, affinity, 3%, first time meeting, physique, 3, spirit, 0, 4, Shout-I, most of the ancient sects in China live in seclusion in another heavenly market world. Song-chi's stomach orifices were contained and ready to be promoted to the third stage of quasi-transcendent. Then he looked at the little lion in his arms, heroic and domineering, a picture of a strong man. 1 month later, feeling afraid that he might not be able to knock the other party, he could only give up this dangerous idea, turned around and waved his hand, and got on the bus. Xiao Dai has already chosen a woodpecker and attracted it down with food. Strong dragons are hard to suppress ground snakes. Song Chi's scalp was numb, and there was nothing he could do, so he could only turn around and run. The color of hope suddenly rose in Halogen Egg's eyes. Transcendent trait, 0. 1. A man and a lion seemed to see eye to eye, and it didn't take much work to recognize the success. This is the spiritual pet module turned on? To have this attribute value right after birth. Not bad. Halogen Egg also had his own goal, a small lion with a bare head and little hair. What he needed most now was not a cultivation system, but a rare resource like the purple polygonum wild ginseng. The Tao sect. Song Chi stood in awe at the sound. Next I'm going to Europe to meet the son of Zeus over there. Halcyon Egg's face was calm as he rushed at Song Chi. As the same extreme spirit pet, there would be a battle in the future. Zhao Bailong also showed up and gave Halogen Egg a farewell, and the two seemed to sympathize with each other. Halogen Egg also left. All gone. Song Chi waved his hand and looked at the departing bus with some emotion. Before leaving, this martial academy genius attached himself to Halogen Egg's ear and whispered, Dowdo went to Beijing State and participated in the junior fighting national championships and got a bronze medal. Halogen Egg was satisfied and walked to Song Chi's side. Time flies. Without realizing it, it is already the end of July. Song Chi, ? The fish fillet suddenly barfed and began to nibble on its owner's shirt collar again. The peeing child persisted for more than a month, practicing hard kung fu, and finally took revenge by knocking that martial arts academy disciple practicing iron crotch kung fu unconscious with a stick. After filling out a few adoption forms, Song Chi walked out of the room holding a fish fillet and stood in the corner with a smile on his face, watching how the other children took in their spirit pets. Good news came from home. I didn't leave. The porcelain doll suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding up his little book with an excited look on his face. He had already advanced to the elite level and accomplished his goal, but it wasn't like he was going to take the ancient martial arts cultivation route, so staying longer was not beneficial. Remarks, when a spirit pet ascends in rank, the owner will also receive a corresponding reward. Birds that wanted to take off needed their claws to stomp on the ground to lend strength. The woodpecker landed on Xiao Dai's arm and tried to leave after eating, but it could no longer fly. Maybe this is sympathy. Song Chi stifled a laugh and congratulated his companion. Also, the peeing child had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Song Chi add, the year after that is more or less the same. After another 3 months, the lung orifices were contained. With that, he looked at Song Chi and couldn't help but ask, how do I feel? When I see you again next year, you'll be transcendent? The porcelain doll got what she wanted, picking out the big dog that she could ride, a Fey Tibetan Mastiff that had just been born not too long ago, and was several times larger than the other little puppies. Song Chi rubbed Fish Flake's head, looking forward to the future of this little sand cat. 38. 6. 166. 211. Fish Flake lay on Song Chi's head and looked at the raging porcelain doll behind him, also wailing in fear. This little girl has a lot of tricks. Song Chi secretly sighed with emotion, and then remembered the coin in the frying pan demonstrated by Xiao Dai last year. The liver orifices were opened, and they were promoted to the 4th stage. Next, the children focused on practicing martial arts, competing with disciples of the same age in the martial arts academy round by round, eliminating them 1 round at a time. This also amounted to a victory for the master, because every day, they were able to take a free medicinal bath to quench their bodies, which was greatly beneficial. Song Chi grinned. How can it be that fast? If you're interested, you can look for me and I'll take you there. The cultivation system over there is no worse than Peach Blossom Garden, and my master will definitely welcome you. When the instructor came over to ask for a name, Halogen Egg then said in a deep voice, this little lion, let's call it Shang Chi. Previously, he had followed Song Chi to participate in the joint expedition and had gained quite a few rewards, and his strength had also skyrocketed. So staying 1 more day was earned, and everyone was going all out. Last year I was afraid to go, afraid of losing. This year but I am not afraid, and this is also thanks to you. But every time this bird's claws stomped, the small butterfly's arm sank in line with the trend, instantly removing the force, resulting in the woodpecker kept flapping his wings, but his claws were like glue, and he simply could not leave the arm underneath. Halcyon Egg's luck was really good. The instructor said that this ugly bald little lion had an extreme bloodline, and was likely to become a transcendent creature in the future. Now that they're all gone, I can focus on asking you questions. A spirit pet raised by himself. If he could defeat Song Chi's spirit pet in the future. Little Butterfly only mentioned it for a moment, then bid farewell and boarded the car to leave. Little Butterfly had been very low-key in the peach blossom garden, and just showed her hand when she finally subdued the woodpecker, and her skills were astonishing, and usually she was unobtrusive and unassuming. Even if it wasn't, slowly livering experience would be fine. No need to run around. Talent, inactivated. The peeing child instantly didn't want to say anything and shook the wooden stick in his hand forcefully. Songchi didn't want to run into any more messy gods. However, he was still a distance away from the elite level, and in the end, he was no match for the other martial arts academy geniuses. Now that he had seen a lot more, he could roughly guess that Xiao Dai came from some ancient inheritance in China and had learned a lot of unique secret techniques. A cat and a lion, like boxers before a match, stared wide-eyed at each other, coming to a confrontation between the strongest. Pee-wee didn't lose too much ground. Of the B+ grade geniuses, he was the one who lasted the longest. Before her departure, she found Songqi alone and said, "I come from the ancient sect of China, the thief sect." Songqi nodded with a polite smile. He certainly wasn't interested. The bird was so anxious that she started talking like a human. Convinced. I'm convinced. The main process of this peach blossom garden intensive training had gone pretty much the same way. Those out of print CDs, I'm counting on you. Smoothly open the lung orifices. The breath is incomparably long, and holding the breath underwater for half an hour is easy. Songqi was speechless. What does this have to do with himself? The fish fillet lying in his arms, then saw the bald little lion Xingqi. Immediately came to the spirit. Songqi estimated that when all the 5 organs and apertures were opened, his physique would take a qualitative leap. The joint expedition was over, and the various rewards were handed out. Sizing up the fish fillet in the other party's arms, it looked silly. At the same time, the little girl succeeded in worshipping her teacher and became the shut-in disciple of the vice president of the Martial Arts Sanso Association. In a few days, she will soon depart for the Peach Blossom Garden and come to the ancient Zhou Martial Arts Academy to exchange. Sister is coming to Peach Blossom Garden? Songqi was also a bit surprised to hear this news for the first time. It seemed that old sister's fighting path was progressing more smoothly than expected. That youth fighting national tournament, although amateur in nature, brought together teenage participants from all over China, and there were still quite a few experts. Daodo formally learned ring fighting last year, and it's only been a year since he was able to get a bronze medal in the elementary school category, which is indeed good. As for worshipping, Songqi didn't know much about that vice president of the Sanso Association, and was prepared to ask Zhou Mingkai later. When Daodo comes to Peach Blossom Garden, keep an eye on her and don't let her fool around. On the phone, Yishan instructed this. Songqi said in relief, "It's fine. I'll soon be at the 5th rank of quasi-transcendent as well. Rank, ordinary cub." When it came across food, if it hadn't seen it before, then it would have to bump its head against it first to make sure there was no danger before eating it. There was no sound directly from the opposite side, and when he looked again, halogen egg had already closed itself off from the line. There are a very few lucky people who, at birth, have more than 1 gram of transcendent traits in their bodies, and as long as they successfully activate them, they are equivalent to quasi-transcendent. Don't worry, Mom. Songqi laughed. The son of Zeus is probably close to the transcendent realm, at least a 5th-order quasi-transcendent. It's best if you don't make a date to fight him now, so as not to mess up your mind. After chatting with his mom for a few moments, Songqi sent another message to his mentor, asking about Daodo's worship. Zhou Mingkai sent over a message and added. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, all having heard of the preciousness of the Peach Blossom Garden medicinal bath. Bound spiritual pet, Fish Flake. Is it a long time to stay for 3 months? I remember that Stinky Brother has stayed for a little over half a year. Taking a medicinal bath cost at least 300,000, and many of the herbs used were not available in China. In a few months' time, having grown 10 points of physique, the speed was still okay. The other elementary school students who were traveling with them were the winners of this Fighting Nations tournament, and many of them were from transcendent families. And although they didn't inherit the transcendent traits, their strength and eyesight were all very good. The elementary school students listened and expressed their envy. It was already stupid, and this way it gets more and more stupid the more you bump into it. Spirit, 09. It was Halogen Egg, who sent several messages in one breath. The head of the fish fillet is getting harder and harder. Songqi looked stunned. After raising it for a few months, he gradually realized that what the instructor had said before was not true. Thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Songqi also let go of his heart. Physique, 13. Fishflake the kitten was indeed a bit silly. Songqi, the money for repairing the cabinet will be deducted from your cat food. In last year's exchange program, you had a senior who was spotted and was lucky enough to stay and receive a month's training in the ancient martial arts system. The closet planks were dented a little, but Fishflake just shook his head, then continued to play with the ball. With his parents not around, God knows what Daodo could do. While the group marveled, Daodu was a little surprised. I haven't asked about the little lion yet. Songqi shook his head and put down his watch. The always proud S-ranked genius Halogen Egg, who had traveled to Europe, lost 2 battles and finally uttered the description somewhat terrifying, was probably suffering from a considerable blow. Someone heard the teacher's words and bragged, "What's a month? My cousin stayed in the peach blossom garden for 3 months, soaking in the medicinal bath for 3 months. A dozen or so Chinese elementary school students got off the bus, greedily breathing in the fresh air while looking around curiously. After playing around for a couple of times, they suddenly got tired, slumped over, and fell asleep. 3866166-211. 2 weeks later, a bus slowly drove through the heavenly market passage and stopped at the entrance of Taoyuan town. His head hit the ground again, but it didn't affect sleep at all, and in the twinkling of an eye, he had already let out a slight snoring sound. The teacher held up a loudspeaker and said with a smile, "Although this is just an exchange visit, students should perform well and try to leave a good impression on the ancient Zhou Martial Academy's instructors. Nowadays, he is already a quasi-elite level expert, and will soon participate in professional fighting tournaments." Over here, Halogen Egg was still reminding, talent, inactivated. It was the newly adopted spirit pet, Fish Flake, who was chasing after the toy ball, his tiny body topped with a big furry head, and crashed headfirst into the closet. Thud! A sudden muffled sound, coming from the corner of the room, interrupted Songqi's thoughts. When encountering an obstacle, you still use your head to hit it. Daodu also understood that Superman's party had long ago taken control of the Earth, and it was useless to talk about it, just adding to the trouble. But she didn't mention this to her companions. After all, she had been taught by her parents since she was a child not to talk about her brother's situation outside. A small girl less than 1 meter 4 in height with a watermelon head, carrying a pink school bag, bouncing in front of the group, was clearly Daodu. The power of the son of Zeus is somewhat terrifying. The elite level is no match at all. I lost the first battle badly. Daodu thought so, and hummed smugly, "Don't bring me, I can come by myself." Hearing his master's words, the fish fillet froze, then threw back his head and cried. This was probably the case with the son of Zeus, having a god-king father, plus being lucky enough to be gifted himself, and possessing a very high realm at the age of 5 or 6. Thud! The fillet slammed headfirst into the closet again, and this time managed to crack a seam in the wood paneling. I made a breakthrough after the battle, activated the trait in my body, promoted to quasi-transcendent, began to pull on the higher dimensional laws, and initially possessed a bit of ability. Rapid evolutionary growth would begin at that point as well. I also don't know what happened to Halogen Egg's little lion Xingqi now. However, Songqi remained confident in the potential of the fish fillet and opened the panel to look at the Spirit Pet module. After reading it, Songqi sked and marveled. How many transcendent traits has the son of Zeus inherited? The growth rate isn't slow, but in the second battle, I still lost. Songqi was thinking about it when his watch ticked. Ever since the case of Beelzebub's believers, Humors had been much more vigilant, focusing on his parents and his oldest sister, and there had been no more mistakes. A reply was soon received. Being a cat, the best attack was actually not sharp teeth and claws, but a rocket headbutt. The Sanshou Association is a semi-official organization. Yang Qiuchan has both an ancient sect background and is an official specially recruited martial arts expert. There is no problem with her identity, so you can rest assured though. Chinese Martial Arts Sanshou Association, Vice President Yang Qiuchan, Martial Way Transcendent, specializes in unarmed techniques and health-improving martial arts. Intimacy, 50%, intimate. Here at the Martial Arts Academy, there are also all children. They will definitely welcome sister. This is the Peach Blossom Garden? Such a nice place. Stinky brother actually came alone and didn't bring me alone. During this period of time, the security team has been keeping an eye on Daodu's side as well. And if there are any problems, Humors will be the first to notify you. When you encounter an enemy, hit it with your head. When she was a bit older and activated the inherited transcendent traits in her body, the fish flakes would be able to have their own talents. She still remembered the time when she just wanted to participate in a prize jumping event to earn some pocket money to buy kryptonite. As a result, all the transcendentalists in the province were alarmed and flew around in the sky, forcibly canceling that long jump event. In short, Daodu now knew very well that if she wanted to defeat her brother, she could only rely on herself. She had to become stronger. Welcome to the exchange of martial arts academies. Several ancient Zhou Martial Academy instructors walked up, all wearing Zhou Dynasty-style white robes and big sleeves, their unique attire and temperament immediately attracting the children's gazes. Ancient warriors. Daodu's eyes lit up. She hadn't watched many martial arts dramas, but she was interested. The warrior in the movie, flying over the eaves and walking on the walls is just a basic operation, and the strong ones can also release their true chi outwardly. What with the 6 veins divine sword and the 3 points of returning chi, which is ethereal and cool, the strength of the warrior is not worse than that of a superhero. Disgust, it is the matter of the son of Zeus. Although I still do not understand the situation, but once I heard to play beans, she will not throw herself into the net. Zhou Mingkai had a bottom in his heart and asked with a smile, Song Chi, this son of Zeus, at the end of this year will come to China to visit. Do you want to go to the appointment then? If it was last year, they would have proudly bragged about it a few times. The son of Zeus, odds are, is not as good as this student of theirs. Dodo stood alone in the corner, hearing these words, too scared to say a word. Weak, pathetic and helpless. Ha, ha! Leaning over the windowsill and looking down, he found that it was a group of young disciples practicing martial arts, with powerful and tiger-like moves. I saw this child's face was calm, as if this meeting had nothing to do with him, and from time to time looked down at his watch. However, the mention of Magic Boy made the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy think of the legendary secret to becoming strong. Daodu gulped, his eyes filled with longing. When the children heard this, they thought it was just a polite remark and didn't care. The children, however, looked at each other with bewilderment. In short, beating it will make you stronger. A few pictures were also shown on the big screen of a white kid with fluffy blonde hair, shirtless, smashing the armor of a light tank with one punch, and then lifting the tank with both hands and throwing it away. At this point, Songchi had already been pulled over by Zhou Mingkai, and a group of experts had an emergency meeting. There were just too many called Daodu. There were celebrities, there were stand-up comedians, and all sorts of information was all over the place. Scared me. Should it be just a coincidence? It's even possible to become the youngest transcendent on the planet in the last 1,000 years. Daodu pouted, spreading his bedding on the bed and laying down on it, humming a few times in comfort. Just as soon as she connected, the clear voice of her old mom came from her watch. Daodu, you. The people dragged their luggage, assigned dormitories, and organized the beds, chatting while they were busy. Do I have to go see my brother? Daodu hastily shook his head and denied it. Who's going to hit me? Really, no one knows about Daodu? Eat, sleep, and beat Daodu every day. A few disciples looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, students, in your country of China, is there a creature called Daodu? Thinking this way, Daodu also looked at his watch. Just as Yi Shan called, Southern Europe has already started applying to include the son of Zeus in the United Nations preparatory transcendent sequence, and it's going to hit the top 3. She opened the phone watch Song Chi had given her and searched the internet as well. The group entered the ancient Zhou Martial Academy after touring Taoyuan town. It's still the geniuses from your country of China that are great. The few disciples could only reply like this. Why was the devil child so strong? Next, Daodu was going to live, attend classes, and train with these martial arts academy disciples to get a feel for the atmosphere and teaching level of the ancient Zhou Martial Arts Academy. I'll search the internet to see what this Daodu really is. Song Chi pointed at the phone watch and revealed a bright smile, but the suspense had already been successfully pulled off. Suddenly, he heard a loud hooting and hollering downstairs. But this year, China's devil child fierce reputation. Pressure a whole generation of disciples cannot raise their heads. 386, 166, 211. The old teacher knew his own students very well, and based on this, he could already tell that. The few disciples in charge of reception immediately greeted them with a smile. Teacher, my sister has come to the peach blossom garden. I'll go and take a look. In the heat of the moment, Daodu's mind spun faster, quickly making up an excuse and explaining. Only the two little girls let out a gasp of surprise and turned their gazes to the main event. Sonia, I remember when you were on the phone with your family, and they called out to you at the time. I like beans. My mom said she was going to send me some. The children, their curiosity piqued, whispered in disgust, were all motivated to act. Regarding this Southern Europe's #1 talent, there had not been much relevant information, and this time, Halogen Egg went over to ask for a date for 2 rounds, and was considered to have gained quite a lot of important information. Nope, I'm not. The Martial Academy disciples shook their heads with a mysterious expression. Can't say. Anyway, it's important is all. Oh, the two little girls weren't particularly familiar with Daodu, and nodded half-heartedly. After casually flipping through a few pages, none of them were related to them at all. The disciple of the Martial Academy in charge of reception heard this, but his face was a little odd. Well, it could be an animal, it could be a plant, or it could be a human. You guys are awesome. The children marveled, all of them practicing fighting. Their strengths and weaknesses could be roughly distinguished at a glance. Zhou Mingkai spoke, occasionally observing Song Chi's expression. They came from the south and north of the sky, only participating in the tournament together in the capital state, and had only known each other for a short period of time, so they were all puzzled at the moment. Dodo, is there such a creature? Currently, the transcendent world has recognized that this person is the strongest genius in the world under the age of 10. The second Hercules. Right, where's the stinky brother? The experts looked on with stony faces. Practicing to become a warrior here seems pretty good. Superman is even stronger. Can he block the Six Veins divine sword? I also ask. Joe Minkai said as he described the situation. The disciples of the martial arts academy scanned the circle, a little disappointed, but it felt reasonable. Everyone was about the same age, came from different societies, and were curious about each other. Meeting for the first time, the atmosphere was very cordial. It was just a coincidence that they happened to have the same name. How could the key secret of the magic child's growth be answered by just asking? The children from China asked, is there something special about this Dodo? Is there something special about this Dodo? Exceeding the realm of a fifth-order quasi-transcendent, innate divine power, physical strength and recovery power far beyond the elite level. Dodo was still looking around. When he suddenly heard his nickname, his face stiffened and he became a little wary. But the people around him were already casting skeptical gazes. Then he realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. It doesn't matter. Listen to the teacher's arrangement. I have access to the transcendent database at home. I'll have my dad search it as well. The little girl secretly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the exchange students, growing up fighting with her classmates, she was cautious in this regard. Dodo's group of young students were only here to exchange and learn. There was no competition, so there were no disciples running over to demonstrate. Brush. In an instant, everyone in the dormitory turned their heads in unison, their gazes shocked and puzzled, staring dead on at the little girl on the bed. Seeing the complex gazes of the crowd, Dodo's cheeks twitched a little, squeezing out a stiff smile. You guys listen to my explanation. Everyone is silent. Dodo, I'm really not Dodo. Everyone remains silent, quietly looking at her phone watch. In the watch, Yi Shan's voice is still ringing. Dodo, what are you talking about? Wow. The entire dormitory building instantly boiled over. We want to get stronger. Stinky brother. Dodo gazed at Song Chi, then at the group of disciples by the ring, vaguely understanding something. Dodo sank his little face as his anger level began to rise. And what's the point of beating Dodo? Closing his eyes, he began to meditate, his thoughts entering the dark and vast mysterious world. In this little half a year, because of the majoring in the orifice martial Tao, in terms of spiritual cultivation, Song Chi was just meditating once a day, without adding any other training. A bullish younger brother! Exclamation point. Dodo's smile grew more and more stiff. You guys listen to me explain. Porcelain Doll had been following Song Chi, raising his small book and excitedly saying, therefore the speed of brushing the attributes had not been fast. Dodo was furious. Saying that, she wanted to sneak out of bed and run away. The younger disciples of the martial arts academy, they all beat Dodo up? My little name. Did you leak it out? I'll tell mom about it. The disciples carried bedpans and carried Dodo, cheering and leaping, running out of the dormitory in unison. But she had one advantage that no one could match. Dodo hurriedly walked down to the ring, ready to bolt when everyone wasn't looking. A large group of disciples stood below and surrounded the ring with 3 layers, eagerly waiting in anticipation, like a group of little penguins waiting to be fed. As soon as the scene became lively, everyone's attention was diverted. Dodo's physical talent could only be considered normal in the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, the holy land of martial arts. Your sister's gone crazy again. Go and take a look. The disciples glanced at each other and jumped into action, as if the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Just by relying on meditation ideas and panel additions, they steadily improved. The porcelain doll nodded happily, and with paper and pen in hand, he gleefully chased after Dodo. Song Chi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. What? Teacher went too? That night, his spiritual attributes successfully broke through the 250-point mark. Song Chi's eyes lit up. Casual interview. My sister loves answering other people's questions. You two will definitely become good friends. Then he turned off the phone function and faced the crowd with a smile on his shy little face, an expression of I'm so witty. As the bronze medalist of the National Youth Fighting Competition, the 1-in-a-million fighting genius, and the unbeatable sparring girl of On Province. As a result, her body swayed. It wasn't long before Ji Jieshuan rushed over with a smile on his face, holding the household register in his hand, and personally picked up Dodo. Finally quiet. People are refreshed by happy events. Song Chi smiled, watching the fun from the side and not explaining. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you would come to Peach Blossom Garden, sister, but you have to win the fight to get it. Dodo was completely confused. She followed her brother's example and revealed an innocent smile. There are so many of you. I can't beat them. Why don't we do it this way? You guys compete yourselves first, and choose a few people to fight with me. The building was empty. Not a single disciple of the martial arts academy, and there was no instructor in sight. Doubta touched his little brain, feeling dizzy. The disciples nodded their heads and pleaded earnestly. 38. 6. 166. 211. Asked through gritted teeth. Doubta turned around violently, and saw that familiar figure, facing himself, revealing a harmless fake smile. Doubta angrily opened his phone watch and opened his mouth to start complaining. Mom, my younger brother punked me. Watching the little girl's scalp tingle. The last time they spied on the gods of the Peach Blossom Garden, they suffered a small amount of spiritual pollution, and their spiritual attributes went up a few points afterward. One little face is red, and the gaze is full of expectation, as if it is lifting the god of martial arts. But this kind of evil thing, Song-chi didn't dare to just try it. I found Doubta, Spirit, 250, China's leading teacher, finding such a good communication opportunity. Of course did not want to miss it. Smilingly encouraging. Songya, I've already discussed this with the Martial Arts Academy's instructor. For every game you win, you can take a free medicinal bath. Only a group of exchange students remained, their eyes blank and empty, not knowing what was happening. Doubta stood alone in the center of the ring, as if he was back in the fight. Physique, 348. This kind of thing, cutting and sparring, was incomparably normal in the Martial Arts Academy, and soon pairs of disciples came onto the stage one after another. Ping-ponging and fighting. She first looked at the group of disciples under the stage, and then looked at the next ring. Doubta hurriedly shouted at her watch. You're looking for the wrong person. As a result, when she found the dormitory of the exchange students, her old sister was actually not there. A familiar voice was then heard. Look, it's just a misunderstanding. The dean personally came over to look for Doubta. The Martial Arts Academy disciples saw this scene and became more and more convinced that this little girl must not be simple. They couldn't wait to start cutting, drawing up the order of precedence and preparing to line up to beat Doubta. How can we fight? You can't just take a beating, can you? Fortunately, Doubta has been battle-hardened since childhood and has a lot of experience. The martial arts arena, high up on the ring. How could she be humiliated like this? Fine, fine. You wait for me dash. Don't worry and strike boldly. In the next moment, a female disciple of the Martial Academy let out a happy scream. This seemed like a good idea. Do so many people want to spar with me? All the disciples of the Martial Academy, hearing this, immediately put down what they were doing and ran out of the room like crazy, looking for the source of the sound. Yishan said quietly, What mother? You're looking for the wrong person. Honorable Doubta, please give us a chance. The Peach Blossom Garden's medicinal bath was incomparably precious, and Doubta naturally knew this in his heart. Therefore, Ji Jishuan believed that this little girl should have a latent talent that he would have to explore. So sister is here. Can I interview your sister? I want to ask her what kind of experience it is to live and train with her S-class brother. The bedpan underneath them was directly lifted up by the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. Song-chi, they asked me what I usually do at home, so I told them truthfully. Song-chi stood in place, all relaxed, only wanting to laugh a few times. After 250 points, a qualitative leap finally came. There were already two little disciples warming up on the stage, leaping 2 meters in a single bound, their fists so fast that they couldn't find their shadows. Seeing the message sent by his mom, Song-chi did not dare to slack off, leaving the conference room and going to the dormitory building to find someone. Song-chi called the porcelain doll, which made the situation clear. As soon as it involved issues related to fighting, IQ suddenly took the high ground. Doubta is here. Doubta is here. In the next moment, a large group of disciples had gathered around her bedside, respectfully clasping their fists and saluting. I've heard a lot about you. Consciousness roamed, becoming faster than ever before, as if on a rocket, speeding forward through the vast universe. Higher dimensional laws, finally close at hand. A spectacular scene gradually appeared in Song-chi's consciousness. Several behemoths, like non-luminous galaxies strung together by countless planets, surrounded by dark-colored nebulae, stood separately at the edge of the void. Like grandiose wonders of creation, they dazzled the eye. The 3 different clusters of galaxies had subtle differences in color, either greenish-yellow, silver-gray, or dark red, and their forms were like flowing smoke, the specks in them being a mysterious planet. Song-chi's consciousness had already arrived at a location similar to a fork in the road. Next, which galaxy to go to? Need to make a choice. Directly pulled by a refrigerated truck, to be sent to the province of An province. He wanted to obtain the space shuttle. This is definitely the top means of life preservation. As a result, when he just showed up, the passing disciples of the Martial Arts Academy saw it and immediately shouted with excitement. Sometimes when he really didn't want to practice, Doubta sneaked out. The energy domain alone, There are thousands of known abilities, thousands of strange, and it is still being continuously updated. Song-chi heard some speculations and asked, if one inherits the extraordinary traits of their parents, is it possible to directly access their parents' abilities? The classic abilities of the spatial domain, spatial shuttling, spatial folding. This Daodu is too cunning, and has been hiding in the dean's courtyard, so he can't hit it at all. Daodu is here. The higher the spiritual attribute, the faster the consciousness roamed. Just go to the spatial domain. He made his choice. Speaking of which, he still couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. The vast majority of people don't have a choice at all. Their spiritual attributes are too low, and they must travel to the galaxy closest to them. The dark red galaxy, an energy domain, gathers all sorts of energy-related high-dimensional laws. For the first time in so many years, neither son nor daughter was around. Silver gray, a spatial domain. In the end, it was G-Finger Xian who favored the child, stating that in a couple of years when Daodu was older, he could go back to the Peach Blossom Garden and pick one for free. Therefore, the first transcendent ability was very important. Law domains are like galaxies, and a planet in a galaxy is a specific law that is projected into our world, i.e., displaying transcendent abilities. As a mother, she was missing it, but it was also the first time she felt so relaxed. The classic abilities of the material domain, turning stones into gold, controlling things and deforming them. Daodu listened impatiently and waved his small hand. 50/50ths. I often kill him solo. In addition, Daodu saw Song-chi adopt a fish fillet and was so greedy that he yelled that he wanted one as well. Hearing the student's narrations, Zhou Mingcai's gaze stared and hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls of goji berry water to suppress his shock. With the addition of the meat-eater talent, the speed of spiritual recovery is very fast, and after practicing martial arts, meditating twice a day can hold up. Daodu mumbled, his eyes dripping, quietly glaring at his brother beside him. On the screen, Yishan was crying. Next, it's time to pick a law domain. Daodu, 10 years old, it's time to understand things, Song Qingshi admonished in a serious tone. When she left, hundreds of disciples from the martial academy came out in full force and came in great numbers to see her off. Song-chi guessed that he would have the opportunity to master his second ability in the future, but this time it was still crucial and he couldn't leave the choice entirely to luck. Daodu came to Peach Blossom Garden. Originally thought it was to travel. Summer vacation time to relax. This birthday was also the time when Daodu received the most gifts, but which ability corresponds to each planet is unknown to us. Everything is left to luck, Zhou Mingcai said regretfully. He immediately exited his meditative state and went to find his mentor. Zhou Mingcai, Ji Zhishuan, as usual, was very generous, letting people carry dozens of boxes of expensive medicinal herbs, saying that they were local specialties. Is everything as it should be? Song-chi touched his chin and felt that he might be able to operate a little. The first time I saw this, it was a very good time for me to go back to the office. I'm not going to be able to do that. 211. Daodu had tears in her eyes. A large number of disciples in the vicinity arrived at the sound, their faces full of fervor, excitedly wanting to make a date to fight. The mental attributes were accelerating. Song-chi was also getting closer and closer to the silver gray space domain galaxy. What exchange and learning! She didn't take it seriously at all. Just like that, the other elementary school students who came for exchanges had long since left, and Daodu had stayed in Peach Blossom Garden for more than a month. Stinky brother punked me. Next to her, Porcelain Doll was still asking curiously, Student Song, may I ask how often do you practice against Song-chi at home? What's the win rate? The classic abilities of the energy domain, calling the wind and rain, driving thunder and lightning. Stinky brother had probably been fooling her all along, playing her for a fool. If I don't take this revenge, I'll never be a Daodu. Daodu is out. Zhou Mingcai sent a form with an inventory of the abilities of the different law domains. A few days later, Daodu's 10th birthday was spent in G-Finger Xian's small courtyard. Not bad, you're relatively fast this time. Spirit associated state, coming in handy again. Normally when an elite level practiced meditation, the spirit would be stuck at 100 points and difficult to break through, while Song-chi's spiritual attribute had been brushed up to 250. So naturally there was a world of difference, and you can not only pick. It is estimated that it won't be long before you can condense the transcendent trait. During this period of time, both siblings were very busy, and they only met 2 or 3 times in total. Finally realized that what alien, what Superman, screw it all is fake. What a monster As a result, they were captured by G-Finger Xian and lived in a separate courtyard, training every day, hammering their bodies, learning martial arts, and were exhausted to the point of suffering. You're close to the high-dimensional laws? After discussing with Zhou Mingcai, He adopted a more radical mode of training, meditating twice a day. Greenish-yellow. It's the matter domain. One was filled with despondency as she looked at the faraway bus. Her heart filled with dismay. Recently following G-Finger Shen, she had learned a lot about the transcendent realm and was no longer a little white. Fortunately, he was now used to it. His expression remained calm and collected as he pointed out. Daoda's head shrank in fear and hurriedly hid back in Ji Zhishuan's small courtyard. Furious, drawing circles in the air with her fingers, the little girl immediately broke into tears. By choosing an ability, the direction of the subsequent advancement was basically determined. While pondering, he browsed through the table's comprehensive list of transcendent abilities. With that, he said in relief, there's no need to think too much. You're a transcendent evolutionary body. No matter what ability you obtain, your future development won't be bad. Just go with the flow. It wasn't until school started that Ji Zhishuan was let go. According to the experience of playing the game in his previous life, no matter what summoner skills were available, Flash was a must-carry. But Yishan thought that her daughter was struggling to take care of herself. How could she take care of a spirit pet? So she flatly refused. Zhou Mingkai shook his head. There is a certain possibility, but there are also frequent mutations. Our knowledge of high-dimensional spacetime is still too shallow at the moment. Song Qingshir's couple made a video call over. At this moment, several hundred disciples spoke in unison, calling out fondly, "Be sure to come back, ah. Brother pitched me." In the bus, Daoda couldn't help but grimace as she listened to the hundreds of disciples retaining their voices. During these days in Peach Blossom Garden, she was wary of leaving the house, fearing that she would be bumped into by the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. A group of people lined up waiting to beat her, and they were all the kind of martial arts masters, each not very old, but able to pull down a willow. Too scary. When I've practiced the divine kung fu taught by Grandpa Ji, I'll return as the king and beat my brother first, then all of you. Daoda clenched his fist once again and made a vow with a solemn face. A bright, naked head suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, shining brightly under the sun. The second time we fought, I was humiliated even more, and after a few days, my strength was close to second-order quasi-transcendent. Happy birthday, the three said in unison. In the end, it was Song Qingshir who hurried over and grabbed his daughter's ears and went home. Level 1, which was equivalent to the basic realm of martial arts, and Song Qi's foundation had been built incredibly solid and was about to ascend. My ability is, when the spirit is stimulated, the body becomes stronger. The seasons in Peach Blossom Garden were like spring. The temperature was always around 20 degrees. There was no scorching heat, and the outside of Peach Blossom Garden town was always lush and verdant. But this is enough to show that strong mental stimulation can make me stronger quickly. The son of Zeus is unwilling to fight me anymore after winning twice. It had intended to borrow the hands of the disciples of the Martial Academy to put pressure on her. Song Qi stood in the distance, watching the bus drive into the heavenly market passage, and shook his head regretfully. If Daoda had this ability, she would have already had the disciples of the Martial Academy lining up at her door to fight. Twice a day, she meditated, once in Yun Yuan Gong, and then soaked in a medicinal bath for a night. Last month, she was still unwilling to take the piece of kryptonite she had bought earlier and return to the mall, wanting a refund. Thinking this way, Song Qi was alert and asked, "What exactly do you want to do when you look for me?" Peach Blossom Garden is definitely going back. She still has to pick a spirit pet of her own. After determining to target Space Shuttle, when meditating, the consciousness went straight to the silver gray space domain galaxy, quickly closing the distance. In the following days, Song Qi sort of realized how his old sister felt. On this day, Song Qi celebrated his third birthday. Seeing the familiar figure, Song Qi was a bit surprised. Every day when he went out, either porcelain doll came looking for him or halogen egg came looking for him. The effect of the Yam Yuan Gong is also very stable, containing the liver orifices, while constantly accumulating qi energy. Neither was a good fight. Once the liver orifices were opened, the ability to detoxify and eliminate toxins increased dramatically, but on second thought, it was good to keep the mystery this way. So this is how Chinese geniuses cultivate. Only halogen egg's eyes were red and his face was haggard. But it was hard to hide a color of exuberance as he said in an urgent voice, "Quick, come and stimulate me. Fake 1 for 10. That's what you said." Daodu analyzed it with an eye for detail. Since Superman is fake, the kryptonite must also be fake. Pocket change all wasted. Abuse me all you want. The couple was full of smiles, and only Daodu quietly pouted. Looking reluctant, Halogen Egg drank a mouthful of green bamboo juice, acidic, and bared his teeth, finally calming down. Time quickly arrived in October. The young disciples of the Martial Arts Academy reluctantly bid farewell to Daodu, and suddenly felt a strong wind brush past. It felt a bit perverted. Then he opened his mouth. a maniacal voice could still be heard faintly. The one running in front, with a very small figure, seems to be a Chinese magic child. She recently did some math, and in the past few years, just buying kryptonite has cost her $200 or $300 of pocket money. The toxins accumulated in the body were all discharged, and all of them were relaxed. 386-166-211. Let's see what you do next time you come back. Chasing behind, his head was bare, as if he was an S-class genius halogen egg. Older sister 2 go. Did not expect opened the tablet. The home has called the video call. At the thought of this, Dodo's heart was dripping blood. But now that old sister has not been able to make a move. Everyone's appetite has been kept hanging. Please irritate me. Song-chi. Only to see Song-Ching reach out and pull Dodo's little head in as well. Song-chi was speechless for a moment. There was this kind of extraordinary ability? As for what specific ability was awakened, it was considered personal privacy. Song-chi had no intention of asking. The clerk cried and laughed. Song-chi nodded. The genetic mutation of transcendental traits. Joe Minkai had mentioned it before. It is understandable. Halcyon pointed to his bare head and explained. If Lao's sister really responded to the battle and took a couple of beatings, the young disciples of the martial arts academy would understand that beating Dodo was just a joke. Traveling all the way to Europe, making a date to fight the son of Zeus, challenging a quasi-transcendent at the elite level, and making a breakthrough to awakening after a disastrous defeat. This S-class had a great heart and potential. Halcyon, didn't you go to Europe? Was this possessed by the evil spirits of Europe? Pulling halogen egg to sit down, he bought him a bowl of Tao Yuan's specialty, green bamboo juice, to lower the fire and remove the evil. Halogen egg, however, took the initiative to introduce. As soon as it was connected, the two big faces of Yi Shan and Song Qingshi squeezed into the screen. Halogen egg replied seriously. The first battle with the son of Zeus, I was humiliated and suffocated in defeat. So angry that I couldn't sleep at night, and I awakened in the night. Song Qi. The trait I inherited was located in my brain, combined with the characteristics of both of their abilities, and mutated, it became what it is now. $200 or $300, how many chili fries can this buy? Song Qi smiled expectantly and turned around, ready to leave. My father is a life domain transcendent, and my mother is a consciousness domain transcendent. Nowadays, it seems that the odds are that Superman or whatever is fake, and kryptonite is definitely useless. In terms of martial arts, the experience of all the level 1 skills was brushed up to 101 after another. Rising to level 2, the disciples shivered in unison, and when they thought about the saying that you can become stronger by playing beans, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Song Qi ate a bunch of herbs every day, and when he pooped after eating them, he found that the color was pitch black. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that there were two silhouettes, one in front of the other, fiercely chasing each other, like two streaks of lightning, flying away. As a result, the people squatted in the courtyard every day and didn't come out, just circling under Ji Finger Xian's eyes, and none of the disciples dared to make a move. After opening his stomach, the efficiency of the evolutionary energy slot S-point output has also jumped up a notch, and now produces 28 points per month, with an upward trend. But this transcendent ability. Saying that, he stood up, his eyes fixed on Song Qi, his gaze burning with eagerness and anticipation. Ji Finger Xian promised that when Song Qi's 5 orifices opened up, he would personally teach a top martial art. He simply moved into Ji Zhishuan's small courtyard, out of sight, out of mind, and focused on closed-door cultivation. My transcendent ability has initially awakened. At this moment, staring at the culprit on the screen, Dodo felt that she had been tricked so badly that her teeth were itching with anger. But the next moment, as if she remembered something, she revealed an expectant smile. After the family chatted for a few moments, Yi Shan took the initiative to propose. Let's record a birthday video. In the corner, Dodo's eyes lit up and she forced a smile, waiting for the good show to begin. A birthday video? Whatever, Song Qi said indifferently. Then he heard Yi Shan say, "This is still your sister's idea?" Just as he was about to muddle through, he heard a cry from outside the door. The signal is so good here. I heard it all. Old me. Battle of the Transcendents. Song Qi sniffed and his mood tensed up. The passing disciples of the martial academy were dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a demon child? Quickly delete it. So to the screen, they began to play dumb. The signal is bad here. What did you guys just say? Terrifying power, accompanied by an equally terrifying burst of speed. The two transcendents, both with good standpoint awareness, silently blocked the doorway, blocking someone's retreat, with the momentum of not stopping until they reached their goal. Hearing this familiar and unkind tone, Song Qi vaguely felt bad. Zhou Mingkai, however, had a solemn expression on his face and spoke of business. In the Morning Mountain Heavenly Ruins passage, for the first time, there was a fierce battle between transcendence between our country of China and an enemy civilization. Song Chi scratched his head, staring blankly at the empty sky. He slowed down for a few seconds, regaining his senses a little, before he heard Song Chi drop two words. Halogen egg was sent flying a full 10 meters away, as if a leaf had fallen in the wind, before finally falling heavily to the ground again. Then he saw Yi Shan and Dodo together, waving their hands and singing happily. Said the body has risen into the air, waved his hand to signal, and in an instant, he was gone. This is for me to abuse halogen egg? After a little thought, Song Chi nodded his head and agreed. Don't worry teacher, leave it to me. Dodo purposely coughed, prompting, it's your turn next. You have to say baby I'm 3 years old. 10 minutes later, Song Chi walked out of the room with a sullen face, went to a secluded area, and called for humors. Forget it, it's pretty much the same anyway. As a result, as soon as he saw Song Chi, he immediately revealed a weird smile and came up in 3 or 2 steps, pleading earnestly. The two old men were actually eavesdropping outside. Although the room's soundproofing effect was good, but a hallowed third-order transcendent stinks of shamelessness, running over to eavesdrop, which no one can do anything about. Ha ha, Song Chi. It was a good thing that Zhou Mingkai didn't continue discussing this issue and brought it back to the son of Zeus. Song Chi had no way to escape and was in a sad and angry mood. During this period of time, it will not be able to stay in the Peach Blossom Garden. If you have any problems, just send a message. Then he instructed Song Chi. At that time, you can go on or not, no matter how you choose. I will support you. It was fine to change other words, but this was just too shameful, so he naturally wouldn't say it. As soon as he heard that it was related to his old sister, Song Chi knew that there was a trick in it, and it was definitely not a good thing. To think that he could even come up with this kind of underhanded trick. There was a buzzing sound at the dang, as if ringing a bell to make a loud noise. Uncle Hu, is there a hacker inside the security team? I want to delete a video. Older sister grew up and learned to pit her younger brother. Zhou Mingkai laughed. This kind of video is good. It should be recorded once a year. Otherwise, the old man, I don't believe you are only 3 years old. Before, they were all just testing each other, but this time, they fought for real. Both sides were seriously injured, and our transcendent was nearly killed. Without turning on the mighty beast form, and without performing any martial arts, the force of one punch also exceeded 1,800 kilograms. Last year, his mentor had introduced the fact that on the other side of the Morning Mountain Passage, there existed an extremely aggressive civilization that had already discovered China's explorers. Halogen Egg is waiting at the door, his gaze arrogant, a picture of the high and cold style of an S-class genius. The two sides had been dealing with each other, and conflicts were frequent. We have to show enough backbone to dare to strike back at any provocation no matter what the situation is. Alright, the son of Zeus is all yours. 38. 6. 166. 211. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by a cough behind them. When he looked up again, he could only see the departing back of a 3-year-old child. 10 minutes later, Song Chi went out with a black face. But now that the risk of war is upon us, other forces will think of testing the waters even if they don't fall on their swords. Childhood has to be childish. Ji Zhishuan stroked his beard lightly, also waiting for a good show. The security team is still there, and Ji Lao Gui will also protect your safety. Don't worry, Song Chi nodded and said, Mentor, take care of your safety. Song Chi was a bit speechless and despondent. After all, Halogen Egg came to his door every day. Like a pervert, the impact was too bad. It was time to solve it. Boom! Before the words were finished, a fist was shoved straight over like a cannonball. Hearing the student pack a punch, Zhou Mingkai was immediately overjoyed. Straight to 4 times the human body limit. A fist struck out, and the loose sleeves hunted in the air as if they were going to be torn apart by the strong wind. Before Halogen Egg could react, his bare head had already received a blow. Zhou Mingkai also followed behind, holding a thermos cup with a look of anticipation. It was the feeling of getting stronger. But if you don't want to go on, you can help the other S-class. Don't think too much. I'm just a retiree. Don't go to the battlefield, which is life-threatening. Shaking his head, he continued to call and contact humors. Uncle Hu, has the hacker been found yet? He secretly swore. When I become a transcendent later. Zhou Mingkai's tone was flat, but a hint of unwavering determination could be heard. Halogen Egg froze in place. His face flushed green and red for a while, his gaze trembling, obviously greatly stimulated. Ahem, dragging it out until today. It finally hit. Baby, how old are you? Zhou Mingkai saw a 3-year-old baby doll let himself be safe. Suddenly remembered the birthday video that was just shot. couldn't help but laugh loudly. Continue to deteriorate. Perhaps it will evolve into a local war. Now, Songqi's physical attributes are as high as 382. Boarding up his little face, he asked vigilantly, how to record, only to see the door to the room open. Ji Zhixuan waved his big sleeve and walked in with a smile. Songqi turned around helplessly and looked at his unscrupulous mentor. About to complain a few words, Songqi sounded a little flustered. Didn't you give me the briny egg? How did it become the son of Zeus? The mentor in front of him was like an old general preparing to go on stage, majestically starting to plant flags on his body. Please stimulate me dash. Only then did Zhou Ming explain that the appearance of a battle of transcendence, even if it was just two people fighting one-on-one, showed that the situation was different from the past. Rubbish! But in the next moment, there was a flash of golden light in the depths of his eyes, and then his body shook. Regarding Morning Mountain, it had been reported in the news from time to time in recent years, and there had been several accidents. With the son of Zeus visiting our country, we could have controlled the impact and just gone through the motions. Next, the transcendence on both sides would hit harder and harder, and real battles would become more frequent. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the young. What? You saw the video? Zhou Mingkai, even though I'm retired, I still intend to go and help out, guarding the base and relieving the youngsters of a bit of pressure. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Halogen Egg's excited laughter echoed through the martial academy. His clothes were covered in dust, and a large bag was still bulging high on his head, but that excited look was as if he had won some precious treasure. The young disciples of the martial academy all stood at a distance, silently spectating, their little hearts greatly shaken. No wonder the instructor always says that the hearts of people over in China are complicated and there are many perverts, so let's be careful and watch out. Zhao Bailong finished his class and carried his silver gun as he passed by. Hearing this, he immediately remembered those genuine large discs in his collection and shook his head to retort. China is okay. There is a place called Fusong, where perverts are really many. At this time, Halogen Egg had already stood up, patting the dust on his clothes, with a look of satisfaction, and bashfully swept the crowd, as if to say, concepts with very different names and the same substance have appeared in different sources of information. Fighting on the other side of the passage, the impact could still be controlled. But once China was at a disadvantage and allowed the other side to attack Earth, the situation would be many times more dire. Beijing State International Airport. Casually, he threw himself directly out of the ring. 1 month later, he got up and walked to the bookshelf. Flipping through the past files, Zhou Mingkai sent a video. I want to be quiet. You guys know shit. Over at the Morning Mountain Heavenly Ruins, there was no sign of a full-scale war as of yet. But the fact that Zhou Mingkai had been helping out and couldn't get away meant that the situation was still very tense. At the same time, Songqi also received the video and briefly scanned it twice. Smiling slightly, Songqi pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly, feeling that it didn't look like it. Songqi listened attentively, feeling that this was very similar to the hyper-evolved body Zhou Mingkai had spoken of. After looking through it for half a day, this martial arts academy dean had a complicated expression and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Peach Blossom Garden's historical record of 2,000 years has been broken by your brat. Dean, what exactly is a divine tire? First, he looked at 2 modern printed booklets, then a few yellowed ancient books. Even if the voice was small, Ji Zhixuan could hear it. Songqi was hearing this word for the second time and asked curiously. The little boy was disgruntled. Where did he go on his previous trips that he wasn't starstruck and cheered by all? This is not putting me in the spotlight. Seeing this short 10 seconds or so of video, Halogen Egg's face changed slightly, and the excitement in his heart disappeared. There were no hordes of reporters surrounding them for interviews, no 10,000 people lined up to greet them, and no top transcendents stepping forward to welcome them. Seeing these, Songqi deeply realized that the war was not far from China. In the following days, Songqi kept in touch with Zhou Mingkai, sending messages to greet him from time to time, making sure that he was not dead, and then letting go of his heart. He couldn't control this. The only thing he could do was to live her attributes, brush experience, and rise with the fastest speed. When he got out of the gate, he would be a solid second-order quasi-transcendent. Surprisingly, it's so shabby. This white-haired old man immediately couldn't stand it, and waved his sleeve. Get out of here. In the end, he even picked up a few bamboo slips and carefully read them word by word. The 2 young geniuses nodded unspokenly, pretending to be unfamiliar, and each laughed. Not only is his strength boundless, his body defense has also reached an inhuman level. He had to close his eyes for a few days to thoroughly digest the benefits of the mental stimulation. This white child with beautiful blonde hair, standing tall, looked through the layers of firelight at the collapsed Jamhan outside the ring, his gaze full of contempt. Song Chi was so happy that he ran to Ji Jieshuan to report his happiness and ask for the next step in his cultivation. Is this the country of China, the great country where the legendary strongest people gather? But this time, the 5 orifices points actually echoed each other, automatically forming a pathway in which chi energy flowed endlessly. The next moment, the watch dripped with a sound. Under the flames ringing his body, the clothes of the son of Zeus were burned to a charred black, but his skin was only hot and red, and he could not see any signs of burns. 386-166-211. Is this the effect of the Divine King's bloodline? The young boy looked around. The battle of civilizations was the most brutal, and once the fight started, basically only one side would survive. A few young Chinese transcendents, after the fierce battle, had their heads cracked and bloodied and were in a sorry state, but their gazes were still sharp as knives. Song Chi shook his head. There was a feeling of aura running through the meridians in an immortal cultivation novel now. Perhaps this meant that the hyper-evolved body was not an empty hypothesis, but a real existence that had existed since ancient times. An armored car was stuck in the mud, unable to drive out, and was lifted into midair by the transcendentalists with their spiritual power. A month later, Song Chi operated the embracing Yuan Gong and successfully opened the 5th visceral orifice. A heavenly ruins passageway brought not only resources, but also great risks and challenges. You've been practicing martial arts for only a few years in total? Son of Zeus, wait for me to fight 3 times. The teenager was full of confidence and hope for the future. Haltingly, he quickly hurried towards the dormitory. Well, it looks like we'll have to abuse halogen egg a few more times. What's wrong with you, Dean? Song Chi was a bit puzzled. Song Chi could still occasionally receive internal image information shared by his mentor. This was probably something only the panel could provide. When I'm stronger in the future, I'll catch a few divine fetuses and hyper-evolutionary bodies and study them. Song Chi muttered in a low voice as he was lost in thought. Everyone has limits, and every breakthrough won't be easy, and it will get harder and harder. It's as if there's a bondage in the underworld that limits one's progress. One was stronger than a hyper-evolved body. A hyper-evolved body was just genetically unbound and could evolve infinitely and grow rapidly. Afterward, he and Zhao Bailong exchanged glances. This is opening 5 orifices? However, the unbelievable abilities of spirit-associated state and purification were something they presumably didn't have. Let's hope Mentor and the others can hold out. The first stop was in Arabia, where the local S-rank genius known as the Flame Servant, Jamhan, was fighting. Born a divine child, Ji Jieshuan once again lamented. Wait for me to develop. But ancient records say that an existence like a divine fetus has no limits, and that the physical body is not bound by any constraints. So it can learn infinitely, make infinite breakthroughs, and ultimately have infinite variations. Could it be that I really am a hyper-evolved body? The sons of Zeus had already left southern Europe and started their trip to visit abroad. But if the enemy civilization has the means to deal with nuclear weapons, the way of martial arts is the path for humans to continuously develop themselves and break the limits of their physical bodies. Ji Jieshuan explained. A private airplane slowly landed. The gangway opened, and a young white boy with a full head of blonde hair stepped out in stride. It was time to explode the gong method. Ji Jieshuan was a bit stunned and froze for a few seconds. Song Chi recalled. Exactly 2.5 years. I only saw that the reception ceremony was very low-key, and dozens of staff and departmental leaders were waiting quietly in front of them, with a business-like attitude. Can't really beat it. The last move of the Earthlings is probably to drop nuclear weapons, turn the area around the Morning Mountain into scorched earth, and then try to close the Heavenly Ruins channel. In the video, the son of Zeus faced the blazing flames, striding forward and grabbing this teenage genius of Arabia like a chicken. He suppressed his anger and smiled contemptuously. When your genius is ravaged by me, I hope you can still be so calm. Chi energy, hidden within is chi, and when it is emitted externally, it is Jin. On the martial arts arena, Ji Jieshuan personally acted as an instructor, explaining the chi energy martial arts. There were only 3 students, Song Chi, Zhao Bailong and Halogen Egg. Among them, Halogen Egg did not take the ancient martial arts route, but came to squat Song Chi, ready to find some excitement. The content of this course is very obscure. He listened with a blank face and some skepticism. What the hell is chi energy? Was it as powerful as transcendent trait? After opening the 5 orifices, chi energy flows between the major orifices and becomes incredibly active, and it can erupt outwardly with a single movement of the mind. Ji Jieshuan didn't care about Halogen Egg either. Facing the other 2, he spoke eloquently. A martial artist's power is thus more abundant and more flexible. At this stage, ordinary fighting techniques are too simple, and more profound power generation techniques are needed to utilize the power of chi. This was the means of a martial artist, no longer limited to a specific punch or kick, but sublimating the use of power to the extreme. Among the 10 strengths of ancient martial arts, the one with the smoothest power generation is named Whiplash Strength. Ji Zhixuan stood to the side and lightly waved his palm. The arm then swung up, driving the palm to slash outwards. It's difficult to get started with strength. It's hard for beginners to find that feeling. However, at the other end, the outside of the third bronze cauldron suddenly trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly appeared on the body of the cauldron, which was actually on the verge of breaking. In the vibrating hum of the cauldron, Song Qi rubbed his eyes, an excited light shining in his eyes. We collectively refer to this type of force generation technique as power force. The palm of his hand pressed down on the surface of the first bronze cauldron, and he retracted it with a single tap. He had just been at the elite level when he arrived, but now he was already at the quasi-transcendent 5th stage. Penetrating bone strength, whiplash strength, collapsing mountain strength. If one masters these profound force generation techniques, one's strength can be utilized several times more powerfully. Ji Zhixuan, ? Qi energy is like electricity. It penetrates the skin and flesh and can go straight to the bone marrow. Zhao Bailong stood next to him, carrying his silver spear, and instructed his senior brother who had come to see him off. After I leave, the room is locked. No one can go in. Not even Master, a humanoid beast that excels in martial arts. Who can stop it? As soon as the words left his mouth, his palm had already slashed to the center of the bronze tripod. Ji Zhixuan changed his stance immediately afterward. However, under this mountain-crushing strength, the tripod body was completely deformed, as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, dented, and finally shattered with a loud bang. Halogen Egg was directly dumbfounded. Before this, he had always thought that ancient martial arts were not as good as the modern transcendent system, consuming more resources and still having a low ceiling. You don't have to be in a hurry. First spend a few months of effort and slowly figure it out. The front of the sandbag shook slightly, and the back actually exploded into an opening, the fine sand inside brushing and flowing out. The 3 bronze tripods seemed as if they had been cut off by a cutting machine, instantly separating up and down and flying out horizontally. The topmost of them, collectively known as the ancient martial 10 strengths. Generations of Peach Blossom Garden martial artists have studied the martial arts for 2,000 years, and have researched hundreds of strengths with different effects. Halogen Egg stared with wide eyes, desperately wanting to learn a bit of real skill. Unfortunately, he did not open the orifices and did not have chi energy, completely unable to understand these contents, and could only be anxious. A few disciples outside the field puffed and slowly lifted up 3 huge copper tripods. Zhao Bailong listened to the lesson carefully and was able to roughly understand it, but there was just one thing he didn't understand. Top martial artist. The strength of the shot control is indeed accurate. 3 moves solid bombardment in the body of Song Qi. Look at the momentum as if it is going to beat people into pulp. The result is actually only a minor injury. On this side, Ji Zhixuan signaled the disciples outside the field to pack up the pieces of the bronze tripod. At the same time rushed Song Qi. Then he himself ran to the corner and began to gesticulate. Snap! Before his words fell, Song Qi had already struck out with a fist, hitting the sandbag. On top of the traveling bag, a short-legged little sand cat was sleeping on its back, its round head planted into the bag, but it still didn't wake up. 38. 6. 166. 211. But now that I look at it, this unbelievable means is actually just a martial art? Are you sure it's not a transcendent ability? Song Qi also looked at it with glowing eyes. Ancient martial arts 10 strengths, the most penetrating of which is named bone-penetrating strength. He ran to the side of the pieces of the bronze tripod, reached out to touch them, and opened the spirit-associated state. Together with the fierce beast form, he triggered the breaking slam and continuous strike. At the location of the falling palm, the surface of the copper tripod was intact. The 3 copper tripods, which had been chopped in half by the whiplash force, but the general shape was still maintained. He has not yet reached the realm where all 5 orifices are open. Is it too early to learn strength? If he hadn't reached it, Song Qi next to him definitely hadn't reached it either. As soon as Song Qi heard this, he immediately became energized. Zhao Bailong remembered very clearly. A few months ago when the 2 of them competed, the demon child was still only at the elite level realm, and was able to win against himself solely because of the discovery of that secret. The punch came to an abrupt end. Sections penetrate. Sections generate power. Power like a steel whip, destroying tendons and breaking bones. Song Qi stood at the exit of Taoyuan town, carrying a bulging travel bag. The bag was larger than a person, filled with boxes of pills and herbs. Ji Finger Xian continued the demonstration, his waist shaking, his strength transferring to his shoulders, and his shoulder joints moving apart. Zhao Bailong listened and seemed to understand, but he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he would have to learn slowly after opening the 5 orifices. Each one was a 1,000 kilogram specification, leaning side by side, similar to a small mountain. Then who exactly is this class for? At this time, the basic theory had already been taught, and Ji Finger Xian started on the dry goods. He threw a punch with his left hand and struck in the air, short and powerful, penetrating bone strength. Dean, I can do it. Song Qi touched his fist in delight. Song Qi was in cold sweat from the pain, and opened the spiritual correlation state to perceive the other party's knack for generating power when Ji Jieshuan punched over. Zhao Bailong was confused again when he saw this. What was the demon child doing? Trying to learn the 3 major strengths on the spot? Let's not talk about whether or not you can learn them. You have to open 5 orifices to master this strength, right? Zhao Bailong, ? Ancient martial arts 10 strengths? The one with the swiftest outburst is called Avalanche Mountain Strength. It's time to go. Song Qi was a little despondent. After staying in the Peach Blossom Garden for half a year, his progress had really flown. A fierce Qi energy, however, erupted out, like a giant wave surging out smoothly. The martial arts arena was suddenly swept by a fierce wind, blowing Song Qi and the others unable to open their eyes. Halogen egg! Carefully feeling the internal changes of the copper cauldron when it was destroyed by the 3 kinds of strength. Previously, Ji Jieshuan had promised that he would learn a top-notch martial art after he opened his 5 orifices, and it seemed that this was it. The principles and techniques of the strength forces were very complex, and Ji Jieshuan spent 3 or 4 hours explaining them in one breath. 3 days later, at this time, Song Qi took the initiative to apply to be a human sandbag again, asking Ji Finger Xian to demonstrate the power of the 3 types of strength again. Halogen Egg stood on the other side of the room, rubbing his bare head and then looking at the information received on his smartwatch. The sons of Zeus have arrived in Beijing State, and the top geniuses within the country of China, including within several heavenly ruins worlds, are departing one after another and will soon gather together. The son of Zeus visited various countries and defeated several top geniuses in a row, already causing a certain stir in the global transcendental world. Now it came to the last stop, the capital state of China. The various forces in the country didn't show any weakness and sent out the youngest geniuses under their command to face the battle. Halogen Egg was the representative launched by the talent selection base of the state of China. Although he had lost to the son of Zeus twice before, he had also been blessed by the misfortune, and his abilities had initially awakened, and his strength had skyrocketed, and he was already a second-order quasi-transcendent. Zhao Bailong, on the other hand, was a genius sent out by the Peach Blossom Garden, aged 13, third-order quasi-transcendent, with superb gun skills. He also practiced the Peach Blossom Garden's top-level technique, the Heavenly Dipper's Child's skill, and his physical body was extremely powerful. Song Qi continued to read down. There are porcelain dolls written. There are also Dowda written. Messy content mixed together. For this reason, he drank milk 20 times a day, and possessed a growth rate far beyond normal. One day, there was a drastic change on the planet Krypton, and Song Qi, a newly born S-class genius, was sent by his parents to a spaceship that traveled across billions of light years, and finally made a forced landing on Earth. ? Zhao Bailong's brain was a bit turned around. Song Qi took the book and flipped through it curiously. Yes, but even so, he still can't win against his sister. Blazing white light, bizarre vertical eyes, countless wild-eyed, foreign beasts gathered in the forest. Let's go. After all, the whole article was filled with a brain-deficient beauty, which was popular now. Song Qi listened with a big head, and in his heart, he couldn't help but speculate. Is the teacher trying to train himself to become the future leader of the transcendence of China? Where's the need for such trouble? Song Qi waved his small hand. Everything is subject to what my sister says. Master, I know. Zhao Bailong cheered, full of anticipation for the rest of the trip, and was the first to rush towards the car. Song Qi recalled his previous observation of using the spiritual correlation state on the Wolf King. They should be more interested in the matter of playing Dowdu. Dowdu's handwriting reappeared. Oftentimes, the ones who engage in infighting and fight for resources are also this group of people. The outside world is wonderful, but it's also full of temptations. You must keep your heart and insist on practicing the Big Dipper's Child's Kung Fu. Don't ever break it. But being able to help the morning mountainside, Song Qi didn't excuse himself, and set off with Halogen Egg and Zhao Bailong, preparing to depart for Beijing State. Why could a person from China represent the Peach Blossom Garden? Bailong A white-faced middle-aged man walked over, patted Zhao Bailong's shoulder, and instructed, 1 month you will crawl, 2 months you will talk, 3 months you will walk, 4 months you will recognize words, 6 months you will learn sparring. Only the opening paragraph was talking about his own birth. It's not too late to come back when you become a transcendent. Song Qi smiled slightly. highly intelligent alien beasts similar to the Wolf King ran to the edge of the human settlements one after another, stirring up the wind and rain, harassing and testing the waters. Song-chi briefly flipped through a few pages and realized that many of his casual and perfunctory words had been written in, outside of Peachland Town. After he was born, his greatest wish was to defeat his sister to prove that he was not an old brother. This group of people are more conservative and arrogant. They don't believe in the hyper-evolved body that I'm talking about. As for Song-chi, teacher, I haven't even become a transcendent yet. Do I have that much influence? Zhao Bailong patted his chest with a you can rest assured look. Soon, my sister ran out of pocket money, and from then on, she was trapped by poverty and could no longer suppress her younger brother. 38. 6. 166. 211. Next to the annotation written by the porcelain doll, to be confirmed. And the mentor Zhou Mingkai cannot get out of the way in Morning Mountain. Only let Halogen Egg go to Beijing State and do not feel at ease. Develop for a few years, and after rising, hang all the disobedient ones, so that it seems to be more in line with his style. The porcelain doll waved the book in his hand and reluctantly said, Classmate Song, come back early. Zhao Bailong, carrying a silver gun, sniffed, thinking he was talking about himself, and proudly turned around. Song-chi listened to the ramblings on the phone and said helplessly, lying about being Superman from Krypton, inspiring your sister's sense of mission to protect the Earth, and tricking your sister into buying kryptonite with her pocket money. When you go out, you'll be the representative of Peach Blossom, so behave yourself. G-Finger Xian's voice rang out, said and reported a large number of departmental organizations and strong people's names. Which is a friendly party? Which is the opponent? How to deal with? Said in incomparable detail. Unable to win by fighting in a dignified manner, Song-chi will use treacherous tricks. 2 large words were newly endorsed next to it, false. It was also Daodu's handwriting, the force of which penetrated through the paper, showing the rage with which it was written. This stuff, if really as a subject, written as an article. After digging a hole for his old sister, Song-chi waved his hand and bid farewell to these Peach Blossom Garden companions. China's S-class genius. Song-chi loves peace and fears school violence. The forces that cultivate geniuses in the country are not just our selection base alone. There are also some sects and families that have been passed down for thousands of years, and there are even the so-called descendants of the immortals, the old teacher explained over the phone. After reading it, the mood was a bit complicated for a moment. When the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy saw these contents and realized that the hallowed S-class genius couldn't even beat his sister. How is it? Isn't the information very detailed? The porcelain doll blinked and said bitterly again. It's just that there are some places that contradict each other. You and your sister don't say the same thing. So this time, not only are you dealing with the sons of Zeus, you also need to hammer them, so that they are all honest these days and don't add to the chaos on the Morning Mountain front. Needless to think, this paragraph is naturally the work of the old sister, so he entrusted Song-chi to calm down the scene. This period of time was still very happy. There were even extraordinary strength beasts that appeared, although they didn't attack, but they also gave enough pressure to the humans. For insurance purposes, he decided that it was better to leave Peach Blossom Garden first. It turned out that his own dean was talking to Song-chi. He followed him out, mainly because the activities of the foreign beasts had been too frequent lately. With the difficult problem solved, the porcelain doll happily took the book and brushed a few lines on it. In the distant fairy galaxy, there is a special planet named Krypton. Several of the porcelain doll siblings also came to see them off. In addition to second sister Ji and I and third brother Ji Tai, the 4-year-old Ji Mei also bumbled along. It was that god who was up to no good. Zhou Mingkai hemmed and hawed. Seeing is believing. When they see the strength of the super-evolved body with their own eyes, they will naturally know how to keep a low profile. It should be on fire. What drink more milk, eat more meat, eat and sleep and play beans. The gun barrel slammed into the car door, bounced back, and gave Halogen a solid knock on the side of the head. When? The sound of the aftermath is unending, echoing in the sky over the town of Peachland. Song-chi, Halogen Egg, and Zhao Bailong left the Peach Blossom Garden by car and walked through the heavenly market passage. There was already a special airplane waiting outside, a genius selection base airplane, and the 3 of them walked straight up the gangway. It was the first time Zhao Bailong had ever been on an airplane, and after taking his seat, he curiously touched the east and the west, knocked on the shell of the plane, a little surprised, and a little afraid. Such a heavy iron shell, without relying on martial chi, it can fly up to 10,000 meters high. What if it falls down? Without a word, Song-chi touched the parachute in the corner and grinned. What else can I do? Eat the mat. Zhao Bailong's body shivered, and his silver gun followed, almost poking a hole in the cabin. The little Taoist priest then came to the side of the car, made a Taoist bow, and nodded at Halogen Egg and Zhao Bailong. The little Taoist named Zhang Qingyu nodded his head. Although this person was young, his speech was intentionally slowed down, appearing to be very calm. The person who spoke was a small Taoist priest, about the same age as Halogen Egg, 1.5 meters, draped in a green and black Taoist uniform, wearing a square-shaped turban, styled exactly like in an ancient costume movie. I have to admit, you're S-class genius. The mentality is very good, not afraid of losing miserably. This point is worth learning. A few years ago, my senior brother traveled around Europe and visited your old Olympia temple. 3 times in and 3 times out. Where did your people go at that time? Song-chi was also a bit surprised. Old sister would not be prophetic, right? Is there really an alien on Earth? Zhang Qingyu spoke solemnly. My senior brother said that this son of Zeus, the probability is that he is the reincarnation of a god. Zhang Qingyu also noticed Song-chi, and after looking at him for a couple of moments, he couldn't help but be a little surprised at how he felt that he wasn't even 5 years old. However, with Zhou Mingkai at the helm and the support of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Geology, the base has risen at an extremely fast pace to become an emerging force in the country. When Halogen and Zhao Bailong heard this, they both felt pressurized. The son of Zeus is also a human being. There's no need to make it so exaggerated. The group chatted and walked, leaving the airport and entering the area of the genius selection base by car. The crowd was stunned. In the car, Halogen Egg's cheeks were red with shame and indignation. His fists clenched tightly, itching to get out of the car and give these foreigners 2 hits. The reincarnation of a god meant that this person had been a top transcendent a few thousand years ago. It was just that his abilities hadn't fully recovered yet. It can't be soon, can it? Hercules, the god of power, also known as Hercules, had battle prowess that was considered top-notch in mythology. Song-chi was stunned to hear that. Having participated in the Boxer Rebellion? How old must this be? In the next moment, Dr. Shin noticed that Song-chi revealed a mysterious smile. Nothing of value. A few Southern Europeans shook their heads deliberately. Not being able to cultivate the top geniuses is a waste of national resources. Was it intentional, or was the situation in Morning Mountain too tense? While pondering, Dr. Shin over here asked, have you coalesced your transcendent traits yet? The staff next to him looked embarrassed and squeezed out a stiff smile as he continued to introduce them to the base's cultivation mechanism and philosophy. My family master had participated in the Boxer Rebellion, and once I heard that the foreigners were coming, I was ordered to depart immediately to meet them. When the Southern Europeans heard this, their faces all looked a little ugly, and their bragging voice came to an abrupt end. So, Dr. Shen looked like he was relieved and patted his chest, the nameplate of the Institute of Extraordinary Qualities still hanging on it. But most likely, he is Hercules himself. This time, the son of Zeus visited and chose to land here as well. Song-chi nodded. Those Southern Europeans, they know that Teacher Joe isn't at the base and are preparing to come to us for a big fight. Zhao Bailong, on the other hand, snorted. Zhang Qingyu, you're here to join the fun too? She immediately had a bad feeling. The special plane quickly arrived in Beijing State and landed at the usual place. Song-chi shook his head. Not yet. The Peach Blossom Garden had always had a close relationship with the Genius Selection Base, and Zhao Bailong was a little upset when he heard these words, touching the shaft of his silver spear and leaping to his feet, saying, these barbarians are so arrogant. When can I stab them twice? Zhang Qingyu instantly reacted. So young to be accepted as a student by Zhou Mingkai? Certainly not simple. And asked, 38, 6, 166, 211, S-class? Everyone has their own agenda. Some want to take advantage of the opportunity to suppress. Some want to compete for resources and the right to speak. Such a rise naturally caused the eyes of various forces, both foreign and domestic. There were also people who deliberately spoke Mandarin to show off the powerful strength of the sons of Zeus. Inside the exhibition hall, there were a lot of people, and there were many foreigners who were visiting everywhere, with high noses and deep eyes, typical of the looks of Southern Europeans. With that, she joked, if you start condensing traits at the age of 3, the decades of research results we have are estimated to be overturned. By that time I will be busy. I'm Mr. Zhou's student, Song-chi. The Genius Selection Base, established only 16 years ago, had little roots to speak of. Song-chi just smiled without saying anything. And this one is? At this point, a few Southern Europeans were deflated and were not in the mood to visit anymore, pulling their legs and leaving. The little Taoist was still lamenting. This time, relying on just the 3 of us. It's indeed a bit of a struggle. That guy is too scary. Legend has it that he was severely poisoned and could not endure the pain before he set himself on fire and died. Halogen Egg was so angry that he hadn't slowed down yet, and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes, nodding in response without saying a word. Song-chi boarded his little face and nodded, remembering Zhou Mingcai's words from earlier. When the few people in the car heard this, their faces became incomparably odd. A few words sent everyone into shock. Zhang Qingyu immediately shook his head. People, you've all been deceived. How can a human grow to such a level at the age of 6 or 7? As soon as he came in, he saw that the base was very lively. Unfortunately, there was no peachwood sword on his back, but a large traveling bag, instantly pulling the scene back to modern times. They did it on purpose. Dr. Shin came to pick up the Song Chi trio and spoke about the matter, gritting his teeth. But what the truth was, no one on the Chinese side was sure, but he hadn't even come back to stay for 2 days, and those few domestic reclusive forces, who also agreed to fight against each other at the base, probably didn't have any good intentions. Your base's S rank has already lost to our Hess, and has lost 2 matches in a row. A Southern European deliberately spoke in half-baked Mandarin and said loudly, next to the Apocalypse Passage, the Chinese genius selection base, the Europeans are calling him the second Hercules. Song Chi came to be interested as soon as he heard this, poking his head in and starting to eat his melon. The sound of the vehicle traveling spread, and the Southern Europeans in the exhibition hall turned their heads, and when they saw Haliotis in the vehicle, they revealed smug smiles and pointed this way. He has cultivated a lot of strong people and has also obtained a huge tilt of resources. Thinking about this, Song Chi was a bit surprised. The mentor was so shrewd. It was logical that he must have understood this. Halogen Egg finally couldn't help but utter a word. Zhang Qingyu was even more surprised and sized up a few more times, sighing regretfully. Unfortunately, you are even smaller than the son of Zeus, and there is no chance for you to participate in this fight. How can this even be a fight? There's another chapter at 2 a.m. The crowd didn't say a word, silently digesting the shocking news. However, in the midst of the silence, there was a slight scuffling sound that seemed very abrupt. The crowd fixed their eyes to see that it was a certain 3-year-old toddler rubbing his fists with a face of excitement and anticipation. What's wrong with you? Halcyon was a bit puzzled, rarely seeing his companions so happy. As soon as I heard that there is such a powerful base expert that I can see, of course I'm excited. Song Chi replied in a serious manner. If it was really the reincarnation of Hercules, then the genetic value of the son of Zeus was much higher. Song Chi was very interested in Zhang Qingyu's senior brother, so he took the initiative to ask a question. A character who could go 3 times in and 3 times out of the Olympian temple was feared to be a top transcendent. Finally, after using up all 3 spare evolution points, after lamenting a few times, she looked curiously at Song Chi again. Not picking. Could it be that practicing strength is so hard that it doesn't grow? In the end, there were spare evolution points and evolution energy slots. Zhang Qingyu was also observing Song Chi inside. The various geniuses that were hidden before have all shown up now. Ah, it's really an eye-opener. I have a hunch, this time it's not just about dealing with the son of Zeus. I'm afraid we'll have to compete a few matches between us as well. Song Chi's eyes lit up again. Nowadays it was very lean. Those foreigners tossed and turned for half a day, and have not been able to catch senior brother. That's why they're half angry. The first-order nutrient solution no longer had much effect, and now he was drinking the second-order nutrient solution, which was worth 15,000 yuan per 20 milliliter bottle. It's a similar situation in other countries. Young geniuses are emerging in droves. A new generation is better than the old. Transportation method. A variety of space domain transcendent abilities floated before his eyes before skipping. On this side, Dr. Shin stopped the car, and the 4 children came together and chatted briefly again. You're only 3 years old? Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, feeling a bit unreal. You're growing too fast here. Closing his eyes, he smoothly entered the state. Halogen Egg and Zhao Bailong glanced at each other, as if tiny fires were lit in their pupils. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Song Chi was still holding on, not giving up until he reached his goal. Being a genius, it was inevitable to be competitive. After 5 bottles, with 2 puffs, his nostrils began to spurt blood, his face was as red as Guangdong's, and his whole body was hot and dry. Song Chi nodded. Before reading the Book of Transcendental Ability, Material Domain, Related Ability, the ancient Taoist 5 Elements of Recluse is ranked in the forefront. Moreover, sometimes looking smaller would be more advantageous, especially when looking for resources from Ji Zhishuan and Zhou Mingkai. Just by showing a baby-like innocent smile, the 2 veteran transcendents will happily start popping gold coins. I don't know how long it took, but Song Chi felt a little tired. The water recluse didn't have this risk. 3 years old, Zhang Qingyu naturally couldn't hear the deeper meaning of these words, but he was also infected by Song Chi's attitude and relaxed his mind a bit as he laughed. Song Chi wiped his mouth and smiled shyly. Too young. When I get excited, I tend to drool easily. I can't help it. The son of Zeus came this time. Maybe it will draw out those gods in the country as well, then there will be a good show. Touching the nearest star, He opened the spiritual correlation state. The consciousness once again traveled through the vast and dead universe. You're drooling, Zhao Bailong reminded. The room instantly quieted down. It had just reached 1 meter 2 now. Vaguely, a few 6 or 7-year-old children could still be seen running and playing in the corridor. Beside them, there was a single gray star, big or small, endless in number, as if they were grains of sand on a beach. My senior brother is not the type with unrivaled battle power. That's fine, let's just do our best. There's no shame in not being able to win against a god. They were born a few thousand years earlier after all. Che, little kid, still pretending to be mysterious with me here. Dr. Shin shook his head and turned to leave, bringing the door with him in the process. 38. 6. 166. 211. This body type roughly looks like an average boy of 5 or 6 years old. It looked quite expensive, but Zhou Mingkai had reimbursed it, so Song Qi was not polite. A message then appeared in his mind. Spatial distortion, bending the spatial structure of the circumference area. But this time, the situation was different from the past. The 5 bottles of second-order nutrient solution that he had previously drunk had also completely exhausted the energy provided, and his nosebleed had long since stopped spraying. Song Qi followed Dr. Shen and walked into his room. However, the domestic immortals seemed to be secluded in some heavenly market world, keeping a very low profile. There are no outsiders here. So tell us quickly, when exactly will we be able to condense the transcendent trait? Although he weighed as much as 50 kilograms, Song Qi's body density had far exceeded that of a normal person, and he looked thin instead. This was a temporary reserve wave of energy for the next consumption of spirit-associated state. With 20 milliliters, there was nothing in the mouth, and drinking it felt the same as not drinking it. The gene simulation brings infinite possibilities to the body, and growing taller is not difficult at all. Outside the window, it was clearly the dormitory building that he had lived in when he participated in the selection the year before. In the last 2 years, even if the standard has been high, 3 S-classes have come out, plus your term is 5. Dr. Shen said. Song Qi pondered while sizing up Zheng Qingyu. Several people thought deeply and nodded in agreement. Opening the lid, he poured it into his mouth. After preparing, Song Qi drank another bottle of meditation original liquid. Let the physical body merge into various substances and be able to move freely. This outrageous words. Listening to Zheng Qingyu was a bit confused. How old is this young student? Exactly? Is it? I feel a bit slow. Song Qi shook his head. Compared to space shuttle, the 5 elements transportation method was not flexible enough, but it also had a unique advantage. Then he guessed again. Europe had gods, and China naturally had them as well. For example, if a person casts space shuttle and instantly moves to the bottom of the deep sea, they will immediately be crushed by the enormous pressure. Talking with his own people, Zheng Qingyu did not show off anything and explained. He is better at transportation. He had already arrived in the middle of an endless silver-gray galaxy. Song Qi wasn't too happy about this, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This little Taoist monk, who could be specially sent to deal with the foreigners, was definitely not simple, and he didn't know what kind of Taoist techniques he was good at. Then, the chi energy hidden inside the acupoints gradually disappeared. Of course, in terms of flexibility and combat effectiveness, Space Shuttle was undoubtedly still the top displacement ability. The body also changed greatly. It had been chubby before going to the Peach Blossom Garden, and the lipo muscles appeared to be very strong. Of course, the two of them also had a tacit understanding to not look at a certain 3-year-old toddler at all. Since practicing martial arts with Ji Zhishuan, his weight had risen rapidly, but his height growth was slower. If there is also a reincarnation of a god like the son of Zeus, go to the ring and fight with him. Seeing this time, it was also considered to satisfy curiosity for a time. Physical energy was exhausted. With a clear goal in mind, Song Qi wandered from star to star, ceaselessly casting spiritual correlation state. Song Qi opened his backpack and took out a box of evolutionary nutrient solution. The spiritual correlation state once again sensed a star. 4 words instantly appeared in his mind. Space Shuttle. Once Space Shuttle was out, Song Qi let out a long breath and revealed a satisfied smile. A life-preserving divine skill had arrived. The reason for clinging to this ability was because of its miraculous effectiveness in running, getting out of trouble, and dodging these aspects. After all, living is the only way to continue to grow and live or experience. In the silver-gray vastness of the galaxy, Song Qi's consciousness slowly sank down and landed on top of the star. The perception of the laws began. When he arrived at his own home turf, Ppwa was even more arrogant than when he was in the Peach Blossom Garden, and wasn't afraid of pulling hatred at all. Children like Ppwa and Snotlout might have inherited only 0.01 grams of transcendent traits, and were regarded as geniuses by the base experts. Song Qi, on the other hand, estimated that the transcendent trait in his body at this moment was almost 0.5 grams. Holding down his joy, he tried to integrate his spiritual power into the trait to trigger a resonance. Song-chi stood still, quietly experiencing the sensation of the party. The laws gradually fitted in with the reality of the physical body under the pull of the spirit. Song-chi wanted to laugh when he heard this and shook his head, not bothering with this pitiful creature. The dead star slowly revolved. A little bit of golden substance, smaller than a sesame seed grain, had appeared deep in the chest. I don't know how long it took. There are a bit too many experts in the base. Halcyon, I'm only interested in the ones that can abuse me. Laws also had strengths and weaknesses. The stronger they were, the more difficult it was to perceive them. Pee-wee's family had some connections, and when he heard that Song-chi was there, he ran his ass over to join in the fun. Song-chi's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the familiar figure. Then look at the panel, and some surprise, when they saw the words silent development. Halogen Egg and Zhao Bailong immediately had a feeling of numbness. After chatting for a few moments, another little girl came outside the dormitory. Looking for space shuttle consumed a lot of his energy. Really tired enough. Well, everything is worth it. A flash of golden light and a blink of the eyes. Son of Zeus, little hot chick. When he closed his eyes again, he actually saw the inside of his body, shouting whatever words he wanted. Yeah, Dodo looked at her brother suspiciously. In her experience, whenever he faked a smile, he didn't have any good intentions. Swish, abuse the scum of Southern Europe. The forces that were previously in conflict with each other had already started to fight each other. Zhao Bailong also got into the ring once, and won a little tough against a genius from the formal Great Gun sect. Like, spatial shuttle. If an elite level tried to perceive it rashly, they might faint or even be brain dead on the spot. Song-chi stretched his back and headed for the bed, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. Watermelon head, carrying a small pink school bag, walking with a bounce. Both of you don't stay home, come out and warm up. Winning a game here will also raise your fame. Zhao Bailong stared at the other party, his gaze astonished. Transcendent trait. The brown curly hair had a haughty face. I'm Lord Hess's god servant. Having sensed the laws, the next step was to map the high-dimensional laws to reality and condense the corresponding transcendent trait within his body. When he opened his eyes again, the room blurred for a split second. How did you get here? In less than 10 minutes of perception time, the spiritual attribute jumped from 375 to 380. In the small chat group of 3, Zhao Bailong called out to Song-chi and Halogen Egg. The other party was just as surprised. Whoever cultivated the most capable geniuses would have more say in the future political arena. Nominally, it was an exchange visit, but the flavor of gunpowder was strong, and the real exchange only took place above the ring. 38. 6. 166. 211. However, Song-chi's spiritual attribute was already as high as 375 points, close to 4 times the human limit, and his ability to withstand it far exceeded the elite level, especially during the period of tension in Morning Mountain, where war could break out at any time. Fists were the hard way. What's the situation? By consuming spirit and triggering the resonance of a transcendent trait, you can perform a transcendent ability once. A dazzling golden light flashed in front of his eyes, like sequins of metal burning violently in the heat. A thin curtain of water appeared out of thin air in front of his body, and it was like a transparent door that clung to his body and he could pass through it with a thought. Zhao Bailong was holding a silver gun and was tangling with a little girl with curly brown hair, and it was surprisingly hard to tell the difference. Once the trait is out, one is an alien quasi-transcendent. Consciousness shuttled back and forth between higher dimensions and reality, just like a person in the night who sleeps and wakes up. At this time, shouts rang out from outside the dormitory building. Isn't the son of Zeus living here? And who are you? After spending a few minutes sensing the laws and making sure there were no problems, Song-chi temporarily exited the meditative state. At the moment, it felt just like a 3-day exam in his previous life, and his brain was a little dizzy. Doubta's small face tilted up and proudly said, Master brought me here, saying that I came to observe the battles of the top geniuses, and that ordinary people don't have this opportunity. Xiao Dai also came, and after greeting Song-chi, she stayed in the dormitory with her master. Song-chi also replied, I just want to develop silently. After another day, the young rookies from all the major powers in China basically arrived, and there were dozens of them, plus bodyguards and escorts, and several dormitory buildings in the base were almost full. This is the core of the modern transcendental system, the basis for human beings to exercise the power of the gods, and the evolutionary characteristics that countless people dream of. He found Song-chi in the dormitory building, and patted his chest, saying that he would be responsible for shouting and cheering after the start of the fight. Where would one go through this door? Song-chi tried it curiously. Song-chi saw the profile of her master, a middle-aged woman, quite temperamental, and I don't know what kind of stunts she specializes in. This little monster. It couldn't be that the realm was going to rise again, right? Inside the room, Song-chi sat on a chair and drank the meditation liquid, his eyes opening and closing at times. Song-chi grinned. I'm just like you. Why are you here? But the spirit suddenly became a bit tired, and the water curtain had disappeared. Did I just flash in place? In the following days, the representatives sent by various forces arrived at the Genius Selection Base one after another. Looking around, they realized that they were still in the same place. Of course, many people knew that they couldn't beat the son of Zeus and didn't intend to go on. They just came to observe and learn. Song-chi's brain began to buzz. Then he asked, "What are you doing here? Does mom and dad know?" "Fighting." Sure enough, perceiving higher dimensional laws is the best way to stimulate the spirit. The transcendent trait within his chest immediately trembled, transmitting a strange fluctuation. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Daodu and Song-chi also stopped fighting and went out to eat melons. Song-chi's entire body shuddered violently, sensing a power that was void and high and insignificant, quietly taking root within his body. When the crowd heard these words, they were like chicken blood, rushing out of the room and going outside to watch the battle. At this moment, outside the door of the Southern European's dormitory, he was very awake, and although there were many experts, there were not many that could irritate him. One more chapter at 2. Zhao Bailong's strength was unquestionable, and his silver gun had already made a name for itself in the base, attracting many people to gather around at once. Brown curly hair, however, wasn't afraid of him and used her body to face the gun's blade straight on every time. With a bland face, the other party was so tigerish. Zhao Bailong was also not polite, intending to give her a few small holes in her body, but as soon as the tip of the gun touched the brown curly hair, it easily pierced a few centimeters deep without any sense of lag, as if it was piercing the air. Pulling it out again, there was no trace of blood on the tip of the gun. Such a bizarre scene. Looking at Zhao Bailong straight stared, little Taoist Zheng Xingyu came over to Song-chi's side and commented, "This god-servant's ability is a bit similar to my Dao Sect's divine ability." Zhang Li Wuing. You mean the Heavenly Dipper's 36 avatars? Song-chi had a bit of an impression, having read about it in the Transcendent Database app. After his initial meeting with the little Taoist priest, he went back and consulted some more Taoist information. For a while, the gun shadows were spreading across the room, and the cold ons were dotted like flying electricity, and the moves were obviously much more severe. The brown curly hair immediately couldn't top it. His right hand lifted and held the gun barrel with precision. The crowd's eyes blinked. Zhang Xingyu didn't lower his voice and even intentionally spoke louder. Zhao Bailong naturally heard it and hemmed and hawed. "Then don't blame me for destroying the flowers with a hot hand." "That's right." Zhang Xingyu nodded his head. Zheng Li Shadowless. It can make the physical body vaporize and dodge all physical attacks. The brown curly hair was instantly in a desperate situation. The martial artists that came out of the Peach Blossom Garden had grown up fighting with foreign beasts to the death, and their actual combat styles were all quite ruthless, and they wouldn't show any mercy once they struck. She was about the same age as Zhao Bailong, while her fighting strength was a bit weaker, and after her weakness was revealed, she naturally fell into a disadvantage. With a clang, the dormitory door was suddenly blown open violently by a strong wind. The sharp tip of the gun flashed with a cold light, only 10 centimeters away from the boy's pupil, but it could no longer stab in. The Heavenly Dipper's 36 avatars and the Earthly Fury's 72 arts were all the most classic transcendent abilities of the Taoist sect. The blonde boy was not tall, but his aura was as if he was a peak standing between the clouds and the sky, intimidating people. The calling the wind and rain and the 5 elements transportation technique that he had learned about before belonged to the Heavenly Dipper divine abilities. If Brother Zhao strikes a little harder and stabs someone through the head with a single shot, then he'll basically win. A little blonde boy appeared with astonishing speed and instantly stood in front of the brown curly hair. This god-servant's ability is similar, but it's a preliminary awakening and can only be partially vaporized. Zhao Bailong shouted loudly, forcing her to the gate and stabbing a gun straight out. Looking at this situation, if the other party didn't give way, she would really be stabbed through. Get out of the way. I want to fight the son of Zeus, at a high level. Even the whole person can turn into nothingness. The palm of his hand, on the other hand, was like an iron gate, firmly locking onto the gun. Zhao Bailong wanted to pull out the gun, but after a few pumps, the gun barrel actually didn't move. This force, his face changed, and he immediately remembered the reincarnation of Hercules, son of Zeus. The next moment the crowd also reacted. The son of Zeus has come out. The crowd seemed to boil, countless noisy murmurs rang out, and the children stood on their tiptoes and looked forward curiously. After waiting for days, they finally saw the main man, the rumored #1 talent in the world. What son of Zeus? The little blonde boy just sneered when he heard this title. That old man has given birth to more sons, daughters and monsters than I can count. Who knows which one you guys are talking about? As he spoke, he lightly lifted his palm and moved the silver spear away. Glancing at Zhao Bailong's distended red face, the little blonde boy's gaze was disdainful. His sight swept over the crowd again, and he said in a single word, "You Chinese people remember, I am the one and only Hess." In the next second, he pulled the silver gun out of Zhao Bailong's hand hard and casually threw it to the ground. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if a cannonball had hit the ground, and dozens of stone tiles around him were smashed to smithereens. That silver spear was actually smashed into the ground, deeply embedded in the earth. The Chinese geniuses who were watching on the sidelines, seeing this amazing scene, their faces were incomparably grave, and they all stopped speaking for a while. Hess's voice continued to ring out, appearing exceptionally clear in the silence of the crowd. "You were able to beat my divine servant. In China, you are considered a top genius, right? Unfortunately, it's still just a humble mortal who can only prostrate at my feet." He tilted his head slightly, bathing in the sunlight, his blonde hair reflecting a slight luster. It was as if he had truly become a god at this moment, scornful of all living beings, and even more so of the opponents who fell before him. Since the beginning, he hadn't even looked squarely at Zhao Bailong. Song Qi smacked his lips, finally realizing why Halogen Egg was irritated by this man. This guy has gone off the deep end, really treating himself as a god. Zhao Bailong was taken away from the gun. The tiger's mouth collapsed, the body was tilted, stomping backward non-stop, as if he was hit by a car, and simply could not stop the retreat, and twisted his ankle again. But he braced himself and stood up straight, not collapsing. Hearing Hess's words, he frowned and said ironically, "Can't I call you the son of Zeus? What? You weren't born by your father? Looking for death?" Hess said faintly, as if he had sentenced Zhao Bailong to death, and then took large steps towards him. "Stop!" The several Chinese transcendents present who were responsible for protection immediately shouted to stop when they saw this. Hess, however, turned a deaf ear and forced his way towards Zhao Bailong step by step. The several transcendents could only enter in person, ready to make a move to stop him. But the next moment, Hess took the initiative to stop again and turned his head to look somewhere. At this moment, Doubta's scared little face was white and he was whispering to his brother, "To be this perverted at the age of 6 or 7, is this still human? I thought you were the only little monster on earth. I didn't realize there were even more terrifying ones." Song Qi returned in a serious manner. "Is it possible that he and I are both Kryptonians? Go to hell." At the mention of Kryptonian, Doubtu remembered her disappearing pocket money and was furious. In the next moment, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and her cold hairs stand on end. It was as if she was being watched by some horrible creature. When she looked up, she saw that the son of Zeus was looking over at her side. "Damn it, the monster has found us." Doubtu was startled and pulled Song Qi's arm to run away. The result was that she didn't tug. "Why is it so heavy?" She pinched the muscles on Song Qi's arm and felt it was hard and tight like iron, and was startled again. Could it be that my brother is a robot? Doubtu couldn't help but think wildly. The scenes that she saw today were all too shocking, and the worldview that the little girl had just built up was starting to falter again. "So many people are standing in. You run what?" Song Qi mercilessly mocked his older sister. Then he locked eyes with Hess in the distance, and with a grin, he revealed a harmless human smile. The people in the vicinity were wondering, who exactly was the son of Zeus looking at? Those eyes were strange, looking at them in their hearts. Little Taoist Zhang Qingyu thought he was looking at himself at first, but soon felt that something was wrong. Turning his head, he looked at Song Qi and then Doubtu. "You two know the son of Zeus? Don't know each other?" Song Qi shook his head. "Really? Why do I get the feeling that the son of Zeus knows you?" Zhang Qingyu looked skeptical. Doubtu also cast a scrutinizing gaze towards her brother. "Did you offend that monster in the past few days?" "No." Song Qi pondered for a moment and gave his own explanation. "Maybe because we're both Kryptonians. 2 tears in my eyes when I see my hometown. Can we stop talking about Krypton?" Doubtu knew that his brother was being deliberately angry with himself, but he still couldn't help but grit his teeth. The crowd was a little confused, wondering who the son of Zeus was looking at. Instead, they heard Hess suddenly laugh. "So this is your strongest genius? Kind of interesting. Unfortunately, if you want to win against me, you're still a bit short." After all, he was also a Peach Blossom Garden account, so he had to take care of his fellow villagers when he was out and about. So he took the little Taoist priest as his side's only hope. In this group of domestic juniors, I'm afraid he's the only one who has a chance to repel the son of Zeus. "Are you alright? The strongest genius? If this is all you guys have, then let's start the fight tomorrow. After abusing you guys, I have to catch the next stop. Go for it. Don't let that son of Zeus get too arrogant." When the crowd heard this, they turned their heads, their gazes circling around Song Chi's few people before finally locking onto the little Taoist. He was about to look for Song Chi to ask for clarification when he looked down and realized that the person had already disappeared. Zhao Bailong shook his head and smiled to himself. I got carried away just now. I shouldn't have compared my strength with him. A person in the know exclaimed. This kid has already comprehended a heavenly dipper divine power. His talent is known as the number one in the Tao sect for 100 years. And he's even more stunning than that senior brother of his. The young Taoist's fame was so great that there were quite a few people who recognized him on the spot. The little prodigy of the Tao sect. Zhang Qingyu. He resumed his arrogant stance and turned around, lazily walking towards the dormitory. Although they also had a competitive relationship, no one wanted to be crushed by a foreigner who couldn't raise his head. Song Chi had already run off to see Zhao Bailong. Zhang Qingyu returned the salute while secretly laughing bitterly. What is this situation? He thought that he could get through a few moves with the son of Zeus, but after seeing the battle just now, he no longer had much hope of winning. After seeing Hess make a move, they instantly realized that they had no chance of winning, and they had no intention of going to the ring. The strongest genius was someone else. Hearing this, the young geniuses from China nodded their heads and ran over to greet Zhang Qingyu with a few words of encouragement. Another reminder was given to Song Chi. That guy's power is well over 2,000 kilograms with a single casual strike, and that's without using his full strength. If you go up against him, make sure to take the easy way out. Don't come at him hard. The ancient Zhou Martial Academy's accompanying instructor also came and examined Zhao Bailong's injuries. Puzzled, the Big Dipper child's kung fu was known for its physical strength. Why is your tiger's mouth cracked so badly? Zhao Bailong was a bit flustered and hurriedly explained. I've been a bit tired lately and I'm not in shape. The instructor pondered for a moment and pulled out his cell phone. Still can't be careless. I'll have your master come and check. Exclamation point. Zhao Bailong had a horrified look on his face. Song Chi sympathetically patted his shoulder and comforted him. A true warrior, daring to face up to a dismal life. Several Chinese transcendents entered in droves, but instead of looking for trouble with Hess, they dealt with the leader of the Southern European delegation. If you all are here on an exchange visit, you have to abide by the rules of the Chinese country and not act arbitrarily. The leader of the delegation had a kind face and said with a smile, they are all children. It's normal to be a little impulsive when sparring. It's fine. We're all staring at it. The Chinese transcendents grimaced, and after a word of warning, did not say anything else. After all, it's just a sparring match between juniors. It's not good to get on the line. The Southern Europeans went back smilingly, having won their first battle easily. They were all in a good mood, talking and laughing along the way. The Chinese transcendents had a somewhat worried expression and looked at the crowd of onlookers that gradually dispersed. The son of Zeus is unruly, and his hands are not light or heavy. Tomorrow's battle, these domestic juniors, I'm afraid that they will suffer. Song Chi returned to his room and first fed the kitten Fish Flake some cat food. Fish Flakes, after eating cat food, jumped on the cat litter box to facilitate. As a result, when he pulled halfway, his head was tilted, and he fell asleep directly on the pit. 6. Song Chi shook his head and turned around to go to the next training room. There was no one else in the training room. It was very spacious, and there were 20 heavy sandbags hanging from the ceiling, half of which had already been burst, and a dozen or so spare ones lying in the corner. These were all arranged by Dr. Shen. In the base, everyone else was living in small single rooms and training in the communal arena. Only Song Chi had an exclusive training room, which was considered a home field advantage. Bang! Song Chi threw a straight punch, hitting the surface of the sandbag. On the other side, the thick canvas of the sandbag's outer layer instantly cracked, and sand began to flow out. Immediately after that, another hand whip arrived, powerful and incomparable, carrying a whistling wind sound. Snap! The sandbag was directly snapped off. Song Chi practiced for an hour, familiarizing himself with the bone-penetrating strength, whip-cracking strength, and mountain-collapsing strength. The three kinds of strengths, all of which had become skills, were included in the martial artist profession panel, and they were level 2 to begin with. Although he had only learned it for a few days, he already had 3 or 4 experience points, so it was considered an introduction. When he was sweating from practicing, Dr. Shen knocked on the door and sent up a high-precision video recorder and a vernier caliper. Song Chi placed the video recorder on the table and the caliper at his feet. Using his spirit to stimulate the transcendent trait in his body, he performed the ability, Space Shuttle. In front of his eyes, the faint water screen flickered. There was no change whatsoever. Looking down at the caliper and the shoes, the distance between them didn't change either. With my current level of laws, I can't rely on Spatial Shuttle to gain a significant displacement, which is equal to flashing in place. Song Chi picked up the high-precision camera again. The machine's refresh rate was as high as 500 Hz. generating 500 frames of images per second. And if he wanted even higher precision, he would have to make a special trip to the lab. Clicking on the video that Fong just recorded, checking frame by frame. In the video, he had been standing still, but there were 2 frames in the middle, where there was only an empty room, and he had disappeared into thin air. 500 frames in 1 second. 1 frame is 2 milliseconds. 4 milliseconds, maybe a little shorter. Song-chi nodded. This was the time it took himself to complete a space shuttle. The limit of a human's visual response was around 125 milliseconds, which was the elite level. A change of 4 milliseconds was too short. Even if Song-chi was a martial artist quasi-transcendent 5th stage, he wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye. Perhaps he would only have this ability when he became a transcendent in the future. During these 4 milliseconds, I was equivalent to completely disappearing and not being in this space. Flashing in place doesn't seem to be all that useless. Song-chi had been too busy training to look at the tablet. At this moment, he had just been pulled into a chat group by Halogen. The small geniuses of China in the base, elite level and above, all entered the group one after another to discuss the lineup for tomorrow's battle. Who wants to be in the ring tomorrow? The group was quiet for a moment. No one even spoke. Chapter 110, from Kunlun. The tournament begins. There were quite a few people who would have liked to challenge the son of Zeus, but after seeing Hess strike with their own eyes, they all backed off. The strength of the son of Zeus was so exaggerated that they would only be crushed if they went on, without any benefit, but instead, they would be left with a psychological shadow. What was originally going to be a fiercely contested appearance slot was now uncontested. Halogen tried to contact Song-chi, received no reply, and then took a look at this cold condition in the group, and couldn't help but shake his head. Instantly, he sent a message. I'll take the lead. This behavior was immediately praised by everyone. Have courage, good guts, fear not death. There are individuals who are shady and waiting to see what happens. Halcyon grinned back. Only mediocre people are afraid of failure. A true genius will only be reborn in the fire of failure. A chicken soup that managed to dry silence everyone. With Halliburton leading the way, a little military-trained genius furtively takes the second spot. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhang Qingyu said, I'll go third then. The group finally got a little more lively and people started cheering. I think there's something. With the first 2 consuming the opponent's stamina, the Taoist prodigy's chances of winning are not small. Zhang Qingyu read this and shook his head straight. Hercules, in the legend, but there is unlimited physical strength. Suddenly, there was a new member in the group. As soon as I came in, I said, no matter how you arrange it, our side's finale will suffice. The kids looked at that and were happy. Who is this? Such a drag? In the next moment, their faces changed in unison. Just see the new member change his nickname. Just 2 words. Kunlun. The next day, Song-chi walked into the fighting gym along with Halogen Egg, sitting in the ready room, watching wave after wave of people arrive from the audience outside. The Martial Arts Sanso Association had already arrived, and Daodu was following an old woman in a tang suit, looking around like she was looking for her brother. Song-chi looked up from afar. He had read the information of that tang-suited granny, Daodu's master, the vice president of the association, Yang Chio Sakeda. Along with the association, there were people from all the major sects in China. A dozen or so from the Bureau of Investigation of Extraordinary Events had also arrived, and they wore recognizable agent trench coats, the same type as Humer's. Pee-wee followed, surprisingly honest, walking obediently and not looking or shouting, and the man in charge, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, suited and booted, yet with the air of a thug in a suit. Song-chi felt something familiar and immediately remembered. Li Feng, director of the General Investigation Agency. Last year, when the Chinese panel of experts went to Europe to find trouble with Beelzebub, this was the one who boarded the plane in the news. Later on, it was even rumored that Li Feng had severely injured the Beelzebub bilocation with a single slash inside a church in Romania. This was the most popular transcendent powerhouse in China in recent years. At this moment, Li Feng noticed the gazes from the viewing room and looked over. Nodding slightly, Song-chi immediately revealed a bright smile and nodded in response. This big brother had personally run to Europe to help himself out, and according to Zhou Mingkai, he was also an ally of the Genius Selection Base. More and more people from the major departments of geology, military, and law and order are coming to watch the battle, and all of them have leadership of such stature that they are often seen even in the news. There were also many foreign faces, sitting in a separate area, and besides the Southern Europeans, there were also some strong people from other countries. Fighting arena is not big, can accommodate thousands of people to watch the fight. At this moment the location has long been filled, the sound of people, extraordinarily noisy, but as an internal exchange, there was no call for outside reporters. Zhang Qingyu, dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a long duster in his hand, walked into the preparation room and lamented. This scene, it's even more grand than I thought, Halogen explained. The situation in Morning Mountain is tense. If we can take this battle and show the potential of China, deterring all parties, we can save a lot of trouble in the future. Moreover, this son of Zeus is too arrogant to just let go back casually after wreaking havoc in our territory. Zhang Xingyu nodded his head. The Dao sect also has a few masters and uncles who have gone to Morning Mountain to help out. Let's hope that everything goes well over there. Song Chi's watch was ringing, and when he looked down, he realized that it was a message from Pee-wee. There are too many big men here. My dad is also beside me. I don't even dare to speak. I'm afraid I can't cheer you on. Then I thank you. Song Chi replied with a smile. My oldest sister also messaged and asked, where are you? Have you come to the fighting gym? Song Chi then typed 2 words. Guess? The only thing that could be seen in the viewing gallery was Bean swinging his fist in anger, his head spinning around like radar, trying to find someone, but unfortunately not noticing the tiny ready room. Brush. The originally noisy audience area of the fighting hall suddenly quieted down. A young boy with a full head of blonde hair, dressed in loose white robes and with a handsome face, as if he were a god in an ancient Greek sculpture, appeared at one end of the ring at some point. Exactly Hess. He glanced up at the wall clock, impatiently. My time is precious. So hurry up guys. It's okay to go together. The kids here, every one of them the best out there, were looking down on each other like this, and their faces were hard to see. The adults in the audience, on the other hand, didn't get angry when they heard this, but just silently scanned the seats of the Southern Europeans and then the ready room. When Halogen saw this, he just felt his head buzzing. He couldn't really sit down anymore, and stood up in a huff. That's too much pressure. Just do your best. Song Chi patted his shoulder and smiled. I'll give you a bottom. Halcyon nodded and walked resolutely out of the ready room. And when Zhang Qingyu heard this, he understood everything at once, looked over with complicated eyes, slyly. Yesterday, the master that the son of Zeus noticed was you, wasn't it? It's real tolerant. Laying low until now. Just now I thought you were coming to the ready room to refuel. Song Chi smiled. If you win, then I'm here to cheer. The two just had a few conversations. A loud bang was heard outside the sparring room. Hess's arrogant voice followed. Next, Song Chi and Zhang Xingyu got up and looked out the window. Halibut has fainted and rolls out of the ring after another rough kick from Hess. The fighting hall was so unbelievably quiet that you could hear a pin drop to the ground. In the next moment, the Southern Europeans gave a collective standing ovation and erupted in loud cheers. A couple of foreign visitors with East Asian faces next to them also raised their hands and applauded with a smile. Before the applause can end, the young genius from the War Department gets in the ring and charges straight at Hess with electricity in his hands. Hess took the electric shock hard, his face unchanged, and threw another punch. Over 2,000 kilograms of punching power to the body is no different than being hit by a car. The young genius from the military department flew backwards and fell under the ring, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. In the audience, the nation remained silent. The Southern Europeans continued to applaud and even whistled. Zhang Xingyu got up and smiled bitterly. Perhaps, only a deity from Kunlun can deal with this kind of divine reincarnation. But, still, it's a bit of a bummer. Said to walk toward the ring, look solemn and sad, as if to go to the front line of the death squad. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 111 Another Defeat. Song Chi goes to battle. In the audience, the Chinese region remained silent until Zhang Qingyu came out, and only then did there was a slight movement. The children clamored up, cheering on the little prodigy of the Taoist sect as their last hope. The adults remained silent. The ring. After Zhang Qingyu made a Taoist bow, he flung his duster. Thousands of thin silver wires flew out, more than 2 meters long. Without dodging, Hess grabbed both hands in the air and attempted to yank the silver wire. But the next moment, the silver threads were drawn back, quivering as if they were used only to interfere with vision. What the hell? Impatient, Hess took it upon himself to charge up and slam down with a swing. Zhang Qingyu waved his duster and retreated at a fast pace with the help of the silver wire as a cover. But Hess was faster, catching up in the blink of an eye and about to throw a punch. Instead, he stumbled on his feet and almost fell. The marble floor, which had been hard, was suddenly soft as tofu, and was pierced by Hess's foot. There was a gasp from the audience. Finally, someone pointed out Zhang Qingyu's extraordinary ability. Taoist Big Dipper divine power. Finger the ground into steel. Finger lands into steel. Song Chi also recognized. This was the transcendent ability of the matter domain to instantly change the hardness of an object. What was once loose mud can be as impenetrable as steel, and hard marble floors can become like tofu crumbs when stepped on. In the audience, the kids immediately perked up and cheered loudly when they saw Hess take a beating. Song-chi remained calm. The little Taoist was only a quasi-transcendent, and he definitely hadn't fully mastered pointing the ground into steel yet. It was like casting space shuttle by himself and currently only being able to flash in place. His finger to the ground is presumably flawed in some way, depending on whether it can be stabilized or not. In the ring, Hess stumbles and stomps. Unable to stomp the ground for strength, and unable to fly, he moves at a much slower speed. He couldn't chase anyone down, so he just stayed put, bending down and slapping the marble floor. He grabbed a few pieces of rubble and threw them towards Zhang Qingyu. Stones burst out like bullets. Zhang Qingyu waved his duster, and as soon as the stone touched the silver wire, it was soft as cotton and was easily caught. However, Hess kept moving, stepping on all the floor tiles that hadn't softened, flinging rocks wildly and transforming into a humanoid machine gun. Above the ring, strong winds whistled and flying shadows spread out. The audience held their breath and waited nervously for the results. Song-chi, on the other hand, shook his head. If you can't soften the entire ring all the way, the little Taoist is going to lose. Frequently casting fingerlands into steel was too much of a drain on the spirit, and it wouldn't last more than a few minutes. As for this guy, Hess, it was as if he couldn't feel tired, throwing hundreds of flying stones in a row without taking a breath. Zhang Qingyu also understood this and took the initiative to attack. The silver threads were like fine rain, falling down. The special material, silver wire, was thin and sharp, and once it became hard, it was a fine needle with killing power. Thousands of silver needles shot down from the air in unison, like pouring rain. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. Zhang Qingyu erupted with his strongest strike. The shouts of the children also reached their peak. But the next moment, a scene that made them despair appeared. Hess's face was bland, and he just closed his eyes, letting the silver needles pierce his body. The sharp, thin body of the needle touches the skin and either pops off or breaks. Can't get a single one stuck in. Born with divine strength, infinite stamina, invulnerability to swords and guns, and super fast recovery. Zhang Qingyu's face turned pale as he bitterly smiled and uttered 4 words. This is the mythological, extraordinary power of Hercules. And across the street, 3 of them were already showing on this little blonde boy. At this moment, Hess slowly opened his eyes and took a step to leap out, once again attacking with his fists. I concede. Zhang Qingyu's mental energy was almost depleted, so he decisively chose to give up and turned around to head down to the ring. But it was as if Hess hadn't heard him, and his fist blasted straight ahead, about to hit the little Taoist in the back of the head. Brush! An electric light instantly flashed across the field, dazzling and brilliant, piercing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. Song-chi couldn't help but let out a shocked gasp when he opened his eyes again. Beneath Hess's feet, a long slash appeared, several meters deep, bisecting the entire ring. The little blonde boy stood still and closed his fist, his face clouded. Startled, the Southern European hurriedly jumped into the ring and shielded Hess, angrily questioning, "What do you Chinese mean?" In the audience, Li Feng slowly retracted his sword and stared down at them with indifferent eyes. "If you don't behave, none of you will live." The Southern European was about to protest, and couldn't help but shrink at the look. With a wave of his hand, Hess signaled them to go back. Then he tilted his head and looked at Li Feng and sneered. 10 years later, I will come to battle you. Li Feng ignored him and simply said, "Change the ring, next one up." The Southern Europeans had finally lowered their voices a bit, but all the Chinese watching the battle also had low auras and stony faces. Someone sighed softly. Could it be? Do we really have to count on those gods? In the ready room, someone looked left and right. It was empty around them. There was no one else left. Where's the genius from Kunlun? Didn't they say they were going to make a grand finale? Yesterday, after reading the chat group, Song-chi was interested in the mysterious contestant from Kunlun Heavenly Market, so he didn't say anything and waited for today to watch the show. As a result, people actually don't show up? Song-chi Zhan was a little disappointed. In the stands, Li Feng had hyped it up. Song-chi, what are you waiting for? The sound echoed with extra clarity in the quiet arena. Song-chi? Many were a bit confused and unfamiliar with the name. There was also a gasp of surprise, having heard of this S rank, but wasn't the age supposedly very young? On the side of the Categories Association, Daodu almost jumped up at the sound of his brother's name. She knows her brother is better than she is, but the one in the ring, it's a monster. Nervous, she was about to send a message asking. The door to the ready room opened again. A small figure appeared and slowly walked towards the ring. Wow! The room immediately boiled over. After seeing the players under the field, the spectators had a look of disbelief on their faces and were talking. Is this 5 years old? The son of Zeus is 6 or 7 years old. The Southern European couldn't help but stand up with a look of dismay. This child, younger than Lord Hate? It's over. Bean shivered and started calling his parents. brother's going to be killed. Zhao Bailon limped over and reminded. Don't fight hard. Utilize your martial arts skills to maneuver around. There's hope for you. Song Chi returned the smile. Standing up in the ring, he confronts the little blonde boy across from him. First time I've fought a god reincarnated. He actually looked forward to it a little, and smiled again, an extraordinarily wide smile. The next moment, an attack was launched. Step, swing, forward, plain and simple. No tricks, straight to the mark. The children couldn't help but sigh at the sight, and Zhao Bailong even beat his chest. Is this a fight against the son of Zeus? How can this be won? Hess moved, too, in the same motion, swinging his fist forward, his full head of blonde hair rising in the strong wind. The two silhouettes swept across the ring, overlapping the next moment. Boom! The violent sound was like thunder. The marble ring immediately began to shake, and everyone felt the seats beneath them tremble. So much noise? Waiting to see the scene in the ring. Swish, swish, swish. The entire audience was on their feet. Many people's jaws dropped and they couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "Oh my God, how is that possible?" Above the ring, the two fists had clashed. The backs of the fists met, trembling slightly from the violent force, but always remaining in their original positions. Below, the marble tiles vibrated with a spider web of cracks, ready to crumble at any moment. Hess powered forward but couldn't push through. The two fists faced each other, deadlocked in place, undefeated. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and treasure them. Chapter 112, The New Era of the Big Dipper's Child's Kung Fu. The True Home of Superiority. Male genitals. Interesting, you're a little stronger than I thought. In the ring, Hess stared at Song Chi, his pupils shining with excitement. I hope you can hold out a little longer and let me have all the fun. At the sound of the words, the next punch was already blasting out like a cannonball. Song Chi smiled faintly and similarly retaliated with his left fist. Bang! It was still indistinguishable, while the third punch was thrown again. Bang bang bang. The two discarded all fighting techniques and met narrowly, not backing down from each other, throwing crazy heavy punches against each other. Dao fists and shadows flashed and clashed together again in a matter of moments. There seemed to be a circle of invisible ripples spreading in the air. Conducted to the ring, the marble tiles trembled, from the center to the surroundings, continued to crack, such as a rapidly spreading spider web. The southern Europeans were startled and stared at the Pee-wee in unison, their eyes unkind. Inside the entire fighting hall, all of the spectators stood up and gave their full attention to this incredible duel. But Pee-wee was not afraid at all, but instead took the initiative to ask for a fight. This is our territory, and it's up to you to roll. Could it be that this younger Chinese S-rank on the opposite side is likewise? Not forgetting his mission, Pee-wee quietly left his seat and ran over to the southern Europeans when the people around him weren't looking. Get back in there or I'll fix you. No mortal, even the most gifted, could ever catch up with the growth rate of a god in their infancy. The southern Europeans on the other side, their faces a little twisted in their intense shock, utterly unable to believe the scene before them, racked their brains with speculation. Fist back to fist back, knuckle to knuckle brazenly clashing like a dull and fast-paced heavy drum. The blade of the fist came back and forth again, striking through the air, accompanied by a sharp, high-pitched pop. It is as if one is in a battlefield with continuous artillery fire, eardrums trembling, surrounded by the constant roar of heavy machine guns. This is completely counterintuitive. Go Song Chi, abuse the scum of southern Europe. Some people were so nervous that sweat dripped from their cheeks, while others couldn't help their bodies from trembling in excitement. The sound that eventually blends out is boisterous and stirring. Abuse the son of Zeus. As the reincarnation of Hercules, Hess began to gradually awaken his four extraordinary abilities throughout his life, thus gaining extremely terrifying battle power. It was inconvenient for the Lord to say anything, so a small divine servant attended indignantly and chided. The battle has only just begun, and Lord Hess will surely be victorious. An abrupt voice suddenly interrupted the southern European's thoughts. Necking up, he shouted at the top of his lungs. The divine servants of the Olympia Temple were all at least A-rank geniuses, and to be able to accompany Hess on a visiting delegation was the best of the best. If you don't like it, let's fight one-on-one, said the man, opening the fire cabinet next to him and taking out the fire extinguisher canister inside. Each person gives themselves a shot down there, and whoever can't hold out first loses, Pee-wee said, emboldened. As the host, I'll give you a head start, said the man, his hand rising and falling from the can. Duong. The voice was clear and loud, scaring the little godly servant's legs and couldn't help but take a half step back. In a blink of an eye, in the ring, the two had already thrown over 200 punches at each other. The force with which Hess threw his punches continued to increase. What started out as 3,000 kilograms was now approaching 5,000 kilograms. But this was still just normal intensity for Song Chi. As a quasi-transcendent fifth-order martial artist, his usual punching power was over 500 kilograms. Once the gene unlocking state was opened, the muscle power genes from various powerful alien beasts instantly took effect, and 5,000 kilograms of punching power wasn't that difficult. This hadn't even utilized martial chi or turned on the fierce beast form. At the same time, skin armoring also brought about amazing defensive power, and under the crazy counter-bombardment, the skin on the back of his fingers was actually only slightly broken. At this moment, Song Chi was not in a hurry to end the battle, but with the joy of a good harvest, he checked the results of the perception of the spiritual correlation state in the panel. Related genes have been detected: God Body Genome, Olympian God Lineage, God Body Power Gene, 1% read, God Body Physical Energy Gene, 3% read, God King Reproductive Genes, 0% read. It seemed like something strange had gotten mixed in at the end, but Song Chi didn't care, just gazed at Hess with a smile, as if he were looking at a generous guest. You've got a good one. It'll be mine soon. Hess glared at the smile, thinking his opponent was taunting, and blushed slightly as he ramped up his offense once more. The punching power went straight up to 5,000 kilograms, with a full 5 tons of terrifying attack power. Many quasi-transcendent physiques weren't strong enough and would be killed alive by a punch. Bang! 2 fists hit each other. The stone tiles under the feet of the 2 people can no longer hold on. Completely crumbled. In the surrounding people's shouts of surprise, turned into a flurry of stone chips splashed away. At the side of the stands, Zhao Bailong looked at the roiling fist shadows in the ring. Shocked. His gaze was somewhat lost. I didn't realize that the demon child had grown to such a point. A white-faced middle-aged man, who appeared beside him, sighed. If you had persisted in practicing the Heavenly Dipper Child skill, even if you couldn't defeat the son of Zeus, you wouldn't have lost so badly. Moreover, you should have told me about the broken power earlier, and changed your gong method earlier so as not to delay your cultivation. He was Zhao Bailong's master, and as soon as he heard about his disciples' health problems, he took a plane to Beijing State overnight, and also caught up with the tournament. Master, I was wrong. Zhao Bailong hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Alas, go back and talk about it. The middle-aged man shook his head. The Heavenly Dipper Child's skill can't be lost. It seems that I'll have to find another heir. At that moment, across the audience, Pee Wee was having a run-in with the little god servant, carrying a fire extinguisher canister and giving himself a go. When the middle-aged man saw this, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. There is such a genius with such a clear skeleton. The peeing baby tossed some, although his father grabbed his ears and mentioned back, but also reminded the children of the country of China. The situation has changed. His side came out with a much younger talent, choosing to fight hard and violently against his opponent on Hess's best areas. Morale, previously low, was instantly high, and the whole crowd of kids raised their hands in excitement and cheered loudly. Must win! Must win! Must win! The sound was like a wave, rising and falling in waves in the fighting hall, and the adults all stood up and applauded, cheering for Song Chi on the field. The cheers and applause echoed and converged above the arena, eventually reaching Song Chi's ears. He tilted his face slightly, a little surprised. This vast voice contained an incomparable passionate emotion, like a flaming wave blazing, surging into the heart with a rolling heat, a direct stimulus to the spirit. In this instant, Song Chi felt the vibrant emotions of the crowd and the strong desire for victory. In the panel, the spirit value kept rising, and the current status flew back up. The physique didn't change, but the aura of the punches was wave after wave, constantly creating new peaks. Before the bottom card was even played, the stalemate was already gradually changing, and the advantage was showing a little bit. Song Chi looked over at the stony-faced Hess and smiled brightly once again. See, that's home field advantage. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 113, Final Victory. Mysterious visitor from Kunlun Heavenly Ruins. The cheers and applause grew louder and louder, as if they were going to lift the roof of the fighting hall. Song Chi also felt hearty, and each time he threw a punch, he was igniting this arousal before releasing it to the fullest. Bang! The son of Zeus, who had been standing in place, encountered this peak chi punch, and actually failed to stabilize his stance, slightly retreating a small half step. It's the Southern European delegation, which had been unbeatable before, saw this scene, and each one of them, with faces like dirt, couldn't help but cry out anxiously. Lord Hess. In the ring, Hess finally got a little sullen when he saw that he was slow to take down his opponent, and even had a small disadvantage, having fought until now. He also realized that it would be a loss if he didn't lose when he fought hard against an opponent younger than himself and actually stalemated until now. The fight must end cleanly. Hess's gaze was solemn, and a brilliant golden light lit up in the depths of his pupils. A vein on his forehead and neck rippled like a python. First, complete 2 gene simulation, to initially integrate the power and physical genes of the god body into your body. Several consecutive moves, as fast as lightning, or elbow strikes or palm chops, quickly and consistently struck the opponent. No fancy moves, just fast enough, strong enough, and at the right angle. As he spoke, his palm had flashed in front of Song-chi, his 5 fingers open, like a cage laid high, sealing off all space for evasion. An ancient and dangerous aura quietly spread out. In the ring, feeling the heavy pressure, Song-chi was also ready to end the fight. This is what it looks like when Lord Hess goes all out. The Southern Europeans picked up their confidence once again and didn't hide anymore, shouting at the top of their lungs. The slanted white robe bulged in the strong wind, revealing sculpted shoulder deltas. Li Feng had already stood up, knowing that this was his last-ditch effort, ready to save the day. The body also followed the shadows and tightly pressed against Song-chi. With a flash of his body, he had rushed in front of Hess. Swish swish swish, the glory of Hercules, when in this life shall shine again. Within the 5 viscera and orifices, pale white chi surged up and instantly passed into the arm. Shaking his head, this son of Zeus even felt some regret. Is that all you got? Hess possessed a body that was impervious to swords and spears, and resisted such a quick attack hard, feeling only no pain. With that, mastodon form is turned on. As long as the 5 fingers control any part of the target, what follows is a set of stormy attacks pouring out until the target is crushed. Then you can go to hell. The sound of clicking, muscles pressing against bones came out from all parts of the body. For their part, the Southern Europeans wrapped their arms around each other in triumph and waited for the triumphant scene. At the moment, facing the shadows falling from the sky, Song-chi didn't panic. He just raised his hand, and with a seemingly light palm, he slapped at Hess's chest afterward. Mighty chi energy was instantly infused into it, penetrating bone strength. 200% combo kill bonus against opponents with thick skin and flesh. Bone penetrating strength was an unquestionable divine skill. No matter how high the body's defense was, the internal organs were ultimately a bit more fragile than the sinews and flesh on the outside. The next moment, the panel pops up with a prompt. Broken slam, trigger, gain a 100% kill bonus. The breaking slam, which had already risen to level 2, became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hess stifled a grunt as his pupils contracted violently. For a moment, he only felt that a high-voltage electricity pierced through his heart, and the intense destructive force caused his heart to stop and his whole body to freeze. Before he could slow down, the young but monster-like being on the other side had already attacked. Bang! A deafening crash sounded. The fighting hall shook slightly, and the already battered ring, no longer able to cope with the load, clicked and cracked into countless pieces. Debris flew and filled the air with smoke and dust that obscured the crowd's vision. The Southern Europeans wanted to go in, but they were stopped by Li Feng. All the audience held their breath, waiting for the finale. When the smoke clears, in the center of the ring's ruins, a young blonde boy with tattered clothes and a scorched face had fainted and was lying quietly in the middle of the rubble. Standing next to him was a kid just shy of 5 feet 2 inches. The child was wearing the practice uniform of the Genius Selection Base, meeting the countless gazes, and with a tilt of his head, he revealed a baby-like, harmless smile. Gently lift your foot at the same time. Pust, like a kick in the pants. The noble son of Zeus, a kick in the face of the Southern Europeans. What a pain in the ass. Inside the lounge, a couple of kids were sitting together with smiles on their faces. Vaguely, you could hear the occasional cheers from the arena outside. At the moment of victory, the applause of the whole audience lasted for 10 whole minutes long, hearing their eardrums numb. You don't know how ugly those Southern Europeans look. Pee-wee chattered excitedly. Congratulations. Halogenegg had woken up and congratulated Song-chi while rubbing his head, looking very depressed. What's wrong? Song-chi was a bit strange. Shouldn't this guy be hemming and hawing obscenely when he's irritated? Halcyon shook his head regretfully. The son of Zeus probably guessed what was going on and didn't give it a chance at all, going all out as soon as he came up. People pass out before I can feel the excitement. Song-chi also shook his head. Forget it, that guy is petty at first glance. Next time I'll abuse you a few more times. Thanks a lot, Halcyon said sincerely. The bizarre conversation was a bit confusing to those around them. On the side, Zhao Bailong smiled at Song-chi. I'm going to work hard too. Change my technique when I go back. When I get back to being one of the top geniuses, and try to catch up with you. His biggest secret was exposed, and it was one less thing to worry about, and he actually felt refreshed. With a creak, the door to the lounge room burst open. The young Taoist priest Zhang Qingyu walked in, but his expression was somewhat serious. He attached himself to Song-chi's ear and whispered, The people from the Kunlun Heavenly Market are here and want to talk to you. Song Chi became interested upon hearing this. I heard that all the people living there are ancient gods and goddesses. Let's go and take a fresh look. In the next room, 2 7 or 8-year-old children were waiting for Song Chi. One with a black face, the other with a red face, both dressed in ancient garments. The black-faced boy introduced himself. My name is Blackie. The red-faced girl introduced herself. My name is Red. Song Chi. Zhang Qingyu attached over again and introduced in a low voice. These two are both reincarnations of divine generals under the seat of Jinwu. One is the Taishian Water Essence Black Spirit Venerable God, and the other is the Taishian Fire Essence Red Spirit Venerable God. Little Black and Little Red stared closely at Song Chi, their eyes burning as they opened the door and asked, "Does Your Excellency often recall memories of his past life?" Exclamation point. Song Chi was shocked. After hiding for so long, the identity of the traveler was still exposed? He hastily pondered his response, not answering immediately. Although his expression was well controlled, his eyes still appeared to waver slightly when he suddenly came this way. Little Red and Little Black had been gazing at Song Chi, and when they saw this, they laughed delightedly. "Great! We believe that Your Excellency is most likely the reincarnation of true martial emperor. Song Chi, ? End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 114, True Martial Emperor's Soldiering, Peeing Child's Chance. The name True Martial Emperor was naturally not unfamiliar to Song Chi, and the Transcendent Database app had a single chapter dedicated to its introduction. This is the God of the North, the God of the Sifu, also known as the Swinging Demon Heavenly Father, specializing in subduing demons and eliminating devils, and is a symbol of martial arts. In the ancient mythological system of China, Jinwu Dadi was extremely high in status and was known for his battle prowess. Hercules, over in southern Europe, is a clear step down. For an analogy, Jinwu is at least on the level of the 12 main gods of Olympus. As for which one is more powerful compared to Zeus, the king of the gods, it is unknown. At this moment, inside the fighting hall lounge, Song Chi looked at the expectant Little Red and Little Black and secretly sighed in relief. False alarm. Song Chi smiled faintly and began to prove his innocence. Have the two of you ever heard of a hyper-evolved body? Super-fast growth and infinite evolution. I seem to be this kind, but impersonating a top-tier god. God knows what kind of trouble would be involved, and there was no need for that. Song Chi also nodded with satisfaction. That's right, it was precisely through hard work that he had gotten to where he was today. Then we talked to a few more children. You guys are mistaken, Song Chi said sincerely. I'm not the reincarnation of anyone, nor do I have any memories related to true martial, but you're only 3 years old, so how could you possibly beat Hess in the ring? If I try just a little bit harder, I'll have a chance to beat Hercules, too. However, Little Red and Little Black were not fully awakened and retained little memory of their past lives. Besides, I don't have many other hobbies as a person. I've been practicing martial arts all my life. That guy is the reincarnation of Hercules, and although he doesn't have a high ceiling, his physical compatibility is definitely top-notch. What kind of battle was it that even the true martial emperor was actually forced to disarm? Song Chi was startled and hurriedly asked. Zhang Qingyu's eyes glowed with light and decided to regard someone as a role model to learn from. Recently, several gods reincarnated had popped up in succession, causing him to be a bit curious as well. The age is only 3 years old, and he has been practicing martial arts for 2.5 years, working hard to the extreme. Even the gods can be defeated. Little Taoist Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but nod his head in admiration and also found his confidence. Another look of sincerity said, we both only remember that a while ago, when we followed Emperor Zun to get rid of the demons, we were seriously injured in a battle, and our transcendent traits were so heavily contaminated that we really couldn't be cured, so we could only choose to be disbanded by soldiers. Hyper-evolved body? Little Red and Little Black looked bewildered and unsure, and then stood in awe when they heard the end. I was able to win against Hess today, thanks to nothing else but my own efforts. Half a year old and not even weaned, and already training. No, Little Red and Little Black listened to this tone that did not seem to be fake, and glanced at each other, also a little unsure. The identity of one's own traveler was not revealed, which was a good thing. When he fought against Hess in the ring, he actually took the initiative the entire time, but it was a pity that his realm was not enough and he lacked powerful means of attack, and in the end, Hess exhausted his spiritual power and had to admit defeat. Get rid of the devil? What kind of demons? Recalling their past lives, both Little Red and Little Black were too confused to think of details. Only their little faces were slightly white, as if they still had palpitations. I don't remember, but Emperor Zun instructed before his death that we should find his reincarnation as soon as possible. Song Chi still wanted to learn more about Kunlun. However, Xiao Hong and Xiao He were reincarnated on Earth and had been living in China. and did not know much about Kunlun, but only after awakening a small amount of memories. They took the initiative to contact the strongest person in Kunlun through the Taoist sect. Seeing that he couldn't ask too many questions, Song-chi and the two left their contact information with each other and left. Leaving the restroom, he looked at Zhang Qingyu, who followed him out, and couldn't help but shake his head. China's one heavenly market is actually not peaceful either. The world out there, it's still too dangerous. Zhang Qingyu relieved up. The Kunlun heavenly market is relatively special. The flow of time is different from this side of the earth. 1 day in heaven, 1 year on earth. Talking about Kunlun, actually, it may seem like it's only been a short time since the true martial emperor was injured in battle, but at least 10 years have passed on this side of the planet. Time flowed differently? It was also the first time Song-chi knew about this, and he was slightly relieved. No matter what demons appeared on the Kunlun side, it was impossible for them to hit Earth in 2 or 3 days. In 2 or 3 years, he could be transcendent. Inside the lounge, after Song-chi left, Xiao Hong muttered in a low voice, "Do you feel like it?" Blackie shook his head. "Not quite. Not that feeling, but this strength of his dash." Observe again. Red sighed regretfully, then wondered, if Song-chi isn't, then where is the reincarnated body of the emperor? In front of the fighting gym, Daodu was on the phone with his parents. "No, the brother isn't dead. He's about to beat someone to death. I told you guys a long time ago that my brother bullies me a lot and you still don't believe me." Aha, okay, I know. No more talk. I have things to do. Bye. Hanging up the phone, the little girl couldn't help but grimace. Abominable. She fought with her classmates at school, and when she broke someone's skin just a little bit, her mom and dad could nag her for half a day. My brother got into a fight with someone and knocked them out. His head was covered in blood, but my mom and dad didn't get angry at all. "Let's go, Sonia." Yang Qiu-chan waved in front of her. Daodu immediately ran up and shook Yang Qiu-chan's hand and began to pout. "Master, how can I beat my brother?" Just thinking about Song-chi's inhuman performance in the ring made Daodu anxious in her heart. The difference in strength is actually this big now. Is this really from the same mom? Yang Qiu-chan stifled her laughter and promised in a serious manner, "Follow Ji Jianxian and I and practice martial arts well. Sooner or later, you can be like your brother." "Yes." Bean looked uplifted, fists clenched, cheering himself on. "When I finish the herbs Grandpa Ji gave me, I'll go back to the Peach Blossom Garden and continue my special training." When Song-chi returned to his lounge, he saw a white-faced middle-aged man who had also just come in. Zhao Bailong immediately got up and was surprised. "What brings you here, master?" The middle-aged man waved his hand at him, indicating that he wasn't here to see him. With that, he walked over to the corner of the lounge and surveyed the pissed-off baby who was bragging about it. "You guys don't know. I just went over to the Southern Europeans and scared a godservant so bad he couldn't speak." Pee-wee paused in mid-sentence and tilted his head quizzically, locking eyes with the man. "This is my master, the vice president of the ancient Zhou Martial Academy, martial arts powerhouse Chao Chun." Zhao Bailong hurriedly introduced him. Before Pee-wee could reply, Chao Chun lowered his head and smiled. "Little friend, do you want to become a top genius like Song-chi?" Pee-wee looked despondent. "But I'm not qualified. People are S rank. I'm B rank." "No." Chao Chun's smile. "I see you bones clear. Gifted. When it is 1 in a million practicing martial arts wizards. I have a supreme secret book here. If you learn it, you'll be able to transform and rise at the fastest speed." "Yeah." Pee-wee was a little heartened. His best friend was killing it in the ring, but he didn't even qualify to get in the ring, so naturally he wanted to make an effort. "Come on, let's go find your father and have a good talk." Jun Chao pulled him out. Zhao Bailong did not say anything, just with sympathetic eyes, watched the peen child leave. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 115 Invitation from the Olympian Temple. The Final Mountain and the Ragged Mountain. Bundled straw in which silkworms spin cocoons. Invite me to Southern Europe, to the Temple of Olympia? Song-chi stared at the contraption in his hand that he didn't know whether it was an invitation or a letter of war. The paper was quite well made, with a large series of stamped letters in what looked like Greek. The one who came to hand over the invitation was the little girl of the divine servant who had previously lost to Zhao Bailong. She looked dejected, her previous arrogance long gone, and whispered, "Lord Hess came all the way to China to challenge Your Excellency's home turf, and he also hopes that Your Excellency will go and see the Olympian Temple's home turf. Next time, victory is still up in the air. In a short time, Lord Hess will awaken to transcendence. At that time, several of the main gods of the Olympus heavenly ruins are expected to step in to create a showdown of the strongest geniuses in the world." Song-chi was happy to hear that. The delegation was now wilted, one by one, and utterly heartless. "Lord of the Flies Beelzebub, when I'm free after I'm promoted to transcendent, I can consider making a trip there. This son of Zeus is swooning too fast to be convinced yet. It was only one time, but the effect was really good. And the moment the simulation succeeded, it felt like the power skyrocketed, adding at least 50%. It was worthy of being a divine body gene, much stronger than armored oxen, iron rhinoceroses, and these peach blossom source exotic beasts. Saying this, he turned around without lingering. They had lost this battle too miserably, and their own proud reincarnation of Hercules had been mercilessly crushed by Song Chi in his best field of physical combat. Hess was physically strong and wasn't afraid of injuries to his internal organs, but his heart was struck by his own palm, and his heart stopped, severely affecting his actions, and his defeat was somewhat sudden. All subsequent travel arrangements were cancelled, and everyone went straight home. As for several other genes, the read rate is less than 20%, and one ring match is still a bit short. Facing a multiple capable, suspected third-order transcendent powerhouse, he himself had to have at least a third-order spatial shuttling, plus a transcendent martial artist's physical body, before he didn't have to worry about safety. He hasn't forgotten that there's an enemy over in Europe. It was estimated that when this guy went back, he would be preoccupied with studying ways to deal with the bone-penetrating strength and prepare for a second battle to take revenge. The little godly girl nodded, and, having accomplished her task, took 2 steps back and whispered. However, one could guess the reason. The reason why he was able to take down Hess quickly in this battle was because of the strange effect of the bone-penetrating strength. Song Chi opened the panel and looked at the progress of the gene reading. The genes related to Hess's strength and stamina read a little over 20%, completing 1 gene simulation each. Lord Hess will be waiting for you in the transcendent realm. Song Chi thought about it and sort of agreed, but didn't fill his mouth with words. Whether you go or not, it all depends on whether the safety is guaranteed at the time. As they exited the stage, some people in the audience were still there and saw them applauding enthusiastically, and children whistling, returning all the previous arrogance of the Southern Europeans. In the lounge, Song Chi watched his friends leave. Zhao Bailong excused himself, intending to go back and change to a suitable technique. From then on, he said goodbye to his status as a child and wore his hair like an adult. Pee Wee also decides that he wants to learn from Chun Chao and practice the Big Dipper's child's kung fu. At the moment he is glowing and full of hope for a better future. Next time we meet again, I'll definitely become a thief. After saying that, Pee Wee turned around in style and left with Chao Chun and Zhao Bailong to take a plane back to the Peach Blossom Garden. The little Taoist priest Zhang Qingyu also came to say goodbye, to fight his way back home. He lost out to Hess and continued to perform amazingly. At a young age, he was able to comprehend the heavenly deity divine ability, finger ground into steel, and his future potential was actually above Hess. After all, no matter how capable Hercules was, he was still just a fleshly mangaka, and, finger ground into steel, can arbitrarily change the hardness of the object. The use of proper, can play an unimaginable role. Going back? Where are you staying? Kunlun? Song Chi asked curiously. Zhang Qingyu shook his head. The Taoist sect does not live in Kunlun. We live in the 5th Heavenly Market Terminal Mountain along with many other sects in China. It's similar to the Peach Blossom Garden. Nothing dangerous there. Beautiful scenery, abundant resources, and suitable for closed-door cultivation, said the invitation. Feel free to come around anytime. Master will surely welcome you. Song Chi nodded. Nowadays, it has come into contact with several heavenly markets. No. 1 Kunlun. No. 2 Apocalypse. No. 3 Peach Blossom Garden. No. 5 Terminal Mountain. No. 9 Morning Mountain. This is sorted by the discovery time of the channel. The Kunlun is inhabited by immortals. The Peach Blossom Garden is inhabited by the remnants of the ancient Zhou, and the Tanchi and Morning Mountains are under the control of the Chinese government and are still being explored. After sending Zhang Qingyu away, Song Chi sat alone in the lounge without rushing out. At this point, there's probably a whole bunch of people out there trying to find themselves, so it's better to wait until the crowd clears. It's better to be transcendent. You can just fly out. Although he had reaped victory, Song Chi did not feel much joy. Looking back on this time, the emotions are rather mixed. The god who manipulates beasts in the Peach Blossom Garden, the hostile civilization in the Morning Mountains, and the devils in the Kunlun heavenly ruins. One by one, latent crises were gradually revealed as one's strength became stronger. Compared to these crises that threatened to destroy the planet, battling Hess is like child's play. I'd rather go through the house every day. Song Chi muttered. With a creak, the door to the lounge burst open. A man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, walking noiselessly, quietly appeared in the doorway. It was none other than the director of the General Bureau of Investigation of Transcendental Events, Li Feng. Going through the motions? When Li Feng heard this, his face was expressionless, but he took out his cell phone and started typing, not knowing what he was searching for. Soon, A voice rang out on the phone. Educational experts agree that Playhouse, a favorite game for babies, is best suited for ages 2 to 6. It can enhance babies' imitation skills and accelerate their social development. Fun without mom, these 9 Playhouse toys will keep your child entertained all morning and free mom. Li Feng had a serious face, staring at the screen of his cell phone, studying carefully. Song Chi, when I say over the top, it's not this over the top. It's one of those bloody, violent games where you hold other kids down and beat them up. Ahem. Hello, administrator. Seeing that there was going to be a misunderstanding, Song Chi hurriedly opened his mouth and changed the subject. Thank you for going to Europe and helping me with Beelzebub. Only then did Li Feng put away his cell phone and explained. It's not a favor, it's a retaliatory measure that the state must take. It's to tell everyone that if they dare to touch the geniuses of China, they will pay a painful price. It's the only way to deter the bad guys and let you grow up in peace. After explaining, he turned the tables and asked, those 2 Kunlun kids approached you? Song Chi nodded. Li Feng's expression was serious as he exhorted. No matter what conditions they offer, in these few years, you should not go to Kunlun. No. 1 Kunlun. No. For Ragged Mountain, these 2 heavenly ruins, the time flow is extremely different from Earth. Going there will seriously affect your early arrangements. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 116, Old Rite of Passage. The True Martial Seal. The 1 Day in Heaven. 1 Year on Earth in Kunlun. Song Chi has already heard Zhang Qingyu said, and the legend of Ragged Mountain is much the same in this life. A woodcutter in the Eastern Jin dynasty went into the mountains to cut wood and watched 2 old men playing chess. Up the hill. Watching chess. Down the hill. Less than a day in total. But the axe handle in the woodcutter's hand had rotted away, and he returned home only to realize that a full 800 years had passed. 1 day in the mountains. 1,000 years in the world. This is a lot more exaggerated than Quinlan. Hearing Li Feng say this, Song Chi naturally wouldn't run that way. Who can stand it when you go in for a short while and come out decades later, surrounded by friends and family who have aged and withered away? He reminded again. In the eyes of such a transcendent, we are not fellow citizens, but more like characters in a game. Song Chi was quite calm as he listened. Ever since he was rated as an S rank, there was actually no shortage of general cultivation resources. Xiao Hong and Xiao He, whom they had just met, had been living in China, and looked little different from ordinary children, and got along very well. Winning the Son of Zeus will surely do you good to be inducted into the United Nations Reserve Transcendent Sequence. The news reaching the front line of the Morning Mountain will also stabilize the army and boost morale. Li Feng guessed Song Chi's thoughts, but he shook his head slightly and corrected himself. A country's most precious resource isn't evolutionary nutrient solution, these potions. With China's national strength, all conventional potions below the 4th rank can be mass-produced. After the instruction, Li Feng held up his glasses and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. Song Chi nodded. For some transcendentalists, spending a day observing the changes of a world over hundreds of years is also a kind of cultivation. People who cultivate, eschew the red dust. This is probably their mentality. Li Feng said, the best resource we can offer geniuses is the old days. So be careful when dealing with them. Don't look like they're all Chinese, but they're not on the same page at all. Not to mention the strong support from the Peach Blossom Garden side, from the great dean of the family, Ji Zhishuan, the transcendental humans, or gods, who traveled to Kunlun and Raggedy, were tantamount to abandoning life on Earth altogether. And what were they doing it for? Zhou Mingkai applied for grants one after another, and in the recent year it exceeded $20 million, which is completely enough in the early stage. I'm not going there. Song Chi shook his head, again a little confused. If it was a real god from Kunlun, what kind would not be easy to say, was to be more careful. Good job this time. On our side, the highest level has also decided to centralize and tilt the most precious resources in the country to you. Moreover, the advantages of the panel, whether it be liver experience or evolutionary energy slot, need plenty of time to be utilized. Next, countries around the globe will reassess our potential and be more cautious in their attitudes, and there will only be fewer and fewer like the Southern Europeans who come to provoke and cause trouble. In the old days, replicas of segments of time and space were located in the spatial passages of the various celestial ruins. Song Chi had been there once during the genius selection, and it was number 2122 of the Apocalypse Passage. That hall wasn't much, as living things couldn't leave the old days, and only a few biological specimens could be brought out, along with a few relics of civilization. But at that time, he didn't have gene simulation yet. Song Chi instantly reacted, and his eyes lit up. The old days are indeed the best resource for your present self. Fight with powerful creatures from different worlds, acquire a wide variety of excellent genes, and brush up on your martial artist and explorer experience. Don't worry about not having enough time for a genetic read. The average old day can be repeated at least a couple hundred times and can be swiped over and over again. There is also no need to worry about security. Every old day is carefully scrutinized by the Chinese transcendent with a strict difficulty grading. There are still dangers, but you'll never run into an enemy you can't fight at all. It's the best place to practice until you become a transcendent. Seeing this excited look on Song Chi's face, Li Feng also nodded slightly in satisfaction. Many adults don't want to go into the old days, afraid of the fighting and the danger. I didn't realize that a child could be so active. That's the mindset of a top powerhouse. In a few days, the process will be complete and you'll have access to most of the old days in the country. When the time comes, the base will send over the old list, so just take your time to choose. Li Feng was temporarily taking over Zhou Mingcai's role and arranging the next step in the student's training program. He left a phone number for Song Chi to contact the Transcendental Incident Investigation Bureaus around the world directly when he was in trouble, reporting the serial number, and he would immediately receive the highest level of support. If you can't, you can also contact him directly in person. Having received another big brother's care, Song Chi cheerfully thanked him and got up to send Li Feng away. Before parting, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Administrator Li, what exactly is Beelzebub's strength?" Li Feng just held up his glasses with a bland expression. "That's a hide-and-seek, bullying guy who specializes in plotting and scheming, and whose real battle power isn't that strong. He won't dare to look for trouble when you reach the transcendent third stage." Song Chi's heart was so determined that he would wait until he reached the third or fourth order, and then he would go swat flies. At this time, two god generals reincarnated, Xiao Hong and Xiao He, suddenly came back to the door. They handed over a photocopied brochure. Song Chi opened it and found that it was handwritten martial arts secrets. It looked like it was from the hands of two children. The handwriting was childish and the drawing was somewhat abstract. One more look at the name and it doesn't feel simple. The Seal of Truth. This is a unique martial skill created by Emperor Zun, fusing spiritual power and chi energy, using the seal as a pivot to unleash the extreme power of the stance. Little Red introduced. This is most suitable for strong people who cultivate both spirituality and martial arts. And we both pieced together the three seals of the previous foundation based on our memories of our past lives. Xiao He said with an expectant face, "Take a look. Will it feel familiar? It might inspire some memories of your past life." Fusing spiritual energy with chi energy, Song Chi felt that it suited him as soon as he heard it. When he looked at Li Feng and saw that the big man didn't show anything, he understood that the secret book should be fine. Opened the booklet and scanned it briefly. Indeed, it was a top-notch martial art, involving the flow of chi and spiritual sensing. The principles were profound and complex, and could not be understood in a moment. As for familiarity, there was definitely none. Having never practiced this stuff on his own in either his past or present life, Song Chi shook his head and handed the secret book back. "I'm really not the reincarnation of true martial. You two should look elsewhere." Little Red and Little Black didn't take back the booklet and gave it back to be pushed back. "This is a few basic sealing techniques. It's for you." Song Chi remembered Li Feng's reminder and was still a bit defensive in his heart, so he insisted on refusing to accept it. Red and Black had to say, "The two of us are asking you for a favor. If you find anyone who looks like a reincarnation of the Emperor, please contact us. This favor can be helped." Song Chi glanced at Li Feng again, then nodded his head. "The reincarnated body of the true martial emperor. Are there any characteristics?" Red, no more than 10 years old, possessing decent martial arts talent. Any such person is possible. If there is a delay in awakening the memories of your past life, even if you are the reincarnation of an emperor, you may not be able to reach the level of Yuan Hess. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and treasure them. Chapter 117, The Mystery of True Martial Reincarnation. Song Chi returns home. If you see anyone who looks like the reincarnation of true martial emperor, you can show him this volume of True Martial Seal. Little Black added. Perhaps it will inspire memories of a previous life. Of course, ultimately it's up to Red and I to judge. No more than 10 years old, with martial arts talent. Song Chi sounded unreliable. There are so many people who fit this broad criteria that every single one of their own close friends meets the requirements. Except for Zhao Bailong, because he's over age. Could it be that the reincarnated body doesn't have any more obvious characteristics? Song Chi asked again. If we look for them like this, how long will it take to find them? Red and Black were also helpless. It is logical that after a few years of age, the memories of the previous life will gradually awaken. That way there's no need to look for it at all. The Emperor will contact Kunlun on his own. This time, we suspect that something has gone wrong and will have to search slowly and in a stupid way. To a prospective transcendent, this was definitely a top martial art. And there might not even be a secret manual of the same level in the Peach Blossom Garden. Witnessed Red and Black leave. Only then did Li Feng speak. True Martial Emperor is relatively close to China among Kunlun's group of transcendents, so it's fine for us to help. In addition to being curious, he also wondered if the gods of Kunlun, like those of Olympus, possessed genes for godly bodies that far exceeded those of ordinary people. When these three sealing techniques were said to be basic, it was for True Martial Emperor at that level. He didn't dawdle and went back to his dorm to pack. However, the search for reincarnations is mainly handled by the Bureau of Investigation of Transcendental Events, so just keep an eye on your side. You don't need to waste time on this. Song Chi greeted Dr. Shin and took the special plane assigned by the base and flew directly from Beijing State to Lucheng. He's equal to having a jet of his own now, on call 24 hours a day. Seeing that the two of them looked like they were guilty, Song Chi didn't say anything else and accepted the true martial seal. I didn't spend more than a few days at home this year. I went to Peachtree just after New Year's and stayed out until December. I can inform you if there are no safety hazards, but listen to our command. Li Feng agreed and instructed. Next, go home or stay at the base, and contact me if you can't reach your mentor for something. Scoop up the sleeping fillets in the litter box by hand. Gu Weijun still drove the camouflaged version of the Wuling Hongguang and waited at the airport. It's finally time to go home. Song Chi took a long breath and stretched, relaxing a lot. During the period, he had been busy cultivating, and hadn't felt much, but now that the fight was over, he suddenly realized that it was more comfortable to stay at home. If it could be mastered, and combined with the strength techniques such as the bone-penetrating strength and whiplash strength, it could greatly enhance the battle power. Soon arrived at the Lutong airport, Song Chi nodded and asked, if a true martial reincarnation is found, can I go and check it out? The fillet body wobbled in midair, unable to wake up like this. When he saw Song Chi again, he froze for a moment and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was still the familiar face in front of me, still the child's form, but Gu Weijun actually sensed a hint of danger from the other party. Absolutely, wait until next year. I'm afraid I won't even be able to beat you. He rubbed his chin and couldn't help but begin to doubt life. Song Chi grinned. In fact, you will not be able to beat me now. This Commissioner Gu was also a quasi-transcendent with supernormal abilities, about 5 or 6 orders. Generally speaking, psychic abilities don't begin to reveal their divine power until the transcendent realm, and in the quasi-transcendent, ancient martial arts are significantly more powerful in combat. However, life domain, players like Hess and Halogen Egg, with their powers acting directly on their bodies, are not martial artists better than martial artists, and their pre-battle power is also very strong. In the car, Gu Weijun didn't know about Hess yet and didn't ask about the situation over at the base, just talking to Song Chi about future plans. With your strength, the best key high school in the province isn't qualified to teach you. Have you considered going straight to college? Of the 9 top schools in China, there's one in Lu City, and it's specialized in setting up a junior class to cultivate future top transcendents. In past years, I've arranged for kids who have passed the gifted and talented selection in Ontario to be guaranteed a spot in the junior program to complete their undergraduate studies, but you're an S rank. How to arrange it? I'm not qualified to intervene. It can only depend on your own will. Going to college? Song Chi froze for a moment. In terms of age, this is indeed too early. My oldest sister hasn't even graduated from elementary school yet, and I have to think about going to college myself. But looking at the strength, it's about right. Those top students of the top academies, when they were 17 or 18 years old, were usually at the level of a quasi-transcendent, and they weren't necessarily able to beat themselves. I'll talk to my mentor about it when the time comes. It didn't matter if Song Chi went to the university or not. It depended on whether the university could provide what he needed. Moreover, the ancient Zhou Martial Academy was considered a university, and with 2,000 years of heritage, it was no worse than the top institutions in the country. If there is interest, feel free to contact me. Gu Weijun handed up a business card again. Song Chi took it and looked at it, but the title written on the business card changed. University of Science and Technology of China. Junior Class Admission Panel. You still have a part-time job, Commissioner Gray? Gu Weijun explained. Our cutting-edge talent cultivation division, which specializes in cultivating geniuses for the province of Ontario, naturally cooperates with the junior class of the University of Science and Technology. After all, they all belong to the government system. Then the junior class was introduced. Song Chi listened attentively. In his previous life, the junior class was specialized in training scientific research talents, but this life is slightly different. In addition to scientific research, those who are gifted in these areas of psychic ability, martial arts, and exploration, can further their studies in the junior class. The 9 most prestigious schools in China have similar classes. In contrast, the research atmosphere in the junior class at KU is much stronger, and instead of favoring combat, it pushes exploration and creativity. Song Chi listened with some interest and promised Gu Weijun that he would think about it next. Soon after arriving on this side of the house, the car was parked in front of the neighborhood. Once he got out of the car, Song-chi looked left and right and was a bit dumbfounded. The entrance to the neighborhood. There are some food stalls, selling various food to the owners. They will occasionally go to taste. However, the management of the neighborhood is stricter, and the stallholders often stay for a while and then get kicked out. But when I came back this time, the number of stalls had more than doubled. Sells everything: handmade pancakes, vegetable pancakes, egg pancakes, grilled chicken thighs, chow mein, fried rice. It looks as if it's quite ordinary, but one of the stallholders who are busy working is anything but simple. The eyes are sharp and watchful. The technique is rusty and full of mistakes. Some spread a pancake with holes all over it. So much so that the doors are closed and not many neighborhood residents want to patronize them. Stall owners are not in a hurry, happy to be there to spread the cake, and do not know whether a month is a profit or a loss. Well, humors appeared out of nowhere, grinning. I see that you like to buy and eat eggnog, so I'll let them set up a booth here and perform guard duty in the dark. Pies made by our own family are guaranteed to be safe to eat. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 118, Long Lost Dinner. Clues to Jinwoo. Song-chi took a few silent looks. It was soon seen that a neighborhood resident came back from work and was really hungry, so he stopped by and bought an egg burrito. It turned out to be salty and straight up, with crazy spitballing and bad reviews. The vendor was very nice and immediately apologized and returned the full amount. The occupant couldn't say anything else at that, and shook his head and went home. Song-chi followed suit, shaking his head and sighing, "Forget it, they need to practice more at this level." Humors immediately charged his subordinates with a lecture. "Do you hear me? Each and every one of you use your mind and make something that people can eat." The agents disguised as snack vendors grumbled. "Boss, no one's buying, and we don't get to practice." But Yishan and Song Changshur were not willing to retire 30 years early. Even those who are chartered to rent the male chartered to the female chartered. The name of a dozen buildings. There are carrying a broom dustpan every day to go to work as a cleaner. Humors waved his hand. "Make it and eat it yourself." Just in time for the meal allowance to be saved. Song-chi did not stop. After all, having something to do is also a kind of happiness. With that, Yishan stomped over to open the door. Just as he opened his mouth, he could faintly hear Yuki's call inside, reminding his master. As soon as she saw it was her son, her face overflowed with a smile she couldn't stop, but her mouth said, "Why don't you come back without telling us in advance so we can pick up at the airport?" Agents, then try to pick up your son. Instead, it felt like I was holding a lump of iron, and with all my strength, I still didn't lift it. Meow dash. Yishan squatted down and kissed her son a few times first to get over it. 50 kilograms whole. Song-chi proudly said. Yishan was a bit confused. "How much do you weigh now?" With his current status, he could totally let his parents lie flat for the rest of their lives, eating and drinking without worrying. Insist on having your own job and career. 3-year-old son weighs more than his mom, and Yishan is starting to doubt life. Song-chi went upstairs to his home and tiptoed to ring the doorbell. "Mom, I'm home." Song-chi smiled. "It's a weekday, and you and Dad have classes to attend, so I came back on my own. Half a year without seeing." The lack of small master of the whip, orange master and fat back. With a steady posture, he slowly paced over and rubbed against Song-chi's pants leg. Then he spotted the purring fillets in the cat's bag, posted up, and took a few curious looks. "Yay! What a cute little milk cat." Yishan opened the cat bag, picked up the fish fillet and stroked its little head lovingly. "Did you buy this at Peach Blossom? What species? Civet?" "It's not a civet. It's a sand cat," Song-chi introduced. But now he wasn't sure if it was called a sand cat or a silly cat. The fillet smelled the scent of a stranger, opened its eyes in a daze, realized its owner was next to it, and with a tilt of its head, went back to sleep peacefully. "Where's Yuki?" The other cat member of the family didn't come forward. Nowadays, Song-chi would have a very easy time trying to find the hidden shishi. His sense of smell and hearing were more sensitive than many fae. "Yuki?" 2 shouts and it was found under the TV stand. But Yuki shrank back and refused to come out, showing obvious airplane ears, a picture of fearful vigilance. "What are you afraid of?" Turning his head along with its gaze, Song-chi realized that Shishi was staring at the fish fillet, so nervous that his body was shaking. A kitten with extraordinary potential, even if it's a fool, has a natural deterrent to its ordinary counterparts. After a while, Song Changshur came home from work. On the way, he learned that his son had returned and bought a case of beer in a hurry, only to be scolded by Yishan. In the evening, the family sat around the dining room table and ate dinner together after a long time. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef stew with potatoes, and stir-fried pork with chili peppers are all home-cooked dishes on the table. But to Song Chi, It was a long-lost flavor that was wonderful. His cravings were so great that he lowered his head and devoured it for a while. Eat and talk about your experiences for most of the year. Of course, what the gods of the Peach Blossom Garden, what the devils of Kunlun. All these dangerous things were skipped, focused on explaining this morning's matchup with the sons of Zeus, because Bean is fussing and talking nonsense. When she was on the phone with her parents, she said something like, "I thought my brother was going to be killed and I ended up almost beating someone to death." It scared Yishan and Song Qingshi so much that they almost had to take a leave of absence to go to Beijing State. It was Song Qi who posted a video after the fight, which pacified the duo. There's no such thing as beating the living daylights out of a person. And how can we believe my sister's words? How many times has she lied to us? At the dinner table, Song Qi held up his little hand and swore, "It's just a fight between people my age. I'm 3 and the opposite side is 6. Yeah, it's like playing house." That kid from Southern Europe had a great time and invited me to his house, Song Qi said, taking out the invitation from the Olympian temple and waving it in front of the two. Look at the son's face and body, not a scratch. The couple also finally put down their hearts and changed the topic. Below the dining table, Master Orange gulped down his cat food, suddenly having a bit of a crisis. The little master is back, and he's going to continue his training, but he needs to eat more. The fish fillets were also on the side. Eating, tired of eating, falling headfirst into the bowl and going back to sleep. Song Qi looked around and couldn't help but smile. A familiar home, warm lights, fragrant meals, parents across the street, and the company of cats, a lot of laughter. Who seems to be missing? He continued to smother his meal, not caring about the details. The next day, Bean came back as well. The siblings stood in the living room, wide-eyed. "How did you get home yesterday afternoon? So soon?" Daodu was a little surprised. "I took a special airplane that went straight from the base to Lu City," Song Qi replied frankly. Daodu's eyes widened. "You're on a special plane and you didn't even call me? You didn't ask me either." Song Qi shook his head in a serious manner. "How was I to know you were going home?" Yesterday, in the fighting hall, the two of them had only fought across the room, and then Daodu followed Yang Qiuchan and ran away. Song Qi had encountered Li Feng in the two god general reincarnations again, so naturally, he didn't have the leisure to care about his sister. Good. Bean flashed a dangerous grin and tried to push his sleeves up, paused, and then held back. After watching yesterday's unbelievable showdown, the little girl was now a little wary that her brother would punch himself to death. Barely maintaining her aura of being an older sister, she tilted her head and sauntered off to her room. Older sister is old enough to know that eggs can't touch stones. Song Qi was somewhat relieved. For the next few days at home, he simply rested completely, did not meditate, did not practice the Yum Yuan Gong, and let his nerves relax completely. There is tension and relaxation for longevity. When there's nothing else to do, flip through that True Martial Seal. The booklet not only contained moves, but also contained some of True Martial Emperor's martial understanding, which was profound and worth savoring. I was going to take a few days off and wait for the old passes to come down, but suddenly he received a call from Li Feng. "Administrator Li, what can I do for you?" Song Qi was puzzled. This big brother was busy managing the nation's Transcendent Event Investigation Bureau. "Don't you want to see the reincarnated body of the True Martial Emperor? There are clues, and those two kids have already set off," Li Feng said. "The location is right next door to Ontario, so screw fast if you want to come." End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 119, Crime Scene, Crazy Quasi-S Class. Got a clue? I'm coming now. Song Qi received the call, and after talking to his parents, he immediately departed. Look lively before it's too late. If the true martial reincarnation was really found, Kunlun would probably hide the person immediately, and it would be impossible for him to wait for himself in the same place. The speed still has to be fast. It was good that the base had arranged for a special plane, which had been parked at the city's north airport in Lu City, ready to take off at any time. Song Qi went downstairs and got into his car, escorted by Humors, and made his way straight to the airport. He received the news in the morning and flew to the next door province of Suzhou at noon, meeting up with Li Feng without any problems. This is a villa area on the outskirts of the capital city of Su province. A red and blue light came into view, flashing to the sound of piercing sirens. He Jishan was more cooperative at first. Humors walks ahead, holding a work permit to open the way. Song Qi looked confused. Didn't he say that Jinwu was reincarnated? There was a simple big blue tent in front of it. The curtains were lifted. Inside was the temporary command headquarters, and Li Feng was standing at the door. Therefore, the base experts only rated him as Quasi-S and assigned a specialized counselor for one-on-one targeted counseling in hopes of improving the child's emotional control. 3 years ago, He Jishan had passed the Genius Selection Program, showing remarkable potential. but his personality was very unstable, temperamental and impulsive and violent. Administrator Lee, what's going on? The experts promise that if the child is psychologically stable enough, he or she can go straight to an S grade. Li Feng wrapped his arms around himself and nudged at a villa in front of him. It's a scene that kinda looks like an anti-terrorist operation in a movie. Wearing a duck-tongued cap, mask and sunglasses, Song-chi followed behind, living like a child star going out in his previous life, dressed in a low-key manner. But in the last few months, he has been getting worse and worse, putting on a show in counseling sessions and then showing his true colors when he comes home, and breaking out with his family from time to time. One by one, the agents walked back and forth, hurrying, occasionally lifting their walkie-talkies to whisper conversations. Those two god general reincarnations have already passed and are in the process of negotiating. Song-chi walked to the door of the tent and said hello. Once inside the villa area, it's the Transcendental Incident Investigation Bureau that controls the scene. Hundreds of Jing cars had already driven over, surrounding the villa area in all directions. He Jishan, who just turned 10 this year, was born into a transcendental family, with both parents being transcendentalists. On the periphery, there are a large number of armed Jing guarding the main highway to maintain order. An agent next to him handed over a case file, and Song-chi quickly skimmed through it. The Jinwoo reincarnation should have been found, but is in an extremely unstable condition and is displaying an antisocial personality and has already taken several civilians hostage. However, as transcendents, Mr. and Mrs. Ho were still able to control the situation and did not want this to affect their son's future. Instead of reporting the situation to officials, the two then chose to take matters into their own hands, privately turning to close friends to find a way to help their son. By today, He Jishan's condition suddenly deteriorated and he completely lost control of the situation, beating his family's nanny into serious injuries. It was only then that Mr. and Mrs. He realized that their son had possessed extremely strong abilities at some point, and the two of them couldn't even control it. And so the battle broke out, and the movement spread. This was a residential area for transcendent families, and there were several transcendents in the vicinity who heard the commotion and quickly rushed to help. When He Jishan failed to run away, he took several hostages and retreated to a villa. Because the hostages are families of transcendentalists, the situation is very difficult. The investigation bureau can only first blockade the villa area and ask superiors to come to support. After reading the case file, Song-chi felt that this was the history of a psychotic episode of a gifted child. And how did you tell that he was the reincarnation of Jinwoo? Li Feng stepped forward. Go and take a look. The villa building where the accident happened was not far in front, and there were already a lot of people surrounding the downstairs. All of them had sharp gazes and powerful auras, and they should all be transcendents. In the crowd, a couple is particularly conspicuous, wearing or pajamas, simply draped a jacket. The whole body is a mess. Look anxious and sad. Song-chi swept a glance and estimated that the two people should be Mr. and Mrs. He. The couple was also unlucky. They thought the child was a minor problem, even if it was mentally ill. The transcendentalists had the means to treat it slowly. Unfortunately, the situation is much more complicated. When the group of people saw Li Feng arrive, they were very respectful, nodding their heads and taking the initiative to make way. Seeing Song-chi following behind, wearing a hat, sunglasses, mask, the crowd naturally did not recognize. The heart cannot help but secretly guess. What kind of god is this? The situation was tense. No one said anything nonsense, and everyone looked at the villa with closed doors in unison. Xiao Hong and Xiao Hei were standing at the entrance of the villa, looking up at the second floor window, and were trying to persuade them bitterly. Emperor, wake up! Emperor, do you still recognize this sword and flag? Two children each hold an artifact. Little Red was holding a large sword, which was more than 15 centimeters wide and taller than her person, with a black, red and dark color, not knowing what kind of material it was made of, and it had a strange luster in the sunlight. Xiao Hei, on the other hand, held up a battle flag, the pale yellow brocade of which was embroidered with a divinely handsome black eagle with its wings spread out. Song-chi has read the relevant information, guessing that the sword and flag should be the two exclusive magic weapons of the true martial emperor. According to modern terms, also called transcendental artifacts, one is called the Demon Breaker Hero Sword and the other is called the Soap Eagle Flag. At this moment, the sword and flag were not being waved, but they were trembling slightly, as if they were feeling an intermittent attraction. The soap-carved flag, in particular, was windless at the edges, and one moment it seemed as if it were going to be sucked up, and the next moment it returned to its original shape and repeated the process over and over again. Song-chi noticed this detail and then followed Little Red and Black's gaze upwards. Behind the second floor window, a figure stood in the corner. It was impossible to see the face at all, as bright sparks flared up around the figure from time to time, and the flames swayed in the air. At the same time there is a dense, white mist of water that darkens the interior scene. The firelight and mist were so intertwined that they actually formed a peculiar picture. It seemed like a fiery serpent tumbling through the air, standing tall and releasing fireworks. Below that, a giant turtle swims in the ocean, tilting its head and spitting out fountains. Water and fire mingled and were born as if forming a flowing Tai Chi diagram. Tortoise and snake vision. Seeing this scene, Song-chi naturally understood that this one upstairs was 100% the reincarnation of Jinwoo. It was also unclear what had gone wrong with this emperor, but the situation should be under the control of the government. A group of transcendents surrounded the place, and among them, there was a top powerhouse like Li Feng. At only 10 years old, He Jishan simply couldn't run away even if he had awakened his transcendent abilities. The crowd didn't make a move. They were just waiting for Little Red and Little Black to awaken Jinwoo's memories. Song-chi didn't move around and didn't add to the chaos, just quietly watched. Suddenly it occurred to me, would the true martial seal help a little? Feeling in my pockets. I left in a hurry today and the pamphlet is still at home. He let it go. It was just a copy anyway. Meanwhile, far away at home in the city of Lu, Doubta sneaked into Song-chi's room and found the pamphlet that his brother looked through every day. My brother's martial arts secrets. Learn so I can beat my brother. The little girl turned the first page with a look of excitement and anticipation. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 120 Heavenly Demon Transportation. The Truth of Reincarnation. Su Province. In front of the villa where the crime took place, Jinwoo. On the second floor of the villa, the figure in the blanket of fog did not move, but only murmured in a low voice. With that, he let out some odd syllables in a frivolous tone, as if he was mocking, which Song-chi did not understand. Then there was another series of muffled, urgent voices in a fierce tone, as if they were arguing in Chinese. All kinds of different voices and accents mixed together, surprisingly coming from the same person. This He Jishan, who hides in the fog, is alive and well as a severe schizophrenic. A high-ranking member of the Bureau of Investigation was in command of the scene and immediately gave the order. Record all the voices and send them to the Heavenly Market Civilization Institute. Ask the experts to translate them as fast as they can. Hearing these syllables, Little Red and Little Black seemed to have guessed what was going on as well, and cried out sharply. Instead, Emperor Jinwoo had suffered a real battle, and even his transcendent traits had been contaminated, and he feared that his spirit would not be spared. A low, cold laugh came from the rolling white mist. Seeing this scene, Song-chi frowned slightly and silently retreated behind the crowd. This led to the three Jinwoo having to reincarnate and rebuild their lives in order to dissolve these contaminations. Emperor, those devils are just your defeated men. They can't affect you. Hold on. Song-chi thought back to his experience in the Peach Blossom Garden. Late. It's a demon from Kunlun? Song-chi's face grew grave. It seems that Jinwoo didn't notice the anomaly when he was disarmed or didn't get rid of the contamination. At that time, he himself perceived the Wolf King with spiritual correlation state, and saw the sight of the gods summoning the Fey beasts. After only a few seconds of spacing out and peering, the spirit was contaminated and could only be lifted with purification. After all, a panel god skill like current status bar was only available to himself. This administrator quietly had a short knife in his hand, while making a gesture that probably meant, get ready to do it. The figure in the watery mist scoffed again. The situation has changed. What would be the consequences of reincarnation and rebirth in a state of spiritual pollution? The figure on the second floor is the answer. The transcendents surrounding the villa nodded and wordlessly took up positions, while others took the he's away to prevent the couple from messing around. Swish! Song-chi guessed the cause and effect, and naturally Li Feng in front of him could as well. According to Little Red and Little Black, these demons were strong and their attacks could even contaminate transcendent traits. The soap-carving flag in the hands of Xiao Hei, suddenly shaking violently, was drawn away by a huge force out of thin air, instantly flying to the second floor of the villa. When the flag was unfurled, it seemed to cover the sky. The sun and the moon had no light, and the whole world was plunged into darkness, unable to reach out and see the five fingers. At the same time, a blade light swiftly cut through, like lightning illuminating the dark night. Li Feng made his sword. The entire villa was run through by the light of the knife, and a poof rang out from the second floor. Song-chi felt a strong wind blowing behind him, as if someone had flown, and droned in what sounded like the strange accent of an ancient man. After them. At this point, the rest of the transcendents hadn't had a chance to strike. Wow! The sky has returned to normal. The sun is spilling down, and light has returned to the earth. Li Feng's figure had disappeared. A group of transcendents flew up, broke the windows, and broke into the second floor of the villa. The three kids couldn't fly yet, so Red and Black kicked the door open and ran inside at a fast pace. Song-chi waited for a few seconds, and seeing that there was nothing unusual inside, he followed suit. When he got to the stairs, he saw that behind the broken window on the second floor, the water spray and the figure were gone, and all that was left on the floor was a puddle of blood. An arm lay in a pool of blood, the 5 fingers still moving, and the flesh and blood at the wound was actually burning, a charred odor of roasting meat rising up. The transcendents gathered around the pool of blood, observing and frowning. Red saw the arm and stomped her foot impatiently. Heavenly demon transportation. Then explained, these devils, after parasitizing the human body, can burn their lives and perform top-notch recluse techniques that can travel through space, to actually be able to suppress the Emperor's will, seize the soap sculpture flag, and execute the heavenly demon. Escape this devil. He's even more powerful than we imagined. There was a moment of silence as the transcendents sniffed. Song-chi stood outside, and when he heard this, he secretly shook his head as well. Li Feng was not there. He should have chased him out, so he could only pin his hopes on this big brother. As for that heavenly demon escape, the effect sounds somewhat similar to Space Shuttle. However, the information showed that He Jishan had only just reached the threshold of the quasi-transcendent first stage, and his alien realm was about the same as Song-chi's, and his spiritual power was definitely far inferior. This person was running away under the eyes of the top powerhouses by burning his life force, but he had performed a true recluse technique. This heavenly demon transportation technique, no matter how high the cost is, the ability to save one's life is pulled full circle. Song-chi stared at the severed arm on the ground, considering whether or not to cast spiritual correlation state, and as soon as the thought rose, he decisively chose to give it up. This devil. I'm afraid that it is even more difficult than the gods of the Peach Blossom Garden. The true martial emperor can't even stand up to it. He wouldn't dare to mess around. A group of transcendents couldn't contact Li Feng, but they started to get busy, some rescuing the hostages, some controlling the scene, and some going outside to pull the net to search. The two of them, Little Red and Little Black, stayed where they were, frozen, as if their essence had been drained away. Song-chi walked over to the duo and comforted them. Looking at He Jishan's state, the demon must not have been able to fully control the body, and true martial emperor's consciousness is still resisting. The situation still has a chance to turn around. Red nodded breathlessly, while Black cried and mumbled, "It's my fault. I should have protected the soap eagle flag, a transcendent artifact that belongs solely to true martial emperor. If true martial reincarnation wanted to take it, how could a seated divine general protect it?" Song-chi shook his head and comforted a few more times. His eyes then fell on the demon-breaking Xiong sword in Little Red's arms. Legend has it that Emperor Jinwu wielded this sword and killed countless demons, establishing the dominance of the heavenly court, and was therefore named the demon-slaying heavenly father. And this demon-breaking Xiong sword, naturally, is also a top magic weapon that specializes in restraining demons, claiming that all evils are invincible and all demons are resistant to it. The sword wasn't taken, so it should be fine. Song-chi thought for a moment and asked, "Can I take a look at the sword?" Little Red's expression was still calm, but she was actually extremely frustrated and in a state of disorientation. Hearing this, and without asking why, he silently held the sword up and displayed it. Song-chi reached out to touch the sword, and she didn't stop her. When his fingers touched the sword, it felt icy cold, a hard metallic texture, and it was as if his nose smelled the rushing air of blood. Song-chi immediately turned on the spiritual correlation state. Insurance didn't go for a direct peek at the devil. Instead, he targeted his perception at Jinwu, trying to see if the ancient deity had discovered the spiritual contamination or not, and if he had left anything behind before he was reincarnated in a military dissolution. Eyes were closed, ears were dead quiet, and extreme weakness set in. It was as if he was calmly approaching death. It should be the beginning of the military disintegration. Song-chi speculated. It's going pretty well. I don't know how much time passed. Just as the consciousness fell into chaos and was about to disappear, the peace was suddenly shattered, and a myriad of frantic murmurs instantly rang in his ears. Hiss ah. It's as if you're in a mental institution with a bunch of crazies bickering in your ear. Song-chi, substituting for the true martial emperor, felt a bit flustered as well, but at this moment, the military dissolution had reached its final step and could not be stopped. In the next moment, the demon-breaking Xiong sword trembled a few times. The invisible sword light rose up in the air and slashed down at himself. Sharp pain came. It was a crushing tearing sensation, as if the body was being torn alive into two halves. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 121, True Martial's Backhand. Daodu's Enlightenment. At the last moment when the military dissolution was about to be completed, the spiritual pollution suddenly erupted. This should have been deliberate on the part of the devil, waiting until the last moment to strike, catching true martial emperor off guard. The reaction time left for Jinwu was extremely short, probably less than a second. And this emperor's response was actually to split his soul in two. Song-chi could sense that the two separate parts were very different. Jinwoo's consciousness, emotions and memories of his life are still in the main soul, which has been completely eroded by spiritual pollution, and he has to continue to fight against it. The split soul contains all kinds of cultivation experience, martial arts realization, combat instincts. These are the parts that have no personal consciousness, no joys, no sorrows, no memories of life, not even the notion of I. In this extreme way, spiritual pollution was forcefully isolated, ensuring the purity of the soul. This is true martial emperor's backhandedness. It was as if some object was sliding and rubbing. Opening his eyes, he moved his hand away from the demon breaker's Xiong sword. Simply give up the main soul. Give up the past. Let the pure split soul start a new fire and grow into a brand new transcendent powerhouse to take over the mantle of Jinwoo. After reincarnation, the main soul is allowed to fight against the demon first, and when the spiritual pollution is eliminated, the split soul is retrieved and cultivated back to the realm of the previous life. Nodding at Red. Thanks. Song-chi could only hope that Li Feng and the immortals of Kunlun would find He Jishan as soon as possible and provide timely assistance. Split soul reincarnation occurred after the disintegration of Jinwoo's soldiers, and naturally, no relevant information would remain on the demon-breaking Xiong sword. Seeing this, Song-chi withdrew from the spiritual correlation state. This method should work. It's just a pity that the devil is unexpectedly powerful and has now gained the upper hand. He was about to go downstairs when he suddenly heard another odd-bird sound. Of course, there is another possibility. Perhaps in that final moment of the military dissolution, the true martial emperor realized the possibility of failure. Little Red retrieved her sword in disgust with Little Black in a low voice before pulling out her cell phone, presumably to notify the transcendence of Kunlun. Where the hell is the split soul? There's not much to see here. Either way, the current situation is not good. Song-chi swept the scene without going near the severed arm. Song-chi tried to guess the intentions of this deity. As for the true martial split soul whose destination is unknown, it will certainly not be collected for a while, continuing to perceive, but unfortunately nothing. Turning his head, a long cut appeared in the center of the wall, with an inclined direction and a straight line, running through the entire second floor of the villa. The entire villa, sliced open by Li Feng's slash just now. As soon as more people went upstairs, the upper part of the villa began to shift under the interference of external forces and gradually slid downward diagonally. The building is about to collapse. Idlers go down immediately. The transcendent from the Bureau of Investigation shouted. Song-chi quickly stepped down the stairs and retreated to the tent outside. Quickly finding humors, he waved. Uncle Hu, let's go home. Li Feng wasn't there. There were no top transcendents in the villa area. And who knew if the devil would suddenly kill back? After the hustle and bustle is over and the situation is generally understood, you have to beat a hasty retreat and get away from the place of wrongdoing. The two left the controlled area in a hurry, passed through the layers of scrutiny, and then took a car straight to the airport. Regarding the matter of the split soul, Song-chi didn't tell Little Red and Little Black. After all, the ability of the spirit-associated state couldn't be explained. If Jinwoo could eliminate the spiritual pollution, he would naturally retrieve the split soul, and it would be the same whether he said anything or not. If you can't, split souls are presumed to form independent personalities and grow up like normal people, but with a severe soul deficit. Maybe there are some side effects, like a not-so-good brain? Then suddenly, one day, the person is stimulated by something and begins to awaken, and realizes that a bunch of precious cultivation experiences have popped up in his memory. And I don't know who's going to get this lucky. Song-chi looked at his phone watch. Li Feng was still offline and was probably still chasing He Jishan. Zhou Mingkai has also been offline recently. Before this old man claimed that he was only going to help guard the base without any danger. As a result of going there, one can't help but hang out on the front lines. Teacher, don't wave. Be safe. Song-chi sent a message. Say, the old passes are coming down soon, aren't they? Today's events had brought a little more urgency to his mind. Gotta get up to speed. Rouge City, home. Douda skimmed through the true martial seal while his brother was not at home. Although the characters on this are simplified, they are all in ancient and early literary language. Difficult and obscure, difficult to pronounce, and a certain elementary school student, who scored only 60 points in the third grade language final exam, wrote Sima Jiao smashed the light on his paper. It's reasonable to not be able to read this in the booklet. Bean flipped through 2 pages before her eyes drooped and she began to get sleepy. Geez, reading books and stuff is a pain in the ass. It would be so much easier if I could get the martial arts secrets directly into my head. The next moment, a miracle happened. Doudo had a flash of light in her head and suddenly felt that the contents of the booklet looked very familiar. Without thinking about it, the meaning of the words in the book automatically enters the mind with a sweeping glance. and even a string of derivations springs up along with it. It's as if I used to know this, only to forget it later. The heart is in harmony with the mind is in harmony with the chi, and the chi is in harmony with the force. 10,000 wonders, condensed in a single seal! Exclamation point. Daodu's eyes widened with some confusion and more than a little surprise. Reaching up, he scratched his head. It tickles with the sensation of growing a brain. I heard the master say that some senior brothers and sisters practicing martial arts were slow to get started at first, but suddenly one day they became enlightened, and their cultivation skyrocketed by leaps and bounds. With a wow, Bean stood up and held the pamphlet high in the air, beaming with joy. Mom, I'm enlightened. Today, Saturday, Song Qingshi went to the stadium to take the students to extra practice. Yi Shan, on the other hand, was resting at home, watching TV, and when she heard the sound and looked up, she saw that Daodu wasn't making any trouble, so she casually coped. Well, good. Anyway, it's not once or twice that my daughter has been twitchy, so I'm not surprised. Daodu shouted, put down the martial arts manuals, and went back to his room in a hurry, ready to try this true martial arts seal. The feats that my brother couldn't read for days, I can learn them in one go. The little girl tilted her head proudly, finally able to raise her eyebrows. When Stinky Brother gets home, he's going to drop his jaw. With this thought, she subconsciously raised her hands and crossed her fingers, quickly forming an odd seal with a fluidity she couldn't even comprehend. The handprints slowly moved forward with a deep aura, as if they had the power to move mountains. But, just pushed 1 millimeter away, Bean swayed a little. His brain buzzed as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights and was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. It was obvious that I had just had lunch, but my stomach was so hungry that it started to rumble. It's over. Did it go off the rails? Bean panicked a little before he could open his mouth. Bang! The man had fallen straight back on the bed and began to lay planks and sleep extraordinarily peacefully. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 122, Sleepwalking Daodu. Discovering the Truth. Yishan finished watching TV and walked to the door of Daodu's room. Found my daughter sprawled across the bed, her limbs spread out and flailing like an octopus. His head was tilted on the outside of the pillow, his mouth wide open and drool dripping from the corners. This dead kid, he doesn't even cover himself with a blanket for his nap. She tucked Bean in, closed the door to her room, and went to take a nap herself. It was until 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Yishan woke up, received a message from Song Qifa to come, and began to busy herself with buying food and cooking. Bean is still asleep in his room. Soon Song Qingshi also came home and went into the kitchen to help. The aroma of the meal gradually wafted out. Normally at this time of year, Daodu would have run to the kitchen, thieving, and sneaked some first. Just in case you can't grab your brother at dinner. Is my daughter sleepwalking, or simply too lazy to open her eyes? Song Qingshi casually said. Daodu rolled over in a daze, the man still awake, when suddenly his nose twitched and he smelled the rich scent of red meat. Daodu was unresponsive and expressionless, sleeping and eating meat at the same time. That's not good. You can't sleep too long at lunch and then you can't sleep at night. That's not being a night owl. Song Qingshi then went to open the door and called out to his daughter. The odds are that when people are in this dilemma, they will continue to sleep and eat after they have slept well. Daodu was so good today, staying in his room all the time to do his homework? She slowly rose from the bed. You can't have your cake and eat it. Get up and eat. Didn't open his eyes the whole time. When you're sleepy and hungry, there's a soft queen-sized bed underneath you and sizzling red meat in the kitchen outside. Reaching out, he drew out a pair of chopsticks and put a few pieces of braised pork into his mouth, chewing on them in large mouthfuls. Yishan shook her head straight as she listened. It's only strange that she can do her homework. She went to sleep at noon, and now she's probably still lying in bed. This scene stunned both Yishan and Song Qingshi. The body took a steady step, bypassing Song Qingshi and walking into the kitchen. But at the moment, Daodu is choosing to have both. Eyes closed, still making a slight snoring sound. Beans? Daodu? Song Qingshi shouted softly. But today, the door to the little girl's room remained closed. At that moment, the outside door slowly opened. I'm back. Ha! Sun Kai made it home in time for dinner. As soon as he came in, he saw his sister showing off her maneuvers, and was also a bit confused. Since when does my sister have a problem with sleepwalking? He made a snap decision. A phone call to call a few specialized physicians to check Daodu's body. The child is very healthy and has a physique far beyond his age. The physician said, it's just that the intensity of training has been too high lately, and the mental and physical exertion has been too great. Just rest for a couple days. Song Qingshi sniffed and was a bit puzzled. The training intensity is too high? Hasn't she been watching cartoons every day lately? But it's good to be okay. After sending the physician away, the couple gathered to study the situation. Thinking that their daughter must have secretly stayed up late reading novels again, the two decided to check in irregularly at night from now on to supervise Daodu's good sleep. By this time, Song-chi had returned to his room, and with a sweeping glance, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. His own bag had been rummaged through, and the pamphlet of the true martial seal had been tampered with. The heart was in a state of shock. Did a transcendent sneak into the house while I was gone? With the level of security on this side of the neighborhood, it's impossible to be burglarized. A large group of agents patrolling 24 hours a day in shifts, below the transcendental, can't even do a silent sneak in. Song-chi stood at the table and sent a couple messages to Humors. It was learned that the transcendents of the security team were on duty and no abnormalities had been detected. What the hell? He frowned slightly, drinking a bottle of nutrient liquid. His finger touched the true martial seal and opened the spiritual correlation state. The mind meditates on the information it wants to know. Who is going through my stuff today? Immediately, a smug whisper rang in his ears. The feats that my brother couldn't read for days. I can learn them in one go. ? It was a false alarm, but it turned out to be the beans. Song-chi was slightly speechless. The martial arts techniques of a top transcendentalist? An old sister still wanted to learn them in one go? Come on. It's learning people to fall asleep. Suddenly, Song Ching-shir's puzzled voice entered the room. Training is too intense? Hasn't she been watching cartoons every day lately? Song-chi fell silent and rubbed his chin. A vague feeling that something is not quite right. The night was falling and the moonlight was bleak. The outskirts of the city of Lu, between the rolling hills, a thin figure was darting, using the woods and bushes to hide his figure, as if he was hiding from something. It was a small boy, with a broken arm, slim and too agile to move like a human being. He held a flag in his right hand, with a large black eagle pattern all over his body fluttering in the wind. The very same soap eagle flag held in the hand of the previous god General Xiaohei. The boy's identity was naturally the quasi-S-class genius who had escaped from Li Feng's blade. He Zhishan. Under the moonlight, He Zhishan's hair was actually white. His face was withered, and his pupils were deeply sunken, as if he was an emaciated old man. His eyes were lax, his throat trembled, and three voices sounded out of his mouth almost simultaneously. Jinwu, I can see through your hidden secrets. The accent was very odd, with a tone of madness and playfulness. Wait well and see how I destroy your hopes. Then there was a little boy's voice, shouting angrily, you guys stop it. I don't want to die yet. And finally, there was a man's mellow voice, speaking warmly, don't be afraid, child. Leave everything to me. Once this devil is released, both Kunlun and the country of China will be in danger. Between the words, the soap-carving flag in his hand waved without stopping. He Zhishan's footsteps are also getting faster and faster. The direction is clear, straight to the center of Lushan City. There was a soft creak. Song-chi gently walked into Daodu's room. Standing on tiptoe, he saw his oldest sister lying on the bed, huffing and puffing, with grease stains at the corners of her mouth, and both arms spread out across the outside of the covers. Standard big sleeping position. Song-chi gently reached out to touch his older sister's arm. The next moment, before his fingers touched the other's pajamas, there was a sudden blur before his eyes. Daodu's arm was already raised, a delicate snake gripper, steadily clasping the wrist that was reaching out from the opposite side. ? Song-chi was a little surprised, then looked at the bed. His old sister's eyes were still closed, half asleep, half awake, and asked in a daze, who? Your brother. Oh. Bean let go and went back to sleep. And just as the two men's skin came into contact, Song-chi had already turned on the spiritual correlation state. Once again, the mind silently inquired, what's happening to my oldest sister? Why is she suddenly sleepwalking? A few seconds later, Song-chi opened his eyes and took a deep breath to calm his shocked mind. At this moment, his feelings were extraordinarily complicated. In addition to shock, there was also elation and worry. The person who got lucky is actually the oldest sister. No wonder people are so stupid. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 123, The Devil Enters Lu City. Song-chi left gently, quietly closing the door to his room. The reason why Lao's sister was so tired was sort of found. The true martial seal was indeed something she knew at first glance, or would have known. However, this martial art required an extremely high level of spirit and chi energy, and even if one learned it, one could not easily perform it. Daodu hadn't even reached the elite level yet, and by simply mimicking the sealing technique, he had overconsumed his mental and physical strength, and became what he was now. Before closing the door, looking at his old sister who was huffing and puffing on the bed, Song-chi secretly lamented, foolish people have foolishness. After the emotion, he began to worry again. The current elder sister, who had only inherited Jinwu's cultivation experience, was still an independent individual. If the main soul, He Jishan defeats the demon and runs over to fuse the subsouls, then Daodu will no longer be Daodu. This was the last thing Song Chi wanted to see. The other possibility was that the main soul had failed in the confrontation, or had been unable to fuse the split souls in the first place. The identity of Jinwoo's split soul could not be exposed now, both for selfish reasons and for my sister's sake. When I develop, I'll go to Kunlun to chop up a few demons and apologize to you. He all but hoped that his oldest sister would keep to herself, be happy as an elementary school student, and grow up in peace. Moreover, the true martial lineage, specializing in cutting down demons and eliminating devils, lived a life of licking blood at the tip of a sword every day, which was too dangerous. Why does my mouth taste like red meat? It is necessary for a wise and friendly brother to step in and help in time. As for Jinwoo's side, Song Chi faced in the direction of the Soviet province and apologized in his heart. True martial emperor, I'm sorry. With the support of Ji Finger Xian and the Sanshou Association, Daodo could still become a powerful transcendent. Yi Shan do not dare to put vegetables inside, for fear of knocking which small bottle. Tens of thousands of dollars will be gone. The couple can only buy another refrigerator. When it grows up, whether to go to Kunlun or stay on Earth, it won't be too late to make a choice then. But the follow-through isn't much better. Daodu grows up on his own and simply inherits the mantle of Jinwoo as a new Kunlun deity. That seems like a good idea. Soon, Bean came to his senses and leaned back on the bed and burped, a little puzzled. Song-chi found 2 bottles of strength replenishing and spirit restoring potions and fed them to his old sister. Thinking about it, Song-chi solemnly made a decision. Going to Kunlun. 1 day in the sky and 1 year on the ground is equal to leaving this family, leaving her mom and dad forever, and leaving her brother who loves her the most. Silly old sister, carrying a burden that shouldn't be there at her age, against a scheming devil. With Daodu's intelligence, he was afraid that he wouldn't last more than a few rounds. In the evening, Song-chi rummaged through the refrigerator. This refrigerator at home, which was stacked with boxes of precious potions, was almost overflowing, with a total value estimated to be over $5 million. Song-chi revealed a mysterious smile. Sis, did you just dream? Bean gave his brother a wary look and didn't say anything. She did have many dreams of nothing else but lines and lines of martial arts secrets. She's enlightened. She's going to get stronger. This amazing big secret cannot be leaked to the younger brother, lest the younger brother take advantage of their own rise to power. Didn't dream. What's wrong? Daoda's face was calm and he shook his little head. Unfortunately, the slightly hooked corners of her mouth betrayed her inner thoughts. Daoda looked at his watch and nimbly jumped out of bed, ready to go to the kitchen to get something to eat. I'm not very hungry, but I don't think I've had dinner today. And that's not good. Add as many meals as you like, and be sure to be on time for all 3 meals. Song-chi said hurriedly. I know what you dreamed. Was it some martial arts practice? Daoda's feet lurched, and a flash of shock flashed in her eyes. How did my brother know about the dream he had? Sister, you just sleepwalked, also lying in bed talking in your sleep. Song-chi seriously said. Don't believe it, go ask dad and mom. They all saw it. Exclamation point. Bean was shocked and rushed to confirm. Humph. You were sleepwalking just now. Song Qingshi immediately warned her daughter that she must sleep well in the future and not stay up late in secret anymore. When he heard that he was eating meat while sleeping, Daodu's first reaction was pity. Wouldn't it be a waste to eat meat without tasting it? And then I couldn't help but feel worried. Sleepwalking? That's not a normal phenomenon. I heard from my classmates that patients in mental hospitals like to sleepwalk. You're not mentally ill yourself, are you? The little girl went back to her room suspiciously. He saw Song-chi still standing by the bedside with a serious face and whispered, Sis, you're in big trouble. Bean listened for a few moments. Then his eyes widened in horror. 20 kilometers away, on the outskirts of the city of Lushan, under the moonlight, a thin silhouette marched through the woods beside the national highway, gradually entering the city. Broken arm, white hair, withered face, moves lightly like a ghost. It's none other than He Jishan. Every now and then he looked back behind him, as if he was being chased. A few minutes later, the person suddenly appeared on the roof of a small building. He Jishan raised his eyes and looked out. Ahead of him was a forest made of steel and concrete, bathed in colorful lights and endless traffic. Rose City was not a metropolis, but it was the capital of Ontario Province, with a vast urban area and a population close to 10 million. It made him shake his head. Can only sense the general direction. Jinwoo, where exactly is your hope? Jinwoo's voice didn't ring out. Only the soap carving flag in his hand had been shaking with the wind. He Jishan laughed and was in no hurry. Stepping down the stairs. In the hallway, a resident came face to face and was startled to see this eerie presence that looked like a child and an old man. You. Before the words were finished, the person had already lost a large circle of weight. His face was yellow and thin, as if he was a terminal cancer patient, and he couldn't see any blood color. A breath later, the resident had turned into a dry corpse and fell to the ground with a plop. He Jishan's face, on the other hand, reddened a bit, revealing a satisfied smile, and when he took another step, the person had already disappeared without a trace. 10 minutes later, swish, 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 several figures appeared in the hallway. There was Li Feng in a suit, and there were also a few immortal old men. Several people quickly found the dryad hidden in the corner. Where exactly is this He Jishan going? Doubtful at the same time. A few old men were also very dissatisfied, their faces slightly sunken, their aura like a deep sea. Why did Jinwu delay in asking us for help? It's just a devil. All of us Kunlun gods together would have easily taken it down a long time ago. Li Feng wrapped his arms around himself and glanced at the several old men without saying anything. At the same time, he pulled out his cell phone and quietly sent a few messages. At home, Song Chi is psychologizing Daodu. Sis, do you know how many bad people are out there staring at the two of us? Don't let on about the dreaming. Otherwise, the bad guys will kidnap you and make you spit out all your martial arts secrets. Yes? Daodu was half-hearted. She had been fooled by her brother so many times that she was already psychologized. The next moment, Song Chi's watch ticked. It was actually a message from Li Feng. Evacuate immediately. He Jishan is coming to Lu City. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 124, First Meeting with True Martial Arts. Seeing the message, Song Chi stood up directly. It came so fast. This He Jishan, under the pursuit of a group of transcendents, still managed to run 200 kilometers, from the capital of the Su province to Luqing. His means are indeed terrifying. No wonder even true martial emperor had to plant his head. Li Feng didn't say the specifics in the text message, but Song Chi knew very well that He Jishan was running towards Daodu. Immediately called Humors and forwarded a message from Li Feng. Our family is evacuating now. Evacuate? Daodu was startled that there were actually bad guys. My brother didn't lie to himself this time. Upon hearing that there was danger, Yishan and Song Qing sure didn't dare to be slow, not even taking the room key, opening the door and rushing out, shielding their sons and daughters in front of them, meeting up with the agents. While Fishflake and Master Orange stayed at home, Yuki took on the responsibility of a spirit pet, following her master around and surveying the surroundings warily. Humors had already had experience and immediately activated the emergency regulations of the Gifted Child Protection Act. Song Chi had just arrived downstairs when, with a swish, a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses appeared in midair. The police force on duty was out in full force, patrolling every street in the main city without stopping. Countless people were startled and looked up, puzzled, into the dark night sky. Li Feng wasn't sure of He Jishan's purpose for coming to Lu City, but he regarded protecting Song Chi as his first mission. No, I'm with the family, Song Chi insisted. To prevent being discovered by He Jishan, he landed from the air and hid behind a flower bed. The bigwigs were already in place, and Song Chi was slightly relieved to see this. The target is the only super-evolved body in China and even in the world. As the family walked out the door of the flat, this time it was a crooked one, running ahead of He Jishan. You go with me alone, Li Feng said. So he just gave up tracking and flew here to the neighborhood as fast as he could. It was Li Feng. A long, mournful honk suddenly echoed over the entire city. Li Feng didn't refuse and urged speed. This time, the entry of the Protection Act being activated wouldn't be for regular S-classes. On the radio, on television, in the major communication media, the officials were the first to broadcast the emergency. All over the city of Rouge, a level 1 alarm was sounded. The whole city is under martial law. All local official transcendents must stop what they are doing and take over the highest sequence of protection duties. Transcendents from other cities and regions in Ontario have also begun to gather in the direction of Luton. Seconds later, Humors drove up to the front of the neighborhood. Here, besides Li Feng, there were also several transcendents from the security team that acted as bodyguards 24 hours a day. If he left, all these transcendent bodyguards would follow, and then Daodu would suffer. Song Chi was just about to get in the car. There was a sudden blackness before his eyes. The moonlight, the lights, all the light was gone, out of sight, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. This was naturally the soap-carving flag's divine ability, which He Jishan had demonstrated before at the entrance of the He family villa. Once the black curtain fell, it became much easier to sneak up and run away. The deep darkness seemed to hold great danger. At the critical moment, Song Chi calmed down instead, turning on the gene unlocking state and stopping in front of Daodu. It was the first time Daodu had encountered this scene, and while the person had frozen, his hands were unconsciously poised for battle. Silently, a silhouette flew out of a dark corner. He Jishan rushed towards the family of four, holding the soap eagle flag. An excited and maniacal smile appeared on his thin face. The shadowy gaze swept back and forth over Song-chi and Daodu. It's not good to determine which one it is. So let's get it all together dash. No. Suddenly, the smile on He Jishan's face froze. Whoosh. One transcendent, after another, emerged from the corners around him, with unfriendly faces, and surrounded him. 1, 2, 3, 4. The whole 5 transcendents. Bringing Li Feng with them was 6 strong men, each with a powerful aura and murderous intent in their eyes. It's a trap, He Jishan exclaimed in annoyance. How can this be? Song-chi just smiled slightly. You don't know anything about S-class security. In the night wind, the cold light was awe-inspiring. Li Feng's knife had already fallen, and miserable screams followed. Song-chi narrowed his eyes slightly at the stabbing of the blade light and pulled Daodu back half a step. The next moment, a flash of light caught his eye. The soul seems to be out of the body, but it was sucked into the soap-carving flag waving in the wind. Where is this? Bean's shaky voice rang out. Song-chi regained his senses and looked around, realizing that he and his oldest sister were in the middle of a large, ancient hall. The candlelight was ghostly, the temple was cold and quiet, and the carved wooden doors and windows shook gently in the wind. In the center of the hall, a huge idol was placed, 10 meters tall, with long hair, a heavy armor, feet on a turtle snake, and pressing his sword. The idol was surprisingly alive, slowly lowering its head and looking at the siblings. True martial emperor. Song-chi recognized it, and with a solemn face, he stepped in front of his sister. The idol's expression changed, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, and he was actually smiling, as if it felt interesting to see how the little imp in front of him dared to confront himself. You, again, are the reincarnated body of which Heavenly Father? Rumble's voice echoed up in the great hall. This voice was mellow and calm, and hearing it put people at ease. Very different from He Jishan's maniacal ravings. Song-chi settled down and shook his head. I am who I am, not some reincarnation of the Heavenly Father. Jinwoo let out a light eep. Hearing that the other party wasn't lying, he was a bit puzzled, but didn't get to the bottom of it. That's just it. I don't have time to study where you came from. Song-chi wasn't afraid and took the initiative to ask. True martial emperor, may I ask what exactly happened? The heavenly demons have invaded Kunlun. Jinwoo was succinct. Nowadays, all the immortal gods are not always trustworthy. Song-chi's pupils shrunk slightly, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Kunlun Heavenly Market. There are already gods possessed by demons? Jinwoo nodded and turned his gaze back to Daodu, a look of expectation in his eyes. After I fall silent, if you are interested in holding the demon-breaking heroic sword in your hand, you will be the next demon-swinging Heavenly Father. Kunlun, Devil's Head, Jinwoo, Broken Sword? Daodu was not able to understand a single word, but felt some familiarity. His eyes were bewildered, tugging at his brother's sleeve, and stood frozen on top of the main hall. May I ask if my sister, this split soul, doesn't need to return to her original body? Song-chi heard what Jinwoo was saying and hurriedly confirmed. You actually know about the split soul? Jinwoo was a little surprised again, then shook his head. My main soul is ruined, and I'm almost one with the demonic thoughts. Next, the earth and Kunlun will be left to you latecomers. The tall idol smiled faintly and extended his index finger, punching Song-chi and Daodu with a point in the direction of each of their eyebrows. Wow! The view of the great hall was blurred for a moment, as if a curtain of water had gently shattered. The night wind gusted and a mournful siren hovered in the air. Song-chi went back to the entrance of the neighborhood. Before his eyes, He Jishan's body had fallen. Li Feng launched his sword, not caring if the other party was the reincarnation of a true martial artist or not, and directly struck a deadly blow. Song-chi gazed at He Jishan's twisted face. Beyond that look of panic and resignation, there seemed to be a point of relief. He was also a little confused at the sight. True martial emperor. Just like that? End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 125, Missing Soap Eagle Flag. Emotionally stabilized Daodu. He Jishan looked like he was completely dead, and running over to find trouble with Song-chi was tantamount to touching the reverse scales of a large group of Chinese transcendents. Without having the chance to use any means, he was killed by a slash. But the true martial emperor. Song-chi was a bit puzzled. It could be seen from the conversations in the Great Hall that Jinwoo still retained a certain amount of sanity and had not been completely tainted. Such a top transcendent should have other backstops. Where's the soap eagle flag? Song-chi quickly discovered the end. He Jishan's 2 hands were empty, and the magical battle flag had disappeared without a trace. Li Feng also noticed this, frowning as he scanned the circle and didn't find the flag. There were dead people outside, and Song Qingshi didn't want his daughter to have nightmares watching them and run out sleepwalking at night. What the hell? Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes were covered by Song Qingshi. Li Feng waved his big hand and an invisible spiritual force swept away. Seeing this, Yishan also wanted to cover her son's eyes. It turned out that Song-chi ran faster than they did, and went upstairs in a puff of smoke. We can't let Kunlun's people find out about Lao's sister, so let Li Feng deal with it outside. Blah, blah, blah. Daodu hadn't regained his senses yet, and froze as he looked back, his tiny head seeming to be filled with big question marks. Seeing this, Song-chi silently gave her a nod. Have the Kunlun people come? He hurriedly pulled Daodu on and headed upstairs to the house. Song-chi's family of 4 was directly pushed back into the residential building by this force. As long as there was meat to eat, my oldest sister was extraordinarily stable. After all, nothing was as important as food. Seeing that there was still uneaten braised pork in the kitchen, she simply brought it all over. Go home. It's already fine. Li Feng's voice then came. Don't even look around. At that moment, several silhouettes appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching in the moonlight. Daoda had a lot of doubts, wanting to open up but not daring to ask, and could only hold it in her heart. Uncomfortable. With chopsticks, one bite followed by another, chewing viciously. Song-chi nodded and glanced away from the figures outside. Home. In contrast, Yishan and Song Changshi were still a bit nervous. The first time they saw a large living person die in front of the neighborhood, the couple looked serious and whispered speculations. Could it be the same as last time? It's coming for the baby. When Song-chi heard this, he didn't explain anything. That's right. It's directed at me. The Jijin unlocking state quietly turned on, and he pricked up his ears, eavesdropping on the movements outside. Nowadays, his auditory genes, which mimicked cats, dogs, elephants, owls, and many other animals and exotics, could easily detect the sound of conversations over long distances. That's still the level of unopened ears. High in the air, a few pale voices rang out, their accents clearly different from the Chinese side, while their tones seemed very surprised. Jinwoo died just like that. Impossible. Where's his soap-carved flag? Li Feng, why were you able to predict He Zhishan's position in advance? A few old men pressed for half a day, but Li Feng just routinely informed. He Zhishan is mentally tainted and has broken into the center of Lushan City with ill intent, about to cause major casualties. We struck in time and have killed him. The body, along with its belongings, will all be returned to Mr. and Mrs. Ho. That's the end of this? Several old men were very dissatisfied. What exactly is He Zhishan doing here? Where did his soap eagle flag go? Li Feng calmly said, a mere transcendent artifact. I'm not so obscene that I'll definitely hand it back to you if I find it. As for He Zhishan, he is a citizen of China, with a household registration in Nandu City, Su Province, and how he is to be disposed of is naturally at our sole discretion. The results of the disposition have now been made known to you, so please return. The few immortals from Kunlun, who also seemed to be very jealous of Li Feng, didn't dare to mess around, but just brought out one resounding name to try to intimidate the other party. Emperor Ziwei, Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole, Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. However, Li Feng was not afraid in the slightest and was always the same set of official replies. Several immortals were helpless and complained a few times before finally escorting He Zhishan's corpse away. Soon the sirens in the air stopped. All citizens have received the news, the alert is over. An outlaw intent on breaking into the city to cause trouble has been killed, and everyone can go out as normal. The police force on the streets withdrew. Citizens took to the streets and couldn't help but marvel at the silhouettes flying around in the sky. In just a moment's time, Lu City had gathered dozens of transcendents. All of them had rushed over from all directions. The public only felt that the scene was déjà vu. Seems like something similar happened a year ago. Home. Song Chingshi searched the local news and ran to the balcony to watch, making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary. Yishan strained to carry Song-chi onto her lap and rubbed the child's head, her heart palpitating. Baby, make sure you grow up safe and sound. Song-chi revealed an innocent smile and secretly said in his heart, Mom, I'm afraid your son won't be able to wait until he grows up to be invincible. Suddenly the watch tripped and looked down. It was a message from Li Feng. The people from Kunlun have already left. Make sure you keep a low profile these days and don't startle them. It seemed that Li Feng also thought that Wei Jishan was coming at him. Song-chi secretly nodded his head and let go of his heart. The identity of Daoda's true martial split soul was now known to no one else but himself. Looking again at his oldest sister, who was still gorging herself on meat, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Behind every carefree sister, there's a brother who stands up to the world. Sis, you're getting fatter and fatter. Daoda actually didn't react to hearing that, immune to the soul-crushing blows from his brother. Continuing with his plate, he smothered his dry rice and slurred, It's good to be fat. I'm moving up to heavyweight. At night, Song Chingshi double-checked all the doors and windows a few times, and then asked Shishi to patrol the house at night. Feeling still a little uneasy, I went back to see my son and daughter. Daoda went back to his room and laid down on his bed. immediately yawning. Before He Jishan's death, she stood back and didn't see it clearly, but she didn't have any psychological shadow. It's just that the scene of He Jishan rushing over in the mysterious statue of the true martial god scared her enough. Good to have a plate of red meat down. The feeling of dread had been replaced by a feeling of fullness. The little girl was now just wondering what was happening to her. But I don't dare to ask random questions for fear of being caught and sliced up for research. Never mind. I'll ask my brother tomorrow when no one is around. Sleep. Sleep is most important. Bean tucked in the covers and yawned again. The previous exertion of practicing the true martial seal was too great, and she was still a bit tired mentally, pulling the covers back and sinking into sleep. In the other room, Song-chi smiled slightly, looking at the fish and chips that were huffing and puffing on the edge of his pillow, and closed his eyes as well. Consciousness embraces the quiet darkness and soon falls asleep. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Candlelight is ghostly, the cold wind is solemn, and the carved wooden window shakes gently. He was back in that great hall. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 126, The Great Hall of Dreams. Daodu opened up. In the cold wind, Song-chi stepped towards the depths of the great hall, surveying the surroundings warily. The 10-meter-high idol was gone, which made him a little nervous. Is Makoto still alive? Was it Jinwoo who pulled his consciousness into this great hall, or was it that devil? Da, da, da. Crisp footsteps suddenly sounded, and deep in the hall, a cloth curtain was pulled open. A dummy appears. Looking at its external appearance and shape, it was almost indistinguishable from a normal human. However, its eyes were lightless and the color of its skin was rather strange, not like flesh and blood, but more like copper and iron. The dummy didn't seem to be able to speak, so it walked straight ahead. Song-chi retreated 2 steps back, vaguely guessing, and raised his arms, ready to fight. In order to stand firm, his feet stomped hard on the floor tiles, shaking the ground. He had only learned it in the last few days, but hadn't really practiced it once because the technique was so complex. The dummy's hand seal trembled slightly, temporarily stopping its going. Song-chi, on the other hand, felt like he had been hit by a truck and retreated dozens of steps. Avalanche mountain strength. A fist crashed into the mountain, trying to shatter the Jin character seal that was as heavy as a mountain. Swish, true martial seal. However, he saw the dummy put his hands together and make an odd hand seal. The tiles were much sturdier than the ring in the genius base. Not a single crack. In an instant, it was as if this dead thing had come to life. Its eyes widened angrily and its gaze was like electricity. And under the sealing method, a powerful wind surrounded its entire body, and a shocking pressure filled the air. Song-chi's right fist blasted out like a white rainbow, and the violent wind of his fist blew so violently that the doors and windows of the great hall trembled in unison. Song-chi is about to kick it off. The dummy's speed suddenly accelerated and raised his hand to attack. This was the martial skill in that pamphlet, and Song-chi immediately recognized it as the first style of the true martial seal, Jinzi seal. This place was suspected to be a spirit world, but Song-chi realized that his panel was still there, and that Jin unlocking state could be opened normally. The aura quickly climbed to the peak. Hand seals everywhere, black shadows falling, and like a 9-story tower hanging in the air, ready to suppress the enemy to death. As soon as unlocked state was turned on, under the superfast nerve reaction speed, the dummy in front of him moved as slow as a turtle, and was unthreatening. Now it's a direct confrontation. Bang! The fists and seals met with an earth-shattering bang. Good timing. The handprints slowly moved forward, as if a great mountain was tumbling down, and 10,000 feet of mountain rocks were about to collapse in front of them, to completely bury the person. Only when he had retreated all the way to the threshold did Song-chi stop his stance. Rubbing his wrist, he gazed at the dummy again, already excited. The power is about the same as mine, but this dummy has managed to gain the upper hand by utilizing the power of martial arts. True martial emperor, worthy of being a giant of the martial Tao. Song-chi had already guessed what Jinwoo was trying to do by pulling himself in here, teaching martial arts. With just a brief pamphlet, it was still a bit of a struggle to learn a complex martial art like the true martial seal. But today, there is a dummy to demonstrate and teach by hand. It is natural that such a valuable opportunity should not be missed. The super brain form is turned on, and the brain runs at a rapid pace, taking in every detail of the opposite dummy's movements. At the same time, Song-chi slowly raised his hands and mimicked, forming the same seal. Mimicry status. In the center of the hall, both sides took steps at the same time, rapidly closing the distance until they collided in one place. The town seal against the town seal. Bang bang bang. A furious roar sounded, again and again, like a heavy drum beating, as if it would never stop. I don't know how much time has passed. Song-chi lands a seal of approval, knocking the dummy back. Take a look at the Budokai panel again. True martial seal, Jinzi seal, has become a skill and is starting to accumulate experience points. It worked out great. In this great hall, fighting would not consume physical strength after all. Song-chi imitated the Jinzi seal and went all out with his moves, sparring with the dummy for hundreds of hits. It was exhausting, much more so than sparring with Hess before, and yet the form was always at its peak, striking at will, without having to take a break, and always maintaining the state of imitation. Progress naturally soars. After initially grasping the town seal, the dummy did not continue, but simply backed away silently and ducked back into the curtain. Song-chi followed, wanting to see what was hidden inside, only to find, again, a dark shadow scurrying out from behind the curtain, as fast as lightning. What is it? A Jinzi seal was struck, intending to repel the opponent. As a result, the hands actually penetrated right through the black shadow and nothing was felt. The other side is not an entity at all. The next moment, the black shadow had pounced. Song-chi's eyes went black, and countless sharp and maniacal laughter suddenly rang in his ears, as if a group of lunatics were attaching themselves to his ears and screaming and laughing. This situation was déjà vu, and he had had a similar experience before when he cast spiritual correlation state on the demon-breaking Xiong sword. The devil's mental pollution. Song-chi hurriedly checked the current status. Mental pollution, 1%, analog. The word simulation made him let go of his heart and even moved him a little. True martial emperor. That's so sweet. This was a simulation of the way the devil eroded his sanity, wanting to let him adapt in advance and learn the method of confrontation earlier. Unfortunately, I have purification. Song-chi turned on purification, and in an instant, the crazy laughter in his ears disappeared. Spiritual pollution level goes straight to zero. Inside the great hall, there was a momentary silence. The black shadow retreated from Song-chi and stayed where it was, as if confused, not understanding what was happening. The next moment, it chose to continue its mission and pounced. Song-chi didn't stop it and silently turned on purification again. 1% mental pollution. 0% mental pollution. The dark figure retreated again, hanging in the air, its body shaking, finally giving up. He turned on a dime and flew back behind the curtain in exasperation. Song-chi just tried to chase. Suddenly, he felt his body sink, and an inexplicable pressure hit him, making him a little breathless. It was as if there were 10,000 feet of mountains pressing down on them. Who's attacking me? He was a little puzzled. With that, the consciousness began to rise, quickly detaching itself from the great hall and returning to reality. You kids, how come you've started stomping on the quilt just like Bean? A familiar voice rang in his ears. Song-chi slowly opened his eyes and saw Yishan holding a thick quilt over himself. It's cold. You have to sleep with extra coverings or you'll catch a cold. It's already 6 o'clock. Song-chi looked at the table, also no longer sleepy, and hurriedly broke free from his mom's suppression. The quilts in the house. They're a lot heavier than they should be. Sleepily, he sits on the bed and checks the panel. The Jinzi seal had become a skill, indicating that it wasn't a dream just now. True martial emperor is using his last resort to train me in the hope that I will be able to fight against the demons in the future. Song-chi thought this and was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't it be cultivating beans? Meanwhile, inside a certain cold and windy hall, the silhouettes were spread out and the winds of the fists were whistling. Bang, bang, bang. Dowdo fought the dummy across from him, grinning wildly as he did so. It's on. I'm on. Finally, I get to beat up my brother. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 127, Song-chi's answer. Who's in this family? In the morning, the sun rises and soft light pours into the windows. The kitten, Fish Flake, flopped down on his side of the pillow and opened his sleepy eyes, turning his head and realizing that the bed was empty. A little confused for a moment. Where's the master? Probably thinking it was still dreaming, it lowered its head again and continued to huff and puff. The only way to grow up faster is to sleep more. As for the owner of the fish fillet, Song-chi, who was also not yet grown up, he had woken up long ago at this time and was in the living room, looking into the mirror, demonstrating the Jin character seal of the true martial seal. In that dream hall, you can simulate practicing martial arts against each other, and the effects can be brought back to the real world. Practicing martial arts in a dream does not consume physical strength or chi, but only some mental energy. It doesn't affect the next day as long as you don't overtrain and get enough sleep. This discovery made Song-chi, who enjoys the liver experience, extraordinarily happy. Song-chi sat outside in the living room, happily drinking milk and watching Yishan catch Dowdo like she was catching a pig on New Year's Eve. But with the dream hall, those martial arts experiences in her mind could be quickly transformed into actual combat power. Her older sister was far less mentally powerful than herself, and it was easy to overtrain in her dreams, leading to mental exhaustion. With hanging Dowdo, the bottom line, only thinking of keeping the secret, and when the martial arts accomplished, and then go out to beat up his brother, as if a vampire who couldn't see the sun. He closed his eyes and dove under the covers. By this time Yishan had already made breakfast, opened a bottle of fresh milk for Song-chi, and went to knock on her daughter's door again. Bean, get up, and a little curious at the same time. Is this a divine ability left behind by Jinwoo, or is it a function of the soap carving flag? Originally, she had planned to find Song-chi to ask about her situation. Right now, she just wants to sneak in her efforts and wow everyone. Daodu is now in the realm of the quasi-elite, and with this physique, it's reasonable to say that the quality of her sleep can't possibly be poor. And she wasn't frightened last night, and she's emotionally stable. Immediately noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes on her face. If it's a soap-carved flag, where is that flag now? But, old sis doesn't usually stay in bed much. What's wrong today? Didn't sleep well last night? What are you looking at? Daodu noticed his brother's gaze and was very wary. The effect of dreaming for one night is even better than practicing martial arts for a month. Daodu instantly let out a howl of pain. When there was no response to the knock on the door, she went straight into the house, curtains drawn and covers lifted. Song-chi thoughtfully stared at his older sister who reluctantly got out of bed. As soon as Song-chi saw her like this, he immediately understood what had happened. His mouth grinned in concern with an innocent smile. You didn't sleep well, sis, did you? There are dark circles under your eyes. Well, that guy attacked us last night and scared me so much I couldn't sleep. With her eyes wide open, Daodu frankly sat down at the table and took a big bite of the meat bun that Song Qingshi had bought. Attracted by the smell of the meat buns, the fish flakes finally woke up and leapt off the bed, running to Daodu's feet and meowing. Daodu, who was much better with the fillet than he had been with his brother, burst into a frown and reached out to frantically rua the fillet's little head before tossing in a meat bun. The fillet took 2 hard nibbles, choked and rolled his eyes, and looked around for another drink of water. My cat looks like you. Song-chi couldn't help but sigh. Like me? Bean's eyes lit up. Then you can give it to me. No way. Song-chi seriously refused. It's still young, and there's still hope that it'll get smarter. After breakfast, Song-chi returned to his room and was about to meditate when he suddenly received a call from Li Feng. The death of He Jishan was taken very seriously by the transcendence of Kunlun, so I guess they intend to get to the bottom of the matter and dig out the truth. Li Feng opened his mouth and brought bad news. Song-chi frowned, feeling a bit troubled, but not too surprised. For a powerhouse of true martial emperor's caliber, whose reincarnated body suddenly died and lost a transcendent artifact, Kunlun's side would naturally investigate to the end. Those gods who had been contaminated by the demons must have wanted to know what had happened to Jinwoo as well. After telling the general situation, Li Feng asked again, since you're not the reincarnation of a true martial artist, what is He Jishan looking for you for? The big man is now confused. Little Red and Little Black had judged that Song-chi was not a true martial artist, and he was present at that time. And he also knew that He Jishan did not have any semblance of a relationship with Song-chi, and even when he entered the genius selection base, it was not in the same year. Therefore, Li Feng only felt that the whole thing was illogical and a bit bizarre. On the other end of the phone, Song-chi fell silent. Here comes the crucial question. How can I explain this so that I can take the beans off the table and still make sense? He'd begun to think of a response last night. Everyone has secrets. Song-chi, you don't have a psychological burden. Just answer as you please. Just be able to deal with Kunlun's side, instead of being aggressive towards his country's most promising S-class genius. Li Feng appeared to be very understanding. Uncle Li, here's the situation. Song-chi immediately opened his mouth and narrated what happened when he entered the Great Hall and saw the true martial god statue. That night, Jinwoo's spirit was contaminated by the demon, and knowing that it would be difficult to recover, he took the initiative to seek out and inform a shocking secret before he was silenced. The gods and goddesses of Kunlun can no longer be trusted. The future of the human world in Kunlun can only be handed over to a new generation of latecomers. The soap carving flag that disappeared, the mysterious hall in the dream. These circumstances, Song-chi has truthfully told. Just take Bean out of the equation, and the story goes from 2 to 1 protagonist. So much so that the logic instantly flowed. It protected his sister and also reminded Li Feng to be careful of Kunlun. On the other end of the phone, Li Feng was silent for a long time, as if he was frantically brainstorming. A while ago, Song-chi had defeated the reincarnation of Hercules, displaying unbelievable potential, and his reputation had spread in the transcendent circles. Jinwoo had lost his trust in the Kunlun heavenly market, and knowing this, he placed his hopes of defeating the demon on Song-chi. So, rushed to find Song-chi before the spirit completely out of control, leaving behind the inheritance of martial arts. Sounds a little coincidental, but it makes sense. I see. Li Feng quickly made a judgment after digesting this amazing information. The Kunlun Heavenly Market. Lately it's a bit of an anomaly. But just cultivate in peace. I'll deal with them. Thank you Uncle Lee. Song-chi breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly said thank you. This time it was genuine and not half false. It does save a lot of trouble when you have a big brother covering you. This is a secret for now. When you Mr. Joe is free, tell him about the situation as well. After Li Feng instructed, he hurriedly hung up the phone, and it looked like he was going to go against Kunlun's people. Done. Song-chi breathed a long sigh of relief and opened the door to his room. Outside, Dodo put on her little pink school bag and was getting ready to go to school when she suddenly remembered that she hadn't brought her homework and went back to her room to look for it. Yishan had an early morning reading class and was too lazy to care about her daughter, who was already out the door. Song Qingshi looked at her watch and prodded behind her daughter. Can't find it, Bean exclaimed anxiously. The fish flakes, in a rare moment of not being sleepy, tried to play with Yuki, scaring her by jumping up and down and dodging all over the place. The house was a mess. Seeing this, Song-chi couldn't help but feel emotional. In this house, it really is all about me. See. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 128, Don't Deceive Your Sister's Poverty. Kunlun's third grade immortal. Brother, aren't you Superman? Almost class. Dodo cannot find the workbook. In a hurry, can only be shy-faced to the door? All without the arrogance of breakfast. Lowly pleaded with his brother. Don't you have perspective? Can you help me find my homework? A year or so ago, she had hidden her math paper and lied about it being blown away by the wind outside her window in an attempt to muddle through. At that time, Song-chi had just obtained the spiritual correlation state and put it to use by finding the disappearing papers in the old textbooks and dealing a fatal blow to his elder sister. Dodo still remembers it vividly. After all, he took a good beating that time. Today she suddenly couldn't find her homework, and in her desperation, she remembered it again. There must be something my brother can do. Superman? Song-chi looked up at Dodo, a little confused. Didn't you say I was lying to you before? You didn't lie to me. I believe it now. Dodo hurriedly waved her hands and swore. I really believe it. If you don't even bring your workbook this time, the teacher is probably going to freak out. This homework naturally fell through the cracks and has caused displeasure with the teacher. It's hard to see. There. Is kryptonite there? Song-chi nodded, pretending to keep his eyes open and scanning around. What's wrong? Gnashing his teeth, but having nothing to say. Damn. ? Doesn't Superman like to help people? Help me. She had followed Yang Xiuchan around the other day, meeting all kinds of experts, and even went to a genius selection base. Having a great time. Dodo stood by, nervously watching the clock while anticipating his brother's play. Then he added, it was purchased at the mall last year and then returned unsuccessfully and had to be thrown in the closet. Set up by the stinky brother. Dodo, hurry up. Song Qingshi stood in the doorway and urged. Hearing this, Dodo couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. Dodo was startled and hurriedly came up with a concerned look. Suddenly, Song-chi covered his forehead and showed a pained expression as his body swayed and slowly sat down, because she really did have kryptonite in her room. Anger flared in his eyes. Song-chi was very weak and reached out a trembling finger, pointing to his sister's room. Okay, then I'll open my perspective eyes. No more searching, Dodo shouted, put on his backpack, and was about to leave in a huff. At this moment, she was incomparably eager to practice her divine power. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive your sister poor. One day, she would punch her brother and kick Song-chi, establishing the supreme position of the eldest sister in the family. Just you wait. The little girl was ready to put in a hard word. The next moment, the harsh words came to an abrupt end. Only Song-chi ran into the room and rummaged through a crumpled book from under the bed. Dodo instantly turned his anger into joy. My good brother, just wait. I'll buy you some chili fries after school, he said happily, running over and taking the workbook. Song-chi stood on his tiptoes and attached himself to her ear, whispering a reminder. Those bad guys who attacked us are still looking for you, so don't expose your martial arts talent all at once. Bean froze for a moment and nodded, his mind in awe. How much did my brother really know about himself? Looking down, I saw Song-chi grinning and smiling again with a baby-like innocence. After his family had left, Song-chi stayed alone in his room, cultivating while waiting for news from Li Feng's side. Although the true martial inheritance, this big pot on his back, but he also do not want to too early with Kunlun on the opposite side. I hope Li Feng can handle it, as long as he dragged it out for a few more years. When he became a transcendent powerhouse, with a third or even fourth order level, then nothing is a problem anymore. Waiting for the afternoon, Zhou Mingkai, who had been lost for days, finally came to the phone. Well done. The old man's voice seemed jubilant. News of your victory over Hess has reached the front lines, and the Transcendents have been so demoralized that they have suppressed the enemy in Morning Mountain. So exaggerated? Song-chi was very surprised that a ring match between children could actually affect the battle situation at the front line. This is the power of hope. Jo Mingkai sighed. In the face of a strange and hostile civilization, no one has any idea in their mind whether or not they should fight an all-out war and whether or not they can win. But as soon as I realized that my own family had produced a super genius, that confidence was immediately high. Even if the situation is disadvantageous now, as long as it can be delayed until your generation rises, there is hope for victory. Those who are in charge of the war are naturally very active today. Song-chi nodded, and over the call, he could hear rumbling on the other side, like cannons roaring. It is assumed that a localized war has already been fought, just not on a large enough scale to be publicized for the time being. What exactly was the situation of the hostile civilization in the Morning Mountain? He was not sure. Well, listening to Jo Mingkai's tone, the current situation was still good. I heard about Kunlun from Li Feng. Only then did Jo Ming change the topic and talked about business. Kunlun is in my country and has a lot of connections and has a lot of information. They realized that you, and S rank, are also in Lushong and have been tempted to test the waters. Before Song-chi could answer, Jo Mingkai said seriously, "We have issued a statement that any transcendent who touches you privately is considered an enemy of the state. Daring to attack you is considered a war against my country." Song-chi froze for a moment, not expecting his side's attitude to be so strong. Jo Mingkai laughed. "Don't look at Kunlun, they are all immortals. We are not weak. Nowadays it's an equal relationship. This statement of ours still carries weight. Don't worry." Song-chi thanked him profusely, and it was a relief to receive this news. But Jo Mingkai's words turned to a reminder. Now that this mess has been made, many immortals are interested in you. Some want to test you. Some want to recruit you. Transcendentals can't move, and those below Transcendent will surely make a move. It is estimated that in a while, there will be another reincarnation of a god, either a god's son or a god's immortal grandson. So get ready. Again? Song-chi shook his head helplessly. "I'm not afraid of anything that's similar to Hercules' reincarnation. Just don't get to that level of Jinwu." After Jinwu was appointed as the demon-slaying Heavenly Father, he was already in the second rank in the Kunlun Heavenly Court. Jo Mingkai explained. This kind of level, most of the perennial seclusion. In terms of Earth's time, 1,000 years may not show up once, but will not come to find your trouble. But it's hard to say about the third grade. It was the first time Song-chi had heard of the official ranks in the Heavenly Court, so he hurriedly asked after them. "And what are the third grade gods?" Jo Mingkai, third grade immortals. Many of them are known by the name June, the Southern Dipper Star Monarch, the Northern Dipper Star Monarch, and these are all of them, in addition to a few true lords. Erlang True Lord? Song-chi's eyes widened as he immediately thought of this familiar mythological figure. That's right, that one is the third rank. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 129, First in the North. Daodu's Ambition. Chapter 129, No. 1 in the Big Dipper. Daodu's Ambition. Can't it be that Erlangshan has also reincarnated? Song-chi was a little headstrong from what he heard. Of course not. Jo Mingkai laughed. Although Erlangshanjuan is a third grade, his battle power is strong, no less than many second grade immortals. This kind of top transcendent can't just reincarnate and remodel. But among the three products, there are always so many that meet with accidents. Some have problems with their cultivation, and some will choose to live a new life when their lifespan is coming to an end. If you are seriously injured, you can be reincarnated, and you can be reincarnated again when your lifespan is up. The means of this group of gods and goddesses. Listening to Song-chi was a little heartened, and he couldn't help but ask, "Can I be reincarnated and reincarnated too?" "What?" Jo Mingkai didn't react for a moment. "You're only 3 years old and you don't want to live this life?" "Later. I'm talking about later. It's better to be prepared," Song-chi explained. "It is possible when a transcendent spiritual power is strong to a certain extent." Seeing that the students were interested, Jo Mingkai introduced them. But the death of the physical body will cause the soul to be heavily damaged, memories lost, and even the spirit festering. Even a transcendent can hardly be spared. To successfully complete a reincarnation, one needs a specific gong method, coupled with treasures, to protect the soul from trauma. These types of treasures are extremely rare and expendable, and not everyone in Kunlun has them, and there are only a limited number of times a powerful person like Jinwu can be reincarnated. I don't have it here, but I can tell you some clues when you become a transcendent. On the other end of the phone, the artillery fire, the rumbling sound of the earthquake, but Jo Mingkai as if still in the classroom, still patiently on the lesson. This information, which was only circulated in a small circle of top powerhouses, could not be seen in the Transcendent database app. Song-chi listened attentively, wide-eyed, and took the matter to heart. Reincarnation and recultivation may not be useful for yourself, but with this ability, you can deal with some unexpected situations and possibly help your family and friends, which is still quite good. To put it another way, if you run into an enemy in the future and decide to kill them, you have to find a way to eliminate the possibility of their reincarnation as well. Death. It must be a complete death. The lesson ends, and at the end, the teacher and the student go through the old process all over again. Song Chi advised the teacher not to make waves, to be safe, and to stay in the rear base as much as possible. Zhou Mingkai smiled and said it was fine. Absolutely no danger. Between the words, a few more invisible flags were planted on the body. Hanging up the phone, Song Chi couldn't help but sigh. 100 years old and you have to let a 3-year-old worry about it. Life was finally much calmer for the rest of the day. The Kunlun Heavenly Ruins didn't send out any more news, and Li Feng didn't call to remind him. Song Chi guessed that the Kunlun side probably hadn't found a suitable reincarnation of a god, at least not for a while. Weaker than Hess. It made no sense to send them to test themselves, and the gods wouldn't make a fool of themselves. No one bothered him, and he was happy to be left alone. Continue to bury your head in cultivation, silently livering experience and brushing attributes. Meditate in the morning, embrace the orifices and take a medicinal bath in the afternoon, and then meditate a second time in the evening. He was not idle during his sleep time, and dreamed of entering the Great Hall to study the true martial seal, and in the meantime, he brushed up on his experience with the skills of the battering mountain strength, bone-penetrating strength, and other strengths. After training, it's all about buying and eating. Order all kinds of remedies online, empty your shopping cart, and don't worry about money. Ever since the victory over Hess, Song Chi's account in the Explorers Mall took off, with rounds of subsidies arriving one after another, starting at 1,000 points each time, which was equivalent to $10 million. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it at all. Ji Zhishuan sent another truck full of precious herbs, half for Song Chi and half for Daodu. There were also a few plants of nourishing treasure pills that were given to Song Qingshi Yishan's couple. Song enabled a month's time to consume all the herbs that contained the orifices and successfully digested the medicinal power. Look at the panel again. Body mass, 418. Spirit, 359. In the last month or so, his physique has improved rapidly, rising 70 points. This was mainly due to Ji Zhishuan's medicinal herbs, as well as Hess's god body gene. Song Chi said, thanks to Old Iron from Olympia for the gift. The spiritual attribute was even more exaggerated, directly skyrocketing by 109 points. This is due to the fact that one has just begun to perceive the higher dimensional laws, and there is tremendous progress with each meditation. In addition, the daily nightly dreaming, simulating a conscious confrontation with a demon, has significantly stimulated spiritual growth. It took more than a month for this exaggerated growth rate to level off and return to normal, just as Song Chi thanked Hess across the room, far across the continent in southern Europe. The Olympian Pantheon. A white stone column stands high, holding up the arc-shaped dome. Elegant ancient Greek architectural style, contains a majestic and sacred atmosphere. Inside the temple, Hess, diagonally draped in a white robe, didn't say a word as he threw punch after punch after punch at the steel plate, which was fully half a meter thick, and kept on blasting away. Bang, bang, bang. The ultra-thick steel plate that could not even be blasted through by an artillery shell was slightly concave with a fist mark at this moment. The back of Hess's fist was cracked and bleeding, but he remained focused on his training. Last year, I was too proud to go out and fight before I was fully awakened. This time, first promote to transcendent, then let the world know who is the king of the ring. Lord Hess. A small divine servant hurriedly arrived and reported, there's a Chinese kid outside claiming to want to enter the temple. A Chinese child? Hess's gaze froze and he couldn't help but clench his hands into fists. Song Chi? No. The divine servant shook her head. He didn't give his name. Said he was some kind of dipper descending from the heavens, passing through and wanting to come in for a stroll. Come in for a stroll? Hess composed himself. These Chinese, are they treating the temple as a tourist attraction? Tell all the god servants outside to guard the door. No need. A voice suddenly rang out with a faint smile, seemingly far away and uncertain in its location. Who? Hess was startled and looked left and right, but couldn't realize where the person was. The next moment, the voice came from behind him. Greedy wolf. The time has come to February. Song Chi's family was in Lu City, spending another spring festival. Unlike last year, there was a new addition to the family this time around, kitten fillets. The fillets are growing slowly. It's been more than half a year and they are still tiny. Still a picture of a little kitten. Song Chi wasn't sure if it was the sand cats and other beasts like that were born that way, or if it was because the fish flakes hit their heads when they were young and couldn't be breastfed, which affected their development. The good thing was, He didn't need a fish fillet to be in charge of the battle now. The little guy was sleeping and acting cute at home every day, even if he had accomplished his mission. The beans have also changed quite a bit from last year. The memories of Jinwoo's martial arts hadn't affected her psyche or intellect, and the person was still bubbling over with stupidity, only better than she had been a few years ago. But Daodu was much more diligent, busy studying during the day and secretly practicing martial arts in his dreams at night, making rapid progress. Every now and then you go out and play a tournament and make a big kill. With her martial arts talent, she only needed to show a little bit of it, and it would be enough to reign supreme in the ring. Next year. Wait for next year. Holding the trophy mailed over by Coach Yu Gaofeng, the little girl, with a face that was springy and full of ambition, rushed Song Chi. This time next year, you won't be able to beat me. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 130, The Greedy Wolf Will Arrive. Terminal South 0009. Chapter 130, The Greedy Wolf Will Arrive. Final South 0009. Song Chi kept a relatively low profile during this time, and his main activities during the day were online shopping, raising cats, meditating, and taking medicinal baths. Never got a chance to fight. Fights were in my dreams. It was back to being a harmless childlike figure. This makes Bean feel, well, he's good again. If you're all hung up, is there a brother you can't beat? Next year on this day, we'll fight again. Hearing this, Song Chi smiled faintly and praised heartily. Sister is awesome. It's New Year's Eve. Don't get general with fools. Yishan heard Daoda's words, but instead came to be interested and said, soon relatives will come to the house to pay New Year's visits. Daodu, you'll perform a piece for them. Bean was disinterested and refused. In my kung fu, I only kill. I don't perform. Yishan, I was going to make beef fondue tonight. Bean's spirits lifted. I just love performing. Song Chi laughingly watched his old sister make a fool of herself, and at the end of the day, he took out his tablet, opened a list, and scratched a few times. The header of the table is a series of designations. Apocalypse 2121, Apocalypse 2122, Terminal 0089, Peachland 1782. This was a big list of old days in China, and after the code names, there was information about the difficulty, duration, and time flow of each old day. Song Chi's old pass, which had come out before New Year's Eve, was extremely high-powered. The ones on the list, the old days below transcendent difficulty, with this pass, are given priority to jump the queue and go to whichever one they want. However, every old day is a rare resource, and a large group of people wait in agonizing lines. Song Chi would not waste other people's chances at random, and his own time was limited, so he still had to pick and choose carefully to find a few of the most suitable old days. He'd been picking and choosing from the list over New Year's Eve, preferably the kind where time flows fast, where half a year passes in the old days and only a month on Earth. Perfect for slow liver experience. Expect to be almost ready to go once spring break is over. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly called, Kunlun Heavenly Ruins. Another divine immortal reincarnated has appeared. Who is it? The first star ruler of the Northern Dipper. Greedy Wolf. Li Feng reported a name. Song Chi's expression turned serious. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, corresponding to the 7 great star rulers, are all third-ranked deities of the Kunlun Heavenly Court. Among them, Wenxiu Xingjuan and Wuxiu Xingjuan are the most famous in the folklore. However, in terms of ranking, the Greedy Wolf is actually the first, so naturally it should not be underestimated. After Greedy Wolf reincarnated, he has not been in the country, but has traveled around the world anonymously, avoiding our sight. Li Feng said. It wasn't until recently that he suddenly broke into the side hall of the Olympian Temple, declared himself injured Hess, borrowed a few more ancient books, and finally left peacefully. Southern Europeans were so angry that they ran over to confront him, and that's when the identity of Greedy Wolf came to light. After Song Chi heard this, he became even more vigilant. Punching Hess on Hess's home turf and coming back in one piece is a sign of strength. And borrowing someone's antiquarian book, is that sure it's borrowed? But Greedy Wolf had declared himself, which was understandable, with Kunlun backing him up. The real gods of Olympia, even if they were displeased, wouldn't be able to put their heads down and strike out at the juniors. What realm is Greedy Wolf in now? Song Chi asked. Close to transcendent, Li Feng said in a deep voice. It's estimated that it's already at the level of the 7th rank. This kind of deity, with deep roots, usually has more than one ability and is stronger than a quasi-transcendent of the same rank. After a pause, Li Feng asked tentatively, can you handle it? If you can't, I'll go warn Kunlun side and tell Greedy Wolf to just stay abroad. Song Chi was silent for a moment and then asked, how old is he? Li Feng, according to the description of the Southern Europeans, probably in their early teens, early 10 years old, quasi-transcendent 7th stage. Song Chi nodded. This wasn't too much of an exaggeration. He just wasn't sure how good Greedy Wolf was in actual combat. After New Year's, I'd like to go into the old days once, when I get out. Leaving the house on his own would also draw the eyes of the Kunlun crowd away from him, saving his family from any further trouble, said the man, announcing a string of old serial numbers. Terminal 0009. You actually want to go there? Li Feng was a bit surprised and reminded. The old days, as replicated temporal bodies, had limited energy and the strength of the creatures they could hold. There must be no transcendental creatures in the old days below transcendental difficulty. But that also means that our transcendent powers can't get in there to protect you. Terminal 0009. An old day is the most dangerous of the quasi-transcendent difficulties. Although your strength is good, you will still be in danger if you encounter a large group of quasi-transcendents surrounding you. My personal advice, pick something less dangerous. In the old days, even though it was a replicated time and space, when outsiders went in, the damage they received was real, and death was death. It was because of this that Yi Shan had been so worried back then when Song Qingshi was going to the old days. It's fine, Song Qi said. Mentor and Dean Ji both gave me life-preserving treasures. Li Feng froze for a moment, and then remembered that the one on the other end of the phone was not just any ordinary kid, although he was from an ordinary family. In terms of background, today's Song Qi was not much worse than Hess, the reincarnation of these immortals. As you wish, as long as Teacher Zhou agrees. Li Feng didn't persuade any further and just asked, why did it have to be this old day? Song Qi took a look at the list information and laughed. The number of repetitions of Terminal 0009 is running out. There are only 3 left. If you don't go, there won't be any more in the future. In addition, there are 2 important reasons. It's genetically rich and time still flows 3 times faster than on Earth. Rumble, storms, thunder, dusk, the rain washed over the gray world, droplets falling, shattering, splashing on top of the tilted, broken walls, the rush of water meeting between the gullies and eventually flowing down into the low-lying foothills. It was a charred, blackened mountaintop ruin with broken walls and a desolate landscape. Deep in the ruins, a small Taoist priest with a square scarf on his head suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Rumble! A sudden clap of thunder startled him. The next moment, a child with no hair and a bare head also appeared out of nowhere. This bald kid looked around and was also very alert, using the broken wall as a cover to watch the outside world, and didn't walk out right away. Here, I heard it's dangerous. That's right, several of my Dao sect senior brothers, quasi-transcendent 4 or 5 orders of strength, were still seriously injured in this hellhole last year. The young Taoist quietly stuck his head out of the broken wall and looked away. At the bottom of the hill was a small town, standing still in the rainstorm, shrouded in darkness, with not a single light in sight. Why don't we just go back? It's not too late to go back and give the opportunity to the other experts. The little Taoist turned around and asked. No need. As he spoke, a 4 or 5-year-old looking child appeared out of thin air again with a relaxed demeanor, striding up to the little Taoist priest with a wide grin. Just follow me. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 131 Monster in the Dark Jungle. Jean reading in progress. Carrying a travel bag larger than his own person, Song Qi walked quickly outside the ruins, standing on the edge of the hilltop, in the pouring rain, observing the scene below. The moment the electricity flickered, like eerie daylight, the panorama below came into view. Outside the town, covered with tall black and red trees, sparse foliage, jagged branches, slightly trembling in the storm, like a group of teeth and claws of the monster, blocking the footsteps of pedestrians. There was only a 3 to 4 meter wide dirt and stone path that started at the town gate and went straight through the dense forest to reach the foot of the mountain. The little Taoist priest Zhang Xingyu also came up, and through the electric light, he glimpsed a dark shadow, if any, deep in the woods, and his face turned white. Song Qi recalled the contents of the Terminal 0009 introduction manual. The scope of this old space is not very large, that is, 10 kilometers in and around the town. But for such a small place, there are tons of dangerous creatures hiding in the shadows and eyeing them. Each old day has a danger rating from 0 to 100, with very few over 90. This Terminal 0009 in front of me, with a rating of 92 points, belongs to the extremely dangerous, and generally only those who are above the 7th order of quasi-transcendent mortals have the certainty of exploring the whole town. What next? Halcyon asked in a whisper as he walked up to the two. Zhang Qingyu had read the strategy beforehand and was well prepared and eloquent. Pushing flat out won't do it, this old day is difficult, and it's always been a strong attack with multiple groups, and there have even been groups of 100. With just 3 people? I'd suggest waiting until daylight, sneaking into town, finding a house to set up in, and then taking your time exploring the neighborhood. Wait, where are you going? Song-chi was already on the path down the mountain and turned his head at the words. It's raining so hard. And there's no shelter in these ruins, so we can't just stand in the rain, right? Definitely set off. Zhang Qingyu said. The guide says that the top of the mountain is relatively safe. The forest outside the town at night is no less dangerous than inside the town. And the reanimated beasts will frantically attack nearby living things if they are woken up. Song-chi's eyes lit up when he heard it. Good, said the man who quickened his pace. Zhang Qingyu, ? He was about to persuade him further, but he saw that halogen egg had also set off. So the little Taoist could only shake his head and take a step to follow. At the same time, he asked Halcyon, how come you're not afraid at all of such a dangerous place? Halcyon rubbed his rain-soaked head and blushed a little, but his eyes twinkled with excitement. The fear between life and death is also a strong mental stimulus. After hearing this, Zhang Qingyu immediately regretted coming in somewhat. Two little maniacs. As Song-chi descended the mountain, he took out an earphone from his backpack and plugged it into his left ear. It was the pocket translator. But it was no longer of much use. It had taken him 5 hours before entering the old place to learn almost all of the everyday language used here. With 359 points of mental attributes, combined with the super brain form and imitation state, learning languages was as easy as drinking water. Learning the language gives you an understanding of the culture behind it. This old day also belongs to human society, similar to the medieval times in Europe, without guns and gunpowder, but with secret techniques and fighting skills. Its complete world, which had a rather brilliant civilization system, was destroyed overnight. The destructive energy rushed into the heavenly ruins, replicating a large number of spacetime fragments that attached themselves to the heavenly ruins channel. In addition to Terminal 0009, there are many other old days of the same origin, pieced together from the east to give the people of Earth an understanding of this period of the overthrow of civilization. However, at this moment, Song-chi had little interest in exploring civilization and wanted more to obtain genes and enhance his battle power. Outside, there's a Beidou Xingjuan waiting. Song-chi quickened his pace. The view was dim, with only a few glimpses of bleak moonlight spilling over the edges of the thick black clouds, but with quasi-transcendent eyesight, he could still see his way clear. The hill was just 200 or 300 meters high, and all the way up it was bare brown rocks, some of which were stained with large and small spots of scarlet blood. Under the rain, the blood spots quickly dimmed and turned into a red silk that blended into the rushing water. Within a short time, he had reached the foot of the mountain and was standing at the edge of the dense forest. Swish! Another flash of electricity illuminated a hideous black shadow. It was a monstrous beast, a humanoid body topped with a wolf's head, yet with the dense compound eyes of a dragonfly. Bulging high, the eagle-like wings on his back were folded, feathers mostly shed, and two dark, sharp talons protruded from the ends. The beast's body reeked of a foul odor, mixed with the sickening smell of rotten roots from the forest. At this moment, it was leaning against the trunk of a tree, its crack-covered chest rising and falling slightly, revealing every now and then its white ribs and blood-red entrails, and letting out a bellows-breaking breathing sound, as if it were snoring. This is the reanimated beast outside the town. I heard that it likes to eat people the most. With a cautious face, Zhang Qingyu whispered, this kind of monster possesses the terrifying recovery power of rebirth of severed limbs, and can quickly recover from internal injuries. If you want to kill it, you have to destroy the brain to do it. But its skull is extremely hard. Even sniper rifles can't penetrate it, and the orbital holes are so small that it's hard to find a breakthrough. My advice is to not make too much noise and go around slowly. Bang! Before his words fell, a loud bang came from the front. The wave of sound swept away, shattering the rain curtain and shaking the branches of the dense trees around them. Song-chi leaped high into the air and slammed his fist on the head of the reanimated beast. Then he landed on the ground, reached up and touched his knuckles, marveling, heads are really hard. The resurrection beast was sleeping heavily when it was suddenly awakened by a punch, and a faint light instantly lit up in its densely compounded eyes. Its scalp was smashed by the fist and its flesh and blood lifted off, but it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. An angry and hungry howl rang out. The resurrection beast's bloody mouth opened, revealing its ghastly fangs, and rushed down to bite down on the figure in front of it. Bang! Another punch from Sung Kai. This time, it brought with it the bone-penetrating strength, and the force of the punch penetrated the skull and worked on the opponent's fragile brain. Resurrection Beast's head was tilted by the punch, and his body swayed, as if he had a concussion and was a little unsteady on his feet. The panel pops up with a notification message. Hard bones, genetic reading in progress. Ultra-fast healing, gene reading in progress. It's working. Song-chi was overjoyed. Being able to read genes in the old days was half the point of the trip. He happily moved forward and physically wrestled with the reanimated beast. This kind of monster had extremely high physical strength, but its disadvantages were also relatively obvious. Its movements were relatively slow, and it was very suitable for being a sandbag. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, deep in the dense forest, a party of small-town hunters were creeping through, one looking anxious and discussing in low voices. The town is about to get out of control. Why is support not yet? Suddenly hearing a familiar hissing sound, they were a little puzzled and quietly approached over. In the light of the flashing electric light, a startling sight was seen. A child who was a little over a meter tall was actually taking the initiative to pounce in the face of a 2-meter-tall reanimated beast. Between jumps, his fists seemed to slam down like heavy hammers, beating the reanimated beasts to the point of screaming. It's... The hunters looked at each other. In the next moment, they all pulled out a bottle of potion from their bodies, opened the caps, and dripped them inside their eyes. Quickly medicate, we're under an illusion. I'm a little late getting it done today, so I'll start adding more tomorrow. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 132, The Native and the Foreigner. Wind and rain, lightning and thunder. The hissing of the resurrection beasts, intertwined and mixed with the rumbling thunder, echoed through the dark forest. A child who couldn't have been more than 5 years old by any stretch of the imagination. White and clean, with an aura that didn't fit at all with this dangerous forest. At the moment it was swinging wildly, shattering the night and the sudden rain. A ferocious aura filled the air along the bleak night wind. This child, in the eyes of the hunters, was more dangerous than the reanimated beast across the street. Fake. This is definitely fake. The hunters hurriedly dropped light blue drops into their eyes and rolled them a few times. When he opened his eyes again, his face became even more ugly. Why hasn't this child disappeared when it's clear that the clearing solution has been used? Could it be that it's another evil creature created by those crazy people? One of the hunters muttered in a low voice. The young Taoist couldn't help but marvel. A dangerous creature with such sharp attacks could only take a beating like a sandbag in front of Song Chi. Too weak to fight. Song Chi was a bit dissatisfied and shook his head. There needs to be a few more. This is the right place. The healing ability of the resurrection beast was no longer strong, but it could not carry it at this moment, and its huge body leaned back and fell heavily on the rotting leaves all over the ground, splashing a circle of black-brown mud spots. He saw with his own eyes that this reanimated beast swung down with a single claw, nearly splitting the trunk of a tree that was as thick as a hug. Halcyon was so scared that he backed away. Hard cranium, 10% gene reading. Next to it, Halcyon got into the act, meeting the other reanimated beast that had awakened. Zhang Xingyu stood at the back and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes when he heard this. Deep within his pupils, a bit of golden light suddenly overflowed. Faced with the evil ghostly reanimated beast, he breathed heavily in fear, his chest heaving, while at the same time yet the corners of his mouth hooked up in a joyful smile. It's only been 2 months since we last met at the base. How did you get so much stronger? The opposite side of the brain shattered into a pulp, churning into a ball inside the skull. The other party's claw swung down, actually bringing out a sharp wind-breaking sound, almost cutting his brain open. Super fast healing, 12% gene reading. His punch was as if he had struck a hard wine altar, causing the wine inside to shake. Dangerous, but exciting. Its limbs and wings were still twitching slightly, its chest opening and closing like a muscle. Ha ha ha. Bang! Song Chi slowly closed his fist, feeling the slight tremor coming from the back of his fist. Seeing that Halogen Egg could still handle it, Song Chi didn't step in to help. Self-conscious, he crouched down and observed the half-dead body of the reanimated beast. The difference was soon discovered. In the mud-filled ground, several bright red blood trails loomed, like vipers swimming out and swimming upstream along the rainwater, entering the reanimated beast. The convulsions of the resurrection beast's body began to weaken, and its originally extremely weakened breathing gradually became steady and strong. Zhang Xingyu also squatted down and said at the sight, when this monster dies, the body can slowly revive if it comes into contact with a mineral called red crystal. Where the resurrection beasts reside, there's a high probability that there are red crystals under the ground. That's the resource we're going to focus on collecting. Having discovered minerals that could revive dead corpses, Song Chi was quite interested in this and pulled out a small engineer's shovel from his backpack. A kick kicked the reanimated beast's corpse into a tree, then swept away the rotting leaves that littered the ground. Swing a shovel and start digging. But there were many hard objects buried in the mud, skulls and stones. No, this is too slow. Not knowing the exact location of the ore, Song Chi dug a dozen times, afraid of damaging the ore, and not too hard, feeling that it was not very efficient. It's better to let the locals do the digging. The hunters hiding behind the trees witnessed Song Chi's brutal performance of punching down the reanimated beast, and then heard Halogen Egg's eerie laughter of he. One was already shuddering and whispering speculations. Who the hell are these kids? Suddenly someone remembered something and panicked. So evil and so young, could it be the legendary secret evil spirits? At the sound of the name, the hunters began to shiver in unison, then slowly turned to look at their home, the dark, lightless town. The town is dangerous, but this forest. They were not going to stay a moment longer. The people hunkered down behind the trees, listening to the movements around them while taking quiet steps, preparing to evacuate. They thought they were not exposed. The environment here is very noisy. In addition to the sound of torrential rain, there is also the wind through the dense forest whistling sound, branches and leaves breaking sound, mutant beasts hissing sound. With the cover of the noise, the hunters planned to return to the town the same way they came. But then, suddenly, a misty song was heard again. I don't know what language it is, but the tune is light and lively and overflowing with the joy of the harvest. But in this stormy forest, it's extra spooky. Inside the tiny garden, dig, 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 plant tiny seeds and bloom tiny flowers. Inside the great big garden, dig, dig, dig. The hunters' bodies trembled again, and the bows and spears held in their hands shook. Following the direction from which the song came, they turned their heads warily. A child with a traveling bag was seen, at some point, appearing behind them. Stepping out from under the shadow of a large tree, he exuded a chilling aura of danger. With a grin, the child showed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled politely. "Excuse me, are you guys from around here?" Put. Shovels flipped and lifted the rain-wetted dirt. In the mud pit, next to the rotting roots, lay a blood-red translucent crystal. The hunters carefully picked up the crystals and placed them in their leather bags. Then he bent down again and resumed swinging the shovel. In a tree hole on the side, Zhang Qingyu was sitting to avoid the rain, and witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but rub his eyes in confusion. The rundown says that the residents of these towns are very wary of outsiders, even a little hostile, especially hunters. If you meet in the forest, odds are there will be an encounter. But why are they willing to help you mine? These hunters, each with an athletic figure, were at least elite level, and some of them were full of fierce looks. At the moment, he's behaving like a grandson. The little Taoist couldn't help but doubt the reliability of the raiders. Hostile? No, I don't think so. I feel like they're very enthusiastic. Song Chi smiled slightly. I just asked them if they could help dig up a few ores. They didn't hesitate and nodded their heads in agreement quite painfully. Zhang Qingyu. Soon, the hunters sent up a small bag of blood crystals. Thank you. Song Chi took a look. These blood crystals were like enlarged versions of red diamonds. Their color was intact and they hadn't been bumped. He nodded in satisfaction and added, "Can you take us to town?" The hunters looked at each other with some concern, as if they were afraid of something. Our town. It's getting out of control. If another forbidden creature comes in. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 133, Life Research Society. Evil creatures in disguise. Out of control? Forbidden creatures? Songchi listened with interest and signaled the hunters to tell him more. At this point, the hunters' panic eased a little, and their minds made guesses. The child in front of him, who was more terrifying than a reanimated beast, didn't go on a killing spree at the drop of a hat. Even if it was really an evil spirit, it was still an emotionally stable evil spirit. As long as you don't provoke him, there shouldn't be much danger. The hunter in the lead took a deep breath and stepped forward, respectfully explaining, "Our town, Lightless Town, was the residence of the Life Research Society back then. Those lunatics, led by the Mad Mentor Mask, did forbidden experiments and created countless evil creatures. As for the evil creatures that had been created, they would have been one of the goals of his trip, and like the reanimated beasts, would have provided some valuable genes. Now that the town is in trouble, we can only go to the outskirts of the forest and see if we can call for help. And inside the town, those cursed evil creatures are still alive and well." Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu couldn't help but ask, "If the town is so dangerous, then why don't you guys run away?" The results of the Life Research Society's research, which may have been useful, are not known to still exist. There's no need to ask for help. Song Chi shook his head. "Please take us to the town." Then the Life Research Society fell, defeated by the Dark Secret Order. The leader of the hunters let out a bitter smile. "Our ancestors, the servants brought by the Life Research Society back then, were also cursed by the Dark Secret method, and were unable to leave this area. Recently, I don't know what happened, but the power of the curse started to get out of control, and those creatures are getting more and more dangerous. The secret method of life, the secret method of darkness, the power system of this world is different from the modern transcendental system, but there are also similarities. Please follow me." The lead hunter was very cooperative and even handed Song Chi a rainproof cloth to drape over his head and backpack. Song Chi held his chin and listened with interest. The reanimated beasts in this forest are the failures of the experiment, a bunch of soulless monsters that can only kill. Not far away came the sound of huffing and puffing. In 3 months, everything will be destroyed. Perhaps he won't destroy the town and even help solve its problems. This mysterious child doesn't seem to be in league with the dark secret order. This was the old days. And this town, and its surroundings, had become a separate space, completely disconnected from the original world. The hunters didn't know their fate yet, but seeing that Song-chi insisted on going to the town, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts while they were nervous. But the dark mystics aren't doing a good job either, and instead of destroying the evil creatures, they put a curse on them and still use the town as a testing ground. Halcyon had been physically fighting the reanimated beast for about 10 minutes, and his stamina was a bit weakened, and he was already in danger. While the mental stimulation was very much in place, the situation was also becoming more and more dangerous. Only then did Song-chi strike, and his fists fell like rain, quickly bursting the brain of the reanimated beast. Hard cranium, 18% gene reading. Ultra-fast healing, 20% gene reading. For every 20% of readiness, you can complete one gene simulation. He immediately drank a bottle of nutrient liquid and simulated super fast healing. Pulling out his pocket knife, he cut a slit in his arm with such force that a vein ruptured and blood gurgled out. After 2 seconds, the bleeding stopped, and after 5 seconds, the wound healed. In a few seconds, you can't even see the scar. Song-chi nodded in satisfaction. This ability of the resurrection beast was actually no less than the recovery power of Hess's God body gene. This also shows that the Life Research Institute is somewhat capable. Even if it is a failure of the test, it still has a very high value. The hunter's eyes widened at the sight. The knife wound healed in seconds. Is this a human or a reanimated beast? Legend has it that evil spirits have immortal bodies and are always childlike. Another hunter began to mutter. The voice was extremely small, but Song-chi still heard it and corrected it with a smile. I'm human. Yes, you are human. A group of hunters frantically nodded in agreement. Afraid of angering the other party, we believe you are human. The group soon got onto the dirt road that crossed the forest. Song-chi sized up the blood crystal in his hand as he walked and sensed it with spiritual correlation state. This kind of crystal, which contained a rich lifeblood chi, could indeed allow a dying flesh to recover quickly. But there's also a hint of darkness and rage mixed in, and it's not 100% safe. The hunters introduced themselves. Blood crystals are crude minerals that still need to be processed and purified to become the tonic we need. If it's not purified, it's usually used for energy supply. There's also the topmost blood crystal essence. That's a treasure that even secret technique instructors would covet. But unfortunately it's hard to dig up and get it nowadays. Moving forward along the dirt road, Song-chi cleared away a few reanimated beasts that blocked the way and soon saw his destination. A cluster of stone and brick buildings stood silently ahead in the dim wind and rain. The cold wind blew through the empty streets with ghostly cries. 2 moss-covered sentry towers stood at the entrance to the town, one on the left and one on the right, as if playing the role of gatekeepers. There were no soldiers guarding the outpost, and the walls at the top were covered in specks of blood that looked thicker in the rain and mist. What do those evil creatures really look like? To enter the town, Jiang Qingyu could not help but get nervous again. He grew up in the Taoist sect, reading the Taoist scriptures and learning spells every day, living an uneventful life, and never even saw a horror movie. Suddenly in such an eerie place, the heart hasn't slowed down. There are all kinds, 1,000 different kinds, the head hunter introduced, and a lot of them will disguise themselves as people. As soon as the hunter's words fell, Jiang Qingyu froze in his tracks and began to chatter his teeth. Just ahead, a young hunter, who had been silent, suddenly turned around and smiled at the children. This hunter's head turned a full 180 degrees and lit up square in the back. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his dark eyes stared straight at the trio. He, or rather it, smiled a warm and somewhat meaningful smile, as if welcoming a guest. This Jiang Qingyu's cheeks twitched in fear. His eyes rounded and he was about to pull out his weapon from his bag. Song-chi had walked up and asked with concern, "Is your neck uncomfortable? Shall I twist it for you?" The young hunter's smile froze instantly. Swish! The head turned back 180 degrees like a gyroscope. Song-chi was about to reach out. Rumble! A thunderbolt rang out above the town, shaking the sky and causing the cloudy clouds to surge wildly. After the blinding electricity faded, the young hunter was gone. It seems to have blended back into the ranks. The rest of them were still observing the surroundings to prevent a sneak attack by the reanimated beasts, and didn't notice the scene happening around them. Jiang Qingyu stared, still wanting to say something. Song-chi waved his hand to stop it, and with some excitement in his eyes, he strided forward. The dimly lit and dilapidated town, in the rain, seemed like a dormant monster, with its black maw open, quietly swallowing the party. There are 2 more chapters in the evening. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 134 Rules of Lightless Town. Accident at Night. Lightless Town. On both sides of the dimly lit street, the rows of windows were pitch black, with not a single light in sight. Song-chi walked down the street, keeping his gene unlocked state. With the night vision gene, you can see what's around you. These stone and brick buildings, like the outposts outside, were similarly moss-covered and their surfaces stained with blood. Behind the blackened window, there were vaguely several figures, standing silently by the window, watching the uninvited guests outside. The hunters brought the three children to a small building. It's the only empty building in town. The headhunter stood still in front of the wooden door and rushed the three men solemnly. A few of you may not care, but I still have to go over the rules for the residents of this town. 1. Rooms with windows on the street. No oil lamps at night. 2. When someone comes knocking at the door, you can open the door and talk, but you can't invite them in. 3. When you run into monsters, treat them like people and you won't be in danger, said the hunter with a helpless sigh. The residents of the town have lived peacefully for hundreds of years by these three rules, but now that the power of the curse is gradually getting out of control, these three may not work either. This town, I don't know how much longer it can last. Saying that, he bent down slightly and performed an odd salute, casting a hopeful gaze at Song-chi, and then turned to leave. He also seems to hope that these mysterious evil spirits can help solve the town's problems. The rest of the hunters, unwilling to stay in the street much longer, had long since dispersed. Zhang Xingyu stood by the window, his eyes moving back and forth from one back to another, trying to distinguish the person who had just turned his head, but the light was too dim. His eyesight was not as good as Song-chi's, and everyone's backs looked similar. Excuse me, are a few of you from the city? Only one of the hunters hadn't left, standing under the eaves of the house out of the rain, looking down slightly at the trio, his demeanor nervous and curious. He was a 16 or 17-year-old looking boy, carrying a brand new longbow, with curly brown hair and a face full of pimples. His pupils were constricted into a vertical line like a cat's, as if this facilitated night vision. The city? Which one do you mean? Song-chi asked rhetorically. Gale City, the teenager said, the one closest to the town. None of the three of them, Song-chi, said anything. The teenager explained with some disappointment. My distant cousin, Daryl, sent a letter before last year saying that there was a way to get me out of this hellhole of a town. But then she hasn't been heard from. Somehow, now the mailman doesn't come either. Zhang Xingyu wasn't sure of the other party's intentions and just shook his head. We don't know any daily. The teenager sighed and asked as he pulled a few more pieces of coarse bread out of his traveling bag, along with a jug of fresh water. Do you guys need any? There's no food in this building. Zhang Xingyu waved his hand back vigilantly. No thanks. Instead, Song-chi became interested. You're not afraid of us? The teenager smiled coyly. I haven't heard of any evil spirits, but I don't think that evil spirits would be so polite, much less say thank you. I prefer to believe that you are super geniuses sent by the Tower of Secret Methods to save us. At that moment, there was a soft crash in the distance, as if something had hit the stone tiles. The teenager's face changed, signaling a few people to close the door, and then hurriedly left. What to do? Zhang Qingyu asked Song-chi. Just close the door and go to sleep. Song-chi stretched. After opening the genetic unlocking state, his perception became extremely sharp, and he was able to detect that this town hid a lot of dangerous creatures that were even more difficult to deal with than the reanimated beasts outside. He wasn't in a hurry to fight, and planned to finish simulating the superior genes of the reanimated beasts before exploring this cursed place. The door slammed shut, and the room was instantly plunged into pitch blackness, except for some vague light from the glass windows. Song-chi remembered the three rules the hunter had said. Rooms facing the street can't be lit, presumably because the light would shine through the windows, outside, and attract the attention of evil creatures. If it's a completely enclosed room, you should be able to turn on the lights. This inference was agreed upon by Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg. Song-chi wandered around the small building and realized every room was facing the street and also had glass windows. No wonder no one lives in this building. Just go straight to sleep. He shook his head. The trio pulled sleeping bags out of their backpacks in the dark and placed them directly on the floor. Stripping off his soggy coat and wiping his body briefly with a dry towel, he got into his sleeping bag. The three were young, but they had all been in the wilderness and weren't that spoiled. Smell the rotten wood of the floor, listen to the rainstorm outside, and rest quietly. Even if they couldn't sleep, they were closing their eyes and trying to regain some of their strength. Song-chi had little psychological pressure and slept soundly. I don't know how much time has passed. A wailing scream came distantly from outside. The three immediately opened their eyes. Outside, the sky was cloudy and the rainstorm had stopped, but it was still cloudy. Someone screamed. Not knowing what the situation was, the three of them, Song-chi, put on their clothes and hurried out the door. Following the sound, he turned down a street and came to a bungalow. At this moment, 20 or 30 people were gathered at the door of the bungalow, all with grim faces, watching with their heads down. There was a long trail of blood on the ground, already dried, coming out of the room and stretching down the street before heading out of town. The bloodstains faded and spread over a kilometer away. It looks like someone was injured and dragged from their home by the killer all the way out of town. Emily from 108 is missing. A middle-aged man dressed formally and wearing the town mayor's badge said with a sullen face. The surrounding townspeople bowed their heads in silence. Emily is always careful and never lights or opens the door at night. How did the evil creature get in? Questions were also raised. The mayor turned his head and noticed Song Chi's trio, his eyes narrowing slightly. You three are the kids the hunters ran into last night? Our town is so famous that many secret mages and warriors don't dare to enter. And a few little brats. They actually broke in at night. There were also hunters present from last night who hurriedly stopped in front of the mayor and explained. These kids are not simple. To be able to slay the resurrection beast. Very powerful. They didn't mean any harm either. The mayor snorted at the words. The reanimated beasts are just brainless fools. Those who know the tricks of the trade can take one down. As for malice, he gestured to the shocking bloodstains on the floor. And that's not malicious? When most of the townspeople heard this, they looked a bit unkind. Their gazes were sinister, and they gazed over in unison. There were also people who pulled back, as if they were trying to surround the trio. Zhang Qingyu frowned, this time believing the raiders. The residents of this town are generally hostile to outsiders. What to do? Starting a fight would offend the entire town, and then it would be a hell of a hard time. Song Chi turned on the genetic unlocking state and smelled a hint of blood if anything, but it didn't come from bloodstain. Suddenly the third rule comes back to mind. When you encounter monsters, treat them like humans and you will not be in danger. I'll try. Song Chi stepped forward and faced a group of gawking townspeople with a sweep of his gaze and laughed. I see you guys. You're not even human. Swish. The faces of some of the townspeople in the crowd changed instantly. There's another chapter at 2 o'clock. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 135, Monster's True Form. This is my secret method. The townspeople froze slightly, a little suspicious, but still stared hard at Song Chi. The mayor, in turn, roared angrily. What do you mean? Song Chi pointed to the mayor, then to a short hunter in the crowd, and blurted out, it was those two who killed Emily. Those two aren't human. They're both monsters. According to the town's rules, there's no danger in treating monsters as people. What about not treating monsters like people? Song Chi chose to try it. This mayor, in particular, was acting out of character, inciting the townspeople right off the bat and trying to deal with himself. That trial was a surprise. Wow. The townspeople realized that it was not good and immediately scattered in all directions, one by one at a fast speed. Those who could survive in such a place naturally wouldn't be ordinary people with good physiques. They rushed into the nearest room, slammed the door shut, then peered nervously out through the window. As for the mayor and the short hunter who were pointed at by Song Chi, they were still standing in their original places, not even angry. Both had a wry smile on their faces. In the next moment, the two men's bodies began to swell and their clothes were burst through, revealing their shoulders and arms covered in green scales. The chest, like the reanimated beast, appeared with slits that opened and closed between breaths. The pupils began to split, dispersing into tiny brown dots all over the morose white eyes, as if they were the compound eyes of an insect. The tips of the 5 fingers also gradually elongate and bend, turning into sharp claws. Seeing this scene, the townspeople hiding in the room were struck by lightning, and some couldn't help but cry out in pain. The mayor of the town, whom they had always trusted, had been replaced by a monster. It's amazing that they don't know anything about it. Despair spread through the townspeople, looking at Song Chi who remained on the street. His small stature, at most 4 or 5 years old, had to face 2 terrifying monsters. The townspeople were overwhelmed with regret. What did you just do? Run, go to the unoccupied room. Many people shouted through the windows. At this moment, the town mayor and the short hunter, one on the left and one on the right, had already forced their way to Song Chi's near front. Between the steps, a terrifying aura filled the air, which was also mixed with a strong smell of blood. An expert with a keen sense of smell would have noticed that the smell of blood was the same as the scent of bloodstains in Emily's room. The short hunter laughed. Those uneducated hunters took you for an evil spirit? No, evil spirits only know how to harm people. Their brains aren't that flexible, much less put together this kind of hilarity. The mayor, in turn, pursued the question. What is it about you, you little doll? Song Chi remembered what the teenage hunter had said yesterday, so he casually snubbed it. I come from the Tower of Secret Law. What? The smiles on the two men's faces immediately disappeared, and were replaced by a strong look of astonishment. The Tower of Secret Methods would still care about a place like us? Impossible. Although they didn't believe it, they both paused and looked a little scandalized. Taking advantage of this opening, Song-chi waved his hand toward the back. Zhang Qingyu and Halogeneg understood and immediately ran towards an empty house. The two of them were well aware of their own strength. They could still fight with the reanimated beasts out there. It would be too much of a struggle to deal with this obviously stronger and smarter monster. Stay and drag your teammates down instead. Caution, abandon the mission if you can't beat them. Zhang Qingyu shouted at Song-chi again. Several of last night's hunters, including the teenager, heard the commotion in the street and came one by one. Seeing the two monsters with scales all over their bodies, no one in the crowd dared to get close, and could only shout anxiously from a distance. Retreat to your room. These two snake-scaled monsters are not something that can be dealt with. Swish! Song-chi had drawn his sword, stomping up, so fast that he almost turned into a stream of light. He took the initiative to rush at the two monsters and kill them. The mayor was the first to react, clawing and swinging, but missing his target. The short alloy blade swept diagonally, picking off a piece of green scale on the mayor's arm. Song-chi tried a slash, then retreated back to his original position. The mayor wiggled his injured arm around and snickered. A genius of the Tower of Secret Techniques. Is this the level? Where are your secret techniques? In a few seconds, his wound had stopped bleeding, and a new scale, growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mayor also opened his mouth provocatively. On the tongue, which was forked like a viper, lay a red crystal. Blood crystals. Song-chi understood that the reanimated beasts outside could be revived by blood crystals, and the monsters in the town could definitely do the same. This was a monster that was almost undefeatable, with an intelligence no less than that of a human, possessing the ability to camouflage, and a physical combat strength equivalent to a 6th or 7th ranked martial artist. Only two jumped out, but they were tricky enough. No wonder it's high. Faced with a daunting challenge, Song-chi's heart instead ignited a burning desire to fight, and even some anticipation. After spending 3 months in such a place, what will be the result when we go back and face that greedy Wolfstar King? He stomped the ground, leapt up, and attacked again. How dare you come? After the party's test, the two monsters had already lowered their guard and no longer believed that Song-chi was a hidden powerhouse sent by the Tower of Secret Methods. Seeing this fine-skinned child take the initiative to send to the door, the two of them a burst of surprise, gluttonous drooling. The meat of a genius must be quite delicious. The two monsters excitedly waved their claws, while their tails rose high with sharp conical stingers at their tips, attacking like scorpions. Seeing this, Song-chi directly threw the short sword in his hand. At level 2's, throw, level. With a full strength strike, the blade cut through a sharp arc, forcing the short hunter back temporarily. Then forward, straight at the mayor. Within a distance of less than 1 meter, it could be clearly seen that the mayor's chest was undulating and opening and closing just like the gills of a fish. The eyes, which were covered in small dots, kept flashing with a greedy light that was extra creepy. He was exclaiming excitedly, "How dare you come empty-handed?" As he spoke, his exhaled fishy breath filled the wind with a foul odor. It was hard to imagine what kind of mindset the secret mages of the Life Research Society had when they created such a monstrous monster in the first place. At this moment, Song-chi only felt disgusted, so he slowly raised his hands, crossed his fingers, made a seal, and pushed forward flat. A pale and ancient aura naturally emanated out. It was as if it was an unchanging mountain, lofty and lofty, weighing more than 10,000 pounds, under the nervous gaze of a group of townspeople and the anxious shouts of the teenage hunters. This handprint, with a shocking might, rushed towards the town mayor, whose face was in shock and doubt, and smashed straight down. True martial seal technique. Jinzi seal. Rumble. The hand seal went forward, rushing through the two claws that were blocking the way, and ruthlessly smashing into the mayor's face. The earth cracked and mountains crumbled as the force of the bone-penetrating strength went down. Bang! The mayor's huge body was smashed to the ground by this blow, shattering the stone tiles all over the ground, and finally embedded deeply into the soil. An earthquake-like roar echoed over the entire town. Song-chi stepped on the mayor's face, lowered his head, and looked down. This, then, is my secret method. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 136, Resurrect My Mayor. The mayor didn't reply. He was already delirious after being smashed by the Jinzi seal, and the bone-penetrating strength had injured his brain. It could only rely on its last reflexes, and as it fell to the ground, it swung its long tail up, the spikes sticking into Song-chi's back hard in the process. Song-chi's body was short, and the spikes swept past his shoulders. Stabbing, it lifted a piece of flesh and brought up a trail of blood. The wound was small and began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. The monster incarnated by the short hunter was forced back by a slash, and was again startled by the sound of the Jinzi seal. When he tried to attack again, he saw this rapidly healing wound, His face changed. Which one of us is the monster? A top-tier martial skill like the true martial seal could only be performed indefinitely in the Dream Realm Hall. Blood crystals, if swallowed in advance, were no good. Ho! Ah! It only took a few seconds for that pale face to gradually redden. The other party's mouth was slightly open, and the blood crystal in his mouth was already gone, so he should have swallowed it. At the same time, this perennially silent town suddenly seemed to awaken and resounded with countless strange whispers. Just another wry smile. Our town. It's been a long time since we've had a strong man like you. With that, the figure had retreated to a hidden area behind the building. However, the stronger you are, the faster you tend to die. These three came together to create the miracle of coming back from the dead. Not only is the physical body resurrected as in the case of the resurrection beast, but the consciousness, or soul, returns likewise. Among other things, superfast healing is a genetic gift that can't be affected unless there is a powerful toxin that inhibits healing. Superfast healing flesh, blood crystals, cursed power. Along the street corners, in the building hallways, behind the windows of the otherwise deserted town, dark shadows suddenly appeared, swaying, growling low, and peering unsuspectingly. Put into reality, and then bring the bone-penetrating strength. The consumption is very horrible, not suitable for a long-lasting battle. What can be done to stop the mayor from being reborn? He attempted to turn on the mental correlation state and reached out to touch the mayor. Sensing some information, before the dark shadows could come over, he looked down once more, surveying the unconscious mayor. Seeing this, Song-chi didn't pursue any further. Taking a look at the unconscious mayor on the ground, the short hunter didn't want to look for abuse and chose to take the initiative to back off. Song-chi had managed to fuck a monster to death, and didn't want him to come back to life. Looking forward to you joining us at the power of the curse, for the moment, is not understood. Looking at the increasingly agitated black shadows in the distance, Song-chi turned on the super brain form and his brain raced, pondering over countermeasures. Zhang Qingyu, Halogen Egg, and the teenage hunter, all ran over at this moment, urging, "Get in the house." The teenage hunter said anxiously, "If we don't leave, the evil creatures here will riot." Song-chi frowned slightly, but he thought of a way. Repeatedly and continuously killing the town mayor until the blood crystal potency in his body was exhausted. But that takes quite a bit of time. By the looks of this commotion in the town, the evil creatures are stupid and will probably be hitting the streets in a few minutes. It doesn't work. The short hunter hiding in the distance also guessed Song-chi's mind and sneered. "Here, we are the undead, the invincible. The mayor will show up on your doorstep this evening in one piece." Song-chi ignored him and his gaze fell on Zhang Qingyu. Suddenly inspired, pointing at the unconscious mayor, he asked Zhang Qingyu, "Can you use your divine ability? Finger the ground into steel." On him? Zhang Qingyu shook his head. "It's best if it's a dead thing. He still has a breath and a strong physique now, so the effects of my divine abilities won't be able to be utilized." Song-chi nodded his head, then raised his foot and stomped down hard at the mayor's heart. The hair power was combined with the avalanche mountain force, and the impact was full, as if it was a pile driver. Knock knock. After a few dozen kicks, the mayor was completely out of breath and couldn't be revived for a while. Right now, Song-chi pointed at the mayor's neck. "Soften the bones of this piece." Zhang Qingyu cast the spell quickly, reaching out and touching it. The strength of this monster's bones was even higher than the reanimated beasts out there, and it couldn't be cut at all with a knife. But under the finger ground into steel divine ability, it instantly became soft and fragile. Secret spells. The teenage hunter was taken aback, and when he looked at Zhang Qingyu again, his eyes changed and his attitude appeared to be more and more respectful. In the next moment, Song-chi yanked the mayor's snake-like head off and cradled it in his hands, posing in a ready position to throw a lead balloon. He came up the street for a short assisted run before spinning 360 degrees in the air, with the momentum of rotation, overhead, swinging the arm, flinging the hand. The header was thrown with great force and made a high parabola over the town. The evil creatures froze, ceasing their low roars for a moment and looking up in bewilderment at the odd scene. The mayor's head flew high, as if on invisible wings, bound for a distant heaven. The head flew over patches of buildings and into the air above the forest, which gradually stopped going. It eventually fell into the forest and got stuck in the dense branches of a tree. Beneath the tree, a reanimated beast awoke with a start, looked up to see a head in the tree, and thinking it was a snack, hopped up and reached out with his paw to reach it. "Resurrect slowly, my mayor." Before the evil creatures could react, Song-chi had already dragged the headless body of the town mayor and entered the house with his companions. With a creak, the door closed. Silence. This lightless town, after experiencing a brief hustle and bustle, suddenly lost its voice again and fell silent for a full half hour. The evil creatures, in shock, didn't utter a word, until half an hour later. Roar! The evil creatures let out horrendous roars, venting their anger. But the roar was vaguely trembling, as if with a touch of disbelief, a touch of exasperation. Wicked! They had been entrenched in the town for 100 years, and it was the first time they had run into such an evil opponent. Inside another small building, the headhunter stood by the window, watching the whole thing. His jaw dropped as he watched, the look on his face unmistakable. After a long time, he turned back to his friends and family. I told you that this child is an evil spirit and you still don't believe me. Clunk! Song-chi entered the house and threw the headless body of the mayor on the ground, which actually made a sound like a stone falling to the ground. The strength of this monster's flesh was indeed exaggerated, and the impression was that the Peach Blossom Garden's fey beasts were hard to match. After a few minutes, the effectiveness of the blood crystals in the headless body gradually came into play. The torso and limbs began to twist and turn as if they were coming back to life. Unfortunately, without a head, the torso could only roll around and crawl on the ground like a worm. The teenage hunter, still a little scared, slowly backed into a corner, not daring to approach the creature. What should we do with this thing? Zhang Qingyu asked. If those monsters retrieve the mayor's head and plant it on the torso, the mayor might even come back to life. Song-chi turned his head to look at the teenage hunter and asked with a smile, do you have a fire? End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 137, Charcoal Roasted Mayor. The World That Has Been Destroyed. By noon, a strong odor of roasting meat and charred smoke wafted over the town. The streets were filled with pedestrians, coming and going, trading food and household items. Though a townsperson had died in the morning, though the mayor had become a monster, the damned life went on. 3 kids who just arrived in town last night actually defeated the evil creature. This news spread and instead lifted everyone's spirits. It was as if the crowd saw the hope of leaving the town. At that moment, the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted over, accompanied by rolling charred smoke, with a bit of a stench mixed in. In the middle of the day, the townspeople actually felt hungry when they smelled this odor. Who's doing the grilling? Only a few of the bold ones continued on, craning their necks to see, holding the firewood. Raven shook her head and laughed. To prevent the creature from coming back to life, we're going to roast the body to a crisp. Hearing this, the townspeople couldn't help but show their teeth and had mixed emotions, not knowing what to say. Follow the direction of the source of the aroma. A boy with a bare head and no hair was standing behind the fire with a large fan in his hand and was fanning himself hard. What's going on here? Raven. There were many rumors about the 3 children. Some said they were evil spirits. Some said they were sent by the Tower of Secret Laws. And with the fact that the trio had just angered the monsters of the town, everyone was grateful, but none dared to get up close and personal. Do you want to eat the mayor's meat? Can this be eaten? So hard. The townspeople were a little confused. 3 kids roasted the mayor? At one end of the street, the teenage hunter, with an excited look on his face, hurried back to the small building, clutching a dozen pieces of firewood. The door to the small building was open, and in the living room on the first floor stood a large barbecue grill built out of stone. The other 2 kids are adding firewood. Soon the townspeople realized that over there was the small building where the 3 guests lived. Many people stopped at once, not daring to approach. A fire rose below, and a blazing fire blazed up. A lizard-like, headless, deformed monster lay on a stone shelf with a faint reddish glow emanating from its entire body. Before he could enter, he was called by name by the townspeople. This monster seems to be the mayor, but they like it. The evil creatures that have ruled the town for centuries have always viewed the townspeople as food and playthings. The power of the curse forms the 3 rules as if it were binding, but the evil creatures play the game like a game, trying to get around the rules in various ways, trying to eat the townspeople, and then pretending to be the dead, teasing everyone. Year after year, the townspeople hated it, but there was nothing they could do about it. Now, the evil creatures, at last, have a stronger opponent. I have dry wood at home. Someone turned and ran toward the house. I have kerosene at home. Throw it on the body and it will burn harder. Other townspeople began to offer ideas. I have chili oil at home. I have iron signatures at home. I have cumin at home. Song-chi hurriedly waved his hand. There's no telling how many toxins are in this monster's body. It can't be eaten. The townspeople gave an oh-so-slightly regretful expression. After all, why should they eat me? Roar! In the distance, the angry hissing sound resounded again. The townspeople scattered and ran home, closing their doors but still excitedly leaning out of their windows to watch. A few of you, don't take things too far. The short hunter stepped out from the opposite corner and looked at the charred remains of the mayor, his eyes twitching slightly. Hand over the bodies and we'll let you leave town. Rip! Song-chi ripped off his already charred paw and threw it over. Anger rose in the short hunter's eyes, and without saying anything, he slowly retreated. There's a vicious battle in the second half of the night. Zhang Qingyu sighed. Raven, the teenage hunter, has been introduced to the habits of the evil creatures, usually preferring to slumber, occasionally going out to hunt in the latter part of the night and returning to their lair at dawn. During the day, the monsters rarely fight. Maybe it's a preference for darkness. Song-chi didn't tense up at all, just tapped the grill with his stick. The body is hard again. Zhang Qingyu hurriedly cast a spell to soften the remnants of the body on the shelf so that the flames could fully scorch it. Without the power of turning the earth into steel, this monster could not be roasted to death with ordinary firewood. It's just nice to have a mage. Song-chi was glad that he had brought the little Taoist with him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him and Halogen Egg to be the only two pure warriors. The process of Zhang Qingyu's execution of the secret method was so enviable to Raven that he couldn't help but ask, "My lord, may I ask what kind of place the Tower of Secret Laws is?" He had been thoroughly convinced that the three had come from the Tower of Secret Laws. This Song-chi and Zhang Qingyu exchanged glances. The name Tower of Secret Laws was still something they had heard from Raven. One can only presume that it is the top transcendentalist power in this world. "My bad." Raven misunderstood the two and immediately stepped back, apologizing. "An existence such as the Tower of Secret Techniques is not something I can pry into." "It's fine." Song-chi waved his hand. "Keep adding firewood." In the afternoon, the trio followed the hunters and made another trip into the forest. The headhunter respectfully followed Song-chi, introducing him along the way. The guys would occasionally hunt the reanimated beasts and dig for blood crystals in the ground. Usually, they mainly hunted wild deer and rabbits, and picked some herbs and wild fruits, so they made do with these. In the past, the merchant caravan would come over regularly, buying blood crystals and then selling some of the townspeople's necessary supplies. But the caravan hadn't been seen for a little over half a year, and the whole town was isolated, which worried the head hunter. "My lord, what is going on out there?" The hunters thought it was normal to call out adult to a 3-year-old, and the strength that Song-chi had shown in the morning was undoubtedly stronger than anyone else in the town. Outside the town, Song-chi mused. The kingdom in which the town of Lightless is located has definitely undergone some kind of change, and it's getting worse, leading to the destruction of the world in 3 months. He was naturally not clear on what exactly had happened, and there was no point in discussing it now, because the world was destroyed a long time ago. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg didn't say anything either, and for a while there was some emotion. Seeing that the adults did not answer, the hunters did not dare to ask more questions and continued to lead the way. "Shu, watch out, there's a reanimated beast up ahead." As soon as the hunter leader's words fell, Song-chi rushed up. Bang! The sound was like cracking stones, and it stirred up in the forest. This afternoon, the entire forest of reanimated beasts were pummeled to the point that they were crying and scurrying around. The hunters took the opportunity to swing their shovels and dig out the blood crystals beneath their perch. Song-chi also reaped the rewards. Simulated 3 times, super fast healing, and 2 times, hard bones. When all the nearby reanimated beasts had fallen, and then counted the blood crystals that the hunters had turned in, there were 38 of them. "We're rich." Halogen Egg was a bit excited and said quietly. "A piece of blood crystal has a purchase price of 50 points at the Huagua base. 1 block of $500. 000. 38 blocks is $19 million. As a result, Song-chi had a calm face, as if he didn't put these blood crystals in his eyes. Halcyon couldn't help but ask, "How much is your current yearly allowance?" Song-chi, $30 to $40 million. "I don't know how much." Halogen Eggs. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 138, Secret Cultivation System. Nighttime Visitor. S-Class Geniuses. 2. Have gaps. Halogen sighed secretly, but didn't eyeball anything. His family was a large consortium, and the cultivation resources provided every year was $20 to $30 million. However, seeing these blood crystals in front of him, Halogen Egg was still elated. After all, they were hard-earned and meant a lot. He was whisked around by the reanimated beasts before the hunters had a chance to dig in. 38 blood crystals, simply distributed. Song-chi took the big head, 23 pieces, as most of the reanimated beasts were fought off by him. Halibut and Zhang Qingyu are both $5. The hunters shared the remaining 5 pieces, and one was already giddy. They could also defeat the reanimated beasts, but if they wanted to take them down without injury, they would have to scout the terrain and set up traps in advance. And after tossing and turning for an afternoon, they might only be able to dig up 2 blood crystals. Just go straight to being a miner these days. There were also those who took the wrong path, such as the Life Research Society, which created a bunch of monstrous monsters in order to research secret methods. The practice of the secret method seems to have a bit of scientific research in it, unlike the modern transcendental system that majors in meditation. Song-chi asked, "Do you have any secret law texts here? What about your usual string of guests?" Zhang Qingyu was a bit surprised. In case the host has been replaced by a monster, Won't the guests all have to die? We don't usually go to people's houses. After this battle in the afternoon, all the hunters recognized that the three children came from the Tower of the Secret Law. Originally the mayor was the last of our secret mages here, but now he's dead too. The Tower of Secret Magic was the highest school for secret mages. Even if the chief still thought that Song-chi was an evil spirit, he wouldn't say it to his face. A novice learning a secret codex has a probability of mastering a secret method, and by continuing to learn, the secret method can be continuously upgraded and improved. Thank you, three Lord Secret Mages. During the chat, Song-chi was also able to learn that a secret mage was equivalent to a quasi-transcendent here, and a secret mage tutor was equivalent to a transcendent. The mayor's house might have some information, but it's already a nest of evil creatures, not protected by the rules. Evil creatures usually like to come out in the latter part of the night, but today, the hunters didn't dare to go, and they also advised Song-chi's trio not to go. The group finished distributing the blood crystals and then looked up as the sky grew dim. Song-chi wasn't in a hurry when he heard this. It wouldn't be too late to search for the secret law tome after cleaning up the evil creatures here. We'd better get back early, the head hunter warned. God knows how many monsters are hiding in that room. The hunters shook their heads. The town's secret mages, who have been the prime targets of evil creatures, would have a hard time surviving. Today, Song-chi killed the town mayor in front of the monsters. When you go into the forest, you don't find the mayor's head, so it may have been taken. The mayor's body, however, had been completely burned to a charcoal, shattering upon stepping on it, without any possibility of resurrection. This is naturally a deadly feud. It is expected that once it gets dark, the monsters will come to the door to retaliate. The hunters looked at the three of them. Song-chi, a little worried. Three lords, why don't we leave here now? Follow the path all the way up the mountain, and once you're up there, you'll be considered out of the curse's range. Those monsters are just like us. They can't get out. Song-chi shook his head and just held up the small bag containing the blood crystals. These are crude ores with impurities and toxins in them. Do you have purified concentrates here? The blood crystals contained an abundance of life, and could be considered a form of bioenergy that could be used for the consumption of skills such as spirit-associated state and gene simulation, which were very practical. Headhunter, the only purification apparatus is at the mayor's house, but we all still have some stock at home. The group returned to the town, knowing that the three young adults needed the concentrate. The townspeople dug out all their money. Purple-red purified blood crystals, one almost the size of a soybean, you a piece and I a piece, barricaded at the entrance of the small building where Song-chi lived. After the townspeople put down the purified blood crystals, they didn't say anything, and after bending down and saluting, they turned to leave. They are not in the habit of stringing people along, and delivering gifts to each other's doorsteps is the highest form of etiquette. Zhang Qingyu looked at Raven beside him and wondered, why did you come into our house in the morning when no one else likes to hang around? Raven smiled at his words as he bagged up the purified blood crystals. I sometimes do this by agreeing on a code word with my companion beforehand, and if I come back from a string and can't match the code word, it means that the household is a monster. Faced with evil creatures that excel in disguise, the townspeople have no choice but to try with their lives. There was a moment of silence from the three of them. Song-chi. It was finally dark. The four sat in the first-floor living room and chatted as they gazed out the window at the dimly lit street, the city outside the town. When it's nighttime, every house is lighted and illuminated, even brighter than day. Zhang Qingyu had never seen the cities of this world, and the description was of the night scene of a city in China. Raven listened, overwhelmed by the lights of the city and puzzled again. Is there really no danger at all in leaving the lights on at night? No, I guess, Song-chi replied. After all, the secret mage will protect us. The young hunter let out an envious sigh. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded. My daughter was attacked. Help us! Someone outside the door shouted anxiously. Song-chi walked over to the window and realized that it was a middle-aged woman dragging a body whose face could not be seen. Help us! The monster is coming! The middle-aged woman was trembling with fear, her voice extraordinarily miserable. Dark shadows shifted in the distance, and a low hissing sound came closer and closer. Raven walked over and said angrily, "Show me the man you're dragging." The middle-aged woman ignored him and was still rushing at Song-chi for help, hoping the other would open the door. Song-chi stood still. When the middle-aged woman saw this, she stopped yelling and just glared at Raven. With the locals around, simple scams are completely useless. The short hunter stepped out of the shadows and held the mayor's head. The mayor rounded his eyes and glared fiercely at Song-chi. Kid, do you really want to go to war with us? Don't fool us with the Tower of Secret Laws. Something has definitely gone terribly wrong in the outside world, and the Tower of Secret Laws is no longer useful. Several monsters cursed and tried to stir Song-chi out. Raven reminded again. No one can be invited into the house. Follow the rules and we will not be in danger. The short hunter snorted. Your rules, long ago, didn't work 100% of the time. Harrowing screams rang out in the distance, as if some townspeople had been killed. It's happening again. Raven's face paled as he remembered the morning's fiasco. Which rule went wrong? It's okay if you don't come out. We'll slowly kill all the townspeople here before trapping you. The short hunter laughed. How long can you guys last without food and water? The words just fell. Squeak. Song-chi pushed open the door. Don't go out, Raven exclaimed, trying to pull him back. If you go out, the monsters will surely block the door and won't let you back in. Song-chi had already stepped over the threshold. I have my own way. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 139, Night Battle of the Eight. Evil Spirits Means. As soon as Song-chi went out, the monsters in the entire town went crazy. Countless strange creatures, rushing from all directions, some like lizards, some like werewolves, and there were also huge birds with hideous skeletons, each with open teeth and claws, and a hungry light in their eyes. Instead of launching a direct attack, they first blocked all the room doors. Song-chi and the short hunter sparred with each other, and the door behind them was blocked by the middle-aged woman. You're dead. The monsters laughed excitedly. Under the night, a dark shadow surrounded them, a formation that was countless times more terrifying than in the morning. But Song-chi's battle power was also even stronger than it was in the morning. The super-fast healing allowed him to be fearless of injuries, as well as the purified blood crystals as a supply, and the hard bones gave him a stronger physique, so that he could feel comfortable going hard against monsters. The dark streets were filled with black shadows and the winds of the fists were whistling. Everything is blurred, but there is no need to see it. Battle of the Eight at night. Just swing with abandon, because there are enemies all around you. The tiny figure, trapped amongst the hordes of monsters, stubbornly made its way forward. Knock! The fist struck the monster's chest and actually made the muffled sound of a heavy hammer on a drum. With one punch, a monster spat blood and retreated. While fighting, the spiritual correlation state was turned on to read the superior genes of these monsters. Attacks came from every angle, and Song-chi soon hung up his colors as well. Ultra-fast healing, taking effect. Constantly injured and constantly healed. The monsters were familiar with this phenomenon and shouted, the nutrients of the blood crystals are limited. Drain him. Such a terrifying battle power at such a young age. Eating him will give us hope for a breakthrough. The monsters were like a tidal wave. Wave after wave of crazy pouncing. Song-chi gradually retreated to the wall, seemingly falling into the wind. But the next moment, others directly disappeared. Bang! 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 Some of the monsters didn't break and crashed into the wall, crying out in pain and rolling all over the place. The power of the curse prevented them from attacking the houses where the townspeople lived. Where are the people? The short hunter, clutching the mayor's head, ran furiously, scanning around but finding nothing. How is that possible? People are fighting and disappearing? The mayor roared in disbelief. The short hunter, however, winced. They didn't believe that Song-chi came from the Tower of Secret Methods, and that group of high and mighty secret Methodists weren't of this style. But there has been another story about where these three children came from the beginning. Evil spirits. Only evil spirits, it seemed, could move between the unreal and the solid at will, resembling both people and ghosts. Evil, the short hunter cursed. You can't beat them alone, and you can't catch them in a circle. So what should we do? The group of monsters looked at each other. For the first time, I could see the fear in the other man's eyes. In the past, they were the ones who brought fear to the townspeople. Now someone is bringing fear to them. Song-chi didn't disappear. He's still in this little building. Zhang Qingyu, Halogen Egg and Raven were observing the battle outside through the window. It wasn't very clear to see, but the fact that they could hear the monsters' cries of pain meant that Song-chi was still alive. This is no way to go on. We can't fight until dawn, can we? Zhang Qingyu pulled out his weapon, a silver silk duster, from his bag and gritted his teeth, contemplating whether or not to go out and rescue him. The next moment, footsteps sounded and Song-chi walked out from another room. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg were both confused, almost thinking that it was a monster in disguise. Raven, however, didn't want to think about that much and exclaimed excitedly, secret spells, it must be a secret spell. Song-chi smiled slightly. Nowadays, he was no longer the rookie who could only flash in place. With over 360 points of mental attributes, his mastery of high-dimensional laws was very smooth, and his realm had long since reached the quasi-transcendent second stage. The distance of Space Shuttle has naturally progressed a lot and has reached an astonishing 30 centimeters. 30 centimeters seems short, but it's perfectly adequate. This town builds its houses of stone and brick, which is not too thick. Song-chi had measured the thickness of the wall ahead of time. and it was perfectly possible to weave through it. Go out and fight monsters. Get tired. Then flash back to your room to rest. With a large amount of purified blood crystals on hand, there was no fear of consumption. In this way, he took the initiative completely. Outside the house, a large group of monsters were still scurrying around like headless flies. 10 minutes later, with a creak, the door to the room opened again. Song-chi walked out again. As he stepped forward, the surrounding circle of monsters all took an involuntary step back. Are you a living person or an evil spirit? The mayor asked in disbelief. You guess? Song-chi stared at his head, a little distracted. The body can be roasted to a crisp. The head should be able to as well. With a thought in mind, he immediately stormed up. Both palms pushed horizontally. An avalanche mountain force came out. All those who tried to block were crushed apart by the force. Song-chi snatched the mayor's head and knocked him out with a punch. Picked him up and turned around. Blocked the door. The monsters had no choice but to do the same old thing. Song-chi circled around, retreated to the dimly lit wall, performed space shuttle, and returned to the house. This time it was very consuming. He took a few breaths and sat down in a chair to rest for a moment. The heavier the object, space shuttle, carries, the more it consumes. Empty hands are usually best, and you shouldn't wear too much clothing. Carrying a head is at its limit. Song-chi looked down, looking at the already tattered clothes on his body. How about going out naked next time? It's dark and no one can see it anyway. By the time Song-chi opened the door for the third time, the monsters had lost their will to fight and retreated into the distance one by one. They couldn't see the mayor's head, but they understood that the mayor was in a bad way. Tomorrow morning there will probably be a charcoal grilled pig's head here. Truce. The short hunter's expression clouded over as he hurriedly shouted. These evil creatures don't die and are therefore extraordinarily afraid of death. In all these years, Song-chi was the first to complete a kill in the town, which made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't want to fight until they knew what the other side was up to. You can stay in town. Go out and hunt. Dig for blood crystals. All of that. The short hunter tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. If you don't make a move, we don't make a move. And we don't kill civilians. And we all get along. We were all just playing around before. If we get real, everyone here will be dead in a few days. And you won't be able to run away then. Raven tensed at his words. Song-chi didn't hesitate and nodded. Yes. In an instant, deep in the dark streets, the sound of a long sigh of relief rose up. The short hunter's heart rejoiced. First stop fighting. When we figure out your kids' methods, let's see how I can get you killed. At the same time, he asked in a low voice. And the mayor? He offended me today. Song-chi said indifferently. Understood. The short hunter nodded. A large group of monsters retreated like a tidal wave at the sound of rustling footsteps. A real truce? Halcyon asked in surprise, this time in Mandarin. The town won't be able to get a lot of resources without exterminating these monsters. Song-chi nodded. A truce for a night is also a truce. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and treasure them. Chapter 140 Explorer Leveling Up. New Vocational Specialization. Tonight, Song-chi didn't intend to continue, having already experimented with through-the-wall tactics and snatched the mayor's head in a small victory. However, he did not yet have an effective means of killing monsters, and would have to work with Zhang Qingyu slowly. There was no rush. At present, the most lethal to monsters is the divine ability Finger the Ground into Steel. Inside the house, the mayor's head slowly awoke and opened his eyes. The sight of the grill scared the snot out of him. Where in the house are you hiding your secret technique tome, as well as the blood crystal purification apparatus? Song-chi asked. How many other monsters are in your family now, and how strong they are? Tell us all about that too. The mayor was bitter. Can you spare me if I tell you? Song-chi smiled mysteriously. Guess? The mayor spoke. The room with the lights on had no windows and was not on the street, so by definition there was no violation of the rules. There's the smell of monsters. The next morning, the end was soon discovered. Hunters are always in the forest, hunting and gathering, wilderness survival, concealment, and these skills are naturally exquisite. The three of them, Song-chi, went out and first checked the location of last night's accident. Another family was killed last night, with no broken windows or doors, and the door to the house was opened somehow. This light was extinguished by the monster, but the lamp had gone out before the oil burned out. The three of them, Song-chi, met up with the hunters and headed to the forest outside the town. The townspeople who have survived this long are familiar with the rules, and it is reasonably impossible for them to miss. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will never give up. The townspeople didn't dare to enter the house to search. Song-chi was naturally not afraid, and with the super brain state on, he went in to look around. Song-chi turned on the gene unlocking state again and came up to sniff it. It's the lamp. The townspeople were amazed and thanked the Lord. Raven stayed home and built a fire to burn wood and charcoal grill a pig's head. Song-chi came out and said to the townspeople, "Don't turn on any lights at night anymore. Window or no window." This time there was no rush to dig, but rather a course in trapping and wilderness exploration. There was no one in the house, only blood all over the floor. The oil lamp still had a little bit of residual heat, which meant it was on last night. But as the hunters say, the town's cursed power is failing and the rules are quietly changing. Explorer, occupational experience continues to rise. With this profession, Song-chi was sort of delayed for a while. When I went to the peach blossom garden before, I should have brushed up on my experience. But unfortunately, spiritual correlation state, perceived the gods, and my spirit was still contaminated. Just to be on the safe side, he never went back to the wilderness and stayed at the ancient Zhou Martial Academy. It's a good thing that I followed Coach Tai Chin before. There's still a little bit of a base. And now, the explorer, professional experience is approaching 100. Song-chi studied carefully for 2 hours and gained 5 points of professional experience, successfully breaking through the 100 mark. Explorer, level 0 level 1, 0/100. Activate first level exploration specialization, Traveler's Bag. Level 1. Traveler's Bag, level 1 a storage bag in system space with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Remarks, cannot store living bodies or transcendental artifacts beyond the explorer's level. Bonus free attribute points, 10. Good reward. Song-chi couldn't stop smiling. 10 points of attribute value, which he couldn't look at anymore nowadays, was less than a week's worth of points out of the evolutionary energy slot. All 10 points are added to physique, to mention the combat strength. Body mass, 441451. The bonus adventure specialization, Traveler's Bag, is the point. The 1 cubic meter system storage space, with a length, width and height of 1 meter, is already quite large and can hold a lot of supplements and weapons. It also holds a lot of bodies. It was a lot easier to deal with monsters when it was going to be a lot more work. Song-chi's joyful and smiling appearance made Zheng Qingyu and Halogen Egg look confused. Learning just a hunting technique. So happy? Song-chi didn't strike again today. Just sitting on the grass, tinkering with the usage of the Traveler's Bag, while preying on Halogen Egg and Zheng Qingyu. The two S-class geniuses were progressing equally fast, and were already able to fight back and forth with the reanimated beasts. Not having enough excitement, Halogen had the hunters lure in another one, and then got chased down and wailed on. Song-chi clutched a blood crystal in his right hand and quietly opened the Traveler's Bag. The blood crystals instantly disappeared, and the panel then displayed the pattern of a red crystal. Out. With a thought, the blood crystal automatically returned to his palm. Next switched to the left hand, then took off my shoes and tried the left and right feet. It can be triggered by touching with both hands, not with other parts. One touch with his hand and the thing was his own. This had been very convenient, and Song-chi was very satisfied. Then put his watch in, estimate the time and remove the watch after 5 minutes. The flow of time in Traveler's Bag is the same as the outside world. After some fumbling, Song-chi had almost mastered the usage of the new specialization. At noon, the crowd returned to town for dinner. Halogen said as he nibbled on the pumpernickel bread, "It can be delayed for another 2 months. I'm almost at the quasi-transcendent 3rd stage, and I've brought a set of thin armor that can resist damage, so I can stall a monster after I've been promoted." Zheng Qingyu chimed in, fighting furiously with the resurrection beast every day. "I'm not far from the quasi-transcendent 4th stage, and by then, my divine ability will be able to affect a greater range." Both of them understood that these monsters were too strong in flesh and could be resurrected, and after the death of the town mayor, they paid attention to hugging the group, and trying to kill them was already as difficult as heaven. "It's fine. You two take your time practicing." With the new specialization in hand, Song-chi was confident at the moment. "I'll deal with these monsters." After dinner, Song-chi told everyone to stay home. He went out quietly, alone, to the mayor's residence, and knocked on the door on tiptoe. The gate opened quickly. The mayor's maid, dressed in a black dress, stood behind the door and looked down with a wry smile. The mayor became a monster, and naturally his family was not spared. The maid's eyes glowed red and she opened her mouth to call for her companions. "Come on." Before the words even left his mouth, Song-chi turned on Fierce Beast form and slammed up with a shot of Jinzi seal. This was the first time he had ever executed the true martial seal in Fierce Beast form. Not a bad result for a full-out effort. There seemed to be a mountain in the air, suppressing and down. The horrible pressure with the bone-penetrating strength, instantly hitting the maid's brain. Also triggers Breaking Slam, which adds 100% to the killing power. The maid was weaker than the town mayor, and caught off guard, she was smashed into a near-death coma by a seal. Sun Kai adds another punch to complete the knockout. The maid's corpse was then stuffed into the Traveler's Bag. Evil creatures are able to be resurrected in the town, but Traveler's Bag is a panel space, not part of the town. and not affected by the power of the curse. A monster that had lost the power of the curse and was completely brain dead was truly dead, and the blood crystal couldn't save it. Not to mention the fact that there was no air inside the traveler's bag. Song-chi observed the panel. The maid's body was curled up and lying quietly inside, unchanged. Success. Stomping down the stairs, the mayor's wife hurried down the stairs, sleepy-eyed from a moment ago. Song-chi was seen standing at the entrance of the empty gate. Her eyes narrowed, associating the sound of the party's crash with the feeling that something wasn't right. I thought we had a truce. What are you doing here? Song-chi grinned. I've come to hang out. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 141 Secret Law of Life and Secret Law of Darkness. Feeling more and more out of place, the mayor's wife took half a step back on the stairs and wondered, where is my maid? She's strung out too. Song-chi pounced. Another Jin character seal. A second later, there was another person in the traveler's bag, slightly cramped. If the monsters all returned to their true forms, they wouldn't really fit in 1 square meter of space. It was a good thing that the two monsters went in and stayed in their pre-death forms, not reviving or transforming. Because of the lack of air, it's not expected to rot if left for a year. With the maid and the mayor's wife taken care of, this mayor's mansion is completely empty. Song-chi found the study without any problems. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg were both very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. Halcyon couldn't help but ask, how did you take care of these two monsters? We didn't hear a single sound at noon. So he asked with a stern, wary face, isn't there already a truce? What are you doing in our settlement? Song-chi just smiled mysteriously. In the afternoon, the hunters gathered at the edge of the forest, piled rocks into an improvised grill, and lit a campfire. That's the beauty of taking only 2 friends into the old days, fewer bystanders. No need to worry about revealing too many secrets. Flipping out all the books related to the secret method, and finding a blood crystal purification apparatus similar to a juicer. They were all stuffed into the traveler's bag. Evil creatures generally seldom went to the forest, for loathing the gang of reanimated beasts, and the ugly looks of those failed experiments reminded them of themselves. Empty hands, humming a little song, and going home happy. Zhang Qingyu was exhausted and kept on performing the finger ground into steel, finally burning the 2 monsters into charcoal. Halfway through, he ran into the short hunter. The short hunter took a look at the 2 monsters traveling with him, and then looked at the calmly looking Song-chi. Song-chi tumbled straight through the window and jumped to the alley on the other side. From this day forward, a nearby monster heard the commotion, felt something was wrong, and was opening the gate to the mayor's house. As for the gang of hunters, their eyes were already filled with reverence when they looked at Song-chi, and they would even less likely to ask random questions. 3 against 1 may not be enough. That's how it's going to be from now on. Song-chi cracked a piece of black charcoal in satisfaction. The hunters were relieved to boldly build a fire, and when they invited the reanimated beasts, they had their own Song-chi trio to dispatch them. The mayor's woman and the maid were carried to the grill, and in the roaring fire the 2 gradually regained the ugly appearance of evil creatures. Song-chi grinned. I slipped. Life in the town becomes monotonous and peaceful. The hunters went into the forest during the day, hunting the reanimated beasts, digging for blood crystals, burning monster corpses, and returning in the evening with a full load. Song-chi, on the other hand, goes out for a stroll every now and then, stringing along and visiting his neighbors in the town. By the time the evil creatures realized something was wrong, the numbers were nearly half gone. The ones that were left behind basically disappeared. The monsters didn't understand what was happening and could only gather together from morning to night, not daring to disperse. When his opponents started to meet, Song-chi changed his approach. He lived alone in a hut, and late at night, he lit an oil lamp and placed it by the window, opened the gate again. Wow! The whole town instantly boiled over. It was the first time the monsters had encountered one that was actively seeking death, and they excitedly rushed in. The result was that as soon as he entered the house, he saw the familiar figure, the young and wickedly terrible being. Withdraw! The monsters stopped in their tracks and turned around. They didn't know how those companions had disappeared, but they could guess with their feet that it must have something to do with Song-chi. If you can't afford to mess with me, you can't afford to hide from me? They dispersed and fled from Song-chi's house. It turned out that another companion was missing, the one who had just fallen at the end. Sure enough, he did it. The short hunter was furious and roared at the house. The armistice is sacred. Why did you vile outlander, secretly tear up the agreement? Song-chi stood in the doorway with an innocent look on his face. You guys, breaking into my house in the middle of the night, plotting against me, and you have the nerve to talk about me? The short hunter was speechless. The next night, another house was lit up. The monsters, affected by the power of the curse, couldn't suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in their hearts and couldn't help but enter the house to take a look. This glance is forever. Day 3, Day 4. The monsters can't take it anymore. They can't resist the lure of the lights at night, but once they take the bait, they die. 2 more days. The town of Lightless has seen an unprecedented change. The evil creature moved. They left the town and hid out in the woods. I'd rather live with an ugly reanimated beast than stay in town and be afraid. If you can't afford to mess with me, you can't afford to hide from me? Song-chi quietly entered the forest once and realized that the group of monsters were intentionally setting up an encirclement. This trick is effective, without the shelter of a house in the wilderness. Once you encounter a large group of monsters, you will have to fight to the end. The forest is a complicated terrain and movement is not easy. Song-chi's recent repeated victories were due to the explosive fighting style of fierce beast form, plus true martial seal plus bone-penetrating strength. With one full strength strike, half of his stamina would be used up, and it was not suitable to tangle with a large number of monsters. Develop first. Time flows 3 times faster here than on Earth, and it's also a great place for retreats. Song-chi spent a few days condensing the orifices of the 5th stage of martial arts and smoothly rushed into the 6th stage. At the 6th stage of the martial Dao, the orifice that opens is the bone orifice. The entire body, all the major bones, were all opened and condensed successfully before the 6th stage of cultivation was considered complete. This phase was originally very long. It was good that Song-chi had a physique plus that could speed up the speed of the embodiment of the orifices. The hard bones gene is also helpful for physical cultivation. The cultivation of the 6th stage of the martial arts path was well underway. In his spare time, Song-chi flipped through the searched secret law books, and after flipping through a few of them, he only felt like crying and laughing. Most of them are mutilated tomes, and the small number that are complete are one more evil than the other. The secret law of life. New life can be created by splicing together different animal corpses and electrocuting them. Dark mystery burns his entire lifespan and has a chance to curse an enemy to death. The town of No Light, back then, was a place where a group of lunatics engaged in forbidden research, and the secret methods that were passed down were not proper secret methods. After rummaging around, I finally found 2 that were barely useful. Secret life technique, burning, burns life force, dramatically improving all qualities of the body. Song-chi tried a little and found that burning evolutionary energy could also be effective, boosting his overall status by roughly 100%. This includes strength, speed, recovery, stamina and more. But the consumption was also horrible. 1 evolution point, used up in 2 minutes. You can't use it in normal times, but you can take it out and top it off in times of danger. In addition, there is a dark secret method. Curse of life, consume your own life force and apply a curse to a target at close range, significantly weakening the target's mobility. Again, evolutionary energy can be used in place of life force. Kryptonite skills were much more practical when they became kryptonite, and Song-chi decided to just learn these 2 secret techniques. More than 2 months rushed by. Halogen Egg and Zhang Qingyu had also both gained something. Their realms had both risen, and they were rubbing their fists in preparation for a battle. Song-chi stood at the entrance of the town and looked at the dense forest in front of him, suddenly feeling a little homesick. There seems to be another greedy wolf star-lord, waiting out there to test me? Destroy the monsters, then destroy him, and then go home. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 142, The End of the Old Days, and the Hunters Again. After 2 months of hard training, Song-chi brushed up the experience of the bone-penetrating strength and mountain-breaking strength, level 2 skills. From introductory to proficient, both skills automatically go up to level 3, indicating that there is room for further improvement. Judging from the effect of Ji Zixuan's demonstration at the beginning, there was still quite a lot of room for improvement. Song-chi estimated that the power class skills had the potential to rise to level 4, or even level 5. As for the Sanso fist technique and Sanso leg technique, these basic fighting techniques, they were also brushed up to level 2 full experience one after another, and were not upgraded subsequently. Basic skills. Level 2 is the limit. Hunters. The hunters also came into the world. The secret mages who had a complete cultivation system also had trouble resisting the bandits from the middle of the universe. Over the past 2 months, he had practiced martial arts relentlessly in the Dream Hall, and the Yijin Z seal had already swiped 50 experience points. Finally, the bright light disappeared completely and the world returned to darkness. Black clouds, one after another, came from nowhere and suddenly filled the entire sky. Done. All the attribute points rewarded by skill upgrades, he added to his physique. Hearing the laughter and songs in the town below the mountain from afar, Zhang Qingyu lamented. At least we did a good thing and made their day before the world ended. When you meet a mountain, you break the mountain. And when you meet a city, you break the city. And the momentum is unrelenting. The more real it is, the more regrettable it is as well. Song-chi swung down another blade and executed whiplash strength. Broken character seal. Will the Earth, too, face the same fate? Time passes slowly. With this seal, Song-chi could handle those evil creatures on his own. Song-chi quickly left the forest and walked straight back to the entrance of the town. The black smoke rolled and changed into the appearance of countless monsters with hideous faces and claws, but one by one they dissipated in the wind. Mastering one top martial art is more effective than 100 ordinary skills. Night falls and darkness comes. The earth trembled as the scorching winds and waves hit the ground, and the entire forest seemed to be shivering. Song-chi didn't learn any other miscellaneous martial arts for the time being either, instead specializing in the true martial seal. Song-chi nodded and told a kind lie. I'll check it out if it's on my way. Receiving another, whiplash power. It could also deliver an extremely sharp chopping blow. It was a scene of déjà vu. Then lost consciousness. Song-chi turned on the genetic unlocking state and raised his eyesight to the limit, seeing the distant scene through the bright light. The old days are replicas, but everyone in them is real and alive, with their own minds and emotions. This rate of progress is outrageous. Is it really okay? Why don't we go look around the outskirts of the forest? With a single reach, the monster's head was collected into the traveler's bag, completely cutting off any hope of resurrection. Hooting and hollering, a large group of townspeople stepped forward, saluting and thanking their savior. The scene in front of Song-chi shattered with a bang. At noon, it was rainy and cold. The short hunter's body retreated violently, while regaining his true form and raising both claws in an attempt to block. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg looked at each other and were also a bit nervous, but decided to trust their teammates. A dazzling light suddenly lit up in the distance. Spirit, 404. The three of them, Song-chi, left the cursed town and retraced their steps to the top of the hill. Sitting by the ruins, they didn't go straight home. Performing the martial art, broken character seal, plus bone-penetrating strength, a blow hits the monster's neck. After all, this was an S-class genius who could even defeat the reincarnation of a god. The crowd waited from noon until the afternoon, thinking that something had gone wrong. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg were about to rush towards the forest. The news of Song-chi's lone entry into a forest swarming with monsters spread, causing the townspeople to feel a bit alarmed. Isn't this a death wish? The 2 months of mainly adding a little bit of physique, along with taking purified blood crystals, have been very effective. The three of them, Song-chi, reloaded their large travel bags and stood on the road leading to the hill. Song-chi replied, "Boom. If I don't make a move, you're all going to die." That fast? The short hunter was shocked. The strength that Song-chi had displayed was even stronger than it had been more than 2 months ago. Body mass hit the 500 mark without a hitch. In the town, people who were singing and dancing suddenly stopped and looked up in confusion, wondering what was happening outside. In the deepest part of the forest, a straight black smoke suddenly rushed out into the sky. The whole thing was clean in less than a second. The nearby reanimated beasts noticed the figure, and instead of attacking, they wailed and fled, a pain in the neck and 2 black eyes. Early in the morning, the sky was overcast and stormy. The first time he entered the old days, he saw these black clouds. One hunt successfully completed. It was nearing evening and everyone was getting a little tired of waiting. A group of townspeople gathered at the entrance to the town, waiting anxiously. Great, Raven beamed. Maybe by next year I'll be able to leave this town and see the city lights at night too. 500 seems to be a latent threshold that, when crossed, climbs to a new level of combat effectiveness. This was a strong offensive martial skill, and with bare hands, combined with the bone-penetrating strength, it was able to create a defense-breaking effect that was no less than that of a divine weapon. The short hunter stared at a small figure appeared between the branches of the trees that hit each other. What kind of crap is that? In the next moment, his eyes flashed and a strong wind hit his face. A bright light rose from the ground to meet the roiling black clouds and erupted into a rumbling explosion, triggering the breaking slam. It instantly broke his neck, and underneath the epidermis, the tendons, bones, blood and flesh shattered in unison. Dark secret method, the townspeople exclaimed. Raven came to say goodbye, looking a little disheartened and with big dark circles under his eyes, the aftermath of an all-night celebration. When he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the heavenly market passage. Song-chi looked up to the sky in silence, wondering why the world was actually destroyed. The darkness was like a tidal wave that engulfed even the night and turned everything into nothingness. The blazing bright lights, representing their last efforts, were now extinguished one after another like lamps in a gale. A single black cloud, as if a large, shadowy face, floated in the air, quietly watching Song-chi, watching this conquered world. There's been a truce. Why are you still here? The short hunter showed up and yelled angrily. The end of the old days records the sight of a world at the time of its destruction, extremely valuable information. When you come across an evil creature, you deal a direct fatal blow. But then I heard rustling footsteps. Also learned a new printing method. Fierce beast form, turn on and double your power. The next day, with a click, the monster's head hit the ground. Song-chi quietly went out and left the town alone. Entering the forest. My 3 lords, if we go to a nearby city, could we stop by and see my cousin? Body mass, 502. But before the claws could be raised, a violent force struck his throat, throwing the short hunter's head to the ground under the horrified gaze of all the townspeople. He laughed. And the destruction of this side of the world is about to happen tonight. The old days were over. But he was a little upset. How many civilizations have been destroyed by these hunters? End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 143, Settling the Harvest. Being a guest at Terminal Mountain. On the Transcendent Forum in China, there was a count that the hunters had appeared in 137 old days, and that's just the information from China. A lot of foreign old days information is not included. Halcyon knew something about this, and on the way out, recalled some of the confidences the family had talked about. There were individual old days that happened to replicate some of the black clouds as well. As a result, the explorers who went in found that each black cloud was equivalent to transcendent battle power. Song-chi recalled the scene just now. The black clouds in the sky. Thousands of them. That is, several thousand transcendents? Whether or not there is an existence above the transcendent is unknown. With such a force, swarming all over the place, no nation on earth could stop it. It's a dangerous world out there. The 3 were chatting when a sudden grumble came from the front. A few young men and women were disgruntled. Difficulty score of 92 in the old days. Taken care of by these 3 kids? College students can't help but start to wonder about life. Suddenly, he saw, again, the 3 of Song-chi coming out of the old fork in the road. Several university students remained dissatisfied, believing that the other party was stalling, and said that they would have to report it immediately. A girl suddenly exclaimed in a small voice, I remember. The son of Zeus who came to visit a while ago was said to have been defeated by an even younger S-rank. This 0009 old day. We've been waiting in line for 3 months to get our turn. So what gives anyone else the right to cut in line? The 2 sides are arguing. The 3 of them who cut into our line? By this time, Song-chi's trio had already left the fork in the road and returned to the main road of the Heavenly Ruins passage. One of the college students angrily stated, there needs to be an explanation for this or else I think someone in your department is abusing their power by opening the back door to random people. Terminal 0009 old days. The number is correct. The staff smiled and said nothing. The staff hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, the previous batch of explorers enjoy quasi-transcendent supreme authority, and according to the regulations of the Ministry of Geology, they can enter any old day, at will. The college students froze in unison, eyes wide open, staring intently at the signage at the turnoff. The staff was very nice, nodded their heads and said that the higher-ups would follow up with a report. As soon as he turned his head, he saw several young men and women who looked like college students, arguing with the staff. We should all know the top experts below Transcendent in China. Who has gotten the highest authority? How come we haven't heard about it? Why are there 3 kids in there? Look at the dusty appearance of the 3, with blood stains on their clothes, the soles of their feet covered in mud, and carrying bulging hiking bags. Highest authority? Several young men and women didn't believe it at all. In all respects, except for his younger age. He lived like an explorer who had come back from the old days with a full load. The crowd stared. This was the news that stirred the transcendental world at the end of last year, and although not many knew the details, everyone was impressed. The son of Zeus traveled in a high profile, visiting various countries along the way, defeating a number of top geniuses in a row, and was instantly in the limelight. As a result, they were defeated at the talent selection base in China, and it was said that they lost so badly that the delegation directly cancelled their subsequent trips, and all of them returned home. It should be them. Too bad I don't know which one. The group of college students instantly forgot about the staff and turned to take a few steps in an attempt to get a better look at the 3 children. But as soon as Song-chi's trio exited the turnoff, a special car was waiting in front of them. The college students only had time to catch a glimpse of a few backs, and one by one they stood still again, in an extraordinarily despondent mood. Those kids, they're not even old enough to go to middle school, are they? How it feels like we went to college for nothing. In the car, Zhang Qingyu smiled at Song-chi. You're actually famous now. Not many recognize you yet, but I'm afraid all the transcendents in the world have heard of you when you mentioned the Chinese S-class who defeated the son of Zeus. Halcyon listened with envy. The Chinese S-rank who defeated the son of Zeus one day. I'm going to earn that title. He had gained a lot in the old days, and was about to hit the quasi-transcendent 4th rank, and hadn't been left too far behind by Hess, and was ready for a clean slate. The 3 of them first went to the base's material acquisition office to sell the resources they had obtained in exchange for points. When the backpack was put down, it clanked and clanked. full of bright red blood crystals. So many? The person in charge of the acquisition office was a bit surprised to see this and couldn't help but look at the information sheet. You guys are flattening out 0009? Song-chi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The other two children had also agreed beforehand to keep their mouths shut and to keep the trip a complete secret. No one would have known that the old days of 0009, known for its high level of difficulty, were almost pierced by some 3-year-old alone. The three of them turned in the harvested secret law tome again. You have a dark secret method here that is not in the information base. It is a first-time submission. The person in charge was again a bit surprised. The old days of 0009 have been raided by many, but have not seen the light of day because of the ease with which battles can destroy houses and a great deal of cannon with them. When they see outsiders trying to grab the tome, the monsters will also intentionally tear up the books. This time, however, the situation was unique. The monsters were forced to move of their own accord and fled in a hurry, with the books all landing in the town. Song-chi was the equivalent of moving the town's full set of canonical books. One of the books was one that hadn't been discovered before, which was directly worth more than a large bag of blood crystals. The efficiency of the material acquisition office was good. The staff counted the materials, assessed the value, and the three of them confirmed that there were no errors and signed their names. Song-chi opened his tablet and looked at his Explorer's Mall account. 3,000 points have arrived, equivalent to $30 million in the bank. He still had quite a few blood crystals stored in his traveler's bag, and he had indeed earned quite a lot this time. Zhang Qingyu and Halogen Egg were also overjoyed, each earning around 1,000 points, which was already a huge amount of money for a quasi-transcendent, or they had earned it with their own hands. It's a big hug, but a big hug is a skill. Why don't you go to our Taoist sect for a spin? The mission was completely over, and Zhang Qingyu invited again. The terminal Heavenly Ruins Passage, one end of which connected to the boundaries of China, and the other end of which was the hideout of many ancient powers. Many tourists have witnessed the mysterious hermits of Zhangnan, and this is no hype. The number of practitioners here is so great that it is better than the Peach Blossom Garden. Good, then I'm sorry to bother you. Song-chi nodded happily. The Taoist sect majored in divine powers, or supernormal abilities, and had 36 heavenly deities and 72 earthly deities, collectively known as the Book of Moral Heaven. This is similar to the modern transcendental system in China. Let's go. My senior brother is also there. He's also eager to meet you. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Qingyu signaled the driver to turn around. At that moment, he pulled out his cell phone and seemed to have received a message. After sweeping a glance, the little Taoist's face was a bit complicated. The reincarnated body of the greedy wolf star monarch has come to Terminal South. Greedy wolf? The name was somewhat unfamiliar to Halcyon. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper. In Chinese mythology, each symbolizes an ancient transcendent. Zhang Qingyu explained. The first among them is Greedy Wolf. This is a deity from the Kunlun Heavenly Market, a veteran powerhouse who became famous thousands of years ago. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 144, Split Taoist Sect. 5 Elements Great Transportation. Another reincarnation of a god? As a mortal, Halcyon Egg couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Son of Zeus. Seems to be the reincarnation of Hercules. Where are so many reincarnations coming from lately? Not much actually. Zhang Qingyu shook his head. Ancient transcendents honored as gods add up to tens of thousands worldwide, but not everyone is reincarnated. And most are dead. Those who can reincarnate are not simple. Either they are strong or have a deep background. The greedy wolf star monarch, in my personal opinion, is no less powerful in battle than Hercules. Besides, Hess is only 6 years old, a long way from transcendence. This greedy wolf star monarch should be 10 years old already. After hearing this, Halcyon came to his senses instead. Good, let's see if he can irritate me. Song-chi, on the other hand, asked, Greedy wolf star monarch, what are the approximate abilities? Li Feng had sent a piece of information, but it was not very complete. The transcendence of the Kunlun Heavenly Ruins seldom struck out in China, leaving little information behind. Compared to the Investigation Bureau of Extraordinary Events, the Taoist sect has a long history and possesses richer intelligence. The greedy wolf star monarch loves to search for treasures. Zhang Qingyu said. He is erratic and likes to travel around, searching for treasures everywhere. His ability, I guess, is also related to this, and he is likely to be good at the transportation technique. Song-chi nodded his head. Before the greedy wolf appeared, also in southern Europe, ran to the Olympia temple to borrow a few ancient books. It seems to be looking for some treasures. Take this information to heart. Once he looked up, he noticed Zhang Qingyu's expression again, but it was somewhat complicated. The 7 star lords of the Big Dipper seem to have a deep connection with the Taoist sect, right? Song-chi wondered. Greedy wolf coming to the Taoist sect is supposedly a good thing. Why do you look so sullen? Zhang Qingyu let out a bitter smile. The Taoist sect is actually split into two. Those who believe in gods and immortals are in Kunlun, and those who practice spells are in Jiangnan. We in the Kunlun heavenly market have long since ceased to be a family. In ancient times, people had limited insight and regarded the transcendentalists as gods and goddesses to be sacrificed and worshipped. But in this day and age, no one is superstitious, and they all know that the gods and goddesses are also human beings, only having attained the way earlier. And faith also has hidden dangers. Although it is a shortcut to cultivation, the upper limit is too low and the autonomy is too poor. That's why we, this branch of the final South, chose to be self-reliant and cultivate by sense, just like you. Because of these reasons, it's natural for us to be a bit awkward when we run into the Beta Star monarch. Halogen, being from a large family, understood the twists and turns and quickly summarized. Understand, they used to be your ancestors, but you disown that ancestry now. Zhang Qingyu. Song Qi pondered the words of the young Taoist and remembered those Beelzebubists. Faith practice, without having to perceive the higher dimensional laws, directly borrows the power of the ready-made laws, so those elite-level devotees are also able to manipulate the green-headed flies to cause trouble. But the hidden dangers were certainly not small. Zhou Mingkai had said that the more the believer borrowed the ability, the more the spirit was influenced by the gods, and sooner or later, he would lose his sense of autonomy. During the conversation, the vehicle kept going all the way into the final sky market. Song Qi rolled down the window and admired the scenery outside. The time here is different from the old days. It's still morning. The morning light in the sea of clouds, the haze of sunshine fill the sky. In all directions, as far as the eye could see, were peaks that pierced the sea of clouds like ancient swords. The mountains are cloudy. The water is flowing. The pines are soughing. The mists are dim. And the white cranes are languid. The clear chirping of insects and birds rose and fell. And the sound of bells echoed in the distance. Cloud light, crane shadow, mist, morning bell, fused with each other, filling heaven and earth, magnificent and ethereal. Not like the earth. Halcyon rolled down the window and took a big gulp of fresh air, unable to hold back his feelings. The environment is even better than the peach blossom garden. It's really a good place to live in seclusion. Zhang Qingyu smiled proudly. Of the 9 heavenly markets in China, the environment in Jiangnan is the best, and the security is also the highest. Even your officials have made Terminus one of the prepared sanctuaries. If Earth itself suffers a great change, the final heavenly market will open up some of its lands to harbor refugees. Has the homeland suffered a huge change? Song Qi turned back and looked at the other end of the passage. If the battle at Morning Mountain collapses, or if the hunters invade, perhaps there will be such a day. But let's hope it never is. Although the terminal mountain is good, but he thinks the city of Lu is also good. The mountain breeze is cool and rushes into the car windows. The vehicle lurched, traveling over rugged mountain roads, making 7 turns and passing several small villages. The village architecture is quaint, but wires and cables can be seen, and it is not completely cut off from modern civilization. Every village is actually a sect. Zhang Qingyu introduced. Ancient transcendentalists who came to live in seclusion in Jiangnan would also marry and give birth to heirs. Children who have inherited extraordinary traits in their children can easily follow in their parents' footsteps. Without genetic traits, there is hope to become transcendent by enlightenment and hard work. Those who really don't have the talent and enlightenment are just ordinary people in their lives, clearing the land and planting, getting married and having children, and spending an ordinary life in the terminal heavenly ruins. In this way, it was passed down from generation to generation, and the small sects with a few scattered people in ancient times have now become villages with thousands of people. There are more than a dozen Taoist temples in the final South Taoist sect, and in front of us is the village of our Taoist temple, Qianming Village. After 3 months of running around in the old days, the young Taoist is finally going home, excited and with a hint of worry. None of them came out to pick it up. Greedy Wolf Star King wouldn't be at home, would he? The vehicle stopped at the entrance of the village, and Zhang Qingyu was the first to jump out of the vehicle, greeting the farmers on the ridge. Uncle Li, where is my senior brother? Before the words left his mouth, a man suddenly drilled out of the dirt at his feet. Elder brother is here. It was a young man in a Taoist robe, with a square scarf on his head, a smile on his face, and his clothes a bit disheveled. After fighting with Zhang Qingyu, as soon as the youth landed on his feet, his entire body sank back into the earth. The thick soil actually seems to have no resistance, like a shadow. A step into. Song Qi got out of the car just in time to witness the scene. Tudo. Ooh, you're the little genius who took out the son of Zeus, aren't you? Not bad at all. The youth's voice came from the ground, and the location seemed to be rapidly moving away, reaching the outskirts of the village in the blink of an eye. Song Qi turned his head, and saw the youth coming out of a huge tree in the sky, waving his hand at his side. Kizuna! The youth waved his hand as he laughed in the direction of the village. Greedy wolf star monarch. How about this 5 elements great escape of mine? General. Beside the youth, in a babbling brook, a child suddenly emerged with a splash and leap. Compared to the youth's old-fashioned dhoti, the boy's attire was much more foreign. A jacket and jeans, both of which were famous luxury brands from southern Europe, out of the water. Yet the clothes remained dry. If that's the only speed you've got, the bet's on me. The child's tone was flat, and he appeared older than youth. Oh, Star-Lord, don't be in a hurry. The youth shifted and dodged the child's outstretched hand while stepping into the creek. People walk on water as if it were flat. In the blink of an eye it was already dozens of meters away. The 72 techniques of the Earth's fury. Crawling water. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 145, Treasure Light Pupil Technique. Daudu's meditation experience. Outside the village, by the stream and forest, the youth and the boy, one in front of the other, performed the transportation technique in the chase, their figures appearing and disappearing, more erratic than ghosts. Songchi was interested in seeing a duel between recluse masters for the first time, so he stood at the entrance of the village and ate his melon. The youth's level of recluse was quite high, and it was a pleasure to watch as he wandered back and forth between the mountains, forests, and streams. The child suspected to be the reincarnation of the greedy wolf was more than 10 years younger than the youth, but his level was not bad at all, and he clung to the back, with the 5 elements transportation technique being equally proficient. At first glance, it seemed as if the child was more talented, but that was the bottom of the greedy wolf star monarch's thousands of years of cultivation, starting out a whole lot better than anyone else and winning right off the bat. That was why Song Chi felt that the youth's talent was what was called amazing. Below transcendent, in terms of stance recluse techniques, this is pretty much the top level. As he watched the battle, he mulled over the tactics to use against it. The 5 elements transportation technique. The advantage is concealment. The person hides in the earth, hides in the trees, and suddenly kills, and can catch the target off guard. It's a good thing I have spiritual correlation state to sense the terrain around me, so I might be able to anticipate it. In time to cast Space Shuttle, you can also avoid the opponent's sneak attack. Zhang Qingyu then proudly introduced himself. The one in front, that's our elder brother Zhao Qian of the Evergreen View. The year before last, senior brother Zhao visited the Olympian Temple, and with a recluse technique, he went in and out 3 times, and that group of God's sun god servants were not able to do anything at all. The little Taoist was just about to blow a few lines, when he suddenly saw the greedy wolf star monarch's body dissipate and transform into a black shadow that came after him, instantly stopping in front of Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's figure dodged repeatedly, but he still couldn't avoid it. This bout is over. The greedy wolf star monarch smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand, willing to bet. Zhao Qian shook his head inside, pulling out a pocket-sized copper pot from his pocket, touching it with some reluctance and handing it over in a tangled manner. Sky pot. Zhang Qingyu recognized this treasure and was immediately distressed. Senior brother, this is a transcendent artifact. Why did you take it out as a bet if you didn't hide it? The heavenly pot is one of the more famous treasures of the Tao sect, and Song Chi immediately thought of it when he heard it. Among the 72 techniques of the Earth's fate, there is the pot heaven technique, a small pot with a hidden world, which can hold items of great size. Some can also collect living things, and even collect the enemy into it. This heavenly pot, naturally, was a treasure similar to the traveler's traveling bag, with more than one in number, and with both high and low grades. Those of high rank are said to be able to harbor thousands of troops. However, Songchi felt that the heavenly jug was not as convenient to use as the traveler's bag. After all, he still needed to carry a jug with him, and it was troublesome to lose it and break it. Zhao Qian walked over with a helpless expression and whispered a reminder. Hide all the treasures you have on you. This greedy wolf star monarch is a bit evil. It seems to be able to see the treasures on everyone. Ha ha, I don't have much perspective. The greedy wolf star monarch had gotten the heavenly jar and was in a good mood as his ambition was high, so he immediately corrected Zhao Qian's words at the sound of his voice. He paced over slowly, showing off. Normally, they say pearl light. When a person has more treasures on his body, there will naturally be a special light charm blossoming, which is called treasure light. I have a pupil art that can see this kind of treasure light, and no treasure under the sun can escape my eyes. You don't have to hide. It's useless to hide. The greedy wolf star monarch wasn't very old, but he forced himself to put on an old-fashioned demeanor, facing Zhao Qian and Song Chi's trio with a condescending tone of voice, as if he was instructing his juniors. But his city was not deep enough, and just after he got the treasure, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop hooking up, and the smile on his face simply couldn't be held down. Song-chi feels that this person seems to have just recovered some memories of his past life, and is in a mixed state of old age mentality and young age mentality, with a very contradictory demeanor and temperament. After showing off a few words, the greedy wolf star monarch's interest rose again, rubbing his eyes and laughing. Zhao Qian does have a lot of treasures on him. Are you his senior brothers? There should be some good things as well. Well, let's see. It is naturally impolite to probe someone's precious light in front of them, but greedy wolf didn't care about the feelings of a few people at all. His eyes closed and opened, and the depths of his pupils had lit up with a brilliant golden light. Zhang Qingyu's face sank, and Halogen Egg frowned slightly. Song-chi stared at the guy who owed him a beating and was ready to strike. The light of the treasure is dim. Like a broken candle and an old lamp, there's nothing precious about this little bald man. Greedy wolf didn't care. His gaze moved away from Halogen Egg and swept another glance at Zhang Qingyu as he continued his review. The treasure light is bright, like a roaring bonfire. Not bad. You don't have any less treasure on you than Zhao Qian. Finally, the greedy wolf star monarch looked at Song-chi. The golden light in his pupils flashed again, opening his pupil art. The next moment, his face changed. It was as if a sun had appeared before his eyes, close at hand, with a light so intense that it made one dizzy, as if it carried a blazing heat that would burn his eyes to ashes. Barely, two soft sounds and the pupil's golden light broke with a bang. The greedy wolf star monarch stomped backward a few steps, his eyes closed tightly, his face showing pain. Too long, bloody tears slipped from his eyes. He's blind. La Sheng, and province. Daodu is already elite level. Awesome. Yishan touched her daughter's head and praised her. I'm the first elite level in our elementary school's history. Daodu tilted his head triumphantly with an air of invincibility, but then the untimely voice suddenly came. Don't be proud. Your brother was elite at a year old. Daodu turned back indignantly, glaring and looking at Song Qingshi, who had just returned home. Another unfamiliar face was then seen. It was a young woman in her 20s, with an elegant demeanor and an Institute of Extraordinary Qualities sign on her chest. The woman introduced herself. Hello fellow student Sonia. I'm Dr. Shin. This time I'm here to test your spiritual level and provide guidance on meditation practice. Bean's elite level is just physical elite. In terms of spirituality, it's been far worse. After all, a student who can even flunk an elementary school test can't have high spiritual attributes. But the genius selection base was still a bit unwilling. How could Song-chi's sister be so stupid? The little girl must have a latent spiritual gift. Dr. Shin then came over with a daunting task. She handed Daodu a bottle of meditation original liquid and went on to detail the introductory steps of the meditation cultivation method. Daodu took a look at the meditation original liquid in her hand. It looked familiar. Her brother drank it often. As a sister, you can't be left behind. She lifted the small bottle painfully and took a drink. With that, he closed his eyes, sat down and began to meditate. Dr. Shen and the couple didn't dare to make a sound, observing nervously and constantly looking at their watches. The longer you meditate, the better your spiritual level is. The performance of the first meditation is a better indication of potential. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed quickly, and Dr. Shen couldn't help but look pleased. As expected of an S-rank sister, the spiritual talent was equally outstanding. But then, she heard a strange sound. The sound was slight and low and regular. Ho, 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 what's the situation? Dr. Shin was startled and hurriedly came up and carefully observed Daodu's condition. Bean was motionless, his head tilted slightly, his breathing calm, a soft snore escaping his mouth. She's asleep. End of chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish them. Chapter 146. Daodu gives Dr. Shen a lesson. You can fall asleep even after drinking the original meditation liquid? Dr. Shen was shocked. Having been engaged in research for several years, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Song Qingshi awkwardly stood up and got up to walk towards the refrigerator. Dr. Shen, we'll compensate you for a bottle of the original liquid. A bottle of meditation original liquid was worth 10,000. Song-chi drank it every day at home, and the couple naturally knew the price. The couple felt embarrassed that such an expensive item was taken by Daodu as a sleeping pill. No. Dr. Shen waved his hands in succession, and even helped Daodu find a way to make up for it. Student Songya is too tired from practicing martial arts recently, right? With 2 eyes, you can't see anything, and you're still mentally stressed. Wait for that breath of relief to finish. What does it feel like to meditate? Youth Zhao Qian rushed forward to assist and check the physical condition. She forced a smile and looked at Yishan Songchang when she politely said, children are better suited for martial arts training. 5 seconds. But adhering to the principle of not revealing one's wealth, he didn't explain anything and left the crowd to their whims. It's nice and relaxing. And if you guys don't interrupt, I feel like I could meditate all day. As soon as the guests left, Yishan looked at her daughter, who was still huffing and puffing, and couldn't help herself. Standing outside the door, he soon heard the sound of chickens jumping in the door. This determined look, justified, made Song Qingshi froze for a moment. Could it be that his daughter was really meditating? Yishan knows her daughter better, laughed and said with a leathery smile, Bean's meditation is also over. Finally, it was the 7th day. Countermeasures are naturally not. He reckons, is his body treasure light is too bright? Hard to the greedy wolf's eyes to blind. It was as if the child had been stimulated by something. His expression changed, blood and tears kept flowing out of the corners of his eyes, and his breath was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The terminal heavenly market is similar to the peach blossom garden in that it has a close relationship with the state of China, and our transcendents here will often take on missions from the state of China. Zhang Qingyu explained. As a result, I heard Doubter then say, why don't I just quit school? I don't want to go to this elementary school anymore, so I might as well quit and focus on practicing martial arts. Ouch. It was possible to go home. Song Qi was in a very happy mood. Several of the adult Taoist priests in the Taoist temple were away, either traveling in the clouds or helping out at the morning mountain sky market. I'm elite level now, you guys can't hit me. Song Qi nodded and sent a text message to Li Feng, briefly telling him about the situation. Fine. Yishan laughed in exasperation and turned to look for a ruler. Soon the special car arranged by Li Feng arrived, and Song Qi boarded the car and left. Originally, he was still agonizing over how to get rid of Greedy Wolf. After all, this person's realm was close to transcendent, and he was good at the escape technique, so it was hard to deal with him. Dr. Shen was a bit skeptical. I can't believe someone can't learn to meditate in 6 days. Meditation on this? Dr. Shen wasn't dead yet and got up to leave after the appointment. Yishan, your brother is not old enough to go to school. With one hand, he gave Bean a brainbuster. Doubter woke up covering his head and found that Dr. Shen had already left, and his parents were standing in front of him, glaring fiercely at him, each with an unkind look in their eyes. Yishan and Song Changshi's eyes were suddenly dangerous. Yishan couple was prepared for this and was not disappointed, and touched their daughter's head as a sign of comfort. Now that she had encountered such an extreme product as Daodu, she had no choice but to take her time. In comparison, the ancient martial arts course is indeed more appropriate. Only, when it came to ancient martial arts cultivation, it had to be the ancient Zhou Martial Academy side that was more specialized. Zhao Qian shook his head and helped him back to the Taoist temple to rest, and halfway there, he suddenly turned his head again and smiled at Song Qi's few people, saying wordlessly with the shape of his mouth, nice work. The bean had taught her a lesson first. Song Qingshi did not have an elite level, but as the physical education teacher of the key class, his hands did not fall, plus he was tall and big, and quickly drove his daughter back. But to be on the safe side, the two of you should return to China first, so that Kunlun's people won't make trouble. Boom! A crisp thud, as if knocking on a ripe watermelon. Although he didn't like Greedy Wolf either, this was where the Dao sect was, so he couldn't let the reincarnation of a Kunlun immortal die. Li Feng quickly replied. Daodu cried out in defiance. My brother didn't go to school either, so why should I have to? And in the Taoist temple, in one of the compartments, said the analyst, the Kunlun heavenly market is expected to come and take accountability. But of course, we don't have any responsibility. Daodu instantly jumped up from his chair, pulled his legs up and ran across the room, sensitive as a rabbit. Let her rest today and I'll come back tomorrow and try again. The greedy wolf star monarch suddenly bled from both eyes, took a few steps back, and sat down directly on the ground without uttering a word, his expression somewhat agonized. See, I was born to practice martial arts. That's a relief. It finally worked. The house was in chaos, and the figures swayed as if they were catching a pig for New Year. Then he helped the person to leave. The talent selection base is a no-go with Bean. During the waiting time for the bus, Song Qi and Halogenegg went to the Taoist temple for a brief stroll. She smelled a vague hint of danger, but felt she was still saved. It's hard to perceive higher dimensional laws when you're too bad at meditation, and you can't gain transcendental abilities. Look again at the greedy wolf reincarnation in front of you. It's not comfortable at all. Might as well sleep. The little girl was dissatisfied and shook her head. Cece, stop Daodu. Yishan also began to command her spirit pet. The rest of them looked at Song Qi in surprise. Dr. Shen took his leave with a sense of humor. Instead, Bean was happy and cheerful. Meeting the questioning eyes of her parents, she chose to take a gamble. Good job. I'll arrange for you to be picked up and taken home. Song Qi smiled slightly, keeping it mysterious, describing it as best as I could with a 60-point grade school language level. The greedy wolf star monarch, whose aura was withering, suddenly sat up. Terminal Sky Market. Outside Qianming Village. Dao made a mistake. Dr. Shen only taught the steps of meditation, and didn't mention any specific feelings. Little Taoist Zheng Qingyu heatedly smiled, then regretted. I was going to invite you to stay a few more days, but then this happened. Is everything okay? Zhao Qian asked. Seeing that the child was so optimistic, Dr. Shen nodded approvingly and was just about to say a few words of encouragement. You actually have a means of countering pupil magic? Yuki meowed and jumped off the closet, certain that the little girl was not sleeping. Dr. Shen wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath of relief. She was usually at the genius selection base, where she was exposed to prodigies from all over the country, and teaching those kids to meditate was enough for one session. But Greedy Wolf isn't dead either, so we'll have to be careful and watch out for it in the future. So the little face lifted and asked calmly, I'm meditating fine. What are you guys doing interrupting me? For the next week, Dr. Shen came to Daodo's home every day and gave her one-on-one tutoring. Daodo struggled into a meditative state, closing his eyes and wandering off into the sky. The greedy wolf-star monarch used his pupil technique to spy on the bystanders, and as a result, he suffered a backlash, which is self-inflicted, and he deserved what happened to him. Dr. Shen was silent, checking the timing on his watch. Greedy Wolf asked, who was that kid I was watching earlier? Zhao Qian smiled and shook his head. First time I've seen it, and I don't recognize. It's, tip, press the spacebar to return to the catalog, press to return to the previous chapter, press to enter the next chapter. A lot of books are hard to find anymore, so read them and cherish the